The dismissal bell echoed across the schoolyard in the twilight. Dahyun looked bewildered, unable to process the information she'd just heard. Huh? What did you just say? The chubby Siwoo, his face flushed, concluded with a straightforward statement. I said, I like you. He gathered all his courage, emphasizing, from the very first time I met you. Standing in the empty classroom, Siwoo poured out his heart. And as we grew closer, Dahyun, I liked you. Dahyun looked awkward, covering her mouth, unsure how to respond. Siwoo noticed her silence, and sweat began to trickle down. He lowered his head, admitting defeat. I'm sorry. It must be awkward to be confessed to by someone you don't like, right? Dahyun was startled, quickly waving her hands in denial. You don't hate me? Absolutely not. She looked straight at him, her voice sincere. Siwoo, you are a good person. Siwoo froze, only her compliments echoing in his mind. Truly beautiful and fun-loving, he mumbled, still not believing his ears. Why would I hate you? An awkward silence enveloped them, and Dahyun stammered, the thing is, The scene shifted to the schoolyard, where other students were loudly playing soccer. Siwoo trudged along alone, looking like a defeated guy who had just been rejected. Suddenly, a rather handsome friend appeared, asking, How did it go? Seeing Siwoo's dejected expression, his friend already knew the outcome. I guess I don't even need to ask. You failed, didn't you? His friend put an arm around Siwoo's shoulder, both comforting and teasing. Come on. You were prepared for this, weren't you? Siwoo's face puffed up as he tried to save some face. I told you I wanted to focus on my studies. His friend scoffed, bluntly exposing him. This stubborn kid, he can't even come up with a good excuse. What studies are you talking about? The protagonist's eyes welled up with tears as he questioned himself. What the hell is wrong with me? Suddenly, a soccer ball with a blazing red aura shot like a rocket towards the two of them. Whoosh! His friend took the full impact of the ball to the face. Green energy splattered, and he collapsed on the spot. The two soccer players rushed over, profusely apologizing. Hey, sorry about that. Are you okay? The protagonist held the ball, his face blank, not understanding what had just happened to his friend lying on the ground. His friend started teasing again, claiming that the protagonist's chubbiness was the greatest mystery of his life. The protagonist reminisced. He didn't hate exercise at all. He could even dunk easily. Every meal was meticulously calorie counted, and the food tray looked indescribably bland. He also trained diligently, jumping rope like crazy. He told himself that if everyone followed online diets, no one would be fat. On the way home, his friend asked if he had ever been to the hospital for a checkup, and he admitted he had gone many times. His friend declared like a sage, What did the doctor say? If you can't lose weight despite trying everything, then 99.9% of the time it's all due to genetics. Arriving home, the protagonist slowly walked inside. He peeked from behind the door, the two words genetics still lingering in his mind. He looked at the family photo, wishing that genetic reason was an undeniable truth. If that were true, he could let go with relief, even if he felt it was unfair. But no, his mother, whether in the past or present, had always been a slender beauty, effortlessly receiving compliments. He had never met his father, but he had heard many stories about him through an old photograph. In the past, his father was an overwhelming wrestler, standing at the peak of glory despite a rather short career. His achievements and strength were simply overwhelming, unrivaled. His mother recounted that his father wasn't just muscular, but also had a special physique, the kind where head gained muscle just by breathing. After hearing that, the protagonist grew even more frustrated, seriously annoying. He secretly glanced at the pile of snacks, only one word remaining in his mind. Yes. He decided to ditch the diet. What's the point of dieting? It doesn't do a damn thing. Years of wasted effort. Now only fast food and eggs remained. Useless pressure accumulated, and he decided to let loose, doing whatever he wanted. His eyes flashed with determination to eat, to his heart's content. Damn it! He crumpled the snack bag, seemingly still having a bit of an internal struggle. But in the end, he speared a tomato from the salad box his mother had prepared. The chubby boy reluctantly ate the salad, his face heavy with gloom. As evening fell, he decided not to sit idly by anymore, and laced up his shoes to go for a run. After running only a short distance, he was already out of breath, drenched in sweat. The app on his phone reported the current distance as 4 kilometers. Even though he was breathing as if on the verge of death, he was still running at a pace that surpassed his average record. The image of his pretty female classmate flashed by, and he gritted his teeth, telling himself, Never give up. Night fell, and streetlights illuminated the deserted road. He stopped, bending over and panting as his phone reported he had run 15.4 kilometers, a brand new personal record. He straightened up, unable to believe his achievement. When did I get so fast without even realizing it? The chubby boy looked bewilderedly at the strange road before him, wondering where he had wandered off to. Wait, does a place like this really exist? This is my first time seeing it. He pulled out his phone, intending to check the map to see where he was. Suddenly, he spotted a strange figure standing on the bridge railing, while a mysterious voice commented on the place like a wild piglet. The voice continued to mutter cryptically about an undeniable lineage, revealing the image of an extremely dangerous-looking old man with white hair. Whoosh! The old man suddenly plunged straight down from the bridge right in front of the chubby boy. With a thud, he landed as lightly as if it were nothing, even though the jump must have been dozens of meters high. The chubby boy's face went pale, and he stammered a very naive question. Are you all right? The old man reassured him with a superior demeanor. There's nothing to fear. I haven't come here to devour you alive. He introduced himself as Manote Harabiom, the guardian of the world's end, in the role of a Dangwan. The chubby boy looked blank, completely clueless about the powerful titles he had just heard. The old man's eyes were sharp as razors, seeing through his naivety. It seems you know absolutely nothing. The old man didn't bother with further explanations and directly grabbed the chubby boy's shirt. Come with me, the old man commanded. As a surge of purple energy began to erupt, the chubby boy was utterly terrified as his entire body was lifted into the air by an invisible force. The purple energy swirled violently, enveloping him like a cocoon. He struggled in vain, only managing to scream. What is this? Whoosh! The old man threw him straight into a giant energy vortex on the ground. Manate Harabeum stood there, one hand holding the spatial gate wide open. The chubby boy knelt dizzily on the ground, his head spinning. Ugh. What in the world is happening? He looked up, stunned. Before him was a fantastical, ethereal landscape with 2 moons in the sky. It was no longer his world at all. The old man, Manote Harabium, announced nonchalantly, Welcome to the yokai realm. The chubby boy was still processing, his brain unable to grasp the situation. The old man's sharp gaze pierced the main character, and he commanded, Just look around, left and right, and confirm it for yourself. The old man pointed around, where countless shadowy figures of hideous monsters were gathered, then declared, All of us have gathered here. The chubby boy's face went utterly pale as he heard the old man explain. We are the inhabitants of this world, the yokai. The old man recounted the glorious past of the yokai, who were once revered as gods by humans, but are now merely considered superstitious nonsense. Every 666 years, a life or death grand assembly will be held to choose the strongest, the one who will ascend the throne as the king of yokai. The old man explained that all yokai tribes worldwide, including those on the Korean peninsula, must send forth their youngest and most talented candidates. He recalled 666 years ago, a yokai rose to become king upon a mountain of blood and bones, a true battlefield. That individual was a true war god, with bulging muscles and an overwhelming aura of killing intent, a monster in the truest sense. As Manotai Harabeum was about to continue speaking about the 666 years that had passed, the chubby boy, in a panic, quickly interrupted. Wait! He raised his hand, trying to remain calm to digest the insane amount of information. I understand. But why exactly am I here? The old man stared at him, his voice full of authority. Didn't I already tell you, kid? Each yokai tribe must send at least one candidate. The old man delivered a thunderous statement. And in the human realm, there is only one individual who carries the blood of a goblin. The old man stroked his chin, adding nonchalantly, Well, even if you trace it back a few generations, maybe 4 or 5 at most, the bloodline is only slightly mixed. While the chubby boy was still stammering, unsure what to say, a muscular, long-fanged yokai loomed up right behind him. His eyes widened in horror, the image of the enormous monster clearly reflected in his pupils. He looked up, his entire body stiffening at the monster's colossal size and ferocious appearance. Boom! A surge of purple energy struck the chubby boy directly, sending him flying backward like a toy. The old man observed with a scrutinizing gaze, muttering, completely powerless, or simply doesn't know how to use it. At the very least, he should pass the test. The muscular yokai roared, turning to ask the old man, It was clearly the test. Is that true, elder? The old man, Manate Harabium, narrowed his eyes, stating a cold condition. Of course, if you win. The yokai Gugui opened its wide maw full of sharp fangs, growling, I won't hesitate to devour you. Gugui showed delight, concluding with one word, good. It roared, having waited 666 years to taste human flesh, making the main character's face turn pale with fear. Without further ado, Gugui charged straight forward, delivering a devastating punch. The main character barely managed to weakly raise his arms to block before taking the full force of the punch. The tremendous impact force sent him flying backward like a puppet. Thud! He slammed hard onto the ground, creating a terrifying explosion of dust and rocks. Gugui stood from afar, mocking the flattened boy. Even if you carry goblin blood, a trash human has no right to inherit my power. The old man Menotai Harabeum concluded the life or death rules, so prove yourself worthy if you want to live. Having taken a brutal beating, his mouth full of blood, the main character still struggled to get up. In his dazed state, he vaguely realized the perilous situation he was in. Gugui gave him no time to breathe, charging forward once again like a ferocious beast. By some survival instinct, the main character twisted his body, narrowly dodging the attack. Gugui's punch grazed past him, crushing the ground where the main character had just stood. His face was still dazed from the shock, but at least he had survived one blow. Gugui was slightly surprised, looking at the boy on the ground. You seem tougher than I thought. It straightened up, its expression no longer contemptuous. That doesn't matter. It cracked its knuckles and flashed a savage grin. Smashing tough meat is also fun. With that, Gugui roared again and charged into attack. The battle was far from over. Gugui's colossal hand, radiating intense killing intent, slammed down like a sledgehammer. The old man, Manotai Harabium, merely watched with a piercing gaze, showing no intention of intervening. The monster roared, determined to pulverize the boy with a single blow. Halt! The devastating punch was stopped dead, and Gugui couldn't believe his eyes. A small hand was straining to block the colossal fist, an utterly absurd sight. The old man began to murmur about the limitless power of the goblin race from ancient times. However, he continued, their most distinctive weapons and abilities are. The once chubby protagonist had vanished, replaced by a ripped, six-pack physique straining to hold back the blow, is the game they relish. Gugui gaped in disbelief at the insane power of the prey he thought was already in his grasp. The old man explained, if you are a goblin, you don't need to learn. It's a talent etched deep into your instincts. The protagonist's eyes flared with purple light. He exerted all his strength, pushing back the monster's punch. An image of a red-masked goblin flashed by, a symbol of the primal power of this lineage. Purple energy violently erupted from the protagonist's body. He roared and counterattacked. A colossal pillar of light shot straight into the sky, blowing away everything around it, and the ground cracked open. The ravaged landscape after the counterattack, thick dust obscured the view. When the dust settled, the protagonist still stood firm amidst the rubble, facing Gugui's motionless hand. Blood trickled from his mouth, but his eyes were now filled with defiance, no longer fear. An information panel appeared. Choi Si-woo, 17 years old. Race: half-goblin. His true identity was revealed. The scene shifted to a convenience store at night. A voice echoed, asking, so, what happened next? Choi Si-woo held a drink carton, muttering, wondering why he was back here. He recalled the earth-shattering battle, telling himself it was the strangest dream he'd ever had. His friend, munching on a skewer, teased, sounds fun, doesn't it? But Choi Si-woo brushed it off, saying he was tormented by monsters. His friend nonchalantly found the story quite interesting, remarking that if it was a dream, he adapted remarkably fast. He continued to analyze, you even used goblin wrestling, though you've never learned it, while Choi Si-woo could only silently admit how bizarre it was. Recalling the scene of straining to lift the monster, Choi Si-woo felt as if he knew how to execute the moves by instinct. His gaze sharpened, believing that he could instantly replicate that power if he only willed it. His friend looked worried, directly asking if Choi Si-woo was getting too caught up in the dream. Choi Si-woo brushed it off, attributing it to recent stress, unconsciously crushing the drink carton in his hand. He wondered if he was too obsessed with losing weight, but then realized that even in a dream, his body transforming into a six-pack was utterly illogical. The scene abruptly shifted. Choi Si-woo, in his muscular six-pack body, stared in astonishment at himself and exclaimed, I did it. He looked down at his strong hands and robust body, completely bewildered by what was happening. Blood still lingered on his lips. Choi Si-woo was dazed as if just waking from a dream. The old man, Manote Harabayam, appeared with a strange white-haired girl. He spoke, you're awake? I thought you'd stay unconscious standing up. Choi Si-woo realized with a shock. It's not a dream. Sweat poured down, and his face turned pale as the harsh truth dawned on him. Before his eyes was the corpse of the colossal monster, its gaping maw full of fangs, which he himself had defeated. He still knelt on the ravaged ground, beside his unbelievable triumph. After the shock, another wave of horror washed over him as he realized, what about my house then? The old man, Manote Harabeum narrowed his eyes, his voice laden with implication. So, what do you think? The white-haired girl sighed, in a disheartened tone. Frankly, I'm a bit let down. It's the first time I've seen a half-human like this. She crossed her arms, her sharp gaze filled with disdain. When I first saw him, I thought he was just a pathetic, weak creature. She narrowed her eyes, showing disbelief. Does this thing really have goblin blood in it? The old man, Manotai Harabium, turned to the girl and said, You saw the battle just now. The white-haired girl retorted with a pout. The only thing I saw was a kid claiming to be a goblin struggling to take down some weaklings. She continued to criticize. He couldn't even use his magic. He only knew how to use brute strength. That's why his performance looked so pathetic. Choi Si-woo stood facing the two of them, calling out hesitantly, Hey. He wiped away sweat, his face already exhausted by this mess. The demonstration is over, right? Can I go home now? The old man, Manote Harabeum, affirmed firmly. Yes, you have proven your worth. I told you this while you were unconscious, but I will repeat it once more. The old man began to explain. The surroundings plunged into an eerie night. This is truly unexpected. The corpse of the colossal monster lay there. The old man mused. I didn't expect it could defeat such a strong enemy, or has it been concealing its skills until now? The old man dismissed his own hypothesis as eerie, ghostly figures surrounded the monster's corpse. No, that's not it. In any case, this has proven the goblin bloodline is genuine. Choi Si-woo stood tall, muscles rippling under the moonlight. The old man concluded, what he just used is the ancient martial art of the goblin tribe. Goblin wrestling. Choi Si-woo panted, looking at the old man standing in the distance with a staff in his hand. The old man, Manote Harabium, raised his staff high, and purple energy erupted, as the arbiter of this ceremony and the elder who delivers the final judgment. He tensed his body, and countless pairs of glowing red monster eyes appeared in the darkness. Today, along with countless beings gathered here to bear witness to a creature who has known deep slumber, Choi Si-woo was stunned upon hearing the old man's grand declaration. I declare that the human formerly known as Choi Si-woo shall henceforth be regarded as a monster. Another voice echoed from the darkness, showing amusement. Let the entire monster world know what happened today. An eerie shadow with fiery eyes appeared, his voice filled with excitement. Unbelievable! One bearing goblin blood has appeared. This ceremony will be more enjoyable than I imagined. The old man, Manote Harabium, looked straight at Choi Si-woo, his eyes full of authority. Your name shall henceforth be counted among the monsters. No one in this realm shall be able to devour or harm you without just cause. Choi Si-woo, still not understanding, wore a bewildered expression. Oh, that's a relief. But I want to go home. What if they don't let me go? The white-haired girl's scorn was clear on her face, her voice dripping with sarcasm. How annoying. Are you pretending to be stupid? Or are you really stupid? Didn't you hear clearly? You're a monster now. She crossed her arms, explaining the rules of the game. Unless they possess the ability to conceal their identity, no monster under 500 years old is allowed to roam the human world. Choi Si-woo still argued like a child. But I haven't caused trouble for anyone. I've always lived peacefully. The old man merely listened in silence. Choi Si-woo, with a determined gaze, began to assert himself. If you don't understand the rules, then you'll just have to accept it. The old man Manotai Harabium growled, his purple killing intent erupting like a volcano. Then I'll have to take your life. A wave of invisible pressure crushed Choi Si-woo, making his body stiffen, his muscles and bones feeling like they would burst. The pressure suddenly vanished, leaving Choi Si-woo bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Huh? The vast space reappeared. The colossal corpse of the giant-mouthed demon still lay sprawled, while the old man stood there as if nothing had happened. Choi Si-woo collapsed, panting, finally realizing the insurmountable gap in power. The old man stroked his beard, asking in a condescending tone, Well, is your mind clearer now? Beside him, the white-haired girl looked annoyed. Choi Si-woo lowered his head, bitterly admitting, For a single moment, I couldn't even budge. He had accepted that this body belonged to a monster. The old man began to lecture. The power of goblins is among the top ranks in the monster world. The power you currently possess is only equivalent to a newborn goblin, but it already surpasses humans by dozens of times. A scene of shattered bloody figures appeared as the old man warned. With that power, even a small mistake by an ordinary human is enough to get them annihilated. Choi Si-woo finally understood but still couldn't accept it. I understand, but I can't wait 500 years to return. The old man stated bluntly, Actually, you only need to wait half a year. Choi Si-woo was extremely surprised, and the old man explained, I already told you, every 666 years a goblin king is chosen. The 500-year rule was set by the previous king. The scene shifted to 666 years ago, an ancient man hurriedly running across rooftops under the moonlight. The old man continued, his voice dignified. That was an era when monsters could freely enter and exit the human world. A colossal monster with bloodshot eyes appeared behind the man. The man ran headlong, not daring to look back. Back then, the only thing humans could do when facing them was to flee. The man collapsed, his face drained of color, as he listened to the old man's narration. They lived in fear of our appearance every night, until... The old man's narration echoed as a monster's glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness. A colossal armored centipede appeared, looming before the ancient man who was scared to death. The man cried soundlessly, his face pale with extreme terror. But then, an even more massive monster, its entire body emanating a deep purple aura, appeared behind him. The old man explained. Some of the strongest monsters began to show friendliness towards humans in exchange for protection. They entered into a relationship based on fear. The ancient man could only tremble before the monster's overwhelming presence, and worship. The man bowed prostrate, revering the monster like a god. That was how humans perceived monsters 666 years ago. But everything changed. The silhouette of the yokai king stood upon a mountain of white bones, a being who had changed the entire game. The old man recounted that the new king had used the blood of the vanquished to write new laws, absolutely forbidding harm to humans, and infiltration of their world. Thanks to this, humans lived peacefully, forgetting the existence of monsters, while they still lurked in the shadows, remembered only as fairy tales. Choi Si-woo froze, as he heard the old man declare, in half a year, the abdication of the previous king will take effect, and so will his laws. Menetai Harabeum delivered a final pronouncement. On that day, the very moment the sun sets in the human world, will be the beginning of the moment all monsters have awaited for 666 years. The night of the monsters. A terrifying vision appeared. Hordes of monsters would flood into the human world, and Choi Si-woo stood there, clenching his fists. The old man set a condition. During that time, you will learn to unleash your true power, so we can quickly depart. Choi Si-woo immediately asked how. The boy asked directly, how strong can I become compared to a pure-blooded goblin? The old man merely curled his lips into a meaningful smirk. Choi Si-woo flexed, his muscles bulging, his eyes burning with fire. The old man noticed his determination. What makes you so fired up? He answered decisively, blood still trickling from his lips. To keep monsters away from my world. Images of his best friend and mother flashed through Choi Si-woo's mind. He had but one sole goal. To protect those he cherished. The old man nodded. The goblin bloodline within you is very strong. If you can unleash even half of its power, no monster will be your match. The old man dropped a final bombshell. If you win the final ritual and become king, you will be able to create your own laws. Choi Si-woo dismissed it, thinking it was nonsense. A white-haired girl appeared, looking at Choi Si-woo with disdain. No matter how much goblin blood he has, it doesn't matter. A guy like him couldn't survive the ritual. The old man turned to Choi Si-woo, casually saying, Oh, by the way, I've explained for a bit too long. Introduce yourselves. She introduced herself with a superior attitude. I am Siola, also a representative participating in the ritual. What's your name? Though we won't meet again later anyway. Siola showed clear annoyance. You say you're participating to win and then return to the human world? If you keep saying such foolish things, you're driving me crazy. The old man explained to Choi Si-woo. This girl is in a similar position to you. She's young but desperately wants to go to the human world and keeps pestering me for a test. Choi Si-woo was dumbfounded, realizing something was wrong. Won't all monsters be able to return to the human world in half a year? Anyway, you should be careful today. Siola argued back defiantly at the old man. Why do I have to take a test? There are plenty of candidates for the throne weaker than me who have applied for over 500 years already. The old man retorted profoundly. To blend in among humans, one needs patience and self-control. That is why it is difficult for me to assess your qualifications. Siola narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I understand your point, but I hope this isn't an excuse to ignore me. The old man denied immediately. Not at all. The ritual is approaching and the laws are about to change. I have no reason to waste your time. He turned his back to both of them, beginning to set a trap. However, you two are in luck. This is the best opportunity to see if you can integrate with humans. The old man delivered a final statement aimed directly at Siola. You've probably noticed, Choi Si-woo was originally a human child. There's no better test than this to certify your qualifications. Siola turned pale, having a bad feeling. Wait, don't tell me that. The old man laid down a harsh condition. I'll give you until the end of the month. You will have to teach him the basics of being a monster and how to use his power. Choi Si-woo froze upon hearing the final condition. After that, if I see significant progress from him, I will grant both of you the qualification to participate in the ritual. Siola shrieked in the eerie space. Absurd. She grabbed Choi Si-woo, having lost her composure. You want me to teach such a weakling in just 1 month? The old man merely stood there, casually stroking his beard. If you think you're not qualified to participate, then just tell me directly. Siola was speechless when she heard the latter part of his statement. Then, you will have to wait until the ritual ends without saying a word. What difference would a few months late make anyway? The old man curled his lips into a sneer, throwing the ball back into her court. Well, whether you give up or not, it's all up to you. Manotai Harabiom muttered that this was a nearly impossible task, while simultaneously unleashing a terrifying surge of purple energy that created a colossal black hole. From within the black hole, a gigantic monstrous arm reached out, making Choi Si-woo and Siola appear like 2 ants. The arm vanished, leaving behind a small, glowing object suspended in the air within the eerie space. Both looked up at the mysterious object. The official test had begun. Siola turned to Choi Si-woo with a superior expression. I don't actually need an answer, but I'll ask out of courtesy. She asked directly, do you know what our magic truly is? And Choi Si-woo could only hesitantly admit, I don't know. Siola sighed in exasperation, just as she had predicted regarding the boy's level of understanding. Suddenly, Choi Si-woo's eyes widened in horror as he saw something terrifying appear. A hideous monster with a gaping maw appeared right behind Siola, but she calmly asked, what's wrong? The monster gazed at her covetously. You little fox. You will be mine. Choi Si-woo frantically searched for the old man. Where did the old man go? The battle isn't over yet. Siola merely glanced at the monster and uttered a cold remark. How pathetic. She grabbed the monster's face, her voice full of disdain. This is why your tribe is considered scum. Her hand tightened its grip, and the monster could only gasp in pain. You. The monster roared a bitter curse as Siola completely overpowered it with physical strength. While Choi Si-woo was still frozen in shock, Siola began her first lecture. Unlike humans, among whom there isn't much difference. Her gaze sharpened. There is a colossal difference between monster races and their bloodlines. She explained that bloodlines determine power, potential, and unique abilities. They are the factor that divides the hierarchy of all monsters. Now, when a being with a monster bloodline can contend for the throne, a debate erupts over which bloodline is truly the strongest. The monster, bound tightly by energy chains, Siola continued to lecture on the politics of the demon world, making Choi Si-woo ask in bewilderment, why? Siola smirked, declaring that monsters needed a true ruler to quell the chaos. It turned out her identity was extraordinary, a 9-tailed fox, the pinnacle of her clan with overwhelming power and talent, capable of even concealing her tails. Before Choi Si-woo's eyes, the surreal scene continued as the white-haired girl easily controlled the colossal monster with magical chains. But the boy was tougher now, no longer whimpering but simply observing in silence. He realized that standing frozen in shock wouldn't help in this precarious situation. Siola turned back, her eyes seemingly piercing his thoughts. See? You must accept and adapt to this as a new reality. She began her first lecture, hovering in mid-air. This is magic, the ability to absorb and utilize souls. Choi Si-woo listened intently, as Siola explained there were 2 types of magic, innate and acquired. She immediately gave an example of the goblin's physical skill he had just used. That was innate magic, something that flowed in his blood and was as easy to use as breathing. But acquired magic was different. It required learning and arduous training. Regardless of the monster type, once learned, it could be used freely. Siola pointed at the tightly bound monster, pouting. Look at this guy. He only relies on natural strength and is too lazy to train. The monster strained to break the chains, but it was useless, becoming a perfect example of a useless, incompetent. All right, since it's come to this, I'll teach you, Siola declared, her white hair fluttering in the surge of magical power. Her eyes were sharp as razors, warning him bluntly. Let me be clear. I hate troublesome things, and if the results are meaningless, I might truly go berserk. She growled, threatening directly. Minutes ago, you were still a half-baked half-demon. Now you will endure hellish hardships. If you disappoint me, you might truly die. Choi Si-woo didn't flinch, his eyes burning with determination. Just teach me. I'll give it my all, even if it means death. Siola seemed slightly surprised by his resolve. She mused. I truly must learn at all costs, so I don't have to worry about dying unexpectedly. She smirked, seemingly accepting. All right, I think the chances are quite low, but it's better than doing nothing. Now then, shall we have a meal first? Hearing this, Choi Si-woo asked in bewilderment. A meal? Siola summoned a deep purple magical energy orb in her hand, explaining, I already told you, using magic requires energy. Siola began her first lecture, her hand flaring with purple magical power. In this monster realm, everyone has power. But you're probably running on empty. She explained that in the demon world, merely breathing and eating automatically recharged one's energy. But because Choi Si-woo was new here, with a human diet, he hadn't accumulated much, perhaps only a meager amount of innate energy remaining. Siola smirked meaningfully, asking a critical question. Hungry yet? Using that much energy, you must be starving, right? Choi Si-woo, still stubborn, wiped blood from his mouth and replied, No, I don't feel very hungry. Immediately, his body betrayed him, trembling violently as true hunger struck. Choi Si-woo's entire body convulsed, and veins glowing with vibrant purple energy bulged across him as if he were being electrocuted. He stared in horror at his trembling hands, unable to control them. Siola watched the scene, her voice chilling. I told you. Your energy levels are at a critical red. She confirmed that his last bit of energy had been completely drained by his previous technique. The consequence of his energy depletion was a small burst of magical power, leaving Choi Si-woo utterly exhausted. He staggered forward and fell, but Siola caught him and calmly said, Well, the solution is simple. She whispered into the panting Choi Si-woo's ear. See that guy over there? The chained monster trembled, while Siola explained the rules of the game. In the monster realm, there are rules. If you win an official duel, then you have full authority to decide the fate of the loser. Siola's red eyes gleamed with cruelty as she revealed the most effective way to replenish energy. Eat the flesh of another monster. The chained monster's eyes widened in horror, realizing it was the lavish dinner Siola had prepared. In that very moment, Choi Si-woo's reason vanished, giving way to pure monster instinct. A terrible hunger, the hunger of a predator he had never experienced, erupted fiercely, fueled by Siola's whispered words. Only one command remained in Choi Si-woo's mind. Hunt. Choi Si-woo's crimson eyes blazed, and purple demonic energy surged around his body. The fox demon had miscalculated. The greedy instincts of a demon had awakened, and he paid no mind to the weak, chained prey. The half-demon's gaze swept past the prepared prey, his hand tensed, filled with killing intent. Siola realized immediately. This boy had set his sights on a different target, a much more nourishing and delicious meal. Whoosh! Choi Si-woo shot forward like an arrow, his entire body enveloped in shadows and demonic energy, his target none other than Siola. Siola narrowed her eyes, looking incredulous. What is this I'm seeing? The nine-tailed fox raised a finger, gathering a dazzling orb of energy. Chains. A massive surge of purple power shot forth, sweeping away everything in its path. Siola smirked, her voice full of annoyance. You're serious. Bound tightly by energy chains, Choi Si-woo continued to growl. Siola scoffed. No matter how hungry you are, my eyes cannot deceive me. She brushed her hair back, her tone contemptuous. A mere half-demon dares to try and devour me? Choi Si-woo still strained against his bonds, his gaze unwavering. Siola retorted, Do I look like easy prey? Siola's smile turned dangerous. It seems I'll have to teach you a lesson about these bad habits. Roar! Choi Si-woo flexed his muscles. The magical chains vibrated violently under his raw power. Siola was stunned, unable to believe it. Hes resisting my chains, even after I've unleashed one of my tails? Clang! The chains shattered. Purple energy scattered as Choi Si-woo used pure physical strength to break the spell. The half-demon charged straight at Siola, a direct attack without hesitation. Choi Si-woo responded with a growl, asserting his instincts. Yes. Siola lightly touched her fingertips together. A small cut appeared. She conceded. All right, I admit it. Even if you're just a half-demon, you are still a demon. The half-demon tensed, purple demonic energy erupted violently, ready for a fight to the death. Siola licked the blood from her finger, deciding to play her trump card. She chanted a spell, her eyes sharp and cold. Summon, great demon-subduing emperor, Siola muttered, fist strike, and a gigantic, blazing red energy fist formed in the air. The destructive fist plunged down, its overwhelming power aimed directly at Choi Si-woo. But Choi Si-woo was not intimidated. He tensed his dark purple fist to retaliate. His eyes blazing red, he charged directly into the energy orb without a hint of hesitation. Choi Si-woo's entire body was engulfed in a massive vortex of purple energy. Not yet finished, Siola unleashed another palm strike, cornering her opponent to his death. A destructive pillar of white light descended, its power enough to flatten everything. Choi Si-woo raised his arms to block, bracing himself for the impact, while letting out a desperate roar. A terrifying explosion swept away everything, leaving behind a deep crater. Siola looked down at the wreckage, her voice cold. Is he still alive? She turned her back, muttering to herself. Never mind. Anyone who dares to challenge me must be prepared to die. But amidst the smoke, Choi Si-woo still stood firm, though slightly swaying. Siola spun around, her eyes wide with astonishment. She told herself this couldn't be her fault. She realized this boy was no ordinary opponent. The boy has just awakened, and is one of the powerful demons, the chosen few who can awaken this unique skill. A red-masked goblin appeared in her vision, a testament to an overwhelming yet extremely rare power. Siola realized this power was the very symbol of the entire goblin clan. Clenching his hand, which was radiating demonic energy, Choi Si-woo prepared to turn the tables. Siola smirked, muttering that this half-demon's identity was more complex than she had imagined. Choi Si-woo tensed, dark purple demonic energy erupted violently, preparing to activate his Goblin's Club skill. Siola was no pushover either. She was a demonic genius. A genius who cultivated into a nine-tailed fox in less than a century. A once-in-a-millennium rarity among the Fox Demon clan. Precisely because she was top tier, she could clearly sense the surging power. Choi Si-woo's Goblin's Club skill, an ancient demonic artifact, reappeared for the first time in centuries. Siola was confident. If it's just about the amount of demonic energy, I have no reason to lose. But she immediately felt something was wrong. A terrifying pressure was bearing down. Choi Si-woo's pitch-black demonic energy erupted, completely overwhelming the surrounding space. Choi Si-woo merely stomped his foot lightly, and the ground beneath him cracked open. Siolhwa's eyes widened in horror as Choi Si-woo transformed, activating Goblin's Club, Shape Shift. Refusing to be outdone, Siola charged forward, unleashing a lightning-fast counterattack. She threw a punch directly into the chaotic demonic energy. A blinding energy explosion engulfed everything. The ground trembled. Debris flew everywhere after the collision. Siola gasped for breath, confirming her attack had landed, but it was useless. Choi Si-woo easily caught her attack, muttering, "This is the feeling of Goblin's Club." Choi Si-woo, in his transformed state, roared, his bulging muscles radiating brilliant purple demonic energy. Siola smirked, forming a hand seal for battle. "Then, I'll have to show you a few interesting things myself." Boom! Choi Si-woo clenched his fist, easily crushing Siolhwa's energy surge. He rushed forward like an arrow, giving his opponent no time to breathe. The punch, carrying destructive power, struck straight down. Siola was sent flying like a ragged doll, completely helpless against the impact. Blasted away, she could only mutter one word: weak. But Choi Si-woo wasn't finished. A dark tentacle extended from his arm, snatching her out of the air. Slam! Siola was mercilessly slammed into the ground, creating a small explosion. She stood up, dusting herself off, her eyes becoming extremely serious after taking the full force of that blow. Choi Si-woo retracted the tentacle, a cold voice emanating from the shadows. "Well, this still isn't enough." Siola analyzed the situation, calculating in her mind. With that rock-hard body, it would probably take about 6 hits to knock him unconscious. Choi Si-woo's arm transformed, swelling into a giant mace of dark energy. He swung the mace, releasing a wave of energy that swept away everything around him. Siolhwa's eyes widened in horror. She couldn't believe this insane power. The landscape was devastated after Choi Si-woo's casual swing. Amidst the dust and smoke, Choi Si-woo stood there, gripping the demonic mace, exuding an absolutely overwhelming aura. Siola was utterly stunned, exclaiming in her mind, "Unbelievable." With just one arm, she stared at his monstrous arm, fear rising within her. Could it truly rival the power of the Monster King? Choi Si-woo steeled himself, swinging the dark mace transformed from his arm, with an overwhelming aura. The dark mace transformed into a sharp scythe, demonstrating its ability to change form at will. This was a tool that could freely change its shape according to the user's purpose and will. Therefore, during the golden age of the goblins, this skill was the ultimate weapon. Choi Si-woo's eyes blazed with fire. He had completely mastered this insane power. The yokai of old called the goblin's mace a weapon that could transform into anything. He swung his weapon, unleashing a destructive attack. Siola retreated, realizing that both his form and attack methods had changed, making him extremely unpredictable to deal with. She muttered. Aside from its raw power, the efficiency and versatility of this demonic energy are truly unprecedented. Siola gathered her strength, summoning 2 giant energy fists, using her blood magic, deciding to go all out. She thought to herself. Instead of giving him a chance to display his mediocre firepower, I must extinguish him immediately. Siola controlled the 2 giant fists, preparing to unleash her move. Her eyes gleamed with determination. She would crush him without leaving any opening. With a roar, the 2 giant energy fists shot straight towards Choi Si-woo, but Choi Si-woo simply extended one hand, effortlessly catching the heaven-shattering punch. The entire attack was stopped by just one hand. Siola was stunned. She muttered, "Damn, I need to keep this firm," then told herself that these century-old half-breeds truly stood no chance. She looked at Choi Si-woo with disbelief. "A mere rookie like you is already at this level?" Siola narrowed her eyes, her gaze turning sharp and cold. But everything must end here. Siola looked at Choi Si-woo's tensed body and assessed. "Your demonic energy seems to have reached its limit." She closed her eyes, coldly warning that if he continued like this, his body would shatter. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Siola gritted her teeth. There truly is no other way. But Choi Si-woo paid no heed. He let out a roar, and his surging purple demonic energy erupted even more fiercely. His power erupted, creating a furious vortex of dark purple energy. Siola decided to go all out. She raised a finger, muttering, 3 tails. No, she growled. 5 tails. Releasing a terrifying surge of power that made the ground tremble. A blazing red energy circle appearing behind her. A giant dark blade, black as an abyss, formed from the void above her. Siola smirked, her purple eyes blazing with arrogance. "You should be proud. You are the first to force me to unleash this level of power in actual combat." From within the demonic energy, a colossal, red-skinned war god, rippling with muscles, appeared majestically, wielding a glowing great blade. Choi Si-woo looked up, bracing himself to face an attack on an entirely different level. The red-skinned war god raised his great blade, his sharp eyes locking onto the target. The colossal blade, blazing with purple energy, slashed down with terrifying speed. The old general roared, unleashing the first form of the 5-gate 6 slashes technique, a light slash that tore through space. A blinding white explosion engulfed everything, its destructive power enough to level an entire area. At the epicenter, Choi Si-woo still stood firm, his body etched with purple demonic energy veins, taking the full force of the attack without retreating. The colossal war god stood towering, his great blade still radiating heat, while Siola stood behind him, observing the outcome. The entire arena was now a colossal, inverted pyramid-shaped crater, unfathomably deep, a testament to the destructive power unleashed. Choi Si-woo panted, sweat pouring down, muttering anxiously, "Damn it, this isn't good. Am I a little late?" Lying flat on the ground, Choi Si-woo gasped for breath, purple veins bulging all over his body, a sign of his demonic energy depletion, but still issued a cold warning. "Listen, I'm sorry, but you're about to be wiped out." Siola crossed her arms, looking down at the protagonist with disdain and sarcasm. "But that's your fault, isn't it? Foolishly fighting until your body collapses, not knowing your own limits." The training space began to crack and crumble, and the 9-tailed fox casually added, "That old man is going to give you a proper scolding, you'll see." Siola sighed softly, as if she had already foreseen this outcome. Exhausted and depleted, Choi Si-woo began to lose consciousness, tears streaming down as he called for his mother in his delirium. Seolhwa's eyes turned sharp. She had made a decision. The 9-tailed fox muttered, "Honestly," then reached out her hand, and purple demonic energy began to gather. The demonic energy enveloped Choi Si-woo's dying body, lifting him into the air. Siola used her other hand to firmly grasp Choi Si-woo's chin, preparing for her next action. She lifted the protagonist's face, bringing him directly before her, and then Siola unexpectedly leaned down, pressing her lips against Choi Si-woo's in an energy-transferring kiss. A stream of pure, pinkish-purple demonic energy was directly transferred into Choi Si-woo's body. After breaking away, Siola looked a little tired, but her eyes were still full of determination. Choi Si-woo, now unconscious, slowly fell, his body having ceased emitting chaotic demonic aura. Siola explained to herself, "With 5 tails and the demonic energy from the fox orb that I used earlier." The 9-tailed fox wiped her mouth, her expression calculating, If my investment doesn't yield returns, I won't let it slide. Choi Si-woo's eyes slowly opened, no longer showing fatigue or pain. He shot up. Choi Si-woo awoke on an unfamiliar bed, his body completely recovered. He looked around blankly, his mind empty, not understanding what had just happened. Where? Where is this? A creaking sound of a sliding door echoed, and Choi Si-woo turned his head to look. Siola, the nine-tailed fox, entered with a tray of drinks, her demeanor as cold as ever. Her crimson eyes swept over him, devoid of any emotion. Choi Si-woo looked up, immediately recognizing the one who had invested in him. On the tray was a bowl of dark purple liquid, looking far from wholesome. He bowed his head, his voice full of remorse. I'm truly sorry. I remember everything I did. Memories of his body being possessed by demonic aura resurfaced. He was fully conscious, but unable to control himself. Choi Si-woo bowed his head deeply in apology. Regardless, I am truly sorry. I tried to help you, but ended up endangering you. Siola ignored the apology, coldly ordering, drink it. Choi Si-woo was dumbfounded, not understanding a thing. The nine-tailed fox repeated, her tone brooking no refusal. Drink it, before it gets cold. He obediently took the bowl, secretly guessing. Is this traditional medicine? With no other choice, Choi Si-woo brought the bowl to his mouth and took a gulp. The disgusting taste made him almost vomit, but Siola immediately warned, Do you think I'll forgive you if you spit it out? He tremblingly asked what it was made of, and Siola merely shrugged. Who knows? Knowing won't make it easier to swallow. While Choi Si-woo struggled with the medicine, she continued, Just listen while you finish drinking it. Don't worry. Siola got straight to the point. First, you lost something quite significant. She reiterated, That giant bastard. It seems to have escaped while we were fighting. Even so, ownership still belongs to you. It might be hiding somewhere for 100 years, but know that if it reappears, you'll be devoured instantly. Choi Si-woo grimaced at the medicine, and Siola scoffed. This is the perfect medicine for a half-baked guy like you. Are you really going to spit out something you put in your mouth? He desperately asked if there was another way. Siola sneered, her voice full of challenge. Another way? Hey kid, do you still think you're human? If you're not willing to hurt others to grow stronger then. Choi Si-woo looked down at the medicine, admitting he didn't like this, because honestly, he didn't even know who was being killed or who was being eaten. He asserted, To me, they are just dangerous monsters harming people. If I don't do this right, in a few months everyone I know will suffer. His eyes turned sharp, declaring decisively, If I have to kill, I will kill. If I have to catch it, I will eat it. I already said I'd do my best. Choi Si-woo turned to confront Siola, clarifying that he asked for another way not because he was afraid to eat it, but because he wanted to know if there were other opportunities. Siola nonchalantly replied, Well, as I said, the most effective way to increase demonic energy is to consume other yokai. She raised a finger, explaining the rules of the yokai world. Consumption only happens in a mutually agreed-upon duel. Without that rule, the weak would have been devoured long ago. Siola warned bluntly, the image of the giant-mouthed demon appearing, and no more easy prey will come looking for you. Countless yokai silhouettes surrounded the image of Choi Si-woo's arm, as Siola said that rumors of a goblin who could wrestle with them had spread everywhere. She continued, Images of menacing yokai appearing. Those you could easily devour will never fight you. Choi Si-woo broke into a sweat, realizing the opposite problem. The convergence will be the opposite. A giant, overwhelming yokai silhouette appeared behind Choi Si-woo, and Siola affirmed, They are monsters you cannot handle at your current level. Siola unexpectedly offered another solution, using a proverb. But if you can't catch a pheasant, why not boil a chicken instead? She smirked meaningfully, waving her hand as a signal. Go outside. I have a gift for you. The scene shifted outdoors, under an ethereal purple night sky. Choi Si-woo stepped out, his face still bewildered. You said you had a gift. Siola stood there, beside a giant wolf-like yokai tightly bound by purple energy chains, and she asked with a smug look, What do you think? Not bad, right? Choi Si-woo asked blankly, Is that a yokai? Siola replied mysteriously, Yes and no. The monster's jagged teeth appeared, and Siola explained, To be frank, it has lost its status as a yokai. Siola smirked, talking about yokai consumed by instinct, losing all reason. Choi Si-woo asked back, full of suspicion, Did you do that? She stomped her foot, purple energy spreading, her tone condescending. But it's not as lucky as you. Siola defined bluntly. We call them wild beasts, not monsters. You'll also lose your status as one of us if you fall into that state. Standing on the rooftop, Siola looked down with an authoritative and disdainful gaze. Where have you been looking all this time? Suddenly, the giant wolf-like yokai, now unleashed, loomed behind Choi Si-woo. Siola casually said, I told you, it's just a stray wild beast. Roar! The beast furiously charged, unleashing a devastating strike with pinkish-purple energy. Choi Si-woo reacted extremely quickly, narrowly dodging the attack. He panted, his eyes revealing extreme tension as the life-or-death battle officially began. Siola sat cross-legged on the rooftop, calmly remarking, Initially, I thought you'd be beaten immediately for being too hesitant, but you know how to use your body better than you think. Choi Si-woo was at a disadvantage, facing the towering monster. Siola thought to herself, at the very least, fleeing was his best option right now. A piece of information revealed that this wolf demon was once a notorious figure in the Bulgay tribe, but now it had fallen after committing the crime of kidnapping and devouring another demon. The reason it went mad was its inability to handle the overloaded spiritual energy, transforming itself into a mindless killing machine. Back in reality, the wild beast roared again, swinging its razor-sharp claws to attack. Swish! Swish! The claw marks tore through the ground, forcing Choi Si-woo to constantly roll to save his life. Choi Si-woo's eyes sharpened, his fighting instincts beginning to awaken. Slash! Despite his efforts, he was still a beat too slow, getting bitten on the shoulder by the beast, blood gushing out. Siola rested her chin in her hand, looking surprised. He can't consciously swing his club. Well, I didn't expect that. A flashback began. The boxing coach praised Choi Si-woo's physique as better than it looked, but the protagonist only admitted to training for weight loss. The coach challenged Choi Si-woo to learn proper boxing, leaving the chubby boy dumbfounded. Choi Si-woo said he'd wait until he lost weight, but the coach just smiled and told him to be persistent. Go all out for 6 months. The coach finalized the deal, promising to create a proper training and diet plan, even challenging him to compete if he was skilled enough. The chubby Choi Si-woo of that day could only nod in despair, secretly thinking that life was about falling and betting everything on boxing. Back in reality, Choi Si-woo was being thoroughly beaten by the monster, taking a bite to the shoulder. Unlike other martial artists who focused solely on strength, this young man's initial goal wasn't to fight. It all boiled down to one simple goal. I want to lose weight, as shown by the 97.2 kilograms on the scale. Despite shedding sweat and tears, all his efforts seemed to lead nowhere, leaving only disappointment. But this kid was the tenacious type, never giving up, frantically dodging a devastating slap from the beast. Since elementary school, he had experienced 16 different sports to find salvation for his oversized physique. Among them, 7 were combat-oriented, and his footwork at this moment was proof of that. Although each training period was short and his weight loss goal was never fully achieved, his efforts combined with the innate motor neural qualities of a goblin created a different kind of monster. He had absorbed the entire essence of techniques from those 7 martial arts, channeling it all into a single strike. Boom! A perfect hook punch landed squarely on the demon's jaw, the power of 7 martial arts converging. Siola froze, her mouth agape in disbelief. Does this even make sense? The demon, once a terror, now collapsed like a torn sandbag, unconscious. Choi Si-woo stood there, muscles bulging, scratching his head with a bewildered expression as if he himself didn't understand what had just happened. The yokai lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, a deep hole in its temple, after the finishing blow. Choi Si-woo stood panting, looking down at his fist, still reeling from the power he had just unleashed. From the rooftop, Siola stared blankly at the scene below, muttering in disbelief. Is that martial arts? The nine-tailed fox analyzed that human martial arts couldn't possibly be that strong, and certainly weren't designed for a yokai's body. Yet Choi Si-woo, a complete novice, could sense and wield it with incredible perfection. Siola rested her chin in thought, admitting that this kid had more potential than she'd imagined, and began calculating how to train him next. Choi Si-woo turned, confidently declaring his victory, then innocently asked, I don't literally have to eat it, do I? Siola smirked meaningfully, replying curtly, Of course not. She laid her cards on the table, her voice full of challenge. But wait until you're sure you've won, then I'll tell you. Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, sensing trouble. Just then, the yokai, thought to be defeated, suddenly scrambled to its feet, opening its blood-filled maw and biting straight into Choi Si-woo's shoulder. Choi Si-woo's eyes widened in horror, completely unable to react to the fatal counterattack. The beast's sharp fangs sank deep into his flesh, tearing a chunk from his shoulder amidst the splattering of blood and gore. An anomalous phenomenon occurred. The part of the yokai's body in contact with the wound began to melt into a black liquid and seep into Choi Si-woo. Choi Si-woo collapsed to the ground, while the yokai stood up, its entire body trembling, but its eyes still burning with murderous intent. The beast let out a furious roar, seemingly having had some of its power drained, and was utterly enraged. Choi Si-woo clutched his mangled shoulder, trembling from the excruciating pain as he felt a strange surge of power invading his body. His eyes rolled back, and his body convulsed uncontrollably as the power absorption process violently took place. Without a second to breathe, the yokai lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch that sent Choi Si-woo flying into the air. Siola calmly observed from afar, muttering in confusion, "Why? Your reflexes should be faster than that." Choi Si-woo lay sprawled on the ground, a thought flashing through his mind. The biggest reason humans fear injuries isn't the pain. Amidst the pain, Choi Si-woo realized his greatest fear wasn't getting hurt, but permanent disability. That primal fear gnawed at the 17-year-old's mind, making his body tremble uncontrollably. The yokai growled, its blood-soaked jaws showing it held nothing back. Choi Si-woo stared in astonishment at his shoulder. The terrible wound from earlier was slowly closing. Giving him no time to recover, the beast lunged, swinging its razor-sharp claws and tearing a long gash across his chest. Choi Si-woo staggered back, blood gushing from the deep claw marks. But then he froze, seeing those claw marks also automatically healing at a visible speed. The wound on his chest healed almost instantly, leaving only a few streaks of dried blood. He suddenly realized the core difference between humans and yokai wasn't strength, but resilience and regenerative ability. Humans are always limited by the psychological fear of injury, while yokai are not. Unless it's a fatal wound, these monsters consider being torn apart a minor inconvenience. Choi Si-woo decided to cast aside his fear, removing the psychological limits that held his body back. Purple demonic energy violently erupted around him, his power completely unleashed. The yokai opened its maw and lunged, intending to finish off its prey. Boom! Choi Si-woo delivered a direct punch to its face. A colossal pillar of purple energy shot straight into the sky, piercing through everything. He panted, his fist smoking, feeling as if his arm was about to break, but the result was well worth it. This punch was many times stronger than before. Even the recoil made him feel like he'd been hit by a truck. The yokai lay sprawled on the ground, its body charred, completely motionless. Choi Si-woo looked at his fallen prey, muttering, "I don't have your regeneration. But this is the end." Siola suddenly appeared, coldly remarking that the punch was precise, then asked, "How does it feel to use demonic power for the first time and still remain conscious?" Choi Si-woo asked blankly, "Demonic power? I didn't do anything." But Siola casually replied that using demonic power doesn't necessarily have to be flashy like high-level magic. She explained that the rapid recovery and the game-changing punch were the result of him unconsciously combining demonic power with physical strength. When asked how it felt besides getting hit, Choi Si-woo hesitated. "Not sure, but it felt like being shocked by static electricity." Siola confirmed it was indeed demonic power, but since she had never experienced it herself, she couldn't explain it in more detail. She revealed the purpose of the fight was to push Choi Si-woo against the wall, forcing him to instinctively unleash his power when facing death. Looking at the sprawled yokai, Siola admitted she was quite surprised, as she had thought it would take the kid at least 10 days to awaken. Praised for his talent, Choi Si-woo scratched his head and chuckled, clearly pleased. Siola coldly declared it was time to end the charade, her sharp gaze flicking towards the unconscious yokai. She suddenly asked a critical question. "How many lives have you taken so far?" Choi Si-woo broke into a cold sweat, meekly admitting a harsh truth. "None." Siola advised him to finish off the monster immediately, warning that if it was only critically injured, it would go berserk and become much harder to deal with. She pointed out the fatal weakness of most humanoid yokai, above the navel. That's where their inner core, the reservoir of all their demonic power, is located. Siola commanded decisively, "Focus your demonic power into your fist and pierce it in a single blow." Seeing Choi Si-woo still hesitate, she merely uttered a cold remark. "Everything is difficult the first time." Choi Si-woo stood before the colossal yokai, his feet rooted to the ground, clearly in a fierce internal struggle. Siola explained that the nature of yokai is to kill and consume to grow stronger, and very few don't feel revulsion when taking a life for the first time. A flashback flickered. Images of a chubby young Choi Si-woo with his best friend and mother resurfaced in his mind, pulling back his human side. Whoosh! Overcoming his psychological barrier, Choi Si-woo lunged forward with terrifying speed, delivering the decisive punch. Thud! His fist pierced through the yokai's body, black blood splattering onto the vivid red ground. Siola narrowed her eyes, noticing something unusual, and commanded with a questioning tone. What do you have in your hand? Open your fist and let me see. In Choi Si-woo's palm lay a dark purple core. Siola explained, This is the core I told you about. Swallow it, and the former owner's power will be yours. Without a second's hesitation, Choi Si-woo swallowed the energy orb whole. He closed his eyes, waiting for an earth-shattering explosion of power, just like in Legends. But after a long wait, nothing happened. Choi Si-woo looked down at his body and wondered, I swallowed it. So why is there no reaction at all? Suddenly, a pitch-black crow landed on his shoulder, speaking in a puzzling voice. Strange. You should have transformed immediately after eating it. Choi Si-woo flinched, yelling out as the crow suddenly flapped its wings right by his ear. His voice panicked. What the hell are you? A plume of black smoke erupted, and the crow transformed into a petite girl with black wings, standing right in front of Choi Si-woo and Seolhwa. Seolhwa crossed her arms, clearly annoyed. Why are you suddenly here? The girl nonchalantly replied. There's nothing else to do. Do friends need a reason to meet? Choi Si-woo honestly admitted. Actually, I came here today for something specific. The winged girl smiled, confirming, So you're the goblin from the rumors? Nice to meet you, Imsolmi, Seolhwa's childhood friend. Choi Si-woo awkwardly reintroduced himself, while Seolhwa cut straight to the chase. So, what's the matter? Solmi explained that she's been working part-time for Mr. Mangtae lately, leaving Seolhwa bewildered, wondering what part-time work even meant. Solmi turned to Choi Si-woo, stating her purpose clearly. You've caught the $200 million target. I'm here to clean up and hand out the reward. Seolhwa waved her off. I'm fine. Just give it all to him. This kid took it down himself. He deserves it. Solmi looked at Choi Si-woo with great interest. I've been watching from the start. Quite impressive. It's hard to believe you were just an ordinary human not long ago. Seolhwa scoffed, pouring cold water on the idea. That's enough. What festival? Your current level means you'd become prey for others the moment you leave this place. Solmi ignored the warning, smiling suggestively. Well, I think there are many possibilities. Solmi looked directly at Choi Si-woo, her voice more serious. So, Si-woo, right? I'll give you your reward now, and since it's been a while, I'll offer you a choice. She presented two paths, the chance to return home right now, or the chance to continue on the path of a powerful yokai. Which do you choose? His best friend called Choi Si-woo right outside the school gate, his voice full of worry. Hey, Choi Si-woo, what the hell happened? Yushin questioned him as he walked. You didn't come to school today, and your phone was off. What's going on? Choi Si-woo hesitated, mumbling. I can't say right now. He looked at his packed travel bag, deciding to ask for a huge favor. Yushin, I'm about to ask you for something very important. Yushin seemed ready, though full of questions internally. I think only I can do it for you, Yushin. Just tell me. His best friend was stunned for a moment after hearing the protagonist's request. Choi Si-woo explained why he needed the favor. I'm in a very complicated situation right now. If I disappear for a whole month without saying anything, my mom will go crazy. He came up with a perfect excuse. Tell my mom I went to a traditional martial arts dojo in Andong to lose weight for a month. Choi Si-woo admitted his request was utterly absurd. I know this sounds ridiculous. Yushin let out a heavy sigh but still accepted. Alright. But let me ask you one question. His best friend looked straight at the issue, his voice serious. Do you think I wouldn't believe you? Tell me. Maybe I can help. Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, shaken by his best friend's heartfelt words. Solmi, sitting nearby, subtly raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence, her eyes sharp. She subtly warned, just lie. Revealing our existence is against the rules. Even I wouldn't escape punishment. Yushin reluctantly accepted the vague answer. All right, I understand. Call me if anything happens. Choi Si-woo decisively hung up, ending the difficult call. Yushin lowered his phone, his eyes full of thought, muttering, though I doubt he'll actually call. Choi Si-woo breathed a sigh of relief, turning back to Solmi, who had been observing with crossed arms. He looked at the eerie demon realm before him, confirming his choice. You said I can really go back? Solmi smiled meaningfully, asserting confidently, that's right, if you're qualified. I'm not messing around. Seolhwa crossed her arms, acting superior. If you want to leave, I can take you back to the human realm right now. Choi Si-woo pondered, facing a life-or-death choice. So, have you decided? Solmi was surprised by his answer. Choi Si-woo stated, all right. I'll leave after a month, once I pass the test. Choi Si-woo tensed his muscles, his eyes burning. If I don't get stronger now, Something far more painful will happen when I return home. The memory of being beaten to a pulp by the red-furred yokai flashed back, and he declared, "From that battle, I made up my mind." He clenched his fist tightly, veins bulging. Crack! His resolve was set. Choi Si-woo raised his head high, declaring loudly, "Therefore, I choose to follow the path of a yokai. That is my decision." Solmi's eyes sparkled, giving a thumbs up in approval. "Whoa, that line was cooler than I thought." "You look like a true protagonist," Choi Si-woo grumbled, while Seolhwa coldly exposed her. "Are you having fun? Stop toying with the kid with non-existent choices. Give him something real." Seolhwa explained Solmi's bad habit. "This girl has a knack for provoking others with empty promises to extract information." Solmi cleared her throat, trying to save face. "That's called a test. To see what kind of psychology and mindset the person I meet has." Solmi changed the subject, asking pointedly, "By the way, you still haven't read the book I gave you the other day, have you?" Which made Choi Si-woo think to himself that this girl was completely different from other yokai. Seolhwa scoffed. "That ridiculous theory?" While Solmi retorted, "I made it for you. If you want to become human, you should at least memorize MBTI." Solmi pondered for a moment, then suggested, "Anyway, would it be a bother if I took him away for a bit?" Seolhwa helplessly nodded, while Choi Si-woo pointed at himself, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Solmi smiled, her black crow wings slowly unfurling behind her, feathers fluttering down. Choi Si-woo stared, dumbfounded at the scene before him, black feathers brushing past his face. Whoosh! Solmi completely transformed into a giant crow, its wingspan covering the entire sky of the demon realm. A nameplate appeared. Magi Yukai. The giant crow, its eyes glowing brightly, declared, "I told you I wasn't messing around, didn't I? You are a qualified yokai to enter the human realm." Seolhwa broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing the harsh conditions the giant crow laid out. "This will be difficult, but you can handle it, right?" Solmi's black crow flapped its wings and flew away, declaring, "Let's go," leaving Seolhwa to watch with a helpless expression. The scene shifts. Choi Si-woo returned the phone to Solmi, thanking her because it helped him resolve some worries. Solmi sat perched on the chair, casually replied, and advised him to visit his family one last time while he still had time. Choi Si-woo gave a forced smile, saying that only his mother was home, and she was away on a business trip. It was fortunate she wasn't there, or it would have become a big deal. Solmi changed the subject, directly asking him if he wanted to eat anything, considering it a proper thank you meal. As soon as she heard the invitation, Solmi immediately sprang up, declaring there was something she had long wanted to try in the human realm. Choi Si-woo looked bewildered, asking what it was, appearing curious. Without further ado, the next scene was a kitchen, with ingredients already prepped and ready, and the result was a lavish dining table, just like a home-cooked meal, filled with incredibly appetizing dishes. Choi Si-woo awkwardly held a spoon, asking her again if she was truly okay with this simple meal. Solmi ate heartily, praising the food and confessing that this was her first home-cooked meal. Before, she had only eaten instant food at the cafeteria. She also revealed that she attended Hojongo High School, making Choi Si-woo freeze because it was right next to his school. Solmi lamented that she had no close friends to hang out with, and he was the first, making Choi Si-woo secretly assess her as quite outgoing. The meal ended in the blink of an eye. Solmi thanked him profusely, admitting that homemade food tasted completely different. Finished, Solmi snapped her fingers, declaring it was time to hand over the promised reward. A pair of ancient glowing scrolls floated before them, introduced as Yochuk-jung, a type of storage scroll and smartphone for yokai. Solmi explained that he could summon it any time and navigate through its sections like using a phone. Choi Si-woo stared wide-eyed at the scroll, which was opening up to another dimension. Ta-da! Solmi pulled out a wooden box, introducing it as a spatial storage box, capable of holding items without weight or size limits. She handed the box to Choi Si-woo, instructing him that it had many other uses, and he would soon get the hang of it. A wooden chest was opened, inside filled with scrolls, books, and a rather fancy-looking leather pouch. Solmi began explaining each item. In the middle is the Yochuk-jang you'll use, and the stack of coins on the left are called demon face coins. Choi Si-woo picked up a gold coin to examine it, and Solmi informed him that this was the most valuable currency in the yokai realm. These 40 taels were a fortune. She pointed to the leather pouch, and finally, the item on the right is a kaibo, also known as a demon treasure. Solmi excitedly explained that a demon treasure is an item that can be infused with demonic energy to activate all sorts of abilities, just like toys in human fairy tales. In a flashback, Manote Harabayam handed the box to Solmi. She recalled, You were only supposed to receive a reward, but for Mr. Mangte, to give such specific instructions means he has very high expectations for you. Choi Si-woo wondered. Expectations? Do you mean that festival to choose the yokai king? Solmi confirmed, explaining that yokai also have a sense of national pride, and for a yokai from the Korean peninsula to become king would be incredibly glorious. But the last festival was a complete waste. Solmi recounted that a Korean yokai had reached the final round, fighting a bloody solo battle against the reigning king. The image of a muscular goblin warrior, enveloped in purple demonic energy, appeared. Solmi delivered a critical blow, pointing directly at Choi Si-woo. What's more interesting is that yokai also belong to the goblin tribe, just like you. Choi Si-woo held the leather pouch, still in disbelief. I hear that. But just yesterday, I didn't even know I was a goblin. I still truly don't know if this is real. He continued to lament, thinking he was about to wake up from a nightmare, but Solmi casually replied, Really? I think you're adapting quite quickly. Solmi provoked him. You looked very determined just now. Now that you've figured things out, why not set a slightly higher goal? Choi Si-woo froze. Solmi rested her chin on her hand, her eyes full of hidden meaning. You're afraid that when the king changes, the rules will also change, and humanity will be threatened, aren't you? If that's the case, Solmi growled, then you should become the king. The image of an enigmatic yokai king with a thorny crown appeared. Choi Si-woo froze at the outrageous proposal. Either he ascends the throne, or the current rules remain for another 666 years. Seeing Choi Si-woo still processing, Solmi switched to a friendly demeanor, promising to answer all questions for her first human friend. Choi Si-woo immediately asked, There's something on the Yochukjang scroll. He pointed to the scroll, which was glowing with the blood-red words, Emergency. Solmi glanced at it. Ah, that? Solmi casually explained. That's an emergency summons. When there's important news or a dangerous situation, it calls nearby yokai. Solmi casually explained. A summons only descends upon the human realm when a yokai breaks the rules and harms humans. She took a sip of water, confidently stating, But nothing has happened for decades. The summons definitely won't be issued. Mid-sentence, she suddenly paused, sensing something was wrong. Wait a minute. A piercing scream echoed, shaking the entire space. Solmi clutched her head in panic for having spoken too soon, while Choi Si-woo looked bewildered, not understanding what had just happened with that huge flag. Night fell over the apartment complex, and a tense atmosphere enveloped it. Solmi performed a simple hand seal, preparing to give the beginner items to the protagonist. Whoa! A pair of pitch-black scrolls, enveloped in faint purple smoke, appeared from thin air, hovering before Choi Si-woo. She instructed him on how to use them. Just place your hand on them like this. Choi Si-woo took the items, his mind racing, unsure if they were weapons or armor, and decided he would ask Solmi later. His eyes gleamed with curiosity, ready to explore the new toys. The clock struck almost 10 p.m. There wasn't much time left. Solmi glanced at her phone, calculating that she could return before 10 p.m. She told Choi Si-woo to stay put, promising she would be right back, and he obediently agreed. Before leaving, Solmi turned back and smiled, telling him to just call her by her name since they were friends now. The door slammed shut, leaving Choi Si-woo alone with a whirlwind of thoughts. Time passed. It was already past 10 o'clock. Choi Si-woo began to feel uneasy, certain that something had gone wrong. He clicked his tongue, secretly thinking he should have tried to get her phone number to be safe. Choi Si-woo's gaze inadvertently swept across the display cabinet, stopping at a family photo. A chilling realization flashed through his mind. If I have a goblin bloodline, it must definitely come from my father. Lost in thought, the old man Manote Harabium revealed that the bloodline had been diluted for about 4 or 5 generations. Choi Si-woo stared at a photo of his father in his youth, his mind racing, wondering if his father knew he carried demonic blood. Suddenly, Choi Si-woo was startled to realize he was late for his appointment, a premonition telling him something was wrong. The boy looked out at the empty balcony, calling Solmi's name in vain. The scene shifts to a dark alley, where a purge reeking of demonic energy was unfolding at terrifying speed. A thug was being choked by a shadow entity, his face pale with horror. The shadow demon revealed its true form, a pitch-black monster with a glowing mouth full of murderous intent. It swung its shadowy arm, lunging to attack its prey brutally. The demon's grotesque face became clear, deadly purple energy gathering around its razor-sharp fangs. The shadow demon compressed its demonic energy into an energy orb, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Solmi stood in the middle of the battlefield, her hands glowing, clicking her tongue in annoyance. Is there really no end to these guys? One of her black feathers was running out of energy, and she worried she was running out of ammunition. The shadow demon was still threatening the thug, and Solmi growled at it. "What are you waiting for?" Solmi pointed her finger like a gun, her eyes cold as she declared, "You won't feel any pain anyway, right?" With a whoosh, she darted away like lightning, leaving the thug sitting on the ground. Solmi's face was full of determination as she closed in on her target in an instant. A blast of blue-white energy swept through the alley, blowing everything away. The shadow demons disintegrated into fragments under Solmi's destructive attack. The thug from earlier was now tied up, trembling amidst the remnants of the monsters. Solmi gently helped another injured young man, reassuring him that an ambulance was on its way. The thug was so scared that tears streamed down his face, crying silently. A giant shadow demon with a chilling purple grin appeared on the rooftop, looming over the alley where Solmi was protecting the injured young man. Solmi turned her head, her eyes gleaming with determination as she faced the enemy. Whoosh! Solmi shot forward like an arrow, while the shadow demon was torn to shreds by purple energy slashes. Sitting beside the unconscious young man, Solmi looked up as the remnants of the monsters vanished into thin air. A strange young man appeared, his voice cold as he said, "Hold your head high. If rumors spread that you were bullied by things like these, your entire clan wouldn't be able to show their faces." Solmi looked at the young man, smiling. "I knew you'd be here for me, Appa." The young man looked annoyed. "Who's your Appa?" While Solmi slyly asked back, "If you don't like that, should I call you Guiwu?" Guiwu was annoyed, purple demonic energy flaring in his hand, demanding a more polite form of address, but helplessly gave in as Solmi teased him. Guiwu turned to the crying thug, used his magic and said, "You've had a terrible day. A car appeared, hitting you and your friend." He continued to brainwash the thug. Then the driver fled. "Until the ambulance arrives, you will sleep soundly and no longer be afraid." Guiwu asked Solmi about her enchantment ability. She confessed she had tried to learn from Siola, but gave up because she was constantly scolded. Guiwu brushed his hair back, acting superior. "You're also a candidate for the festival? How many have you caught so far?" Solmi replied, "These two here," Solmi reported. "Including your help, the total is 24, but not a single one of them was a proper demon." Guiwu scornfully said that they were just puppet demons, controlled by someone. Solmi's face hardened, reporting the serious situation. 7 dead, and over 50 injured. Who exactly is this bastard doing this, and why? Guiwu admitted that crimes harming humans were very serious, and he was also at a loss, not understanding the purpose of this massacre. Solmi wondered if they were killing people for fun or for profit, but Guiwu said it was natural for her not to understand, as this was a story from the previous generation. Under the full moon, Guiwu began to explain why demons devoured humans from ancient times, not just to satisfy hunger or bestial instincts. He revealed the true purpose was to absorb human blood and flesh, as a scene of a clean-picked skeleton lying in a pool of blood appeared. Guiwu explained bluntly, with an image of a demon devouring its prey. "Humans are an extremely potent food source for us demons." Solmi dismissed it, saying it was nonsense she had never heard before, but Guiwu asserted that this was a forgotten truth from the previous generation. Solmi's face paled when she heard that one could easily grow stronger by consuming human flesh. She retorted that if such a truth were revealed, the human world would have fallen into chaos long ago. Guiwu scoffed that youngsters under 500 years old like them had little chance of knowing such things, unlike the seasoned generation of Manotai Harabiom. He continued, saying that the new generation of demons was bound by rules, unable to move freely in the human world, unlike their kind. But now that the festival was approaching, Guiwu warned that there would be reckless individuals who would stop at nothing to grow stronger through this shortcut. Solmi wondered why Guiwu didn't know this, even though he often assisted old Manotai. Guiwu merely replied that lately, many power-hungry fools were rushing headlong into their demise. Guiwu crossed his arms, his eyes sharp. "What I don't understand isn't the motive, but the method. If it were me, I would never do it this way." He pointed at the unconscious young man, scornfully. "I would kidnap and devour them one by one, quickly and surely, instead of putting on a show by controlling a bunch of useless demons just to attract attention." Solmi thought that method was cowardly, but Guiwu shrugged, saying that even for demons, going solo was safer, especially when the mastermind was skilled enough to control dozens of others. Solmi was annoyed, challenging. "Then go tell him to stop acting like an attention-seeking fool." She suddenly froze, her face changing color as she realized she had spoken out of turn. Solmi stammered, calling herself stupid, then made an excuse to leave first, leaving Guiwu standing there with a flock of black crows circling around him. The scene shifts to a balcony, a firm hand gripping the railing. Choi Si-woo was standing, enjoying the breeze, bewildered, wondering why the balcony door was open when he had clearly closed it earlier. He turned and stepped into the dark apartment, completely unaware of a shadow lurking from a hidden corner. Just as he stepped in, Choi Si-woo was startled when a pitch-black figure with stark white eyes suddenly appeared right in front of him. The stranger spoke, his tone full of arrogance. "How easy. If I'd known your defenses were this weak, I wouldn't have bothered preparing." Whoosh. The stranger's hand transformed into a razor-sharp blade, lunging straight at Choi Si-woo with terrifying speed. The protagonist hadn't even had time to react. The shadow blade was already at his nape, a fatal, unannounced attack. Believing his ambush successful, the shadow assassin swung his blade at the nape of Choi Si-woo's neck, but the protagonist narrowly dodged the attack. Clang! Choi Si-woo blocked the enemy's blade with his bare hand, his muscles bulging. He stomped his foot, and purple demonic energy erupted, cracking the floor as he prepared to turn the tables. The assassin was stunned, realizing his prey had anticipated his attack. This bastard knew. Boom! A gigantic pillar of purple demonic lightning exploded, blowing away everything around it. Choi Si-woo recalled the uneasy feeling from earlier. No wonder my heart kept clenching. The flashback returned to a scene where he was savagely torn apart by a chained beast, blood splattering everywhere. He realized this death-sensing instinct was not a skill, but a survival instinct of the goblin species. The intruder was blown out of the apartment, sent hurtling downwards. Choi Si-woo stood by the shattered railing, musing. It's hard to trick them with the same move twice. The balcony was in ruins after the swift counterattack. Choi Si-woo sighed in relief. The unexpected battle seemed to be over. He turned around, his gaze sharp, completely in control of the situation. He recalled the chilling sensation down his spine, exactly like when the beast bit him. If I hadn't recognized that feeling, I would have been done for, Choi Si-woo thought to himself, knowing he had narrowly escaped death. Standing on the balcony, he smirked. Without realizing it, my body acted on its own. Did someone actually get caught? Below in the parking lot, a gigantic shadow suddenly appeared. Crash. A gigantic shadow hand smashed the ground, grabbing the one who had just been blown away. The assassin was being strangled by a gigantic shadow serpent, but remained calm. Nothing to worry about. Humans should all be asleep by now. The serpent tightened its grip, and the assassin looked up and admitted, "Still, you are a goblin. Your punch packed a decent wallop, even if it's not your kind specialty." A gigantic green tail unexpectedly lashed out at Choi Si-woo. Choi Si-woo was sent flying like a rag doll, without any resistance. The yokai used its tail to tightly grip Choi Si-woo's neck, completely controlling the situation. Whoosh! He threw Choi Si-woo straight through multiple floors, creating a terrifying explosion in the parking lot below. Choi Si-woo lay flattened in the rubble, while the other casually uttered a sarcastic remark. "My apologies. I didn't mean to throw you that far." The yokai looked down, feigning thoughtfulness. Or perhaps the floor was weakened by the previous impact? He stood arrogantly, smugly thinking that humans would blame the poor construction, and house prices would plummet disastrously. Choi Si-woo scrambled to his feet, realizing this was the culprit, while the yokai issued a threat. "Kid, you'll wish you were dead." The yokai smirked with a twisted grin, seeing Choi Si-woo's resistance as merely an annoying joke. A gigantic serpent head made of purple demonic energy appeared behind the yokai, and terrifying pressure weighed heavily on Choi Si-woo. The yokai flicked his forked tongue like a snake, declaring, "Now, lie still so I can devour you." Choi Si-woo merely looked back with a puzzled gaze, prompting the other to speak. "Don't look at me like that. This isn't a bad deal, it's even harmless to you." He continued his superior monologue, claiming the difference in yokai ranks between them was like heaven and earth, and the outcome was predetermined. Choi Si-woo's eyes turned cold as the yokai began to make a promise. The scoundrel pulled out a photo of a chubby Choi Si-woo with his mother, resorting to dirty negotiation tactics. "Let me devour you, and I'll spare your mother. What do you say?" Before he could finish speaking, Choi Si-woo vanished and reappeared right in front of him, a punch enveloped in purple goblin demonic energy landing squarely on the yokai's jaw. Boom! The punch exploded, pure goblin power blowing away all the trash talk. The yokai took the full force of the punch, his face contorted in extreme shock and pain. Choi Si-woo looked down coldly, his voice full of sarcasm. "My apologies. That threat was quite shallow, wasn't it?" The serpent yokai admitted he had overdone it a bit, but still maintained a superior air. "Well, what can you do?" He smirked, his finger glowing with a toxic green light, showing off his unique serpent venom technique, and claiming he couldn't find any better words to provoke him. Choi Si-woo gritted his teeth in endurance, remarking that his opponent's power wasn't bad, but he seemed to have been hit. The serpent yokai explained the activation mechanism of this pathetic magic. requiring direct contact with the target. He criticized his own ability as trash, unusable against stronger opponents, and had to resort to dirty tricks against Choi Si-woo. Choi Si-woo's entire body went numb. He collapsed, realizing he was completely paralyzed, without any sensation left. The serpent yokai began to preach his cheap philosophy. In this cruel world, the weak are devoured. That is the law. He continued to mock, claiming that if Choi Si-woo knew how to use that thing, things would have been different. Choi Si-woo's family photo fell to the ground, while the serpent yokai babbled that disaster was inevitable. A gigantic serpent appeared behind Choi Si-woo, ready to devour its prey, and the other uttered a final remark. May you remember this in your next life. But Choi Si-woo had not given up yet. He gritted his teeth, realizing he wasn't completely immobile, and felt that only one action was possible. The gigantic serpent opened its maw wide and lunged, preparing to finish its meal. Choi Si-woo's eyes flashed with a deadly resolve, without a trace of fear. His fist clenched tightly. Purple goblin demonic energy surged wildly, and lightning crackled. A gigantic, ferocious goblin face formed from pure energy, letting out a silent roar. Boom! A gigantic purple energy blast shot out from Choi Si-woo, sweeping away everything in its path. Choi Si-woo stood firm after unleashing his full power attack, his gaze still as cold as ice. The ceiling was blown away, leaving a gigantic hole leading straight up to the night sky. The serpent narrowly escaped death, its entire body trembling as it exclaimed in horror, "Damn it, I almost became your dinner." Choi Si-woo's blazing purple goblin energy transformed into a gigantic serpent, colliding violently with the enemy. The attack pierced through the night, sending the serpent yokai flying into the air. Choi Si-woo gasped for breath after his full power strike, while the serpent yokai muttered in disbelief. The venom must have taken effect, yet he can still resist. What a stubborn goblin. The serpent yokai licked its lips, its eyes filled with murderous intent but also a hint of confusion. A small wooden sword was embedded in its hip, and blood began to seep out. It stared blankly at the strange weapon stuck in its body, not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, a man wearing a demon mask appeared in mid-air, blue demonic energy erupting around him, as he chanted, "Nine Heavens Eagle Origin Thunder Purification Heavenly Venerate." The wooden sword in his hand transformed into a lightning-emitting spiritual artifact, shooting forth. The serpent yokai convulsed from the blue electric current, screaming in pain. The masked exorcist looked down at his writhing foe and coldly declared, "Your time isn't up yet." He continued with contemptuous words, "What a bunch of trash. Worse than vermin." He casually kicked away the blood-stained wooden sword at his feet, and sarcastically asked, "Are all you exorcists so talkative?" The serpent yokai gritted its teeth in response, but its mind was in a panic. I was clearly careful not to be detected, so how did he get here? And more importantly, this guy is extremely dangerous. He's on a completely different level from those half-baked sorcerers. The serpent yokai realized this was a tough fight. It began to calculate its retreat. Regardless of whether I can defeat him or not, the longer this battle drags on, the more disadvantaged I'll be. It glanced towards Choi Si-woo, thinking, that crow girl is already troublesome. If that guy joins the fight, I'll definitely be minced meat. Clenching its bleeding hand, it gritted its teeth and cursed. Damn it! The masked exorcist suddenly flinched, seemingly sensing another danger. Thump! A colossal pillar of blood erupted from the ground, piercing through the serpent yokai's body to its own astonishment. The serpent yokai roared, unleashing its trump card. I was saving this for the festival. A colossal, horned shadow monster materialized, emitting a deadly, deep, purple demonic aura. The serpent yokai explained the prestige of its pet. They say it was quite renowned in the western regions during its golden age. Isn't that cool? Its body was originally supposed to be on par with a spirit tier yokai. He bared his teeth in a morbid grin, provoking the masked exorcist. Come on. You're a perfect match for a physical combat fanatic like me. Choi Si-woo stood from afar, sweat pouring down as he watched the serpent yokai prepare to resume its interrupted meal. The shadow monster opened its maw, preparing to swallow a glowing energy orb. The masked exorcist didn't bother with words, charging straight at the monster with the wooden sword in his hand. Two terrifying streams of power clashed, one blue and one purple, creating a fierce confrontation. The masked exorcist used his wooden sword to block the shadow monster's attack. An earth-shattering energy explosion occurred right at the point of impact. The masked exorcist was pushed back, his body spattering blood, yet he stood firm like a god. The serpent yokai gaped, unable to believe its eyes. What? Giving its opponent no time to breathe, the serpent yokai lunged forward, seizing the exorcist's head. It looked at the exorcist with contempt, completely confident in its own power. Choi Si-woo could only watch from afar, utterly helpless before the battle of the two monsters. The masked exorcist spoke coldly, his tone full of menace. "You don't seem to be that guy's accomplice. If you want to live, answer truthfully. Don't hide anything." Choi Si-woo was stunned. This familiar voice made him unable to believe. No way. That voice. The masked exorcist flinched at Choi Si-woo's question. He turned, a meaningful smirk on his face. "What am I doing here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? Don't you recognize my voice?" The masked exorcist furrowed his brow, seemingly recognizing something extremely familiar. He slowly removed the demon mask, and the person revealed was none other than Yushin, Choi Si-woo's best friend, who looked at the protagonist with an expression of disbelief. "Choi Si-woo?" Choi Si-woo gave a forced smile, his neck still marked with hideous blue veins, and replied to Yushin's question about his transformation. "Well, it's a long story. The parking lot scene was devastated after the battle." Yushin didn't say much, rushing straight to his friend who was unsteady on his feet. He grabbed Choi Si-woo, examining him from head to toe, and anxiously barraged him with questions. "What happened to your body, and where's that demon?" Suddenly, Choi Si-woo clutched his neck, gasping for breath, looking as if he was about to faint. "Yushin, wait. I can't breathe." Yushin flinched, realizing this wasn't ordinary poison but a type of ability. His medicine was completely useless, and he could only frantically tell his friend not to try to speak. Just as Yushin was panicking, the poisonous veins on Choi Si-woo's body automatically receded. A powerful regeneration effect occurred right before their eyes. Yushin froze, eyes wide and mouth agape. He healed himself? Yushin cast a sharp glance, discovering something. A colossal trail of shadow, the trace of the escaped serpent yokai, stretched across the parking lot floor. The pitch-black blood trail of the creature had vanished at the end of the tunnel. Yushin clicked his tongue loudly, annoyed at letting the prey escape, while Choi Si-woo was still bewildered. Both had moved outside, sitting on a stone bench under the moonlight, and Yushin inquired about the situation. Choi Si-woo was speechless. "You're asking me how I feel? Are you serious?" Choi Si-woo nonchalantly pointed at his face, smirking. "I'm fine, but you let the monster escape, and you also discovered your best friend is a half-demon. What do you think?" Yushin clutched his head in despair, lamenting his karmic retribution. "I can't believe I became an exorcist while my best friend is a half-demon. If Dad finds out about this, I'll be scolded so badly, I won't be able to lift my head." Choi Si-woo smirked. "Ah, so this is why you couldn't tell me what your family's training center was used for." Yushin sighed, admitting, "Yeah, if I told you my family specializes in demon extermination, you'd think I was crazy." The exorcist lowered his voice, his eyes sharp and cold. "But this will end in 6 months." Choi Si-woo flinched, his mind racing. 6 months. So Yushin also knows about the festival? He then probed. "Is it common for demons to descend to the human world and attack people?" Yushin mused, denying. "No, it's very rare. They usually deal with each other. They've hardly ever bothered humans for the past century." Seeing his friend's serious expression, Choi Si-woo asked blankly, "What do you mean?" Yushin explained bluntly, his eyes narrowing. "Humans are the most nutritious source of power for yokai, so those who want to become king have started hunting people to gain strength." He continued to analyze the tense situation. A month ago, the number of missing people in densely populated areas began to skyrocket. There was no direct evidence, but the scenes were covered in bloodstains. Yushin suddenly realized something. This is the first time a yokai has so brazenly revealed itself like this. Seeing his friend suddenly become tense, Choi Si-woo pressed him anxiously. "What's wrong?" Boom. A blinding white energy explosion suddenly swept through the area, blowing both of them away. Dazed after the explosion, Choi Si-woo could only stammer his own name. Siu. Solmi appeared in a tattered state, her wings drooping, crying and stammering apologies. "Are you all right? I'm sorry. I was such an idiot to be tricked like that." Without a word, the magic sword in Yushin's hand glowed brightly with blue light, blocking her path. "Stay right there." Solmi was terrified upon sensing the killing intent from the exorcist. "Don't come near me, yokai." Yushin pointed the tip of his sword directly, his eyes as cold as ice. "If you take another step, I will consider it an act of aggression and eliminate you immediately." Choi Si-woo quickly tried to intervene. "Yushin, Shez," but his friend cut him off bluntly. "Not she, but a yokai." The exorcist still maintained his defensive stance, explaining his reasoning. "I realized it was the type that follows rules, which is why I gave a warning first." Choi Si-woo was at a loss for words, growling. "I told you, there's no reason to warn her. This is your fault. Yushin growled, questioning Choi Si-woo's naive logic in believing that the yokai would let him return to the human world. The exorcist continued his cold lecture, exposing the true nature of yokai as monsters that devour humans, and even their own kind to grow stronger, making Solmi turn pale. Yushin gripped his magic sword tightly, declaring firmly, "You might have goblin blood, but you are human, Siu. This is your home. You don't need permission from those monsters to stay." The exorcist exploded, cursing the garbage logic of kidnapping someone and then forcing them to become a monster before letting them go home, declaring he would never let them take Choi Si-woo away. Solmi gritted her teeth, thinking to herself that even though she understood Choi Si-woo's situation, it was already too late. She knew well that no matter how Choi Si-woo defined himself, his name was already on the yokai world's list. An image of the powerful old man, Manotai Harabium, appeared in Solmi's mind, warning that breaking the rules would bring the worst consequences for both Choi Si-woo and his exorcist friend. Solmi broke into a sweat, deciding she had to handle it quickly and get Choi Si-woo away before things got worse. She mused to herself, sensing the immense energy from the exorcist, and admitting that, if it were Seolhwa or Guiwoo, there might be a chance, but she herself wasn't sure. Putting an end to her hesitation, Solmi took a stance. Purple demonic energy flared up, and she declared that as a guardian, she had to take Choi Si-woo away. Yushin smirked, his icy gaze fixed on Solmi. "So you've decided to ignore my warning." Without another word, Yushin suddenly turned around and threw the magic sword directly at Choi Si-woo. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Choi Si-woo fell backward, not understanding what his friend was doing. The sword streaked towards him, but Choi Si-woo managed to react in time. Whoosh! Choi Si-woo's hand shot out with incredible speed. Snap! He neatly caught the incoming sword, and a stream of purple energy enveloped it. Holding the strange sword, Choi Si-woo curiously examined the ancient patterns on it. It didn't seem to be under any control. Yushin was confused, wondering if Choi Si-woo was under a demonic spell, but sensing nothing, he shouted, "Siu, what are you doing?" Choi Si-woo turned back with a cold gaze, calmly admitting, "I don't know about massacres, but I agree that yokai kill their own kind to grow stronger. Because I myself ate one today." Yushin froze upon hearing this. Choi Si-woo coldly admitted, "It's true that I've killed to protect myself and those I care about." Solmi turned pale upon hearing this, while Choi Si-woo declared bluntly, "And I won't stop. If devouring those damned yokai makes me stronger, I will do it." Yushin intervened frantically. "I told you, you don't have to do that, Siu." Yushin raised his sword, promising firmly, "With my power alone, I can protect you and your mother for the next 6 months. And, Yushin." Choi Si-woo interrupted, stabbing the sword into the ground. He stood facing his friend, saying calmly, "Let me add to those ridiculous words just now." With a confident, almost arrogant smile, Choi Si-woo declared, "I will become the next yokai king." Yushin froze, his mind unable to process his friend's insane declaration. Solmi was also stunned, speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief at what she had just heard. Yushin shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Do you even know what a yokai king is?" But Choi Si-woo merely shrugged. "Well, I don't know all the details." Choi Si-woo clenched his fist, his gaze firm. "But I know I have a chance, because if I succeed, the human world won't turn into the place I fear." Yushin was still stunned, while Choi Si-woo said softly, "Hey, don't make such a gloomy face." He grinned widely, asserting firmly, "This is my reality. I'd rather try my best than sit around waiting for things to happen." Yushin broke out in a cold sweat, completely speechless at Choi Si-woo's determination. Yushin gritted his teeth, accepting the harsh truth. He picked up the sword, his voice now calm. "All right, I have no right to force you to do anything, whether you are human or yokai." Yushin placed his hand on the sword hilt, his gaze sharp. "But if you live like a yokai and cross the line, I will be the one to strike you down." Choi Si-woo smiled in response. "Yeah, if it comes to that, it means I deserve to die." Yushin turned away, his hand gripping the familiar red demon mask. A girl with gray-blue braided hair appeared, introducing herself. "I am Solmi, messenger of Yumang, the yokai judge of Korea." Yushin took the red demon mask, his voice icy. "All right. I apologize for interfering in yokai affairs. However," he glanced at Solmi, his gaze as sharp as a knife, "I know even you lot have rules to follow. If Siwoo is unjustly killed or harmed, unprotected by law," Yushin put on his mask, and killing intent surged from him. "I swear in the name of the chief exorcist of the Royal Exorcist Bureau, I will slaughter every single one involved." Choi Si-woo watched his friends retreating back, calling out, "See you later," and don't worry about my mother. Yushin walked silently into the night, leaving behind a warning that could not be ignored. As soon as Yushin was out of sight, Solmi collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Oh my god, that was terrifying. My first time meeting an exorcist, are they all that scary? Choi Si-woo replied calmly. Probably not. He's a special case. Solmi startled and turned around as a voice rang out. Go you! Are you following me? A young man with long black hair appeared, casually lecturing. I had to. You shouldn't rush in without knowing how strong or weak the enemy is, or how many there are. He continued to threaten. If that were a mystic-grade yokai or stronger, you would have been wiped out along with him. Finally, he turned to Choi Si-woo, immediately recognizing him. So, you're that famous half-goblin. The protagonist could only awkwardly greet him back. The young man began his lecture on yokai classification, walking with full confidence. Some yokai take on animal forms. They are called bestial yokai. A muscular wolf-like yokai appeared, illustrating his words. Most of them look and act according to instincts passed down from their ancestors. He continued to explain, an image of the nine-tailed fox Siola appearing. But the higher grade the yokai, the better they are at disguising themselves as humans, and the further they deviate from their original forms. These are called mythical creatures. His gaze deepened. And beyond even that level are transcendent beings, who have surpassed even their own origins. A gigantic two-headed python made of purple energy appeared, overwhelming everything. They are called divine beings. Both humans and yokai worshipped them in the past. The young man smirked confidently, officially revealing himself. Nice to meet you. I am Goyu. Goyu extended his hand, his eyes full of challenge. I am one of the opponents you must defeat to become the yokai king. Guiwu smirked, extending his hand to greet Choi Si-woo confidently. Nice to meet you, Si-woo. Choi Si-woo was still processing, not understanding anything about the recent self-introduction. From somewhere, Solmi shrieked, don't shake his hand. Startled by the scream, Choi Si-woo spun around. Solmi glared, yelling directly at Guiwu. What the hell do you think you're doing? Has already had an exhausting day. Guiwu sneered, his attitude dismissive. So what? There's no reason for me to doze off all day. He grabbed Choi Si-woo's hand, a sarcastic tone in his voice. Besides, listening to a half-goblin babble about becoming the next demon king is quite amusing. Guiwu's eyes flashed with a deadly purple light as he activated his magic, and a surge of dark demonic energy burst forth. Whoosh! A giant purple magic circle erupted, encompassing both of them. Guiwu yanked Choi Si-woo into an alternate dimension, and both vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, both were teleported to a secluded lakeside under the bright moonlight. Choi Si-woo landed a bit unsteadily, clearly unaccustomed to this high-level teleportation. Though pale and sweating, Choi Si-woo still stood firm, making Guiwu admit, "You're tougher than I thought." Guiwu remained unfazed, continuing to taunt. Not many demons can stand firm after experiencing spatial teleportation for the first time. Choi Si-woo had taken a defensive stance, his sharp gaze directly asking, "Are you planning to devour me too?" Guiwu shrugged nonchalantly. "Probably. But before we begin, I have something to ask." He suddenly asked an incredibly out-of-place question. "Do you play games?" "Video games. Not a metaphor." Choi Si-woo replied that he used to play in middle school, and Guiwu continued to ask about his favorite genres, as if conducting an interview. The protagonist frankly replied that he liked action RPGs and hated online games because they were more about pay-to-win than skill. Guiwu flashed a sinister grin, seeming extremely satisfied with the answer. "Excellent." Guiwu smirked, taunting. "I have a feeling we'll get along well," then charged forward like a whirlwind. Boom! A giant green energy explosion erupted from the ground, blowing away everything around it. Choi Si-woo reacted extremely quickly, sliding to narrowly dodge the attack, and landed gracefully. Suddenly, a giant jagged ice shard emerged from the water, making Choi Si-woo startle with caution. Choi Si-woo ran headlong, realizing he was being cornered into a literal ice minefield. Numerous ice pillars simultaneously shot up from the ground, colliding and creating a terrifying icy explosion. Standing from a distance, Guiwu merely observed silently with a self-satisfied smirk. Guiwu assessed. "You're as fast as I thought," realizing this kid wasn't just dodging, but actively moving towards him. The demon showed interest, analyzing that Choi Si-woo had decided to fight him to the death rather than simply dodging attacks. Guiwu admitted his opponent was no pushover. "For a rookie, you're incredibly strong," as his hand began to gather purple demonic energy. But Choi Si-woo's most formidable weapon at this moment wasn't strength, but his rapid learning ability right in the middle of battle. He recalled a painful lesson from a previous battle. Always be wary of the enemy's potential dangers. Guiwu's eyes lit up. He had seen something extremely interesting in his opponent. Learning from previous ambushes, Choi Si-woo had found the solution for this battle, and began to channel his power, as purple demonic energy erupted around his arm. Whoosh! He unleashed a giant purple energy blast, shooting straight towards Guiwu like a cannonball. The signature equipment was activated. Destruction Armor, a magical artifact capable of unleashing the user's full demonic power. As the dust from the attack settled, Choi Si-woo still stood firm in a battle-ready stance, and he had also learned another important lesson, that even if an attack seemed to hit its mark, he must never be careless, and must finish the fight immediately, so he unleashed a series of consecutive attacks. Boom, boom. Choi Si-woo unleashed a barrage of purple energy orbs, determined to flatten his opponent, giving no chance for a comeback. Choi Si-woo exhaled a puff of smoke, telling himself that he was gradually mastering this formidable demonic energy. He felt this electrifying surge of energy originating from deep within his body. Checking his mana bar, he estimated he only had about 60% of his power left. He calculated. The biggest strike consumed 10%, while the smaller energy orbs each cost 3% demonic energy. Choi Si-woo began to worry. If his energy bar ran out, he would become useless again, so he couldn't use skills carelessly. Shh. As the dust cleared, a voice echoed through the night. Excellent. Guiwu stepped out without a scratch, smirking. I didn't expect to have to use my magic circle. Perhaps I underestimated you. Round 1 ended faster than expected. Ready in his stance, Choi Si-woo directly questioned. Your way of speaking, are you really planning to devour me? He narrowed his eyes, having noticed something unusual. I don't know how to say this, but I don't feel any deadly killing intent from you at all. Guiwu scoffed, admitting he was a bad actor. That's right, I'm quite bad at faking killing intent. I have no personal grudge, nor do I wish to devour you. Guiwu began his lecture. Do you know exactly what a demon king is? While Choi Si-woo naively replied that it was the king of demons. Guiwu explained the flawed logic of the festival. Becoming king through a battle to the death. A once in 666 years opportunity. An uncertain process to choose a ruler for the next few centuries. Choi Si-woo silently listened, trying to digest the insane rules of the demonic realm. Guiwu revealed the nature of his species. We are slaves to desire and instinct. Without rules, the demonic realm would have been engulfed in a sea of blood long ago. To prevent a self-destructive scenario, the ancestors of demons created a safety device. That device is the position of Demon King, symbolized by a powerful dark crown. Without it, demons with their belligerent nature would slaughter each other until none remained. The image of a majestic throne appeared, and Guiwu concluded, an existence that rules all, in exchange for the safety of the entire species that is the Demon King. Guiwu smirked meaningfully. Fortunately, over the past 10,000 years, the Demon Kings have all successfully fulfilled their duty of preserving the species. Except for the current Demon King. Guiwu uttered a sentence that stunned Choi Si-woo, signaling a massive variable. Guiwu smirked. Bingo. But we've had to follow that ridiculous rule for 666 years. He shrugged, his voice full of sarcasm. Do you understand what I'm saying? How important the Demon King is, and how much we've had to restrain ourselves to protect that tradition? Guiwu's purple eyes flashed dangerously. But our patience is running out. Understand? Choi Si-woo quickly caught on. You mean if the next Demon King issues a similar rule, the demons won't stand idly by, right? Guiwu snapped his fingers in approval, quick-witted. This time, even if the order comes from the king, many will resist, he explained. Behind him the shadows of countless growling demons. The king is just one demon stronger than the rest. If the majority rebels, he alone won't be able to stop them. The image of a ruined, blood-stained throne appeared as Guiwu warned. And then, it won't just be the king who disappears. Guiwu stepped closer, his voice full of hidden meaning. I hope you understand what I mean. He faced Choi Si-woo, warning. You said you'd become the Demon King and maintain the status quo. The young demons will laugh in your face, and the elders will tear you apart. Guiwu's voice suddenly softened, the image of a kind demon girl appearing. But I understand why you have that naive hope. She's kind, unlike other demons, but too innocent. Choi Si-woo clenched his fist, his gaze firm. So you want me to retract what I said? Guiwu replied concisely. Exactly. Guiwu chuckled with delight. At first I thought you were just a slow demon and planned to crush you. But now I'm quite fond of you. He made an offer of recruitment that couldn't be cooler. Join my ranks. Help me become the Demon King, and I'll let you rule all of Korea. Choi Si-woo turned away, considering the tempting yet treacherous offer. Even ruling Korea wouldn't forbid cannibalism. But at least you could protect a few people you care about. Choi Si-woo turned back and got straight to the point. Gui-woo, how strong are you? Are you confident you'll become king, which is why you're saying these things? Gui-woo replied nonchalantly. But his words were incredibly domineering. I'm not the strongest in Korea, but I'm stronger than all the small fry participating in the festival. Choi Si-woo took a step forward, decisively. All right. He extended his hand, a gesture of agreement and trust. Gui-woo looked him straight in the eyes, accepting the offer. If you promise to protect my people, I agree. Gui-woo took Choi Si-woo's hand, a handshake that would decide an entire faction. I knew right away we'd get along. Choi Si-woo's face was stone cold as he declared, You've chosen the right path, so I can deal with you in peace. The handshake shook the heavens and earth, purple demonic energy erupting as their hands clasped tightly. Gui-woo's eyes sharpened, realizing he'd been tricked. Because you're the one who spouted lies. Choi Si-woo retorted, his voice low and guttural, demonic energy flaring. And you're the one who attacked first under the guise of a handshake. Without further words, Choi Si-woo grabbed Gui-woo by the collar, preparing to unleash a wrestling move unlike any before. He had channeled all of his remaining 60% demonic energy into a single energy sphere, retaining only a sliver to survive. This was not an instinctive reflex, but a deliberate move, a calculated reversal. The technique, goblin wrestling, mountain takedown, was unleashed with all his remaining power. In that moment, there was no hesitation, only fierce determination, and surging killing intent in Choi Si-woo's glowing eyes. Kaboom! A colossal explosion of purple demonic energy engulfed them both, blowing away the surrounding water. The shockwave created a massive whirlpool, its destructive power immense. After the attack, Choi Si-woo collapsed to his knees on the ground, panting heavily, completely drained of energy. He trembled, wondering if it was due to the demonic energy, and a voice echoed in his head. Bingo. His ability to recover stamina and heal was gone, as Choi Si-woo had squeezed out every last drop of demonic energy. He had no chance to fight further. An all-in gamble had been made. From within the smoke, a looming shadow emerged. Gui-woo still stood firm. Gui-woo, with cracked ice on his face, had to admit, You have fighting talent, hiding your killing intent, then channeling all your demonic energy into one strike. He revealed his trump card, Innate Magic. Arctic Freeze. Capable of freezing and controlling water. Gui-woo admitted coldly, If it weren't for the fundamental difference in demonic energy, you surely would have torn me apart. Choi Si-woo, though defeated, still held his head high and retorted, Not necessarily. I was ready to kill and devour you, so I'm ready to accept the same. Gui-woo, his face still covered in shattered ice, declared coldly, Furthermore, it's not over yet. Despite being utterly exhausted, Choi Si-woo still strained, his neck veins bulging as he argued, You want to see me beg for mercy? It's far too early for that. Gui-woo realized that Choi Si-woo's gaze wasn't mere willpower, but the rising fighting spirit of a goblin. He sighed, then sneered. Big talk for someone who can't even stand steady. Choi Si-woo flinched, startled by his opponent's sudden action. Gui-woo extended his hand, saying decisively, All right. But instead of delivering a finishing blow, Gui-woo lightly patted Choi Si-woo's shoulder and declared, You passed. Choi Si-woo was utterly bewildered, not understanding what was happening, while Gui-woo praised him for not disappointing him. Gui-woo smiled brightly, explaining, I was testing you to see if you were worthy of my support. Who would support someone with no chance of becoming king? Right? Choi Si-woo was still confused, stammering a question about support when Gui-woo had just tried to kill him, and Gui-woo snapped his fingers. Gui-woo admitted that everyone was waiting for a new king, but in reality, no one looked forward to the so-called Night of the Yokai. He recounted how he had disliked the senseless slaughter in the demon realm since childhood, where they clashed for trivial reasons. Compared to the demon realm, the human world was much more peaceful. Even with some wild individuals, at least they had the right to choose how to live. He pointed to entertainment items like games, comics, and movies, saying these were useless things the demon realm would never have. Gui-woo concluded, But we prefer these meaningless things over cannibalism. A world that cannot create these things is the true tragedy. Choi Si-woo wondered about the we Gui-woo referred to. He understood the reason, but still didn't see how it related to supporting him. When Choi Si-woo suggested Gui-woo become king himself, he just smiled, his eyes crinkling, and replied curtly, Too much trouble. Gui-woo confidently asserted that he had the highest winning rate among the yokai in Korea. But there was another problem, which left Choi Si-woo bewildered once more. He revealed that the top candidates, including himself, All came from ancient clans with long histories and inherited abilities. Images of ancient monsters appeared, as Guiwu explained that even if their innate magic was equally powerful, the one who held ancestral secrets passed down through generations would be the ultimate victor. Guiwu explained the silver spoon concept in the yokai world, likening it to inheriting a human's vast fortune. Choi Si-woo immediately understood, thinking these yokai families were like conglomerate families, and asked if Guiwu was pressured by his own family. Guiwu scoffed, replying that it wasn't pressure, but suffocation, because once talented, the entire family would cling to him, forcing him to become the yokai king. Under the moonlight, he stated bluntly, "You have no choice. Once you are a representative, you must swear to put the family's interests first." He smirked, revealing the consequences of non-compliance. "Otherwise, they'll either pull me down or kill me and set up someone else." Choi Si-woo admitted Guiwu's situation was truly grim, especially since his family consisted entirely of monsters, not humans. Guiwu suddenly raised his hand into a finger gun, pointing it directly at Choi Si-woo. He grinned, shot pew-pew, and declared, "But you're different." Choi Si-woo was startled when Guiwu pointed out that he possessed talent from his bloodline, yet wasn't bound by a family, and had a legitimate reason to contend for the kingship. Guiwu leaned close to his face, growling with excitement. "You can do it. No, you must do it." A black crow soared into the sky under the moonlight, while Choi Si-woo yelled, "Wait, hold on." Choi Si-woo backed away in a panic, stammering that he understood but needed time to think because everything was too sudden. Guiwu scoffed, showing understanding while the shadow of a humanoid yokai with crow wings loomed behind him. Wham! A devastating kick from the crow girl, Solmi landed squarely on Guiwu's head. Solmi gritted her teeth, her purple eyes blazing with fury, as she pinned Guiwu's head to the ground. The kick was so strong that Guiwu's neck nearly snapped, a lightning-fast and powerful attack. Choi Si-woo's jaw dropped, his eyes wide as he witnessed the unbelievable internal strife. Pow! A streak of blue light tore through the night, hitting the crow flying in the sky. Crash! The poor crow, likely Solmi, fell straight to the ground after being hit by the ambush. A pair of sharp demonic claws lightly touched the ground, signaling a new predator had entered the fray. Solmi unleashed her power, activating her wings of wind magic, her black crow wings exuding dense demonic energy under the moonlight. Choi Si-woo rushed forward in alarm, yelling in an urgent voice, "Solmi, wait!" She ignored him, unleashing a rain of dagger-sharp feathers towards her intended target. Boom! An explosion of blue, icy energy blocked all of Solmi's attacks. Choi Si-woo stared, stunned, at the one who had just acted. It was Guiwu's snake personality, standing there coldly with a demonic blade at his feet. He casually stated with full confidence, "Don't worry, these petty tricks won't even scratch him." With a whoosh, he vanished into the night, leaving Choi Si-woo bewildered. He ran away? Who was that guy? Guiwu, the gentle version, appeared, revealing a shocking truth. "Si-woo, the guy you just met wasn't Go-yu. To be frank, I have multiple personalities." He began to explain his family's origins, stemming from the legendary black tortoise, a hybrid creature of a turtle and a snake. But the origin of it all was just an ordinary, weak turtle, like any other, until an ancient genius extracted pure yin energy from his own demonic energy. That turtle absorbed the yin energy, broke through its bloodline limits, and evolved into the first black tortoise, a true mythical creature. That power was passed down to its descendants, but they had to undergo rigorous training to become a complete black tortoise. Choi Si-woo listened, wondering if that snake personality wasn't a bad person. Solmi pouted and interjected, concluding, "He has no ill intentions, but he's a selfish, impulsive jerk who constantly causes trouble for others." Guiwu further explained that the snake personality was created from dense yin energy, which is why he is cold and ruthless. In theory, the snake should be subordinate to the original turtle personality, serving only as an advisor and strategist. But Goya's snake is different, Guiwu said, as his two versions appeared in opposition. "It's a masterpiece that can take control of the body at any time." Solmi recounted that the entire family had objected when Guiwu was chosen as representative, calling him half-turtle, but they were silenced by his overwhelming power. "Anyway, are you ready? We have to go," Solmi asked, and Choi Si-woo stood up, his resolute gaze simply replying, Solmi reassured Choi Si-woo, "Don't worry, there's no penalty for being late," but he replied, "That's not the problem." Choi Si-woo pointed at the ruined balcony, sighing, "If my mom sees this, I'm screwed. Not to mention it'll be gone for another month." Both were startled when a voice rang out, declaring, "You don't need to worry about that." Manote Harabeum appeared, calmly declaring, "A group of cleanup." Yokai will handle it tomorrow. Then subtly sent Solmi away, demanding to speak with Siwu alone. Solmi quickly stepped forward to shield him, stammering, "Sir, it's not Siwu's fault. It was me." But the old man interrupted. "I already know everything." Manate Harabium stated directly, "I mean, you don't need to be here," and announced he wanted to speak with Siwu and her, leaving both of them bewildered. The old man gave a meaningful glance, continuing, "I know we're disturbing you, but you have another guest waiting." Manatai Harabayom led Choi Siwu inside, commenting, "So this is where humans live." A female voice rang out from inside the room, remarking, "Not bad. A bit small for my taste, but it's cozy." Choi Siwu spun around, shocked to see Siola standing there, and stammered, asking, "Are you also allowed outside like me?" But she immediately denied it. Siola showed an extremely annoyed attitude. "I don't want to piggyback on someone else's fame just to come down to the human realm once every half year. Old man Mangte just dragged me here." The nine-tailed fox looked directly at the old man, reminding him, "You said you'd explain if I came along, so explain now." And Manate Harabayam nodded, beginning the meeting. The old man got straight to the point. Right at sunset, about 50 kobolds appeared in southeastern Seoul and attacked humans under someone's orders. He continued to analyze. Their methods were very sloppy, with no intention of hiding their tracks, so we guessed their goal was to lure Solmi and target Siwu. Solmi peered in, pressing him. "But wasn't it?" And the old man replied, "No, the target was indeed Siwu." Siohua crossed her arms, concluding with an experienced remark, "But that's probably just part of a larger plan." Manote Harabium dropped a bombshell, his expression extremely serious. "At least 200 people have vanished from Seoul and neighboring cities tonight." Choi Siwoo's eyes widened, while Siohua coldly corrected the information. "Those are just the figures reported at the police station. The actual number must be at least 500. Solmi frantically calculated. "Impossible. So at least 5 demons were involved in this," then suggested narrowing down the suspects. Manote Harbeum turned away, his gaze hardened, and delivered a final, ominous statement. "However, tonight's crime scene has revealed a horrifying truth to me." The old man pointed at the map, explaining, "The demons flooded into Korea because if they hunted humans in their homeland, they'd be immediately caught." Siohua broke into a sweat, realizing the problem. If they didn't clear out this group, the hunt would drag on for 6 months until the festival. Manote Harabeum declared directly, "The qualification test was supposed to be in another month, but the situation is too tense. More hands are needed." Siohua grabbed Choi Siwoo's collar, while the old man made an offer. If the two of them accepted, the test would take place right now, but in a different way. The old man's eyes blazed, his voice sharp. "Your mission is to hunt down and eradicate the demons that have infiltrated Korea, as quickly as possible." Dawn broke over the peaceful neighborhood, unaware that a bloody hunt was about to begin. Yushin dragged himself to school, his face haggard from lack of sleep, blaming himself for letting Siwu get involved in this. He gritted his teeth, thinking that if anything happened to his friend, it would all be his fault. He had to make a plan immediately. Suddenly, Choi Siwu appeared, scratching his head and grinning sheepishly. "Good thing I know your way to school. Your phone was off." Yushin froze, completely not understanding what was happening, while Siwu casually invited him to talk. The two of them headed into Cafe Eden. The female cafe worker shrieked, "Choi Siwu, are you crazy?" Siwu casually gestured for the girl to speak more quietly, while Yushin could only sit silently and endure. The protagonist nonchalantly slurped his drink. "This deal is sweet. I get to stay here, not go back to the demon realm, and I won't bother you or Mom either." Yushin clutched his head in helplessness, asking pointedly, "Did no one tell you what kind of demon you are?" Siwu pondered while sipping his drink. "Deity, spirit, fiend, demon, and beast." He asked back blankly, "Are those the names of some demons? That sounds creepy." While Yushin affirmed that those were the 5 ranks of yokai, Yushin began his introductory lecture. "The lowest is the beast rank," literally referring to monsters in animal form. Illustrated by a pack of dark wolves lurking in the forest, Yushin explained that they were dangerous but merely small fry. Yushin concluded, "Ordinary humans, with enough numbers and good weapons, can handle this group. No need to learn magic like me." Yushin continued his lecture, asserting that once they surpassed the beast rank, ordinary humans wouldn't stand a chance. Moving up to the demon rank, a hulking, muscular monster was chewing on a human head. Its strength was equivalent to 100 men, and even 1,000 men charging in would only be scratching an itch. Choi Si-woo felt a chill run down his spine, wondering how terrifying the remaining ranks would be if the 2 lowest ones were already so overwhelming. Yushin stated bluntly, They are absolute disasters, and the fiend rank demons are estimated to be 10 times more dangerous than demon rank ones. Just unleash one fiend rank creature, and it's powerful enough to turn a small city into a living hell in just one night, or wipe out an entire district in a large city. As for the two highest ranks, spirit and deity, Yushin advised directly. It's best to never encounter them, because even powerful demons wouldn't dare to defy their laws. Yushin decisively placed his glass on the table, forbidding his friend from getting involved in the hunt, telling him that hiding at his house was the safest option. He analyzed. The foreign monsters daring to invade meant they were prepared for a bloody fight with the local exorcists and yokai, and their rank must be at least fiend level. Choi Si-woo suddenly remembered, asking Yushin about the rank of that snake guy from yesterday, and received a concise answer. He's nothing at all. Yushin ranked the snake yokai. Higher than beast rank, but definitely not reaching fiend rank. At most, he's demon rank, and I believe the energy I felt came from the body the guy was controlling. Yushin concluded that the guy hadn't fully controlled the power of his trump card yet, otherwise both of them would have been wiped out long ago. He directly twisted the knife in his friend's wound, and if I remember correctly, you almost got devoured by a low-ranked guy like that. Yushin pointed directly at him, declaring that Choi Si-woo was currently only demon rank, but even weaker than that snake guy. Yushin scolded him directly. I don't care if you're a goblin or whatever, but you need to know your own limits, you idiot. Making Choi Si-woo only able to hang his head. Yushin secretly thought he had to be firm to protect his friend, then snapped when he saw Choi Si-woo muttering inaudibly. What? I can't hear you clearly. Suddenly, Choi Si-woo looked up sharply, clutching his fists, his eyes full of confidence as he declared, I feel like I can win if I meet him again. The protagonist admitted that, without Yushin last time, he would have definitely been doomed, but now things were different. Choi Si-woo declared that he knew how to control his demon energy and how to fight, but in Yushin's eyes, his friend was still very green and inexperienced. Seeing Yushin preparing to go to school, Choi Si-woo quickly stood up and apologized for wasting his time. Yushin growled, deciding to skip school. I'm skipping today. If talking doesn't get through to you, I'll teach you a lesson. Follow me. Yushin led Choi Si-woo to an impressive location, the Olympic Gymnastics Arena, built in 1986. This place wasn't just used for concerts, but also had a secret purpose, unknown to ordinary citizens. Choi Si-woo's eyes widened in surprise. He never expected such a cool area to be in the basement. They both entered a massive training ground called the Hongik Training Center, making Choi Si-woo, overwhelmed, ask if it belonged to Yushin's family. Yushin casually replied, It's government property, shocking Choi Si-woo when he learned that the government was also involved with yokai and the festival. Yushin began his history lesson, asserting that since ancient times, every king had exorcists serving by their side. Furthermore, Yushin even turned the issue on its head. Perhaps it was the exorcists themselves who created the concept of a nation, with the image of an ancient, powerful shaman king. He continued to recount how the Joseon royal family had established an entire agency dedicated to training exorcists, and his family clan was still serving to this day. Tossing his jacket to the ground, Yushin concluded with a chilling statement. The government knows everything about yokai, the festival, and everything else. Loosening his tie, Yushin smirked and added that this was a high-level secret, and the big shots probably didn't take it too seriously. Choi Si-woo took a defensive stance, his face tense like a taut string, ready for a solo match against his best friend. Yushin crossed his arms and laid out a harsh condition. No rules, no time limit. If you can defeat me, you can do whatever you want with the yokai. Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, wondering why his friend wasn't using his sword or spiritual artifact as usual. Yushin sneered, confirming he would fight bare-handed, because that was the only condition for this fight to take place. He explained that an exorcist's power would be halved without a specialized spiritual artifact. Yushin's eyes sharpened, declaring firmly, But, I'm still strong enough to take down a demon-rank yokai without a weapon. Yushin slowly advanced, setting the final test. In other words, if you can defeat me, it means you're stronger than even a demon rank. Cornered, Choi Si-woo awkwardly stepped back while Yushin provoked. What are you waiting for? Come at me. Snapping his fingers lightly, Yushin signaled he was ready to give his friend a beating at any moment. Choi Si-woo let out a sigh. The pressure from his friend was no joke. Cornered, he growled, his eyes glinting sharply, accepting the solo challenge. Whoosh! Without a word, Yushin charged straight in with terrifying speed, his purple demonic energy erupting. Choi Si-woo barely registered that Yushin's hand was already right in front of him. Boom! Yushin unleashed a devastating punch to Choi Si-woo's stomach, the shockwave spreading violently. The punch was so powerful that it made Choi Si-woo's head snap back, taking the full brunt of the damage. Yushin landed firmly, preparing for the finishing blow. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Yushin spun around and unleashed a lightning-fast axe kick from above. Crash! A massive energy explosion engulfed the entire arena, with destructive power enough to crush a high-level monster. Yushin coldly observed the result, knowing full well that asking his friend if he was okay would be pointless. He was already too familiar with Choi Si-woo's monstrous recovery speed, even though blood had already spilled on the arena floor. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth, but Choi Si-woo grinned widely. "Yushin, you're really strong." Wiping away the blood, Choi Si-woo admitted his friend's attack was as awesome as something from a comic book, while Yushin knew he hadn't held back at all. Yushin glanced over, realizing the damage dealt to Choi Si-woo was almost zero. The punch had even made his own hand ache. He thought to himself that the punch was like hitting a stone wall. If he hadn't imbued it with energy, his fist would have been shattered. Realizing Yushin was tough enough to take a hit, Choi Si-woo knew he didn't need to hold back anymore. Yushin also realized a harsh truth. His friend was a demon, even more dangerous than he had imagined. The battle entered a new phase, and this time, Choi Si-woo was the one to attack first, charging forward like a purple lightning bolt. With a whoosh, Choi Si-woo had closed the distance, ready to repay his best friend in full. Yushin frowned, admitting his friend was much faster but still sticking to his old, stale attack pattern. Just as he thought he had him figured out, Yushin suddenly froze as Choi Si-woo seized his wrist in an instant. Lightning fast, Choi Si-woo twisted his opponent's arm, neutralizing the attack. Wham! A punch enveloped in blazing purple energy from Choi Si-woo landed squarely on Yushin. Taking the full force of the punch, Yushin was dazed. Giving him no time to breathe, Choi Si-woo grabbed Yushin's leg and slammed him into the air like a rag doll. Lying sprawled on the ground, Yushin gritted his teeth and channeled his power, summoning energy, all-encompassing energy absorption. His eyes flashed with determination, descent, and fusion. He used his strength to break Choi Si-woo's hold. Kaboom! A massive blue energy explosion erupted, blowing away everything around it. Yushin landed lightly amidst the dust and smoke, still looking full of vigor. But when he looked back, Yushin was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "Siu, could that be?" Choi Si-woo panted, confirming, "Probably." He was holding a red demonic energy mace, having summoned it himself for the first time. It turned out, Choi Si-woo's condition at this moment was incredibly bad. He was holding the demonic mace in a far from stable condition. His physical body had recovered perfectly, but the problem lay with his demonic energy. The all-out battle with Guiwu had consumed 93% of Choi Si-woo's demonic energy. A day of rest in the human realm, where demonic energy was incredibly thin, was not enough to recover his demonic energy. But ironically, this very state of energy depletion helped him recreate the moment he first summoned the demonic mace. Choi Si-woo recalled the moment he lost control of his body, but clearly felt every muscle fiber, every surge of power when the mace first appeared. Yushin, still recovering, scoffed. "I'm a bit disappointed. I read in ancient texts that it was formidable. I don't know if the books were exaggerating or if you're the problem." He smirked, asserting confidently, "But this mace looks utterly unremarkable. It must be the latter." As soon as he finished speaking, Yushin shot forward, his eyes sharp, preparing for a close-quarters attack. He leaped over Choi Si-woo's head, his friend's blazing red mace barely grazed him. Choi Si-woo also realized, it feels even weaker than last time. Boom! The mace struck the ground, creating a blazing red energy explosion, but Yushin had already escaped the blast radius. Yushin crossed his arms. A stream of blue energy enveloped his body, deflecting the aftershocks of the attack. He analyzed the situation extremely quickly. That punch has power, but I can defend against it just by enveloping myself in energy. A leap and a full power swing like that will completely drain his stamina and demonic energy. Yushin decided to stall, maintaining a defensive distance, waiting for Choi Si-woo to exhaust himself. Crack! A gaping crack appeared on the ceiling, from which a red and black energy whip lashed down. Choi Si-woo was gripping the whip, his eyes gleaming red, confirming, "It really works." Yushin broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, asking in astonishment, "Huh? What the hell are you doing?" Choi Si-woo smiled confidently, admitting, "Well, I didn't think I could beat you in close combat or keep blocking your punches forever." He tightened his grip on the energy whip, knowing one thing clearly. The mace's power at this moment couldn't possibly match last time's. Its current size and destructive power were less than half compared to when it first erupted. However, the crucial difference was that now he could utilize the mace's shape-shifting ability. Choi Si-woo wrapped the whip around his leg, transforming it into a flexible weapon, grinning sinisterly. "I'm coming for you." Yushin held his breath, his eyes tensed like a drawn bowstring before the unpredictable attack that was about to come. Choi Si-woo transformed the mace into a blazing red energy sphere, spinning rapidly, then hurled it straight at his opponent. Boom! Yushin raised his hand to block it cleanly, and a blue-purple energy explosion erupted, stopping the attack dead. The exorcist gritted his teeth, enduring the force. His body was pushed back a short distance, but he stood firm as a rock. The shockwave from the impact created an earthquake that swept across the arena floor, proving its formidable power. Immediately, Choi Si-woo yanked the energy chain, using the pulling force to propel himself forward. He glided at blinding speed, his sharp eyes locked onto the target, preparing for the next strike. Utilizing the momentum, Choi Si-woo swung himself into the air, gaining leverage for a strike from above. Another fiery red explosion erupted on the arena floor as his weapon struck down. Yushin muttered, realizing his friend's energy level was the same, but he had doubled its power simply by changing its form and how he wielded the weapon. The exorcist growled, yelling at Choi Si-woo to stop his cheap tricks, while he continued to spin his weapon, ready for the next round. Choi Si-woo smirked, admitting, "Yeah, it's cheap, alright, but you're the one who asked for a solo match, and this is a test to see if I'm strong enough to take on demons." He asserted that this was a life-or-death battle, with no room for fair play or holding back. Yushin was speechless, his expression faltered, unable to argue back a single word, because his friend was absolutely right. Choi Si-woo smirked provocatively. "If you don't like how this is going," he continued to taunt, a challenging smile on his face, "then just admit you're wrong." His buttons were pushed, and Yushin became truly agitated, purple spiritual energy beginning to leak around him. The exorcist looked up at Choi Si-woo, who was swinging from the ceiling with the chain, his entire body trembling with anger and excitement. "So, you want to play it this way, Si-woo?" Yushin grinned, his eyes blazing, declaring playtime was over. "I won't hold back anymore." Choi Si-woo, hanging upside down, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I'm so scared." Immediately, another terrifying explosion occurred, followed by a barrage of continuous strikes. The real battle had truly begun. Yushin glided, thinking to himself that even though he had sped up, dodging his friend's attacks was getting increasingly difficult. Choi Si-woo swung his weapon, while Yushin realized his opponent was terrifyingly catching up to his speed. Whoosh! The fiery red energy chain lashed out at blinding speed. Choi Si-woo narrowed his eyes, noticing an opening. Playing tricks? Whack! Yushin raised his hand to block the attack, but it was just a feint. Boom! A massive red energy explosion erupted from another spot, where Yushin was undefended. Choi Si-woo anxiously called out his friend's name, explaining that he had tried to redirect the attack at the last moment to reduce its power. From within the smoke, the black and red energy chain suddenly shot out, wrapping around Yushin's arm. Yushin smirked, beginning to chant a spell. "O benevolent spirits of the other world, I command you to heed my summons." The exorcist smiled confidently, using Choi Si-woo's own chain to form an energy bow and obey his command. Yushin drew the bowstring taut, blue spiritual energy gathering, ready to unleash the spirit arrow technique. Whoosh! A massive energy arrow, combining red demonic energy and blue spiritual power, was fired with terrifying destructive power. Choi Si-woo swung his weapon up to block the attack, his face clearly showing astonishment. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his friend could use his own weapon against him. Clash! The two energy streams collided. Yushin was pushed back by the recoil, but the arrow remained unfazed. The spirit arrow tore through the energy chain defense with ease. Choi Si-woo was thrown back, trying to use the remainder of his weapon to defend himself. The chain quickly retracted into a defensive sphere in front of him. Whoosh! Yushin gave his opponent no time to breathe, immediately charging forward right after his attack. Yushin deftly dodged the remnants of the attack, without a scratch. Yushin's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light, as he began to chant a strange spell. "Oh, spirits of the blood moon." Choi Si-woo took a defensive stance, gripping the energy chain tightly, ready to face the battle. Without a spiritual artifact, Yushin went all out, forcing two opposing energy streams to obey his command. Blue spiritual energy condensed, forming a sharp spirit sword in Yushin's hand. Giving his opponent no time, Choi Si-woo swung his energy chain flail down with all his might. Boom! The two blue and red energy streams collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Yushin's weapon, though merely improvised, proved to be completely superior, shattering Choi Si-woo's demonic energy. Before the finishing blow, Yushin paused for a second, hesitating because he was facing his best friend. But precisely because they were friends, he gritted his teeth, deciding he had to see it through. Choi Si-woo's face hardened, Instead of defending, he raised his fist. Suddenly closing in, Choi Si-woo grabbed Yushin's collar, completely breaking his attack stance. Yushin's blue eyes widened, completely unprepared for this reversal. He was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Wham! A direct punch to the face. Without a moment's hesitation, Yushin lay sprawled on the ground, while Choi Si-woo stood there, his face bewildered, not understanding why he had won so easily. Choi Si-woo snapped, asking why he held back, but Yushin, sprawled on the ground, replied curtly, "I didn't hold back." Yushin explained that it was the strongest demon-slaying spell he could use at the moment. It was powerful enough to defeat a mysterious demon, shatter your weapon, but it didn't pierce you because it recognized you as human. Yushin lay flat on the ground, his face full of bitterness, muttering, "That's truly unfair." The city skyline appeared, signaling a new day after the fierce solo battle. Choi Si-woo, with a bandage on his nose, walked with a cool expression, looking like the victor. Seeing Yushin constantly lurking behind him, Choi Si-woo snapped, "Stop lurking around. Just say it directly. You're getting on my nerves." Yushin anxiously asked about his friend's nose injury, worried it would leave a scar, but Choi Si-woo replied curtly, "It won't." Choi Si-woo explained that even though he wasn't as strong as demons, he had also gone through hellish training. Broken bones and scars were minor things that would heal in a day. He called Yushin out in return, asserting that Yushin himself had reduced the power of his punch when he realized his attack was useless. Yushin sighed, admitting, "You've proven yourself, Si-woo. Whether you hunt demons or not, just do what you want." Choi Si-woo was about to thank him when Yushin cut him off. "I still don't understand, but this is our agreement." Yushin held something out and said, "Take these." In Yushin's hand was a cluster of 3 mini gourd flasks, red, blue, and yellow, looking like keychains. Yushin briefly explained, "It consumes. Never mind. Just think of it as a bomb you can use." He instructed on activation. "Hold it and say, 'Obey my command, Svaha,' or throw it directly to the ground if it's an emergency. But with your strength, a light squeeze should be enough." Choi Si-woo took the gourd flasks, wondering, "Thanks, but you're giving me 3 of them. Is that okay?" He realized they contained an enormous amount of energy and were certainly not easy to craft. Yushin was startled, asking in surprise, "Wait, have you seen these before?" Choi Si-woo clutched the cluster of gourds, asserting, "No, I just sensed it." He explained that the energy emitted when they fought was exactly the same as the concentrated energy inside these flasks. It turned out they were the 3-colored gourd flasks, mystic tools filled with the spiritual power of Yushin's clan. Yushin explained that the gourd flasks were a type of energy battery, and exorcists would charge them with spiritual power whenever possible. These items allowed users to unleash a massive amount of magic far beyond their own limits, and the amazing part was that any monster could use them. His exorcist friend was completely shocked, muttering that the glaze on the flasks was meant to seal the energy, yet Choi Si-woo could see through it and sense the core power within. Choi Si-woo bewilderedly held out his hand when Yushin suddenly asked to read his palm, while his friend explained that palmistry was all superstitious nonsense. Yushin took his friend's hand, his eyes highly focused, saying there was only one thing palmistry could reveal. Yushin's eyes widened, with only one thought in his mind. This is pure genius, because what palmistry revealed was spiritual potential, also known as the aptitude to become an exorcist. His exorcist friend stared at Choi Si-woo, thinking to himself, with his ability to sense energy and this palm reading result, he's almost certain about his friend's potential. Yushin thought to himself, if Choi Si-woo weren't a demon, with this potential, he would be accepted as a disciple immediately without needing anyone's permission. He continued to struggle internally, thinking that perhaps it wasn't too late, since Choi Si-woo was still a half-human, but then immediately dismissed the thought. Yushin knew full well that the old conservative exorcists would never accept a half-demon, and things would only go in the worst possible direction. In Yushin's mind, the image of a goblin with exorcist potential appeared. He admitted that if it weren't Choi Si-woo, he himself wouldn't feel kindly towards it. Yushin released his friend's hand, smiled faintly, and said something meaningful. "It seems your path ahead will be very arduous." Choi Si-woo still innocently asked about the palm reading, but Yushin evaded the question and asked when he planned to return to school. Choi Si-woo tugged at his shirt, lamenting that he would probably have to buy a new uniform because now, besides sportswear, nothing fit him anymore. He looked down at his feet, feeling that even his feet had strangely shrunk after his transformation. Yushin chuckled gleefully, teasing that the boys at school would go wild over the new version of Choi Si-woo and bet no one would recognize him. Choi Si-woo glared at his gloating friend, while Yushin pretended to deny it but was clearly anticipating some serious drama. Yushin glanced at his phone. It was 12:06. He said he was starting to get hungry. His exorcist friend invited him to eat and declared he would pay, but Choi Si-woo suggested they eat at his place for convenience. Yushin was excitedly asking for kimchi fried rice with bacon, but Choi Si-woo suddenly froze, his face changing as he apologized. The protagonist explained that he had guests at home, probably still asleep, which made Yushin curious. Choi Si-woo hesitantly added that he had something to do after lunch. Yushin merely replied with a meaningful yeesh, appearing to understand everything. His exorcist friend sighed, reassuring Choi Si-woo. "You don't need to be wary of me. I told you I wouldn't interfere with your business concerning the demons." Yushin decided to cancel their meal, telling his friend to go take care of his business first and they'd meet another time. He even patted Choi Si-woo's shoulder, encouraging him to be confident, as he hadn't done anything wrong. After parting ways with his friend, Choi Si-woo walked alone to a secluded alley. He walked while checking his phone, muttering that this area looked old and desolate, wondering if he had come to the right place. Finally, Choi Si-woo stopped in front of a large iron gate with a signboard bearing Chinese characters. He read the characters Duong Hoi Duong and wondered what they meant, just as the gate creaked open. Click! The gate opened, and a tall, unfamiliar man with a mullet haircut and tattooed arms stood blocking the way. Choi Si-woo swallowed, his demon radar screaming in his head. He's a demon. An extremely powerful demon. The man with the mullet silently stepped aside, gesturing for Choi Si-woo to enter. He asked indifferently, "Oh, is this your first time here?" A woman in traditional attire emerged from the shadows, radiating an imposing aura, and introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Hongrion, the vice-clan head of Yanghoe Hall." Choi Si-woo bowed politely in return, saying he was Choi Si-woo and had been directed here by Judge Mangtae. The woman named Hongrion smiled, confirmed she had received word, and invited him to follow. He followed the woman into a pitch-black corridor, clearly sensing that this was no ordinary darkness, but a thick, dark aura. Shh. Choi Si-woo stepped through the shadow gate, setting foot in a completely unfamiliar land. He looked up, his eyes wide and mouth agape at the sight before him. A colossal, magnificent ancient mansion appeared in the serene space, as if it were another world. Hongrion gently poured tea, the atmosphere quiet, but filled with pressure. She invited Choi Si-woo to have tea in an open-air room, the scenery as beautiful as a painting. Choi Si-woo held the teacup, his face still bewildered as he asked, "We're not in Seoul anymore, are we?" Hongrion calmly confirmed that Yangho Hall was a separate space, detached from the human world for centuries. She revealed that this place was a store specializing in providing services for demons to integrate into the human world. Choi Si-woo was dumbfounded. A demon store? He recalled old Minotae's words that this trip would help him. Poof! He pulled out 2 neatly tied scrolls, the items the old man had given him. He asked if demonic currency could be used here, and Hongrion cheerfully confirmed they accepted both purchases and exchanges. Choi Si-woo inquired about exchanges, and Hongrion explained that most demons traded demonic currency for human world money. Hongrion smiled meaningfully, revealing a shocking exchange rate. 1 demon coin was equivalent to 3 million won. Ding! Choi Si-woo's brain short-circuited, his eyes wide as he heard the astronomical figure. The 17-year-old boy mentally calculated how much 40 demon coins would be, his face turning pale, as the most money he had ever possessed was only 720,000 won. Seeing her prey had taken the bait, Hongrion signaled to begin the first sales pitch. She ordered the mullet-haired minion, "Bring out the demonic pills for him to see." Clack! The subordinate opened the exquisitely crafted wooden box, revealing pills that exuded an extraordinary aura. Hongrion introduced them as their hottest item, demonic pills, which accelerated demonic energy recovery, immediately capturing Choi Si-woo's attention. Hongrion began her lecture. "As you know, there's almost no demonic energy in the human realm, so we used herbs from the demonic realm, refined them into pills using secret arts, helping you replenish demonic energy even in the most barren places." Choi Si-woo's eyes lit up, and he immediately sealed the deal. "I'll take them. But why are the vial colors different? Do they have different effects?" Hongrion explained clearly. "The colors represent the ranks. 1 demon coin can be exchanged for 10 silver pills, 3 gold pills, or 1 black pill." She added, "The higher the rank, the faster the recovery. If you want instant results, go for the black ones." Choi Si-woo pondered deeply. Without much thought, Choi Si-woo finalized the deal. "Okay, I'll take the black pill. Can I use it here?" Hongrion smirked meaningfully. "Of course, you'll see the effects by tonight at the latest." Hongrion began lecturing on the mechanics of power. Actually, it doesn't matter which type you use, because the crux of demonic energy lies in the size of your demonic core and your absorption capability. She explained that the size of a demonic core increases when a demon devours its kin or ages. Clack. Hongrion opened another box, revealing a pitch-black pill inside, and continued. However, absorption capability is mainly due to innate talent and bloodline, making it very difficult to train. She glanced at Choi Si-woo condescendingly. Even powerful demons take several hours to fully digest a black pill. A half-demon might not even finish half of it in a few days. But I'm not lying, Hongrion confidently asserted, as Choi Si-woo prepared to swallow the pill. Just a small portion will be enough to fill your tiny demonic core. Gulp! Choi Si-woo tossed the pill straight into his mouth. Just as Hongrion predicted, this demonic pill was beyond his capacity. Its energy was enough to fully charge his demonic core 4 times over. Flash! Immediately, a dazzling purple light burst forth from Choi Si-woo. Kaboom! A terrifying energy explosion shook the entire building, blowing away everything nearby. Hiss! The smoke gradually cleared, revealing several broken bowls scattered around. However, that was merely a calculation based on the size of his demonic core. Hongrion fell back, her face pale, her voice trembling in disbelief. Impossible. It was just a second ago, and yet, thick purple demonic energy smoke enveloped Choi Si-woo's figure. In that instant, had he absorbed an amount of energy far exceeding his demonic core's capacity? Choi Si-woo exhaled sharply, muttering, I knew it. It's only my 3rd day as a demon. Thump! Purple demonic energy violently erupted around Choi Si-woo, who smirked arrogantly, feeling the overwhelming power that a mere rookie had just absorbed. A little while ago, at an ancient mansion of the Yang Hoi family, Dong Yu, a member of the family, was offering a precious jug of wine and asked the guest for his opinion. Sir, what do you think? He warmly introduced it as the special 6-flower wine, brewed from 6 types of flowers growing by the Sanzu River, an exclusive item reserved only for VIP guests. The young master demon took a sip, declaring the wine wasn't bad, but the problem was that the one pouring it was a man. He gestured with his chin, asking where Hongrion was, deeming her absence a blatant insult. Dong Yu broke out in a cold sweat, hastily explaining to the hot-headed young master that the mistress was surely occupied with important matters. The young master became resentful upon learning that Hongrion was entertaining a special guest introduced by Judge Mangtae. Dong Yu revealed that the guest was a half-goblin, immediately making the atmosphere tense. The young master sneered. Humph. That kid? I don't know what old Mangtae is thinking. That bloodline is extinct, so why not just let it rest? He snapped, calling Choi Si-woo a mongrel and refusing to accept such a person participating in the festival, startling Dong Yu. With eyes sharp as knives, the young master turned to interrogate Dong Yu. Why are you suddenly so quiet? Are you tired of pouring my wine? He leaned close, his voice full of menace. Or do my words make you, a half-demon, uncomfortable? He scoffed, laying his cards on the table. My sister told me a very interesting story. Your Yang Hoi family boasts a 1,000-year tradition, but it turns out you're just a bunch of useless half-breeds? He continued his humiliating speech, disparaging them as neither human nor demon. A bunch rejected by both worlds. Dong Yu could only clench his fists, suppressing his anger as the young master called his family's existence a pathetic survival strategy. The young master smirked contemptuously, delivering a stinging final blow. But no matter what you do, the day you are called true demons will never come. He pressed his face close to the silent Dong Yu, forcing, Do you agree? Dong Yu quickly regained his merchant's composure, bowing his head and responding cleverly to avoid conflict, then diverted the conversation to pouring more wine. The young master clicked his tongue in annoyance. Truly a genuine merchant. Where's the fun if you answer like that? Dong Yu, sweating profusely, could only ask when he could leave, and received the answer that everything would be ready today. A luxurious apartment building appeared. This was the new residence prepared in the human realm, a location chosen to minimize contact with humans. Dong Yu flattered the young master, praising him for risking his life to protect the human realm, thus obligating them to serve him wholeheartedly. The young master scoffed, declaring bluntly, I'm not doing this for you lot. I simply find those foreign pests loitering in my territory irritating. He took a sip of wine, asserting that this was his chance to shine and make his father acknowledge his eligibility to participate in the festival. The young master was confident that his talent was no less than his older siblings, merely born a century later. He slammed the wine cup onto the table, asserting that once recognized as a contender, he would spend the next 6 months diligently training to reach their level. Hearing Hongrion's name, Dong Yu hastily moved to call her, but the young master stopped him. No, I want that girl to take on a more important role than pouring wine. The young master smirked, ordering, During my time in the human realm, I want her to serve under me. He quickly clarified that, although Hongrion was beautiful, he had no interest in a half-breed. Dong-u broke out in a cold sweat, trying to object as the young master declared he was here to hunt foreign demons, not for a vacation. The young master exuded pressure, growling, "I know you are merchants, so you should understand that you cannot refuse a distinguished guest's request." "Don't make me say it a second time." Dong-u bowed his head in defeat, forced to accept the unreasonable demand of the guest. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of purple energy exploded skyward, blowing away a corner of the building complex. Both Dong-yu and the young master flinched, whipping their heads around due to the sudden shockwave. The scene outside violently shook after the terrifying energy explosion. The two demons remained frozen in place, not understanding what monstrous event had just occurred. An explanation echoed. Energy is like the flow of water in heaven, earth, and all things. And life is merely a small puddle where the current arrives and departs. Whether demon or human, no matter what element is used, this fundamental law remains unchanged. Choi Si-woo stood tall amidst the soaring purple demonic energy, asking Hongrion, who was sprawled on the ground, "Are you all right? I apologize for letting you get caught in the blast." Hongrion scrambled to her feet, her face haggard but her eyes flashing with astonishment. This demonic core is even more formidable than described. But why? Meanwhile, Choi Si-woo was reveling in the vast sea of deep purple demonic energy, feeling as though he could take on the whole world. This feeling is incredible, as if I can do anything. Suddenly, Hongrion flinched at a strange sound. The young master demon appeared, arrogantly demanding, "What's all this noise? How rude, daring to unleash demonic energy so haphazardly." Hongrion rushed forward to shield him, taking all responsibility. "Young master, it's my fault. My guest is not to blame." The young master snapped, rudely cutting her off. Silence. He glared at Hongrion, who was kneeling on the ground. "I wasn't asking you, and I certainly don't permit you to speak. Do you take me for a fool?" The young master glowered at Choi Si-woo, his face dark. "I sensed the demonic energy from that explosion belonged to that pest. He doesn't even know what he's caused, yet he's still making a mess." He continued in his condescending tone. "Do you think I'll accept your ridiculous excuses and overlook this chaotic mess?" Hongrion frantically kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Young master, please," but Choi Si-woo had turned back, signaling her to be silent. Choi Si-woo smirked, his tone changing completely. "My apologies. I'm not yet accustomed to controlling my demonic energy." He continued to appear polite, but the narration revealed a different truth. With his demonic core filled for the first time, his mind and body were on an entirely new level. Choi Si-woo ran a hand through his hair, his smile becoming utterly provocative. "But I don't like your arrogant attitude, nor the way you speak to someone you don't even know." The young master's eyes blazed with fury, his teeth grinding. "What did you just say?" Choi Si-woo replied curtly. "You heard me." Choi Si-woo grinned falsely. "Sorry about the explosion, but calling others pests makes you a real jerk. Enough talk." The young master made his move, a seemingly gentle flick of his hand, yet powerful. Whoosh! Choi Si-woo was flung out of the room like a toy. Crash! He was sent flying straight into the courtyard, smashing through the wooden fence. Hongrion froze, calling his name in horror. The young master turned to warn Hongrion, his eyes icy. "I won't say it a second time. It's best not to interfere. This isn't a battle. It's a lesson." Choi Si-woo strained to stand up, purple demonic energy violently erupting around him, his face darkening with rage. The demon young master disdainfully flicked his finger, a deadly gesture. Whoosh! An invisible wave of pressure shot forth with terrifying speed. Boom! Choi Si-woo was once again sent flying by a devastating blow. Hongrion hastily intervened. "Young master, please stop. Violence is absolutely forbidden within the young Hoi household." But the young master paid no heed. He swung his hand, attacking even Hongrion, who was trying to persuade him. She coughed violently, having taken a critical blow to the chest. The young master gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp as blades. "I told you not to interfere." He looked at the fallen Hongrion with contempt. "I thought you were different from the rest, but it turns out you're just another piece of half-demon trash." Hongrion clutched her chest, trying to analyze amidst the pain. What kind of attack was that? There was no demonic energy, just something invisible appearing from thin air. The young master smirked, pointing at Choi Si-woo. "This is the sacred magic of the Haetae clan. Hey, you half-breed, if you know what's good for you, kneel down." Choi Si-woo stood up straight, purple demonic energy swirling around his fists, and smirked defiantly. "Bring it on." He casually ripped off his outer jacket and threw it to the ground. You talk about etiquette, yet you ambushed me without a single warning. Choi Si-woo took a defensive stance. His demeanor completely changed. I think you're the one who needs to be taught a lesson. Let's keep going. The young master growled, raising his hand to channel his power. Very well. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. His eyes flashed with a murderous glint as he unleashed his next attack. Crash. An earth-shattering explosion occurred at Choi Si-woo's position, but he had vanished. Both the young master and Hongrion were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Choi Si-woo stood in a different spot, sneering. It's water, isn't it? What you shot at me were just droplets of water fired at high speed. He pointed at the spilled tea on the floor. You used the tea on the ground to attack me. It felt like being hit by a car. The scent was very faint, but I smelled it. Choi Si-woo explained nonchalantly. After the second blow, I immediately figured it out. Tiny droplets of water, appearing from thin air. He continued to analyze the opponent's power mechanism, stating that the young master could use any water source, even moisture in the air, and the farther the target, the stronger the attack. With purple demonic energy flaring up, Choi Si-woo smirked. Not a pleasant memory, but you remind me of someone I just beat yesterday. He delivered a fatal blow with his words. But if I had to compare, you're just small fry. This stunned the young master, who stammered, What? Choi Si-woo sneered defiantly, saying casually, No offense intended. Whoosh! His purple demonic energy erupted, surging straight towards the young master who stood frozen on the platform. The young master gritted his teeth, growling. You damned half-breed. The young master narrowly dodged the attack, while Choi Si-woo had already closed in, purple demonic energy swirling around him. The young master confidently analyzed in his mind, believing Choi Si-woo's control over his demonic energy was too immature and pathetic, revealing all his attack directions. Thinking he had figured out his opponent, the young master swung his hand to attack, telling himself that Choi Si-woo's foolishness would kill him, but was blocked by a punch. Choi Si-woo easily blocked the attack, his voice full of sarcasm. So it was that obvious, huh? The young master's eyes widened in horror, realizing he had been completely deceived. Kaboom! The young master took a devastating punch to the gut, purple demonic energy violently erupting. The young master coughed up blood, utterly shocked to realize he had been completely read and outplayed. Choi Si-woo stood above, looking down at the fallen young master, casually running a hand through his hair. Anyway, I already told you you're just small fry. Hongrion stood from afar, blood trickling from her mouth, utterly unable to believe the sight before her. She was deeply shocked because Choi Si-woo not only faced an unfamiliar enemy using unseen magic, but also read and annihilated the young master. Not only that, he knew his demonic energy could be read, so he intentionally unleashed a burst of energy to conceal his true attack direction. Another devastating punch was thrown, showing that Choi Si-woo had simultaneously focused his energy on another point to create an opening and exploit it. Hongrion realized these complex combat skills were actually just basic knowledge for powerful demons. Hongrion's mouth bled, her mind reeling. Just 4 days ago, the goblin descendant appeared, and it was said he was just a normal human before that. She stared blankly at Choi Si-woo, who was radiating intense purple demonic energy, utterly disbelieving. What the hell happened? A 4-day-old demon with this level of skill? Choi Si-woo coldly looked down at the flattened young master. Is that all you've got? And I don't care if you surrender or not. The young master lay curled on the ground, trembling in humiliation as Choi Si-woo declared, I think you owe someone an apology. He pointed directly at the stunned Hongrion. At least to her. I caused the explosion, but she did nothing. Only tried to stop the fight. The young master gritted his teeth as he heard the final verdict. No matter how you look at it, you're clearly in the wrong. So kneel down and apologize to her. Choi Si-woo maintained a cold expression, but his mind had already finished calculating. Swish. The young master refused to accept the humiliation, deciding to surge up and attack. Standing before the sprawled young master, Choi Si-woo merely shrugged slightly, preparing for the loser's final attack. The young master lunged like a cornered beast, unleashing a vicious blow aimed directly at Choi Si-woo. But Choi Si-woo's skill was on a different level. He effortlessly tilted his body to dodge the attack with utmost simplicity. Whoosh! He easily grabbed the young master's wrist, completely neutralizing the attack. Thud! Choi Si-woo executed a clean throw, sending the young master flying backward. Boom! The young master was slammed onto the wooden floor, creating a terrifying explosion of purple energy, and the match concluded. Blood dripped onto the floor, the young master explained in defeat. The inherent magic of the Heite clan, water crystal magic, controls water in the surrounding environment. He smirked bitterly, admitting, just as Siu said, Its activation mechanism is similar to Arctic frost, but it has another advantage. An image of Choi Si-woo, bleeding from his eyes and nose, appeared, proving the magic's power. It can be used with far greater precision. The young master further explained that this magic can compress water pressure to create weapons as sharp as metal. More terrifyingly, it can infiltrate tiny water particles into the enemy's system to destroy veins, nerves, and internal organs, acting as a living poison. Choi Si-woo stood looking at the flattened young master, casually commenting, "The way a demon recovers is truly strange." The young master smirked, explaining that with enough demonic energy, regrowing limbs was a trivial matter, but recovering from toxins was a different story. Choi Si-woo knelt on one knee, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, just as the young master had said. "You must have never experienced it, have you?" The young master stood up, dusting himself off. "But I must admit, I was a bit overconfident. You fought quite well for a half-demon." He began channeling his power, purple demonic energy flaring from his hands, and sneered. "Perhaps you inherited good blood, or you're more demon than human." Hongryun stood afar, her face paling, utterly terrified by the unfolding scene. "But let me show you the power of a true demon," the young master roared, summoning massive currents of water that swirled around him. Choi Si-woo slowly stood up, his hands hanging loosely, showing no signs of severe injury at all. His eyes gleamed with utter contempt as he declared bluntly, "I don't care if you're a true demon or whatever, but I know one thing for sure." Purple demonic energy violently erupted around Choi Si-woo, his eyes glowing brightly, and he growled, "You are a genuine piece of trash." The young master was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. "He recovered? But I destroyed his internal organs." He gritted his teeth, sweat poured down, his earlier confidence having completely vanished. The young master unleashed his ultimate move, a massive orb of water that shot forth with terrifying speed. He explained this was a high-level water spirit art, capable of absorbing and controlling a massive amount of water from rivers, lakes, and seas. The reason it was an applied technique was that it compressed water pressure, defying all laws of physics. The actual weight of that water orb was 100 times heavier than it appeared. Combined with its terrifying velocity, its destructive power far surpassed that of a heavy-duty truck speeding at full throttle. Facing the destructive attack, red tendrils of dark energy began to gather on Choi Si-woo's hand. But instead of worrying about the immediate danger, he focused on one thing: the form his club needed to take. He had learned in the previous battle that using the correct form would drastically increase the club's power. Facing the destructive attack, Choi Si-woo realized there was only one answer, and red dark energy began to surge from his body. The massive water orb rushed forward like a meteor, but Choi Si-woo calmly faced it. Demonic energy condensed in his hand. His eyes flashed with a brilliant red glow as he swung his weapon, shaping it into a great blade. Although his swordsmanship was merely a crude imitation compared to Yushin's, the masked exorcist, the only thing he needed to do was channel all his power into its sharpness. Furthermore, the goblin core within him was vibrating intensely, releasing a massive surge of demonic energy. Dark energy erupted, enveloping the great blade, causing his power to skyrocket beyond normal. Whoosh! The yokai young master unleashed his technique, controlling the massive surging water. The water swirled rapidly, forming a destructive drill that shot straight forward. He confidently controlled the mini tsunami, preparing to crush Choi Si-woo. The entire wave was compressed into a water vortex with terrifying destructive power. The yokai young master was stunned when his attack only utterly destroyed the house behind. An entire row of houses was blown away, but the target had vanished without a trace. He angrily darted his eyes around, growling, "He's gone. Where is that bastard?" Thump! He was startled, as he felt a deadly presence right behind him. He spun around abruptly in utter panic. Choi Si-woo had already been standing right behind him, completely unharmed, his chilling voice ringing out. He repeated his opponent's boast. "You said you could regrow a limb or two if you had enough demonic energy." Slash. A pitch-black slash streaked across the yokai young master as Choi Si-woo smirked. "Good for me then." With a confident smile, Choi Si-woo declared, "I have no reason to hold back," making the yokai young master's eyes widen in horror. The yokai young master blankly stared down at the water, where his severed hands were slowly sinking in a pool of blood. Choi Si-woo coldly walked on the water's surface, advancing directly towards his defeated foe. The yokai young master let out a pathetic scream as Choi Si-woo stood towering before him, his hands still stained with blood. Does getting your hands chopped off hurt that much?" Choi Si-woo taunted. "I thought a real yokai would be used to this kind of thing." Having lost both hands, the yokai young master could only kneel, trembling, looking up at the one who had just shattered his pride. Wham! Without another word, Choi Si-woo delivered a kick that sent the pampered young master flying like a ball. The yokai's body soared into the sky, then crashed into a rooftop, shattering the roof tiles. It turned out the yokai young master was trembling intensely, not from pain, but from utter terror. A flashback explained. His Heite clan was a divine lineage, standing above all other yokai. As the youngest son, he had been pampered since childhood, never having tasted true defeat or pain. That was why he utterly broke down when facing an overwhelming monster like Choi Si-woo, a wall he could never overcome. The yokai young master held out his remaining arm, his voice trembling. He shouted an apology, but not directed at Choi Si-woo. "I certainly deserve an apology," Choi Si-woo said casually. "But you've already paid the price." He pointed towards a female yokai standing nearby, commanding, "Apologize to her, not me." The yokai young master hesitated, a hint of arrogance still lingering. But, to apologize to someone like that. Choi Si-woo's gaze was as sharp as a dagger, his voice chilling. "Someone like what? It seems you still haven't learned your lesson, have you?" Terrified by the warning, the yokai young master trembled violently again as Choi Si-woo growled, "If you like, we can go another round." Utterly terrified, the yokai dragged his trembling feet towards the female yokai. The female yokai froze, unable to believe her eyes as she saw the arrogant young master approaching to apologize to her. Amidst the ruins, the young master Usium, with his severed arm, knelt and mumbled an apology to the female servant, under Choi Si-woo's watchful eye. The scene shifts to a modern apartment complex, where someone is calling out loudly. From behind the room's door, a female voice commanded, "Siu, I told you to get me a glass of water." Siola yawned, realizing she was alone. "Huh? The kid isn't home?" Pulling the blanket to cover herself, Siola grumbled. "What the heck is he doing, leaving guests unattended like this?" Back at the ruined mansion, sunlight illuminated the chaos that had just unfolded. An authoritative old man appeared with Dong Yu, introducing himself as Mo Yang, the family head of the Yanghoi clan, and spoke. "This is my first time out in decades, and what an interesting turn of events." Dong Yu bowed his head in apology. "Please forgive me, sir. If I had handled the situation better." Mo Yang waved it off, asserting that the Heite kid was not an opponent Dong Wu and Hongrion could have handled. The old man turned to inquire about Hongrion's condition, and Dong Yu reported that she only sustained minor injuries. Dong Yu added that what devastated Hongrion more than anything was the fact that she was the one who caused this mess. Mo Yang mused, thinking that while Hongrion was at fault for giving the kid a dark elixir, she couldn't have expected him to absorb it with such unreasonable speed. The old man concluded sharply. It was precisely because of that terrifying absorption speed that she had the chance to realize her mistake. The scene shifts inside a room, viewed through a bamboo screen. On the table was a light meal of cakes and rice milk, seemingly prepared in advance. Choi Si-woo sat alone in the room, looking dazed, clearly in shock after the battle. A flashback panel showed him in a state of berserk rage, but the narration affirmed that this time, he was in complete control of his body. Even though he had gone wild with overflowing demonic energy, Choi Si-woo's emotions and will remained his own, completely uncorrupted. After burning off the excess energy, the crystal within him stabilized, and his rage had cooled. But immediately after, the harsh reality struck, and Choi Si-woo, stunned, wondered, what the heck just happened? The room door was suddenly pulled open, breaking the silence. Choi Si-woo lay sprawled, telling himself that the battle was justified because the other guy had delivered vicious, potentially lethal blows. He recalled the moment he faced the young master, asserting that severing his arm to neutralize his magic was necessary, and he would not regret it. But the problem was, a savage smile appeared in the flashback, and Choi Si-woo admitted he had felt extreme pleasure in taking action. While immersed in dark thoughts, a knock echoed at the door, and someone asked permission to enter the room. Choi Si-woo startled awake, hastily replying with hesitation. Hongrion, the vice family head, entered the room with a calm expression. She inquired about Choi Si-woo's condition, asking how his injuries were. Hongrion waved her hand, saying her injuries were just trivial scratches, and thanked him for his concern. Choi Si-woo didn't believe her, insisting that she had coughed up blood, and it couldn't be taken lightly because he had also been beaten before and knew it well. Suddenly, Hongrion bowed deeply, sincerely apologizing for losing control and acting disrespectfully. Choi Si-woo frantically waved his hands, saying the fault lay with those who fought, and he was the one who should apologize for blowing off the roof. Hongrion flatly accepted full responsibility, saying she shouldn't have introduced the dark demonic pill to him in the first place. She explained that a golden elixir or silver elixir would have been sufficient for his purpose, but she still deliberately introduced the strongest type. Si-woo looked dumbfounded, then realized, oh, so you were trying to fleece me for money because the dark elixir is the most expensive kind, right? Hongryun began to explain, revealing her true identity as a half-demon, the child of a human father and a yokai mother. She explained that hybrids between humans and yokai were not uncommon, having existed since ancient times. These children inherited genes from both, but as a result, they didn't truly belong to either side. Most half-demons, including herself, could sense energy crystals, but were unable to contain them within their bodies. She described the agony of constantly craving energy, sensing it all around but never being able to absorb it to quench that thirst. Hongryun explained the plight of half-demons. Even if they consumed divine elixirs, it would be like drinking plain water, impossible to absorb. She frankly admitted to Choi Si-woo, "That's why I was jealous of you." To other half-demons, Choi Si-woo was like a game bug, a miracle, possessing both human blood and overwhelming yokai power, acknowledged even by the old man Mangtae. Hongryun confessed that she didn't entice him to buy the dark demonic pill for money, but out of envy and resentment, unable to accept that someone else possessed what she craved. She prostrated herself, admitting she had deceived and disrespected a customer, deserving of death. A powerful voice rang out, interrupting Hongryun. "Your way of apologizing is wrong." A silver-haired old man appeared, stroking his beard and declaring that demanding punishment was merely shifting responsibility onto the person being apologized to. Hongryun looked up, her face pale as she recognized her superior, stammering out a "sir." The old man stepped in, exuding the aura of a grand boss, introducing himself as Moryong, the family head of the Yanghoi clan. Moryong ordered Hongryun to step aside so he could receive his guest, but she seemed hesitant. Choi Si-woo spoke nonchalantly. "She has already apologized and I accept it. There's no need for her to stay." The young man added a stinging remark. "Oh, and I'd like a refund for the dark demonic pill," which made the old family head Moryong burst out laughing. Hongryun bowed in greeting, then stood up and left with Moryong. Before leaving completely, Hongryun turned back to thank Choi Si-woo for his magnanimity. Choi Si-woo scratched his head, thinking to himself that she hadn't actually done anything too outrageous. Moryong sat down opposite him, offering him a cake while getting straight to the point. "If you don't mind, I'd like to request an arbitration." The family head revealed the identity of the one Choi Si-woo had beaten. "The man you struck was Yuseum, the youngest son of the divine beast Heite clan." Choi Si-woo chewed his cake and replied casually, remarking that Yuseum didn't look like a Heite at all, and believed the great clan would be reasonable. Moryong warned that the kid Yuseum would surely go back and exaggerate the story, and an image of the young master, his face full of murderous intent, clutching his bloody arm, appeared. Therefore, Moryong proposed holding a three-way discussion to resolve the matter peacefully before the situation worsened. Elder Master Moryong admitted this was his faction's mistake, but Choi Si-woo calmly cut him off. "I understand, but I refuse." Chewing on a snack, Si-woo bluntly stated that Moryong didn't need to mediate on his behalf. The young man declared firmly that if they came for him, he would personally clarify the situation. Si-woo would expose Yuseum for using violence and slander, when a simple apology would have sufficed, making the imaginary maid turn pale with fear. He would make it clear that he only did what was necessary, while young Master Yuseum would glare with resentment. Si-woo asserted that Moryong and Hongryun didn't need to apologize, as that brat was the one in the wrong, and he was ready for a direct, no-holds-barred confrontation if necessary. Moryong stroked his chin, warning that the Heite clan was no small fry, and Yuseum's older siblings were on an entirely different level. Si-woo acknowledged that, but he had also fought two demons even stronger than Yuseum. He concluded with a statement that stunned Moryong. "Either way, I'll have to beat them all to become the Demon King eventually." Moryong narrowed his eyes, growling that the title of Demon King was not something to be uttered casually. Si-woo gave a faint smile and asked, "If I said this elsewhere, I'd probably be dead, right?" "I know, and am ready." The Elder Master muttered that Yuseum had almost turned this whole place upside down over a trivial matter. If he heard the word king, he'd surely go berserk. This kid was serious. Si-woo chewed his snack, thinking that just imagining demons like Yuseum lurking in the human world for the next 6 months sent shivers down his spine. Moryong asked if he intended to stop that, considering it the most audacious statement he had ever heard, but Si-woo merely smiled. "Yeah, it does sound absurd." Moryong's eyes flashed with a green light, and he growled, "No, I'm not joking. You've piqued my interest immensely. I was mistaken, thinking you were just an unlucky kid." The Elder Master clenched his fist. This surge of excitement was the first he had felt since the last festival. Choi Si-woo stared blankly as Moryong placed an object on the table. An intricately decorated tassel was set down. Moryong explained it was an apology gift from the Yanghoi house, but since Siwoo wouldn't accept it, he would phrase it differently. Moryong's eyes sharpened, and he declared, "It might be a bit early, but I want to invest in your future." The scene shifted to a quiet apartment complex at night, streetlights casting their glow upon the tall buildings. Choi Siwoo trudged home, his face weary as he lamented a long day and thought about dinner. Suddenly, a female voice asked why he was so late, startling Choi Siwoo. Siola leisurely walked out in a tracksuit, a small magpie perched on her shoulder, looking like the true owner of the house. She waved her hand dismissively, declaring it was fine, because she had just received important intelligence. Choi Siwoo was curious about the information, but turned to greet the bird on her shoulder in a friendly manner. "Hello, Solmi." Slap! Before he could finish his sentence, the protagonist received a mighty slap from the bird's wing. How foolish. Siola was speechless, explaining this wasn't Solmi, and pointing out the differences, while the bird continued to peck his head. The messenger bird darted out onto the balcony, and Siola warned him never to speak so foolishly in front of the real Solmi. She further explained that Solmi had been self-conscious since childhood about being a magpie without white feathers. Even if she smiled it off, she would surely be sad inside. Choi Siwoo clutched his bleeding nose, muttering, "Yes, ma'am," while Siola revealed that the bird was a messenger sent by Solmi to scout all night. A map appeared, marking crimson hotspots, the last known locations of people who had gone missing over the past month. Choi Siwoo swallowed, realizing this was the hunting ground of the foreign demons, and Siola declared they would raid one of those places tonight. But first, Siola said mysteriously, he needed to prepare something. No sooner had she finished speaking than she delivered a direct punch to Choi Siwoo's face, not missing a beat. The protagonist took another hit, his face bewildered, while Siola began her litany of complaints. She grumbled as she took off her jacket, complaining that he shouldn't at least make a guest wear the host's sweat-soaked workout clothes. With a commanding gaze, Siola declared bluntly, "We're going shopping for my clothes, right now." The scene shifted to a colossal, magnificent shopping mall under the sunset. Choi Siwoo explained that this wasn't even the best place, but Siola still had to admit that humans were quite impressive to build such a thing without magic. It turned out this wasn't just Choi Siwoo's first time at a shopping mall, but his first time ever going shopping in his life. Recalling the past, Choi Siwoo had also been fascinated by fashion and always saved his allowance, but the only thing holding him back was his oversized physique. An old friend invited him to buy clothes, but the chubby Siwoo only sighed to himself, "After I lose weight." Back in the present, Choi Siwoo clenched his fists, determined that this was a dream moment, and he had to give it his all. Siola declared bluntly, "Feel free to try on anything, take whatever you like, it's all on me," causing Choi Siwoo to turn back with a look of deep gratitude. As mentioned, this was the first time in Choi Siwoo's life he had ever set foot in a shopping mall, and precisely because he was a newcomer, he was completely clueless about prices in such upscale places. He picked up a price tag and froze. 950,000 won. Almost $1,000 for one item. The female sales associate saw this and exclaimed admiringly, "Your girlfriend must be so happy. It's rare to see someone pamper their partner like you." Siola emerged from the fitting room, exuding an overwhelming aura in her new outfit. The sales associate covered her mouth in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes at Siola's stunning appearance. Siola looked at herself in the mirror, gave a shrug, and was showered with praise by the employee. "Oh my goodness, you look so beautiful in this outfit." She turned to ask Choi Siwoo's opinion, her face quite satisfied. "Not bad. Siwoo, what do you think?" Choi Siwoo swallowed, secretly thanking the heavens for exchanging his demonic gold for cash, and stammered, You look amazing." A notification for a debit sounded, 1,980,000 won. While Siola calmly stated she had told the employee to discard her old clothes, Choi Siwoo broke into a cold sweat, trying to calm himself and stay composed because he still had much to learn from Siola, then decided to move on to the next store. No sooner had he finished speaking than Siola glared. "More shopping?" Then snapped, "Of course, I need more than one outfit." Seeing Choi Siwoo's gloomy face, Siola snapped her fingers and called, "Come here." She ordered him to hold out both hands. Choi Siwoo bewilderedly complied, his face on the verge of tears. Siola placed something in his hand with a soft clink, as if bestowing a favor. "Here." In Choi Siwoo's palm was a pile of gleaming, sparkling demon gold. Siola coldly asked, 10 demon gold should be enough, right?" As if bestowing a favor upon a servant. Choi Siwoo's eyes shone brightly, his face beaming as if head struck gold, and he stammered that if it wasn't enough, he should just say so. Siola smirked with an air of authority, declaring, "It's not much, but consider it payment for taking care of me. Keep the change." She turned on her heel and walked away, leaving Choi Si-woo still bewildered by the pile of money in his hands. The two continued their conquest of the shopping mall, entering another clothing store. Siola tried on a new outfit, placed her hands on her hips, and asked for his opinion. And Choi Si-woo immediately flattered her. Absolutely gorgeous. She then put on an additional denim jacket, and the fanboy Choi Si-woo applauded enthusiastically. So adorable. Even though Choi Si-woo praised another outfit profusely, Siola bluntly declared, "This doesn't suit me." Suddenly, Siola punched Choi Si-woo directly in the face, sending him sprawling, and casually said, "No reason. I just felt annoyed." Choi Si-woo scrambled back to his feet, wondering about something, while Siola carried a pile of shopping bags ahead of him. He asked in surprise why it was Siola's first time in the human world, yet she was more knowledgeable about clothes shopping than he was. Siola answered indifferently, "That's thanks to Solmi." It turned out that Solmi, with her sparkling eyes, had forced Siola to train by reading mountains of fashion magazines. Even though Siola found it extremely annoying, Choi Si-woo realized that despite her verbal complaints, Siola had clearly read them all thoroughly, and the reason he had to be here. Thwack! He was deep in thought when he collided with someone walking in the opposite direction. Choi Si-woo hastily bowed and apologized, his face paling in surprise. The young man he had just collided with, his arm around his girlfriend's shoulder, said arrogantly, "Honey, watch where you're going. Let's go." Siola stood beside him and made a cold remark. "I thought it was just you, but who knew all humans were equally easy to bully?" She pointed out the problem. "Clearly, that guy ran into you. Yet you only got a frown and automatically apologized as if everything was settled." Siola explained, an image of a yokai grabbing an enemy by the neck, blood splattering, appearing. "You too. You should have made him pay. Crushed him so thoroughly he'd never dare look at you again." Choi Si-woo turned pale, stammering in protest. "But there's no need to do that." But Siola interrupted coldly. "Yes, there is." Seolhwa's sharp red eyes glared at him. "I don't care about human affairs, but a yokai who is weak-willed will only become easy prey, no matter how strong you are," Seolhwa warned, an image of Choi Si-woo enveloped in a crimson aura of killing intent appearing. "The moment you are perceived as weak, they will see you as a low-risk mobile treasure." Returning to reality, Siola suddenly declared, "I bet you let the Heite clan lead you by the nose today too. You won, yet you let him survive and leave." Choi Si-woo was startled, his voice trembling. "How do you know?" Siola replied disdainfully. "How could I not know? I smelled him on you from a mile away. Many yokai carry the scent of water, but it's rare to emit such an unpleasant odor." She accurately described his opponent. "It must be the youngest one. His skill level is about the same as yours. A rude-looking kid, with unpleasant eyes, right?" Choi Si-woo could only mumble a confirmation. Seolhwa sighed, saying she didn't know that guy, but had once encountered his older sister. In a flashback, the silhouette of a powerful female yokai appeared amidst the galaxy. Seolhwa recounted, "About 20 years ago, that old hag, 100 years older than me, heard some ridiculous rumors and suddenly got confrontational, demanding a fight with me." Choi Si-woo asked again in astonishment, but Seolhwa just smirked. "Yes, but the right question should be whether I won." Seolhwa proudly declared, an image of her stomping her opponent into the ground appearing. "That goes without saying. I crushed her, and told her never to loiter in front of me again." She glanced at Choi Si-woo, who was sweating profusely. "And I haven't seen her since. But according to Solmi, she still secretly boasts loudly about getting revenge behind my back." Seolhwa pressed her finger firmly against Choi Si-woo's chest, startling him. "In short, the problem is you must crush your opponents." She continued her lecture. "I understand you can't think like a yokai overnight, but if you're going to use violence, go all the way. That's the only way to have to use it less in the future." Choi Si-woo bowed his head, completely convinced. "Yes, ma'am." Seolhwa suddenly commanded, "But make sure you wipe out anyone you encounter here." Choi Si-woo asked again in confusion, "Anyone here?" The scene expanded to the main hall of the shopping mall, where dozens of people were walking around. The couple who had just collided with Choi Si-woo were hurriedly running away, the girl urging, "Slow down." Her boyfriend replied, "No, if we're late, we'll have to wait." The girl had just lamented that she had waited all week, when suddenly, a shadowy hand snatched her arm. The girl turned back with a look of utter horror as she was dragged away by something. The girl was left alone, frantically looking around after her boyfriend had suddenly disappeared. A shadow darted past, and startled, she cried out, "Huh?" The girl began to worry, calling out into the empty space. "Where did you go? Stop joking around." A stranger in black sandals stepped out from the shadows. He was chewing on something, and a gruesome crunching sound echoed. The white-haired yokai sat cross-legged, sipping a cup of coffee and commenting, "Men in their 20s are really tough, but they taste terrible. I should have picked that girl instead." He took a sip, his glowing golden eyes glancing at a new target. A mother was walking past, holding her son's hand, when the boy suddenly froze. The white-haired yokai stared intently at the mother and son with the eyes of a predator. The boy felt a terrifying killing intent. His face turned ashen, his eyes wide with terror. The yokai sneered, licking clean a glass vial stained with fresh blood, revealing his sharp fangs. Someone's purple eyes were observing everything from afar. The child screamed loudly, and the yokai, annoyed, asked its mother, "What's wrong with it, honey?" He glanced sideways at the boy, uttering a contemptuous French word, "Puppy." A man wearing red sunglasses approached, his voice full of authority. "We need to talk." The white-haired man smirked, looking at the blood-stained glasses on the table. "I'm in the basement. You're on the ground floor. You're the one who drew the hunting boundaries, ready to kill me if I cross them." The man in sunglasses was unconcerned. "You two look so close. Are you arguing? This country's demons are here. They must have caught our scent." The white-haired man feigned prior knowledge. "Well, that's not unexpected. I guess we have to go. The broker warned us not to provoke the local demons." The man in sunglasses corrected him. "No, the condition was not to cause a commotion. In other words, anything is fine as long as it's handled in silence." He smirked deadly, looking at the blood-stained pastry. "You should know, we've been hunting for a month already, and they've only just caught our scent." The red sunglassed demon scorned the Korean demons as trash, unable to protect their own livestock, deeming it foolish to retreat because of them. He tugged at his collar, declaring that his brethren had decided that since they had already broken the rules to come here, there was no need to only consume humans. With a deadly smile, the red sunglass demon challenged, "Are you in? We'll devour the 2 Korean demons currently here." Choi Si-woo was stunned, realizing their intentions, and Siola coldly confirmed, "You guessed right." Siola smirked, revealing information from Solmi that this very store was where the most people had vanished. Choi Si-woo explained his plan. He had intentionally spread demonic energy everywhere as bait, accepting the risk if they fled. Siola sneered, her eyes burning with fighting spirit, asserting that they had no intention of fleeing but were ready to confront them. Both the red sunglassed demon and Siola exuded overwhelming killing intent, implicitly declaring this city their personal hunting ground and that the enemy had poked the wrong hornet's nest. It turned out this area was crowded not just because it was Seoul's largest shopping mall. This place was the intersection of 3 subway lines, with an unceasing flow of people. Furthermore, a bus terminal connecting Seoul with rural areas was also located right here. With these 3 factors, this place had become the heart of Seoul, with thousands of people passing through daily, a true feast. This was the perfect location to make others disappear without any ordinary citizen noticing. Choi Si-woo analyzed that avoiding security cameras or passers-by was unnecessary. Amidst a dense sea of people, if someone suddenly vanished, most people would just think they saw wrong, or that person had taken another path. Seolwa, after asking, "What is a security camera?" asserted that based on the residual demonic energy, there were a total of 4 demons. She outlined the enemy's strategy. They had divided to occupy territories for hunting, 2 in the shopping mall, 1 at the bus terminal, and 1 at the train station. Choi Si-woo started to feel apprehensive, suggesting they report to the judge, as their side was significantly disadvantaged in both numbers and information. Seolhwa brushed it off, believing that reporting would mean losing the chance to fight, and asserted that the actions of those demons were clearly provoking their side. She explained that they were sending a clear message. "We know you're here to catch us, and we won't run, and we've already prepared countermeasures if reinforcements arrive." Seolhwa's gaze sharpened, declaring decisively, "They might escape, but then our side will suffer a huge loss. We must capture them." She explained her predicament. "Unlike those lawless beings, we must abide by the rules. We cannot hunt indiscriminately and harm civilians." Seolhwa sighed, admitting the disadvantageous situation. "They will definitely exploit this point, so the battle will take place inside the building. Old Judge Mang Tae didn't give us this test as a joke." Choi Si-woo's face paled as he checked his phone, realizing the problem. "We can't go to the train station or bus terminal, too many people. Damn it, the shopping mall is about to close." Seolhwa smirked at his worry. But the staff are still here, aren't they? It's fine. Purple demonic energy violently erupted around Siola, and she confidently declared, "What's the problem with just a few insignificant human lives?" The scene shifted to the rooftop of Brandon's shopping mall under the tranquil night. A teal-haired female demon asked her companions, "Where's Chien?" The black-haired demon with sunglasses, Kuro Oni, coldly stepped forward and replied, "Hess gone. That one didn't want to get involved in this." In another room, the white-haired demon Shiro Oni took a sip of water, declaring, "It sounds interesting, but I like things as they are. I won't give it up just for two insignificant demons." The demon named Rei growled, "I told you there's no problem with the four of us," but Shiro Oni cut him off. "That's what you think." Shiro Oni set down his teacup, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "As I see it, this is a gamble with stakes too high." He lounged on the chair, smirking provocatively. "I understand if I'm annoying you, but what can I do? For the past month, I haven't found any of you trustworthy." Rei gnashed his teeth. Purple demonic energy began to leak around him, clearly furious. "Do you think you can stop us?" Shiro Oni stood up, dusting off his hands. "Don't worry, I won't do that. Anyway, I'm planning to find a new hunting ground, and I think I should be honest because this is goodbye." He walked past Rei, patting his shoulder condescendingly. "Thanks for everything, Rei. I learned a lot from you, though I guess there won't be another chance now." Shiro Oni turned back with a sinister smile, wishing good luck to those who remained, then vanished. Back on the rooftop, a short-haired female demon angrily crossed her arms. "What an ungrateful wretch. You should have cut off his head. You're too soft on him." Kuro Oni maintained his cold expression, replying curtly, "Nothing has changed. Chien was never truly part of the team anyway." The two-bun-haired girl was surprised, resting her chin in thought. "Well, I didn't expect him to refuse, since he loves to feast so much." The bun-haired female demon Viren asked their leader Rei about the plan after dealing with the two targets, but her short-haired companion Wylan warned that eating their own kind would have consequences. Wylan suggested the group go to a safe house to continue their hunt from there. Their leader Rei confirmed the plan, to continue devouring humans while also eliminating the local demons hunting them. Viren expressed concern, believing this plan was merely temporary and would fall apart as soon as they were considered a major threat. Rei dismissed it, declaring they would eat as much as possible until returning home, with the goal of everyone reaching the soul level. Weylan called Viren's name, reminding her of the humiliation their clan had endured. Rei erupted with purple demonic energy, growling that if they returned, no one would dare look down on them again. The leader declared that with their new power, they would dominate the demons in the Central Plains. The two female demons smiled ambitiously, as Rei asserted they could become the next generation's demon kings. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from thin air, interrupting their self-congratulatory moment. All three invading demons flinched, their hearts pounding as they sensed the strange presence. What terrified them was a massive surge of purple demonic energy, enveloping the entire building in an instant, and the voice of the demonic energy's owner rang out, commanding, "This is not the time for this." Siola's words were like an absolute command, causing all ordinary people in the building to instantly freeze, their eyes wide and lifeless. Even the sales staff were brainwashed, standing motionless like statues, mid-action. This skill of Siohua's uses demonic energy to strongly hypnotize targets. Its effectiveness depends on the opponent's demonic energy, and is stronger at close range. Rei realized only 3 of them were affected, wondering where the other one was, while Weylan muttered that this technique was difficult to use from afar. Siohua stood majestically on the rooftop, her 9-tailed fox demonic energy erupting, truly a genuine article among the Fox clan. The leader Rei broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that the prey, who was just on the ground floor a second ago, had teleported all the way up here. On the rooftop, Siohua unleashed her 9-tailed fox demonic energy, taunting the yokai group. "I already smelled something foul from inside the store, but up close, you guys reek unbearably." Wailan, the dark teal-haired female yokai, was furious, grinding her teeth and cursing under her breath. "That bitch." The leader, Rei, kept a cool head, stopping his companions. "She's provoking us, Viren." And Weylan. Rei ordered Weylan, "You go downstairs." He assigned the tasks. "Viren and I will deal with that fox. The remaining demon's demonic energy is very weak. You can capture him." Viren, the bun-haired female yokai, her eyes gleaming, grinned chillingly. "Okay. Feel free to eat him after you kill him." Without a moment's hesitation, Weylan immediately leaped straight down to the lower floor to carry out her mission. Siohua merely sneered, mocking Rei for giving the wrong order. "You should have told her to run as far as possible to at least save her life." Viren and Rei retorted defiantly, How thoughtful of you. But you should worry about yourself first. Ray secretly assessed his opponent, admitting that Siola was extremely powerful, at least upper rank, and if they had met outside, they would have been wiped out long ago. But Weilan confidently declared that things were different now, as they had devoured over 1,000 human lives in the past month to boost their power. Both Ray and Weilan channeled dark demonic energy, their veins bulging, confident that this time they could win. Siola looked at the two who didn't know their own limits, and simply cracked her knuckles with a soft snap. Purple demonic energy erupted around her, and she smirked. All right, let's see what tricks you've got. Meanwhile, downstairs, panicked footsteps echoed through the deserted shopping mall. A middle-aged woman was utterly terrified, her heart pounding as she hid behind a brick pillar. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. She jumped, startled, and turned around, surprised to see Choi Si-woo asking, "Are you all right?" Choi Si-woo gave a cool smile to reassure her, fabricating a story about a gas leak causing the store to close early, then directed her to the main exit. The woman stammered her thanks while asking Choi Si-woo if he had seen her grandson. Choi Si-woo calmly made up a story that the boy was downstairs and had asked him to come up and look for her because he was worried. Watching the woman descend the escalator, Choi Si-woo breathed a sigh of relief, considering it a task completed. In a flashback, Siola explained that her hypnosis spell wasn't absolute. Some people could still resist the demonic energy. Siola ordered Choi Si-woo to do a sweep and herd all remaining people outside. Back in reality, Choi Si-woo mentally counted 7 people and decided to do another round to be sure. A voice spoke from behind him, remarking that Choi Si-woo's energy was indeed very weak. Choi Si-woo spun around, startled, taking a stance ready for combat. A bun-haired female yokai appeared with a sinister smile, suggesting they both pretend they hadn't met and skip this fight. Choi Si-woo was dumbfounded as the yokai calmly stated that her original intention was to eat him, but he didn't seem nutritious enough. The young yokai suddenly blushed, grinning widely as she admitted, "But more importantly, you're exactly my type." Viran, the female yokai, revealed that she didn't care for the throne of the yokai king, because in just 6 months, this world would belong to them. She continued to tempt Choi Si-woo, saying that sooner or later he would also eat humans, so they should make peace. Choi Si-woo was stunned by Viren's brazen offer as she pleaded with him not to force her hand. Ignoring her advances, Choi Si-woo coldly asked directly, "You came up from downstairs, didn't you?" He smirked, setting a trap. "Ah, you mean the person I just sent downstairs?" Viran laughed maniacally, raising her blood-soaked hands and casually admitting, "I devoured them, on my way here. Both of them." She licked her lips with relish, boasting that such a delicious meal couldn't be wasted. With a whoosh, Choi Si-woo's purple demonic energy erupted sky-high, and he charged straight at the yokai with terrifying speed. Choi Si-woo tensed, purple demonic energy exploding around him like lightning. With eyes burning with extreme hatred, he gritted his teeth and charged forward, radiating intense killing intent. Smash! A purple streak of light tore through the air, slamming into the wall and cracking it open. Choi Si-woo stood frozen, looking down at the lower floor through the deactivated escalator. He suddenly realized his mistake. He understood nothing about this world. The grim reality was laid bare. The body of the woman he had just guided to safety lay drenched in blood at the foot of the escalator. Over the past 3 days, he had undergone intensive training, facing various formidable demons like the Chained Beast, Guiwu, and even Siola. But only now did Choi Si-woo tremble at an obvious truth. He had always perceived the demonic threat as a demon himself, but never truly understood how terrifying they were to ordinary humans. Viran scrambled up from the rubble, clutching her face and groaning. "That really hurt. You should have warned me you were going berserk." She licked the streak of blood from her lips, her eyes gleaming with morbid delight. "But you truly surprised me. I thought you were weak and pathetic, but instead, now you look incredibly delicious," Viren taunted, facing a Choi Si-woo radiating an enormous purple demonic aura. Choi Si-woo coldly retorted, "Good then." His eyes were sharp, devoid of any hesitation. Without another word, he shot straight at Viren like a bullet. Viren flinched, instinctively screaming in her mind. Left. Wham. A sudden, devastating punch landed squarely on her right side, a spectacular feint. Choi Si-woo smirked, his purple eyes glowing with savagery. "I prefer delicious much more than to my taste." Wham. Slap. Crash. He unleashed a relentless combo of hand strikes, punching Viren's face and stomach without mercy. He gripped the demon's arm tightly, preparing for a thorough beating. Choi Si-woo slammed the bun-haired demon, sending her flying straight down to the lower floor of the shopping mall. Kaboom! He unleashed a massive purple demonic energy explosion, blowing away a corner of the floor. Breathing heavily, Choi Si-woo looked down at the gaping hole he had created. As he stood up, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from the rubble, sneering, "Ha ha." Viren sat on the ground, her face covered in blood, but her tone was full of sarcasm. "Look at me. I truly look ridiculous, yet I still pretend to be a mighty demon." She looked up, her gaze sharp, without a hint of wavering or fear. Suddenly, a crimson demonic energy surged from Choi Si-woo's hand, condensing into a spiked mace, making him wonder, "What is this?" Contrary to expectations, the demon showed extreme excitement. "So cool. I've never seen anything like this. Is that your inherent magic?" "Yes," Choi Si-woo confirmed, raising the glowing crimson energy mace, preparing to strike. Whoosh! He swung the weapon with terrifying speed, creating a massive red-black energy trail that swept across the space. The attack obliterated everything in its path, hurtling straight towards the demon with terrifying destructive power. Wham! The sound of impact echoed, but the result was not as expected. Choi Si-woo froze, his face paling in astonishment, muttering, "What a shame." The bun-haired demon had blocked the energy mace with just one hand, making it look effortless, and she smirked. "I hope you didn't have to witness this." She swung her arm, easily deflecting his entire attack away. Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his opponent's power was immense. "She's incredibly strong." The red energy weapon in his hand dissipated, proving the attack had been completely nullified. He stepped back, analyzing the situation. "Not just her strength. Her recovery speed is overwhelming, and I didn't even see how she blocked the attack. This must be her true form." His gaze became resolute. There was no turning back. He could only go all in. Bam! Choi Si-woo channeled all his purple demonic energy into his fists, preparing to unleash a final destructive blow. Whoosh! Choi Si-woo roared, charging forward with terrifying speed, putting all his strength into it. Crack! His arm transformed into a massive, spiked mace, the purple demonic energy condensing densely. Swoosh! He swung the energy mace, aiming straight for the bun-haired demon's head. The girl was knocked back, but Choi Si-woo was pulled along with her, his face showing clear astonishment. He gritted his teeth, realizing he was still gripping his opponent's arm, his lip bleeding after the impact. Wham! Not missing the chance, he delivered a direct hook punch to her face. Thud! He stomped his foot to gain momentum, deciding to go all in. Whoosh! Purple demonic energy erupted violently, gathering in his palm. Boom! A destructive energy blast shot out, tearing up the ground. Choi Si-woo panted, admitting bitterly, "If I'd known you were like this, I wouldn't have fought at all and just run for my life." The bun-haired demon stood up, her limbs transforming into grotesque claws, and she said coldly, "This is my inherent magic, or rather, my true form, even if this face and body are truly hideous." Choi Si-woo broke into a sweat, but still replied, "I don't think so. The problem isn't how you look, but—" She cut him off, smirking. "I know. I smell like a rotting corpse, but until recently, I never knew I had this smell." She began to recount her race, those once called brain-eaters, explaining that unlike other demons, they had to consume human flesh to absorb demonic energy. A horrifying scene unfolded, a demon tearing apart a human corpse, while she explained that they were not strong at all, only surviving by eating the dead after battles. Because of that lifestyle, they were ostracized by the entire demon world, and after the laws were enacted, their entire race was almost annihilated. To other demons, humans were a delicious and nutritious delicacy, but to them, they were essential sustenance. Forbidding them from eating humans was like forbidding humans from drinking water. Centuries ago, most of her kind starved to death, with only a few managing to hide in the human world to find food. Choi Si-woo was stunned, speechless upon hearing the final statement. And the price they paid was execution by other demons. Our parents were among them. Wei Lan, the blue-haired girl, suddenly spoke up, her eyes filled with sadness. "Anyway, all three of us lived in the shadows of the human world without our parents." Wei Lan continued, recalling the dark past when all three of them were hideous creatures, living hidden in filthy sewers. Viren smirked smugly. "But what about now?" She spread her arms wide, showing off her current beautiful appearance, and declaring that they would never return to their sewer lives, now that they could enjoy the sunlight. Viren casually stated that eating humans was no big deal. They had been doing it for tens of thousands of years, and in another 6 months, many more would lose their lives. Choi Si-woo was stunned by his opponent's cruelty, while Viren asserted that she would not abandon this life for a foolish rule after losing so much. The girl with two buns offered, "Let's just pretend this never happened. It's been a long time since I've taken a liking to a demon, and I don't want to kill you just because of that rule. Siwoo clenched his fist, growling in response. I'm not a demon, and I want that foolish rule to last as long as possible. He looked directly into his opponent's eyes with a resolute attitude. So don't try to play the pity card to gain my sympathy anymore. Come at me. Viren was slightly surprised, then her eyes turned cold. I understand. How boring, she muttered, then vanished in a purple streak of light, lunging straight at Siwoo with terrifying speed. Crash! Siwoo managed to raise his arm to block the lightning-fast attack, the impact force creating an energy explosion. He realized immediately. It's much faster and stronger. If this isn't her full power, I can't fight her head-on. The narration stated that Siwoo's talent was monstrous. With a powerful bloodline and real combat experience, he had transformed in just a few days. But the demon he was facing had a growth rate that defied all logic, and it lunged forward to attack again. The inherent species difference between them was already vast, and Siwoo barely managed to lean back, dodging a blow that grazed his face. Boom! A massive explosion shattered the glass windows of the adjacent high-rise building. Siwoo panted, standing amidst the rubble after dodging and counterattacking. Sorry, I'm still not used to this new speed and power. Viren, with her fully transformed hands, growled. But I'm getting used to it now. Finish you off right here and end this. The narration explained that the only factor narrowing the power gap was human flesh, the ultimate elixir for demons, providing explosive power boosts without side effects. A power graph appeared, showing that Viren's faction had continuously consumed human flesh over the past month, resulting in a record-breaking growth that even she couldn't fully comprehend. Choi Siwoo panted, snapping his fingers, while Viren taunted, You should use that demon magic again. The bitch continued to analyze. That's your strongest attack. Considering both its range and area of effect, it's your only chance to win. Siwoo growled in response. Perhaps. Purple demonic energy began to surge from his right arm. Whoosh! Siwoo charged, unleashing a barrage of purple demonic energy attacks with terrifying speed, tearing up the ground. Viren easily dodged them all, remarking that the speed and power of these attacks were only on par with regular blows, proving Siwoo couldn't spam his ultimate skill. Then, Siwoo gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into a punch aimed directly at his opponent's face. Viren confidently declared, All that's left is to toy with it a bit, then devour it, as she took the full brunt of Siwoo's flurry of blows. Blood splattered onto Siwoo's white hoodie. He was severely wounded. Siwoo coughed up blood, muttering, I don't even know your name yet. Viren lunged forward at dizzying speed, uttering a farewell. But it was nice knowing you. The narration stated that if Siwoo had fought correctly, he would have had a clear chance to win. But at this moment, he could only tremble and endure. Thud! A heavy sound echoed as Viren prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Viren paused, realizing something was wrong. Siwoo hadn't used his Goblin's Club because it was a gamble that risked his entire life. A reversal. Siwoo tightly grabbed Viren's arm, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint, growling. So this is how Goblin's wrestling is used. Hours earlier, a taxi stopped in front of a high-rise building under the sunset. Siola asked, So, you fought the Black Tortoise? Sitting in the car, Siwoo scratched his head awkwardly. It wasn't really a fight. I gave it my all, but it was useless. Siola casually replied, Of course, he's on a completely different level than you, while Siwoo was still bitter about the loss. Guiwu's image appeared with a smug smile as Siola explained. He possesses a blessed bloodline, outstanding control over demon magic, and unimaginable cultivation experience. Though he seems lazy, he is one of the strongest. Siola concluded with a statement that left Siwoo gaping. In Korea, only a few 500-year-old demons are stronger than him. Siwoo turned, sweat pouring down his face, and asked innocently, You're not 500 years old yet, are you? Does that statement apply to you? Choi Siwoo broke out in a cold sweat, hastily waving his hand and apologizing to Siola hesitantly. Are you serious? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Siola smirked with a domineering smile, flatly declaring, Of course I won. What's age got to do with it? I'm the strongest. She turned and got straight to the point. So, what move did you use? I hope you didn't lose control like when you fought me. Siwoo recounted. I used the item Solmi gave me, then put all my strength into taking down Goyu with a wrestling move, which made the taxi driver shake his head in exasperation. I can't keep up with these kids nowadays. Siwoo continued with a dejected expression. But after seeing that he was unharmed, I realized my limitations, while Siola listened with her arms crossed. Siola countered. When you used your skill, Goyu stood still, right? Or did you attack first because he's not the martial arts type? Siwoo looked bewildered, then admitted, that's right. After shaking hands, Siola cut him off, asserting, then the reason he was unharmed isn't simply a difference in power levels. She explained simply, no matter how powerful demon magic is, its strength depends on the user. After all, wrestling is purely about strength. The scene shifted to the present, on a building's rooftop, where the ground was violently shaking. Siola, in a different outfit, stood on the shaking rooftop, muttering, She smiled smugly as she sensed the battle below had ended. Looks like he's figured it out. One less thing to worry about. Viran, covered in blood, looked up at Siola with extreme astonishment, stammering, what in the world are you? Siola smirked. I'm saying I was right. Even though I knew the outcome, I still left him down there. And I was a little worried. She continued with bitter words. I thought he would kill himself when he realized you were stronger than I imagined. But you're a good stepping stone for him. That's all. Siola sighed, showing disappointment. Personally, I'm a bit disappointed. I thought I'd have to use at least 4 tails, but only 3 tails were needed? If I weren't lazy, 2 tails would have been enough, she muttered, revealing the absolute power disparity. Looking at Viran lying in a pool of blood amidst the rubble, Siola scoffed. I wondered how strong demons from other countries were, but it turns out you lot were dying there, which is why you crawled over to Korea. Siola interrogated with sharp eyes. By the way, how many of you trash have come here? And tell me who allowed you low-level demons in and hid you over the past month. Viran gritted her teeth, trying to act tough. If you think I'll tell you, but Siola cut her off coldly. Yes, you will. Siola sneered, delivering a final insult. Dignity doesn't suit you. It only makes you look more pathetic. You'd best speak up, then I'll let you and your pathetic gang live. Viran, though utterly shattered, still mustered what little strength remained within a blazing red aura, roaring, No, I refuse. Siola watched from afar as a massive purple demonic energy erupted from Viran's side, completely overwhelming her. Siola coldly remarked, its demonic energy is at the upper rank. Inside the storm of energy, Viran screamed as she was crushed by absolute power. Siola smirked, whispering an incantation. Summon the great demon emperor. First invocation. A terrifying surge of power struck down, completely engulfing Viran's resistance. The entire building shook violently under the pressure of the attack. Siola lectured Viran, who lay convulsing in a pool of blood. You have decent power and demonic energy, but if you only know how to charge in like a brute, you're just trash. Siola concluded. Remember, rank doesn't come from power, but from how you use it. Suddenly, a pitch-black magpie landed on her shoulder. The magpie spoke, praising, I like your outfit. A shadowy winged figure rushed over, startling Siola. Huh? When did you get here? Solmi landed, waving her hand. Just arrived. Siola sighed, clearly too familiar with this trick. Only fool me once, Solmi. Still using the same old trick after centuries. Siola suddenly noticed the girl's exhausted appearance. What's wrong with you? You look terrible. Solmi smiled wearily, complaining that she hadn't slept for over a day, having to scour both the demon realm and the human realm. The girl with braided hair was teary-eyed, pleading, Siola, save me. Solmi grabbed Siola's hand, rattling off a long list about having to gather information, clean up, entertain guests, and a mountain of other nameless tasks all by herself. Siola reluctantly agreed to help charm a few people, but immediately questioned the guest entertaining matter. Suddenly, the ground shook again, making Solmi jump in surprise. Solmi anxiously asked, The floor just shook. Are there any demons left? Siola shot a glance, smirking. It's probably Siu. Solmi looked up with wide, surprised eyes when she heard Siola say that the kid was in the middle of a battle. Solmi frantically questioned Siola. You brought Siu here? These demons are dangerous. He's not ready. Siola sighed, calmly replying, Yes, they are strong. The kid might bite the dust if unlucky, but the chances are low. Siola continued to lecture. But so what? Don't expect him to get stronger if he keeps farming small fry for the next 6 months. You can't coddle him just because it's dangerous. Siola smirked, her eyes sharp. If he had an ordinary bloodline, he could live a peaceful life. But unlucky for him, he's a goblin. And he dreams of becoming the demon king. He must fight for his goals. Unless you plan to shoulder all his battles for him, those silly worries will only hinder him. Solmi lowered her head, stammering weakly. Siola patted Solmi's shoulder, reassuring her. Anyway, there's no need to worry about him. Solmi looked bewildered, not understanding. Siola crossed her arms, acting like a boss. He's a goblin. Just relax and watch. Wham! The scene shifted to the battle. Choi Si-woo took a devastating punch from Viren. Viren roared bitterly. Why? Then rushed forward, counterattacking like a storm. Bang! Viren's punch hit its mark, sending Choi Si-woo flying back. Choi Si-woo stumbled upon landing, bracing his hands on the floor to maintain balance after the attack. Viren panted, unable to believe it. My attacks should have an effect. He's taken at least 10 hits already. Viren stared at Choi Si-woo, who was smirking despite being covered in blood, and realized, something has changed, but what? She looked at her opponent, still standing firm from afar, purple demonic energy flaring around him, with only one question in her mind. Why is he still standing? Choi Si-woo exhaled, his eyes highly focused, muttering the name of his new skill. Goblin wrestling. A muscular goblin was wrestling with a shadow monster. The narration explained, unlike the Goblins Club, which is only for a select few, every goblin born possesses the strength and ability to use wrestling techniques. However, if it relied solely on brute strength, goblin wrestling would not be called demon magic. A goblin was straining to wrestle a giant tree. The reason goblins are known as those who cannot lose in wrestling, rather than those who are good at wrestling, is. Choi Si-woo took a step forward, breaking the silence. My apologies. He slowly advanced towards Viren, who was highly vigilant. I'm a bit excited to learn something I didn't expect. I want to get used to this feeling so I don't forget it. Choi Si-woo stopped, his sharp eyes declaring, let's end this. Viren charged like a purple whirlwind, confident that unless he didn't want to kill his target, the opponent would have to make a move to mitigate the impact. Huge mistake. Choi Si-woo didn't bother to dodge. His demonic energy hand reached out and caught Viren's attack to her astonishment. Choi Si-woo's eyes flashed with deadly purple light, and he growled, this is payback for earlier. Viren tried to lock her down and strike, but only met with a devastating hand sweep from Choi Si-woo. He calmly observed, having completely grasped the rhythm of the battle and mastered the situation. The explanation appeared. Redirecting an opponent's power to minimize damage is the basic lesson of countless martial arts. But Choi Si-woo did even more. He absorbed and released the impact force right at the point of contact, turning the ground into a firm foothold. Goblins call this skill rooting, like a tree deeply rooted in the earth, impossible to fell. A muscular goblin was illustrated. Standing on 2 feet, not only minimizes incoming damage, but also amplifies the power of goblin wrestling to a new level. Choi Si-woo flexed, his bulging muscles tearing through his clothes. Dark demonic energy erupted, and he transformed it into a club-like weapon, ready to deliver the finishing blow. His fist clenched. His power was now on an entirely different level than before. From somewhere, Siola watched with glowing eyes, realizing Choi Si-woo's power had far exceeded her expectations. Dark energy swirled around Choi Si-woo, unleashing the full, true power of the skill. Phoom! He gently leaned back, using Viren's own momentum to neatly lift her into the air. Slam! With an unstoppable vertical slam, Choi Si-woo slammed Viren straight onto the floor with full power. The entire building shook violently from the terrifying might of the attack. The concrete floor cracked open, creating a massive crater right at the point of impact. Debris from the ceiling rained down to the floor below, where a similar crater had just been created by the impact. Choi Si-woo landed lightly amidst the rubble. The battle seemed to be decided. Lying flat on the floor, Viren panted, weakly begging for one last favor. She didn't want to die in her hideous monster form, but wished to be finished while still beautiful. Choi Si-woo coldly refused, stating he needed to extract information from her, how they arrived and how many there were. Viren sneered, sarcastically remarking that she had hoped he would keep her for another reason. Whoosh! Something grazed Choi Si-woo's face at terrifying speed. Wham! A purple energy beam pierced straight into Viren, leaving her no time to react. The scene shifts. Solmi is reporting to Siola that several demons from China have arrived to assist in handling the situation. Siola crossed her arms, looking interested, and directly asked if the newly arrived demons were capable enough, stating she wanted to meet them. Solmi looked troubled, explaining that the other side had sent an overly formidable character, both stubborn and difficult to please. Siola teased, guessing it was some 1,000-year-old hag, but Solmi clarified that it was merely a descendant. Back at the scene, a high-heeled figure approached, and Choi Si-woo immediately took a defensive stance at this sudden appearance. A beautiful woman with an overwhelming aura appeared, introduced as the granddaughter of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. She stood there, exuding the air of a superior being, completely disregarding everyone else. Choi Si-woo realized the previous attack wasn't aimed at him, then introduced himself as an agent of Judge Mong Tae, Here to deal with the invading demons. The woman didn't care, coldly cutting him off. I don't need to know what kind of demon you are. Choi Si-woo noticed her voice wasn't Korean, while she declared the culprit behind him deserved to die. Her eyes flashed with a deadly purple gleam, warning Choi Si-woo that she would overlook it this time. But there would absolutely not be a second. Snap! She snapped her fingers, and a surge of purple energy was immediately activated. Viren began to disintegrate within that energy, and the girl issued a final warning. If you don't want to die with her, then leave. Her eyes turned fiery red, her hand controlling the purple demonic energy that was mercilessly executing Viren. Choi Si-woo's eyes widened as the deadly purple demonic energy surged straight towards him. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the entire area in destructive energy. The foreign woman smirked, her eyes cold. I thought that would be enough. Choi Si-woo braced himself against the attack, pushed back a long distance, but still standing firm, making her admit, "It seems you're stronger than you look." He trembled, thinking to himself that if it were him from 30 minutes ago, he would have been annihilated on the spot. Fortunately, he had redirected most of the damage, his feet still firmly planted on the ground. But his current strength was like a young sapling, too weak to withstand a storm of this magnitude. Choi Si-woo panted, wondering if he could block the next attack, when she sarcastically remarked, "Can your legs still move?" Giving her opponent no time to breathe, she unleashed her full demonic energy, growling, "Never mind. This time, even if you dodge, I will definitely kill you." A surge of purple energy swirled in her palm, preparing for a new technique. Demonic art. Wind spirit. She unleashed an even more terrifying attack than before, creating a horrifying explosion. The purple smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a devastated battlefield. She froze, her eyes clearly showing surprise at the unexpected sight. A gigantic, fiery red energy fist burst out from the smoke and dust, stopping right in front of her. Slam! The fist slammed straight into the ground, its destructive power tearing apart everything around it. Choi Si-woo braced his hands on the ground, panting. Clearly, the counterattack had drained his strength. The gigantic energy fist still stood tall, an unmistakable challenge. Suddenly, Siola appeared with 5 blazing foxtails, crossing her arms with an annoyed expression. I sensed something was wrong, so I came. But honestly, Siola's knife-sharp gaze glared straight at the instigator. "Hey, you." The foreign woman turned around, and Siola directly questioned her. "You said you came from China to help, but as soon as you arrived, you started a fight with a small fry demon instead of doing your job?" Siola, acting like an elder sister, growled, demanding of the woman, "Don't just stand there with that unpleasant look. At least come up with an excuse." The foreign demon didn't flinch, her sharp, cold eyes replying, "If you still want to live." Siola glanced at Choi Si-woo, her 5 energy tails still flickering, and asked, "Siu, are you all right?" Choi Si-woo struggled to his feet, confirming his injuries weren't too severe and wondering what the hell had just happened. Salhua waved her hand, looking as if she had already figured things out. "Never mind, it probably started with some trivial matter, and there's a real reason behind it." Choi Si-woo bewilderedly asked again about the real reason, and Siola began to explain the political game of the demon world. Siola smirked, analyzing that because the other woman was treated like a princess in her homeland, she didn't want to obey the Korean demons. This was a display of dominance to assert who was superior. From behind, the foreign demon muttered that she hadn't wanted to come here in the first place, but the situation was worse than she had imagined. She irritably wondered how she could work with a bunch of demons who didn't know their place. Siola heard her, sneering in response. "That's truly laughable. Are you trying to act tough like a rookie? Does that trick work in your homeland?" Choi Si-woo swallowed hard, realizing this situation was more intense than he thought, as 2 big shots were about to clash. The air grew thick as the demonic energies of the 2 powerhouses clashed, a battle about to erupt in the alley. Their eyes met, sparking fire, neither willing to yield an inch. Both simultaneously extended their hands, purple demonic energy condensing, preparing to unleash their techniques on each other. Choi Si-woo frantically realized the situation, quickly reaching out his hand and shouting, "Wait! Stop!" Just then, a figure rushed between the 2 energy surges, shouting loudly, "Siola, what the hell do you think you're doing?" Solmi stomped her foot angrily, blocking Siola's path and scolding her relentlessly. "I told you she's our guest. Haven't you learned anything? Don't add fuel to the fire when both sides are already in conflict." Siola was scolded, speechless, only able to stammer, "No, I," while Solmi continued to question, "Will you take responsibility if things get out of control?" "Huh?" Solmi spun around, scolding both Siola and directly addressing the foreign woman by name. "And you too, Xiao Hui. You were sent here to reinforce us, weren't you? Solmi's gaze shifted back to Xiao Hui, coldly concluding. Whatever happened between you and Xiu, you were the one who used demonic magic to attack him first. Solmi confronted Xiao Hui, declaring bluntly, I don't know what the laws are like in China, but here, demons fighting without a judge is a crime, a law enacted by the Demon King himself. Killing intent radiated, Solmi growled. As a representative of the judge, I will not overlook this. If you don't back down, don't blame me for passing judgment. Choi Si-woo froze when he heard Solmi threaten to deport Xiao Hui and officially report her back to her country. Xiaohua smirked, speaking up for Solmi. The girl might be an errand runner, but not just anyone can hold that position. Purple demonic energy flared around Solmi as she asserted. There are plenty who want this honor, but those kinds of demons wouldn't last a single day on the job. A giant dark dragon appeared behind Solmi, displaying her authority. You must represent Judge Mangte, stand before a horde of fierce demons, and tell them what they don't want to hear, all while holding your head high. Xiaohua continued, affirming Solmi's character. She might be too soft on the small fry, but if she encounters a demon doing wrong, she will never back down, no matter how strong the opponent. Cornered, Xiao Hui let out a cold snort and conceded, All right, I admit I lost control. Xiao Hui glanced at Choi Si-woo, continuing, And it's not worth teaching that brat a lesson if it gives you an excuse to pick a fight with me. Turning her back and walking away, Xiao Hui declared coldly, I came here to punish sinners. I have no intention of befriending you or following your ways. I will show minimal respect because this is your territory, but never stand in my way again. Xiaohua gritted her teeth, growling, I'm talking to you, you brat. What? You think that's it? You. Xiao Hui turned back and glared fiercely, making Solmi jump and her face turn pale with fear. Solmi quickly changed the subject to de-escalate. Anyway, the mission was a success. Not to mention, we even captured one alive. The three stood amidst the devastated scene, Solmi turning to praise Choi Si-woo. Well done, Xiu. This place was a hotspot with the highest number of missing people. Thanks to you, no more will die because of these demons. Choi Si-woo asked anxiously, Are there many more places like this in Seoul? If we can't kill all the demons immediately, at least we should stop people from. Solmi reassured him, revealing a large-scale operation. From demons in the human realm, like Goyu and Yuseum, to those permitted to enter here like you two, all have been deployed to various hunting grounds. Solmi smiled confidently. We might not catch them all at once, but most of the invaders will be dealt with tonight. Choi Si-woo gasped in astonishment, so Xiaohua further explained, Not exactly. Humans are helping us too. Solmi held up a map of Seoul, pointing out the operational plan. According to Judge Mangte, the two sides aren't cooperating directly, but the areas have been divided. South of the Han River, the demons will be in charge. Choi Si-woo was stunned as he realized the other part of the plan. And in the north, it's the territory of the exorcists. The scene shifts to Namsan Tower, Seoul, a star-filled but far from peaceful night. Amidst a devastated battlefield, Yushin sat on the ground, panting, clearly exhausted after the cleanup. A female voice echoed from behind, teasing, See? That's what you get for always wanting to go solo. So Yunji, a support exorcist, stepped forward and reminded him that with his authority, Yushin could call a dozen people to assist. Yushin stood up, brushing her off. I can handle it myself. They'd only get in the way. So Yunji still tried to persuade him, suggesting that a chief exorcist needed to get used to commanding. Yushin, putting his mask back on, growled, I never asked for that chief exorcist position. Standing on the corpse of a giant demon, he muttered that some old man had forced him into this position, and he only wanted to be a lowly assistant for a peaceful life. Soyeonji was speechless at Yushin's attitude, so she changed the subject. Anyway, that demon behind you is huge. Yushin took off his mask, glanced at the corpse, and confirmed it was a mystic-grade demon, guessing it was the area boss. He shrugged, declaring this one was just small fry, not the final boss. While an information panel appeared, Hehe Demon, a Japanese specialty, known for devouring humans. Soyeonji broke into a sweat, realizing Yushin had just single-handedly taken on a dozen mystic-grade demons like this one. She smirked, silently acknowledging Yushin's incredible leveling speed, far surpassing anyone else in the organization. She told herself this was why that old man chose Yushin, a born genius, whose power level was almost divine. Yushin asked about the next step, while Soyeonji pulled out her phone, informing him they had to meet the chief of police. Yushin grumbled, wanting to go home and sleep, but Soyeonji immediately dismissed it. No, Seoul is on high alert. She explained that even though their area had been cleared, The situation for civilians elsewhere was not good at all. She showed Yushin a newspaper article, saying they had to suppress information and steer public opinion towards a terrorist incident to prevent panic. Yushin sighed, scratching his head and accepting his fate, muttering that he probably wouldn't get home until tomorrow morning. Soyeonji delivered the final blow. "Oh, and be at Incheon Airport at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Come with me." Yushin froze completely. Soyeonji explained the reason. There was a call from Japan. A formidable yin-yang master family named Kira asked to send 2 people here, and the old man agreed. Yushin frowned, asking why it had to be him, and Soyeonji nonchalantly replied, "Probably to balance the power." She concluded, "These 2 guests are the children of the current clan head, meaning they are the future heirs of the entire family." At the airport, a blonde-haired young man pulled his suitcase, smirking as he told his sister that the air here tasted completely different. His younger sister remained silent, and the older brother immediately teased. "Cheer up, this is our first trip abroad." The older brother appeared overly confident, while his younger sister maintained a cold expression, seemingly uninterested. Dawn broke over South Korea's international airport, signaling the start of a long day. Yushin was fumbling with a translation app when Soyeonji teased him. He snapped back. "Be quiet, they're guests. I can't act like an idiot." Yushin still couldn't understand why his father accepted an unprecedented venture, exorcists and yin-yang masters cooperating. Soyeonji smirked, correcting him that this wasn't unprecedented, then recounted history from the Japanese colonial era. She recounted that in the past, 2 yin-yang masters came to Korea and, together with Joseon exorcists, performed exorcisms in Seoul and Busan. The 2 continued walking through the airport, Soyeonji revealing that although demons were caught, serious problems arose during the process. Things were far from peaceful. Among them were 2 individuals who particularly disliked each other, and the atmosphere was tense. That internal conflict led to bloodshed, causing greater damage to both nations than even the battle against the demons. Soyeonji walked on, concluding that even though their goals were the same, the working methods and mindsets of the 2 sides were fundamentally worlds apart. She warned Yushin to be careful, as even a small spark could ignite a new conflict. Yushin helplessly admitted he wasn't good at these diplomatic matters, declaring bluntly, "If trouble starts, I'm out first." Soyeonji suddenly said, "Oh, there they are," and both looked towards the 2 guests. On the opposite side, the Kira family's younger sister was browsing her phone while her older brother waited, both having seen each other's faces in photos. The blonde-haired young man glanced over, his expression slightly annoyed, seemingly having begun to lose patience. Yushin was about to comment on the blonde-haired young man when Soyeonji stated bluntly, "I agree, he truly looks like the embodiment of trouble." Step. Step. The blonde-haired young man strode towards them. The 2 stood face to face. The atmosphere between Yushin and the blonde-haired young man seemed less than friendly. Yushin reassured himself to keep a cool head, preparing to unleash a string of Japanese pleasantries. Suddenly, the blonde-haired young man bowed deeply and extremely courteously, leaving Yushin stunned. Yushin was bewildered, his mind unable to process this sudden change of demeanor, faster than flipping a rice paper. The blonde-haired young man grinned, introducing himself. "I am Yoshihiro Kira, 17 years old by Korean reckoning. I look forward to working with you." Soyeonji was astonished, praising his excellent Korean, which made Yoshihiro visibly puff up with pride. Yoshihiro proactively shook Yushin's hand, then turned to urge his younger sister. "What are you doing? Hurry up and say hello." His younger sister gave a cold glance, her hand still scrolling on her phone. "Hello," she uttered curtly, then glued her eyes back to the screen. Yushin was speechless, while Yoshihiro clearly looked furious at his sister's attitude. Yoshihiro turned to apologize, introducing his difficult younger sister, Yuzuru Kira, who was 2 years older than him and not good at socializing. Yushin thought to himself, "You really can't judge a book by its cover." It turned out that the younger sister was the real troublemaker in this duo. The group got into the car, and Soyeonji announced that she had booked a hotel room for them in central Seoul. Soyeonji professionally inquired if they had any special requests regarding their accommodation. Yoshihiro thanked her profusely, while Yuzuru, sitting beside him, still didn't bother to look up. Soyeonji glanced in the rearview mirror, slightly surprised to hear Yoshihiro call Yushin young master. Yushin nodded in confirmation, then got straight to the point. "Excuse me, but may I ask exactly why you 2 are here?" Yuzuru Kira, her eyes still on her phone, asked Yushin directly. "The purpose of this trip is a dispatch and exchange, but which should we focus on? Helping to exterminate demons, or just sightseeing?" Soyeonji swallowed, visibly tense at the Onmyoji's direct question. Yushin remained silent, not bothering to answer the provocative question. Yoshihiro Kira unexpectedly interjected, stating bluntly, "We are here to investigate a demon that may have come to Korea, and if possible, eliminate it." Yuzuru shot her troublesome older brother a sideways glance, snapping, "Hey, what are you doing?" Yoshihiro nonchalantly replied, "Father gave us full authority, and besides, this is Korea, not Japan. It's best to speak the truth so we can cooperate." Yushin immediately got down to business. "Which demon? If it's a spirit rank." But Yoshihiro cut him off. "No, not spirit rank yet." Yoshihiro began his lecture. "In Asia, we divide yokai into 4 main categories. First are beast demons, ancient animals that have gained sentience, absorbing demonic energy and developing intelligence. Second are vengeful spirits, human souls carrying deep hatred, corrupted by demonic energy and becoming demons. Third are tsukumogami, or tool demons, ancient objects with spirits residing within them. Finally are spirit demons, a type of demon born from the energy of nature, completely different from the other 3. Yoshihiro concluded, "And there's an exception that doesn't belong to any of those types. We call it tatarigami." Yushin suddenly realized, his expression changing. "The black demon. That's what it's called in Korea, right?" Soyeonji, sweating profusely, confirmed, "That's right. It doesn't belong to the 4 types above. It's a demon born from the abyss." She further explained that no one knows exactly how it's born. One can only guess it's created from the desires and fears of all living beings on Earth. Each generation has only 1 black demon individual per species. If the current one dies, it takes centuries, even millennia, for another to be born. Soyeonji said with a horrified expression that depending on the species, their forms and abilities differ, but a common trait is that their growth and desires far exceed all imagination. According to ancient records, they possess superhuman intelligence from birth and grow stronger the more they consume, with an insatiable greed that far surpasses a normal demon. In the past, whenever a black demon appeared, great chaos ensued, to the point where both mages and yokai had to set aside their differences and unite to destroy it. Yoshihiro admitted that the Japanese team was completely clueless, not knowing what kind of demon the black demon was, or if it was even in Korea. He further revealed that a psychic could only divine that it had been born and was heading west, across the sea. Yushin saw the Kira siblings off to their hotel, telling them to rest and that he would call them in the evening. The Kira siblings pulled their suitcases into the luxurious hotel lobby, and Yoshihiro turned to ask his sister for her opinion. Walking beside Soyeonji, Yushin sighed, declaring that whatever they thought didn't matter. They just needed to cooperate fully and report back to their superiors, because if this news was true, it was truly a disaster. Soyeonji was about to say something, but Yushin cut her off, asserting that he understood her meaning. She recounted her thoughts during yesterday's hunt, raising questions about the mastermind and their true intentions. In a flashback, Yushin observed that yesterday's demons were just small fry. They had plenty of demonic energy and power, but didn't know how to use it. Yushin's eyes sharpened, and he turned the problem around. But what if their goal was something else? Yushin continued his deduction. If the enemy's plan was to unleash a bunch of trash demons to make their side complacent, then they had succeeded. Soyeonji agreed, admitting that she herself had thought the sweep operation ended last night. But then, she posed a terrifying hypothesis. But what if one of the remaining demons is the black demon? Yushin mumbled with a pensive expression. The black demon, perhaps. Yushin suddenly turned, startling Soyeonji, and asserted firmly, "It's not just demons from Japan that are here." A map appeared with countless red arrows pointing towards Korea from all directions. Yushin explained that demons from many parts of the world were converging here. Yushin admitted that the black demon was a rare entity, and that he might be overthinking things. He continued his hypothesis. But it's not impossible. What if a black demon from another country came to Korea and has been leveling up by devouring humans for the past month? A white-haired yokai with a lip piercing was casually drinking water on the street, while Yushin's words echoed. Then it would be on a completely different level compared to the small fry from last night. It might even have reached spirit rank already. The legs of a mysterious woman appeared on a rooftop, she observed. Perhaps just like those on Myoji, others have also come here to hunt the black demon. The powerful woman was shown in full view, arms crossed, muttering to herself, "I hope I'm just worrying for nothing." The scene shifted to a mountainous area near Seoul, a perfect location for a training ground. Choi Si-woo arrived, noting that the place seemed deserted, truly an ideal spot. Seolhwa stepped forward with a confident expression, bluntly stating that it was fine if a few ordinary people saw them, as not everyone could perceive them. She smirked, adding that if necessary, they could simply use magic to control them. which made Choi Si-woo sigh in relief. Siola suddenly fell silent, her sharp gaze fixed on Choi Si-woo. She directly asked him if he had lost sleep over the 2 deaths at the mall yesterday. Choi Si-woo admitted it wasn't her fault, but rather that he couldn't use his magic to reach them in time. He lowered his face, his voice dropping, blaming himself that he could have done more. Siola concluded, "That is why I brought you here, so you can do more," and warned that incidents like yesterday would continue. She declared that from now on, she would personally train him. This was both her duty and a way for him to become stronger. Siola explained that besides combat, he needed to learn supportive magic like charms, barriers, detection, and sealing for adaptability. Choi Si-woo nodded decisively, his eyes filled with determination, ready to absorb the lesson. "But first," Siola said, then unexpectedly slid forward. With a whoosh, she lunged straight at Choi Si-woo, catching him completely off guard. He stumbled backward, stammering, "Wait a minute." Siola swiftly wrapped her arm around his waist, holding Choi Si-woo tightly as he lost his balance. She leaned close to his face, scolding him, "You're a goblin. Don't let yourself be read so easily and fall flat on your face like that." Holding Choi Si-woo tightly in an ambiguous pose, Siola smirked. "Well, this is a perfect position anyway." Siola's eyes flashed with purple demonic energy as she commanded, "Relax and stand still." Siola's eyes flashed with purple demonic energy, and she whispered into the startled Choi Si-woo's ear, "It'll be quick." A faint floral scent and the sweet taste of peaches assailed Choi Si-woo's nose. He immediately felt dizzy, his heart pounding like he'd just run a marathon, his mind reeling as he wondered what the hell was happening. Siola held him tight, her face exuding absolute authority. Choi Si-woo, panicked, squeezed his eyes shut, but when he opened his eyes again, he found himself free-falling into a chillingly familiar space, a palace submerged in purple demonic energy. Choi Si-woo was still stunned, but Siola spoke up to reassure him, "Don't worry, it's not real." Siola smirked, explaining that this was an area deep within his subconscious, constructed from his own memories. Choi Si-woo sighed in relief, having thought he was teleported to some strange place, and asked if this was an illusion. "No," Siola affirmed confidently. "You are speaking with me in the flesh. My demon art is a bit special." She explained that the 9-tailed fox's exclusive demon art, Purple Whisper, could introduce false stimuli into the brain via the nervous system. This ability doesn't just create illusions, brainwash, or simply control actions, but at a higher level, it can directly connect 2 brains, opening a path of the mind. "Simply put, I am visiting your mind as a guest," Siola declared, appearing unconcerned. Her hand flared with blazing purple demonic energy. Choi Si-woo was dumbfounded as she continued, "But I am truly interested in the test you are about to face." With that, Siola unleashed overwhelming purple demonic energy, materializing a towering shadow from nothingness. A shadow entity stepped out, and Siola declared, "We will see how you fight him." The shadow entity gradually took shape, revealing a familiar muscular physique. Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, sensing trouble. "Wait, don't tell me." A shirtless clone of Choi Si-woo himself, with glowing red eyes, stepped forward, while Siola stood behind, sneering. "Or perhaps you've never met him before? Since this is the first time you've seen yourself like this, right?" The clone grimaced, purple demonic energy coursing through its body, and Siola explained, "This isn't a 100% accurate clone, but a recreation from my memories." Siola smirked triumphantly, pointing to her head. "Combining my memories from fighting him and what you've experienced, this is a nearly perfect version." She continued to taunt, making Choi Si-woo take a stance. "Aren't you curious who's stronger, and by how much?" Siola snapped her fingers with a snap, adding a crucial detail. "Oh, his demonic energy level is probably exactly the same as it was then." She casually conjured a tea set and sat down, recalling, "Back then, you were exhausted, barely able to stand." But contrary to her words, the clone stomped its foot on the ground, the floor cracking open under the terrifying pressure. With a whoosh, the clone shot forward like a bullet, leaving a trail of purple light behind it. It closed in on Choi Si-woo in an instant, the distance now only centimeters. Wham! A devastating punch was unleashed with terrifying speed. Siola watched, calmly remarking, "He's strong, even without demonic energy." Choi Si-woo clutched his numb arm, his mind reeling. What kind of monstrous strength is this? "I already used my footwork to disperse the impact." The clone gave him no time to breathe, immediately launching a lightning-fast kick directly at his guard. Choi Si-woo could only be astonished for a brief moment, before being completely overwhelmed. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The clone unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Choi Si-woo into a completely passive state. He could only raise his arms to endure the assault, unconsciously wondering, was I ever this strong? Suddenly, a girl with a garlic bun hairstyle and monstrous legs appeared, remarking, strength, speed all far surpass the demon at the mall. And what's more, Choi Si-woo raised his arm to block, purple demonic energy erupting around his fist. Yet he was still overwhelmed by the clone's pure strength. The clone's punch was so fast that Choi Si-woo only managed to tilt his head and narrowly dodge, completely surprised by the terrifying speed. Wham! The clone allowed no second of rest, unleashing a hook punch that landed squarely on Choi Si-woo's guarding arm, the impact sparking. Siola leisurely set down her teacup, sneering, not easy to swallow, is it? Enjoying her tea, the nine-tailed fox analyzed, as I said, you possess innate talent. If I fought with physical combat instead of demonic arts, this wouldn't be an easy match either. Choi Si-woo staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes still burned with unwavering determination. Siola took a sip of tea, musing about Choi Si-woo's absurd combat sense, which had helped him win every fight until now. She continued to analyze. But that trick only works when your opponent is weaker. What will you do if your enemy has the same talent, the same combat sense, and is even superior in some aspects? Choi Si-woo dodged an attack while touching his hand to the ground, wondering why he was being overwhelmed like this. He looked up at the replica, standing calmly, realizing he had used all his strength, yet it hadn't even flinched. A question flashed in Choi Si-woo's mind. It's strange. If I truly had no demonic energy back then why? Siola smirked, realizing the kid had finally started thinking. Choi Si-woo stood up straight, taking a boxer's defensive stance, his gaze completely transformed. The replica charged like a whirlwind, with no intention of giving him time to prepare. Choi Si-woo suddenly realized, the techniques I've used in every battle were all influenced by him. He recalled the first time he used the goblin's club, a weapon that had transformed on its own, due to the goblin's memories still lingering within him. Blood streamed from his nose, but Choi Si-woo's eyes were sharp as blades. If he can do it, then so can I. Instead of confronting him directly, Choi Si-woo suddenly punched straight down at the ground, and a surge of purple energy erupted. The replica paused, its crimson eyes flashing with recognition. Ground step, isn't it? The replica admitted Choi Si-woo's mastery of ground step surpassed its own, calling it an overwhelmingly powerful skill that absorbs force from the ground. It grabbed Choi Si-woo by the neck, asserting that the skill was so potent that the amount of demonic energy no longer mattered. Choi Si-woo knew he couldn't reach that level yet, but he gripped his opponent's hand, preparing to turn the tables. Thrown straight into the air, Choi Si-woo growled, I have my own move too. A surge of blazing black and red demonic energy burst from Choi Si-woo's hand, signaling a technique of an entirely different caliber. The replica looked up, its eyes gleaming, and challenged, let's see how you use ground step, when there's no ground beneath your feet. Choi Si-woo smirked, and black and red demonic energy violently erupted around him. He unleashed a destructive aerial attack, looking like a dark meteor plummeting straight down. Boom! A colossal pillar of energy slammed straight into the ground, blowing away everything in sight. Siola, who was calmly reading a magazine, smirked with satisfaction at the sight. Choi Si-woo landed, wielding a black and red energy mace, and triumphantly shouted, Siola, I did it! He confidently declared that although the opponent was strong, because it was himself, he could read its weaknesses. Siola folded her magazine, smiling approvingly. Well done, she continued. Both of us acknowledge your strength. Choi Si-woo was stunned. Both? Siola smiled brightly, pointing behind him. That's right. Look. Choi Si-woo turned around, his face paling as he sensed a familiar killing intent, but many times stronger. From within the smoke, the replica emerged, wielding a black and red energy mace even larger and more spiky than his own. The replica flexed its power, its crimson eyes emotionless, looking like a true demon ready to crush everything. Siola calmly explained. It acknowledges you now, which is why it's finally bringing out its mace. That means it hadn't even considered you an opponent until now. Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. Choi Si-woo froze, staring at the replica flexing its black and red energy mace, as massive as a temple pillar, with demonic energy tearing through space itself. The demonic mark on the replica's forehead glowed ominously, signaling an impending destructive blow. The colossal mace was swung upwards, ready to crush everything in its path. Choi Si-woo could only gape at the mace plummeting down, screaming in his mind, this is just unfair. Kaboom! A heaven-shattering blow made the entire area tremble, and black and red energy violently erupted. The ground was pulverized, and debris flew everywhere after the terrifying attack. Lying flattened in a deep crater, Choi Si-woo's entire body was bruised and covered in blood. He faded into unconsciousness, only able to look up at the sky in despair after taking the full force of the blow. Just as he regained consciousness, Choi Si-woo saw Siola sitting with her legs crossed over him, chuckling. "Not bad. I thought you'd be pulverized, but you put up quite a fight." The nine-tailed fox calmly admitted that the opponent was so strong it forced her to use 5 tails, making it far from an easy battle. Choi Si-woo curiously asked directly, "If an opponent's strength is measured by the number of tails you use, how many tails would you need to defeat me?" Siola rested her chin in her hand, thinking, then gave a blunt answer. 2 tails wouldn't be enough. At least 3, or 4 if I'm in a hurry." She added that each tail increases power by 1.5 times, while 1 tail is enough to deal with small fry, making Choi Si-woo break out in a cold sweat just by doing the math. Suddenly, Siola spun around, her eyes blazing with deep purple demonic energy, and growled, "You! I've seen you scurrying around like a rat." A strange woman appeared in a panic, her voice trembling as she profusely apologized for having no intention of interfering. The woman knelt on the ground, earnestly explaining that she had no ill intent watching the fight, making Choi Si-woo's eyes widen in surprise. "Hongryun?" Siola frowned and asked if he knew her, and Choi Si-woo confirmed she was from the Yanghoi clan. Hongryun bowed her head and explained, "Regarding the contract you signed with our clan head, I am here to deliver the deposit item he prepared." She solemnly announced that the item was a set of clothes crafted from top-grade demonic treasure, drawing the attention of both Siola and Choi Si-woo. A day earlier, at an ancient mansion, Moryong began to explain what he called investment. The old patriarch of the Yanghoi family promised to help Choi Si-woo win the festival by providing material resources. Moryong emphasized that these were extremely special items, never before revealed to any other client. In addition, Choi Si-woo would be provided with all information and privileges the family possessed, which seemed to satisfy him. But Choi Si-woo was no pushover. He laid his cards on the table, his sharp eyes directly asking about the nature of investment. Was it perhaps expecting to receive more than what was given? Moryong smirked sinisterly, admitting that this young man was very sharp and wanted to know what Choi Si-woo would do when he became the Demon King. Choi Si-woo swallowed nervously, awaiting a direct answer about what the Yanghoi family truly wanted from him. The old man suddenly burst into laughter, declaring bluntly, "For now, we want nothing at all," which left Choi Si-woo dumbfounded. Moryong admitted this could hardly be called a true investment, at least not at this moment. The old fox stated directly, "You are not the only candidate we are backing," which surprised Choi Si-woo slightly. He explained that not only the Yanghoi family, but other powers were also investing in candidates, because a demon king would reign for 666 years. Whoever seized the throne, the future of the family backing that individual would soar, so those not capable of becoming king at least wanted to become close satellites. Choi Si-woo listened in silence, realizing that investors were scattering money everywhere to sow seeds for the future. He scratched his head, feeling a little more at ease, but still wondering about the demons who had no one backing them. Moryong nodded in confirmation, stating there would be those who resented not being sponsored, or because others were chosen instead of them. However, the old man asserted that those complaints would cause no problems. They would simply vanish. He gave Yuseum, the young master of the Heite family, as an example, someone the Yanghoi family had once intended to invest in due to his bloodline and potential. Moryong spread his hand, his eyes sharp. He pointed directly at Choi Si-woo and declared, "But you have shown us that he is not worthy of investment, and you are the one we should cooperate with." Moryong concluded the rules of this world. If you want investment, you must prove your strength, and if you hate someone who is sponsored, just crush them. Patriarch Moryong's voice echoed, explaining the festival's rules of survival. The small fry would be eliminated, while the strong would advance closer to the Demon King's throne, as Choi Si-woo gasped under the pressure. The old man Moryong narrowed his eyes calculatingly, sealing the deal. "When you become king, I will state my conditions, and whether or not to maintain this relationship will be up to you." The flashback ended, and Choi Si-woo sat in the luxurious room, accepting the old fox's goodwill. Back in the present, he was marveling at the first investment gift, a combat suit. Choi Si-woo tried on the suit, surprised that it fit perfectly and was extremely comfortable even when worn over his regular clothes. Seolhwa, with her arms crossed, explained nonchalantly, "That's the characteristic of items made from demonic treasures. This isn't meant for daily wear, just summon it when needed." Hongryun, the patriarch's subordinate, appeared and instructed on its use. "Clasp your hands, say activate to wear it, and deactivate to take it off." Choi Si-woo complied, clasped his hands, and shouted, "Then, deactivate." With a whoosh, the suit dissolved into black smoke and vanished, leaving him gaping in astonishment. He playfully activated and deactivated the suit repeatedly, while Seolhwa openly showed disdain, and Hongryun merely observed silently. Hongryun glanced at Seolhwa, secretly realizing that this was indeed the legendary nine-tailed fox. She recalled information about Seolhwa, a genius who had rejected all invitations from major families because she didn't want to owe anything to the small fry, which made Seolhwa snap. "You're acting like a child." Seolhwa spun around, her eyes sharp. "Huh?" Overwhelmed by the nine-tailed fox's aura, Hongryun flinched when directly questioned. "What are you staring at? If you're done, leave, or are you here to spy?" Seolhwa brushed her off, while Choi Si-woo curiously interjected. "What's going on? Did Patriarch Moryong have any other instructions?" Hongryun regained her composure and reported, "There's still a group of foreign demons from last night that hasn't been dealt with, and we have their location." She relayed the order. "Patriarch Moryong wants me to inform you of their location and hopes you will assist in eliminating them." Seolhwa immediately narrowed her eyes, her dominant aura rising. "Wait, I understand why you're informing him, but how did you obtain that information?" Overwhelmed by the aura, Hongryun broke into a sweat as Seolhwa growled, "A warning. You'd best not lie to me." Choi Si-woo recognized the familiar name, Yuseum of the Haetae family, right? And Hongryun confirmed. Hongryun explained that Yuseum had also participated in last night's hunt in Seoul with 2 other demons, which made Choi Si-woo nod, appearing to understand. Choi Si-woo asked directly, "You mean Yuseum pinpointed the location of the remnants?" That sounds fishy, but Hongryun denied it. Last night's flashback. In a ruined warehouse, Yuseum fled from the corpse of a giant monster, while his 2 companions had been eliminated. A close-up showed Yuseum, his face smeared, crying and running for his life, looking utterly pathetic. Seolhwa looked annoyed, questioning why she hadn't been reported about a failed hunt. Hongryun explained that they had only learned of it this morning, because young Master Yuseum had only sought them out last night. The flashback showed Yuseum in a tattered state, in extreme panic as a female servant opened the door to let him in. Hongryun continued, stating that Yuseum's condition had not improved. He only repeated a few disjointed details about what had happened. In his panic, Yuseum cowered, trembling as he apologized to his mother and sister for his cowardice. Seolhwa openly showed disdain. That's because he knows what fate awaits him. Not dying in battle, but fleeing like a coward, disgracing his entire family. A pitch-black magpie spirit landed on Seolhwa's hand. She immediately asked if only they knew this news, and suggested that the judge should also be informed. Choi Si-woo speculated that they had probably already reported it, but the judge wouldn't bother getting involved in such a trivial matter. The magpie unexpectedly pecked Seolhwa's hand, startling her. She grumbled that everything was in chaos just because of one failed area. As the magpie prepared to fly away, Choi Si-woo mumbled that Solmi must be having a hard time cleaning up, because she was still inexperienced with her new magic. Seolhwa turned, her eyes full of hidden meaning. "If you're so concerned, why don't you go see for yourself?" Which surprised Choi Si-woo. Seolhwa stroked the magpie, saying that the judge and Solmi would surely object, but that was just their perspective. Hongryun chimed in, giving Choi Si-woo the green light. "You already know the location, just go. If you catch the demon, they'll overlook it." Choi Si-woo's eyes flashed with a purple light, determined to hunt and prevent the demon from devouring more innocent people. Seolhwa looked directly at him, asserting that was why she couldn't stop him. "If it were me, I would have gone there long ago." The magpie soared into the sky, and Seolhwa offered one last piece of advice. "Find out what kind of demon you're dealing with." As Seolhwa walked, she warned, her purple demon energy flaring. "If they're physical fighters like you might stand a chance, but if they're users of demon arts, be careful, they'll vanish before you even realize it." With that, a spatial gate opened beneath her feet, and Seolhwa concluded, "But what you do is up to you." Hongryun turned, her eyes questioning. "Can you tell me about it?" Choi Si-woo's face was cold as he replied, "I want to know everything Yuseum has revealed." Scene change, at TH Hotel. Yoshihiro Kira panicked upon seeing his sister preparing to leave. "Wait, where are you going?" Yuzuru Kira replied curtly, her face devoid of emotion. "Huh? Sightseeing, obviously. Now that I'm here, should I just stay cooped up in my room?" Yoshihiro snapped back, knowing his sister wasn't being straightforward. "But you know what I'm talking about. Are you really just going sightseeing?" The older brother tried to persuade her. "As I said, we are guests here, not in Japan. We must abide by the rules and customs." Yuzuru sighed contemptuously, clearly not listening. Those exorcists we just met seem to think they'll help if we cooperate. I don't believe that. Yoshihiro, still not giving up, asked in a stunned voice. Are you really going to just hunt demons in a foreign country? You're not planning to do that, are you? Yuzuru growled, pointing directly at her brother. You've been acting strangely ever since you became the temporary head. Shut your mouth and take care of yourself. She grabbed her brother's collar, brought her face close, and said in a sarcastic tone, I'm not the one who caused the mess at the Sumida River, you know. Yuzuru released him, declaring firmly before leaving, I'll be back before dinner. If you don't believe me, just call. Bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Yoshihiro standing rooted to the spot. The older brother sighed in annoyance, muttering, You never answer when I call anyway. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 14th floor. Yuzuru Kira stepped into the elevator, her gaze icy, determined to act. She pressed the button for basement B2, determined not to waste a single second. A small spirit entity emerged from a wisp of blue smoke in Yuzuru's hand, and she commanded, Instead of hunting it myself, I will make the demon come to me. Yuzuru looked at the spirit entity and made her request. I need a great fortune. Can you do it? Truly befitting Yuzuru Kira, an exorcist capable of controlling various spirit entities. The seventh lucky child spirit confirmed it had accumulated enough energy for Yuzuru Kira, introducing its ability to store and bestow fortune. A magic scroll appeared from the spirit entity's box, explaining that there were 7 different types of fortune, ranging from wealth and love to health. Yuzuru Kira confidently took the scroll, for even she didn't know which type of fortune she would receive. The system operates such that the spirit entity itself decides what the exorcist needs most in the current situation, not what they desire. Yuzuru smirked, thinking to herself that while it was a bit wasteful of a great fortune, with it, capturing the demon would be as easy as pie. The next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Opening the scroll, she froze as she read the words. Today is the day you meet the man of your dreams. Lucky color, black. A couple walking by was startled by Yuzuru's piercing scream. What the hell? Yuzuru crumpled the paper, yelling in frustration. This is what I need most right now? No way. She hastily paid the taxi and got out, telling the driver she would walk the rest of the way. As soon as she closed the car door, Yuzuru turned around and stopped dead in her tracks. A familiar figure sighed heavily. Choi Si-woo had just stepped out of another taxi, muttering into his phone. If I'd known this, I would have taken the bus. Scene changed to Hangang Park in Seoul, a crowded public place, a peaceful scene, with people strolling, a mother walking with her small child. A demon named Bi Hyung was sitting on a bench, observing his surroundings with interest, when a voice spoke up. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Bi Hyung. A hand was placed on Bi Hyung's shoulder, and the voice continued. I thought you hated humans. Chien, another demon, asked his comrade, while drinking water, how long he had been there. Chien explained that he had arrived a few minutes ago but didn't want to disturb Bi Hyung's fun, and admitted he was quite surprised to see this scene. Bi Hyung looked up and replied coldly. Hating something and observing it are 2 completely different things. Bi Hyung likened humans to insects. Though disgusting, they are quite interesting to observe from afar. He smirked, saying that, for him too, watching humans struggle and writhe was quite amusing. Chien flatly said he couldn't empathize, but Bi Hyung merely sneered, mocking his subordinate for being naive. Bi Hyung taunted that Chien hadn't even reached his 2nd birthday yet, but he would soon understand. Chien sighed, changing the subject. Ray and his crew? They're all gone, aren't they? Bi Hyung confirmed that Ray and Viren were definitely dead, because their opponent was too strong, while the youngest, Wei Lun, was most likely still alive. But Bi Hyung said she was as good as dead, because the other side would drain her dry for information, though he was sure they wouldn't get anything out of her. Chien began to reminisce about last night. He kept thinking about it. He admitted that when he refused Ray's invitation, he felt nothing, but when he left alone, he finally realized. He realized how foolish he had been after a whole year with them. His bloodlust surged, and Chien growled that he should have torn all 3 of them apart with his own hands. Thinking back, it felt like a waste and infuriating. He said he had eaten all night but was still hungry, while a couple walking by shivered from the cold. Bi Hyung casually asked how many lives he had devoured. Chien replied nonchalantly, Who knows? His eyes flashing with a savage glint. He continued, Since he no longer needed the building he used to share with them, he had devoured everyone inside. Chien asked worriedly if doing that was all right, and Bi Hyung sneered. Of course, I told you yesterday was the last day you had to be careful. Bi Hyung declared that Chien had been free since midnight last night. Whatever he wanted to do, whatever trouble he caused, he wouldn't stop him. He said he had no right to interfere, and that was all he asked of his 7. Just do whatever you want. Bi-hyung scrolled on his phone, muttering that the news of all residents in an apartment complex going missing would soon break. Then Chien suddenly questioned how he knew everything so clearly, pressing him. Bi-hyung, were you there? Bi-hyung smirked, casually admitting. Huh? Yeah, he stated firmly. I was there. A flashback showed him witnessing Choi Si-woo's combat from afar. Bi-hyung explained that he had nothing to do with Chien or those other guys. It was just a coincidence that what he was interested in happened to be nearby. His gaze fixed on Choi Si-woo, bruised after the battle. Chien looked confused, but Bi-hyung only smirked mysteriously, his purple eyes flashing. Nothing. At least for now. The scene shifted to Yuzuru Kira, walking down a bustling street under the sunlight. She suddenly stopped, sensing a blatant surge of demonic energy emanating from the guy walking ahead. Yuzuru frowned in annoyance, thinking to herself, "What the hell is this?" She analyzed. His demonic energy is hitting me straight in the face, not even bothering to conceal it. Even if he's not a demon breaking the law, this behavior in this country is clearly too foolish. Yuzuru's eyes sharpened as she quickly considered 2 possibilities. Hypothesis 1. This guy is merely a human controlled by demon magic like a puppet. Hypothesis 2. He's deliberately feigning ignorance to lure someone into a trap, but she dismissed it, concluding, no, he's simply incompetent at controlling demon magic. Choi Si-woo, the one being watched, stared at his hand, completely unaware. He was holding a mobile tracking dagger, an item that once belonged to Yuseum. In a flashback, Hongryun explained the mechanism. If you infuse it with demonic energy and stab an opponent, a blade fragment will embed itself deep within them. Once the blade is separated, the wielder of the hilt can track the target from afar through that fragment. Choi Si-woo asked again, confirming that the demon Yuseum was pursuing had a dagger fragment inside it, while also inquiring about the distance and time limits. Hongryun answered clearly. You can track them within a radius of approximately 620 miles. The effect will last unless the target moves further away or removes the fragment. However, there's a critical condition. One must use stronger demonic energy than when it was embedded to remove the fragment. Choi Si-woo's face hardened upon hearing this. Once the fragment is removed, a new blade will regrow from the hilt. Back in the present, Choi Si-woo stood in the middle of the street, realizing that the enemy was skilled enough not only to defeat Yusem but also 2 other demons. Choi Si-woo gripped the dagger's hilt tightly, purple demonic energy flaring as he realized a truth. The only reason this blade fragment is still broken is because those guys aren't skilled enough to pull it out. Choi Si-woo's eyes narrowed, identifying this prey as the real deal. In an abandoned neighborhood, noxious purple demonic energy billowed, signaling a monster's lair. Inside a dilapidated warehouse, a trembling voice echoed, "Hey Tao." A demon wrapped entirely in bandages like a mummy, named Zen, frantically pointed at his companion's arm. The red-haired demon named Tao bared his fangs and smirked at Zen's concern over his bleeding arm. Oh, this? Tao casually declared the wound was nothing, and he even deliberately kept the blade fragment to lure more new playthings. A muscular demon with his hair tied in a bun appeared, blocking the way and questioning Tao. The bun-haired demon snapped, asking why Tao was deliberately luring hunters to their location, and what benefit he gained from it. Tao maintained his arrogant smile, uttering a sentence that stunned his companions. Ah, speaking of which, I won't eat humans anymore. Both the bun-haired demon and Zen froze. The bun-haired demon frantically asked again, thinking Tao was talking nonsense, wondering what they would eat if not humans. Tao admitted that human flesh was delicious and made him stronger, but the hunger remained, an endless hunger. He had found the answer to his hunger the night before. In a flashback, Tao recalled his battle with Yuseum and 2 subordinates, admitting that if it had been before, all 3 of them would still be alive and well. Standing over the corpse of a demon, Tao remembered the feeling after wiping out the group. After defeating them, I finally felt it. I was truly full. Zen suddenly understood. It was the feeling the one who brought them here had spoken of. Purple demonic energy erupted around Tao as he declared his new truth. I want to hunt those who bring pleasure in the hunt itself, not just for their taste. The bun-haired demon couldn't accept this madness, declaring he was out of the game because he didn't want to be implicated and die a meaningless death. Tao merely smirked. Oh, really? I understand. Everyone has their own path. I won't force you. Tao looked at the trembling bun-haired demon, casually saying, So, I guess this is where it ends. A bit of a shame, but it's for the best. The bun-haired demon panicked as Tao placed a hand on his shoulder, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait, he said he wouldn't eat humans, could it be? Tao suddenly let go, making the bun-haired demon jump, sweat pouring from him. With a challenging grin, Tao pointed at the bun-haired demon and said curtly, "Good luck." Zen spoke up, admitting that it was thanks to those two that he was where he was today. Tao agreed, saying it was a shame they couldn't go together anymore, but also asserted, "From now on, it's best if you stay away from me." The bun-haired demon gritted his teeth, muttering a curse under his breath. That lunatic. He turned to urge Zen. "Hey Zen, you heard him. Let's go, before the sun sets." Zen stood still, unmoving, prompting the bun-haired demon to ask, "What are you waiting for?" The bun-haired demon was stunned as Zen stammered his decision. I want to stay with Tao." Zen explained hesitantly that they all survived last night because Tao had shouldered the burden for the team. Gathering his courage, Zen looked directly at Tao and continued, "I want to become strong like Tao. I mean, instead of hunting humans." The bun-haired demon furiously grabbed Zen, yelling, "What the hell are you talking about? Know your place, Zen. Have you forgotten what kind of beings you and I are? We're different species from him." Tao coldly warned Zen, "As I said, staying with me is very dangerous. There's a high chance you'll die." But then, Tao grabbed his own collar, smirking arrogantly. "But I promise you one thing. Even if you have to die, I swear you won't die before me." Zen was stunned by Tao's powerful promise, while the bun-haired demon could only gape in astonishment. The bun-haired demon waved his hand, officially giving up. "Enough. I'm not participating in this farce anymore." He turned his back and walked away, but then stopped and threw out a sly question. "Oh, and you said you two wouldn't eat humans, so I guess you wouldn't mind if I devoured all the humans downstairs before I leave, right?" Tao merely smirked in response. "Go ahead. You'd best eat your fill before the sun sets." In the dead of night, Choi Si-woo advanced alone towards an abandoned warehouse, believed to be the lair of dark demons. Inside, Zen anxiously questioned Tao, who was lost in thought about an ancient demon. Tao reassured Zen that he was fine, just a little surprised, his hand clenching as purple demonic energy began to leak out. Si-woo muttered, knowing the enemy would come but not expecting them so soon. An ancient symbol appeared, depicting a ferocious evil god, feared by both humans and demons. Tao erupted with deep purple demonic energy, a belligerent smirk on his face. "Time to welcome our guests, Zen." His title was revealed, Chiyo, the world-devouring war god. Si-woo didn't hesitate, stepping alone through the massive door into the dilapidated warehouse. The moment he entered, Si-woo's radar immediately alerted him to two sharp energy signatures from different directions. He looked up, sensing dense demonic energy swirling on the upper floor, and looking down, the stench of blood and scattered bloodstains on the floor assaulted his senses. Standing between two deadly choices, Si-woo swallowed hard, preparing for the impending battle. Meanwhile, outside, Yuzuru Kira observed the building enveloped in dark demonic energy. She frowned, commenting, "What the hell is this ominous place? This is a feast for demons." Yuzuru couldn't understand why Si-woo could casually walk into such a place without hesitation. She firmly asserted that this was clearly nothing more than a trap. But then she clenched her fist, confident in the prophecy of the seventh lucky child, who never lied. She told herself that even if she received a love fortune, her happiness for the day was guaranteed. She would definitely meet her fated partner. However, the problem was that the prophecy didn't specify who that fated partner would be. Yuzuru glanced at Si-woo's silhouette, dismissing the thought. "No way it's him. He looks decent, but seems a bit clueless." Ignoring the nonsense, she focused on sensing the energy emanating from the upper floor of the warehouse. A powerful, fluctuating aura. Yuzuru Kira stood atop her giant spirit beast, commanding coldly, "Let's go, Raiju." Whoosh! The Raiju spirit beast transformed into a streak of blue light, carrying Yuzuru as it leaped to the upper floor of the abandoned building. Both landed lightly yet powerfully, a blue aura still enveloping them. Yuzuru squinted, seemingly disappointed. Perhaps I overestimated this place." The bandaged demon Zen was trembling, muttering that the opponent didn't look like a high-ranking demon. He reassured himself, trying to regain courage. "I can do it. I can do it." Yuzuru sneered, declaring bluntly, "Whatever. Anything that appears, just crush it." Meanwhile, on the lower floor, Choi Si-woo was cautiously ascending the dark staircase. He raised his head, his expression vigilant as he heard strange sounds. Above, in the blood-splattered darkness, a figure was squatting, gruesome chewing sounds echoing. The bun-haired demon was devouring a corpse. Startled, he spun around when he sensed an intruder. Si-woo stepped forward, his voice icy as he recognized the enemy's identity. Not human, but demons. All of you. He ignored the pointless question about the number of victims, getting straight to the point. How many of you are here? The bun-haired demon wiped his mouth, muttering that this kid couldn't be alone, and his companions must have gone upstairs. He realized this was a chance to escape. A sinister smirk on his face. You ruined my meal. The demon licked his lips, eyeing Siwoo as dessert. I guess you'll do as a substitute. Siwoo simply replied with one word. Sure. With a whoosh, Siwoo vanished right before the demon's eyes, leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. In a flash, Siwoo closed in from the side, his fist blazing with vibrant purple demonic energy, challenging. If you can catch me, kapow. A thunderous punch slammed directly into the demon's gut. He only had time to register Siwoo's incredible speed before taking the full force of the devastating blow. Without another word, Choi Siwoo grabbed the bun-haired demon, lifting him off the ground with one hand. Crash! Siwoo slammed the enemy's face into the floor, a burst of purple demonic energy erupting and shattering the concrete ground. The bun-haired demon scrambled up, covered in blood, only managing a few choked sounds. Siwoo slowly advanced, radiating killing intent, and commanded, I'll ask again. How many of you are here? What are your abilities and strengths? Be concise. The demon roared. Don't underestimate me. Then began to transform, his hands turning into sharp claws. Whoosh. He lunged forward with incredible speed, determined to fight Siwoo to the death. Slash. A bloody cut appeared, leaving a long gash across Siwoo's face. The bun-haired demon laughed maniacally, screaming, Fool! You should have killed me when you had the chance. You deserve this for daring to lecture me. Siwoo simply stood there silently, letting the wound bleed, which made the demon realize something was wrong. The bun-haired demon muttered, realizing his attack was too shallow, and decided to keep his distance to unleash a finishing move. A series of blazing red energy slashes were unleashed, forming a dense net of blades aimed directly at Siwoo. The barrage of attacks enveloped Siwoo, seemingly about to tear him into 100 pieces. But the true target of those slashes was the demon himself, who swung his claws in astonishment. Blood splattered everywhere, and the bun-haired demon's body was sliced into many pieces. A final invisible sword strike cut across his body, ending all resistance. The demon's head fell to the floor in a pool of blood, a conclusion to his arrogance. He gasped in his final moments, his voice trembling with terror. The demon couldn't believe it, stammering. You, what the hell are you? You should be dead by now, why? Siwoo, his wound completely healed, coldly stated, Because you're weak. I know why you demons devour humans, because I understand that craving and desperation to become stronger. Choi Siwoo looked down at the mangled corpse with disdain. You've eaten so many people, and this is all the strength you gained, and you still want more? His entire body erupted with purple demon energy, and he growled, killing people for an unacceptable reason. I cannot forgive that. Grab! Siwoo seized the bun-haired demon by the collar, filling him with utter terror. Slash. A searing red energy slash swept across the demon's body. Siwoo pressed his blood-soaked hand onto his opponent's chest. Boom. A massive surge of purple demon energy exploded, blasting the demon into the wall. The demon, gasping for breath, struggled to sneer. You ask why we devour humans? Because we can. With a bruised face and broken teeth, the bun-haired demon persisted with his flawed logic. What's wrong with a predator eating its prey? You're just like us. He called Siwoo a hypocrite, and Siwoo coldly admitted, You're right. In the darkness, Siwoo delivered a decisive finishing blow. Thump! He pulled out a glowing purple demon energy orb from the demon's chest. Siwoo stood there, shirtless, his body covered in slashes but still unyielding, holding his trophy. He turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on the energy orb in his palm. The lifeless corpse of the bun-haired demon lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Siwoo brought the orb to his mouth, preparing to absorb its power. Crash! The warehouse window shattered from a blinding blue lightning bolt. The bandaged demon was enveloped by blue electricity, letting out a groan as he felt something was terribly wrong. A young Onmyoji priestess appeared with her giant spirit beast, asking coldly, Is this all there is? Where are your leader or your companions? The bandaged demon trembled, stammering, I don't know what you're talking about. Stop showing off and focus on. The spirit beast growled, radiating electric light, while the young Onmyoji priestess coldly confirmed, It is I. A blue lightning bolt struck directly down, making the bandaged demon convulse and lie sprawled on the floor. The Onmyoji priestess disdainfully assessed, at most, just a low-level demon, and a novice who can't fight. Was he abandoned? She smirked, thinking that killing such a small fry would be a waste, and it would be better to capture him alive. Tao appeared with a sinister smile, lecturing his subordinate. That won't do, Zen. You need to fix that attitude immediately, or no one will take you seriously. The Onmyoji priestess's eyes widened, realizing she had encountered the real deal as she recalled that Japanese Onmyoji had far more combat experience. Yuzuru Kira's profile appeared, a summoning expert, who had exterminated over 100 demons in 5 years since she was 14. The real deal, not to be trifled with, but all that combat experience now made her waver intensely. For one single reason, Tao leisurely walked forward, preaching as he went. No matter how strong the enemy is, you must still act superior. The Onmyoji priestess broke out in a cold sweat, and her spirit beast was visibly tense. She couldn't sense his energy, but an invisible pressure was crushing her nerves. She realized this was a soul-level dark demon. A giant shadow radiating sky-high purple demon energy materialized, and a deep, steady voice echoed, "My apologies, human. I didn't mean to deceive you." Yuzuru Kira froze, realizing that whether she chose to fight or flee, her chances of survival were almost zero. Tao maintained a confident expression, his sharp gaze fixed directly on his opponent. He ripped off his hand wraps, revealing sharp red and black energy tendrils. Fwhip! The red and black tendrils shot out at terrifying speed. But the target was not the Onmyoji priestess. Instead, Siwu himself used those tendrils from his body to bind Tao tightly, lifting him into the air. Siwu hovered, shirtless, his muscles bulging, with a red and black mark on his forehead and fiery purple eyes, completely dominating the fight. Tao's eyes widened in shock. His arrogant smile vanished, replaced by utter terror. Kapow! Siwu delivered a devastating kick, purple energy exploding, sending Tao crashing down to the earth. Choi Siwu unleashed a thunderous kick, exploding purple demon energy completely engulfing Tao. Crash! Tao was kicked face first into the ground, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The mummy-like Zen sat slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably as he called out his boss's name. The Onmyoji priestess and her spirit beast froze in place, muttering and asking if the other was some kind of psychic. Choi Siwu glanced over his shoulder, coldly ordering, "Get lost. You can't do anything here." Yuzuru Kira still tried to save face, stammering that she could help if their goals were aligned. Tao sat up, smirking mockingly. "He's calling you a hindrance. He doesn't want to be disturbed when he's in a frenzy." He looked directly at Choi Siwu, feigning understanding. "Right? Because I can tell just by looking." Choi Siwu stepped forward, his entire body shrouded in darkness and blazing purple demon energy, radiating an absolutely overwhelming presence. "Although you're a bit different from me, you want this fight to happen even more than I do." Being called a hindrance, Yuzuru Kira was infuriated, gritting her teeth and cursing under her breath as she gripped her spiritual artifact tightly. Tao was startled by the girl's killing intent. "Hey, who do you think you're talking to?" Yuzuru Kira erupted with blue spiritual power, yelling directly at him. You'd best get out of here quickly." Choi Siwu glanced over, his voice full of warning. "Because I have no intention of holding back for the likes of you." The golden spiritual artifact in the Onmyoji priestess's hand flashed with blue lightning bolts, accumulating energy for a powerful strike. The thunderous roar of the deer god. She leaped up, unleashing her full power into a terrifying technique. Wild Thunderbolt. A giant blue lightning spirit beast shot past Tao and Zen. Boom! The attack collided with its target, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Yuzuru Kira took a stance, her cold eyes assessing. This opponent is very strong. I can't conserve demon power. She decided to unleash her full power. I'll use everything I have to crush him. While the lightning spirit beast was still roaring, the Onmyoji priestess, Yuzuru Kira, growled, preparing to unleash the raging thunderbolt. Boom! A greenish-blue lightning explosion swept through a corner of the warehouse. Its destructive power was immense. Shh! As the smoke and dust cleared, Yuzuru Kira stood panting amidst the rubble. She started to feel something was off, muttering, "Something isn't right. Only 2 lightning strikes and I'm already out of breath? This power isn't even half of my usual." Her eyes widened in shock as she realized the fatal problem. The energy in this country was incompatible with her. Suddenly, Choi Si-woo appeared from behind, gently seizing her spiritual artifact. Yuzuru Kira flinched, and before she could understand what was happening, she heard a cold voice. "Relax." Choi Si-woo glanced at her, warning casually, "You'll get hurt." Whoosh! A massive surge of purple demonic energy grazed the exact spot where Yuzuru Kira stood. Had Choi Si-woo not intervened, she would have been obliterated. Choi Si-woo stood shielding the stunned female spirit master, exuding the overwhelming aura of a final boss. Shh! The purple demonic energy dissipated, returning silence to the dilapidated warehouse. Yuzuru Kira was bewildered, thinking her opponent had escaped, but then she denied it herself. Choi Si-woo calmly explained. He didn't run, because if he wanted to, he would have cut this off already. He raised his hand, a red and black energy chain tightly wrapped around his palm. Choi Si-woo yanked the chain, and it stretched taut, extending far into the back of the warehouse, proving the prey was still hooked. He analyzed the situation. The red-haired guy's friend doesn't look like someone who knows how to fight. He probably attacked just to buy time for his friend to escape, Choi Si-woo concluded. While the mummy-like Zen sat huddled in a corner. I guess the red-haired guy will return soon, or he's luring me to follow him. Choi Si-woo decided to hunt, turning to Yuzuru Kira, with a blunt statement. I'm going after him. As I said, you're not needed here. Feeling disrespected, Yuzuru Kira became furious, whirling around to snap. Don't be ridiculous. The female spirit master froze, her eyes wide with terror, as she sensed a terrifying surge of killing intent right behind her. Boom! Choi Si-woo appeared like a malevolent deity, purple demonic energy erupting, his eyes blazing. You haven't even seen what ridiculous truly means yet, kid. Grab. Without another word, he seized her by the neck. Choi Si-woo tightened his grip, stating coldly, I've never crushed a normal human before, but with this much force, I know. His eyes flashed with a deadly glint, the mark on his forehead glowing crimson. Just a little more force, and your neck will snap cleanly. Yuzuru Kira trembled, struggling in vain as he commanded. Do something, unless you want to die. Whoosh! He suddenly released her, turning away as if something had happened. Choi Si-woo paused, a hint of surprise on his face. He glanced down at his feet. The small spirit beast Raiju was gently nudging his pant leg with its front paw, trying to get his attention. Choi Si-woo looked speechless, giving the beast a glare before letting it go. Slip! He completely released his hand from Yuzuru Kira's neck. She collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, as he calmly said, Apologies for being a bit rough, but it was necessary. He explained clearly, I don't know if you noticed, but that last attack was aimed at me, not you. Choi Si-woo analyzed, an image of the massive purple energy surge appearing. The red-haired guy knew you couldn't dodge it, and he also knew I would save you. His goal was to buy time and keep me here. Yuzuru Kira bowed her head, unable to utter a word, as he asked directly, I don't know if it's pride or some other reason, but what more proof do you need to know you're not skilled enough to solo that demon? The spirit beast Raiju dejectedly walked away as Choi Si-woo commanded, So, go back. He turned his back and walked off to hunt, leaving a final remark. I don't want any more normal humans to die today. Oh, one more thing, Choi Si-woo called back, making Yuzuru Kira look up. The female spirit master pointed towards the bloody scene, making a final plea. In the basement are the bodies of those devoured by the demons. Can you take care of them? Choi Si-woo turned back, his gaze firm like a promise. Please. No one wants to be found in that state. The sky was clear blue, a deceptive scene of peace before the real battle began. In a desolate alley, Choi Si-woo strolled along, dragging the energy chain that tightly bound his prey. He suddenly stopped, sensing that his enemy had ceased resisting. Tao, the bound one, was unfazed and even grinned widely. Thanks for considering it. Because of you, I kept my promise to my comrades, the red-haired demon explained, toying with the energy chain as if it were a toy. You've probably realized by now that we're in a place where we don't have to worry about normal humans getting caught in the crossfire. The scene of a ruined resettlement area appeared, a place where few people lived anymore, and those who remained had fled in a panic upon hearing rumors of demons. Tao continued to ramble, recounting how curious individuals who came to film for views only made their hunt easier. Choi Si-woo merely listened in silence, his hand gripping the chain tightly, preparing for the all-out battle. Tao ended his monologue with an eager tone. Sorry for talking so much. I hope you understand. The demon's smile turned savage. He was extremely excited. Without warning, Tao shot forward, the ground beneath his feet cracking open. Bang! Tao's punch was blocked by Choi Si-woo's reinforced arm, purple and red energy clashing, sparks flying. The red-haired demon twisted his body, narrowly dodging the counterattack with astonishing speed. Wham! Tao delivered a hook punch directly to Choi Si-woo's face, a powerful strike. But that was all. Choi Si-woo firmly grabbed Tao's wrist, his eyes glowing with purple demonic energy. He channeled energy, transforming his other arm into a massive red and black energy cannon. Boom! A terrifying explosion blew everything away, the wall behind them shattering into fragments. Smash! Tao was blown away like a ragged doll, smashing through the concrete wall behind him. Tao's crimson eyes widened in disbelief at the power he just faced, yet also filled with excitement. Whoosh! Choi Si-woo lunged from above, swinging his red and black energy weapon straight down at Tao's head. Thud! Tao neatly parried the blow. The battle between the two monsters officially began. Purple and red demonic energy clashing fiercely. Both possessed skill, combat intuition, and talent that were truly on par with each other. But the longer they fought, the clearer the differences in their power levels and other factors became. Tao, a monster born for combat and violence, seized Choi Si-woo by the neck with a savage grin. Boom! He unleashed a thunderous punch to his opponent's stomach, an incredibly powerful attack. Choi Si-woo coughed up blood, but this power was insignificant. It gave Tao an overwhelming advantage. It turned out this was a flashback. Siola was warning Choi Si-woo. You just got lucky. She explained about the demonic elixirs he had swallowed. Forbidden drugs she had heard of. Let me be clear, never use this again. Siola growled, intimidating the bewildered Choi Si-woo. Siola concluded, an overdose of demonic energy is as dangerous as depletion. You were just lucky. She gave an example of a kobold yokai who went mad and berserk after absorbing energy it couldn't control. If you keep indulging in the power from those pills, there's no telling what kind of monster you'll turn into, Siola warned. Back in the present, Choi Si-woo stood firm like a rock after Tao's punch, making the latter exclaim, Damn, you're incredibly strong. Tao laughed gleefully, admitting that the small fry he dealt with last night were nothing, and this was the first time he had to use so much strength. Choi Si-woo wiped a streak of blood from his lip. A small purple gem glowed in his mouth. Tao was curious. What's that interesting toy? The answer that ancient goblins knew well. The goblin mask, the third skill of the goblin race, was activated. In an old tavern, a man asserted, Let me tell you, I saw a goblin with my own eyes. His two companions at the table dismissed him, one scoffing, spinning tales again. You'd mistake a wildcat for a tiger, the man recounted, his face still showing fear. A few days ago, as I was descending the hill, a snake monster as big as a house suddenly lunged out. Then a goblin appeared and saved me. His skeptical friend burped and asked, So it told you it was a goblin after saving you. What did it look like? The storyteller described, It was huge, twice my height, and twice as muscular. The image of a goblin's muscular back appeared in the flashback, the man explained. Aside from slightly darker skin, it had eyes, nose, and mouth, just like a human. No difference at all. His skeptical friend sneered. Then it was just a human, you fool. I thought it would have horns or something. The storyteller retorted, Not at all. And I've never heard of goblins having horns. Sudal from the next village said so, and he's much more trustworthy than you. His skeptical friend put down his wine cup, his expression suddenly serious. I'm not saying that Sodal is lying, but the goblin I saw didn't have horns, he declared, stunning the other two. The storyteller stammered in reply. You've seen a goblin before? His friend simply nodded in confirmation. He began to recount, recalling his childhood when he was fearfully hiding behind a tree. When I was little, I once saw two goblins about to fight to the death. Silhouettes of two giant muscular goblins appeared, glaring at each other fiercely. Just as you said, they were exactly like humans, only incredibly huge and dark-skinned. The storyteller eagerly asked again, Are you sure you didn't see any horns? His friend swallowed, his expression tense. Picking up some food, he continued his story. I don't know. Those two goblins suddenly vanished without a trace. He raised his hand to describe. I'm not sure if it was a mask or a helmet, but both of them wore something pointed on their heads. Sudal must have mistaken this for horns. The storyteller realized the issue. So they didn't vanish, but rather, you couldn't see them anymore? Exactly, he affirmed, as the image of his younger self frantically fleeing while the entire mountain shook from the invisible battle appeared. The moment they vanished, the ground cracked open, and trees were uprooted. He concluded profoundly. My memory might not be perfect, but goblins are a species far beyond human comprehension. Arguing about right or wrong is futile. The skeptical villager raised his wine cup and began to explain. Most legends about yokai that are passed down originate from truth. The image of the red-haired yokai appeared with an arrogant smile. However, human interpretations are completely different from the truth. A sharp goblin horn, emitting deep purple demonic energy, was revealed. For example, the goblin's horn in legends is not a body part. Choi Si-woo gasped. Demonic energy erupted, as a demonic mask formed on his face. It is a demonic artifact created from demonic energy. He pushed his feet into the ground, gathering all his strength, preparing to charge. Whoosh! Choi Si-woo became a purple blur, tearing through space with incredible speed. The red-haired yokai's eyes widened. He realized the bitter truth. Masked goblins don't disappear. Choi Si-woo suddenly appeared right in front of his opponent, emitting an overwhelming killing intent. They just become so fast that neither human nor demon eyes can keep up. Kaboom! A terrifying explosion of purple energy engulfed the entire area right after the impact. The red-haired yokai merely smirked with a crazed grin, seemingly extremely delighted. Choi Si-woo clenched his fist, wasting no time. Wham! A devastating punch landed squarely on the yokai's face. The yokai's head snapped back, blood splattering into the air. Thud! His feet dragged a long trail on the floor due to the immense impact force. Slam! Choi Si-woo gave his opponent no time to breathe, delivering another punch to his jaw. The red-haired yokai fell backward but still sported a morbid grin, his face covered in blood. Choi Si-woo, with the half-mask covering his face, looked down in astonishment at his opponent's resilience. Crack! The red-haired yokai cracked his neck, standing up as if nothing had happened. Quick as lightning, he grabbed Choi Si-woo's collar. The battle had truly just begun. Choi Si-woo gathered his strength, bracing himself to execute a classic goblin wrestling move. With blazing eyes, he unleashed the thunderous throw, a devastating slam. The entire building shook violently, signaling an impending catastrophic impact. Crash! The red-haired yokai was sent flying like a missile, smashing into a nearby building. Purple demonic energy surged, and then gradually dissipated at the scene, the ground still trembling. Boom! The aftershock of the impact caused a nearby utility pole to explode. Amidst a pool of blood, the red-haired yokai's feet landed steadily. Having lost both arms and covered in gore, Tao still stood there, panting with a crazed smile on his lips. From the shadows, Choi Si-woo emerged, purple demonic energy swirling around his feet. He gasped for breath, realizing he had grasped the mechanism of the newly manifested goblin mask. Like Siohua's tales, the mask doesn't grant direct power, but amplifies the potential of skills to a new level. Choi Si-woo glanced, acknowledging that his power and skills had skyrocketed exponentially, but the cost was too high. For the first time since becoming a half-goblin, his muscles ached and trembled from overload. The demonic energy reservoir within him was burning 3 times faster, perhaps even more. Choi Si-woo frowned, knowing he couldn't maintain this state for long. Tao turned, his voice filled with excitement. Unbelievable! I've learned more in the past few minutes than in my entire life combined. He clenched his regenerating fist, realizing his own power limits had just been unleashed. The red-haired man grinned, channeling his power and declaring, "Thanks. Innate magic. Ultimate steel demon." The wooden clogs beneath Tao's feet separated, hovering in the air as he said, "Don't thank me yet." Choi Si-woo, one side of his face already demonic, growled a command. "And die, you wretched monster." Tao smirked defiantly. "Haha. I'm afraid I can't do that." The red-haired man charged, purple demonic energy erupting, roaring. "Why die early when I'm enjoying the greatest battle of my life?" Crash! A purple energy explosion shook the entire rooftop. Choi Si-woo glided like a phantom, narrowly dodging the attack. Both plunged into a frenzied exchange of blows, their colliding fists sparking with brilliant purple energy. Crack! Choi Si-woo stomped his foot, the ground beneath him cracking as he unleashed his full power. Their speed and power were almost evenly matched. An unforgiving chase. This battle was like a death race. Whoever ran out of fuel first would perish. Worse still, Tao punched while gathering a blue energy orb in his hand, his smile growing more savage. Whoosh! The red-haired man unleashed an energy punch directly into Choi Si-woo's abdomen, making him cough blood. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed both in blue and purple light. Choi Si-woo was sent flying, his body embedding into the brick wall, proving that goblins were not the only species blessed with the ability to grow stronger in combat, as Tao, astonished by his new surge of energy, activated innate magic, 9 forms of glacial wind. But Choi Si-woo slowly rose, purple demonic energy flaring around him once more, refusing to yield. Whoosh! Tao swung his arm, unleashing a glacial tsunami that swept away everything in its path. Choi Si-woo leaped, spectacularly gliding past the destructive wave. Mid-air, his hand began to gather a terrifying source of black and red dark energy. Boom! A black and red energy explosion erupted from Choi Si-woo, countless dark tentacles reaching out, ready to devour his opponent. Choi Si-woo activated the goblin mask, half his face transforming into a demon, purple demonic energy exploding. Tao, his face covered in blood, charged with a crazed smile, neither willing to back down. Choi Si-woo tensed his fist, purple demonic energy swirling, preparing for an all-out punch. Boom! He unleashed a swirling energy punch forward, the ground cracking open. Both hurtled towards each other like 2 bullets. streaks of black and red energy and glacial power colliding with sparks, a truly destructive battle. Both realized that to finish off their opponent, they had to unleash power far beyond what they had already shown. Tao began combining his two magics, Ultimate Steel Demon and 9 forms of glacial wind. He materialized a weapon, creating a supreme spear of waves from glacial ice and blue demonic energy. Choi Si-woo was no slouch either. He summoned the true form of the Goblin's Club, a gigantic mace of black and red dark energy. Tao swung his spear and charged with terrifying speed, ready for the finishing blow. Kaboom! A colossal blue energy explosion engulfed an entire corner of the city, its destructive power enough to flatten everything. Amidst the rubble, Tao stood panting, the glacial spear still in his hand, surrounded by chilling currents of air. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, bitterly admitting, "What a shame, but I have to admit, your weapon is much cooler." A deep, bleeding gash appeared on Tao's chest. Choi Si-woo stood gasping, the energy mace in his hand dissipating. He, too, had reached his limit. A strange figure approached, looking at Choi Si-woo with interest. Unbelievable. He stepped closer, praising, "You've grown much stronger." The stranger smiled. "With the goblin mask and the true form of your mace, you'll surely be considered a pure-blooded goblin. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you, Sue." He introduced himself with eyes glowing with demonic energy. "My name is Bi-hyung. I am also a goblin, just like you." In a ruined alley, Choi Si-woo, weapon in hand, faced a strange, well-dressed yokai. The stranger looked straight at him, his sharp eyes signaling, "Calm down." Choi Si-woo panted, realizing his opponent was also a yokai, and bluntly declared he had nothing to do with the fight against Tao. Whoosh! The strange yokai threw something to the ground to distract him. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared right behind him, making Choi Si-woo flinch. The strange yokai smiled meaningfully, calling Choi Si-woo by another name. "You look happy, Tao." It turned out the real Tao lay flattened, covered in blood, at his feet, listening to the sarcastic remark. "You almost won, if you had time to get used to your new magic." He sneered, feigning indifference. "Never mind, there's always a next time, and there won't be a next time," Choi Si-woo roared, charging from behind with terrifying speed. Boom! Choi Si-woo's weapon swing created a red and black energy explosion that swept through everything. The strange yokai only managed to utter a wow at the power of the attack. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, but he stood firm, revealing he had used rooting to neutralize the blow. The stranger barehandedly blocked Choi Si-woo's weapon blade. Blood streamed down his hand, but his face remained calm. "Your true form is quite sharp. It almost hit my eye." Choi Si-woo was stunned. Realizing the skill his opponent had just used was exactly what he was trying to master. It was not mere strength that had blocked his full power attack. He had faced a complete version of the skill, a technique that uses the ground to nullify all impact. The strange yokai smiled, his hand still gripping the weapon. "It seems I don't need to prove myself anymore. It's fortunate you recognized this skill." He casually released the weapon. Choi Si-woo leapt back to maintain distance, while the other began to explain. "I understand this might be confusing." The strange yokai got straight to the point. "You were told you were the last remaining yokai on Earth. Then suddenly I appear, and also claim to be a yokai." Choi Si-woo growled, his face darkening. "I'm not confused, and I don't give a damn if you're a yokai or not." He challenged him directly. "I'm just curious if you're the one who brought those demons from other countries, and made them eat humans?" The strange yokai grinned widely, not bothering to hide it. "That's right, it was me. From recruitment, handling, to providing safe houses and information, I handle everything." The strange yokai asked with amusement, "Do you want to know why I did those things?" Choi Si-woo could only remain silent, sweat pouring down his face. The other waved his hand, feigning friendliness. "Well, there's no need to hide it from you anymore. He'll tell you everything, because after all, we are kin, and I've always wanted to talk to you." The strange yokai's eyes suddenly glowed with deadly purple demonic energy. Without another word, Choi Si-woo roared and swung his glowing red energy arm in a preemptive strike. The strange yokai merely tilted his head slightly to dodge, his face calm. He began to walk, his voice condescending. "Let me give you some advice as a fellow yokai." Boom! The strange yokai vanished and reappeared right in front of him, delivering a devastating punch straight to Choi Si-woo's jaw. Choi Si-woo coughed up blood, sent flying backward, while the other maintained his stance and lectured. "Always make sure at least one foot is on the ground when facing someone stronger than yourself." The strange yokai grabbed Choi Si-woo, explaining the rooting skill. "This is our skill, an overwhelming technique. With just one foot on the ground, you can neutralize most attacks, except for poison or curses. He continued to lecture on how to use the skill for offense, his foot beginning to stomp the ground. Boom! The strange yokai released all the energy absorbed from the ground with a stomp, creating a massive, glowing red energy blast that shot straight at Choi Si-woo. Choi Si-woo was blown away like a rag doll, crashing into the wall behind him, creating a terrifying explosion. The strange yokai clenched his fist, smoke rising from it, and casually said, "You can unleash maximum power without using any demonic energy, like this." Choi Si-woo scrambled to his feet amidst the rubble, panting, while the other praised him. "But you're quite good now. You've learned almost all the basics of a yokai on your own, without anyone teaching you." The strange yokai stepped forward, abruptly changing the subject. "Now where were we, Si-woo? Do you like dogs?" Choi Si-woo looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening, but still replied, "Dogs are great. They have more good qualities than humans." The strange yokai looked down at a white-furred puppy barking at his feet, and said meaningfully, "But sometimes they can be quite troublesome. A dog raised by a pathetic owner dares to bare its fangs and bark, even bite us." The strange yokai stepped towards Choi Si-woo, who was kneeling, uttering a sarcastic remark. "In that case, the fault lies with the owner, but sometimes we find such pitiful things in eyesore." The small white-furred dog growled, while the other continued his philosophy. "It's truly disgusting when those who need protection don't know their place and dare to bare their fangs at us." The yokai's eyes flared with purple demonic energy, his smile turning twisted. "Once I think that, cute dogs cease to exist, only ignorant and worthless creatures that make me sick remain." Choi Si-woo panted, growling in response. "Don't joke around. You released yokai and killed people just for that ridiculous reason?" The yokai curled his lip in disdain. "It's true I hate humans, but they're not the only ones who don't know their place." He sat down opposite Choi Si-woo and began to recount. "A long time ago, the Demon King didn't exist, no one needed one, and there were no rules among yokai. A power pyramid appeared, and he explained that the world then operated solely on power and the food chain between the weak and the strong. An image of an ancient demon sitting on a pile of blood and bones appeared, proving his words. Weak humans and yokai were nothing but food for the strong." He sneered, continuing his lecture. "It's funny to think about it, how today's yokai have to wait 6 months just to feast on humans." Choi Si-woo listened in silence, and the other concluded, "But those yokai are just food too. They've been protected even longer than humans, yet they bark loudly as if they were predators." The flashback shifted to a convenience store manager yelling at a school-aged Choi Si-woo. The yokai's voice echoed. "Humans are the same, full of maggots who don't know their place." Choi Si-woo, as a youth, could only bow his head in silence. The yokai commented, "And do things they can't take responsibility for, all under the protection of laws and systems." The bald manager pointed arrogantly. The yokai's voice continued, "As if they had the right to trample on your rights." Past Si-woo looked up. The yokai said, "All because they don't even know they're being protected." Back in reality, the yokai sat amidst the rubble, presenting a vision. Imagine a world where this absurd veil of protection disappears. Sounds cool, doesn't it? Another flashback appeared, showing Choi Si-woo furiously pummeling a thug. The yokai commented, "There will be no laws or rights to shelter the scum, and the only standard will be strength." The scene after a street fight appeared. The yokai concluded, "Those who cannot take responsibility for their actions will only be able to retreat or hide in a corner, with their mouths shut." Choi Si-woo replied with disdain, "Cool? Sounds like a child's thought." The yokai burst into delighted laughter. The yokai stood up, dusting himself off. "I don't expect you to understand immediately. Your reaction is normal, because our ages, experiences, and values differ, even though we are of the same species." He stood tall, looking down at Choi Si-woo with authority, and declared, "Then let's change that." Bi-hyung looked at the battered Choi Si-woo and said, "You defeated Tao. That makes me interested, and not just because you're a goblin." The goblin, radiating purple demonic energy, made an offer. "Come with me, Si-woo. I will teach you everything about goblins, about our true nature, and about what this world owes us." Choi Si-woo, even while kneeling, looked up defiantly. "And if I refuse? What if I tell you to get lost?" Bi-hyung merely smirked confidently. "It's fine. You don't have a choice anyway." Purple demonic energy began to flare around Bi-hyung as he approached, his voice condescending. "Why not just comply?" And the goblin leaned in close, his gaze arrogant. "Are you sure? You should know that all resistance is futile." Suddenly, Bi-hyung froze, his astonished gaze turning skyward as a hovering figure appeared amidst the rubble. The female exorcist, Soyeonji, had entered the fray, her eyes sharp and resolute. She raised her spiritual weapon, and blue lightning energy erupted fiercely as she chanted the spell. Deer's Cry of Thunder. Bzop! Soyeonji unleashed her full power, a massive pillar of lightning striking directly down upon Bi-hyung with the binding thunderbolt technique. This attack was not intended to inflict damage, but rather to immobilize Bi-hyung, even for a single second. Choi Si-woo seized the golden opportunity, mustering all his remaining strength as he charged forward. Pow! A punch enveloped in black-purple energy from Choi Si-woo slammed directly into the face of the paralyzed Bi-hyung. Choi Si-woo's arm transformed into a mass of red-black energy weapon, its power exploding at the point of impact. Bi-hyung was sent flying like a ragdoll, completely unable to defend against the lightning-fast reversal. It turned out that the reason Choi Si-woo was recovering slowly was because he was focusing all his mind and energy on something else. It was the peculiar change of the Goblin's Club after the final attack in his battle with Tao. The image of Tao lying utterly defeated appeared, a testament to the fierce battle that had triggered the weapon's evolution. Choi Si-woo didn't understand the principle, but he clearly felt the new power. Demons of the past once called the Goblin's Club a weapon that could transform into anything. Soyeonji observed and explained further. It is a weapon that reflects the form its wielder desires. Soyeonji analyzed. Previously, Choi Si-woo only used his ability to transform his weapon according to specific situations, but this time was different. What he had just created was not merely a temporary mace. His fiery purple eyes showed that this weapon also contained intense emotions and objectives. Memories flooded back, the day Choi Si-woo realized the harsh truth. Demons devour humans, and humans are devoured by demons. He had been completely helpless, able only to stand and watch the series of tragedies unfolding before his eyes without being able to do anything. But now it was different. At least he could pin down the target right in front of him. Pouring all his killing intent, Choi Si-woo roared in his mind, "You are mine. I will kill you." The first emotion imbued into the weapon. Sent flying by the punch, Bi-hyung merely chuckled, seeming to find a strange delight in it. Gripping it tightly, bloodlust surging, Choi Si-woo's weapon transformed into a completely new form. He swung the massive energy greatsword, a single slash carrying his entire will for revenge. The Goblin's Club revealed its true form, carrying its wielder's will and unleashing spirit-level power, devastating an entire neighborhood. Soyeonji's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Choi Si-woo panted heavily, standing firm amidst the rubble, a powerful white and red greatsword in his hand. After a single strike, all his energy seemed to have been drained, and he staggered. Soyeonji was still in shock, wondering, what the hell? How could he be so strong? She muttered that the power was on par with a greater demon. But before she could finish her sentence, Choi Si-woo's gaze turned towards her. Exhausted, Choi Si-woo collapsed forward, blood gushing out incessantly. Falling towards Soyeonji, he only managed to shout, "Dodge!" Soyeonji startled and trembled as a massive shadow suddenly descended from behind Choi Si-woo. Pow! Even though he had fallen, Choi Si-woo still managed to swing his arm, blocking a fatal attack aimed at her. Choi Si-woo gasped for breath, the greatsword in his hand vanishing into black smoke after blocking the blow. Bi-hyung casually walked over, brushed off his clothes, and said sarcastically, "Always the same. You never cease to amaze me with your combat progress." Choi Si-woo gritted his teeth, bitterly admitting, "I knew I couldn't defeat him, but I didn't expect to not even leave a scratch." Bi-hyung sneered, asking a provocative question. "So, how does it feel? Wielding a weapon with sky-high killing intent isn't so bad, is it?" He continued to lecture, criticizing that it was a pity to awaken a weapon for the first time and not kill anyone. Bi-hyung summoned his glowing red energy sword, declaring, "It seems I'll have to bear the burden as the adult of our race." Whoosh! He swung a light yet powerful sword strike towards Choi Si-woo. Crash! Choi Si-woo's greatsword shattered into pieces as he tried to block the attack. Choi Si-woo only managed to realize, this is bad. His prized weapon broke into 100 pieces under the opponent's overwhelming power. The impact sent Choi Si-woo flying backward, while Soyeonji froze in terror. Bi-hyung began to explain the weapon's weakness. The true form of a mace enhances performance for a specific purpose, but at the cost of flexibility. He pointed out, "Your current mace is a weapon designed to kill me. In other words, it specializes only in killing." The shattered pieces of the greatsword lay scattered on the ground, a testament to the disparity in power. Bi-hyung spoke bitterly upon seeing Choi Si-woo trembling. Using it for defense is like using your own body to block an attack. Things would have been better if you had blocked my attack yourself from the start. Suddenly, Bi-hyung was standing right behind So-yeon-ji, making her jump in surprise. "By the way, you're not from this country, are you?" So-yeon-ji spun around, her face turning pale as he asked directly. "You're an exorcist from Japan? I think I know why you're here." Bi-hyung's face transformed into a dark phantom, and he growled, "But at least you should check what you're getting yourself into." He glanced towards Choi Si-woo, proposing a deal. "I want to snap this girl's neck immediately, but what do you think, Si-woo?" "I'll let her live." Bi-hyung placed his hand on the exhausted Choi Si-woo's shoulder. "If you put down what you're holding." Bi-hyung grabbed So-yeon-ji, realizing she had used the Younghoi clan's demonic elixir, and sneered that it seemed to suit her. He scoffed, warning that every medicine has side effects, and this would be the second dose for Choi Si-woo. Bi-hyung explained that the sudden intake of demonic energy 3 times within a few hours had overloaded and fractured Choi Si-woo's energy core, leading to unforeseen consequences. Choi Si-woo gasped for breath, holding the demonic elixir, knowing he was in a desperate situation and could do nothing else. Bi-hyung's demonic horns sprouted, and he grinned sinisterly, luring So-yeon-ji to come with him in a threatening tone. Choi Si-woo ignored the warning, resolutely raising the demonic elixir, preparing to go all in. So-yeon-ji, held by the throat, affirmed that sacrificing herself during exorcism was something she had been ready for a long time. Bi-hyung lost patience, growling, "You're starting to annoy me." So-yeon-ji screamed in horror as Choi Si-woo was about to swallow the demonic elixir. Slash. Just as Bi-hyung was about to make his move, an unexpected slash cut across his face. Choi Si-woo froze, not understanding what had just happened. So-yeon-ji was also dazed, her wrist covered in blood after struggling. Before Bi-hyung could regain his composure, a dark figure darted past him. A demon in a suit charged forward at terrifying speed, narrowly dodging Bi-hyung's counterattack. The bespectacled demon firmly grabbed Bi-hyung, his eyes sharp and cold. Thump, thump, thump. The bespectacled demon unleashed a relentless combo, landing every punch on Bi-hyung. Just as Choi Si-woo was about to intervene, a hand firmly grabbed him from behind and commanded, "Stay put." Gui-woo appeared, telling Choi Si-woo that he had already played his part. Gui-woo warned that if Choi Si-woo used any more demonic energy, there would be no turning back for him. Choi Si-woo was stunned to recognize Gui-woo, while the other man merely smirked, saying it was too late to ask what he was doing there now. Gui-woo casually pointed at the surrounding wreckage. "People probably don't live here, but look what happened." Choi Si-woo could only remain silent. Suddenly, So-yeon-ji sprinted frantically towards the two of them. Gui-woo sighed in relief upon seeing that the girl was fine, while Choi Si-woo was still bewildered. Gui-woo's eyes turned sharp and cold, thinking to himself that even if the girl was fine, the fate of that goblin was uncertain. Meanwhile, the battle continued, with the bespectacled demon unleashing a relentless combo of punches and kicks on Bi-hyung. The bespectacled demon charged forward at dizzying speed, his eyes filled with determination. Whoosh! Bi-hyung, with the red horn on his head, easily dodged the attack. Thud! Bi-hyung effortlessly blocked his opponent's punch, uttering a sarcastic remark. "What a shame." The bespectacled demon was knocked back, and Bi-hyung lectured. "Your technique and speed are both top tier, but your strength isn't even worth comparing." Gripping his opponent's arm firmly, Bi-hyung arrogantly declared that the other's attack was completely useless. Suddenly, blood began to seep from the corners of Bi-hyung's eyes. The bespectacled demon, his mouth also bleeding, coldly explained, "My clan is not blessed with physical strength like you goblins." The drops of Bi-hyung's blood falling to the ground suddenly began to boil abnormally. Gasp! Bi-hyung's eyes widened in horror as blood gushed profusely from his eyes and mouth. The bespectacled demon adjusted his glasses, introducing himself as Yu Young, the Haetae clan's festival representative, and admitted he had to use tricks against martial arts. Bi-hyung spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing in horror that the Haetae clan's innate magic was altering the form and properties of water. The explanation continued. The closer and purer the water is to the caster, the stronger the magic. An image of Usium appeared, illustrating that Haetae members often used underground water or steam to attack. Bi-hyung smirked bitterly, finally understanding. "So this is why you deliberately got close, even though your close-quarters combat skill isn't enough to cast magic on my blood." Bi-hyung's blood boiled on the ground, and Yu Young revealed that this blood-boiling technique was rare, with only a few individuals in the history of the Haetae clan ever achieving it. Yu Young, his hands stained with blood, channeled purple demonic energy, preparing to unleash his next move. Flick. He lightly flicked his finger, shooting out a small drop of water. Bi-hyung, blood gushing from his eyes, flashed a crazed smile, despite taking the blow. Whoosh! The drop of water shot forth at terrifying speed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Bi Hyung grumbled bitterly. That was just a drop of water you shot, right? That's a bit too much power for a single drop of water. What a dirty trick. Yu Young calmly replied, perhaps. Each race has its own strengths. Numerous jets of water swirled around Yu Young, then simultaneously shot out in all directions. Crash, boom. The entire building was ravaged by high-pressure water explosions. Mok suddenly appeared beside Choi Si-woo, lecturing, you must be familiar with the Haetae clan's demonic magic by now, since you just fought one of them yesterday, right? Choi Si-woo flinched upon hearing the name, Haetae? Choi Si-woo recalled the battle, realizing this energy flow was indeed similar to Yu Seom's. He swallowed hard, admitting to himself, but the power of the demonic magic is vastly different. Mok continued to explain, comparing the skill levels of the two Haetae individuals. Even though it's the same water flick, I could easily see through Yu Seom's magic, but this is different. Mok affirmed that Yu Young was top tier. The skills of each demon vary greatly, even within the same species. Mok continued, praising lavishly. This guy possesses innate talent, diligent training, and unparalleled leadership. Mok concluded. If he's number 2, then no one is number 1 in the current Haetae clan. On the opposite side, Bi Hyung still stood firm like a monster, even as blood profusely flowed from his body, which was boiling from within. Yu Young muttered, acknowledging his opponent's toughness. The blood tier technique is working, but his movements are almost unchanged. His recovery and adaptation speed are truly terrifying. Bi Hyung smirked, even looking excited. Wait, is that all? I'm just getting warmed up. He called out the mastermind's name directly. Guiwu. Yu Young adjusted his tie, his eyes hardened, and he decided to go all out. I'll go all out now. A nearby female student froze as the ground began to shake violently. Yu Young clenched his fist, purple demon energy swirling around his hand, preparing to give a command. Fwoom! Yu Young unleashed his full magical power, summoning a colossal pillar of water that shot straight into the sky. Bi Hyung, blood streaming from his eyes, laughed gleefully. Haha, so you were stalling to gather all the water in this area, huh? From the water pillar, a colossal python began to take shape, its power shaking the very space around them. Yu Young pointed coldly, his purple eyes flashing with deadly intent, and commanded, Ishimi. Attack. The colossal water python roared a silent roar, its entire body shimmering with destructive power. The female student froze, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying spectacle. Choi Si-woo gaped in astonishment, stammering, It's so huge. Si-woo recognized the familiar magic, but at an entirely different level. He recalled a similar technique at the Yanghoi household. Even then, it was only a few meters tall, but powerful enough to blow away an entire house. Ishimi, the water python, had fully formed, ready to crush everything in its path. Amidst the rubble, Yu Young repeated his command decisively. Attack. Whoosh! Ishimi shot forward like a living torpedo, tearing through the air. The colossal water monster closed in on its target in the blink of an eye. Bi Hyung smirked, with no intention of dodging. That's more like it. Come on. His bloodshot eyes gleamed with extreme madness and belligerence. He braced his feet firmly on the ground, ready to face the attack head-on. Bi Hyung looked up at the python about to swallow him, calmly realizing, so that's how it is. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted as Ishimi collided, the entire area engulfed in destructive blue light. At the epicenter of the explosion, the female student cowered in fear, shielding herself with her hands. She peeked through her fingers, horrified by the sight before her. Choi Si-woo stood in front of her, both of them wide-eyed at the destructive power bearing down on them. Suddenly, Guiwu appeared, pulling both of them behind him and erecting a colossal ice wall with just one hand. Guiwu smirked, icy demon energy emanating from the corner of his mouth as he poured his full power into the defensive technique. A colossal crystal ice dome enveloped all three, as sturdy as an impenetrable fortress. From above, the explosion had created a massive death pit, yet Guiwu's ice construct stood firm without a single crack. An explanation appeared. The Haetae and Black Tortoise clans are both water elemental demon clans, yet they are fiercely incompatible. The reason is that their methods of water control are entirely different, causing their powers to neutralize each other. Guiwu thought to himself that having to cooperate with Yu Young was indeed a rotten deal, just as he had predicted. Yu Young stood at the edge of the crater, panting and admitting, the enemy is too strong. He didn't even hold back in broad daylight. Guiwu stepped forward and asked, Yu Young, are you all right? While thinking how unlucky it was that only the two of them were nearby. Yu Young replied, still breathless, yes, I'm just regaining my strength. It's been a long time since I had to use this much demon magic. Standing at the edge of the pit, Yu Young looked down into the abyss, unsure if the all-out attack had yielded the desired result. The full view showed the horrifying scale of destruction. The three of them were just tiny specks amidst the ravaged battlefield. Choi Si-woo gaped, realizing there were only two possible explanations for the enemy's disappearance. Yu Young continued, analyzing clearly. Either I overestimated his abilities, or he doesn't want to continue the battle. Yu Young asserted, "I'd guess the latter. I suspect I didn't inflict much damage on him at all. Perhaps he's thinking about his next battle with you." Guiwu looked puzzled. If he's strong enough to take that full blow without a scratch, why would he bother with a battle against me? Yu Young simply silently adjusted his tie, giving Guiwu a meaningful look. Amidst the rubble, Choi Si-woo and the female student stood side by side, both wearing expressions of profound shock at the recent turn of events. Suddenly, Guiwu stomped his foot on the ground, and a surge of blue energy erupted from beneath his heel. Whoosh! A devastating kick landed squarely on Choi Si-woo's face, sending him flying before he could react. Thud! Choi Si-woo fell face first to the ground, the female student watching in horror as teammates turned on each other. Guiwu turned away coldly, ignoring the girl's questioning gaze as she cried out, "You! What do you think you're doing?" The female student screamed in despair, unable to believe her eyes. "Aren't we on the same side? Why?" Yu Young pushed up his glasses, calmly replying, "Don't worry. I'm just doing what anyone would do." Looking at Choi Si-woo lying motionless on the ground, Yu Young coldly commanded, "Now, you may leave." The female student glared angrily at Yu Young, who calmly explained, "Nothing can threaten you anymore." Yu Young and Guiwu stood side by side, declaring haughtily, "And what happens next belongs to the domain of the yokai. Something humans should not interfere with." The scene shifted to a desolate neighborhood, the aftermath of earth-shattering battles. Inside a modern building, seemingly the base of some faction, Tao, the red-haired yokai, sat slumped on the floor, his entire body covered in injuries, yet his eyes remained sharp. Chien, another yokai, drank water while glancing at Tao, commenting, "So he's also a dark demon like me, different from what I imagined, huh?" Chien licked his lips gruesomely, his sharp fangs exposed as he thought darkly. "Well, he'll surely be a delicious meal." Bi Hyung, the leader, spoke up in warning. "You shouldn't do that, Chien. Let's get along for now." Bi Hyung stepped forward, his bare body covered in battle scars, and declared the rules. "I don't mind you devouring each other, but let's save it for when you're both stronger and still alive." Chien sarcastically asked, "You're still alive?" Bi Hyung merely sneered in response. "How harsh. That thing couldn't kill me." Bi Hyung smirked, arrogantly admitting, "Though he did surprise me." Back on the battlefield, Yu Young, with purple demon energy surrounding his hands, bitterly realized, "That kid has perfectly understood my demon magic." Bi Hyung analyzed himself, admitting his fatal weakness. The goblin wrestling skill requires stable ground to transmit shockwaves, otherwise it's rendered useless. The goblin bitterly recalled how Yu Young had outmaneuvered him, using water to erode the ground before he could strike, completely nullifying his trump card. Chien smirked while drinking water, his hands trembling with excitement. "Good, I'll remember this detail when I tear him apart later. But it's truly thrilling." Bi Hyung recalled his own crazed expression, admitting that Yu Young was a formidable opponent, daring to stand against him, even more impressive than those insignificant Haite clan members from 1,000 years ago. Chien innocently wondered, "I don't quite understand, but why didn't you just finish him off?" Bi Hyung looked up at the night sky, his voice full of hidden meaning. "I wish I could, but the heavens do not permit it." Chien looked bewildered, not understanding what kind of language his leader was speaking. Bi Hyung's gaze turned sharp and cold, affirming that he was completely serious. The sky suddenly churned with dark clouds, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, and rain began to pour down. Bi Hyung smiled, welcoming the raindrops, and explained, "The weather forecast didn't predict rain, but looking at the clouds, I knew something big was about to happen. This is why I retreated." Images of Yu Young and Guiwu emitting surging demonic energy appeared in his mind, and he admitted, "Facing them on a rainy day, I might not have returned alive." Bi Hyung turned to warn Chien. "With your current skill level, you'd be wiped out just by getting caught in the crossfire." He looked towards the injured Tao and continued, "I also have to worry about Tao. Those kids probably think the same. They also have to protect those who shouldn't be dragged into the fight." Bi Hyung's face plunged into shadow, his smile turning sinister. "It's a shame I couldn't capture Siwoo yet, but that can wait. We have an eternity to play together." Suddenly, a pair of eyes snapped open. The ceiling of an unfamiliar room appeared before his eyes. Choi Si-woo startled awake on the bed, his body rippling with muscles, but his mind blank. Where am I? He tried to move, but his entire body hurt as if run over by a steamroller, a pain beyond all imagination. Footsteps echoed, startling Choi Si-woo, who looked up towards the sound. Yu Young stood there, coldly looking down at him from above while still scrolling on his phone. Yu Young's phone rang, breaking the silence in the room. Choi Si-woo lay on the bed, helplessly listening as the cold demon confirmed his identity. Yes, Yu Young speaking. Yu Young showed a hint of surprise upon hearing the person on the other end of the line. The high-ranking demon suddenly became subservient, like a low-ranking employee, bowing repeatedly. Yes, sir, I'm fine. Just a slight cold. Nothing to worry about. Thank you for your concern. Hanging up, Yu Young sighed in relief and explained that he had just lied to his boss about being sick to ask for the afternoon off. He turned to check on Choi Si-woo, informing him that he wasn't seriously injured but would be quite inconvenienced for a while, because he had been too reckless. Yu Young analyzed. I know your goblin mask has only just awakened. Although the details are unclear, it's not something that should be maintained for too long. He explained that it was a type of instantaneous power-boosting magic, but it burns through demonic energy and stamina at maximum levels. Yu Young recalled the moment he had to intervene, placing one hand on the ground to prepare to cast magic. During the battle, Yu Young had to use his power to forcibly nullify Choi Si-woo's burst state, rendering him unconscious. Yu Young bowed his head. I apologize. I didn't mean to startle you. The situation at that time was critical, and I only acted according to my best judgment. Choi Si-woo sat up, still dazed, when Yu Young suddenly brought up another matter. And I was also planning to meet you about Yuseum, my younger brother, Yu Young continued, his tone serious. He's not a bad kid, but he committed an unforgivable act which cannot simply be blamed on inexperience. As the clan's representative in the human world, Yu Young officially bowed an apology on behalf of his younger brother's actions. Choi Si-woo waved it off. There's no need to apologize. Yuseum and I have already settled things. More importantly, tell me what happened with that demon. He questioned, unable to believe that another goblin also used the exact same magic as him, when he had thought he was the only one. Yu Young admitted his initial misjudgment and said, along with this apology, I must tell you the whole truth. Yu Young dropped a bombshell. His name is Bi Hyung. He is the goblin prince who existed in Korea 1,000 years ago, and it's possible he is your ancestor. Scene change. Heavy rain poured down on the city at night. Solmi remarked that humans were tougher than she thought, while her white-haired companion coldly asked, how weak did you think they were? Solmi, sheltering under an umbrella in the rain, sighed in relief and said, anyway, you truly are my savior. She explained that she had racked her brain, thinking of how to deal with dozens of witnesses, and if Siola hadn't intervened, everything would have gone wrong. Siola coldly brushed her off. Save your thanks for Siu instead. Helping you was no big deal, but I wasted time that should have been spent on him. Solmi mumbled an apology, admitting she only wanted to help but ended up causing trouble, as they both approached a cafe named Tortoise Coffee. Click. The cafe door opened, and the open sign gently swayed. Two young women had just left the cafe, one comforting her friend, asking directly, are you free today? Was a bit too hasty. You should have asked for his number first. Solmi overheard, covering her mouth in surprise as Siola remarked, but he really rejected her harshly. It's understandable though. He probably gets hit on day and night. Siola glanced at the two girls walking away, wondering, what was that about? Solmi entered the cafe, cheerfully explaining, customers here are usually humans who want to admire the owner, but the owner himself doesn't understand why. Solmi and Siola folded their umbrellas together and entered the cozy cafe. A young man with black hair tied in a bun, the owner, looked up and said, excuse me, we're closed today. Recognizing the familiar faces, he immediately changed his tone. Oh, it's you two. Solmi wondered. Hey, you're the one who called us here, but you're already closed? It's still early, the owner explained. I shouldn't have opened today. I just had a few guests to attend to. What would you like to drink? Solmi ordered her usual, while the owner bluntly told Siola to look at the menu herself, because he didn't know her usual order. Another white-haired girl with a braid was sitting and eating, hearing Solmi complain. Seriously? Do you know how many iced Americanos I've had here? The white-haired girl with a braid continued to eat in silence, her sharp gaze darting sideways. The owner turned to Solmi and asked, what would Siola like to drink? There are a few teas she might like. I can recommend some. Siola, now changed into sportswear, approached the white-haired girl and growled, What the hell are you looking at? A panicked voice called out from behind, trying to intervene. Calm down, Siola. Solmi quickly rushed out to intervene, arguing that Siola was just a child. But the white-haired kid brushed her off, saying, I know. The white-haired kid declared he was well aware this was the human world, and knew exactly what kind of being Siola was. Solmi was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening, while the kid continued to taunt. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. He continued to mock, likening Siola to a weak beast showing off while the tiger was away, and now a fox was trying to usurp the throne. Siola let out a sneer, growling that even among yokai there was a concept of natural predators, an explanation of the natural antagonistic relationship inherited upon becoming a yokai. A long-fanged snake was preparing to swallow a frog, but the balance of power could be completely reversed. The weak frog could evolve into a gigantic demon toad, devouring the snake whole. This animosity was also inherited by their descendants, depicted by two yokai lineages, one with red eyes and one with blue eyes, confronting each other with murderous intent. Solmi broke out in a sweat, realizing this murderous aura was no joke, but the innate predatory instinct between the two lineages. The cafe owner calmly wiped the counter, declaring that if he were attacked first, he wouldn't retaliate like an uncultured beast. Siola erupted with a brilliant purple demon aura, her eyes flashing menacingly. You can call the judge, but I can twist your neck in an instant. The white-haired kid merely shrugged, replying curtly and defiantly, Bring it on. Suddenly, the cafe owner also transformed into a shadow, with a surging purple demon aura, repeating the threat. I'm not interested in fox meat, but twisting your neck sounds good. Solmi was helpless, muttering that she couldn't take her eyes off them for even a second. A black-haired woman walked in, sighing as she intervened, telling the white-haired kid not to cause trouble on his first day in the human world, lest he ruin his reputation. The kid turned to complain to the woman named Wo Young, but that fox glared at me first, and even threatened to call the judge. And I still can't fight back? Wo Young coldly replied that in life, merely following procedures wasn't enough. Wo Young placed a hand on the kid's head, explaining that his opponent was the daughter of the most powerful clan in Korea right now, not someone an unknown like him could touch. Wo Young's eyes sharpened, delivering a harsh final remark. Because in the end, no matter who started it, all the blame will fall on you. Wo Young concluded that the white-haired kid's plea for mercy was the most pathetic excuse she had ever heard. Seolhwa declared she would let it slide this time, as she didn't want to commit genocide against the last remaining tiger clan. Wo Young fully understood that if the kid had charged or begged, Seolhwa would have eliminated him without a second thought. Seolhwa smirked, realizing the irony of the situation. The kid was the last tiger, and his protector was a dark, ancient, vengeful spirit who had lived for countless centuries. Wo Young warned the kid to behave himself, while Seolhwa contemptuously called the protector nothing more than a vengeful spirit. Seolhwa turned to question the cafe owner, sharply asking why he had dragged everyone to this foul-smelling tea shop. Wo Young calmly replied, saying they were all ordered to lie low after last night's hunt, and asked if anything had happened. The cafe owner began to explain. Judge Yumang had issued temporary permits for capable demons to enter the human world and clean up the current mess. The cafe owner named the three present, Seolhwa, the kid Huan Hiwi, and Wo Young. The cafe owner concluded with a blunt statement. All other demons with temporary permits had been kicked back to the demon realm because they were too weak. Solmi immediately asked in a panic about Siwoo's fate, while Seolhwa also looked annoyed. Wo Young firmly asserted that Siwoo was an exception to this order. Solmi was still uneasy, pressing in panic if they had thrown Siwoo back to the demon realm alone. Seolhwa crossed her arms, assessing, admitting Siwoo wasn't easily bullied, but in terms of a demon's power, he was still too young. She concluded that his inner human nature made Siwoo nothing more than a juicy prey. If left in the demon realm, he would be torn to shreds within days. Seolhwa declared she would leave, but would still keep her promise to train Siwoo for a month, as she saw potential in him. The cafe owner sighed, stopping Seolhwa and delivering shocking news. Siwoo is still here. Seolhwa spun around, stunned when the cafe owner added that whether Siwoo stayed or left had not yet been decided. The cafe owner made a blunt statement that their new objective was to protect Choi Siwoo from humans themselves. Night fell, and rain poured heavily over the city. Choi Siwoo woke up in his room, deeply shocked to hear Yu Young introduce the old man Manote as his ancestor. Siwoo broke out in a sweat, muttering that the old man didn't even look older than him. So how old was he really? The old man Manotai confirmed that if that goblin was indeed Bihyung, then he was an ancient being, 1,500 years old. Siwoo's jaw dropped as he confirmed that the man indeed called himself Bihyung, unable to believe a yokai could live for so long. Yu Young pushed up his glasses, explaining that Bi-hyung's case was quite special, as the average lifespan of a yokai was only around 500 years. But if they accumulated enough demon energy, they could live up to 1,000 years and maintain their peak power. Siwoo asked blankly. 1,000 years? But the guys we met. Yu Young affirmed that Bi-hyung's appearance showed he hadn't entered the aging phase of a 1500-year-old being. Yu Young bitterly admitted he had let Bi-hyung escape, unable to even scratch him despite unleashing his full power with Ishimi. He blamed himself for being incompetent, but the old man Manote interrupted, saying this was no time for modesty. The old man Manotai remarked that among the younger generation in Korea, only Seolhwa and Gwiwo were skilled enough to contend with Yu Young, and a decrepit goblin like Bi-hyung stood no chance. The old man Manotai began to unveil a hidden chapter of history. The goblin race had vanished without a trace 666 years ago, right after that festival. Over 1,000 years ago, the goblin race split into two factions and plunged into a bloody civil war, resulting in the Goblin King's faction losing and disappearing. However, the victorious faction also suffered heavy losses, gradually declined, and eventually only a single remnant remained 666 years ago. The last goblin, Bacon, managed to crawl to the final round of the previous festival, but ultimately collapsed due to severe injuries, officially marking the end of an entire race. The old man Manotai explained that he once thought Siwoo was Bacon's hidden descendant, because Bacon had been the last goblin for 100 years before his death. Yu Young continued. Although there was no direct evidence, due to the lifespan of half-demons, they had guessed Siwoo was a descendant of Bacon from 666 years ago. Yu Young laid out the facts. The problem isn't whether Siwoo is a goblin descendant or not, but why Bi-hyung, someone from the goblin faction that was annihilated 1,000 years ago, suddenly reappeared with identical power and appearance. Siwoo's mind raced, realizing that if Bi-hyung and those goblins were still alive, they could be his ancestors. Yu Young analyzed that such a formidable goblin hiding all this time and only now revealing himself surely had an extremely significant purpose. Manote Harabium looked straight into Siwoo's eyes, his voice raspy as he asked a fatal question. Is your mother truly an ordinary human? A click echoed as the house door opened. Siwoo's mother had just arrived home, surprised to see her son. The flashback shifted to an elementary school as Siwoo began to recall the past. His mother was bowing in apology in the school office, with a young Siwoo standing silently beside her. The teacher frantically waved her hands, reassuring Siwoo's mother that there was no need for such extensive apologies, as it wasn't a major issue. The teacher explained that Siwoo hadn't bullied anyone. It was the 5th graders who had started the trouble. The incident occurred because the older kids tried to snatch Siwoo's friend's soccer ball. A fight broke out when Siwoo stepped forward to retrieve the ball for his friend. The teacher said that fortunately, the other kids only sustained minor scratches, and since they were the instigators, their parents remained silent. Siwoo's mother sighed in relief, politely thanking the teacher. Mother and son left the school together under the afternoon sun. On the way home, his mother turned to ask if her son was angry with her. Young Siwoo tightly held his mother's hand, asserting that he wasn't, because he was the one who had fought. His mother smiled, gently saying that sometimes hurting others is unavoidable, but she suddenly hugged Siwoo tightly, whispering into his ear, I only hope the day you have to fight someone never comes. Choi Siwoo recalled, realizing that his mother's actions back then. His mother sternly requested, Promise me, Siwoo. It wasn't a dry lesson about the dangers of violence. Little Siwoo looked blankly, as his mother extended her pinky finger and repeated the request, Promise me, but rather like a plea. Mother and son linked pinkies, and a promise was made. He wondered why his mother did that, as she suddenly sat down and embraced him. Even without understanding the reason, Siwoo still felt the importance of his mother's plea, and from that day on, he kept his promise to never hurt anyone. Back in the present, Siwoo lay on his bed, pondering his lineage. His father was a wrestling champion who had passed away from a severe illness shortly after Siwoo's birth. He zipped up his jacket, concluding that the goblin bloodline must have come from his paternal side. As for his mother, an antique appraiser, she was just an ordinary person, completely unrelated to this world of yokai and demons. Siwoo insisted that he had only learned about yokai a few days ago, but Manotai Harabeum, standing opposite him, retorted, Perhaps she deliberately didn't tell you. The old man continued his analysis, asserting that compared to a few days ago, Siwoo's significance now stood on an entirely different level. Manotai recalled his first encounter with Siwoo, when he was just a chubby kid, his human side overshadowing his demonic side, and the old man hadn't bet on his success. Siwoo ran a hand through his hair, smirking confidently. But I'm not as weak as you thought, am I? That sounds pretty bitter. Manhwa suddenly transformed into a dapper young man in a suit, admitting that Siwoo's power growth was extraordinary, far exceeding the standards of a combat-specialized goblin. Returning to his old form, the old man narrowed his eyes, posing a deadly hypothesis. That's why I've begun to suspect, if Bi-hyung planned from the start for you to participate in the festival and become his capable subordinate, Siwoo snapped, calling it ridiculous. But Manhwa calmly agreed that the possibility was very low. The old man looked straight at him, stating firmly, even if Bi-hyung is connected to you, I still find you innocent. While Siwoo was still bewildered, the old man concluded the matter. The problem is, only we think that way. The old man, in his dapper young man guise, warned. The exorcists, those who know of yokai's existence, now consider you a threat, believing you're connected to Bi-hyung. He delivered urgent news. Today, a series of large-scale disappearances have occurred across the country, which startled Choi Siwoo. The shocking news revealed that all residents of a complex near Seoul had vanished at noon, prompting police to investigate after receiving reports. The young man continued to update the tense situation. 2 similar incidents in Seoul, 1 more in Incheon and Busan, causing an uproar online. He revealed a shocking secret, his eyes sharp. Our exorcist faction and yokai faction collaborated, preparing for last night's sweep for 2 weeks. Furthermore, the exorcists even colluded with the government, demanding a one-night information blackout in exchange for them clearing out almost all yokai in the country. But the plan utterly failed. News of the vanished complex leaked in less than 24 hours. Choi Si-woo scrolled through his phone, seeing social media ablaze, with people in extreme panic over the mysterious disappearances and the government's terrifying silence. Returning to his old form, Manhwa Harabeom sneered. To us, this is a minor inconvenience. But the exorcists have lost significant face. Now they must find a way to redeem themselves for their incompetence. A scene of destruction caused by purple demonic energy appeared, and the young man irritably admitted that he also bore some responsibility for the incident. The old man pointed directly to the issue. The exorcists are using this as an excuse to demand your extradition. They want to punish the yokai who caused chaos in broad daylight. Choi Si-woo smirked, admitting he had acted impulsively, but the old man immediately cut him off. However, this is entirely within the jurisdiction of the yokai. He analyzed clearly. You didn't kill anyone. Your true form wasn't seen by civilians, and your enemy was a rogue who violated yokai laws by devouring countless lives. A judge's gavel appeared, and the old man asserted his absolute authority. The decision to punish you or not is mine. They are blatantly violating my authority by demanding your surrender. Choi Si-woo sighed in relief, and the old man reassured him. Even if they use force to capture you, there's no need to worry. The old man looked straight into his eyes, promising firmly, we will protect both you and your mother. Choi Si-woo was stunned when his mother was mentioned, and the young man explained, that's right, because the exorcists most likely already know about Bi-hyung's existence, so they've almost certainly assumed your family is also involved with him. The old man delivered a sharp final statement, as Choi Si-woo's image transformed into a ghostly figure burdened with guilt. If she raised you, then in the eyes of the exorcists, she is also a sinner. Whoosh! The room door burst open, signaling an impending action sequence. Without a word, Choi Si-woo immediately sprang up, intending to rush to his mother's rescue. His eyes blazed with determination. Nothing could stop him. Thud. Manhwa Harabeom blocked his path, radiating dense purple demonic energy. I understand how you feel, but I cannot let you go alone. That is precisely what the exorcists want. The old man used demonic magic to pin Si-woo to the floor. He reassured the struggling young man. Don't worry. I've already sent someone to protect your mother. Just stay here, under Yu Young's protection. Yu Young also stepped in, advising, you should listen to him, Si-woo. With your current skill level, confronting them would only lead to your annihilation. Choi Si-woo slumped down, clenching his fists and blaming himself. It's all my fault. Bound tightly by demon energy, he stood up and bitterly admitted, I acted without permission, and the situation spiraled out of control, all because of me. Yu Young and the old man silently listened to his confession, while Si-woo continued. I never thought this would affect my mother. I'm sorry. He looked up, his eyes burning with hatred and despair. If anything happens to my mother, I will never forgive myself. Crack! The floor shattered beneath Si-woo's feet as he began to exert his strength. The entire building trembled slightly from the surging power. Rip! Purple demon energy violently erupted, tearing apart Si-woo's jacket. Roar! He let out a roar, his pure strength completely shattering the binding demon spell. Even the old man, Manatai Harabayam, was utterly shocked. He broke my spell with nothing but pure physical strength. Choi Si-woo turned back, his eyes glowing purple, and declared firmly, "Once I ensure my mother is safe, I will return to accept any punishment you impose." Crash. With that, he shot straight out like a bullet, shattering the glass window. The old man and Yu Young were left frozen in place, speechless, watching the boy's silhouette vanish into the stormy night. The old man Manatai Harabiam questioned Yu Young, "Why did you let him go?" Yu Young gave a wry smile and retorted, "He revealed a ton of openings. Don't tell me you couldn't react in time." The young man made an excuse. "There's no water for me to use around here, and I couldn't exactly break the water pipes." The old man immediately called him out. "Did you forget it's raining?" Leaving Yu Young speechless, Manotai sighed, criticizing Yu Young for being too soft, but also offered a philosophical remark that in his clan, the weakest are often the strongest. Yu Young was no pushover and countered. "But you also went easy on him, didn't you? Your binding magic isn't that easily torn apart." The fragments of the spell on the floor were undeniable proof, and the old man merely grunted, letting the matter drop. Looking out at the rainy night city, Manote admitted partial responsibility for not investigating thoroughly, which led the boy into this predicament. The old man asserted he wasn't so cold-blooded as to ignore a child risking his life for his mother, while Choi Si-woo strained himself, rushing through the rain. Scene change. Si-woo's mother stood amidst tall apartment buildings at sunset. She was frantic because she couldn't contact her son. He isn't answering his phone or replying to messages. Where could he have gone? Suddenly, the doorbell rang, startling her. She cautiously approached the door and called out, "Who is it?" Suddenly, Siola was standing right behind her, commanding with a demon spell. "Just stand still." Si-woo's mother was immediately hypnotized, her eyes turning a lifeless purple. Siola muttered, admitting Solmi was right. Humans were indeed more troublesome than she had thought. As the doorknob was broken off, the nine-tailed fox was visibly annoyed, saying these humans really knew how to provoke her, making her want to smash their heads in. Then, with a bang, she kicked the door open. But standing outside wasn't some small fry. It was Yushin, his hand already gripping his wooden sword, as he called out, "Mrs. Choi?" Yushin declared bluntly that no matter how many opponents they brought, he would wipe them all out, while Seolwa also snarled a command. "If you don't want to die, kneel." Seolwa played her trump card, the purple whisper demonic spell, pouring directly into Yushin's ears with the command, "Kneel." Purple demonic energy erupted around the nine-tailed fox, the power from her voice strong enough to disrupt the target's perception and consciousness. Yushin was immediately affected. Purple demonic energy coiled around his body, and his eyes also changed color, showing that the hypnotic spell had taken effect. Seolhwa smirked, realizing the young exorcist didn't dare draw his sword for fear of Siwoo's mother getting caught in the crossfire, then calmly allowed Solmi to enter the house. As soon as Solmi stepped in, she breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Siwoo's mother was still safe, muttering that it was a good thing she hadn't arrived too late. Solmi grumbled at the kneeling Yushin for being too reckless, but he only replied that he was trying to avoid unnecessary conflict. Seolhwa put her arm around Siwoo's mother, boasted about capturing the hostage without shedding blood, then intended to order Solmi to take her away. Suddenly, both Seolhwa and Solmi froze, sensing an unusual surge of energy that had just appeared. Whoosh! A colossal blue energy barrier suddenly enveloped the entire apartment complex, radiating a terrifying aura. Solmi trembled, realizing this was a completely new type of power that a young demon like her had never experienced. Seolhwa sneered, sarcastically remarking that it wasn't just her side that wanted to avoid conflict. The other side also had their own plans. This was not a hastily erected barrier, but a meticulously planned trap. Seolhwa was still wondering why the enemy had sent someone ahead, when a shadowy figure holding a knife slowly rose in the room. That shadowy figure was Yushin, his entire body radiating blue energy, his eyes glowing stark white, completely free of any signs of being controlled. Seolhwa's eyes were wide with shock, unable to believe this brat could break her purple whisper demonic spell on his own. Yushin snapped his fingers, and the wooden sword immediately shot away. Clang! The sword plunged straight into the lock, sealing the door shut, turning the room into a sealed cage. The wooden sword lay silently on the floor, signaling that no one could leave this place. Yushin spread his arms, flatly declaring that he had no intention of fighting. His sole purpose was to prevent the kidnapping of his friend's mother. Solmi hurriedly embraced the unresponsive mother, while Yushin offered cooperation if their goals were the same. Seolhwa narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing. "You know him? Is he really Siwoo's friend?" While Solmi mumbled a confirmation that Yushin had once protected Siwu, Yushin got straight to the point, warning that the entire apartment complex was surrounded by a barrier, and the two demonesses would not be able to escape. Siola retorted haughtily, declaring she could break the barrier from the inside, and warned Yushin not to act familiar. Yushin froze as Siola bluntly questioned him. I know you're his friend, but first and foremost, you are an exorcist. Siola growled, exposing the harsh truth. Siwu is no longer human, and that cheap friendship isn't enough for an exorcist like you to abandon your principles. Even Solmi agreed internally, thinking this could be a trap and that talking to Yushin was too dangerous. Yushin simply replied, understood, and began to raise his hand, an unpredictable action. Crack! He dislocated his own wrist. A dry, cracking sound echoed in the silent room. Siola glared, realizing this brat wasn't joking. He was about to do something insane. Thump, thump, thump. Yushin repeatedly punched himself, sealing the pressure points on his body. Siola and Solmi were stunned, speechless, completely unable to comprehend this act of self-disabling his own powers. Yushin panted, explaining that he had temporarily paralyzed his meridians and pressure points. Now I am just an ordinary person, without any exorcist power, Yushin declared, proving he had completely abandoned his defensive capabilities. Siola smirked, pointing out his foolish gamble. Do you know that if I use my demonic art now, I could control you like a puppet until you die? Yushin was sweating profusely, but his gaze was unwavering. I know, but at least that will help Siwu's mother evacuate safely. Siola was stunned by Yushin's recklessness, questioning, why would you go to such lengths? What exactly are you to Siwu? Yushin looked up, a tired but resolute smile on his face. I already told you, we're friends. That's all. Siola was speechless, could only let out a huff from her throat, her suspicion completely shattered. Solmi rushed to support Yushin, while Siola admitted, either you're an idiot or Siwu has an amazing friend. Probably both. All right then, finally reaching an agreement, Siola turned, her eyes sharp. I'm listening. What are you petty exorcists plotting? The apartment complex appeared before his eyes. Choi Siwu's destination. The protagonist was breathless, running headlong straight home despite his muscles screaming in protest. But as soon as he arrived, an extremely strong sense of unease made him stop short. The outside still looked normal, but his senses screamed that something was wrong. A strange voice echoed from the darkness, calling out his name directly. You must be Siu. A muscular, arrogant man stepped out, introduced himself as Jagwang Im, criticizing Siwu for not looking like a half-goblin at all. He boasted that he belonged to the Exorcist Association and had trained for 15 years, a name that stunned Siwu. Siwu recalled Yushin's words about his family's Ancestral Association, guessing that this man was his friend's relative. Jagwang Im sneered, getting straight to the point. Surrender. Don't make things worse. The exorcist revealed that he had set up a barrier, and his accomplices were protecting Siwu's mother. He advanced while threatening that if Siwu ran, his mother would face disaster, and if he stayed, he would eventually be hunted down by all the exorcists in the country. Siwu's eyes hardened. With no way to retreat, he could only fight to the death. But the problem was, another masked exorcist had silently appeared behind him at some point. Fwhip! The masked man struck with lightning speed, giving Siwu no time to react. Pow! A devastating punch landed squarely on the protagonist's face. The masked man remained calm, the previous attack merely a warm-up. Crick! Siwu gritted his teeth and blocked the next blow. But his opponent's arm strength was no joke. Wham! The masked man unleashed a powerful spinning kick, sending Siwu flying like a ball. Skid! He dragged his feet on the ground, regaining his balance just in time after the surprise attack. Siwu's eyes were wide, completely stunned by his opponent's speed and skill, realizing this was an extremely tough fight. A sound echoed as Choi Siwu realized he was trapped within a blue barrier. Jagwang Im calmly explained the situation. It's like a fish trap. Keeping the fish is easy, but luring it in is the hard part. Siwu frowned, realizing he had fallen into a trap and was completely stuck. The shaman issued an ultimatum, his voice full of arrogance. Choose. Either come with us obediently or run until we hunt you down. Without a word, Siwu took a defensive stance, ready for a bloody fight. Suddenly, a familiar surge of energy subtly vibrated within the protagonist's body. He immediately recognized it. It was Siola's demonic energy, someone he knew too well. Noticing Siwu's shift, Jagwang Im began to charge forward to end the fight. Without a moment's hesitation, Siwu turned and fled at full speed, surprising his opponent. As he ran, he analyzed. It's Siola's demonic energy. The energy is coming from the direction of my home. Siwu realized what he needed to do now wasn't to run home, but to run as far away from his mother as possible. Jiaguang Im smirked, guessing his intention. They haven't caught my mother yet. Siola is probably with her. The protagonist clearly identified the enemy's target. He was the #1 priority, his mother was only second. The plan was clear. Cause a disturbance elsewhere to buy time for Siola to help his mother escape. Once he decided, Siwu abruptly stopped and turned to face his pursuer. Whoosh! Jiaguang Im launched an incredibly fast roundhouse kick, but Siwu managed to lean back and neatly dodge it. The shaman smirked, seeming amused. Good reflexes. He landed lightly, without a single wasted movement, demonstrating his exceptional prowess. Immediately, Jiaguang Im closed in, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, pushing Siwu back. As he parried, cold sweat broke out, and he secretly compared. His attacks are both fast and heavy. This guy is stronger than Yushin. In every aspect his power is the real deal. Choi Siwu parried the attack, his eyes sharpening as he realized the situation. So that's it. Jiaguang Im smirked as his accomplice, a masked shaman, appeared. Surprised? Did you think this was a solo fight? Choi Siwu felt the overwhelming energy emanating from the masked shaman, even stronger than the one he had just fought. Siwu was still worried about the civilians. I don't want to fight here. Civilians could get hurt, but Jiaguang Im cut him off. The shaman sneered, explaining, We didn't just set up this barrier to trap you. Ordinary people can't see inside, and if they step in, they'll instantly faint. Jiaguang Im continued to mock. Everyone inside here is already asleep, and your reason for running away was truly absurd, but quite amusing. Enough talk. Jiaguang Im charged forward, his eyes glowing with blue energy. You should have surrendered. Wham! A devastating punch sent Choi Siwu flying, creating a long trail of blue energy. Believing he had secured victory, Jiaguang Im suddenly froze as Choi Siwu caught his punch cleanly, his eyes cold. So that's it. In that case, I don't need to hold back anymore. Crack. Choi Siwu's hand tightened, completely stopping his opponent's attack. Jiaguang Im's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe the strength of the kid in front of him. Choi Siwu went all out. Purple demonic energy violently erupted, enveloping his body in a blinding light. Kaboom! A massive purple energy explosion blew everything away, creating an earthquake right in the middle of the street. The masked shaman stood from a distance, silently observing the fight without any reaction. As the smoke cleared, Choi Siwu stood there, barefoot, with demonic energy surging around him, and calmly explained, You realize now, don't you? It's not that you're so weak I had to slow down. It's just that I didn't want to kill anyone. Jiaguang Im sat slumped in a crater created by the explosion, his face pale, still reeling from the incredibly fast and dangerous turnaround. Choi Siwu smiled provocatively, issuing a final warning. I'll do my best, he said, but I can't guarantee I'll hold back. Humiliated, Jiaguang Im gritted his teeth, his arrogance turning into extreme rage. The shaman roared, charging to attack again, unleashing an incredibly powerful spinning kick at terrifying speed. Choi Siwu stood firm as a rock, his bare feet gripping the asphalt road. The shaman's kick had no effect. Siwu was only mildly surprised by his opponent's weakness. Jiaguang Im frantically unleashed a flurry of attacks, but all were blocked by Siwu's steel-hard body. He began to realize something was wrong. The shaman gritted his teeth in frustration. It felt like punching a reinforced concrete wall, not a person. Your turn is over. Siwu unleashed a direct hook punch to Jiaguang Im's face, and purple demonic energy erupted. The terrifying force of the punch sent the shaman flying dozens of meters away, creating a small explosion on the road surface. Siwu glanced towards the masked shaman, his hand still smoking with purple demonic energy. He realized she had just stood silently from the beginning. Perhaps her role wasn't direct combat. Siwu approached, issuing a warning. This warning is for you too. I don't want to fight unnecessarily, but if needed, I won't hesitate. The masked shaman glided a step forward, making Siwu wary. What are you going to do? From behind, Jiaguang Im was scrambling to get up, yelling, I told you to let me handle it. Do you think I'm down for good, you brat? The masked shaman only remained silent, then ordered her accomplice. Just summon them as is your task. Jiaguang Im, furious and with a bloodied mouth, shouted loudly, Is that all you can do, you useless fool? Or are you trying to trick me with this opportunity? Quickly, summon something. Choi Siwu ignored the enemy's internal drama. He didn't understand what internal conflict they were having, but he knew exactly what he needed to do. Prioritize taking down the more dangerous opponent. Siwu determined the masked shaman was the main threat, the only one unharmed and possessing a stronger aura. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged straight towards the shaman at maximum speed, deciding to launch a preemptive strike. The shaman raised glowing golden talismans, muttering, "Chains of 100 souls, banish this evil creature, protect us from this monster." Blue energy erupted from the talismans. She formed a hand seal and shouted loudly, "Imperial command, bloom." The masked shaman unleashes a technique, and blue energy chains surge from the ground, binding Choi Siwoo tightly. Siwoo tenses his body, trying to break free from the tightening magical chains. A giant blue energy pillar erupts, but it seems to be merely an effect of the binding spell. Siwoo shatters the chains in an instant, charges forward and throws a lightning punch, but is blocked by an invisible shield right in front of the shaman. Thud. He puts all his strength into punching downwards, and the ground shakes, but the shield remains unharmed. The shaman mutters, realizing that 3 high-grade talismans were useless, but the anti-demon barrier was effective. "So, exorcism talismans don't work on demons," she calmly concludes. His blood boils, and a glowing red demon horn begins to sprout from Siwoo's forehead. He transforms his arm into a giant, dark greatsword, swinging a heaven-shattering slash towards his opponent. Siwoo realizes his slash only cut through air. She had retreated on her own, not pushed back by the force of the blow. He analyzes the situation. If that shield absorbs all impact, then it must have a limit. Meanwhile, the shaman begins to chant a new spell, gathering a blue fireball in her hand. Siwoo continues to calculate the possibilities. Does the shield have a time limit? A damage limit? Or can it only block certain types of attacks? The shaman continues her chant, imploring the presence of a divine power for a blessing. Siwoo stands opposite, his dark blade ready, silently observing the growing blue flame in his opponent's hand. Meanwhile, Yushin explains the situation to his teammates. "Not counting myself, a total of 5 shamans have been dispatched here." Yushin raises 3 fingers, clarifying, 3 main shamans and 2 auxiliary shamans. They are surrounding this entire apartment complex to erect a barrier. A diagram appears, showing 5 shamans using their own bodies as pillars to create a special living barrier. Siola crosses her arms, getting straight to the point. "No need to beat around the bush. You mean to break the barrier, we have to defeat them, right? Just wiping out half of them should be enough." Yushin immediately denies it, his eyes serious. "It's not that simple. Even if you 2 are powerful demons, you have no experience fighting shamans unless you've lived for over 666 years. Our power system is completely different," Yushin explains in detail. "Our martial arts and spiritual techniques were born solely to hunt demons. If your battles are merely a contest of strength, then facing a shaman is like walking straight into a trap designed specifically to kill you. The problem isn't power, but countering." Yushin emphasizes the 3 key shamans, those with titles reserved for a select few elites and skilled enough to solo spirit-level demons. The masked shaman proposes a plan. "The battle is unavoidable, so I suggest you 2 only deal with one of them. To break the barrier, taking down just 2 pillars is enough." The plan is laid out. Yushin will handle 1 key shaman, while Siola and Solmi team up to deal with the other. All must happen before the 2 auxiliary shamans realize what's going on. Siola interrupts, her voice full of doubt. "That sounds good." The 9-tailed fox crosses her arms, bluntly exposing him. "But you're not in a state to use your power. You've already sealed all your meridians, remember?" Yushin freezes, his face blank for a moment, then realizing he had overlooked a critical detail. "Oh." Solmi speaks up, looking worried. "I know we don't have many options, but taking down 2 shamans in a place like this is easier said than done." Siola shrugs, appearing quite confident. "I suppose so. But we're not the only ones who have to worry." The 9-tailed fox believes the shamans are also constrained. Protecting civilians is their duty. They won't be able to fight at full strength either. Yushin slumps down, denying with a trembling voice. "I don't think so. They are far more obsessed with Siwoo than you imagine." Solmi is shocked when Yushin reveals the cruel truth. Why would they go to such lengths just to capture Siwoo? This isn't just about him. Yushin, gripping the wall, explains the shaman's true motives. It's a matter of pride and the power they will wield in 6 months. The masked shaman reveals that not only demons, but the shaman world has also been waiting for this day for the past 666 years. Solmi still doesn't understand, reasoning that the age of demons is over, and humanity is in its most glorious era. Yushin confirms, and an image of an ancient steam train appears, proving humanity's remarkable progress now that it's no longer threatened by demons. The masked shaman corrects him coldly. More precisely, most of humanity. A modern city nightscape appears, and Yushin explains that ordinary people built the foundations during nights free from demons. Meanwhile, the shamans, once humanity's protectors, have been marginalized and regarded as outdated superstitious fanatics. Yushin sneers, declaring that in 6 months, when the sun sets, the shamans will gloat over humanity's screams. The masked shaman explains, that's when they will return to rule the world. No longer outdated fairy tales. Yushin exposes the shamans, saying they don't care about human lives, only worried about losing face before the government, which is why they're raging. Their goal is to capture the mastermind to display their power, forcing the common people they are about to rule to shut up and obey. Solmi can't believe it, stammering to ask if the shamans truly don't care about civilian lives. Whoosh! Suddenly, a giant blue energy pillar shoots straight up into the sky between 2 apartment buildings, tearing through the night. Siola and Yushin both turn around in surprise, curious about what that overwhelming energy could be. Yushin immediately recognizes the familiar energy, his face changing color. Jaguang? This energy. Could it be that the 100 lineage convergence has opened? But why? A shaman kneels, channeling power, beginning to explain the 2 main schools of power within the Korean shaman world. The first school is scripture chanting, where shamans read ancient scriptures to draw out power. Most shamans use this type, allowing them to access amplified energy and use various types of magic, depending on the situation. The second school is divine summoning, reserved for those blessed with innate abilities, born with 100 lines of vitality. These individuals use their own bodies as vessels, accepting an entity from another world to descend. Jaguang Im stands in the middle of the street, summoning the divine general of the dancing sword, a giant blue light entity, radiating overwhelming power. For the first time in his life, Choi Si-woo, with the red demon horn on his forehead, faces the terrifying pressure from a deity. Just then, something within him begins to resonate with that divine energy. The divine entity lets out an earth-shattering roar, and a terrifying pressure weighs down on everything. Facing a superior entity from another world, whether human or demon, is a brutal experience that sends Choi Si-woo into extreme panic. The divine general of the dancing sword's stark white eyes stare intently at its foe. However, the dark demonic energy surging on Choi Si-woo's arm shows no fear. Instead, it begins to react violently. Facing the divine pressure, Choi Si-woo did not retreat. He chose to attack head-on with dark demonic energy. Whoosh! The attack pierced through the blue flame entity, but the divine general of the dancing sword was unharmed. Choi Si-woo immediately realized the problem. It had no physical form. Jaguang Im tensed his body, and the god's blue energy began to converge into him. He ripped open his shirt, muscles bulging as the fusion process with the deity began, his eyes glowing with power. Jaguang Im's muscles swelled, completely absorbing the power of the divine general of the dancing sword. Whoosh! Jaguang Im, now a divine vessel, dashed forward at terrifying speed, leaving a trail of blue light behind him. Clang! He unleashed an incredibly powerful energy slash, which Choi Si-woo barely managed to block with his arm. The immense impact forced Choi Si-woo to drag his feet across the ground to maintain his stance. Jaguang Im, with glowing eyes and a divine aura, looked at his opponent with absolute arrogance. Choi Si-woo gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he faced a power on an entirely different level. Jaguang Im unleashed a storm of sword energy, a barrage of blue light rays crisscrossing like a deadly cage. Clang! Crash! Choi Si-woo frantically swung his demonic energy weapon, barely blocking every attack. Blood gushed from the slashes that grazed Choi Si-woo's shoulder and arm. Despite his injuries, Choi Si-woo was still pushed back by another powerful attack. The masked shaman observed from a distance, muttering, "That kid's speed is enough to dodge, so why does he keep blocking?" The masked shaman suddenly realized something, his eyes behind the mask widening in astonishment. No. Could it be? Choi Si-woo continued to block a heaven-shattering slash, his red-black demonic energy fiercely clashing with the blue divine power. Choi Si-woo's face revealed horror, but not because of his opponent's strength, but because of something happening within him. Whoosh! The blue flames enveloping Jaguang Im suddenly vanished, leaving everyone astonished. Impact! Choi Si-woo's red-black demonic energy directly confronted the blue divine power of the divine general of the dancing sword. Boom! A terrifying energy explosion occurred, cracking the ground like a spiderweb. Whoosh! The demonic energy weapon in Choi Si-woo's hand began to crack and disintegrate under the overwhelming power. The divine general of the dancing sword's eyes glowed with a deadly blue, radiating absolute dominance. Clang! Choi Si-woo's demonic energy weapon officially shattered into pieces. The divine general of the dancing sword landed, completely separating from its host body, its aura soaring to the heavens. Slash! A lightning-fast sword strike severed both of Choi Si-woo's arms, The Divine General exhaled a wave of blue divine power, completely dominating the fight. Without a chance to resist, Choi Si-woo took the full force of a continuous combo of slashes from the Divine General. Thud! Choi Si-woo's blood-soaked body collapsed to the ground, the battle ending in an instant. The masked shaman reported from afar, confirming that the one who had just fought was Jagwang Im. The Divine General of the Dancing Sword turned to question the shaman. Why did you engage in battle with this kid? The masked shaman pointed at Si-woo's severed arm, slandering him. He is a half-demon who has killed countless humans and caused chaos in the mortal realm. The shaman was about to say more when the Divine General cut him off with an icy voice. Choose your words carefully. The Divine General glanced at the shaman, his gaze sharp as a blade. Is this kid truly a sinner, or merely a victim in the trap you set? The Divine General analyzed. You must have realized, his skill was enough to dodge all my moves, yet he chose to block. He feared the consequences, feared affecting the people living here, the Divine General explained, pointing towards the residential area behind Si-woo. The Divine General concluded sternly, exposing the shaman's conspiracy. He may carry demon blood, but I don't believe he violated any rules. Wouldn't blaming him merely satisfy your desires and interests? Listen carefully, the Divine General warned. If those who summoned me were merely other small fry, I wouldn't have bothered to answer. The masked shaman could only bow his head in apology. Choi Si-woo lay motionless, his face covered in blood, his life hanging by a thread. Choi Si-woo lay motionless in a pool of blood. The reason he was so crippled wasn't just because of the recent defeat. The deeper reason was that he had continuously fought to the death against two formidable monsters, Guiwu and Tao. But the fatal blow came from the several demon core pills he had swallowed. For ordinary demons, demon core pills were merely like high-grade supplements. Consuming too many was wasteful, but harmless. However, Si-woo's body reacted too sensitively. He had gulped down 2 pills in less than a minute, completely draining his body of all demonic energy. His energy reserves were completely depleted, just like an energy orb drained and shattered. Normally, he would have recovered from wounds of this magnitude 3 times over, but now, all he could do was regenerate a crippled, trembling arm. The masked shaman snapped his fingers. Crack! Poof! A summoning scroll appeared from thin air. The Divine General of the Dancing Sword turned back, his blue energy eyes flashing, realizing his prey could still move. The Divine General looked at the gasping Choi Si-woo and uttered coldly, "Pathetic. I don't understand why he can't heal himself, but he should have escaped if he still had the strength." The Divine General turned to ask the masked shaman, "You need him alive?" The other man quickly nodded in confirmation. "Very well," the Divine General replied, blue flames flaring in his hand. "I also do not wish to kill him myself." The masked shaman took out a golden gourd flask and commanded, "Take this and say, 'Obey my command.'" Svaha to use it. Yushin had once explained that in an emergency, simply throwing the flask directly onto the ground would automatically activate the magic within. Without a moment's hesitation, the masked shaman crushed the gourd flask in his palm. Crack! This magical artifact was the tri-colored gourd, containing 81 different spiritual techniques, and it would automatically select the one most suitable for the user's situation. The Divine General of the Dancing Sword silently observed, wondering what power this magical artifact would choose after analyzing Si-woo's near-death state. A pure and powerful surge of blue energy erupted from the shaman's position. The masked shaman took a step back, astonished to realize the magical artifact had chosen to release all its stored energy, a high-quality power source cultivated by a master shaman over many years. A pillar of pure blue energy erupted, enveloping Choi Si-woo's battered body. Despite him being a yokai, his bare feet were completely healed, standing firm on the cracked ground as if he had never been injured. Choi Si-woo stared in astonishment at his regrown hands, while the Divine General of the Dancing Sword casually remarked, "How interesting." The masked exorcist charged down, while the Divine General muttered that Si-woo not only resisted but could also contain their pure energy. Fwoom! The masked exorcist unleashed an energy slash directly at Choi Si-woo's face. Choi Si-woo froze, unable to react in time to the sudden attack. Bang! He instinctively raised his arm to block, easily deflecting the exorcist's attack. The exorcist frantically unleashed a barrage of energy slashes, but all were blocked by Choi Si-woo. Choi Si-woo realized this power came from Yushin's gourd, but he felt a completely unfamiliar energy flowing within him. The Divine General denied his thought, revealing that it wasn't a newly created energy core. It turned out that Choi Si-woo had possessed 2 energy cores in his body since birth, but they had lain dormant for 17 years. The purple yokai energy core had been activated a few days before he awakened his powers, and the other core, The pure energy core had only just awakened after the battle with the divine general. The gourd was merely a fuel tank to replenish it. Back in reality, Choi Si-woo continued to raise his arm, blocking a heaven-shattering slash from the exorcist. He knelt, arms crossed in defense against the relentless, storm-like attacks. He realized this energy was identical in nature to the divine general's, making his defense against the attacks extremely effective. However, a fatal problem emerged. He couldn't summon his Goblin's Club, and his shock absorption ability was also malfunctioning. The exorcist continued his assault, and Si-woo bitterly admitted that his goblin skills were completely incompatible with this new energy source. Constantly pushed back, he thought in despair. At this rate, I might actually be defeated. I can't beat them with brute force alone, if I can't use this energy through a weapon. Choi Si-woo gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as blue lightning began to crackle. Then I'll just have to punch them. Kaboom! Choi Si-woo unleashed all his new energy, a blast of blue light engulfing everything. Blue energy surged around his fists, astonishing Si-woo himself. What the hell is this? The masked exorcist and the Raiju spirit beast froze, eyes wide and mouths agape at the unbelievable sight. Both Si-woo and Raiju floated in midair, enveloped by an aura of pure power, the spirit beast letting out a bewildered cry. The scene shifts to the luxurious TH Hotel, where the Japanese Onmyoji siblings were staying. Yoshihiro Kira sighed to his sister, Yuzuru, who was lying on the bed. You know, I've only eaten one sandwich since we arrived at the airport, Yuzuru coldly retorted. Then go order some food yourself or find something outside, leaving her brother speechless. Kira irritably explained. I can't go out because of you. Don't pretend you don't know. Outside the door, 2 Onmyoji guards stood watch. Kira continued. Because of this afternoon's incident, we're being watched. Luckily, we haven't been confined to our room yet. Yuzuru closed her eyes, calmly admitting. I know. Otherwise, I would have gone to find him immediately. Kira curiously asked who his sister was talking about. Yuzuru replied succinctly. The yokai with human blood. Yuzuru recalled Si-woo's battle, explaining that thanks to him, she escaped. And the reason he was there was because he was hunting the dark demons. Kira was shocked. Wait, this is completely different from what their people told me. Yuzuru simply replied with a sarcastic, duh. She laid her cards on the table, exposing the exorcist's conspiracy. They're trying to pin the blame on that yokai for what the dark demons caused. TV news about mass disappearances further proved Yuzuru's words. She concluded, at least this way, they can proudly claim to have caught the culprit and save face. Kira nodded, with a hint of empathy. Oh, so that's it? It seems they're not so different from us after all. But then he returned to the main point. I understand. You're worried the guy who saved you is being framed, right? Yuzuru coldly cut him off. But I've done enough. I'm sure you know that yourself. She began her political lecture. We are guests, but also future competitors. The fact that Korean exorcists hold power here, and Onmyoji clans like ours hold power in Japan, are merely historical remnants from 666 years ago. To the modern Korean government, exorcists are just legends in books, lacking the credibility to be entrusted with the future. Kira continued his sister's words, his eyes sharpening. If the government deems them incompetent, they'll immediately turn to exorcists from other countries for help. This also applies to us, and it makes the entire exorcist world uneasy. Kira analyzed the situation, suggesting that if they intervened now, the Korean exorcist faction would see it as an encroachment. Yuzuru sighed, admitting she wasn't strong enough and recalling her master's words. Once the geographical advantage changes, nothing remains easy. She bitterly realized, after unleashing all my strength, I discovered I've grown much weaker since setting foot in this country. Kira nodded, believing an exorcist's senses like Yuzuru's were sharper than his own, then asked about her use of the Raiju spirit beast at that time. Yuzuru agreed, stating that Choi Si-woo's situation was probably worse than they imagined. Then she began to summon something from thin air. Both Kira siblings were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Yuzuru stared in horror at her palm, where a surge of blue energy was gathering, evoking a terrifying memory. In the flashback, Yuzuru was being choked by a stranger, her entire body trembling with fear, struggling in vain. A gray-haired yokai with a red horn appeared, still gripping Yuzuru's neck, and said, I really don't want anything to happen to you. That yokai was the one who attacked Yuzuru, and the masked exorcist, covered in injuries, could only helplessly wonder, what can I do to save her? Not just Yushin, the Raiju spirit beast was also frantically trying to rescue its master. But in that situation, Raiju was completely helpless. only able to float and watch the red-horned yokai restrain Yuzuru. The power of a spirit entity is entirely dependent on its controller. Without commands or energy from the exorcist, Raiju was just a harmless spirit, and Yuzuru's mystic artifact had fallen to the ground. However, its loyalty to its master was absolute. Raiju charged directly towards the yokai. The red-horned yokai glanced over, emitting a spine-chilling killing intent. Raiju flinched in terror at the horrifying pressure from the enemy. Smack! The yokai didn't even look, simply swung its arm, swatting Raiju away like a fly. Yuzuru collapsed to the ground after the attack. The red-horned yokai didn't hesitate for a moment, surging forward to finish her off. In a flashback, Yushin lunged with a spinning kick directly to the red-horned demon's face. But Raiju, Yuzuru's spirit beast, froze in terror as it sensed the horrifying killing intent from the monster. Panicked, Raiju could only utter a name: Ishimi. At the same time in the present, Yu Young, with glowing purple eyes, commanded his colossal water serpent, "Go." Ishimi roared, charging straight forward, making the image of Raiju in the memory even more terrified. Back in the past, Yuzuru sat helplessly on the ground as a fatal attack rushed towards her. Boom! A blue energy explosion ravaged the ground right in front of her. Yuzuru clutched her head in pain, completely overwhelmed and unable to resist. Raiju, despite trying to escape, still couldn't escape the battle's influence. At that critical moment, Yushin, covered in injuries, rushed out to shield Yuzuru. A powerful lightning bolt shot out from Yushin, inadvertently blocking the path of the panicking spirit beast. Raiju's energy was absorbed, just like a sponge soaking up water. Trapped inside Siwoo's body, Raiju looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Back in reality, Choi Siwoo was startled to see the pure white spirit beast suddenly appear before him. Crackle! Raiju's blue energy began to surge, merging with Siwoo's body. The spirit beast unexpectedly pressed directly against Siwoo's face, leaving him completely frozen. Whoosh! A vortex of blue energy erupted, enveloping Siwoo. Siwoo instinctively raised his hand, creating an energy shield to block the incoming attack. He looked confusedly at the spirit beast, resting snugly in his hand. Neither of them understood a thing. Choi Siwoo, covered in blood, but with a changed gaze, seemed to have just realized something. Inside the body, the spirit beast Raiju was horrified to realize a harsh truth. If this guy dies, I'll vanish too. Clang! Lying flat on the ground, Choi Siwoo still managed to raise his hand, a surge of greenish-blue lightning energy blocking Jagwang Im's devastating punch. Jagwang Im froze, while in Siwoo's hand, a short lightning club was gradually forming. Not giving his opponent time to recover, Jagwang Im, with glowing eyes, charged again like a flash of lightning. As soon as he stood up, Siwoo had to swing his new weapon to parry the attack. Two surges of lightning energy clashed, sparking. The lightning club in Siwoo's hand radiated pure power, the embodiment of Raiju itself. Siwoo smirked, realizing that while this new toy wasn't as familiar as the Goblin's Club, it was still strong enough to parry attacks and helped him realize a crucial truth. He knew he was tougher and faster, but his opponent was a master of technique, reading his every move and making it impossible for him to dodge. Slash. In a single unguarded moment, Siwoo immediately took a deep slash to the chest. The wound gushed blood, a clear testament to the disparity in their combat skill. Clang! Even with blood flowing freely, Siwoo still gritted his teeth and braced himself to parry the attack, not retreating a single step. From a distance, a mysterious masked woman watched the match, muttering with interest. How interesting. Jagwang Im spoke condescendingly, mocking Siwoo for having given up, only defending when cornered. He declared he wouldn't give Siwoo any chances, but Siwoo quietly took a defensive stance, as if he had his own calculations. Siwoo's gaze became resolute. He had a plan. I don't know if it will work, but this is the only answer I have. Seeing his opponent's fighting spirit still intact, Jagwang Im smirked. Excellent. He unleashed his full power, summoned the colossal divine general of the dancing sword spirit behind him, and growled, I will make my sword dance. Try to keep up. Choi Siwoo widened his eyes, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure from the upcoming technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless blue energy slashes were unleashed, weaving together into a deadly, inescapable net of blades. Flash. The entire area was engulfed in blinding light from the ultimate technique, Divine General of the Dancing Sword. The sword strikes of the descended deity swept forth like a dance of death, ravaging everything in their path. Jagwang Im, in a state of divine possession, was clearly an opponent on a completely different level. Choi Siwoo could only stand and endure the assault, his body pierced by countless energy slashes, blood splattering everywhere. the shaman declared confidently. I acknowledge your efforts, but the game is over. Of course, Choi Si-woo knew that, but he remained unusually calm as blue electricity crackled in his hand. He didn't believe in raw power, but in experience, in a single skill that once made even that red-horned monster freeze. Jagwang-im suddenly realized. I see. From the beginning. Your goal wasn't my opening. The fatal weakness of divine possession is that no matter how powerful the deity, its power is limited by the mortal vessel itself. Choi Si-woo had stalled for time, deliberately taking the full brunt of the attacks so his body could absorb all of Raiju's lightning energy. He growled, his entire body battered, but his eyes burning with fire. As I said, kapow! A lightning-clad punch was unleashed with incredible speed, striking the shaman directly in the face. Choi Si-woo panted, covered in blood, but his gaze remained sharp. This is the only way. Amidst the evening city landscape, a voice echoed from the defeated opponent. You deliberately held back. Jagwang-im lay sprawled on the ground, trembling. Admitted, you could have killed me. If you were a little weaker, you wouldn't have had a second chance. Choi Si-woo smirked dismissively, replying casually, well, that's too bad for me, but everything is settled. Besides, that's not your body. He lectured, you shouldn't say such things when risking someone else's life. The entity inside Jagwang-im merely smirked contemptuously. Impudent. It continued, with an authoritative voice. Very well. The loser has no right to complain. The blue spirit entity emerged from Jagwang-im's body, promising, I hope to dance with you again when the opportunity arises. As the spirit entity soared into the sky, Choi Si-woo turned his back on the unconscious shaman, declaring resolutely, it's over. The masked female exorcist coldly declared, I am not skilled enough to fight you, nor do I have the energy to summon another deity. We have lost. Choi Si-woo narrowed his eyes, his mind immediately racing. She is lying. He recalled the fleeting clash, realizing her skill level was even a step above Jagwang-im. Having just stood up after the battle, Choi Si-woo was still wondering about his opponent's strength when a voice interrupted him. Startled, he turned to look. Yushin staggered over, out of breath, and growled, Don't Yushin me. Have you forgotten? The masked female exorcist was also surprised by Yushin's appearance, questioning why he was there. Yushin completely ignored her, rushed straight to grab Choi Si-woo's collar, and scolded him furiously for daring to cause trouble in broad daylight. Choi Si-woo could only raise his hands in surrender, mumbling an apology for acting thoughtlessly. Yushin was visibly annoyed, snapping at him for hearing that tiresome apology again. He glanced, thinking to himself that if apologies could solve everything, the world would be too simple. Yushin's gaze swept over the exorcist, lying sprawled on the ground, then returned to the masked female exorcist. Yushin stood protectively in front of his friend, declaring firmly, This is my best friend. I only found out he was a half yokai yesterday, and he's not the type to harm others. The masked female exorcist replied coldly, stating that Yushin had no right to judge, especially when he had a close relationship with the subject. Yushin bluntly admitted that, as a chief exorcist of the Bureau, he wasn't so shameless as to not know right from wrong. He knew his actions were inappropriate. A chief exorcist should not side with yokai for any reason. Yushin took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, and made a shocking declaration. Therefore, from this moment on, I resign as a chief exorcist of the Exorcist Bureau. The masked female exorcist froze, stammering in disbelief at Yushin's decision, stating it was a position everyone coveted. Yushin smirked, explaining that the higher-ups would feign anger, but secretly rejoice at an open seat to contend for. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, his voice hardened, concluding, That's all I have to say. And I hope you'll stop playing games and end this charade. The masked female exorcist warned, saying she didn't want bloodshed, and demanded Yushin dismantle his part of the barrier. Yushin's eyes flashed with blue light, and the wooden sword in his hand also glowed brightly, as he declared he wouldn't hold back if his opponent stubbornly continued her mission. The female exorcist seemed amused by the threat, raising a hand to cover her mouth as if trying to suppress a laugh. Clack! She removed her mask, revealing Soyeonji's face, and calmly stated that she had no right to oppose the young master. Choi Si-woo froze, his eyes wide with astonishment upon realizing the female exorcist's true identity. Soyeonji clasped her hands, performing a simple hand seal. Immediately, in a dark space, one of 4 sacred blue candles extinguished, signaling that a part of the barrier had collapsed. Soyeonji reported to Yushin that she had followed orders, and the barrier would dissipate if one of the 3 remaining exorcists also withdrew. Yushin patted Si-woo's shoulder, turned to tell Soyeonji that it was a wise decision, and told her to take her unconscious brother out of sight. Soyeonji bowed in obedience, admitting that she shouldn't be seen with the young master after unilaterally breaking the mission. She carried the unconscious exorcist, Jiaguang Im, on her back, and quietly left the battlefield. Choi Si-woo glanced at Yushin, his face still bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Yushin snapped, stating bluntly that he wasn't here for Si-woo but was merely dragged out of bed by his superiors for a mission. He began to explain that the original mission was to set up a barrier with 5 others, wait, deal with the yokai, and rescue Si-woo's mother. Choi Si-woo was stunned when Yushin revealed that he had encountered the yokai who also came to rescue his mother and decided to temporarily cooperate with them. Yushin growled, telling Si-woo not to worry about him but to focus on the current situation. But a sudden loud explosion interrupted him. Choi Si-woo, startled, turned back, while Yushin continued to explain that besides him, there were 3 other exorcists here. Yushin concluded with a chilling warning. And all 3 of them are stronger than those 2 siblings combined. Choi Si-woo asked again with a tense expression, confirming that the assessment included the scenario where Soyeon-ji actually joined the fight. Yushin affirmed, explaining that all those sent here were management level, while those 2 siblings were deployed unexpectedly, because when they combined their strength, their power was comparable to a chief exorcist. Yushin sighed in relief, admitting his act of weakness had easily fooled that young exorcist, then brushed off Si-woo's concerned question. Yushin got straight to the point. There are 3 more monsters. If we want to escape, we have to take one down. Then he asked Si-woo how many gourds he had left. Choi Si-woo replied concisely that he had 2 left and asked Yushin if he needed one. Yushin immediately demanded one. Yushin held out his hand to receive a small purple gourd from Choi Si-woo. Without further ado, Yushin crushed the gourd and channeled his power, his eyes glowing with potent blue magical light. Hear my command, Svaha. A surge of blue energy enveloped Choi Si-woo, and Yushin ordered him to listen carefully. The shattered gourd lay at Yushin's feet. He explained that the recent explosion was the signal that the battle had begun between a chief exorcist and the demon protecting Si-woo's mother. Yushin continued, stating that the other demon, Solmi, was taking his mother to safety, and Si-woo's mission was to find and join them. Yushin gritted his teeth, making a pact. While I deal with one chief exorcist, the 3 of you must hide so the remaining one doesn't catch you. Choi Si-woo was stunned upon hearing the reckless plan. He intended to object. No, how can I leave you behind with Siola? But Si-woo swallowed his words. He knew that staying would only be irresponsible and arrogant. Yushin, his entire body erupting with blue energy, recalled their solo match at the training center. Back then, I hadn't even used half my power. What about now? Do you think I'm lying? Choi Si-woo fell silent. He realized this best friend was ready to abandon his entire identity to save him. Yushin activated the spiritual weapon in his hand, preparing to enter battle. With that said, Yushin shot off like a bolt of lightning, leaving Si-woo standing stunned behind him. Yushin used his wooden sword to block an extremely powerful invisible attack, creating a terrifying energy clash. Choi Si-woo gaped in astonishment at the sight. Yushin was pushed back a short distance, his feet sliding on the ground, but he remained standing firm. A deep voice echoed, mocking that the boss would surely be very confused. Suddenly, a muscular old man, his face wrapped in bandages, carrying a large mace, appeared abruptly, muttering that the boss would surely be deeply shocked upon learning his esteemed son had sided with demons. Yushin faced Choi Si-woo, his voice tense. Look here, young master. Are you certain? This is your last chance to turn back. The bandaged shaman spoke, his voice acknowledging, I don't care about your life, but I've always valued you for your potential, and most importantly, you are completely different from the rest of the clan. Yushin silently listened to the advice. Don't be like this. Why not just grab the kid next to you and be done with it? Only Jiaguang and Jiagyong know about today's events. The shaman extended his hand, trying to persuade. I will silence them. For you to resign would be such a waste of your talent. Yushin's gaze sharpened, his voice icy. Think about my mother. I never expected Uncle Jaejon to care about me so much. The shaman flinched as Yushin revealed. But you're a little too late. Unsim already knows everything. She's already blocked my path. Yushin stood up straight, the spiritual artifact in his hand flaring with blue demonic energy. Besides, I decided to leave the clan a long time ago. I've never liked the way my family operates. The shaman named Jaegyeon sighed, pulling a small item from his weapon. I see. I understand. I truly understand. Yushin whispered into Si-woo's ear, his eyes still fixed on his opponent. Your mother is on the rooftop so she can fly away as soon as the barrier is lifted. Yushin turned his back, giving his final command to his close friend. Go, and no matter what happens, stay by her side. Choi Si-woo pressed his lips tightly together, suppressing all his emotions. He slightly opened his mouth, speaking only a single word that showed absolute trust. Okay. Whoosh! Yushin dashed like lightning, confronting the muscular shaman directly. Yushin smirked. So, to put it bluntly, you befriended him, didn't you? This world truly operates strangely. Jaegyeon tilted his head, his voice full of respect. Huh? Why would I call you an idiot, young master? If risking one's life to save friends makes one a fool, then this world has far too few fools. Jaegyeon began to explain their power. There are a total of 7 chief exorcists in the Exorcist Bureau, and all 7 are capable of soloing a spirit-level demon. The physical strength of each individual is comparable to an entire tank brigade. Jaegyeon tensed his body, blue demonic energy violently erupting around his giant mace. I did not wish to kill one of the few righteous individuals among a crowd of fools. An info panel appeared. Chief Exorcist of the Exorcist Bureau, Rank 3, Killer Ascetic, Gaegon Kim. Not to be outdone, Yushin's entire body flared with a blue aura. I will try to be quick. His info panel also appeared. Chief Exorcist of the Exorcist Bureau, Rank 7, Yushin Kim. Jaegyeon, his eyes burning red with killing intent, declared, I will leave your body intact. Yushin responded with a sharp, cold gaze, ready for a one-on-one deathmatch. A few minutes ago, a giant blue energy pillar erupted in the middle of the apartment complex, tearing through the sky. Inside an apartment, Siola turned back in surprise, her sharp eyes questioning Yu Young, who stood behind her. What the hell was that? Yu Young's face tensed, and he immediately realized. This energy is unmistakable. Someone has summoned a deity. Another braided-haired girl in the room trembled as she looked at her phone, her face pale. Oh no. Yu Young turned. Seeing the girl shaking, he asked what was wrong, while Siola just watched with a puzzled expression. The braided-haired girl's face was drained of color. She stammered. Siu is coming here. This message was from a few minutes ago. He must be almost here. Yu Young snapped, unable to believe it. What the hell are you talking about? Don't tell me you let him go alone without any precautions. Yu Young's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of the situation. His best friend was rushing straight into death. From the opposite balcony, a figure in traditional attire, wearing a grotesque mask, silently observed the group inside. Well, I wonder what I'm watching here. The masked figure smirked. I understand those 2 demonesses, but I didn't expect our young master to be happily having a tea party with them. The braided-haired girl stood in front of Siwoo's mother, her eyes filled with determination, clearly trying to protect her. Siola crossed her arms, glancing with disdain, thinking that some young master was overly delusional about his power, believing he could intimidate demons with the empty title of Exorcist Master. The masked figure perched on the balcony railing, completely unaware of what was happening, and an information panel appeared. 5th rank Exorcist Master, Divine Bird Unsimha. Yu Young gritted his teeth, recognizing Unsimha. What is she doing here? The order was to guard the 4 directions of the barrier. Yu Young broke out in a cold sweat, the situation hanging by a thread. If only there was some time to recover my strength. He suddenly remembered a powerful item. Wait, the 3-colored gourd. If Siu still has one, it's enough to heal my damaged energy points. Yu Young racked his brain, trying to figure out how to contact Siwoo, while Siola uttered a sarcastic remark. You might be strong, but it seems you're not very popular. Yu Young seemed to have a plan. He raised 2 fingers, and a short sword flashed with green light. Suddenly, a green beam of light shot straight up from below, piercing through Unsimha, sending her flying into the air. A spray of fresh blood splattered onto the wooden floor, signaling that a fatal attack had just occurred. Whoosh! Unsimha sat on the railing, her finger glowing green, wondering, Well, that's strange. I clearly aimed for young Master Yushin, but Siola coldly grabbed the dagger Yu Young had just thrown, blood flowing freely, her eyes sharp. So why would a demon take a hit for him? Blood flowed from Yu Young's injured palm, and he was stunned as he realized the nature of the weapon. Oh, don't tell me. Unsimha removed her mask, revealing a sinister smile, and concluded, he has abandoned his responsibilities as an exorcist and allied himself with demons. Yu Young ignored his wound, grabbing Solmi's hand, his eyes resolute. Solmi looked at Yu Young in a panic and said urgently, We have to go right now. Yu Young replied bluntly, I would keep you if you were a valuable hostage. Siola cut him off, ordering the small fry. But now you're not even a decent meat shield. Get out of my sight, or go take care of Siu. Yu Young gritted his teeth, turned away, and instructed, If you see him, let me scold him myself. Purple demonic energy erupted around Siola, and she declared firmly, Because this won't last long. The room was now empty. Only Siola remained, facing the enemy outside. Unsimha perched casually, confidently telling her subordinates, "Stay calm, no need to be tense. Our goals align. No matter what happens, I still need the young master and that demoness alive." The entire city was bathed in the sunset, the smug exorcist said. After all, no one can break this barrier. They are merely prey waiting to be hunted. Inside, Siola stood still, letting blood drip from her hand. Unsimha's voice echoed mockingly. "By the way, doesn't your hand hurt? You demons aren't immune to pain." Siola smirked, retorting with extreme disdain. "Perhaps if your cursed soul dagger were stronger, I would have felt something." Unsimha laughed gleefully, proudly revealing, "Oh, you know what it is? I created it with my own hands." A cursed soul. A vengeful spirit appeared as Unsimha explained. "It is the corrupted form of a human soul submerged in extreme emotions and resentment, no different from an evil spirit." A bloody hand lay under the spotlight. The explanation continued. "However, unlike ordinary evil spirits, a cursed soul is meticulously crafted. The cruel process was revealed through the image of a tortured victim. After sealing a human as raw material, the crafter will torment them both physically and mentally, sowing hope only to extinguish it until their life hangs by a thread. The victim's horrified face before death appeared. And once you end a life pushed to that limit, with the very tool used to contain the cursed soul." Unsimha concluded her speech. "And finally, you have a magical artifact that fully absorbs all that resentment and power." The exorcist smiled smugly, believing that even if the dagger wasn't perfect, it was strong enough to cut down a mythical-grade demon. Siolwa's eyes sharpened, clearly showing her speechless disdain at her opponent's bragging. Unsimha floated in the air, deciding to use her talismans instead. Meanwhile, Yu Young was running headlong, telling himself he had bought enough time for Siola. He led Solmi and Hongrian away, believing they were at a safe distance. Unsimha transformed into a dark shadow, grinning menacingly. "You'd better not go back on your word." Snap! She snapped her fingers, and a flurry of talismans flew out and transformed into sharp energy daggers. A rain of daggers hurtled towards Siola, who was waiting on the balcony. The building stood still, awaiting the terrifying impact. Boom! A blinding explosion tore through a section of the apartment building's wall. Siola was blown backward into the room by the terrifying pressure from the explosion. But she landed lightly, as if weightless, raised her head, completely without a scratch. High above, Unsimha was still perched on her scroll, observing the outcome. The exorcist showed amusement. "Fast. Faster than I expected." Whoosh! Siola appeared right behind Unsimha, setting a trap with countless blue energy threads. Siola became truly serious. Purple demonic energy erupted as she roared. "Summon the great demon emperor." A giant red-skinned war god, muscular and with a long beard, appeared behind Siola, and that was only its upper body. Unsimha's smug expression vanished, replaced by utter horror. The summoned general, one of the deities worshipped by exorcists, raised its colossal glaive, ready to pass judgment on the enemy. The narration explains, "Most gods are heroes recorded in history, but they did not become gods through their own power. It was the prayers and wishes of the living that elevated the dead to a status higher than humans. Prayer does not require spiritual ability or religious affiliation. The form is not important. The only thing that matters is sincerity and the deepest desires from one's heart." Countless wishes accumulated over time, drop by drop, transforming the intangible into the tangible and giving birth to a god. As those who wield divine power, shamans have the right and duty to harness that accumulated energy. Unsimha recognized the summoned entity as the great demon emperor Guan Yu, and fumed with rage upon seeing a yokai dare to use the power of a god. The shamaness's face twisted in disgust, absolutely detestable. Thud. A cursed soul blade suddenly pierced Siolwa's chest, splattering blood everywhere. Unsimha looked down with a contemptuous gaze, uttering scornful words. "Know your place, you disgusting creature." Kaboom! A massive explosion erupted from the nine-tailed fox's position, blowing away everything around it. Unsimha landed softly, pinching her nose in disdain. "Ugh, this girl stinks. Just being in the same room is enough to give me a headache." The shamaness walked leisurely, beginning to lecture about the limits of the fox species' power. Siola collapsed onto the ground, her body impaled by countless cursed soul blades, while Unsimha continued to explain the two inherent magic types of the fox clan. Unsimha sneered, declaring she would remember this new lesson for the next time she killed another fox, then swung her arm, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Whoosh! A barrage of cursed soul blades rushed toward Siola like a rain of blades, ready to tear her body to shreds. Siola remained seated, smirking defiantly. No need, making Unsimha freeze. Clang! All the weapons suddenly halted, hovering right in front of Siola, just a few centimeters from her. Unsimha's eyes widened in utter shock as her attack was blocked by an invisible force. But how? The cursed soul blades began to turn around, enveloped by Seolhwa's purple demonic energy, signaling a third type of magic that the shamaness had never known. Seolhwa's eyes glowed with deadly purple demonic energy, and she declared firmly, "Because no one but me can use it." Unsimha took a step back, her face paling as she lost control of the cursed soul blades, while Seolhwa scoffed that her daggers were mere junk. Seolhwa grabbed a cursed soul blade, explaining that while the shamaness was babbling, she had analyzed and created a superior curse technique to control them. Unsimha trembled, unable to believe the truth that Siola was a genius who could use demonic arts, curse arts, and human Taoist arts. Purple demonic energy violently erupted around Siola, and she smirked confidently. "Perhaps you can't, but I certainly can." A lecture began. Demonic energy and spiritual energy, distinct energies of yokai and humans, both originate from nature. However, when filtered through yokai and humans, they transform into two types of fuel with unique properties. Like two different types of gasoline, they are completely incompatible with each other. Therefore, humans cannot use demonic arts, and vice versa, just as a car cannot run on the wrong fuel. Unsimha shuddered, her mind reeled. "My curse arts have been enhanced. How on earth can a yokai do that?" Seeing Seolhwa easily controlling the cursed soul blades, Unsimha tried to reassure herself that her opponent couldn't perfectly copy every skill in such a short time. The shamaness gritted her teeth, telling herself that she still had a chance to turn the tables. Siola glanced at the weapon, asking contemptuously, "In your world, is this mass-produced magic commonplace?" Unsimha sneered at the reminder that magic should not harm one's own kind. One's own kind? Hovering in midair, Unsimha began to lecture that the creation of cursed soul blades was forbidden simply because it was a simple and effective way to grow stronger. Siola tilted her head, looking puzzled by the shamaness's condescending logic. Unsimha smirked smugly, claiming that humans always knew their place, but the problem was they refused to accept it. The lecture continued about the natural hierarchy within a species, based on strength, intelligence, and even appearance. But humans, instead of submitting to the stronger ones, grew envious and snarled like a weak dog confronting a demonic cat. Unsimha concluded that morality and laws were merely fabrications to lure the weak into conformity, while looking down at the surrounded Siola. Unsimha continued to preach her twisted philosophy, claiming that humans were delusional to think they had rights and potential. Siola narrowed her eyes, replying calmly, "Oh, really? I don't know if you're right or wrong, but there's one human who thinks differently." Choi Si-woo's image appeared, someone who acted without self-interest, sincerely grieving for the deaths of strangers. Unsimha snapped, "Oh, really?" Then erupted with energy and shot away to create distance. The shamaness landed softly, preparing for a long-range attack. Siola simply watched silently, purple demonic energy beginning to surge around her, signaling that the fun was about to begin. Unsimha scoffed. What a fool. Just like a fox distracted by an enemy right in front of it. With a whoosh, she shot up into the night sky, confident that she was out of reach. Maintaining a safe distance, Unsimha smirked, thinking that, at this range, Siola wouldn't be able to be hit by the cursed soul blades. But Siola didn't even budge. Her purple demonic energy had already seized and controlled all the hovering weapons around her. Unsimha still challenged smugly, "Are you going to take this too? Go ahead and try, but I wonder how long you'll last." Siola coldly grabbed a blade, feeling the terrifying resentment within it, then uttered a scornful remark. How ridiculous. Siola, covered in blood, questioned, "I thought we had an unspoken agreement to resolve this silently. Or do you not care what happens to the humans here?" Unsimha laughed maniacally, raising her weapon to the sky, clearly ignoring the warning. Suddenly, she froze, her confident expression vanishing. Siola smirked, revealing the trap. "You flew yourself into an open area. What more could I ask for?" She then used blood to draw the character for paralysis in the air. Unsimha froze stiff in midair, completely restrained, her expression shifting from surprise to utter horror. Siola began the main event. 5 tails, maximum output, summon. And a colossal shadow with glowing red eyes began to rise from behind the buildings. A gigantic demonic hand of shadow reached out, eclipsing the city's skyline. Siola looked at the result, her tone tinged with disappointment. 5 tails, just to summon one hand. I guess I should be glad it managed to summon anything at all. Unsimha's face turned pale, trembling violently before the terrifying pressure. Whoosh! A gigantic demonic hand of shadow descended from the sky, obscuring the entire horizon. Siola smirked confidently. It's fine. This is enough. She controlled the dark hand with a gentle gesture, as if playing. Siola suddenly recalled easily flicking the young Choi Si-woo's ear. Kaboom! The demonic hand struck, a terrifying energy explosion engulfing the target. Boom! The shockwave shook the entire apartment complex, the explosion echoing throughout the city. Result: Unsimha's mask shattered, scattered across the damp ground. Siola exhaled sharply, her hand trembling after overexerting her technique. Flashback begins. Manote Harabium explained that some powerful individuals needed their powers sealed when entering the human realm. The old man stated plainly that those of spirit demon rank and above, like Siola, were all on this list. Siola scoffed, sarcastically. To put it bluntly, I'm both inexperienced and too powerful to be left unrestrained, right? The old man affirmed this was a direct order from the Demon King, and even he was restricted when coming to the human world. He trusted that if a situation required power, she would be able to overcome it with her skills. That was also the reason he sought her out, piquing Siola's curiosity. Back to the present. Nosebleed starting. She mumbled. Overcoming it with skills, huh? I guess it was a success. She admitted that using her 5 tails just to summon a single hand was a bit much, overloading her energy meridians. But it was the right choice, as she sensed the dark sorcery the exorcist intended to unleash, so she had to go all out. Suddenly, Siola realized something, her eyes sharpening as she looked at the magic candles. She wiped the blood from her mouth, guessing that the other woman must be a second-rank exorcist master, and the barrier wouldn't last much longer. A magic scroll unfurled, and Siola stood at the end of a path, seemingly in a different dimension. Wiping the blood from her lips, Siola mumbled, her next objective clear. Now, to find Siu. In a flashback moment, Siola's sharp gaze fixed on a small bamboo tube, an item holding some secret. Suddenly, she sensed an unusual presence, a faint human-like shadow of pure energy forming in the darkness. A ghostly voice echoed, thanking her for its release and promising eternal fun, accompanied by a gruesome smile appearing from thin air. Scene shift. Sunset descended upon a building's rooftop, the atmosphere temporarily peaceful. The door leading to the rooftop opened, signaling someone's arrival. Solmi sighed in relief as she felt the barrier weakening. She trusted Siola's and Siwoo's strength, so she wasn't overly worried. Hearing the commotion, Hongrion turned with a slightly concerned expression. Hongrion affirmed the barrier was still there. She didn't mind getting hurt, but a normal human was different, her eyes reflecting worry for Siwoo's mother. Both stood waiting. Hongrion sighed, only hoping everything would be fine until the barrier completely vanished. Solmi tugged lightly on Hongrion's sleeve to get her attention. It seemed the girl had discovered something. Choi Si-woo stepped out the door, bare-chested, muscles bulging, panting after an intense battle. Solmi quickly reassured Si-woo, telling him Siola had used demonic magic so his mother wouldn't be shocked, and he glanced at his mother standing there. Si-woo let out a sigh of relief, muttering a soft thank you. Solmi smiled brightly, humbly replying that she only regretted not being able to help more. Si-woo noticed the air had thinned, concluding that the barrier was about to be completely broken. He turned to Solmi, giving a clear instruction. Solmi, you're planning to use your wings to get my mother out of here, right? Siwoo delivered a firm statement, his eyes resolute. No. Just take my mother away now. Solmi was stunned, but Siwoo was determined, asserting it was a perfectly logical decision, indicating he still had something to do here. Choi Si-woo analyzed the situation, realizing something was off with the exorcists. If they had combined forces from the start, this battle would have been over long ago. Solmi flinched, understanding that the enemies hadn't launched an all-out attack, but had appeared sporadically, as if waiting for an opportunity after Yushin and Si-woo defeated one of them. Si-woo proposed 2 theories. Either the exorcists maintaining the barrier had to keep their distance, or they hated each other and refused to cooperate. Whatever the reason, Si-woo was certain they had a contingency plan for when the barrier collapsed. He asserted that if it were him, the remaining exorcist would definitely be lurking, waiting for any movement from the enemy attempting to escape. Solmi worriedly conceded that Si-woo was right. The barrier's disappearance meant Siola had won her battle. Si-woo finalized the plan. Siola and I will buy time, distracting the remaining exorcist while you get my mother out of here. He channeled vibrant blue lightning around himself, and the weasel Raiju also appeared beside him, reassuring Solmi. Don't worry, Siola and I will come out alive. Suddenly, a gray-haired man appeared right behind Si-woo, grinning widely. Well, that's cool. I'm very proud that you are my descendant. Solmi gasped, her face turning pale at the stranger's sudden appearance and cryptic remark. Si Wu, and even the weasel Raiju spun around, equally stunned by the mysterious goblin's presence. The gray-haired goblin smiled, waving in an inexplicably friendly manner. Hello, Siu. We meet again. He stood there, amidst the desolate rooftop, with a relaxed expression as if this were a leisurely stroll. Without a word, Siwu's eyes flashed with blue lightning, launching a direct punch at the newcomer's face. Kapow! Siwu's lightning punch slammed directly into the goblin's face, creating a dazzling energy explosion. The goblin merely tilted his head slightly, a small scratch on his cheek vanishing, and he smirked. Hey, that last punch. Solmi narrowed her eyes, realizing the situation was dire. The man had taken a full blow without a scratch. Not missing the chance, she snapped her fingers, and a black feather imbued with purple demonic energy shot forth like a bullet. Solmi's innate magic, Wings of Wind, transformed the feather into a weapon, with destructive power equivalent to an anti-tank rifle round. But the goblin merely raised 2 fingers, gently pinching the feather, and scoffed. This level is only that of a demon beast. It's not enough to harm a mystic-grade demon. The goblin explained that what's important isn't power, but how it's used. And he snapped his fingers. He elaborated that those skilled in wind wings can accumulate wind energy into their feathers and vice versa. Solmi realized his intention and shouted, "In my name, scatter!" Boom! Solmi's feather exploded right in front of the goblin. A giant purple energy sphere was activated remotely. Siwu realized the truth. This guy's goblin wrestling skill allows the ground to absorb all attacks. He thought to himself, if that's the case then, and concentrated lightning energy into his club. The goblin was surprised to see Siwu still had a trump card. Siwu decided to go all in, transforming all the lightning into a sharp spear. Then I must focus on sharpness, not force. Solmi realized Siwu was about to charge, and she quickly rushed to protect the target. She grabbed Siwu's mother, pulling her out of the attack's path in an instant. Siwu tensed his body and shot forward like a blue lightning bolt. His lightning spear tore through the air, flying straight towards the goblin with terrifying speed. The goblin smirked and calmly said, "Indeed, that is how to counter it, using poison, curses, or attacks, with hot and sharp properties." He raised his hand, easily blocking Siwu's lightning spear. "But first, you have to hit me." Thud. The goblin unleashed a purple demon energy palm strike directly into Siwu's chest. Solmi watched in horror as Siwu's mother collapsed, likely due to the aftershocks of the attack. Siwu lay sprawled on the ground. The spirit beast Raiju beside him trembled in shock. The goblin looked down at Siwu, licked the blood from his hand and remarked, "Your bloodline plays a big role in this." Solmi held Siwu's mother tightly, her eyes sharp, recognizing the enemy's identity. This must be Bi Hyung, the goblin who attacked Siwu today. She took a stance, a sharp black feather appearing. "Don't come closer. You won't be able to block the feather I throw with your bare hands." The goblin Bi Hyung scratched his head and sneered. "Actually, that feather just now was quite powerful. If you attacked with full force, I know I wouldn't walk away unscathed." He looked directly at Solmi, his voice full of provocation. "But you're not in a position to do that, are you?" Bi Hyung smirked, having completely read his opponent. "Because the moment you act, everything around here, including me, will be pulverized." He glanced towards Siwu's unconscious mother. "When you have to carry such a burden, wind wings is not something you'd want to use." Bi Hyung grinned widely, while Solma's face paled, having been hit where it hurt. "So you should be glad I'm here to help you too." He turned to Siwu, explaining as if bestowing a favor. "She just misunderstood because I attacked you first. She should have asked what I came here for." Siwu struggled to his feet, still dazed from the devastating punch, listening in silence. Bi Hyung continued his monologue. "Those shamans have gone too far. I knew our meeting would cause some chaos, and I thought I'd be the one in the spotlight." A scene of a desolate city appeared as he revealed. "I even deliberately left traces for them to follow, but I didn't expect them to hunt you instead of me." The goblin feigned an apologetic look at Siwu. "If I had known this would happen, I would have approached you more gently. My mistake. Sorry about that." Solmi still held Siwu's mother tightly, asking cautiously again, but Bi Hyung simply replied, "No, as I said, I'm here to help." He started walking, announcing the situation. "The barrier has broken, but escaping here unscathed won't be easy. We can deal with the remaining shaman." Both Siwu and Solmi were stunned as Bi Hyung continued. "But many others are coming." Bi Hyung turned back to face Siwu, asserting, "I told you, these people will point their swords at you the moment they catch me. Those shamans shouldn't have been here." He began listing the enemy forces. 4 head shamans and 2 support shamans are no pushovers if they combine their strength. Portraits of the formidable shamans appeared. Bihyung emphasized, "These are forces strong enough to protect all of Seoul." He concluded the matter coldly, amidst the night cityscape. In other words, they decided that hunting you down is more important than quelling the chaos in this city. Bihyung glanced at Solmi and Siwoo's mother. "I'm not surprised your friends are running out of steam. The judge certainly sent his best people, but he didn't expect the shamans to go all out like this." Siwoo clenched his fists, realizing the gravity of the situation as Bihyung analyzed. "The shamans caused this mess, so they will pursue it to the end, even if it means taking losses." A scene of deserted streets appeared. Bihyung concluded, "They won't arrive immediately, but they're definitely in a hurry, because the barrier is about to disappear, and they don't have much time to keep you here." Bihyung leaned close to Siwoo, making a deal with a confident smile. "Don't worry. Make sure all of you survive, if you do one thing for me." Siwoo broke out in a cold sweat, while Bihyung emphasized smugly, "Everyone, even those not here. I'm not that cheap." He smirked cunningly as Siwoo gritted his teeth and accepted. "All right. What do you want me to do?" Bihyung leaned close to Siwoo's ear, whispering provocatively, "It's not hard, just..." Siwoo froze, his eyes wide at the unbelievably simple offer. Bihyung stepped back, crossing his arms and asking smugly, "What do you think? Easy, right?" After a moment of hesitation, Siwoo reluctantly agreed. "Okay, I accept." Bihyung nodded in approval, pulling out a phone. "Wise decision. Now just go down. Your path is wide open." Siwoo was bewildered, completely not understanding what was happening. "What?" The goblin sneered, explaining casually. "You heard me. No need to fly. No one will block your way. Because..." He glanced towards a nearby building, his eyes cold. "The remaining shaman? I killed him." A mangled corpse splattered onto the wall in an instant. Bihyung scratched his head nonchalantly. "Sorry for not saying it sooner, but I didn't want to prolong this conversation." Suddenly, the phone in his hand vibrated violently, breaking the silence. In another corner, Solmi was helping Siwoo's mother, speaking into the outgoing call. "Hello?" Bihyung put the phone to his ear, replying with a mocking tone. "Duh. It's the one who just killed the owner of this phone." Siwoo heard the conversation, his face paling, only able to mumble, "Get straight to the point. Hey, don't curse like that." Bihyung ignored him, pointing downwards and reassuring Siwoo over the phone. "Just go down, trust me. I promised Eid take care of the rest, didn't I?" Solmi froze, her eyes wide with astonishment upon hearing the stranger's voice from the other end of the line. Bihyung smiled, waving goodbye through the phone, completely dominating the situation. Choi Siwoo glanced from upstairs, seeing Solmi helping his mother on the stair landing. All three walked out of the building together, Siwoo still shirtless after the battle. Solmi turned to look at Siwoo, her face filled with worry and confusion over the current situation. Suddenly, both noticed Siola sitting on the deserted road, looking extremely exhausted. Siola looked up with sharp eyes, reassuring them. "Don't worry, I'm fine, just dealt with a filthy brat." The road ahead was utterly deserted, not a soul in sight. A deadly silence enveloped everything. Elsewhere, a muscular masked exorcist, Jaegyeon Kim, carrying a giant mace on his shoulder, answered his phone. "All right, I'll be right there after I finish cleaning up." Jaegyeon hung up, muttering to himself, "Sigh, why do they suddenly want to withdraw after all that? Well, I guess it's good news for you." On the other end of the line, a young exorcist was panting, leaning his spiritual artifact on the ground, asking in surprise, "What?" Jaegyeon explained, "The real deal has appeared. I heard he personally showed himself and is shouting challenges for everyone to come and catch him." The young exorcist broke into a sweat, quickly deducing, "Bacon must have died by his hand. That's why they want us to regroup and avoid meaningless conflict." His gaze became resolute, gripping his spiritual artifact tightly. "Now, let's end this." Jaegyeon Kim used his own mace to strike a fatal blow to his body. The young exorcist screamed into the phone, unable to believe his eyes. "What the hell are you doing, uncle? Why?" Jaegyeon calmly replied, blood beginning to drip from the mace. "Don't worry. One arm is enough proof that I failed to capture you." The young exorcist was stunned, realizing his uncle's insane plan. "Better to let them think they've beaten me when you return, after you've changed." Jaegyeon's blood-stained hand clenched, and he continued, "As you know, this world is for the strong to survive. That old man might be furious for a while." The young exorcist hesitantly called out. Uncle Jaejin cut him off. "But he'll be glad to know you've defeated me. He'll let it slide, considering it just a rebellious phase of youth." Jae-gi Kim glanced over his shoulder, his voice full of power and hidden meaning. Make good use of this time. Do whatever you want, as long as it's worth one of my arms. Understand? The young exorcist walked away, while his uncle, Jae-gi Kim, concluded with a terse remark. That's all I need. A week passed since that earth-shattering battle. Outwardly, the world continued as if nothing had happened. People still went shopping at the supermarket, but something was amiss. Solmi, pushing her shopping cart, paused as she scrolled through her phone. She was startled by a pair of eyes staring intently at her. A little girl was curiously looking at her. A finger brought to her mouth. The child smiled and friendly waved at Solmi. Immediately, the mother rushed over in a panic, grabbing her child as if Solmi were a monster. The world hadn't changed, but people had. They began to be wary of those who were different. Solmi put down her phone, fully understanding the situation. Ordinary citizens knew nothing about the recent chaos. They were unaware of the appearance of the goblin Bi Hyung and his henchmen, those who had caused a historical catastrophe. Although there were no major incidents like the previous week, the blood-stained buildings were proof that the demons were still secretly hunting. Everyone sensed an invisible threat that the government and media were trying to conceal. A smoldering, vague fear kept everyone living on edge. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the old man Manote Harabeum ordered, "Take a break from reporting. There's nothing for you to do now." He asked Solmi to take care of Si Woo in his stead, considering it a vacation after a series of arduous days. Solmi reluctantly obeyed, but inwardly she was extremely annoyed, thinking that if it were before, she would have been overjoyed. She was frustrated at being sidelined, unable to grasp the unfolding situation. Just as she was feeling annoyed, a familiar voice called out her name. Solmi. Solmi told herself that she had a good reason to focus, remaining unwavering. Siwoo's mother cheerfully waved, asking Solmi if she had gone shopping early that morning, knowing her position was very important. Solmi politely greeted Siwoo's mother back, suggesting that the supermarket was quite far and she could have given her a ride. Solmi smiled back, replying that it was fine, the weather was nice, so walking was good. Siwoo's mother happily mentioned she was going to meet an old friend nearby, and also revealed that she and her son had been living there since last week. Solmi recalled the earth-shattering battle between an exorcist and Siola that had utterly destroyed Siwoo's house. Fortunately, the gas leak excuse had worked, and the mother and son were compensated with a new apartment by the construction company. But the truth was, the powerful backer behind it all was Yu Young, the building owner and a member of the Black Tortoise clan. Siwoo's mother waved goodbye to Solmi, while Solmi thought about the prearranged scenario. She and Siwoo were middle school friends who happened to live in the same neighborhood. Solmi smiled and waved back, completing her role as a friendly neighbor. As soon as Siwoo's mother left, footsteps echoed right behind Solmi. Sensing someone, Solmi immediately turned her head with a vigilant gaze. Yu Young, the bespectacled yokai, was approaching with a calm expression. Solmi thanked Yu Young for working hard even on the weekend, despite his usual weekday work. Yu Young adjusted his glasses, asserting that this was his duty, and that Go Yu handled things on weekdays. Solmi thanked him again as Yu Young turned and left, secretly thinking that the entire team had to exert their full strength to protect Siwoo's mother. Inside the elevator, the doors closed as it ascended to the third floor. Solmi pulled out her phone, quickly texting Siwoo. "Are you awake yet?" Receiving the reply that he had just woken up, Solmi immediately proposed. "Come over, I'll cook lunch for you." Solmi decided to head to the kitchen, preparing ingredients to cook a proper meal. Meanwhile, Choi Siwoo was sitting bored, scrolling on his phone, looking worn out all week. As Solmi chopped ingredients, she thought, worrying about her reclusive neighbor who had been cooped up for days. This was the first time she had seen him since moving in. Her hand holding the knife trembled. She only wished she could do something to lift his spirits. Suddenly, Siwoo appeared right behind her and casually remarked, "You don't need to slice the fish cakes one by one like that." Solmi flinched in surprise, while Siwoo nonchalantly instructed, "Stack them up and cut them all at once. If you're a novice, just use scissors." He glanced at the ingredients and criticized, "Only chili paste? Don't you have sugar, soy sauce, or chili powder?" Leaving Solmi speechless. Seeing her clueless expression, Siwoo concluded, "Never mind, I'll go home and get them. Wait a bit," then turned and left immediately. Upon returning, Siwoo continued his basic lesson, dropping the rice cakes into a bowl of water. Rice cakes must be soaked in water before cooking. He chopped the vegetables quickly and said nonchalantly, "The shape doesn't matter, as long as they're cut into edible pieces." Siwoo turned to Solmi and asked directly, "Like a professional chef, Solmi, can you handle spicy food? Do you prefer a lot of sauce or a little?" Solmi stammered, admitting she liked tteokbokki but hadn't eaten it much, and this was her first time cooking it. When she mentioned her favorite restaurant, Hwal Tatokboki, Siwoo immediately caught on. Ah, that place? So you like the soupy kind. I get it. Ta-da! In just a moment, a steaming hot pan of bright red tteokbokki was complete, looking incredibly delicious. Siwoo scooped a generous portion onto a plate for Solmi, the thick, smooth sauce dripping down, looking extremely appetizing. Solmi swallowed hard, her eyes glued to the plate of tteokbokki, which looked like a masterpiece. He handed her the plate, his tone still cool. Try it. Tell me if it's too bland or too spicy. Solmi opened her mouth, took a bite of a rice cake, her eyes widening in surprise. She exclaimed excitedly that the dish was amazing, the rice cakes chewier than any shed had at a restaurant. Siwoo just smiled faintly. Because it's freshly made. Recalling the past, Choi Siwoo's mother praised his cooking talent, while the boy humbly replied that it was thanks to his mother's teaching. The present, Siwoo smirked faintly, remembering that warm moment. Solmi was startled when she realized Siwoo had gone to such lengths to buy ingredients just for her, and she awkwardly thanked him. Siwoo suddenly became serious, questioning whether he should have intervened to save people that day. He tormented himself because in the end, he saved no one, only made things worse, and even implicated the exorcists. Solmi quickly retorted, asserting it wasn't his fault. Even if his actions were reckless, they weren't wrong. Siwoo mumbled while eating. Perhaps so, believing the entire responsibility lay with the exorcists. He looked directly at Solmi, reassuring her that even if he tormented himself, he wouldn't let it defeat him. Clenching his fist on the table, Siwoo declared that he had realized something extremely important after the incident. His eyes gleamed with terrifying determination, fully aware of the weight of his actions and the iron will he had just forged. He admitted that the thought that it was enough for only himself to get hurt was too arrogant, because he wasn't even capable enough to end everything with his own death. Siwoo abruptly changed the subject, declaring that now that Seolhwa was back, he would focus on learning, leaving Solmi dumbfounded. Solmi asked in surprise if Seolhwa had returned from the demon realm, and Siwoo nonchalantly replied, "Yeah, her room is right above mine." He recounted how he woke up in the middle of the night to heavy footsteps upstairs. Solmi paused mid-meal, her mind starting to race. Wait, Seolhwa is back? Something's not right. She recalled that after the battle, Seolhwa had returned to the demon realm to recover from her injuries. Annoyed, Solmi rushed straight to Seolhwa's apartment door, frantically typing in the password, muttering why she had been back all day without saying a word. The door opened, and she called out Seolhwa's name loudly. Solmi leaned inside with a wide grin, intending to scold her, but inside was only pitch darkness. As she stepped inside, Solmi froze when she saw Seolhwa lying motionless on the floor. She rushed over, frantically calling Seolhwa's name, seeing the nine-tailed fox gasping for breath, her face pale. At the cafe, Guiwu was on the phone, asking Solmi about Seolhwa's condition. No bleeding or external wounds? When was the last time you saw her normal? Guiwu stated nonchalantly. Then she's probably been like this for a week. She's arrogant, so she probably tried to handle it herself. Solmi grew anxious upon hearing this, asking what to do. Guiwu sighed heavily. She might think she's fine, but the truth is far from it. Seolhwa lay bedridden, drenched in sweat, while Guiwu explained over the phone. To heal Seolhwa, she must be taken back to the demon realm. There are no proper demon healers in the human world. Guiwu continued with a sobering statement. But even if she survives, she will lose her eligibility as a festival candidate. Guiwu explained about the Fox clan, saying that Seolhwa's clan had a very peculiar way of thinking, ready to deceive and tear each other apart for their own benefit. In their world, the weak are meant to die, and no one pities them. Guiwu affirmed that even though many wanted to contend for the candidacy, Seolhwa, with her overwhelming talent and skills, had never been at a disadvantage. But now that news of her weakening had spread, things would be different. Choi Si-woo sat by the bed, looking at the unconscious Seolhwa, while Guiwu warned, who knows what the other foxes will do to a weakened Seolhwa. At another cafe, Si-woo desperately asked Guiwu, "Really? What way?" "I'll do anything," Guiwu calmly replied. "There's no guarantee, but there might be a way." Si-woo sat alone in his room, as Guiwu analyzed. If the cause is the battle with the exorcist, and there are no external wounds, then this isn't an illness or injury. It's highly likely she's afflicted by a spiritual entity. Solmi was deeply shocked upon hearing this, unable to believe Seolhwa was in such a state just because of a ghost or demon. But Guiwu asserted that Seolhwa herself had thought it was that simple, which led to her downfall. Guiwu made a sharp turn in the conversation. So if this is indeed caused by a ghost or demon, there's no need to go back to the demon realm. There's an expert right nearby. Guiwu smirked, revealing a shocking piece of information. That's right. They live in the same building as you. Guiwu announced that he had contacted the expert, and they would arrive soon. Guiwu hung up the phone, muttering to himself meaningfully. Let's see. Siwoo's mother appeared with a small, white-haired spirit. She smirked, wondering to herself, what does that arrogant fox want from a mere spirit like me? In the room, Siola lay bedridden, drenched in sweat, her breathing growing increasingly labored. The mother entered the room, her sharp gaze sweeping over the nine-tailed fox's condition. She gently placed her hand on Siola's wrist, beginning to diagnose the source of the problem. A confident smile appeared on her lips as she understood the situation. Aha! Turning to Siwoo and Solmi, who were holding their breath in anticipation, she declared firmly, there is one thing I can state with certainty. She sat down, delivering a shocking pronouncement. Without proper measures, she only has 4 days left to live. Solmi frantically asked about exorcism rituals, but Siwoo's mother stood up, explaining calmly. Getting afflicted by a vengeful spirit is like getting caught in the rain on a gloomy day. Siwoo's face was drained of color, but she continued. Saving them is actually quite simple. There are many ways, depending on the situation. She presented solution number 1. The best way is to dispel the rain cloud entirely. Just stand in the sun, and the body will dry and warm up on its own. Solution number 2 was presented. But if the rain is too heavy, one can take temporary shelter under an awning. It's not a perfect plan, but at least you won't get any wetter. She sighed, looking at Siola with a complex expression. I wonder how she got afflicted by something so terrible. She held a bamboo item, her tone full of contempt. I don't know which exorcist created this vengeful spirit, but their foolishness must be considered a crime. Her eyes turned sinister. As a spirit controller, they created such a deep-seated grudge that they themselves couldn't handle it. And instead of giving up, they released it into the world. She turned to Solmi, bluntly delivering a cold truth. Unfortunately, in her current condition, I can do nothing. Solmi froze, while the mother clarified her stance. You're mistaken. This isn't a personal matter, but at the same time, I have no obligation to save her. Her eyes gleamed with seriousness. As I said, the thing inside her, the scene shifted to Siola, lying motionless on the bed, is a catastrophe that I cannot know, should not try to remove. A metaphorical image appeared, an ancient tree being ravaged by storms and lightning. If I forcibly pull it out, not only will I suffer, but its wrath will affect everyone around. Siwoo's mother continued to analyze the severity, and in that case, I estimate at least 1,000 people will be dragged into this monstrosity. She trembled, offering a cruel solution. No matter what happens, I suggest you take her back to the demon realm so she can die there. Another voice interjected, full of arrogance. Don't be like that. One shouldn't risk their life for personal feelings. Wolyong turned to Siwoo's mother, trying to persuade her. I'm not a spirit expert, but I know you can find a way. The white-haired youth named Huanhui crossed his arms, coldly declaring, no matter how foolish or reckless they are, if they mess things up, there's no reason for us to get directly involved. Huanhui shot a sharp glance, continuing with his reasoning, because they wouldn't be brazen enough to blame us. Wolyong turned to Siwoo, seeking agreement, right? And the protagonist could only stammer a nod. Oh, of course. Wolyong still didn't understand, turning to ask her young master. But young master, why? Huanhui smirked, answering nonchalantly. I don't know. That fox isn't strong enough to be my opponent, and it would be great to have her owe me a favor. Siwoo's mother and Solmi were stunned upon hearing the reason, and the mother's eyes welled up with tears. Oh my goodness. The mother suddenly rushed forward and hugged Huanhui, saying emotionally, You're so thoughtful, young master. You've grown up so much. Siwoo stood dumbfounded, completely not understanding what was happening between his mother and the strange kid. Huanhui was hugged tightly, his face clearly annoyed, but he still tried to stammer out thanks. Thanks for helping Siola. He just grunted, showing clear discomfort and confusion. Siwoo was still in a loading state, his brain unable to process the situation fast enough. A moment later, the scene shifted to a modern city under daylight. Siwoo walked down the street, holding his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. His mother's voice echoed, pointing out 2 necessary conditions. An exorcist to dispel the vengeful spirit, and a vessel to seal it. Both must be of the highest quality. Solmi confusedly asked if the vengeful spirit could be completely destroyed, instead of sealed. But Siwoo's mother crushed that hope with a cold word. No. Siwoo's mother began her lecture. The power of a spirit depends on the intensity of its grudge. She explained that ordinary spirits would fade away on their own when their power runs out. Only exceptions like me are transformed into human-like spirits and gain a new body, like a demon. But vengeful spirits are a different category. They are distorted, cursed entities that cannot be exorcised nor become human. The kid Huanhui appeared in her imagination, illustrating the type of vengeful spirit that cannot be destroyed, only knowing how to move from one body to another to spread calamity. Therefore, one must use weapons as vessels to lure them, promising them freedom to rampage in exchange for submission. Siwoo's mother smirked. The problem is, the rank of the weapon must be commensurate with the vengeful spirit. She asserted that to contain an entity capable of harming a soul-level demon, the vessel must be one of a kind. Siwoo impatiently asked about finding an exorcist, but his mother only said that although curse magic belongs to humans, exorcists are still experts in separating souls from bodies. But recruiting one is as hard as reaching the heavens. Siwoo stood before a large gate, his mother's words about the extremely low chance of success still echoing in his head. He told himself he couldn't stand by and watch Siola die, but also felt he probably shouldn't be here. Thud! A bag dropped right at Siwoo's feet, interrupting his train of thought. He glanced over, meeting the gaze of a girl who was trembling with anger. The girl gritted her teeth, her whole body shaking with rage. How dare you? Siwoo, startled, recognized the girl, stammered a greeting, remembering this was Yushin's cousin living with him. Whoosh! Before he could finish his sentence, Soyeonji lunged forward and threw a devastating punch enveloped in blue energy straight into Siwoo's face. The girl's eyes were sharp, full of killing intent immediately after striking. Slam! Siwoo was punched straight into the nearby wall, while Soyeonji landed gracefully. Yushin's cousin snapped fiercely, cursing directly at Siwoo. Don't play dumb. You're a half-goblin, not someone who's lost all humanity, are you? Siwoo sat slumped on the ground after the punch, but she still didn't let up. You have the nerve to show your face here. She continued to vent her anger, questioning Siwoo if he knew what the young master had gone through because of him. Yushin suddenly spoke from behind. What did I go through? Making his cousin jump in surprise. Yushin appeared, scratching his head nonchalantly, as if he had just woken up. Young master, you make it sound like I just went to hell or something. He glanced at Siwoo, slumped on the ground, and said casually, Sorry, I was sleeping. I just saw your message. Yushin waved his hand, signaling, Come on, don't sit there anymore. Come inside. Just by looking at your face, I know you're about to ask for some nonsense again. Slam! Soyeonji angrily slammed the water bottle onto the table. She threw out 2 paper cups, clearly not intending to offer proper hospitality. Yushin grumbled at his cousin. You're being unreasonable. We have plenty of drinks at home. At least pour him a cup of tea. Yushin exposed her. Last time, you even praised Siwoo for looking gentle. But Soyeonji retorted, It's precisely because my judgment of people is so poor that I'm stuck with that young master. Siwoo broke out in a cold sweat, hearing her call him an idiot for abandoning the path to success and plunging headfirst into the gutter for a demon. Tearing open a tea packet, Yushin sarcastically remarked, Sewers? That sounds harsh. Why not call him an independent youth who decided to forge his own path? But his cousin's glare silenced him. He ignored her, poured tea for Siwoo, and said, Well, let's just say that. Yushin suddenly dropped a bombshell. I've left home. It's not a rebellion. I've been completely removed from the family registry. Siwoo was stunned by the shocking news, only able to unconsciously call out his friend's name. Yushin reassured him, affirming that this had been his plan for a long time, and was not Siwoo's fault. He explained that everything he had done so far was because he believed it was right, not simply because Siwoo was his friend. Yushin affirmed that, as a state-salaried exorcist, protecting Siwoo and his mother was his duty. Yushin took a sip of water and calmly declared, You said you needed an exorcist, right? You've come to the right place. He made a bold claim. I'm not number 1 in Korea, but I'm definitely top 3, leaving Siwoo dumbfounded. But Yushin immediately changed his tune. However, if you want me to perform an exorcism, you'll have to pay a worthy price. Even best friends are no exception. Siwoo didn't hesitate for a second, nodding firmly. I understand. Whatever you want, just name your price. Yushin turned to his glaring cousin and smirked. Did you hear that? He emphasized to Soyeonji. Right now, Siwoo isn't my friend, but our first esteemed client. Yushin ordered his cousin. So, treat our client properly. Understand? Soyeonji could only fall silent, letting out a helpless sigh at her cousin's arrangement. Yushin began lecturing about the world's structure, consisting of 2 main parts, the human realm and the demon realm, where most creatures reside. He compared the 2 worlds to 2 large continents, and between them were small islands, separate fragments of worlds. Yushin explained that on those islands, some humans and demons lived outside the laws of both factions. eating a snack. He said those places were like the fairy tales Siwoo had heard. These were legendary lands like a paradise where immortal celestials exist, or the Dragon Palace hidden deep beneath the sea. Siwoo gaped in astonishment, never imagining such places were real, even though Yushin said they were few in number and not large in scale. Yushin revealed that the strongest and most ancient beings all lived there, like an ancient demon king or enlightened celestials who cared nothing for worldly affairs. Siwoo wondered what this had to do with his payment, but Yushin bluntly stated, "With your current skill level, you don't have a penny to pay, but you said you'd do anything." He got down to business, announcing, "In 2 days, a feast will be held at the Dragon Palace I just mentioned." Siwoo's eyes widened at the shocking news. There will be a small tournament for anyone to participate, be they human or demon, to celebrate the Dragon King's youngest daughter. Yushin sealed the deal with a calculating smile. "You and I will form a team and participate. That's how you'll pay for this exorcism." The scene shifts to an eastern sea, where waves crash against majestic cliffs. Sea waves churned into white foam, a sight both beautiful and powerful. A figure gently landed on a coastal rock outcrop, without a sound. A bald old man in traditional attire appeared, smiling mysteriously as he gazed out at the sea. The old man smirked, seemingly waiting for someone. 2 figures were already present at the lookout on the cliff, their eyes fixed on the ocean. Both stood silently, watching the sea surface sparkle under the sunlight. Yushin Kim, in the guise of a young exorcist, offered a greeting. The bald old man introduced himself as Paryun Gu, the administrative director of the Dragon Palace, and extended a welcome to a chief exorcist from the association. Yushin scoffed, stating he no longer belonged to the association, and was merely a minor exorcist, so there was no need for formalities. Paryun Gu maintained his polite smile, asserting that Yushin becoming a chief exorcist at such a young age was an undeniable achievement. The old man glanced at Yushin's companion, inquiring about the masked individual's identity. Yushin casually placed a hand on Choi Si-woo's shoulder, introducing him as a servant who had been with him since childhood. With a straight face, Yushin fabricated the name Mokdol Choi, a talented Taoist not affiliated with the association, who had come to participate in the tournament. Returning to the present, Yushin explained to Si-woo, "The Dragon Palace is a special place, a neutral faction that doesn't wage war against either humans or demons. Therefore, the upcoming feast will gather both factions, a true melting pot." Si-woo began to sense something amiss, intuiting that a heap of trouble was about to descend upon them. Yushin reassured him, stating that the Dragon Palace was safer than the human world, but the problem lay with Si-woo himself. He pointed directly at his friend, warning that a demon accompanying a human exorcist would undoubtedly be the center of scrutiny. Si-woo's face paled, realizing the fatal flaw. "But you said I had to fight in the tournament. If I use goblin wrestling, my cover will be blown instantly." Yushin recalled Si-woo's solo battle against the exorcists, admitting he had sensed his friend's lightning energy. "But it's still weaker than my demonic energy," Yushin concluded. "Leave the difficult matches to me. The only condition is that you must pretend to be human." Administrative Director Paryun Gu appeared amidst the sea, announcing that he would explain the tournament rules. He explained that this was a tournament celebrating the youngest princess's birthday, and it would take place and conclude swiftly during the feast. Yushin immediately caught on. "So, the preliminaries will be fought first?" Paryun Gu confirmed, citing a larger than expected number of participants. He presented 2 jade cards, declaring them to be both pass cards and locator devices for the next 2 days. "Touching it signifies acceptance of participation," he emphasized, as the card floated, emitting a deep, purple demonic aura. Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that the card would automatically measure its owner's energy, precisely the problem he feared. Yushin whispered reassuringly, calmly snatching the card, "Don't worry, this mask blocks all demonic energy. It will only read your human side." After both received their cards, Paryun Gu thanked them and announced he would lead them to the preliminary competition venue. Whoosh! The sea surface suddenly swirled violently, opening a gigantic, pitch-black hole. Below was a circular underwater arena, illuminated by a pillar of light and intricate magical patterns. Fwhip! Both were instantly teleported straight down to the arena floor. Si-woo and Yushin landed, ready for the upcoming battle under Paryun Gu's observation. Yushin glanced to the side, seemingly having sensed the presence of others. Fwhip! Another figure just landed on the arena floor. Si-woo took a defensive stance, while Yushin calmly declared, "It seems we'll have to face them." Da-dun! 2 female warriors in red and black attire appeared, radiating intense killing intent, clearly their first opponents. Paryun Gu grinned, announcing the simple rules. Matches will take place continuously, and teams will fight each other until they lose twice. Yushin directly asked about the victory conditions, and the director's answer was a concise, none. Paryun-gu explained the rules. Losing twice doesn't mean complete elimination, but it marks the end of the preliminary round. Scores will be based on the number of wins, Yushin muttered, realizing this was a cheap yet cruel way to filter participants. The 8 teams with the highest scores would advance. His close friend analyzed. This is nothing short of a marathon without a finish line. Just losing your breath means instant elimination. Paryun-gu smirked, revealing that the reason teams were welcomed individually was so no one would know how many participants were in this deathmatch arena. Yushin was still pondering the dubious nature of the preliminaries when Siwoo's footsteps interrupted him. Choi Siwoo, in his servant guise, stepped forward with an impassive face, ready to engage in battle. Yushin frantically called his friend's name. Siwoo, what in the world are you doing? Siwoo turned back to reassure him, his voice full of confidence. Rest assured, young master. The key here is to conserve strength, so it's best to send the weaker of us two into battle. The hidden goblin firmly asserted. I will win. Paryun-gu began introducing the opponents. Hailing from Korea, they are the centipede demons of the Crimson Cave. Both are candidates representing the giant centipede clan. The director emphasized that despite their youth, both sisters had already reached the mystic rank, a formidable level. Yushin smirked, glancing at Siwoo with a taunt. Hear that? If you can't handle it, step back. The masked younger sister recognized their opponents as Taoists, one of whom had even belonged to the Royal Exorcist Bureau. The younger sister inquired about Yushin's identity, but Paryun-gu merely replied vaguely, I am not privy to the details. The red-streaked-haired older sister interrupted, showing disdain. No need. A glance is enough to know their skill level. Exorcists aren't as strong as I thought. She assessed Siwoo as merely a low-level demon, and Yushin as only mediocre at the mystic rank. She directly asked Paryun-gu, if they die before they can surrender, will I be held responsible? Paryun-gu grinned in response. Not at all. All accidents in the tournament are part of the agreement. The centipede demon's sister smirked a bloodthirsty smile, stepping forward to declare, Danok, I'll take on both of them myself. Danok turned, smirking as she explained the brutal rules of the game. This qualifier isn't about conserving strength, but about growing stronger by killing and devouring opponents before they can surrender. Her masked sister wondered, Are you going to take on everyone by yourself? But Danok simply replied, Don't worry. She stepped forward, sneering. I'll share some human flesh with you. Consider it your first taste. On the arena floor, Choi Siwoo, disguised as a servant, and Danok stood face to face, the tension palpable. Siwoo nonchalantly raised his hand in provocation. He gestured confidently, Come at me. Danok exuded a deep purple demonic aura, stating with an air of superiority, Since you're still young and inexperienced, I'll let you strike first. Yushin stood outside, sneering as he immediately saw through her ploy. Kindness? She's clearly luring him into an attack to counter and finish Siwoo in one blow. But Yushin knew his friend wouldn't be easily fooled, having recognized Siwoo's extreme agility in actual combat. Immediately, Siwoo charged forward like lightning. Whoosh! The servant rushed forward with terrifying speed, throwing a straight punch. Danok was stunned by her opponent's speed, while Yushin outside merely smirked triumphantly. Siwoo deftly dodged her counterattack. He closed in on his opponent in an instant, giving her no chance. Wham! A devastating punch landed squarely on Danok's face, without any mercy. Yushin's eyes widened, noticing something unusual about Siwoo's hand. His hand. Could it be? Danok's hand flared with a deep purple demonic aura, activating her inherent magic. Earth Dragon Poison. She lunged forward, her poisoned hand aimed directly at Siwoo, determined to land a finishing blow. Yushin explained that Siwoo remained unfazed for 2 reasons. First, he had previously faced a centipede-type demon specializing in poison and had gained bitter experience. And second, despite being a half-goblin with an exorcist's skills, Siwoo's true nature was that of a master martial artist. Danok was completely bewildered, unable to understand what was happening, just as Yushin thought. Surely everyone here is witnessing these techniques for the first time. Yushin explained that this was martial arts from across the ocean, a purely human weapon. Kapow! Siwoo unleashed a capoeira spinning kick called Rabo de Araya, hooking directly into Danok's jaw. She staggered, her hand still coated in poison, unable to believe this purely physical attack was effective. Are you kidding me? Siwoo gave his opponent no time to breathe, continuing to close in at dizzying speed. Boom! An overhead axe kick struck down, slamming Danok face first into the arena floor. Yushin analyzed that human martial arts, whether boxing or any other discipline, were merely ways for frail bodies to seek strength. Danok was furious, her face bruised and battered, but she struggled back to her feet, her eyes filled with killing intent. But Siwoo was already right in front of her, unleashing a Galopante elbow strike directly to her temple. Thwack! With another blow, Danok was sent spinning, completely disoriented. Standing outside, Danok's masked sister was utterly bewildered. Huh? How could she be hit 3 times by such a trivial move? Yushin clenched his fist, nodding in acknowledgement. Not bad. He's gained the upper hand in offense, but the problem lies in his basic stats. Yushin muttered that the exorcist energy Siwoo just displayed was merely rudimentary, which was why, despite landing 3 critical blows, he still didn't inflict fatal damage. Siwoo casually dodged Danok's counterattack, looking as if he were taking a stroll. Danok roared, enraged at being toyed with by an unknown. These petty tricks won't work anymore. Just one counterattack is all it takes. Siwoo suddenly grabbed her head, his eyes cold behind the mask. Suddenly, a brilliant blue lightning flared from Siwoo's hand, an energy no one had expected. The 4th strike seals it, Siwoo whispered, his body enveloped in a lightning aura. Zzz! A blade of light sliced across Danok's body, ending the match in an instant. On the vast arena, everything was decided. Danok collapsed, her entire body bound by lightning, completely helpless and unable to comprehend what had just happened. Choi Siwoo coldly swung his hand, ending his lightning attack. The lightning on his self-made weapon extinguished. The match was over. He turned his back and walked away, leaving his fallen opponent behind. On the arena floor, Danok trembled with rage, gritting her teeth. You bastard! A demon doesn't die that easily. The narration explained. Demons possess terrifying regenerative abilities. Even if their limbs are severed, they can regrow them as usual. However, even those with the strongest regenerative power possess one thing that can never be restored. Siwoo had turned back, reached into Danok's chest, and pulled out that very thing, her energy core. He held up the blood-soaked purple crystal, considered the heart and source of a demon's power. Danok was utterly panicked, stammering, "Give it back!" Losing the energy core meant that all the effort of a lifetime of cultivation would vanish, returning to absolute zero. She desperately crawled towards Siwoo, trying to reclaim her most precious possession. "Give it back." Siwoo silently stood there, holding his spoils, completely ignoring the defeated opponent crawling at his feet. Danok's sister couldn't stay still, rushing out and yelling at the judge, "This is unacceptable, he stole my sister's energy core." Another female demon with a blonde streak suddenly appeared, gesturing for the younger sister to shut up. "You're directing your anger at the wrong person." Siwoo turned, exuding a deep blue demonic aura, and directly provoked her. "Kill me or defeat me. Then take back your sister's energy core." He raised his thumb in a challenging manner, his voice nonchalant. "It's simple." Danok's sister was speechless at Siwoo's arrogance, who then added, "In return, I wouldn't mind if you tore me apart and ate me, if you can." Judge Peryeon-gu broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. Terrifying. His emitted energy is weak, but is this truly the power of a human Taoist? He glanced at Yushin, who sat motionless, a chill beginning to run down his spine. If a mere servant is this strong, how overwhelmingly powerful must his master be? Yushin noticed the judge's gaze, while secretly evaluating Siwoo's performance. Not only does he possess combat senses and intelligence, but he also uses them to bridge the power gap. Yushin secretly thought that his friend's victory was well-deserved, as he wisely used an attrition strategy instead of rushing into an all-out fight from the start. The elderly judge, Paryeon-gu, praised Siwoo as the real deal, possessing the potential to become a formidable warrior, but Yushin humbly replied, "You're flattering him too much." He said that, but Yushin was sweating profusely, clearly lying without batting an eye. The truth was revealed. The mask Yushin gave Siwoo not only concealed, but was also a sealing artifact, specifically designed to suppress demonic energy. Humans must toil relentlessly to grow stronger, unlike demons who can break through in power simply by consuming. Thus, wearing the debuffing mask, Siwoo, a demon with a special bloodline, was reduced to an apprentice exorcist, overflowing with talent, but with zero experience. In Yushin's original plan, Siwoo should have been thoroughly beaten by that red-haired girl, and then Yushin would coolly appear, swinging his sword once to eliminate her in an instant. Afterward, Yushin would approach his dejected friend and comfort him. "Sorry, I couldn't help. But life is not a dream." Yushin patted his victorious friend's shoulder, encouraging him, "You've only just begun. Your potential is still immense." Yushin gave a firm thumbs up, pledging, "Trust me, I'll impart all my skills and secret techniques to you." Well, win together. Behind the mask, Siwoo was so moved that he teared up, his eyes welling with emotion for his best friend. The two friends clasped hands, a moment showcasing their unbreakable bond of camaraderie. That's what Siwoo saw. But Yushin was covering his face, speechless at how overly sentimental his friend could be. Yushin revealed his true purpose. Participating in this tournament wasn't for the results, but to change Siwoo as a person. He had long realized that his friend possessed two top-tier talents simultaneously, one of a demon and one of an exorcist. And because both these talents were still nascent, Yushin came up with a bold idea. What if I focus on nurturing his exorcist side? Yushin analyzed that with Siwoo's terrifying growth rate, the potential of these two paths was currently equal, with no disparity whatsoever. If his exorcist talent had the chance to develop exponentially, it could completely overwhelm and suppress the demonic genes within his friend. Considering Siwoo's ultimate goal of protecting everyone, becoming an exorcist was clearly a much more practical and reasonable path than becoming the Demon King. Yushin analyzed, "This guy is too kind. That's why he's always conflicted about his own power. Even if he became the Demon King, he couldn't save everyone." He foresaw a grim future. In 6 months, the world will be a living hell, a place where the strong devour the weak. If he maintains his demonic nature, Siwoo will have to confront everyone, and his only outcome will be to die in a pool of blood. Yushin outlined a brighter path. Becoming an exorcist, revered by those he protects, will be much happier, and then he will have to accept reality. Yushin's eyes were filled with determination. Even if he hates me, this is the only solution for him. He clenched his fist, resolving, "I will turn him into an exorcist before this tournament ends." In the arena, the red-streaked-haired girl grudgingly admitted, "We forfeit. We lost. What more is there to say?" Director Paryoon-gu awkwardly declared victory for Yushin's team, but before he could finish, a shadow shot forth. Siwoo unexpectedly closed in, grabbing the red-streaked-haired girl who lay flattened on the ground. The masked younger sister frantically rushed forward, pushing Siwoo away, shouting, "Hey, you!" Yushin could only hold his head in helplessness. Damn it. Nothing is going according to plan. While Director Paryoon-gu looked delighted, Siwoo ignored them, still gripping Danok tightly, causing her to writhe in agony. He was absorbing the opponent's energy core, an extremely cruel and humiliating act. After he was done, Siwoo coldly turned away, issuing a warning, "You'd best remember this day." The younger sister embraced her exhausted elder, her eyes burning with hatred. "In the name of the Red Blood Cave, we swear we will make you regret this." Siwoo merely shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "Sounds good." He challenged them directly. "I'll take on everyone. Bring as many friends as you like." A terrifying pressure emanated, and the phantom of a colossal demon, Siwoo's true yokai form, loomed behind him. The masked younger sister trembled violently, utterly terrified by that invisible monster. Director Paryoon-gu whispered with extreme astonishment, "That aura. It's an overwhelming presence on par with the divine generals in this palace." A mysterious golden-haired female demon appeared, stopping the enraged younger sister and wondering, "That guy, is he human after all?" The powerful voice of the golden-haired female demon rang out, reminding Director Paryoon-gu, "Mr. Kang, you already announced the results. Put in his place." Director Paryoon-gu broke out in a cold sweat, speechless. "Then what are you still doing here?" Paryoon-gu immediately bowed deeply in apology, hastily signaling for those defeated opponents to get out of sight. The golden-haired female demon said nothing, carrying both sisters from the Red Blood Cave and vanishing in a flash. The young master accompanying them turned to ask the masked attendant, "Are we fighting the next match now?" But Paryoon-gu interjected, "No, that would be too much cheating." The director explained the rules of the game. Matches take place simultaneously, and 15 minutes after the last match concludes, the next round will begin. The young master muttered calculations, realizing that the sooner a match ended, the more rest time there would be. Conserving strength wasn't always the best strategy. He asked the director directly, "Is there anywhere to rest or medicine to heal injuries?" Paryoon-gu smiled slyly, flatly refusing. "No, external items are forbidden during this stage." The young master smirked. "So, that means I can use this, right?" The masked attendant, Mokdol Choi, widened his eyes, sweat pouring down him like rain. In the young master's hand was an exquisitely crafted and precious card. This was a rare item, reserved only for the special clients of the Yang Hoi family. Patriarch Moryong of the Yang Hoi family explained that it was not only VIP proof but could also summon one of their people anywhere, even to places not of this world. Mokdol Choi grabbed the young master by the collar, shouting, "A Yang Hoi family VIP card. Where did you get that?" My old man struggled desperately to obtain it. The young master maintained a calm expression, replying simply, "Young master." Mokdol Choi recalled, "Ah, you gave it to me to hold when you left home, saying it was fine to bring this." The young master forced a laugh, quickly covering the attendant's mouth. "Haha, but don't shout that I took it from home, okay?" Director Park Yoon-gu smiled, allowing them to bend the rules. This is a martial arts training ground. As long as the summoned person doesn't directly interfere with the match, buying and selling items is fine. The young master glanced at his attendant, Mokdol Choi, and whispered confidently, "These guys are more interesting than I thought. I might even get a good deal from this tournament." Meanwhile, Director Park Yoon-gu smugly thought the match ended too quickly, so he used magic to check on the situation in the other arenas. The old director suddenly froze. Purple demonic energy flared around his head as he realized a shocking piece of information. What the hell? 5 other matches have already concluded? His eyes bulged like 2 fried eggs, trembling violently at the unbelievable truth. The arena floor was splattered with fresh blood, evidence of a recent massacre. Park Yoon-gu's face turned pale, sweat poured down him like rain, and his entire body trembled at the horrifying sight. He stood isolated in the blood-soaked arena, alone, facing the outcome of a swift purge. A cold female voice echoed from behind him, exhaling a puff of smoke from a pipe. "I truly don't understand why I mercifully gave them a chance to live twice." Sun Wukong's granddaughter appeared with an overwhelming aura, looking down at the terrified director as if he were an ant. Another elder of the Dragon Palace swallowed hard, thinking in horror. Her monstrous power killed 2 mystic-grade demons in an instant. The powerful female demon turned her back, her divine bloodline's aura far surpassing the level of an innate beast. The elder stammered as he confirmed the prize for the winner, sweat pouring down him under her pressure. The massive treasure vault door of the Dragon Palace appeared, promising ultimate artifacts to the final champion. Sun Wukong's granddaughter bluntly cut off the elder, who was rambling about being escorted by the king. "Tell him not to bother. This treasure is no different from the one at Flower Fruit Mountain." Her eyes flashed sharply as she declared her sole objective. "What I care about is the legacy of my ancestor, Sun Wukong, which is stored in this Dragon Palace." The scene shifted to another arena, where a massive, muscular wild boar demon was completely frozen within a block of blue ice. A young, blue-haired demon stood before the incapacitated monster, his entire body exuding a deadly chill. The ice elemental demon coldly uttered a concise sentence, deciding the wild boar demon's fate. "This is enough. If the ice melts, it will live." The wild boar demon's teammate, a scarred martial artist, started in alarm at his opponent's power. The ice elemental demon held out his hand, giving his opponent no time to think. "If you don't answer within 5 seconds, it'll assume you want to fight and attack." The scarred martial artist gritted his teeth, clearly cornered. Knowing there was no chance of victory, the martial artist bitterly declared, "I surrender," while the ice block imprisoning his teammate still stood tall. With a whoosh, the chilling aura vanished, leaving only faint traces of the recent ice magic on the arena floor. Guiwu glanced at the arena and remarked with a smirk, "This year's contestants are stronger than I thought. It must be because of the opportunity to hone their skills before the grand festival that both humans and demons are flocking here." The white-braided girl stood next to a blue-skinned official, asserting, "We still have to make it to the top. That's the only way to retrieve the item that seals the vengeful spirit within Siola." Guiwu looked tired. "I'll do my best, but please give me a heads up next time if this affair lasts longer than a day." The scene shifted to 2 girls standing in front of a closed cafe. One wondered, "Instagram says it's open," while the white-braided girl grumbled, "Forget it. He closes 3 days a week just on a whim." The white-braided girl turned to Guiwu and exposed him directly. "You said it was to maintain food quality and develop new menus? To be frank, your coffee is terrible. Customers only come to look at you." Guiwu froze at the terrible criticism, while the white-braided girl continued to ask, "Mr. Cheong, may I ask you something?" The white-braided girl asked the blue-skinned official if her friend was participating in the tournament, but he flinched and refused, as regulations did not permit revealing the list. Immediately, the girl switched to sparkling-eyed mode and a pleading tone. "Just tell me if he's participating or not, please." The blue-skinned official's face flushed red. He was visibly flustered, having fallen for her charm, and stammered his agreement. If it's just a friend, then I suppose so. His name is Choi Siu." The official confirmed there was no Choi Siu, but there was a Mokdol Choi on the list, making the white-braided girl sigh in relief. Guiwu wondered, "Why didn't you just tell him not to come if you were so worried?" The white-braided girl glanced at him and explained clearly, "Don't, you know Siu, the more you forbid him, the more he'll push forward. He'll definitely insist on coming along to help." Guiwu mumbled, still assuming Siwu wasn't there. Hez, probably with his shaman friend today. Just then, elsewhere, Yushin let out a loud sneeze, making Siwu turn and ask, "Are you catching a cold?" After 4 consecutive matches, Siwu, in his Makdol Choi disguise, was panting but still standing firm, securing his 5th consecutive victory convincingly. A senior official nodded, looking impressed by Siwu's performance, while Yushin, standing beside him, was speechless. Yushin stepped into the arena, walking directly towards the panting Choi Siwu. "Siwu, give me your hand," Yushin said, then grabbed his friend's wrist to check him. Yushin was deeply shocked to realize that Siwu's energy was still unreasonably abundant after 5 battles. The shaman mumbled, guessing that Siwu had perfectly optimized his energy usage on his own. The problem is he realized this himself without anyone teaching him. Yushin thought to himself, then ordered, "Turn around and sit on the floor. Take off your shoes too." Siwu tried to sit down in a lotus position, his entire body trembling from exhaustion. Yushin stood beside him, explaining it was the demon-subduing lotus pose, a basic stance for cultivation. "This is the most fundamental posture to generate and control energy through breathing," Yushin explained. "It's going to sting a bit," Yushin warned, then pressed his hand, radiating blue spiritual energy, onto Siwu's back. A powerful current ran down his spine, making Siwu flinch. Yushin asked, "Can you feel it?" Yushin explained that he had just transferred energy into Siwu, and instructed him to breathe in sync with his hand movements. The shaman continued his crash course on acupoints, revealing that he had sealed 64 out of hundreds of acupoints on Siwu's body. "Currently, I'm using my energy to block your acupoints, but later, you'll have to control them yourself," Yushin said seriously. Yushin concluded that this breathing method would activate the body's ability to recover and absorb energy. Energy began to flow powerfully across the arena, signaling that Siwu's recovery process had begun. The short official walked up to Yushin, inquiring about the number of upcoming opponents. A female demon with an overwhelming aura stepped into the arena, her eyes sharp. The official announced, "His next opponent is quite formidable. It seems she's participating in the tournament alone, instead of with a team." Yushin froze upon hearing the opponent's identity. Hailing from China's Flower Fruit Mountain, she is the granddaughter of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's granddaughter asked the official about Yushin's identity, and was confirmed that he was human, a descendant of a royal shamanic clan. She spoke condescendingly, claiming that bloodlines also had genuine and fake versions, and Yushin's bloodline was worthless compared to her millennia-old lineage. Choi Si-woo, meditating, suddenly shivered violently, immediately realizing his opponent was none other than Xiao Hui, the one who had clashed with Siola at the shopping mall. He recalled that just 2 of Xiao Hui's attacks were enough to gauge her terrifying power. Siwu concluded that individuals like Siola or Xiao Hui were precisely the soul-level monsters Yushin had once warned about, those who treated his strongest techniques as mere entertainment. Siwu panicked, seeing his body unable to move, while Yushin was about to face that formidable opponent alone. Yushin stepped forward, coldly announced he had locked Siwu's body, and ordered him to lie still, focusing on his breathing to avoid chi deviation. The exorcist turned his back, a confident smirk on his lips. "I can't let you hog all the spotlight." On the vast arena, Yushin stood alone, facing Sun Wukong's granddaughter, his aura no less imposing. Xiao Hui spoke first, her tone condescending. "I know saying this is futile, but I advise you to give up," she continued. "Seeing you're still unharmed, it'll give you another chance." Yushin silently listened to the warning that if he stalled, he would die and regret not surrendering. Yushin suddenly spoke up, his voice full of sarcasm. "Ah, so that's it. I kept wondering how you defeated 5 teams without a single scratch." The exorcist erupted with a blue lightning aura around him, pointing his wooden sword directly at his opponent's face. "Turns out it's because you keep boasting about being Sun Wukong's granddaughter, isn't it?" Xiao Hui was speechless, her face changing color at Yushin's taunt. "This tournament is getting worse and worse. It's full of people riding on their ancestors' coattails and fools who believe in that label." Yushin sneered, continuing to rub it in. "Or are all yokai this naive? Have you lived too long so your brains couldn't keep up?" Provoked to her limit, Xiao Hui ripped off her earring, and purple demon energy erupted violently. She unleashed her full power, her eyes glowing brightly within the deep purple demon energy, and roared the name of her technique, Demon Art, Wind of the Spirits. Yushin didn't flinch. The wooden sword in his hand, blazing with blue lightning, he charged forward to meet her with his ultimate technique, Soaring Sword of Thunder. Boom! The 2 streams of power collided, creating a terrifying explosion in the arena. Sun Wukong's granddaughter swept away the aftershocks of the explosion with her hand, her eyes filled with killing intent. She glared at Yushin, unable to believe her attack had been stopped. Yushin dodged an energy sword strike by a hair's breadth. The young exorcist maintained his impassive expression, blue lightning flaring around his eyes. Suddenly, Yushin vanished right before his opponent's eyes. He reappeared at a safe distance, observing the strands of hair enveloped in purple demon energy hovering in the air. Yushin realized it was her hair, a new type of weapon. The exorcist frowned, beginning to notice the unpredictability of his opponent's attacks. Sun Wukong's granddaughter lunged forward, swinging a kick enveloped in purple demon energy straight at Yushin's face. She continued to unleash a series of unarmed attacks, purple demon energy enveloping her hands. Yushin continuously dodged the yokai's lightning-fast attacks. Choi Si-woo watched, wondering why Yushin only dodged and didn't counterattack, even though her speed was formidable. Si-woo realized Yushin had at least 4 to 5 opportunities to deliver a finishing blow. He recalled his own advice, that while yokai bodies were tough, they weren't immortal, and exorcists' weapons were made to counter them. Si-woo understood. Yushin wasn't attacking because his intuition told him there was some deadly trap. Sun Wukong's granddaughter unleashed a powerful high kick, aimed directly at Yushin's head. Yushin maintained his calm expression, preparing for whatever was about to happen. A bald old man suddenly appeared, raising his hand to gently block the yokai's kick. Sun Wukong's granddaughter's kick was blocked, but the aftershocks were still powerful enough to crack the arena floor. Boom! Both the bald old man and the masked exorcist were stunned by the unexpected intervention. Water splashed everywhere as the massive arena floor began to sway violently. The entire arena trembled, the epicenter emanating from the very center of the floor. Yushin staggered, realizing they were standing on a floating structure, not a solid pillar. He analyzed in a flash. Previous matches had no vibrations, proving this arena floor was designed to absorb shock. But the recent kick was so powerful that it broke through the system's endurance limit, a force equivalent to tens of tons. Yushin suddenly had a realization upon hearing the word wait. He smirked, finally seeing through his opponent's ability. Yushin faced the yokai, explaining that he knew why she kept provoking him to attack. She was a spirit born from the energy of the earth. Yushin pointed directly at her, exposing Sun Wukong's granddaughter's inherent magic. The ability to control mass, or to put it plainly, her own weight. Having her secret revealed, the yokai flew into a rage, growling. "Let's see if you can still talk big after feeling the power gap between us." Yushin sneered, a blue aura flaring around him. "A gap? Overcoming and turning the tables is what I do best." The scene shifted to the past. Inside an ancient martial arts dojo, a young Yushin was panting heavily, sweating profusely after a hellish training session. 10-year-old Yushin lay sprawled on the floor, exhaustedly complaining. "So tired, so hungry, can't move anymore." A man stood above, looking down, his voice cold. "Get up, it's still an hour until dinner." Yushin's master, a man wearing a red demon mask, gently tapped his wooden sword. "Come on, pick up your sword." Young Yushin reluctantly sat up, grumbling about why only he had to endure such arduous training, while his master sternly replied, "Hey, don't call their spiritual exercises playing around." Young Yushin argued stubbornly, "The problem is, why don't I get to do spiritual training? It's precisely because my opponent is you, master, that I've lasted this long. If it were anyone else then." The masked master interrupted him, beginning his philosophy. "Humans and swords have many things in common. You can strike them, you can forge them, but in the end, it still depends on the quality of the steel." He continued his forging analogy, likening Yushin to genuine, unbreakable steel. So he had to take the opportunity to hammer him as much as possible. Yushin sat up, his face scrunched up as he retorted, "If you're trying to comfort me, you've completely failed. I never wanted to be a chief exorcist or anything like that. There are plenty of other guys more eager than me." The masked master tilted his head, remained silent for a moment, then asked directly, "Why don't you want to be?" Yushin turned away, avoiding his master's gaze, and a concise thought formed in his mind. "Because it's not cool." His thoughts continued. A 1-inch 10,000 chance to be born with the minimum aptitude of an exorcist. Overcoming those odds. Honing one's skills to fight against humanity's enemies. That sounds cool, indeed. But reality was different. A novel titled I Became a Swordmaster was thrown onto the table and a voice rang out. "You are the heir of the Exorcist Bureau. How dare you waste your time on such trash?" Yushin's father, a dark man with stark white eyes, spoke with contempt. "Considering half of your bloodline, I can understand these base tendencies, but remember where the other half comes from, and the privileges you possess." Young Yushin stood trembling before his father, mumbling in response, "Yes, father." The dark man commanded, "Burn this unnecessary trash immediately. If I catch you again, it won't just be a beating." He turned to the maid kneeling beside him, who was pale with fear, his voice icy. "I told you not to stop until I allowed it." Thwack! A whip lashed directly at Yushin's tender calf, leaving a deep, bloody welt. The father continued his cruel lecture, while relentlessly whipping his son's legs. "You will be the one holding the whip when times change. Do not forget this punishment. It is your duty and responsibility to rule over the lower class." The whip's sharp cracks continued to echo, but young Yushin merely gritted his teeth and endured, his eyes growing cold. The boy realized a harsh truth. When you have to listen to this trash all day, you start to realize, we are not heroes fighting evil. We are merely the villains in their stories, those who embrace corruption and exploit the weak. 4 years later, at a high school, Yushin, now a teenager, quietly sat reading by the window, his gaze distant. Yushin continued reading his book, the content describing a brawl on the first day of school, and the judgment of the strong. Out of nowhere, Yushin glanced up as a brown-haired thug approached his desk and commanded, "Hey, move aside." The brown-haired thug and his beanie-wearing accomplice arrogantly declared that this spot wasn't reserved, and since he arrived first, Yushin had to leave. The brown-haired thug glared at Yushin, growling, "Do you know who you're talking to? Don't annoy me. Let's settle this outside." Seeing Yushin remain silent, the thug thought he had the upper hand and sneered. "Huh? You're mad, aren't you?" Yushin suddenly stood up, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him, chilling the air, and he challenged, "Then let's settle this outside. You choose the place and time. Bring as many guys as you want. I don't care." The two thugs flinched, their faces paling as they realized they had provoked a real threat. Yushin secretly thought that getting lectured like in stories wasn't likely to happen in real life. He analyzed. Unlike the villains in stories, weak predators in real life possess extremely sharp instincts. They may seem foolish and aggressive, but in reality, they are very cautious and cunning, extremely sensitive to anyone who appears to be a threat. Instead of confronting the strong, they will hunt easier prey, like a nerdy student engrossed in his phone. The brown-haired thug immediately changed targets, walked over to the nerdy student's desk, and called out, "Hey, I'm talking to you." He recognized the game the boy was playing as Hero Slam, then smirked and held out his hand, demanding, "Give me your phone." Time continued to pass in the classroom. Yushin glanced with disdain, secretly cursing. "I didn't tell you to go farm items, you bastard." The nerdy student broke into a sweat, stammering to get his phone back, fearing he'd lose it, but the thug merely ignored him. The brown-haired thug smugly boasted that this wasn't his first time doing this, and that he was already transferring the other students' in-game items away. The nerdy student desperately reached out, trying in vain to get his phone back. Suddenly, another hand, quick as lightning, snatched the phone right in front of the thug. The brown-haired thug's eyes widened. He only managed to let out a cry of "ah" from pain and surprise. The brown-haired thug, enraged that Yushin had snatched the phone, immediately vented his anger by delivering a thunderous slap to the nerdy student's face. He was still bragging to another female student, acting superior and claiming it was an honor to hang out with him. To save face, he threw the phone back to the trembling nerdy student, not forgetting to utter death threats. Yushin observed coldly, secretly contemplating the cowardly nature of these small fry. They only know how to bully the weak and avoid the strong. He accepted that natural law of the world because it helped him feel more at peace. Thanks to this, Yushin could consider himself and his family not cowardly villains who possessed power but ran away, simply because in this world, heroes are merely fanciful things found only in fairy tales. Yushin's thoughts drifted back to the past, when a chubby, naive Choi Si-woo appeared. Back then, Si-woo had intervened when the thug was bullying someone else, naively trying to strike up a conversation. The chubby Si-woo scratched his head, advising the thug not to hit his friend because they were all classmates. The thug from the past sneered, unable to believe that such a clueless idiot dared to lecture him. He aggressively stepped forward, growling, asking Si-woo who he was to meddle in his affairs. Without further ado, the thug delivered a kick straight to Si-woo's stomach to put him in his place. But the kick was like hitting a steel wall, causing the thug himself to lose balance and stumble from the recoil. A dull thud echoed. His kick was completely harmless. Back in the present, Yushin still stood there, quietly reading his book and observing everything unfold. In the past, the thug had fallen flat on the floor, his face dumbfounded from severe shock. Young Yushin had run over and grabbed Si-woo, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" The beanie-wearing accomplice in the present glanced at the situation, his expression cold and unreadable. Young Yushin glanced at Si-woo with a worried expression, muttering. Back in the present, the beanie-wearing accomplice grabbed Yushin's collar but realized his opponent was as hard as rock. His inner thoughts screaming, "What the hell, he didn't budge an inch." The thug's hand tightened its grip on Yushin's collar, straining with all his might. The accomplice broke out in a cold sweat, his face dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what was happening. Yushin coldly removed his hand while the thug trembled uncontrollably, wondering why this guy was so strong. With just a slight flick of his hand, Yushin had completely neutralized the thug. The phone fell from the leader's hand to the floor. He cursed furiously. The main thug pointed at Yushin, bitterly threatening, "I'll deal with you later," then turned and walked away. Back in the past, a chubby Siwoo was still bewildered after the incident. Young Yushin looked straight into Siwoo's face and bluntly declared, "You're definitely screwed." Yushin sat perched on the desk, explaining the brutal logic. "Guys like him have a whole pack. Soon they'll come, drag you somewhere, and beat you to a pulp." He glanced at Siwoo, assessing his new friend's reaction. Yushin continued to expose the harsh truth. "The guy you just helped hasn't even thanked you. Now he's probably just thinking of how to avoid being seen with you." Chubby Siwoo lowered his head, bitterly admitting, "Haha, you're probably right. My school life is pretty much over for covering for a coward." Yushin froze when Siwoo looked up, asserting firmly, "I knew this would happen, but I don't regret it." Siwoo clenched his fists, declaring resolutely that even though he was terrified, he couldn't ignore it. This was something he wanted to do, and would handle himself. Yushin was silent. An image of a nerdy Siwoo, confidently showing off his skill at dodging and fleeing, appeared in his mind. Chubby Siwoo, carrying his bag, dazed, walked into the classroom, scanning for a seat. Yushin patted the empty desk next to him, coldly inviting, "This spot is empty. You don't seem to have any friends in class. Sit here if you want." Overweight Choi Siwoo hesitantly refused, saying he was short and usually sat at the front, but Yushin brushed him off. "Sit down. You don't look like a model student anyway." Yushin declared bluntly, "I don't promise to take responsibility, but if you stick with me, you won't get beaten up. Your name is Siwoo, right?" He smirked, introduced himself as Yushin Kim, and immediately stated, "It seems we're in for a tough school life, but it's nice to meet you." The flashback ended, returning to the Dragon Palace arena, a colossal circular arena rising amidst surging waters, looking incredibly magnificent. Director Park Yoon-gu and his attendant Makdol Choi hovered in an energy sphere. He muttered that this arena had existed for thousands of years. Yet now it was overturned by just a light kick. The director startled, looking at his palm, still feeling the aftershocks from Siwoo's attack, realizing it was merely a probing kick, not his full power. Sun Wukong's granddaughter unleashed a terrifying purple demon art, making the director exclaim that this power was too immense for a human to withstand, and declared the match over. Yushin recalled that he believed he decided to leave home after that night, and admitted that among the people he knew, Siwoo was the closest to the ideal protagonist. In Yushin's mind, a scene appeared of Siwoo with a muscular body, confidently smiling and declaring, "I will become the Demon King." A colossal purple demon energy explosion engulfed the arena. Yushin told himself that he hadn't changed his mind about Siwoo's declaration being utterly absurd, but when the smoke cleared, revealing a deep gouge on the arena floor with a streak of blue energy in the middle, Yushin had to admit, "But it's incredibly cool." Sun Wukong's granddaughter gaped in astonishment, while director Park Yoon-gu explained, "I understand your surprise. He's a bit different from the human Taoist you imagined, isn't he?" Yushin considered himself special and thought Siwoo needed to be more realistic, but to be friends with someone like that, he also needed to be a little childish. Back in the present, the attendant Makdol Choi asked Yushin, "Yushin, remember that mess in middle school?" Siwoo continued to bring up the time when a group of high school seniors came to pick a fight, directly asking Yushin if he used his powers to deal with them. Yushin scoffed, with a superior air. "Of course not. I have the self-respect of a chief exorcist. I would never use my powers on those small fry. I only used basic martial arts." Siwoo's eyes lit up, praising Yushin as incredibly cool, while Yushin secretly thought, "I can never let him know I secretly used my powers a few times." Recalling the scene where Yushin challenged chubby Siwoo, promising to call him uncle if he landed a punch, and text recounting their 3 middle school years fighting off all troublemakers together, Yushin in the present drew his sword, a fierce blue flame erupting, ready for the next battle. Director Park Yoon-gu broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. What in the world is this? He muttered that the previous attack had unimaginable power. Even the other generals in the palace would have to dodge it, unless it was the great general. Even if he managed to dodge that attack, Yushin's defeat would only be a matter of time against the overwhelming power of Sun Wukong's granddaughter. She rose on her toes, preparing to unleash another attack. Yushin flinched, feeling a terrifying surge of pressure bearing down on him. Stomp! Sun Wukong's granddaughter merely took a light step, but the ground violently shook from the exploding purple demon energy. The arena floor vibrated intensely, shockwaves spreading everywhere. Yushin staggered, trying to stand firm against the tremendous pressure, wondering, just one step caused such a terrifying tremor. How much heavier can this woman get? Yushin's sword plunged into the arena floor, creating a small crack to lessen the tremor. Blue energy shockwaves spread out from the point of impact, pushing back the pressure from his opponent. Yushin leaped into the air, escaping the trembling ground. Sun Wukong's granddaughter scoffed, her hands glowing with vibrant purple demon energy, growling. Demon art. 3 wind deities. Whoosh! 3 colossal streams of demon energy, swirling like deadly purple tornadoes, were shot straight towards Yushin. Yushin raised several wooden spiritual artifacts, preparing to meet the attack. Director Peryun-gu immediately realized, are those the daggers from before? But this attack is on a completely different level. Even 10 of those cheap spiritual artifacts won't stop it. The 3 demon energy tornadoes rushed forward, engulfing the space around Yushin. Drop! Yushin let go. The wooden spiritual artifacts fell, rendered useless against the overwhelming attack. Slash! But immediately, he drew his main sword, unleashing a clean blue energy slash, tearing through one of the 3 tornadoes. Director Peryun-gu gaped once again. Again? That sword swing didn't seem to use much power at all. Sun Wukong's granddaughter's eyes flashed with astonishment, admitting that Yushin's slash was strong enough to tear through her demon art. Yushin maintained a cold expression, glancing around to assess the situation. The 2 remaining colossal purple demon energy tornadoes roared, poised to engulf Yushin. Instead of confronting them directly, Yushin landed, pressing his wooden spiritual artifact into the arena floor, accumulating blue energy. Whoosh! He shot forward like a flash of lightning, spectacularly slipping through the gap between the 2 deadly tornadoes. Sun Wukong's granddaughter stood amidst a blue sword energy formation created by Yushin's terrifying speed. Yushin moved so fast that he left countless sharp sword energy afterimages behind him. The demoness turned around, her expression having changed slightly, no longer showing the contempt she had before. Yushin charged straight towards an incoming stream of purple demon energy, looking like a suicide charge. He immediately understood the trick. She was manually controlling the attack instead of letting it automatically pursue, a completely different level. Yushin stepped onto the demon energy tornado itself, using it as a springboard to leap into the air. But it was a trap. The vortex immediately ensnared Yushin, preventing his escape. Sun Wukong's granddaughter detonated all her demonic energy, creating a sky-blazing purple explosion. Damn it, Yushin could only think. Crash! The arena floor cracked open under the explosion's terrifying destructive power. She smirked, admitting she had anticipated Yushin breaking the first attack, which was why she unleashed this combined attack. Yushin staggered out of the smoke, his left arm mangled and drenched in blood, gasping for breath. She sneered, "Is that all? Truly disappointing." Director Peryun-gu broke out in a cold sweat, muttering that the situation was dire. Yushin was depleted of energy and more severely injured than he appeared. He glanced at Mokdul Choi, thinking that even if they overcame this hurdle, it would be difficult for either of them to proceed. But winning 5 consecutive matches was already a miracle. Sun Wukong's granddaughter raised her hand, channeling her last surge of demonic energy, declaring coldly, "This is the 3rd gust. I will crush you from above." A gigantic purple demonic energy vortex roared above Yushin's head, ready to crush him. Sun Wukong's granddaughter smirked, thinking to herself, he still has the strength to surrender. Is he trying a desperate last-ditch effort to invite death? Despite his injuries, Yushin strained to stand amidst the storm, the arena floor cracking beneath his feet. He gripped his wooden sword tightly, his entire body covered in blood, but his gaze remained unwavering. Whoosh! Yushin unleashed a death-defying slash, a blue-glowing sword strike hurtling straight into the purple vortex. The demoness was momentarily startled by this desperate counterattack. A massive surge of energy erupted from Yushin's slash, tearing apart the demonic energy vortex. Yushin gritted his teeth, pouring his last remaining strength into the attack, his body enveloped in the energy's aftershocks. He hovered in the air for a moment, completely losing his balance after unleashing the technique. The entire colliding energy formed a small tsunami, sweeping across the arena floor. Sun Wukong's granddaughter immediately realized, he didn't use the sword's power to cut through my attack. She looked at the trembling Yushin, muttering, his energy is almost depleted, half his body is crippled. He managed to cut through my gust, but couldn't withstand the aftershocks and collapsed. She wondered why Yushin didn't reuse that technique for the second attack. Suddenly, Yushin spoke up, his voice full of sarcasm. Wow, you're kinder than I thought, he panted, continuing. An enemy turned their back, yet you let them stand up. I also want to surrender, but we've already gone too far. But that was just a bluff. A life or death poker game where Yushin was clearly losing. His betting chips, which were his energy, were almost gone after blocking the second gust. The hidden card in his hand was merely a body with an immobile arm, and 2 remaining daggers, which could be used as suicide weapons or as footholds for movement. In Yushin's eyes, she was a true monster, a poker player whom nothing could defeat. Despite that, Yushin still charged forward like a moth to a flame, betting everything on a direct assault. Sun Wukong's granddaughter casually brushed her hair aside, wondering why she chose to fight head-on at close range. She had more than enough power to quickly snipe him from afar with demonic arts, but decided to confront Yushin's recklessness. Yushin glided forward like the wind, unleashing lightning-fast sword strikes aimed at his opponent. Without bothering to dodge, she enveloped her hand in purple demonic energy, unleashing a direct hand chop in response. Yushin used all his might to block the attack, his wooden sword clashing with her steel-hard arm. She easily knocked Yushin away, but he quickly regained his balance, gliding across the ground. Yushin clicked his tongue, sweat pouring down as he realized his opponent's skill was overwhelmingly formidable. Sun Wukong's granddaughter began to channel her power, releasing all her purple demonic energy. Her innate ability was activated. 1,000-ton pressure, a skill that buffs her body mass to that of a mountain. This power also enhanced her density and durability, transforming her into an impregnable mobile fortress. To put it bluntly, defeating her would require enough power to flatten an entire mountain. This was why Yushin had to dodge her attacks from the start of the match, because charging into a mountain would only result in a broken sword and shattered hands. She realized Yushin's recent attack was merely a slight scratch, a futile effort. She thought to herself, Yushin had tried to slash her the same way he slashed the gust, but failed miserably. But whether he succeeded or not, she didn't care, because the 1,000-ton pressure skill was the pride of her lineage, and no one had ever dared to approach the mountain named after her. The ground trembled under the terrifying pressure. Yushin staggered, almost unable to stand firm. The flashback returned to the past. A young Yushin stood in the dojo, asserting a harsh truth. No matter how strong humans become, they cannot defeat demons. In the flashback, Yushin's master explained, "We can easily deal with a few small fry, but I'm talking about the big shots, those born as overlords." The young Yushin sighed, listening to his master analyze the absurd power of demons. Their energy recovers just by breathing. Their lifespan is 10 times that of humans, and their only weakness is laziness in training. Little Yushin recounted reading some books about defeating demons based on their attributes, but flat out cursed. It's all nonsense. What weakness or counter-attribute? Their abilities are already game-breaking. Yushin shrugged, continuing that, if he wanted a foothold in this demon-filled world, he would at least need to be skilled enough to take down the 8 strongest. He complained that his master was making him train to the point of being able to cut steel, but the old master immediately agreed, then denied it. That's right, but even if you train until death, you won't be able to cut steel. The master admitted that even as a grand exorcist master, he stood no chance soloing a strong horde of demons, and even fighting one big shot would mean instant annihilation. The young Yushin was bewildered, but his master cut him off, demanding that he clearly understand one thing. The old master raised his wooden sword, speaking a philosophical statement. Steel and steel hard are 2 completely different things, and that gap is much larger than you imagine. Back in the present, Yushin, covered in blood, slid across the arena floor, his eyes resolute, preparing for an all-out strike. Sun Wukong's granddaughter stood there, her purple demonic energy erupting, staring at Yushin as if watching a moth fly into a flame. A wooden sword enveloped in blue energy was thrown directly at his opponent by Yushin. Clearly a feint. The demoness thought Yushin intended to use his remaining dagger to attack, a move she considered mistaken and futile. But no, the 2 daggers were merely a diversion, while Yushin had poured all his strength into a stomping kick to gain momentum. Sun Wukong's granddaughter realized she had been tricked. Yushin's goal was to create a moment of vulnerability to unleash another attack. Returning to a flashback, young Yushin presumptuously argued that demon magic was merely temporary energy, and if its flow could be traced, it could be nullified, causing his master to scoff. Good heavens, you've read more martial arts novels than I have. The master immediately quelled the young disciple's confidence, stating bluntly that if such a theory were easy to accomplish, they wouldn't be struggling, and that even a lifetime of training might not be enough to reach that level. However, behind the mask, the master wore a mysterious smile. The master went on to say that if the young lord himself poured his full power into it, it would be another matter entirely, and Yushin's charge was depicted as a miracle defying comprehension. Yushin unleashed his ultimate technique, a slash that tore through space with pure energy. Deity magic. Layered division. The narration begins with an ancient Chinese anecdote about a butcher of supreme skill. The way he carved a bull was as smooth as flowing water, his blade untouched by a single drop of blood. A king, witnessing such mastery, exclaimed in astonishment and asked for the secret to achieving such perfect skill. The butcher explained, "The mediocre ones replace their knives every month because they cut into bone. The better ones replace theirs every year because they slice through skin. As for me, I don't use my eyes to see the animal, but my mind to perceive the laws of heaven and earth within its body. That's why my blade never gets stuck. It glides through the gaps between bone and flesh, between skin and sinew." He asserted that with this method, he had taken down thousands of bulls over 19 years, yet his blade remained as sharp as on the first day. The king was completely convinced, acknowledging that the butcher had truly grasped the Tao in his work. That butcher's skill, to Korean shamans, is precisely deity magic, layered division, a fatal blow that tore apart the body of Sun Wukong's granddaughter. Although no shaman in Korea had achieved this for centuries, Yushin succeeded, obliterating his opponent with a single sword stroke. But Yushin felt no joy. He had completely exhausted his life force and let his sword drop. He could no longer feel anything. His body collapsed onto the water with a resounding splash. At that moment, a mysterious small black cat suddenly appeared at the edge of the arena. The old, white-bearded official, witnessing the entire event, sighed. What a pity. He believed that with such overwhelming skill, Yushin didn't need to fight to the death. He could have simply surrendered. Raising a hand, the official used purple demonic energy to lift Yushin's blood-soaked body from the water. He breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that the boy was still alive. The old official advised Yushin to choose his opponents more wisely next time, whether it was due to arrogance or passion. Director Park-Yoon-gu interrupted. He's not as foolish as you think. He charged in because he knew exactly who he was facing. Park-Yoon-gu stepped forward, explaining that Yushin's swordsmanship had been inexplicably unstable since the start of the match. Director Park-Yoon-gu analyzed. Yushin blocked a seemingly unstoppable blow, yet was then attacked by an equivalent force, even though he could have completely dodged or parried it. The old director initially thought it was simply due to the counterattack being too exhausting, or requiring a cooldown period, but after that fatal attack, he realized a different truth. Yushin unleashed a technique that was ineffective on his shattered body, a suicidal act if he knew its limits, meaning he tried to use it, but it didn't work as intended. Fwip, fwish, the old director spun around, concluding in shock. In other words, he was trying to perfect an incomplete skill right in the middle of this life-or-death battle. The old official was utterly shocked by the insane truth. How ridiculous. This kid risked his life just to practice, even knowing he couldn't defeat his opponent. Park-Yoon-gu turned away, smiling meaningfully. That's just my opinion, and I suspect she's thinking the same, because she's reacting. In the ruined arena, Xiao Hui's figure stood tall and solitary under the faint light. Thud. She remained standing not because of brute strength, but thanks to her overwhelming regenerative ability, even though her back was torn open. The explanation echoed. A yokai's vitality and regenerative capabilities are directly proportional to their power. For top-tier beings, losing half their body is merely a trifle. Yushin's sword, stained with his opponent's blood, slowly sank into the cold water. The moment Yushin's blade tore through Xiaohui's body, her regeneration process began instantly an effective attack, but not enough to finish her. Nevertheless, the reason Xiaohui stood frozen stiff was because this was the first time in her life she had experienced her own regenerative ability. Her Mount Tai pressure ability was originally an absolute defensive wall, never yielding to any external threat. Having been born at the finish line, Xiaohui had never tasted injury, an experience every living creature must go through. Therefore, the sensation of being cut in half was an extreme shock, a profound experience to her very core. Grab. Xiaohui brought her hand to her chest, feeling her body heal, a sensation entirely alien to her. The old official asked Park-Yoon-gu, I assume she can still fight. Does the other contestant wish to continue? Park-Yoon-gu replied decisively, I'd like to ask, but has not in a state to answer. Yushin remained silently seated in a meditative posture. The old official admitted he had been too focused on the match to realize the boy had entered this state since the arena began to shake. Park-Yoon-gu nodded, explaining that when a person delves deep into breathing techniques to cultivate their inner elixir, their consciousness sinks into the abyss, and for Yushin to maintain this posture after such an earth-shattering battle was truly remarkable. The old official concluded. In short, these two can no longer fight, and I think this is a wise choice for both of them. Suddenly, Xiaohui stepped forward, declaring loudly, "There's no need for that. This is my loss. I forfeit." Paryungu was about to say something, but was immediately cut off by a single word. Enough. Xiaohui's sharp gaze swept over him as she growled. Is there a problem with this? Don't make me say it a second time. She coldly walked past Paryungu, heading straight for the fallen Yushin. Yushin remained motionless, lying face down on the soaked arena floor, showing no signs of waking. Xiaohui looked down at the opponent who had defeated her, saying, "I'm very grateful for the rare experience you've given me." She admitted a harsh truth. "If your skill had been perfect from the start, I would have been obliterated the moment the battle began." Paryungu listened in silence, his expression showing a hint of admiration for the girl's frankness. Xiaohui exuded a chilling killing intent, boasting loudly, "But I swear to you, the next time we meet, I will crush you. This won't happen again." Paryungu declared the end. "Our business here is concluded. Let's go." Xiaohui glared, complaining that the resting area here was too boring, when a ghostly blue flame suddenly appeared beside her. Her golden eyes flashed, detecting something unusual. The old official also let out a gasp of surprise. Yushin slowly sat up, rubbing the back of his neck as if he had just woken from a good sleep. He stood up, dusted himself off, and said, "It feels like I just had the sleep of my life, but did I actually sleep? Anyway, I heard the end of your conversation as I woke up." Yushin looked directly at Xiaohui, making Paryungu flinch. "You don't have to forfeit. Just continue with me." Xiaohui was stunned, but Yushin explained firmly, "If it were me in charge, I would gladly accept your surrender. However, the friend I know would never accept a victory like this." Xiaohui listened to Yushin's explanation, then smirked and asked, "And? Are you saying you'll defeat me?" Yushin tilted his head, his voice calm. "Who knows? I only know this is the right thing to do, and I will give my all to win." He declared directly to his opponent, "Because unlike what you think, I believe I have a chance to win," leaving Xiaohui stunned. The old official broke out in a cold sweat, sensing a terrifying pressure about to descend. Paryungu also noticed the change, muttering, "What the hell happened to this kid?" In just a few minutes, Yushin had completely transformed, his entire body erupting with a powerful blue aura. Xiaohui gritted her teeth, growling a warning. "Listen carefully. Your friend was an exception. You won't get that chance." Yushin ignored her, gesturing, "If you're going to fight, come at me. I don't want anyone caught in the crossfire of my attacks." Xiaohui agreed instantly, without another word or threat, and stomped forward. After her first defeat, Xiaohui had grown stronger, and now, she was extremely excited, unleashing surging purple demonic energy. In contrast, Yushin still had many limitations, but the blue aura around him showed no weakness. His demonic energy and demonic arts were still sealed. Though his inner energy had recovered, he couldn't use it with the same finesse as Yushin. Without further ado, Xiaohui charged straight at Yushin like a purple arrow, with terrifying speed. Yushin took a defensive stance. The ground beneath his feet cracked open just from the pressure of his opponent's charge. She launched an attack imbued with purple demonic energy, aimed directly at Yushin's face. Yushin didn't flinch. A blazing blue lightning orb gathered in his palm. The two energy currents, one purple and one blue, collided in a decisive moment. The old official could only swallow hard, nodding in admiration at this peak confrontation. Paryungu also had to raise his hand to shield himself, completely engrossed in the battle. Xiaohui's eyes were wide with shock. She couldn't believe Yushin could block her full-power attack. Repelled by the lightning current, Xiaohui slid across the arena floor, purple demonic energy still surging around her. She quickly regained her balance, her eyes blazing as she looked forward, clearly furious. Director Paryungu sweated profusely, explaining that since the other matches were over and she had conceded defeat, they had taken Yushin away to prepare for the next round. Xiaohui turned away, her face darkening, but replied curtly, "I don't think ill of it, as its true I conceded defeat." The old director's eyes were wide with surprise, as Xiaohui added, her voice full of confidence, "And even though I'm certain I would have won, ending the match like this is probably for the best for you all." She glanced, her eyes sharp. "But I'm quite curious what would have happened if my mountain-like pressure had directly confronted that thing." The scene shifted to another area, a brightly glowing magic circle on the ground. Choi Si-woo, in his servant guise with a red mask covering his face, startled and turned around, having sensed a strange energy source. The old official stood before Si-woo, explaining that Yushin continuing to fight would be considered a personal vendetta because Xiaohui had given up. He sighed in relief. But if you are prepared for the consequences, then we are merely bystanders. Siwoo knelt down beside Yushin, who was covered in blood, admitting, "No, I was a bit reckless after seeing my young master unconscious." The official sighed, asking about the situation. "Is your young master all right? He doesn't seem to be in life-threatening danger." But Siwoo glanced at Yushin, replying uncertainly, "I don't know, but I think he'll be fine." In his mind, Siwoo immediately realized, "I know this breathing technique. It's the one Yushin taught me." Has unconsciously using it to recover. The old official got straight to the point. "You must continue the tournament with the next contestants. Will you withdraw because of this situation?" Siwoo raised his head. Sudden blue lightning sparks flashed around his mask as he was about to reply. "That depends on who my opponent is." Bzap. A massive blue lightning energy surge erupted right beside them, leaving both Siwoo and the old official in deep shock. From within the pillar of lightning, a small white spirit beast appeared, letting out a sky-shattering roar. The scene returned to Xiaohui, her mouth agape, her voice trembling as she recognized the entity that had just appeared, Raiju. Standing right behind her were two strangers, a blonde-haired onmyoji and a black-haired girl holding the Raiju, both staring at her with challenging expressions. The Raiju was whimpering in Yuzuru Kira's arms, looking utterly pitiful. Yuzuru comforted her spirit beast. There, it's all right. I'm here now." But thought differently in her mind. Glad to have found Raiju again. But her gaze sharpened, realizing a harsh truth. This means he is here too. A blue-skinned official announced to the Kira siblings, "Your opponents this time are humans, shamans from Korea." The official continued to explain, "One is the former chief exorcist of the Royal Exorcist Bureau, and the other is his attendant." Yoshihiro Kira startled. He raised a hand to his forehead, looking closely. "Royal Exorcist Bureau? Wait, isn't that him?" While Yuzuru was also astonished. "Both are humans?" Yoshihiro immediately recognized the person lying flattened on the floor. "I knew it. It's Yushin Kim, the one who escorted us to the hotel when we first arrived in Korea." The blonde-haired onmyoji smirked. "But a former chief exorcist? Well, after that incident, it's not surprising someone would leave. I thought he'd be the next head." Choi Si-woo and Yushin lay unconscious before them. Yoshihiro assessed the situation. Judging by his injuries, the previous match must have cost him a lot of strength. In any case, this is quite an awkward situation for us. Yuzuru still couldn't believe it. "Both are human? Impossible. That guy was definitely the one from before," she analyzed. "Although I initially thought he was a demon, the Dragon Palace's identification system couldn't be that shoddy." Then compared Siwoo's height and clothes. Yuzuru glanced, decisive. "All right, I'll go out." Yoshihiro nodded firmly, his eyes full of confidence. "No matter what, we must complete our task." Both Japanese onmyoji stepped into the arena, facing directly Choi Si-woo, who was standing tall. Yoshihiro spoke first. "Hello, I am Yoshihiro Kira from Japan," which slightly surprised Siwoo. He continued to explain. "You probably haven't heard of us, but my sister and I are currently working in Korea. We met Yushin upon our arrival." Siwoo bowed politely, replying with his alias. "I see. Nice to meet you. My name is Makdol Choi. I serve the young master." Yoshihiro scratched his head, starting to hesitate. Please don't misunderstand me, but would you like to withdraw from this match?" Siwoo just stood silently, but the invisible pressure emanating from him made Yoshihiro break out in a cold sweat, stammering hastily. "Oh, of course you're right. I apologize if I offended you. I mean, of course you're offended. I am truly sorry." Yoshihiro bowed deeply, his regret evident. "That was a thoughtless remark from me. Please pretend this never happened." While Siwoo merely thought to himself, "This guy is completely different from my initial impression." Yoshihiro Kira bowed, admitting, "It might sound cowardly, but I truly don't want to fight another human." From a distance, the young master remarked to Yuzuru Kira, "Your younger brother is quite gentle, isn't he?" The young master continued to analyze, stating that with Yoshihiro's skill level, he had more than enough power to overwhelm his opponent, yet he chose to humble himself and plead. Bzz. The blue energy around Yuzuru began to fluctuate. The stream of energy quickly dissipated. She seemed to have calmed down. Yuzuru coldly retorted, "No. Yoshihiro is simply not serious enough." Choi Si-woo stepped forward, his voice calm behind his mask. "No need to apologize. I don't mind it, and I understand why you don't want to fight a human." Seeing his opponent willing to talk, Yoshihiro seized the opportunity. "Oh, in that case, may I propose a different method of combat?" He explained that he wanted to find a mutually acceptable outcome, without needing to risk their lives or suffer severe injuries. Yoshihiro finalized the proposal. No magic or spiritual artifacts. We'll fight bare-handed with pure energy. He then channeled his power, and a blue aura flared around him. Yuzuru looked at her younger brother, speechless. Frankly, I'm quite confident in my close-quarters combat skills, but I don't know what Taoist path you've been training in. Yoshihiro boasted loudly. But if I lose, my sister will also withdraw, and you will be the ultimate winner. Very fair. Yuzuru, boiling with rage, yelled, "Hey, who gave you the right to decide that?" The blonde-haired young man turned back, grinning widely, and reassured his sister. We're undefeated so far. Losing one match won't get us eliminated from the tournament. Siwoo took his stance, stating decisively, "All right, I accept your proposal. I will claim the ultimate victory if I defeat one of you." Yoshihiro sighed in relief, while the young master standing behind Yuzuru looked visibly disappointed, thinking to himself, this match is going to be utterly bland. The bald official, Paryun-gu, muttered from the sidelines, "I was hoping for a fierce battle between two contenders with 6 consecutive victories, but one opponent can't even lift a finger." He continued to speculate, and even if these two were to fight, I'm sure it would end in just a few moves. No sooner had Paryun-gu finished wishing for the match to end quickly than Yoshihiro and Siwoo took their positions, ready to charge at each other. Brr! Both exploded with speed, rushing at each other like 2 bullets and unleashing a devastating punch, creating a terrifying energy collision. The young official's jaw dropped in astonishment, sweat pouring down like rain. He was Nukyu Jang, a minor civil official in the Dragon Palace, yet a promising talent with a brilliant background and skills. However, he once dreamed of becoming a great general, shedding sweat and tears training in martial arts for decades. Wham! A punch missed its target. Life was not like a dream. The problem wasn't his effort, but his origins. He collapsed, trembling in helplessness, before the training dummy. His clan originated from the sea anemone. Their inherent magic was pathetic, and their ancestors were all minor figures. Reality was too harsh. Nokyujang broke down in tears and gave up his martial arts dream. After that, he easily passed the civil service exam, with less than half the effort he put into martial arts training. But even though he had settled for his lot, the flame of martial arts passion still smoldered within him. That's why he took on the supervision of this tournament, which other civil officials avoided like the plague. His martial arts knowledge was top tier among the supervisors, and precisely because he was an expert, he was now trembling all over as he witnessed the scene before his eyes. In the arena, 2 figures clashed, blue energy sparks flying like fireworks. Kapow! Siwoo dodged the blow by a hair's breadth. A punch grazed his face and slammed straight into the arena floor. Yoshihiro gritted his teeth, not expecting his opponent to be so fast. Snap! Siwoo immediately counterattacked, stomping his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum. Wham! An extremely dangerous heel kick struck straight into Yoshihiro's jaw. Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Siwoo grabbed his shoulder, preparing to unleash the next blow. Whoosh! The Onmyoji twisted his body, spun around to dodge the attack, and created distance. Wham! Siwoo took a hook punch enveloped in blue energy directly into his wooden mask. Yoshihiro's eyes flashed with killing intent. This bare-handed fight was clearly no joke. Boom! Choi Siwoo's punch missed its target, tearing up the entire arena floor with a stream of blue energy. From the stands, Supervisor Nokyujang's jaw dropped, not understanding what Siwoo was doing, while Yuzuru Kira merely observed in silence. Both realized that this match completely lacked any probing or searching for the opponent's openings. Yoshihiro Kira stood up. He wasn't much better off. This match was completely devoid of strategy. All that existed was offense, and Siwoo charged forward like a wild beast once more. Yoshihiro smirked. Blood had been shed, but the madness hadn't subsided. The two lunged at each other like 2 unleashed wild beasts, completely disregarding defense. Whoosh! Siwoo twisted his body to dodge the blow by a hair's breadth, but the Onmyoji, lightning fast, grabbed his collar. Wham! A devastating punch enveloped in blue energy slammed straight into Siwoo's face. Siwoo's head covering flew off after the punch. He didn't care, grabbing his opponent's collar in return. Wham! Siwoo retaliated with an extremely powerful hook punch to Yoshihiro's jaw. Both began a merciless exchange of blows, punching each other's faces relentlessly like 2 thugs. Crack! A direct hit caused Siwoo's wooden mask to crack wide open. Blood gushed from Yoshihiro's eye, but he still stood firm, his killing intent blazing. Wham! Siwoo unleashed an extremely powerful finishing blow, slamming it straight into the Onmyoji's face. The figures of 2 warriors emerged amidst the devastated arena, a true bloodbath. Both were staggering, their legs no longer steady after the recent exchange of techniques. The supervisor clenched his fists, concluding that both had exhausted their strength, and the next blow would be the finishing one. Choi Si-woo staggered, his body pushed to its limit after their recent exchange of techniques. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Yoshihiro Kira lunged forward, unleashing a lightning kick aimed directly at his head. Si-woo narrowly dodged the kick and retaliated with a hook punch to the Onmyoji's ribs. The half-goblin spun around, delivering an incredibly powerful arcing punch, determined to end the match. The punch flew with terrifying speed, giving Yoshihiro no chance to dodge. Struck by the blow, Yoshihiro reeled, blood gushing from his nose, unable to believe his opponent's strength. Standing outside, Yuzuru Kira and the supervisor Nakyu Jang were startled by the brutal strike. Si-woo's fist stopped right before Yoshihiro, who lay sprawled on the ground. The Onmyoji looked up and asked, "Why stop? Finish it." Si-woo reiterated their agreement. "We promised to stop when one of us was severely injured or dead." He pointed to the broken mask piece on the floor and continued, "Furthermore, the agreement was to fight only with pure energy." From the crack in the mask, purple demonic energy began to leak, and Si-woo's eyes flashed with an eerie light. Yuzuru froze, realizing instantly, "I knew it. It's him." Did that mask suppress his demonic energy throughout the match? She began to worry, not about the Dragon Palace's reaction, but Yoshihiro's. This match was based on the premise that his opponent was human. If he thinks he was deceived from the start, he'll go berserk, and that would be extremely dangerous for everyone. Yuzuru clenched her fists, preparing for the worst. Yoshihiro slowly stood up, looked directly at Si-woo, and calmly said, "I see. You're a half-demon. Is that mask used to suppress your power?" Yuzuru was completely taken aback by her brother's attitude. She thought to herself, "My whole life, I've been such a fool." The Onmyoji wiped the blood from his lip, and a strange smile began to form. Contrary to all expectations, Yoshihiro gave a thumbs up, his face full of excitement. "You're incredibly cool." Yuzuru froze, utterly shocked. "I've never lost a one-on-one fight against a yokai. Yet he fought me while wearing a mask that restricted his power." The Onmyoji girl was speechless, unable to believe her eyes as a friendship blossomed from a life-or-death battle. After such fierce and bloody battles, mutual respect between two opponents is inevitable, whether in sports or life-or-death struggles. Yoshihiro Kira, sniffling, shook Choi Si-woo's hand, acknowledging his opponent as the real deal. In another corner, Yushin sighed exasperatedly. "Seriously, what the hell?" Still covered in blood, Yushin grumbled as he witnessed the cheesy scene before him. What in the world are they doing? A high-ranking official of the Dragon Palace stared at Yushin's shattered mask. "So, you finally broke it, did you?" Yushin flinched, caught red-handed. The official continued, "Though I have no affection for it, it is a family heirloom." Si-woo mumbled an apology, but Yushin just sighed and waved his hand. "Forget it. It's just symbolic. Now that he've left the Royal Exorcist Bureau, it's useless anyway." Yushin's gaze sharpened as he analyzed. "But I'm surprised it broke during a one-on-one fight with a human." Yushin looked at the trio in the distance, deducing, even though Yoshihiro lost, he managed to hold on for several minutes, meaning his body has also surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. The elderly official approached Yushin, who was still sitting on the ground. "Fortunately, your injuries aren't too severe," he announced. "I have received the final directive from my superiors regarding young Choi's situation." The official delivered a blunt verdict. "In short, you two can no longer continue in the qualifiers." He explained, "This tournament is to celebrate the princess's birthday. The main matches will be watched by His Majesty and esteemed guests, so having someone with a fraudulent identity is a major issue. But fortunately, we contacted the judge of Korea, Yumong, and he has vouched for young Choi." Yushin immediately stepped forward to take full responsibility, but Si-woo quickly called his name, his voice full of worry. The official smiled kindly. "Don't worry, your responsibility ends there. You two will not continue in the qualifiers, and you shall await further orders." Si-woo was bewildered, not understanding what was happening when he heard the verdict. "If your 7 victories earn enough points, you will advance directly to the finals." Si-woo asked again, "We're not disqualified?" The official replied, "I heard from an acquaintance that the Dragon King himself said so." On the throne, a powerful shadow, the Dragon King mused. "Though I'd heard rumors of a half-goblin, I never expected it to win 7 consecutive matches, while its power was suppressed." The Dragon King smirked with interest. "How intriguing. If Yumong has vouched for it, there's no reason to eliminate such an entertaining spectacle." The official announced that the Dragon King had granted Choi Si-woo a special pass directly to the finals, leaving Yushin stunned with surprise. Siwoo turned to his friend, his face beaming with excitement. Fantastic. 7 wins are enough to get into the finals. Yushin, despite being severely injured, his mind still working incredibly fast, realized the situation was not simple. No, this is more than that. He analyzed that. With a streak of 7 consecutive victories, a spot in the finals was almost guaranteed, unless the number of participants was astronomically high. Yushin recalled that even with his injuries, he had at least 6 wins under his belt, so receiving such a special privilege was clearly a huge boon. He muttered that this was not a punishment, but a blatant favoritism from the Dragon King himself. The more Yushin thought about it, the stranger it seemed. It felt as if the Dragon King was not just overlooking things, but actively forcing both of them to crawl into the next round. He admitted that deep down he wanted to give up, but refusing the goodwill of someone of the Dragon King's stature, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Siwoo looked at the official, thinking that ever since Yushin's mask broke, bringing him here had lost all meaning. He looked at his friend sitting on the ground, realizing something important. This kid has changed. Siwoo wondered if the breathing technique he taught had positively affected Yushin's mind and heart. Yushin looked up when Siwoo called his name, the shattered mask lying beside him. Siwoo turned to the official, asking permission to speak privately with his opponent for a moment, as he heard they had a break before the next match. He called out to Yoshihiro, making both the onmyoji and his sister Yuzuru turn around in surprise. Siwoo walked over to ask about Yoshihiro's injuries. The latter grinned and replied, "I'm fine. I'm tough as nails." Yuzuru Kira was speechless, her face showing annoyance, as she watched the 2 guys who had just brutally fought now acting chummy. Yoshihiro suddenly blurted out, "Oh right, my sister said she wanted to meet you," making Yuzuru jump in surprise. Yuzuru hastily denied it, while Yoshihiro nonchalantly recounted that she had been nagging about Siwoo all week. Yoshihiro turned to glare at his sister, growling, "What are you saying? Aren't you going to demand Raiju back?" Yoshihiro Kira lightly patted Choi Siwoo's shoulder, signaling for a private conversation. The onmyoji grinned widely, telling Yuzuru, "I'm going to talk to Yushin, so make sure you say what you want to say to him." Yoshihiro turned his back and walked away, leaving Siwoo and his younger sister, Yuzuru Kira, frozen in place. Yuzuru's face flushed red as she glared at the retreating figure of her troublesome older brother, muttering, "That guy. We've only known each other for a week." Siwoo scratched his head, proactively started a conversation, and apologized for the previous attack. "How's your neck?" "Sorry, things were a bit tense back then." Yuzuru sighed, replying coldly but also admitting, "It's fine, it wasn't a serious injury. And I only survived thanks to you." She officially thanked him for saving her life, making Siwoo feel a bit awkward. Yuzuru tilted her head in question when Siwoo humbly replied that anyone would have done the same. Siwoo smiled brightly, explaining that he was just glad she was safe. He had recovered Raiju, and now he could find a way to repay her for saving his life. The narration began with the image of a pot of noodles boiling vigorously, a metaphor for an unclear sense of longing. Just as one doesn't realize what they truly want until they try it, the seasoning packet still lay beside the pot of noodles. A flashback showed an 18-year-old Yuzuru eating, realizing she had forgotten to add meat and vegetables to her dish. The narration revealed the stark truth. Yuzuru's taste, though she hadn't realized it yet, was for rough, wild, and aggressive bad boys, illustrated by a scene of Siwoo brutally defeating an opponent. Throughout the past week, Yuzuru had been tossing and turning in bed, frustrated and not understanding why. She had received a hint from the lucky child spirit, but the answer was beyond imagination, making Yuzuru blush and dismiss it immediately. The image of Siwoo, half human, half demon, appeared. The narration affirmed that she would eventually realize what she truly desired from him. Scene change. Director Park Eun-gu suddenly had an idea. A purple electric current flashed above his head. He raised his hand, and purple demonic energy began to gather, preparing for an unexpected action. Choi Siwoo, polite as a prince, announced that the matches were over and invited the Kira siblings into the waiting room. He bowed to bid Yuzuru farewell and playfully boasted about meeting her again in the finals. Pwoom! Siwoo vanished in a flash, leaving Yuzuru stunned. The onmyoji girl's face flushed red. Her mind couldn't process it fast enough. "He wants to see me again?" Yuzuru muttered, realizing the situation was a bit troublesome as her heart began to race. Yoshihiro Kira, seeing his sister's strange behavior, immediately probed, while Yuzuru wondered about Yushin's reaction earlier. Her older brother broke into a sweat, admitting he had spoken out of turn. Yoshihiro sighed, explaining that Yushin had been here for a week as an heir, and he had assumed his friend knew about it. Yuzuru was dumbfounded to learn that Yushin was completely clueless about the information until Yoshihiro spoke of it. Both were worried about Yushin's condition, wondering if he would be alright. Whoosh! Choi Si-woo had just been teleported into the waiting room, mentally preparing himself. He looked around but didn't see the director. Just as he turned to speak, he froze upon seeing a blood-soaked figure. Si-woo was deeply shocked to realize it was Yushin, slumped in a corner, covered in injuries. Yushin raised his head, his eyes weary, but he still tried to speak. He solemnly said to Yoshihiro, who had just entered, "My deepest condolences. I am truly sorry for what happened." Yoshihiro Kira froze, his face blank, asking his friend what on earth he was talking about, then explained that it was a tragedy that occurred in Korea last week. Yushin, who had left the Exorcist Bureau a week ago, asked blankly, "Tragedy? Did something happen there?" Yoshihiro was speechless, realizing his friend truly knew nothing. "Spring!" Yushin sprang up and grabbed Yoshihiro, his eyes pleading. "Tell me everything. What tragedy?" Yoshihiro Kira, his face grim, began to recount the story with a heavy expression. He admitted, "Let me tell you, we didn't get this information through legitimate means." Yoshihiro explained that after the demolition site was flattened, he and his sister had been placed under house arrest by the Exorcist Bureau. Despite being confined, they still received a secret mission to find and eliminate a dark demon rampaging in Korea. To keep abreast of the outside situation, they had to resort to trickery when one of the two guards left his post. A flashback showed Yuzuru Kira using hypnosis on the remaining guard to extract information. The brainwashed guard mumbled, "We are pursuing the goblin, the one responsible for this afternoon's incident." Yoshihiro nodded, confirming to Yushin Kim, "That's right. The leader of a dark demon, named Bi Hyung. Not your friend," he continued. That very brat, Bi Hyung, had personally contacted the Exorcist Bureau. He was so arrogant that he revealed his own location, inviting the entire force of the Bureau to a mountain on the outskirts of Seoul to greet them. Yushin Kim broke into a sweat, lost all patience, and snapped, "Enough, just tell me the outcome." Yoshihiro hesitated, his gaze avoiding Yushin's as he prepared to reveal the brutal truth. He delivered a fatal blow that left Yushin speechless. "I heard that most of the forces couldn't return." A horrifying scene unfolded. Bi Hyung stood atop a mountain of exorcist corpses in a dark forest, single-handedly taking on the world. Yoshihiro revealed the horrifying numbers. 300 exorcists, 90% of the Bureau's forces, were wiped out in a single night. He delivered the final blow. Among them were 4 chief exorcists, and even your father, So Hyun Kim, the head of the Bureau. Yushin was utterly devastated, his eyes wide with disbelief at the truth he had just heard. Just as Choi Si-woo was about to step forward to comfort him, Yushin exploded, vanishing in a blur. Whoosh! Yushin shot away at terrifying speed, leaving Yoshihiro standing there, pale-faced, muttering, "Oh no!" Choi Si-woo rushed over to Yushin, anxiously asking about his injuries, seeing his best friend sitting motionless, but only received a cold reply, "I'm fine." Yushin requested to be left alone, making Si-woo dumbfounded, wondering what on earth that Onmyoji had said. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The knock sounded again, signaling that someone was waiting outside. Just as Si-woo was about to open the door, Paryeon-gu suddenly appeared like a ghost, gesturing for him to stop. Paryeon-gu signaled for silence, explaining that his summons elsewhere was a trap to lure him away from Si-woo. The old official hastily warned, "Listen carefully, the one outside the door shouldn't be here. No matter what they say or do, absolutely, do not fall into their trap." Paryeon-gu concluded with a statement that stunned Si-woo. "I apologize, this is the only warning I can give, because that person is the youngest princess of the Dragon Palace." Si-woo froze, his mind only echoing 2 words. Princess? He was still in shock, wondering why a royal member would come here, while Paryeon-gu simply stood silently beside him. The silhouette of a woman with flowing hair appeared behind the door, and Paryeon-gu explained that Her Highness was very interested in this tournament. The old man glanced at Si-woo and stated directly, "And the one who interests her most is you, the half-goblin who concealed his identity to participate." Paryeon-gu announced he had to leave for another mission and couldn't stay, leaving Si-woo to only listen in silence. Si-woo nodded seriously, promising not to cause trouble and to behave properly, even though he understood nothing. But then he turned back, his face filled with concern as he looked towards his distraught friend. Si-woo whispered to Paryeon-gu, asking if Yushin could be taken to a quieter place for treatment. A masked stranger with green hair was observing from afar, muttering a mysterious hem. Whoosh! The door suddenly slid wide open. Si-woo's eyes widened, completely surprised by the unforeseen situation. His entire body jolted, standing rooted to the spot, as the uninvited guest was now right in front of him. A terrifying aura in the shape of a dark dragon erupted, suffocating Choi Si-woo. Si-woo's face drained of color, his entire body stiffened before the unimaginable power. Startled, he came back to his senses, as the murderous aura vanished, and light filled the room. From the doorway, a small figure stepped in. A green-haired girl looked at Si-woo, surprised. "Huh? Is it just you?" She smiled, her tone a mix of slight regret and keen interest. "I wanted to meet both of you, but this is fine too. After all, you're the one I most wanted to meet." The girl waved friendly and introduced herself as Miri, Princess of the Dragon Palace and future Demon King. Si-woo stammered his name, not doubting for a second the title of Demon King, simply because her dark silhouette, radiating a deep purple demonic aura, proved everything this was the real deal, not just empty boasting. Miri remarked that Si-woo didn't look like an idiot, perhaps because he was a half-demon, leaving him bewildered and confused. She explained that her father once said goblins were the strongest race, but also the most foolish, having slaughtered each other to extinction. Miri looked at Si-woo with a provocative gaze, curious to see how strong a non-foolish goblin could be. She took a decisive step forward. With a wide grin, Miri bluntly declared that if her father's words were true, then Si-woo was a priority target to be dealt with on her path to becoming the Demon King. Si-woo immediately took a defensive stance. Recalling Mr. Gu's warning, he acknowledged her goal but asserted this was not the right place to fight. Miri nonchalantly replied, "Huh? I wasn't planning to," then casually walked past Si-woo. She plopped down onto the low table as if she were at home. While Si-woo was still bewildered, Miri explained that, although she really wanted to test his skills right now, she couldn't because she had promised her father. She concluded with a firm statement, "And if you win this tournament, to prove your strength, we'll have to face each other in the final match anyway." Miri began to elaborate on her family background, revealing that the Dragon King had a total of 6 children, including herself. She explained that 2 of her 3 elder brothers had died before she was born. Her 2 elder sisters had also been married off to other regions when she was young. Si-woo listened, realizing there was still 1 elder brother, while Miri said her father always wanted a son-in-law for an easier succession. But the Dragon Palace princess grinned widely, bluntly declaring, "But I won't do that. I was born in an era where I can become the Demon King. Who needs a measly Dragon King's throne?" Si-woo seriously asked if she had any grand goals, such as a plan for world domination, in wanting to become the Demon King. Miri tilted her head and casually stated, "You really are an idiot. Those matters are for the subordinates to handle," leaving Si-woo speechless, secretly wondering what would become of the Dragon Palace. Her eyes sharpened as she explained the true reason. "If I have to say why I want the Demon King's throne, it's simply because everyone else wants it." She clenched her fist, asserting that all the yokai participating in the tournament were formidable. Si-woo pondered, realizing that all participants were influential figures, those crowned kings in their own regions, coming here to fight for different objectives. Miri puffed out her chest, her face full of excitement. "I think the position achieved after crushing their dreams and power will be absolutely amazing. A true king is not one who inherits the throne by blood." She continued that her father disagreed, not understanding why she had to participate in a dirty battle on land. So she made a bet with him to win the right to represent the Dragon Palace in the festival on her birthday. Miri explained the bet was simple. "If I win this tournament, I get to participate in the festival. But if I lose, you'll have to marry one of the winners according to my father's wishes," she said, as an image of Miri in a wedding dress next to an unknown groom appeared. Si-woo flinched, stammering to ask why they weren't informed of this, and Miri casually replied that if she announced she was looking for a son-in-law, all the small fry would swarm in, which would be too troublesome. She shrugged, saying her father said no idiot would pass up the chance to own half of the East Sea, even if it was announced after a winner had been decided. Si-woo racked his brain, asking a critical question. "But there aren't only male contestants. What if a woman wins?" Miri nonchalantly replied, "Oh, I don't care. Marrying the one who defeated me would be interesting, wouldn't it? As for children, I can just find concubines myself," causing Si-woo's brain to officially shut down. She smiled brightly, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Anyway, tomorrow will be my best birthday ever. This is the first time I'll get to fight someone from outside the Dragon Palace." Dragon Palace Princess Miri looked at the tournament bracket, declaring that although she wanted to fight everyone, she was at least happy to fight the strongest one, because once in the festival, the fighting would be non-stop. She explained that since Choi Si-woo was here, she wanted to meet her future opponent and hear what his dream was in aiming for the Demon King's throne. Miri asked directly, "So, why do you want to become the Demon King?" Leaving Si-woo speechless and sweating, Si-woo hesitated, his hands clenched on his thighs, preparing to state his ideals. He frankly replied, I want to keep the yokai world and the human world separate, as they have been for the past 600 years, so that no human is devoured again. Miri tilted her head, her face nonchalant. Huh? I'm not familiar with worldly affairs, but that's definitely impossible. A king must be served and revered by their subjects. Siwu knew his ideals were hard to accept. He clenched his fists, admitting that if he ruled that way, no one would follow him. He bitterly thought that even his smartest best friend told him to stop dreaming impossible dreams. But then, Siwu's eyes turned sharp, purple demonic energy began to leak, and he growled, even if it's just a pipe dream, I will do everything, even if there's only a glimmer of hope. His entire body erupted with purple demonic energy flames, his eyes blazing, as he declared firmly, I will not lose to anyone, not even you, and I will do my best to uphold this resolve. Miri gently closed her eyes, her lips curved into an inscrutable smile. She crossed her arms, looking straight at Siwu. I see. That is your dream. Miri suddenly uttered a chilling remark. How troublesome, leaving Siwu bewildered, not understanding what was happening. She continued, her face full of excitement. I know I shouldn't, but I can't help it. After hearing you say that, Miri bared her teeth in a grin, her eyes gleaming with extreme belligerence. I can no longer suppress this urge. The room fell silent, without a single warning. Boom! A terrifying energy explosion blew away the door right next to Siwu. Whoosh! The shockwave sent Siwu flying straight to the back of the room. Skid! He slid across the floor, managing to regain his footing in time, his eyes extremely wary as he looked at the opponent who had just attacked. Amidst the dust and smoke, Miri's silhouette emerged, purple demonic energy exploding around her. She muttered that the Dragon King, her father, would be furious, but Siwu himself had left her no other choice. Miri coldly warned, I regret to say this, but you probably won't be the ultimate winner. You might even die or be crippled before the finals. Miri advanced, purple demonic energy swirling, her eyes glowing with belligerence. I don't know if you're the strongest demon, but your dream is definitely the most crush-worthy thing. Therefore, I want to beat you up right now. She reassured him that there was no one around to get caught up in their battle. Miri grinned widely, declaring bluntly, and I know this is no consolation, but if I get hurt or killed, it won't be your fault. Choi Siwoo's fears had come true. He knew there was no talking peace with this belligerent girl, but on the other hand, he felt a sense of relief, because she was strong enough that he didn't need to worry about accidentally killing or severely injuring her. Miri charged like a whirlwind, delivering a punch straight to the face. Choi Siwoo stood still as a statue, his gaze unwavering. He merely lowered his center of gravity slightly, preparing for the impact. Thwack! Miri missed her punch, the blow grazing Choi Siwoo's face by a hair's breadth. She froze, her eyes wide with astonishment as she realized her opponent had completely read her moves. Slam! Miri was grabbed by the head by Choi Siwoo and slammed straight into the ground. Choi Siwoo gripped Miri's hair tightly, his eyes cold. He gritted his teeth and uttered a terse phrase. Forgive me. Kapow! A second devastating slam cracked the floor as purple energy exploded. Blood spurted from Mira's mouth as she was completely overwhelmed, while a red horn began to sprout from Choi Siwoo's forehead, dark demonic energy gushing from his hands. Choi Siwoo, now in goblin mode, swung his arm, unleashing an extremely powerful sweeping attack, sending Miri flying mercilessly. Demons are tough and hard to kill, but Choi Siwoo knew their weakness inside out, continuously striking the brain to neutralize their regeneration. The illustration showed that repeated concussive blows to the brain would create cumulative damage that even regeneration couldn't overcome. Whoosh! Miri took a full-force sweeping blow, her face distorted by the impact, but that was still not enough to defeat a high-level opponent. The head slams were just a prelude, a preparatory step for a guaranteed victory. Choi Siwoo took a stance, red and black dark demonic energy swirling around his fist, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Miri was sent flying, her hair disheveled, completely disoriented by her opponent's relentless combo. Choi Siwoo's eyes flashed with a deadly purple light, signaling a new skill was about to be unleashed. Whoosh! The entire room trembled as Choi Siwoo unleashed his full power. It turned out that the Goblin Club skill he had self-taught wasn't just for smashing. It was also an ancient technique of the Goblin tribe. Goblin combat ropes. Choi Siwoo transformed his demonic energy into dark ropes, binding Miri tightly from behind. The Dragon Palace princess was tightly bound by the pitch-black energy ropes, trembling and utterly helpless. Choi Siwoo let out a sigh of relief. He himself hadn't expected this move to be so effective, but what mattered was that he had suppressed his opponent. The scene shifted to the main palace of the Dragon Palace at the bottom of the East Sea. a majestic and magnificent architectural marvel. A large figure, dressed in official robes, was striding alone through the silent grand hall. Each steady step echoed through the silent expanse of the palace. A voice rang out from the throne, sounding surprised. Well. The muscular general named Baekyo, the right-wing general of the Dragon Palace, bowed silently before the ruler. The Dragon King sat on his throne, raising an eyebrow as he asked Baekyo, who usually detested official matters, why he had come here at this hour. The Dragon King leaned back, propping his chin with his hand, bluntly stating that this was his time to be alone, and asked Baekyo to come next time only if he had something to apologize for. The Dragon King lamented to Baekyo that, unlike him, he was a pitiful king who had to face unpleasant sights every day. He called himself pathetic for only being able to endure by downing alcohol once a week. The Dragon King's only pleasure was browsing human social media to keep up with trends. Taking a sip from his cup, he scolded Baekyo, saying that interrupting this precious time was not only an act of disrespect from a subordinate, but also the insolence of an old friend. Baekyo remained bowed, insisting that according to palace custom, he had to report immediately. The Dragon King gnashed his teeth, veins bulging on his neck in anger. The general stated firmly, "I cannot do that, Your Majesty." The Dragon King grumbled as he poured wine, saying that Baekyo already knew why he was there, so waiting until after the princess's birthday party would be useless, then challenged. "Oh, are you defying a royal order?" The Dragon King sneered, calling out loudly, "Guards! General Baekyo dares to defy me," making the old general roar in helplessness. "Come on!" Baekyo erupted, declaring that the entire palace knew this tournament was to choose a husband for Princess Miri, and he could not accept choosing a husband for her so carelessly, especially when the candidates were mere demons from the surface world. The Dragon King lightly tapped his wine flask, sarcastically remarking that Baekyo should get straight to the point, instead of beating around the bush with formalities, as that trick fools no one. Baekyo stammered, saying that he still disagreed, and suggested that the Dragon King should just let the princess participate in the grand festival. The Dragon King took a sip, casually commenting that Miri was still young but had potential, and it would be good for her to gain experience. But Baekyo knew things weren't that simple. The Dragon King sighed, admitting the real problem was that Miri had very little chance of winning. But the trouble was, she might grow fond of life on the surface and want to stay. Baekyo was bewildered, unable to understand, as Miri cared about nothing else besides martial arts and combat. But the Dragon King interrupted. "That's because she's never been outside." The Dragon King explained that once Miri breathes the filthy air of the surface, she will realize the suffocating and salty air she has breathed her entire life here. He reminisced about his past, about an arduous journey that ultimately ended in disappointment. The Dragon King looked up from his wine cup, bitterly saying that if he weren't an only child, he might have married a mortal woman and had children there, believing this was a hereditary ailment of their clan. The Dragon King dropped a bombshell. "My mother was human," shocking Baekyo profoundly, then further explained that generations of Dragon Kings had interbred with humans and demons. The Dragon King taunted Baekyo, saying that Miri's dragon bloodline was much purer, without ugly shark teeth like yours. He revealed his plan. "That's also why I want a son-in-law from the surface. Miri will ascend the throne anyway, and if she has a husband strong enough to overpower her, that desire to go outside will automatically vanish." The Dragon King continued to prod, saying that if Miri wears the crown, Baekyo's clan will become imperial relatives, an honor his father-in-law couldn't even dream of. Baekyo still tried to argue, claiming Miri was too young to ascend the throne, and his clan was too weak to back her, being merely an ordinary warrior clan. He dared to propose another option, his voice full of hope. "How about Your Majesty forgiving the first prince? He is more qualified to become the next Dragon King." Baekyo immediately realized he had overstepped, his face turning pale. An icy voice echoed from the throne. "Baekyo." In Baekyo's mind, the image of a small shark, symbolizing his clan, appeared utterly weak. Immediately after, a colossal dark dragon, the embodiment of the Dragon King's power, roared overwhelmingly, declaring, "That is the absolute limit you are allowed to reach." The Dragon King, his eyes flaring with purple demonic energy, delivered a final verdict. "I will forgive your insolence as a brother, not as a king, but only to that extent." Baekyo trembled with fear, hastily prostrating himself on the ground, his voice stammering, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Dragon King narrowed his eyes, admitting, "I know well, it seems everyone, including you, expects him to ascend the throne." He stated firmly, "As I've made clear before, that will never happen. He has gone too far." The Dragon King revealed a shocking truth. He is imprisoned for the crimes he committed, but even without that, he would not succeed me. A muscular figure with long green hair appeared, chained in a dark dungeon. That was the prince mentioned. The Dragon King concluded. Because he is not one who can lead anyone, let alone be king. Footsteps echoed, and Baekgyo, still kneeling on the floor, turned back in surprise. A bald old man appeared, and the Dragon King immediately recognized him. Gu? I see you've come to cause trouble with General Baekgyo. Shouldn't you be busy with the tournament? The old man, Paryun Gu, bowed. The princess conveyed that your majesty was looking for me. The Dragon King was speechless upon hearing this. The Dragon King called Baekgyo's name, and the general startled and responded. The Dragon King snapped, pointing directly at his subordinate. Don't, yes, your majesty me. Go stop that girl immediately. The scene inside the palace was devastated after the impact. The floor shattered. The palace's ceiling and intricate decorations were also affected by the battle. Princess Miri was tightly bound by the goblin combat rope skill, a technique with two superior characteristics compared to ordinary capture methods. The first feature, the rope was created from the Goblin Club, capable of transmitting 100% of the user's power without any reduction, and what was transmitted was none other than the overwhelming physical strength of a goblin. Although there were still many areas for improvement, Siwoo's physique was already on another level, considered top tier among yokai in Korea. In particular, the goblin's innate combat talent was a gift, coveted even by higher tier races. Siwoo glanced at his bound prey, thinking to himself, I wish this would end here. But it depends on her. He analyzed the situation. If she's like that red-haired brute, who only relies on strength, I can overpower her even if she's stronger. I just need to stall for reinforcements. But if she's the unpredictable type like Seolhwa or Gwiwoo, then this binding trick wouldn't hold for long. Fortunately, Siwoo guessed correctly, because his opponent belonged to the Azure Dragon clan, one of the 4 divine beasts governing the Eastern Sea, and the Dragon King's clan. It was rumored that their power not only dominated the seas but also controlled weather like wind, rain, and lightning. But that wasn't the truth. That power was reserved solely for the Dragon King, who had reached the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan's power. The Dragon Clan's characteristic ability was actually very simple: combat. Miri was still tightly bound, struggling to break free. Miri realized she couldn't use brute strength to escape, while Siwoo maintained the hold. She smirked sinisterly, deciding to play a different card. Then let me show you some fun tricks. Purple demonic energy began to erupt around Miri, forcing Siwoo to strain and pull the energy rope taut. Siwoo's energy ropes began to crack under the terrifying pressure of Miri's demonic energy. Siwoo startled, realizing this energy flow was on a completely different level. Boom! Miri tensed her body, explaining that demonic energy isn't just the total amount of energy a yokai possesses. Siwoo staggered, trying to maintain the hold. As Miri continued to lecture, equally important are its output, power, and purity. Whoosh! Miri easily broke free from the restraint, spun around, and flung Siwoo away. Siwoo barely landed when Miri had already taken a stance, explaining that a yokai with strong output energy and high purity can unleash destructive power simply by releasing demonic energy without needing demonic arts. She channeled her energy, creating a colossal monster head made of blazing purple demonic energy. Crash! A colossal surge of energy shot straight towards Siwoo, sweeping away everything in its path. Miri smirked smugly, declaring that the race possessing both those elements from birth was the Dragon Clan. An entire long road was utterly devastated, and Miri casually remarked, "Just an accident." She explained that it wasn't a demonic art, but dragon's breath, a natural function like breathing, the symbol of the strongest in the seas. Amidst the dust and smoke, Siwoo's figure stood unsteadily. He collapsed, fresh blood gushing from his mouth, soaking the ground. Siwoo's entire body trembled, covered in blood, his clothes tattered, looking utterly pathetic. He muttered in despair, "I knew this would happen." A familiar voice echoed from behind him, mocking, "Serves you right, you fool." Seolhwa appeared in Siwoo's mind, arms crossed in exasperation, always acting tough without any real power. "You haven't changed a bit." Siwoo tremblingly called Seolhwa's name, but the voice in his head replied coldly, "Of course not, you blockhead." The illusion of Seolhwa declared coldly, "I'm not the real one. I'm slowly dying in the human world. Both my body and spirit are shattered. That's right. I'm in this state because I had to clean up the mess you made after foolishly rushing into battle without knowing your own limits." An image of Siwoo being punched in the gut by an enemy appeared. The illusion of Seolhwa turned away, looking at the collapsing Siwoo. "All right, let's say you had good intentions, and wouldn't have done it if you knew the consequences. But in the end, who did you save?" A scene of a ruined warehouse appeared, a bitter failure, and you almost got innocent people killed by dragging them into your mess. Tall apartment buildings appeared, where danger was imminent, and think about what your friend Yushin had to give up because of you. Yushin's solitary back appeared. The illusion of Siola sat down next to Siwoo, continuing to berate him. Do you want to know what he and Yoshihiro said? What made someone as tough as Yushin break down? His family got into trouble, and it was all because of your deal with Bihyung, because you cowardly submitted to him. Images of a pained Yushin and a sinisterly smiling Bihyung flashed by. The illusion of Siola sneered. Now, what will be the outcome? Who will take responsibility for this mess? Siwoo trembled, his blood-soaked hands clenched, stammering in protest. You're wrong. He gnashed his teeth, blood trickling down his chin, trying to force out a single word. I. The scene abruptly shifted to a peaceful seabed, a chilling contrast. The illusion of Siola grabbed Siwoo's hair, snarling into his face. Stop with the self-pity, you useless fool. If you have the guts, get up and tear that girl apart like a true demon. Fight, until one of you dies. That's the least you can do. In reality, Miri stood with her hands on her hips, looking at Siwoo still kneeling, muttering, he's not moving. Miri looked at Siwoo, motionless amidst the rubble, a hint of disappointment in her voice. I didn't expect him to be so heavily damaged. I guess I expected too much. Suddenly, Siwoo slowly rose from the ground. Miri's eyes lit up, her body erupting with excited purple demonic energy. You startled me. You can still fight, right? Siwoo stood upright, his body shrouded in shadow, answering only with a hollow, yes. Tears began to stream down Siwoo's blood-stained face, his expression utterly broken. Amidst the ruined arena, Choi Siwoo and Miri stood facing each other, a considerable distance apart, the atmosphere taut like a bowstring. Miri erupted with purple demonic energy, her face filled with excitement, ready for a serious fight. Choi Siwoo, covered in blood, stood up in a dazed state, tears still streaming down his face. A strange transformation occurred. Siwoo's wounds began to fade. Not the usual recovery he knew. This was not a new skill, but something rising from deep within him. A surge of red and black energy began to form around his head. Seeing her opponents change, Miri didn't hesitate. She channeled demonic energy into both hands, creating two overwhelmingly powerful dragon head-shaped energy spheres. The dragon princess roared, unleashing her full power, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. A massive surge of energy was unleashed, flattening everything in its path. Miri hurled the two energy spheres directly at Siwoo, their destructive power enough to obliterate an entire area. Two roaring purple dragon energy constructs charged forward, ready to crush the stubborn fiend. On the brink of life and death, Siwoo suddenly looked up. A red demon horn had sprouted from his temple, his eyes chillingly terrifying. He raised his hand, strange red and black demonic energy surged, ready to directly confront the final boss-level attack. Kapow! Siwoo threw a straight punch, unleashing a dense wave of red and black energy, charging directly into Miri's attack. His counterattack directly collided with one of the two dragon energy heads, a pure clash of power. Siwoo's face was devoid of emotion. He simply pushed his energy to its limit to nullify his opponent's attack. Kaboom! Two opposing forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the entire arena. The explosion of purple and red energy engulfed everything, creating a blinding sphere of light. Miri was slightly startled, unable to believe that the fiend, whom she thought was finished, could block her serious attack. As the smoke and dust cleared, Siwoo had completely shattered one of the dragon energy heads and was charging straight ahead. He burst out of the explosion like a true monster, his eyes sharp as blades, signaling that the second round of the deathmatch had officially begun. Princess Miri showed delight, her eyes gleaming brightly upon seeing her opponent still able to stand. Whoosh! A streak of blood splattered as Siwoo continued to endure Miri's attacks without dodging. In his awakened state, Siwoo realized he needed two things to win this fight. Miri smirked, realizing his strategy was to overwhelm her with brute force, knowing he couldn't block all her attacks. Blood splattered again. Siwoo accepted having his body torn apart for a chance to counterattack. Second, and most importantly, he needed monstrous recovery ability, so this reckless playstyle wouldn't kill him. No longer defending, Siwoo charged straight forward, swinging a punch enveloped in blazing red energy. Wham! The devastating punch landed squarely on Miri's face, the impact forcing her head back. Siwoo's eyes were icy cold, devoid of any emotion, only pure combat instinct. Miri managed to raise her hand in time to block Siwoo's punch right in front of her face. But Siwoo was a step faster, his other hand seizing Miri's wrist. He used his strength to twist her arm back, completely neutralizing her defense. Crack! Siwoo mercilessly broke Miri's arm, completely gaining the upper hand. Not giving his opponent time to recover, he grabbed Miri's head with his other hand. His eyes flashed with killing intent, preparing to unleash a brutal finishing blow. Slam! Siwoo used all his strength to smash Miri's face into the ground, creating a terrifying impact. He pinned Miri to the ground, his eyes still unchanged, cold as ice. Siwoo tightened his grip on Miri's wrist, locking her down, leaving no opening for resistance. He braced his other hand on the ground, seemingly preparing to activate his goblin wrestling skill. Severely beaten, blood streaming from her mouth, Miri burst into excited laughter. Without another word, Siwoo swung his arm, slamming Miri around like a toy. He repeatedly slammed her into the ground cracking under each brutal impact. His eyes were stark white, overflowing with killing intent, showing no mercy. He grabbed Miri's other arm, preparing to break it as well. Whoosh! Siwoo swung his arm, intending to end the match with another brutal blow. Covered in blood, Miri growled, "This goblin wrestling experience is fun, but I can't lose." Miri suddenly unleashed her power, pushing Siwoo far away to create distance. The two faced each other from a distance. The atmosphere grew taut like a bowstring. Siwoo realized his opponent was up to something. He took a defensive stance, observing the purple energy sphere forming. Miri concentrated all her demonic energy into a tiny marble, a dangerous all-out attack. The energy marble cracked, and she smirked as she immediately unleashed its power. Miri calmly declared, "Explode." Boom! A terrifying explosion from the explosive draconic marble swept away everything around it. Siwoo slid across the ground, trying to stand firm against the explosion's immense pressure. He tensed his body. Red and black demonic energy enveloped his body, forming a sturdy shield. After the smoke cleared, the deadly energy marble was hovering right in front of Siwoo. Astonishingly, he not only blocked it, but also caught that mobile bomb in his palm. Siwoo glanced at the marble, his eyes icy cold, as if to say, "Is that all?" Miri was stunned, but then she laughed with delight, summoning a dozen more energy marbles to surround him. Seeing her opponent still standing firm, she became even more invigorated, preparing for a true fireworks display. A series of glowing purple energy orbs lit up, ready for a deadly fireworks display. Miri blinked defiantly, covered in blood, but her madness surged. Boom! The entire array of explosive draconic marbles simultaneously detonated, creating a terrifying double explosion. The explanation appeared. The explosive draconic marble was completely different from ordinary magic. It was the real deal. It wasn't a flashy spell, but a self-made bomb of pure energy, the pressure creating terrifying firepower. Fatal flaw. This technique was self-damaging, inflicting severe damage on the user, a rare occurrence in demonic arts. Siwoo braced himself in the eye of the storm. The ground beneath his feet was shattered, but he still stood firm like a steel wall. As it was a suicidal technique, the explosive draconic marble was strictly forbidden, unless it was a life-or-death battle. But Miri didn't care. A flashback began. Miri was the beloved daughter of the Dragon King, pampered by the entire Dragon Palace. Everyone in the Dragon Palace surrounded her, ready to be her teachers and training partners for the little princess. But there was a clear limit to that pampering. Little Miri seemed eager, but deep in her eyes was a yearning for a real battle. A hand reached out, helping the girl stand up after a training session. General Baekyo helped Miri up, but everyone understood that no one dared to truly fight the princess. The suffocating feeling and the thirst for a fair fight had simmered within her for a very long time. Back in the present, Siwoo stood tall amidst the smoke, asking softly, "We're continuing, aren't we?" Miri, covered in blood, laughed maniacally, panting, "Please, this one has found what she craves." Her opponent was equally desperate, but for entirely different reasons. Siwoo's body had almost disintegrated, only holding on thanks to the goblin's monstrous recovery and endurance. But as he reached his limit, a frenzied obsession erupted, and a red demon horn began to sprout from his forehead. Miri, covered in blood, realized the goblin's club was an unpredictably transforming weapon, changing according to its master's will. Dark energy surged from the weapon, enveloping Choi Siwoo's battered body, reconstructing his shattered bones and muscles. Witnessing that overwhelming sight, the Dragon Palace princess could only exclaim, "So incredibly cool." Thump! He landed firmly, his entire body enveloped in dark armor. Now, both Siwoo's body and mind had only one goal: to crush the enemy before him. For the first time in her life, the Dragon Palace princess swallowed hard, feeling the bone-chilling killing intent from her opponent. But fear quickly turned into extreme excitement, and purple demonic energy flared around the battle-hungry princess. Siwu, in his new form, coldly declared, "I was right to choose you as my opponent." Miri mustered all her remaining strength, summoning a colossal purple energy dragon, admitting that continuing this battle was too greedy. "What a pity," Siwu muttered, then charged straight into the energy dragon without a moment's hesitation. Two destructive powers clashed, one side being the purple dragon control, the other being the dark goblin. The energy dragon opened its mouth wide, ready to devour the tiny enemy who dared to challenge it. Mid-air, Siwu swung his weapon, preparing for a single strike to end it all. Slash. A clean cut split the colossal energy stream in half. The scene shifted to inside the magnificent dragon palace, which was eerily quiet. Fresh blood dripped from Siwu's dark blade. He grabbed Miri by the neck and lifted her, the princess now completely helpless. Miri coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body trembling. The battle was decided. An old man in official robes appeared, sighing, "I thought I arrived in time, but it seems I was mistaken." Still, the consequences are lighter than expected. Siwu spun around. His purple eye behind the mask flashed with a cold glint. "I have something to ask you." The Dragon King appeared, his face impassive, asking directly, "You're a man, aren't you? It's nothing major, but I want grandchildren as soon as possible." Siwu's dark blade still dripped with fresh blood. Miri trembled, her body pierced by the blade, covered in blood. The old man continued to mutter, "I heard you're a half-goblin, half-human, but I wasn't informed of your gender." The Dragon King scratched his chin, looking Siwu up and down. "With that physique, you must be a man, but it would be rude if you were a woman, and saying these words is already rude enough." "Pull!" Siwu coldly yanked the blade out of Miri's body, blood splattering. Thud! The Dragon Palace princess collapsed onto the floor, completely helpless before the victor. The Dragon King only glanced briefly, his demeanor strangely calm. Miri sat slumped on the ground, blood flowing profusely, while Siwu in his dark armor stood tall like a god of death. The old man smiled and thanked him. "It seems my daughter was very rude to you from the start. Thank you for indulging her." Siwu didn't waste words, swinging his sword and slashing straight at the Dragon King's face. In his killing frenzy, Siwu was no longer aware of the situation. Only his combat instincts remained. The Dragon King was startled, quickly waving his hand and forcing a smile. "Wait, I think there's a misunderstanding here. I came to stop this fight." But Siwu's instincts were screaming something entirely different. His senses told him that a new, stronger opponent had just appeared. In Siwu's eyes, that old man was merely a facade for another colossal dark monster blocking his path. Without a moment's hesitation, Siwu swung his sword and charged. The Dragon King gaped in astonishment, never expecting this kid to be so reckless. Slash! Siwu unleashed a storm of sword techniques, red-hot slashes aimed directly at the Dragon King. The old man had to quickly dodge, shouting, "Wait, hold on. Do I really look that untrustworthy?" The Dragon King was startled upon hearing a familiar voice call out, "Your Majesty." A muscular, red-clad demon, General Baekyo, rushed over and hastily bowed. Seeing his king threatened, Baekyo flew into a rage, clutching his own clothes tightly. Rip. The general tore off his official uniform with his own hands, revealing his bulging, muscular physique. The Dragon King could only sigh in exasperation. "Oh, for heaven's sake." Baekyo roared, charging straight at Choi Siwu. "Know your place, you low-ranking demon. How dare you be so insolent?" Siwu paid no mind to the petty soldier, swinging his great blade directly at the Dragon King. The Dragon King narrowly dodged the attack, the slash grazing past him and cracking the ground. Blood splattered across the arena floor. Baekyo had used his body to block the blow, a deep gash cutting across his chest. Blood seeped from the general's mouth, indicating severe internal injuries. Baekyo trembled in pain but tried to stand firm, muttering, "Don't cause any more trouble, Baekyo. If I intended to do anything, I should have arrived sooner." The Dragon King stood behind him, coldly stating, "Your belated intervention only makes me look like a pathetic king unable to entertain guests." He turned to look at Siwu, calmly analyzing. It seems his reason and intellect are temporarily paralyzed. The Dragon King continued, his voice filled with interest. "But he still possesses enough will to unleash the true form of his club, strong enough to tear through my 1,000-year-old scaled skin. Quite surprising." In his frenzy, Siwu gripped his club tightly, his eyes beneath the mask flashing with deadly purple light. He charged again, swinging his weapon directly at the Dragon King once more. But this time, instead of slashing, Siwu unexpectedly used both hands to grab hold of the Dragon King's robes. The Dragon King was stunned, not expecting to be closed in on and seized so easily by a mere youth. Siwu took his stance, red and black, demonic energy erupting, preparing to use his ultimate technique, goblin wrestling, to take down a king. Choi Si-woo exerted all his strength, using his goblin wrestling skill to slam the Dragon King straight onto the arena floor. Crash. Si-woo's demonic club, covered in blood, lay abandoned on the ground after the impact. General Baekgyo muttered, acknowledging the youth's strength. "You are quite powerful, and your method of wielding strength is very unique." The Dragon King, though blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, maintained his dominant demeanor. "However, in the past, I was quite interested in close combat and wrestling myself." The Dragon King's gaze sharpened, seeing through his opponent, though not as skilled as those with natural talent. In his frenzy, Si-woo grabbed the part of the weapon that was embedded in his own body. Snap! He broke the club with his bare hands, fresh blood splattering as the weapon was pulled from his chest. The Dragon King was stunned, realizing the youth's madness. "I thought he merely wrapped the weapon around himself, but I never imagined he would be even more brutal to himself than I thought." He understood then. The club had pierced deep into Si-woo's muscles and bones, making every movement excruciating. The Dragon King looked at the unconscious Si-woo, his voice deepening. "I don't know what you've been through to push yourself to such an extreme, but it seems you are also a fool." The remainder of the club dissolved into black demonic energy. The Dragon King ordered his subordinate, Baekgyo, "Go attend to Miri. Just take the girl back to her room and call a healer." He glanced at the unconscious Miri, explaining, "Her energy is only temporarily depleted." The Dragon King looked at Si-woo, acknowledging, "Her vital points are completely fine because this youth held back." Baekgyo knelt, his voice astonished. "Don't tell me you intend for him to be Princess Mira's husband?" The Dragon King looked at Si-woo sprawled on the ground, admitting, "A few minutes ago, I did think so, but now I'm not so sure. Personally, I quite like this youth." He tilted his head, his eyes filled with contemplation and calculation. "But I don't believe he would be content with merely being my son-in-law." The scene shifted to a large, solemn room inside the Dragon Palace. This was the East Sea Dragon Palace's infirmary. Si-woo had regained consciousness, his bare torso wrapped in bandages, calmly sitting on the bed and drinking medicine. Choi Si-woo placed the empty medicine bowl onto the table with a clink. He let out a sigh, clearly pondering the recent chaos. Plop! Si-woo lay back on the bed, his entire body bandaged but still looking as solid as a sculpted statue. The scene shifted to Yushin's thoughts, as he bluntly admitted, "Why lie? I wasn't sad when he died. I truly felt nothing at all." Yushin's eyes gleamed coldly. "No. Perhaps I should say I had been waiting for this moment." He continued to judge his deceased father, So Hyun Kim. Even a villain has two sides, but he did not. A terrible father, husband, and even head of the Exorcist Bureau, he was merely a lucky opportunist clinging to his status. The flashback began, revealing the scene of an ancient shaman family's mansion under the moonlight. A young Yushin sat alone in the garden, his face sullen, clearly having just been beaten. The young Yushin maintained his defiant expression, a whip mark still visible on his cheek. A man wearing a red demon mask, Yushin's master, approached and started a conversation. "I hear you were beaten again for secretly reading my books?" The master pulled out a paper bag, teasing. "All right then. I guess I'll have to eat this by myself." Yushin's eyes immediately lit up, and he spun around upon seeing the snack. Truly like a child. The master explained he had to use spatial teleportation to bring the ice cream bar from Seoul before it melted, while Yushin eagerly demanded another flavor. After eating, the master inquired, "How are your calves? I heard you cried very loudly." Yushin, sucking on his ice cream, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, that. I'm sure everyone outside heard it all." Both sat down, and Yushin explained, "It's fine, I deliberately cried loudly. This isn't the first time, and I was only hit on the calves, so it's quite light." The boy continued, his eyes hardening. "I had to put on a bit of a show, you know." Yushin explained that if he silently endured the beating, the maid who carried out the order would be punished by his father for being lenient. The master referred to the head of the family as that man, but Yushin brushed it off. "Why bother? As a victim of domestic abuse, I have the right to say so." The boy, still biting his ice cream, added, "I also overheard the aunties talking, saying he used to be much worse." Yushin recounted how the aunts in his family deeply regretted that if his master had consumed even half the divine elixirs his father had, he would have become a deity long ago. The boy continued, saying the aunts even cried, wishing his master had been the eldest son. The masked master merely sighed, believing they shouldn't discuss such matters. Yushin narrowed his eyes, asking why his master cared, then bluntly stated, "You're no different from my father." The boy left his sentence hanging, the ice cream in his hand already melting, implying they shouldn't be annoyed with him, but rather, the master snapped, asking Yushin if he knew two things that drive people crazy. One was speaking halfway, and the second was, "The one they should be annoyed with isn't me, but you," the master stated directly, believing that continuing to speak was pointless. Yushin was dusting off his clothes, staring blankly at his master. The master suddenly changed his tone, advising Yushin not to hate his father too much, believing he had his own struggles and was a pitiful person. He explained that Yushin's father sought power not for honor, but for a different purpose, something he desperately yearned to achieve. But the problem was, once he had power, he realized his capacity was too small. A harsh truth that tormented him. Yushin curled his lip in a sneer, believing those were just excuses. That whitewashing didn't mean the stain didn't exist, and the master had to admit he was right. The master advised him that one day, when Yushin's father breaks down and comes begging for forgiveness, he should remember the words he spoke today. "Because you are the only one who can forgive your father," he asserted, certain that day would come, while Yushin merely listened in silence. Yushin stuck out his tongue, replying scornfully, "That's right. I never needed his apology," then revealed the second thing that drives people crazy. "When I take over the Exorcist Bureau, I will kick him out." Yushin's current thoughts echoed, affirming he never intended to forgive his father, especially for what he did to his mother. Yushin lay on the hospital bed, recalling the night of the massacre, certain his father had lost control and foolishly dragged countless innocents into an obvious trap. The image of his father standing amidst a pile of corpses appeared, and Yushin bitterly thought, not skilled enough to handle it himself, yet possessed baseless arrogance. He lay there, with his hand covering his eyes, feeling extremely annoyed because now his father was dead, and he didn't even have the chance to consider forgiving him. Siwoo had just opened his eyes and woken up when he heard a trembling voice say, "Your Majesty, we can manage." The Dragon King casually placed a charred body onto the bed and declared, "Don't worry, I can place him down myself. He's not dead yet. Why don't you worry about the people outside first?" Leaving the blue-skinned official standing beside him speechless. Siwoo was still processing, muttering to himself, wondering if he had just heard someone call that guy, "Your Majesty." The Dragon King raised his hand to signal, telling Siwoo to rest and recover, then turned his back and walked straight away. Siwoo narrowed his eyes in thought, muttering to himself that if this guy really was the Dragon King, he seemed rather ordinary and superficial. His gaze shifted to the charred body on the adjacent bed, wondering if this person was a Dragon Palace member or a contestant, and if he could possibly recover in this mangled state. Just then, a female voice rang out, grumbling for someone to just rest because there would be work only tomorrow. Siwoo, startled, turned around, not understanding who was talking to him. A braided-haired girl was surprised to see him, asking if he was Siwoo's friend. The girl happily confirmed, "You're Yushin Kim, right? I heard Siwoo say you'd help exorcise Siola." Siwoo's face went blank, and he only replied with an "oh," while his brain was still processing this disastrous misunderstanding. He suddenly remembered the bird yokai girl who had accompanied him that night, realizing the person in front of him was completely different. The braided-haired girl bowed deeply in thanks for him accepting to help, while Siwoo bluntly replied that he wasn't doing this for free. Confused by the blunt answer, the girl asked again blankly, forcing Siwoo to clear his throat and cover up by saying it was because Siwoo was too earnest and he owed his friend a lot. Siwoo cursed inwardly, thinking that keeping his participation a secret was now almost impossible, and that he owed a damn thing to no one. The braided-haired girl curiously asked about the charred body, and Siwoo casually replied that they arrived separately, and he had just seen this guy for the first time too. Hearing that, the girl sighed in inexplicable relief, muttering that she shouldn't have said that. The girl turned back, excitedly asking if he was also participating in the tournament to win the Dragon Palace treasure. Siwoo leaned back, replying with a forced smile that they had won a few matches, but whether they'd passed the rounds remained to be seen. He thought to himself that the longer this conversation dragged on, the more troublesome it would be, and his body was also about to recover on its own, so it would be best to inform Siwoo and escape this tournament as soon as possible. Yushin entered the room, asking about Siwoo's condition and what the doctor had said. Yushin confidently stepped forward, declaring that the doctor said he was fine, and his body would fully recover on its own by tonight, despite one arm having been severed. The braided-haired girl wondered to Yushin why. For a yokai with abundant demonic energy like him, regrowing an arm shouldn't take that long. Yushin looked down at the stump of his arm, admitting that toughness wasn't his family's strong suit. He immediately changed the subject, asking about the man lying behind the girl. The braided-haired girl turned back, innocently introducing Siwoo, who was bandaged, as her friend, a Taoist priest named Yushin Kim who was helping them. Yushin bluntly interrupted, "Not him." The girl then pointed to Guiwu, introducing him as Goyu, another contender who also knew Siwoo. Yushin glanced at the charred body on the bed, thinking to himself, The unconscious one is clearly Siwoo, and realized this girl was completely unaware of the truth. Realizing the girl knew nothing, Yushin made an excuse. "I'm a bit thirsty, could you get me a glass of water?" The girl happily agreed, and then left to get water. As soon as the girl left, Yushin immediately turned back, his sharp gaze fixed on Siwoo. Siwoo broke out in a cold sweat, knowing that the real interrogation was about to begin with no outsiders present. Yushin plopped down, getting straight to the point. "Did you guys also get injured from encountering black demons?" Siwoo, startled, asked what black demons were, and Yushin realized his opponent was completely clueless, and that he hadn't told Solmi yet. Yushin solemnly revealed his hypothesis. The demon that severed his arm and its accomplices were very likely black demons. He looked at his wound, bitterly admitting that Solmi's worries were justified. Even if not specialized in recovery, regrowing an arm should have been instantaneous. Yushin recalled, gritting his teeth and saying that from the moment he met them, he had felt something was off. He confidently asserted that the ability to read and analyze an opponent's energy was characteristic of his family, and the energy he sensed was not that of some low-level yokai. Their energy was extremely bizarre and unsettling, much more alien than Siwoo's half-demon energy. Siwoo nervously asked, "So you fought both of them?" Yushin growled, his eyes filled with killing intent. "If only that were the case. I had intended to finish both of them off myself, since it's legitimate in this tournament anyway." In his recollection, Yushin admitted, "But I should have been more careful." A shadow monster with a giant maw charged forward, growling, and Yushin bitterly realized they were far more dangerous than he had imagined. Splatter! Blood splattered across the arena floor, a heavy price for his overconfidence. Yushin recalled, he should have gone all out from the beginning, or not fought at all. But the situation at the time didn't allow it, and the answer was clear. He had to run. Yushin continued, saying, "Anyway, it was only after losing an arm that I knew for sure. That shadow monster grew even stronger after devouring his arm, absorbing energy from flesh and blood to empower itself." Siwoo questioned, "If it was a dark demon, why didn't you report it to your superiors immediately? They're targets for suppression for all of you, aren't they?" Yushin explained that the situation was quite complicated now. If they were in the human world, he could have used a communication scroll to inform Judge Mangte, but in the Dragon Palace, it was impossible. The Dragon Palace absolutely forbade any interference from the outside world. All entrances and communication channels were blocked. Yushin smirked, then growled. "And the real problem lies elsewhere." He recalled the moment the blue-skinned official mumbled an introduction of the opponents before the match. Yushin's eyes widened as he realized, "The two names I heard belong to those who are dead." Yushin revealed that a week ago, during the hunt for yokai infiltrating Korea, dozens of them never returned, and the dark demons had impersonated them to participate in the tournament. Siwoo was utterly shocked and stammered, "Wait." What Yushin claimed was truly unbelievable. Yushin analyzed that if they wanted to hide their identities to enter the Dragon Palace, then impersonating someone from Korea was an extremely foolish move, because the Dragon Palace still had information on major clans. Siwoo suddenly realized that was why Yushin hadn't used the identity of some shaman to disguise him, because with just one confirmation letter sent from the Dragon Palace, Siwoo's fake identity would be exposed immediately. Yushin concluded that since he had introduced Siwoo as his servant, and with his title as a chief exorcist, they had no choice but to believe him. Choi Siwoo's mind raced, proposing two theories. Either the Dragon Palace was a bunch of incompetents, or there was an insider giving the green light to the dark demons. Yushin nodded, confirming that was the most logical conjecture, though he also didn't understand why anyone would do that. Yushin asserted firmly that a faction within the Dragon Palace was colluding with the dark demons for some obscure purpose. Siwoo realized that no matter how strong he was, escaping here would require the management's permission, and this was why Yushin didn't dare inform Solmi or try to withdraw. If there truly was a conspiracy, the enemy faction would never let the two of them slip away easily, even if they used the excuse of withdrawing from the tournament. Siwoo lamented that things were getting more complicated. Just then, Yushin glanced up to see someone arriving and apologized for being late. A braided-haired girl entered, carrying a teapot, and explained that since this was a sick room, she had to go all the way to the well outside to fetch cool water. Yushin coldly refused the girl's offer of water, telling her to just give it to Siwoo. The braided-haired girl began to lecture Yushin, telling him he should treat newcomers more kindly, though she admitted Siwoo's case was an exception. Siwoo quickly waved his hand, saying he didn't mind, but then realized he had just called Yushin by his real name. Both Siwoo and the braided-haired girl's eyes widened in horror when they heard a strange sound coming from the nearby bed. The Grand Prince, whose entire body was charred black like coal, stirred awake, and weakly asked where he was and if everyone was all right. The braided-haired girl shrieked in panic, questioning the Grand Prince about what was wrong with him, that he was still worrying about others. In her confusion, the girl spilled the bowl of water, but Yushin quickly snatched it. Yushin tilted his head back and gulped down the bowl of water, while his hand was still trembling from the shock. After finishing the drink, Yushin sighed in relief, admitting the water was quite good, and began to announce the results. The qualifiers ended at 7:58 p.m., Korean time. The three of them sat around the Grand Prince's sickbed. Yushin continued to announce that a total of 8 teams were selected for the finals based on their performance. Yushin sighed, finalizing the list of those who advanced. Guiwu, Solmi, Yushin, and Siwoo. Meanwhile, the 2 Japanese Onmyoji, Yoshihiro and Yuzuru Kira, had also passed the qualifiers and were sighing in relief, preparing for the Dragon Palace's banquet the next day. An elegant female yokai sensed that the tournament had far exceeded all expectations, but no one foresaw the disaster about to befall the Dragon Palace. Inside the Dragon Palace, a luxurious bathhouse was enveloped in silence. Splash! The water in the wooden hot tub rippled gently. A drenched hand reached out from the water's surface, its fingers long and slender. Chien, the yokai, with stitches on his mouth, mumbled in the bathtub, still a bit warm. He grumbled that he had been soaking in hot water, yet his body was still freezing cold, even cooling down the entire tub. A female voice echoed from outside, asserting that it was natural, since what he had just devoured was a black tortoise. Eileen, a stylish blonde yokai, flicked her cigarette ash, explaining that digesting one of its arms was harder than swallowing an entire demon, so he was sure to be cold all night. Chien glanced, offering an apology to Eileen for ruining her hot bath experience. Eileen chuckled, saying she preferred cold baths, and ordered Chien to stay submerged until he warmed up. Chien mused, remarking that even though they had only met a few days ago, Eileen seemed different from the rest of the group. Eileen smirked, confirming casually. Different, huh? Yeah, everyone under Bihyung has issues, including me. He recalled the battle-crazed Tao, who always challenged others to solo duels, muttering that their preferences were too different to have a decent conversation. He hissed, wishing he could devour all his teammates alive, but couldn't, because Bihyung had forbidden them from slaughtering each other. Saliva dripped from Xian's stitched mouth. He admitted that was what infuriated him the most, because the essence of dark demons was to embody the desires of all beings. Eileen looked at him, a hint of envy in her eyes, because Qian still seemed so calm, while the abilities and mindset of each dark demon were tied to their deepest desires. Qian's desire was hunger. In the past, an ancient dark demon had devoured everything, even wanting to consume the sun itself, and was known as Glutton, the voracious eater. Eileen taunted provocatively. Hungry already? You just devoured the 20 lives I gave you today, didn't you? Qian shot a sharp glare, his eyes seeming to say that 20 human lives were merely a cheap appetizer. Qian was still haunted by the previous battle, muttering, I can't forget that guy. His arm tasted better than all the others combined. He ground his teeth, full of regret. I should have tried harder, and torn off his other arm too. Qian's eyes rolled wildly with hunger. He growled at Eileen. That's it. I can't wait until tomorrow. At this rate, I might just devour you too. Unable to restrain himself, Qian mumbled an apology, then frantically bit into his own arm. Eileen sat cross-legged, calmly watching Qian devour himself amidst the sound of cracking bones and splattering blood. She gave a twisted smile. Enjoy your meal, Qian. Blood and gore splattered into the clear blue lake. Qian startled awake in bed, his ears having transformed into fish gills, looking utterly bewildered. He turned around, unconsciously calling Eileen's name. Eileen suddenly pinned Qian down, smiling meaningfully. Sorry about the noise. I just wanted to let you sleep a little longer. But, while gnawing sounds and splattering blood came from the next room, Eileen explained, My friend is doing something a little embarrassing. You might feel a bit uncomfortable if you saw it. Her eyes flashed with a mesmerizing purple glow. Her demon horn became visible, and she licked her lips. So let's just continue our fun tonight as before. The scene shifts to a luxurious, ancient-style room. The ceiling was exquisitely carved, showcasing the opulence of this place. Siwoo, bare-chested and bandaged, sat on the bed as Zen asked, So are you sure you're okay? The mummy-like Zen sat cross-legged opposite him, replying nonchalantly, Yeah, just a little itchy. Otherwise, I can still move well, and my demon energy is slowly recovering. Siwoo confirmed that the posture and breathing technique Zen taught him were very useful, helping his demon energy recover, albeit slowly, then muttered, Good. A diagram explained the mechanism of yokai. Their bodies distribute demon energy, just as humans distribute oxygen through blood, and recovery is always the top priority. Therefore, once a yokai's recovery function malfunctions, it is undeniable proof that they have sustained a fatal injury. The mummy-like Zen secretly thought about Siwoo's slow recovery speed, wondering if it was because he was a half-human or a goblin, but at least it was better than being on the verge of death. Zen recalled the first prince's charred state, realizing that Siwoo, being fine after such severe injuries that he couldn't regenerate his own flesh, was extremely abnormal. Choi Siwoo suddenly called Yushin's name, causing the disguised mummy-like Zen to startle and respond hesitantly. Zen pulled out a scroll, saying bluntly, "There's something I have to do right now, but I'm sure you won't like it." Siwoo asked again, bewildered, but Zen simply replied curtly, "You'll see." The mummy-like figure reached into the space within the scroll, pulling out a purple crystal. Zen scattered a pile of demon crystals onto the bed, explaining that these were spoils from the demons he defeated in the qualifiers. He said he originally intended to hide them because he didn't want Siwoo to see him eating these things, recalling when he still wore the mask and his hands were covered in blood. Zen admitted that since the mask was broken and he had overheard their conversation, he had no choice but to act, because in this state, he couldn't fight anytime soon. The mummy-like figure smirked, specifically emphasizing that he couldn't confront the black demons, recalling an old battle. A flashback appeared, showing the mummy-like figure confronting Tao, a black demon who was not only strong but also evolved in both skill and power right in the middle of the fight. Zen confessed that the reason he won wasn't because he was stronger, but because he cheated and finished off his opponent before he could catch up to his level. The mummy-like figure firmly asserted that if they fought again now, just a week later, he would definitely lose, leaving Siwoo stunned. Zen speculated that the two black demons in the Dragon Palace must be at least on par with the one he had encountered, envisioning two shadowy figures with murderous purple eyes. Siwoo started to panic, thinking they should find a way to escape instead of causing trouble, but Zen dismissed it. "No, this is our chance." The mummy-like figure analyzed coldly. "Retreating is not a strategy when facing black demons. Any more hesitation and the situation will spiral out of control." Finishing his words, Zen snatched a crystal, declaring this was the perfect opportunity to deal with them. He explained that because the Dragon Palace was under lockdown, no one would intervene or protect them, recalling Bi-hyung's sinister smile with the broken mask in his hand. Zen brought the crystal to his mouth, his eyes resolute. In other words, this is a golden opportunity to finish both of them off. Siwoo frowned, secretly admitting the mummy-like figure was right, but felt bitter. Why does it have to be now? He clenched his fists, annoyed that the timing was so unfortunate, just when he thought he could change Zen. Zen sat silently, shaking his head slightly, as he saw Siwoo trembling with internal conflict. The mummy-like figure began to monologue, saying he had vaguely understood why Yushin gave him the mask and brought Siwoo here. Zen picked up a crystal, concluding that perhaps the plan Yushin tested on Siwoo had been effective. He analyzed, Siwoo would be lying to himself if he didn't admit he was attracted to the pure energy of a human, not the power of a demon. In a flashback, Siwoo, disguised as the masked exorcist, single-handedly defeated 7 yokai, giving Zen a glimmer of hope that Siwoo could follow the righteous path. With a gulp, Zen swallowed the crystal, thinking that Yushin's wish to turn Siwoo into a Taoist priest might not be far off. Flashback. Siwoo had once practiced the breathing technique taught by Yushin, and immediately after, something had sprouted within him, without his knowledge. All he lacked was a single moment. If he had taken one more step then, the sprout within could have bloomed in an instant. But the battle with the elegant female yokai and the bald old man ruined everything. The fierce battle escalated, leading to a fiery clash with the blonde Onmyoji, and as a result, the mask Yushin gave him shattered into pieces. Whoosh! In that very moment, the suppressed demon instinct within Siwoo fully awakened, erupting violently. Two opposing energy sources, demon energy and pure energy, likened to a tiger and a lion, could coexist in Siwoo's unique body, but would never be allies. The first time Siwoo awakened pure energy was when Yushin gave him the tri-colored gourds, and his demon crystal was damaged due to abusing demon elixirs too many times. Zen concluded that what happened today was thanks to Yushin's breathing technique and the mask that suppressed Siwoo's demon energy. The mummy-like figure returned to reality, admitting that although he had lied to Solmi and others that he was fine, he could feel what was happening inside his body. The mummy-like figure monologued, revealing that his body had not fully recovered after abusing demon elixirs, causing his demon energy crystal to be damaged. Recalling, Choi Siwoo felt that using demon energy had become unusually awkward and uncomfortable. Each time he channeled his power, A sharp pain flared up from his abdomen, a red alert signal. This condition persisted, with no signs of recovery until this morning. But the moment the mask shattered in the battle with the blonde on Myoji, all pain and conflict from the demon energy crystal suddenly vanished completely. The mummy-like figure concluded that his body had healed itself. But this was not a normal kind of recovery, he analyzed. It was a rejection reaction. Demon energy was activated to suppress the pure energy, a battle for survival between two beasts within the same body. The reason he could fight to the death, draining all his strength against the dragon princess, was because his demonic energy had become fiercer than ever, defying his own will. But the price to pay was that controlling his pure energy became much more difficult. As one side grew stronger, the other had to weaken. The mummy clearly felt the blue energy source within his body, but it felt like something out of reach, impossible to grasp. This was the result of his demonic energy having grown exponentially, completely overwhelming and shackling the pure energy. Zen believed that, after all, this was an advantage for Choi Si-woo. He analyzed that pure energy inherently had limited uses and could not compare to the comprehensive power of a yokai. The vague feeling of fear that he had chosen a path of no return was completely dismissed, not worth worrying about. Choi Si-woo turned to look at the mummy, calling his best friend's name, Yu Shin. The mummy held out a luxurious wooden box. Here, take this. Choi Si-woo froze, having no recollection of this item, making Zen remind him. We asked Mr. Gu about this, remember? Zen explained that this was a Yanghoi family VIP pass, used to buy items after summoning a companion. The mummy believed that if it worked in the qualifiers, it would work fine here too, making Choi Si-woo only able to stammer his agreement. Choi Si-woo looked blankly at the box, and the mummy explained concisely. Demon currency. Items used in the yokai world, I stole it after a job. The mummy outlined a plan. Use the Yanghoi family card to inform the outside world about the appearance of dark demons, and simultaneously use the demon currency to buy items for Si-woo. When Choi Si-woo heard the mummy suggest buying recovery potions and equipment, he quickly asked back, Wait, what about you? Where are you going? The mummy turned his back and walked away, declaring he would scout around even though he had been advised to stay put until tomorrow. He muttered about those with the same goal. Besides Solmi and Guiwu, he wasn't sure about Xiaohui, but believed the siblings Yoshihiro and Yuzuru would cooperate. Choi Si-woo jumped up anxiously. But what if you run into the dark demons? But the mummy simply replied, It's fine. The mummy confidently asserted that his senses were sharp enough to detect the dark energy Guiwu had mentioned. He glanced back, reassuring his friend. It's fine. It'll be quick and stealthy, don't worry. Choi Si-woo could only watch silently, with a complicated expression. Click. The mummy opened the door and stepped outside. Slam, the door closed, leaving Choi Si-woo alone in the room. He stared at the demon currency the mummy had left on the table. With a thud, Choi Si-woo collapsed onto the bed, his entire body still aching. He sighed, looking up at the ornately patterned ceiling. Choi Si-woo felt his head spinning. Everything was happening too fast for him to keep up. He felt like a chess piece cornered, completely unable to decide his own moves. Meanwhile, the mummy was also questioning himself, wondering if merely observing his friend from behind was all he could do. The mummy sighed, helplessly looking at the demon currency in his hand. A shadow silently walked down the dark corridor. The mummy silently departed, leaving a new toy for Choi Si-woo. Si-woo didn't hesitate, immediately activating the magic artifact. A surge of blue energy erupted from his hand. Summon. Whoosh! Eerie blue flames engulfed the entire room, and the summoning power began to take shape. From the epicenter of the energy explosion, a figure gradually emerged, signaling an uninvited guest. The blue aura brushed past Si-woo's face, and he squinted at the newcomer. The blue flames flickered out, leaving behind an eerie silence. The room returned to normal, but the air was thick with the scent of danger. A figure dressed in hanbok stepped forward, and Si-woo was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The masked shamaness tilted her head, her voice full of scrutiny. I heard a yokai received a rare treasure, but you are clearly human. Who are you? Si-woo was speechless. His brain was processing the situation, and the pressure from his opponent was overwhelming. She spoke harshly, giving him no time to think, because the newcomer was truly formidable. Si-woo recalled his battle with Xiaohui, a true monster, but he still stood firm. But this woman was different. The energy she exuded was purely human, but absurdly powerful. She declared, I have no choice but to punish a thief. Thump. She stomped her foot, and the entire room seemed to shake under her terrifying aura. Si-woo hastily explained, making up a story that it belonged to his friend named Siu, who lent it to him, but she didn't seem to believe him. Out of options, Siwoo took a big gamble, bowing deeply to the ground and declaring a false name. I am Yushin Kim, former chief exorcist, son of Sir Sohyun Kim. The masked shamaness paused. It seemed the name Sohyun Kim carried enough weight to make her reconsider. She explained that she was just running errands after stopping by to play chess with the manager and incidentally check on the half-goblin. Stand up, she said, her voice less tense. I don't like making a fuss about these matters. The masked shamaness praised Choi Si-woo for being as sharp as his father, while the protagonist was sweating profusely because he hadn't realized that terrifying energy was merely a sealed power. She suddenly asked directly, So, who do you think I am? Which made Choi Si-woo freeze. The shamaness arrogantly challenged Choi Si-woo to guess her identity, confident that she was such a supreme deity that even a child would recognize her instantly. Choi Si-woo broke into a cold sweat, his brain working at full capacity to find a name of sufficient stature in this precarious situation. Finally, in desperation, he shouted out the name of the greatest eccentric among Korean shamans. The shamaness beamed with delight, puffed out her chest, and proclaimed herself as Joan Wuchi, the strongest genius in 5,000 years of history. A mysterious narration began to philosophize about the limits of life, a challenge bestowed upon humanity by the heavens. Every species has its own lifespan. That is an undeniable natural law. But the injustice lay in the source of power needed to overcome that limit. For flora and fauna, it was called demonic energy. Some rare mutated individuals were born superior. They gradually absorbed natural energy throughout their lives. And when the accumulated energy surpasses a certain threshold before death, an awakening will occur. The process of demonization grants them longer lifespans, superior intellect, and immense power. But for humans, it is a different story, a losing gamble altogether. Unlike demonic energy, humanity's pure energy accumulates extremely slowly and inefficiently. Even upon reaching its limit, no awakening occurs. No matter how much they train their minds and bodies, or how many supreme martial arts they master, that is all they can achieve. Humans will gradually wither away within a maximum of 150 years, a truly pathetic number. A white-haired old man playing chess concluded that this was the ultimate injustice, as even the strongest exorcists and Taoists could not live half as long as a low-level demon. Is humanity's fate to be unable to fly high because they lack wings, or even with wings, do they fail because they cannot bear the weight of what they carry? The white-haired old man held a white chess piece, preparing to place it on the board. He explained that, despite the injustice, there remained an extremely slim chance to turn the tables. When all elements, such as talent, experience, will, and effort, converge like a miracle, then the impossible will become reality. A human can break their limits, ascend to divinity, and become a god. All cells in their body cease aging, reverting to their peak state of power, enveloped in a stream of blue energy. But rejuvenation is merely a trivial reward. The limits of their ego are shattered, allowing them to draw the energy of heaven and earth as their own. They merge with nature, becoming a conscious world unto themselves, far surpassing the realm of a single creature. However, upon awakening as a god, they will belong to the heavenly realm and be restricted from operating in the human world. To ordinary people, these beings are even more supernatural and unpredictable than demons, and the masked exorcist is one of them. Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, a god? I've never heard of such a thing. But she seems to know my father, he muttered in his mind. If it were another god, it would be better. Though surprising, it might not necessarily be a threat. But why did it have to be her, he thought, while the masked exorcist merely observed in silence. The masked exorcist suddenly spoke, accurately reading his thoughts. Your face is saying, why this crazy old woman? Isn't it? Siwoo flinched, hastily denying it. No, Your Excellency, I would never dare to think such a thing. The masked exorcist merely tilted her head, not bothering to acknowledge his clumsy act. She took a decisive step forward, full of imposing presence. Initially, I didn't think you were his son, she said, making Siwoo even more tense. The masked exorcist pressed her face close to Siwoo's, declaring that this kind of complicated, brain-racking thought process was indeed his father's trait, and temporarily believed his words. She turned her back, switching to a merchant's demeanor. Tell me, what do you want to buy? I am here as a representative of the Yanghoi clan, so I will fulfill my role. Siwoo sighed in relief, recalling Yushin's instruction to have his half-goblin friend present during the transaction. He glanced around, secretly calculating his next move. Siwoo explained his plan. To use the Yanghoi clan's treasures to contact the outside world, even though he knew they always maintained neutrality. He continued, arguing that the appearance of the dark demons was a common catastrophe since ancient times, so merely relaying information shouldn't be an issue. The masked exorcist looked as if she had just heard. Ah, so you're talking about the dark demons, Siwoo thought to himself. Such shocking news, yet her face didn't even change. Truly the composure of a god. The masked exorcist muttered to herself, deeming worldly affairs unworthy of concern, then suddenly called out, "Hey!" She turned back, her voice full of suspicion. "Are you sure? Doesn't that mean your side is completely doomed?" Siwoo's face froze, and he stammered a question, while the masked exorcist thought to herself, "Wow, 2 dark demons came here on their own. Their side is definitely doomed." The masked exorcist turned away, reminiscing. "Centuries ago, Huadam and I struggled to capture a dark demon that escaped from the Ming dynasty, an experience I wouldn't want to repeat." She uttered a pitying remark that stunned Siwoo. "You humans are always suffering, but this truly is the absolute pits of bad luck." She then suddenly realized how great it was to be a god. Siwoo was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what on earth this woman was thinking. He honestly admitted, "To be frank, I don't know where to start, but I will try my best and figure things out as I go." The masked exorcist bluntly stated, "Well, there's nothing left to say, but I'm not trying to pour cold water on you. It's just that a quick glance tells me your skill level is still very green." Siwoo forced a smile. "It's not bad, but not very strong either. That's because you're using a god's standards to measure." The masked exorcist unexpectedly offered, "But, of course, things could change if I were to intervene," which startled Siwoo. Siwoo was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold, and quickly asked again, but immediately received a harsh reply. "No, I will not help." The masked exorcist explained the rules. "Gods like me are not permitted to interfere in the affairs of you mortals or demons." She clenched her fist, stating that while she could easily wipe out the dark demons, the consequences of using such power would be unpredictable. A terrifying vision appeared, a colossal tsunami engulfing the entire city, illustrating the price to pay if a god broke the rules. She revealed that, to circumvent the rules, gods descending to the mortal realm must live under a false identity, a role with minimal impact on the world. "My identity is an associate of the Yanghoi clan," she declared, asserting that all her actions fell within the scope of a sales employee. Siwoo was speechless, bitterly thinking, "Is she trolling me or something? Why is she being so troublesome when I need help?" He angrily wondered why she would raise his hopes only to dash them immediately, while she merely floated around praising the beautiful house. Siwoo broke into a sweat, his mind reeling, feeling as if he was being spun around like a top by this god's theatrics. He boldly called out to her, making the masked exorcist, who was turning away, stop in her tracks. She turned back, perfectly in character. "Ah, have you decided what you wish to purchase? The Yanghoi clan offers a wide range of high-quality goods." Siwoo, sweating, mustered all his courage to say that he had decided what he wanted to buy, but needed to ask if she sold such a thing. He placed a coin on the table, then asked if the amount he had was enough to pay for this special item. Siwoo laid his cards on the table, declaring that the Yanghoi clan not only sold items but also information, and he wished to purchase a lesson from her. The masked shaman looked surprised, then snapped her fingers with delight at the boy's clever circumvention of the rules. She cleared her throat, feigning contemplation. "Divine teachings from the Yanghoi household? There's no such product." Siwoo held his breath in anticipation, and she continued, explaining that each associate possessed different information, and as an employee, she had no right to refuse a customer. She flicked open her fan, sealing the deal. "Very well. If the customer has money, I shall provide a quality product." Siwoo sighed in relief, stammering his thanks. Overjoyed that his plan had succeeded, he clutched the wooden box filled with demon currency, silently praying that this meager sum would be enough to purchase an invaluable lesson from a deity. Just as he was about to hand over the money box, the masked shaman stopped his hand. "Hold on a moment." She feigned profundity, stating that she could only teach what was commensurate with his funds, then jabbed sarcastically. "Surely the son of the shaman bureau chief isn't short on money, is he?" She pushed the money box back, feigning trust. "I believe your pockets are full of money. You can receive the goods first and pay later." But immediately after, her eyes sharpened, and she issued a gentle threat. If she discovered he didn't have enough money, he would certainly have to write an IOU to pay in the future. Siwoo broke out in a cold sweat, hastily agreeing before changing the subject, asking if she could teach someone else instead of him. "What? Who?" The masked shaman turned, showing curiosity at the strange request. Siwoo began his speech, using his half-goblin friend, whom he had mentioned earlier, as a pretext, praising him profusely as a rare and hard-to-find talent. With a hopeful expression, he concluded that since she was also interested in the guy, and he was someone the Yanghoi household was investing in, it was reasonable to ask her to teach him. Smack! A mighty slap with her fan made Siwoo's vision blur. He sat flat on the floor, his face still bewildered, not understanding what had happened, while she scolded him as a blockhead for wanting to yield an opportunity to a friend just because he was more talented. The shaman tapped her fan, stating directly that she had seen through his thoughts, that he believed this was the right thing to do for a friend. She spoke like a prophet, guessing that the kind half-goblin had chosen the path of demons instead of shamans because it was a shortcut, and that it was a wise decision in these times, which startled Siwoo. She sighed in exasperation, criticizing his actions as both foolish and beneficial to no one, for trying to force his friend to the human side while giving up his own opportunity. She bluntly swung her wooden staff, calling his actions a pathetic struggle for self-gratification. Siwoo was frozen, speechless, unable to refute a single word. "That's enough," she declared, using her power to lift Siwoo to float in the air. "Just teaching a few trivial spells won't do. I will have to rewrite your entire mindset." She began her first lesson, stating that a true shaman must be altruistic, but above all, must believe in themselves, then used gamer slang as an analogy. As kids these days say, you'll have to carry the team to victory because your whole team is useless. The shaman's entire body erupted with an overwhelming blue aura, and she concluded, "Consider this the sweet fruit of your accumulated virtue from a past life, for you are the first person in centuries to learn my arcane arts." The door closed, and a special, certainly not pleasant, training session was about to begin. A man wrapped tightly like a mummy had just stealthily infiltrated a building, sighing in relief. He landed softly on the floor. Beginning his reconnaissance mission, he muttered, "No wonder there isn't a single guard." The entire building was enveloped by a wall of purple demonic energy, a high-grade anti-escape barrier, but if broken, the alarm would blare loudly. He realized he was trapped in this cage if he wanted to remain silent, unable to cause any disturbance. The mummy-like man began to analyze the situation. The first floor has some maids, but the third floor is still a big question mark. He tried to sense the surrounding energy but felt nothing, wondering if there was no one up there. A maid bowed and walked past him. "Excuse me." The mummy-like man stood pressed against a corner, watching the maid walk down the hallway. She walked straight to the end of the hallway, seemingly heading towards some important room. As soon as the maid left, the mummy-like man immediately followed, determined not to miss any clues. The maid's shadow appeared on the paper door, indicating she had entered. The mummy-like man pressed closer, still unable to sense any energy, even though he knew for sure someone was inside. Confused, he didn't know what to do. Just as he was about to politely knock, the door suddenly creaked open. The door swung wide open, revealing a steamy bathhouse inside, and the mummy-like man froze on the spot. A pair of slender legs were soaking in the hot water, and their owner was clearly not the maid from earlier. A powerful voice echoed from within the steam, uttering a cold statement. "I will assume you are not here to peek." The mummy-like man was startled, caught off guard so quickly, because if that were the case, you wouldn't be foolish enough to make all sorts of noises to announce your presence. A beautiful female demon with sharp eyes was sitting in the bath, looking directly at him and asking, "So, you came here alone?" The bandaged man was sweating profusely, hastily waving his hands in explanation. "I apologize. Don't misunderstand. I didn't know you were resting." The female demon smirked, her voice full of authority. "I allowed you to enter here. Otherwise, your pathetic face wouldn't even have the right to look directly at me." As she spoke, she leisurely poured a cup of wine, signaling for him to answer the question. Raising the cup of wine, she got straight to the point. "That human isn't with you?" Struck by the sensitive question, the bandaged man was speechless, stammering, "Ah, he." Just then, an unpleasantly familiar sensation ran down Siwoo's spine. Memories suddenly returned to the familiar school setting. In the hallway, a female voice called out to Siwoo as he was walking. A female student wearing glasses introduced herself as Yujin Oh, a second-year student, and Yushin's clubmate, blocking his path. Siwoo squinted, trying to recall. While the girl asked about Yushin because he hadn't been to school lately, he casually made up a story. It's probably just family matters. Around this time every year, he goes to perform ancestral rites for about 10 days. Yujin Oh seemed to believe him completely, but then asked again, "So, do you know if he'll be back next Friday?" Siwoo politely bowed in thanks after getting the information he needed. He muttered to himself, wondering why she knew Yushin's birthday, a date his friend always calculated by the lunar calendar. Siwoo decided not to tell her, recalling Yushin's warning not to reveal personal information. He sighed exasperatedly as Yujin-O happily walked away, realizing this was the sixth girl to ask about Yushin since they started high school. Back in reality, the female demon took a sip of wine, while Si-Woo had gone through dozens of such incidents during his 4 years of friendship with his best friend. He knew that protecting Yushin was impossible, but a predator's intuition told him otherwise. "This is my chance." Si-Woo confidently stepped forward and boldly declared, "Hez injured and recuperating. That's why I'm here on his behalf." The female demon placed the wine cup on the table, looking intrigued. "On his behalf? What business does that human have with me anyway?" Choi Si-Woo began his speech, asserting that the battle between him and Yushin was a fair contest with no personal animosity. In a flashback, Yushin admitted to Si-Woo that she was the strongest and most respectable opponent he had ever faced. Si-Woo continued to fabricate a story, saying that Yushin, due to pride, didn't come himself, but truly wished to meet her again after the tournament. The female demon merely listened in silence, revealing no emotions. Si-Woo secretly apologized to Yushin in his mind, telling himself this was the only way to get close to this formidable individual. He was about to continue speaking when the female demon raised her hand, signaling him to stop, interrupting his act. She looked directly at Si-Woo and stated bluntly, "I know you're not here for that reason." Si-Woo broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had been completely exposed. With a poof, the female demon vanished in a puff of purple smoke, leaving Si-Woo frozen in place in the middle of the room. Si-Woo was utterly bewildered, only able to mutter to himself that dinner here wasn't bad either. He began to criticize the wine here as amateurish, thinking that the sea creatures needed to improve their winemaking skills. The female demon suddenly reappeared with a jug of wine, explaining that it was 50-year-old wine brewed from Flower Fruit Mountain, enough for a serious conversation. She extended her hand, inviting Si-Woo to sit down, and got straight to the point. "Tell me the real reason you're here." A paper fan suddenly floated in midair, emitting an aura of blue energy. The fan slowly opened, revealing an inkwash painting depicting a beautiful landscape of mountains and rivers. The painting on the fan seemed to come alive, each stroke of the landscape appearing vividly. The entire scene in the painting transformed into reality, a peaceful valley appearing right before their eyes. Si-Woo's jaw dropped in astonishment at the power to alter space, while the female demon casually asked, "Beautiful, isn't it?" She explained that this place was quite boring, but it was a good spot for a change of scenery or fishing. Si-Woo was overwhelmed, thinking this was the abode of deities, but Unsimha suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a harsh reality check. "You're gravely mistaken. This place isn't even worth comparing." Choi Si-Woo broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. She created this place? He clearly felt every gust of wind, the scent of water, and the abundant natural energy, realizing this was not a cheap illusion by a sorcerer, but a true world. Unsimha stepped forward, declaring, "Now, make your choice. The lesson I offer you, whether you grasp it or not, is up to you." She spoke plainly, her voice full of confidence. "I will teach very well, but the outcome is entirely up to you." Unsimha snapped her fingers with a click, stating a condition. But just one night would be too cruel. The clear blue sky of the artificial world suddenly changed. Whoosh! In an instant, daytime turned into dark night. Choi Si-Woo stared in astonishment at the star-filled night sky and the brightly shining moon. Unsimha casually explained, "Surprised? I told you I control this place." She snapped her fingers again, revealing an even more terrifying power. "I can control the flow of time here, making it faster or slower than reality." Choi Si-Woo's jaw dropped as Unsimha teased him. "If time here is faster than outside, 1 minute here equals 1 hour outside, then you only have 12 minutes left." Unsimha dropped a real bombshell, because 1 hour outside will be equivalent to 1 month here. If you stay until tomorrow morning, you'll have about a year. Choi Si-Woo's face paled, but he still hesitantly accepted the risk. "That's what I'm willing to bet if you give me a chance to learn." Unsimha interrupted, pointing directly at him. "Wait. I'm not finished. The price you have to pay isn't just a simple year here." She explained the exorbitant price. "Just being in this slowed timeline will erode a normal human body. 1 month here, your lifespan decreases by 1 year. 1 year here, you forfeit 12 years. Choi Si-Woo gritted his teeth, while Unsimha added, "Don't worry, you won't age, only your lifespan will be shortened." Unsimha smirked, her voice full of sarcasm. 12 years for 1 year, a bit expensive, isn't it? I doubt you'll make much progress in 1 year." She offered another option. "Of course, I can speed up time if you wish. The price would be cheaper." But Choi Si-Woo interrupted decisively. "No, 1 year is enough." Unsimha looked surprised at the boy's decisiveness. "Wow, Kids these days are truly frightening. Daring to burn 12 years of their lifespan so casually, Choi Si-woo let his hands drop, admitting, "Actually, I'm scared too, not knowing how many years it will take and if it's worth it." He suddenly looked up, his eyes sharp, recalling her own teaching, but Eun-sim-ha corrected him nonchalantly. "Actually, I told you to carry your pathetic team to victory." Choi Si-woo smirked self-deprecatingly, admitting, "If I put it this way, the guy I have to lead is truly a massive deadweight." But then he erupted with blazing blue demonic energy, his eyes resolute. "But if I have to grab the collar of some crazy guy who declared he'd become the Demon King in the next 6 months, then this is what I have to do." He stared straight into the void, as if speaking to his best friend. "Yushin, just close your eyes and take the plunge. Accept a year of hellish training. How about it?" The scene shifted to a flashback. Yushin panting during a training session, grumbling. "What are you talking about? Isn't this hellish enough? Besides, you're the one who's beating me senseless right now." Clang! Yushin swung his sword, attacking his masked master, but was blocked in a clash of sparks. Yushin's wooden sword cracked under the opponent's tremendous pressure. Yushin irritably growled, "Unbelievable, you're attacking me while making conversation." But his master coldly retorted, "Life won't wait for you, and I'm not the only one who'll strike you mid-conversation." The masked master continued, "Anyway, besides that, I'm asking how you want to focus even more on your training." He bluntly declared, "You can just drop out of school. Another year as a student won't change a thing." Provoked, Yushin roared and swung his sword in a stroke that glowed with blue energy. He parried the attack while grumbling, "Unbelievable, even you're starting to nag now? Uncle Jejeon himself told me to enjoy my school life, and he was the one who supported me going to Seoul." Yushin tore at his hair, yelling, "That old man must have said something to you again, didn't he? Told you to talk some sense into me? I'm already trying my best." The master calmly replied, "It wasn't your father who said it. I'm saying it myself. I'm losing my patience here. You're walking to the finish line when you could be sprinting, and you know how desperately your friends are fighting." He concluded, "I'm just asking if you can put in half their effort for the remaining year." And Yushin simply replied curtly, "Perhaps." Immediately after, Yushin charged straight ahead, launching a lightning-fast attack from above. The two clashed swords once more, blue energy colliding fiercely. Yushin was completely overwhelmed, his sword pinned down by his master. He thought to himself, "Trying harder won't change anything. I can't exterminate all the demons in the world." He smirked bitterly. "And if I did, it'd just become that person's successful son. I absolutely detest that." And secondly, the masked master said nothing, his wooden sword suddenly enveloped by a sharp stream of blue energy. He swung a perfect slash, the blue energy streaking towards Yushin. The red masked master thought to himself, realizing Yushin's/hadn't pushed him back at all, because he had calculated and controlled the distance from the very beginning. He looked down at his toned abs, silently acknowledging, "This kid is truly formidable." Thwack! Without a wasted movement, the master delivered a kick straight to Yushin's face, the blue energy exploding and stunning him. Thud! Yushin fell sprawling on the floor, only managing a silent curse. Lying on the floor, Yushin's hands trembled as he recalled his master's words. "You said I should only use pure energy for defense, and martial arts should only be countered with martial arts." The master stood with his arms crossed, reading Yushin like an open book. "I bet you broke the rules with some flimsy excuses, like life is a battlefield, or no one keeps promises on the battlefield, didn't you?" Yushin sat up, bitterly admitting his master was right and thinking that those who set conditions were either backstabbers or fools. The master narrowed his eyes and asked directly, "Wait, what was that move you just used? Did someone else teach you martial arts?" He clarified, "The technique you used right before getting kicked in the face, that sword-sliding technique past the opponent." Yushin stood up, explaining that he'd picked it up from a comic book. Although the principles in it were quite absurd, he had modified it a bit and managed to apply it. After hearing this, the master couldn't hide his astonishment, but Yushin brushed it off. "There you go again. Don't act like it's a big deal." He wiped the blood from his face, belittling himself. "Actually, it's only effective because we're sparring. Against a real enemy, only a fool would let that move get past them." Yushin turned away, his voice full of dejection. "They say effort is also a kind of talent. If everyone thought they just needed to try a little harder, there wouldn't be any weak people left in this world." He decided to give up. "I know you said those words for my sake, but I'll pass. I have no intention of going any further." In his thoughts, Yushin admitted he mocked Uncle Jejeon's words not out of rebellion, but because he never believed he had enough talent to achieve it. He always thought he was treated specially, just because he was that person's son, and anyone else in his situation would do better. But then he recalled the most recent battle, how his self-made technique had worked against a monster like Xiao Hui, and he realized he might have wasted his potential. Recalling the image of walking with Choi Si-woo at school, Yushin realized it was better late than never. He had found a goal to become stronger. Yushin turned back to face his master, his eyes burning with determination. I will not forget a single moment of the lesson you are about to teach, and I will engrave it in my heart. Unsimha, sitting under a tree, picked up his gourd of liquor and smiled behind his mask. Look at you, you've become quite serious. If you had answered carelessly, I had intended to change our agreement a bit. Unsimha squeezed the gourd of liquor, smirking. But it seems you've dodged all the traps I laid out. Pop! Yushin suddenly felt a strange surge of energy erupt from his body. Unsimha unleashed a skull-shaped stream of deep purple demonic energy, declaring, "These are the 108 soul-level demons I once defeated. Enough to be your opponents for the coming year." Yushin stood in a bizarre space, his face pale as he heard his master say bluntly, "We have plenty of time, and I prefer teaching through practical combat rather than empty theories." Unsimha looked directly at his student, his voice full of challenge. "Now, let's begin." The scene shifted. A jar of liquor was placed on the surface of the water in a luxurious space. A cup of white liquor was filled, signaling an important conversation about to take place. A beautiful, sharp-witted female demon took a sip of liquor, muttering, "So, 2 dark demons have infiltrated this tournament by colluding with an insider in the Dragon Palace." A figure completely wrapped in white bandages sat opposite, thinking to himself, "I see. This reaction is completely different from what I expected," as if she already knew. The bandaged man tilted his head and hesitantly asked, "Did you already know about this?" But the female demon merely replied coldly, "Not at all." The female demon stared intently at the man, asking a tricky question in return. "But let me ask you this. What kind of place do you think the Dragon Palace is?" She snapped her fingers, a flash of purple demonic energy appearing, and continued to press. "I know you are a half-demon, and closer to their side. But precisely because you are a half-demon, I ask." The bandaged man fumbled, while the liquor from the jar automatically floated into the air. The liquor poured itself into his cup, and he carefully replied, "I don't think it's a bad place." Despite unexpected incidents, the Dragon Palace seems peaceful and reasonable. The female demon gently swirled her wineglass, agreeing, "You are right. The Dragon Palace and those who have ruled the seas since ancient times have always been benevolent towards humans." She looked into the shimmering wineglass, explaining further, "Perhaps because they didn't need to interfere." A flashback scene appeared, an ancient boat alone amidst a raging, thunderous sea. Because in the past, the terror of the sea was even more brutal to demons than to humans. "Another boat glided forth in the brilliant dawn," she commented. "The decision to set sail amidst such brutality was a courageous act, worthy of respect, even if it stemmed from foolishness." An image of a colossal sea monster hidden beneath the water, observing the tiny boat above. "That's why those of the sea rarely interfere in human affairs. They merely observe." A scene of an ancient shamanic ritual by the seashore appeared. The female demon concluded, "In fact, the East has always sided with humans. Some dragon kings even controlled the weather, or helped the fishing industry thrive without demanding anything in return." The bandaged man admitted, "That's right. The stories I heard as a child all said the Dragon Palace was a good place, especially for humans of this era." The female demon with her hair tied up smirked, revealing a shocking secret. This East Sea Dragon Palace played a major role in this generation's demon king creating laws for humans. While Princess Miri slept soundly, the female demon explained that the sea monsters were very friendly with humans, and the outside world would never know the internal politics of the Dragon Palace. The female demon continued, "However, the condition for the Dragon Palace not to interfere with humans is another matter. The reason that law was enforced was because the strongest being of the sea stepped forward to protect them." The Dragon King appeared with a resolute expression. She commented, "It's unclear why he went to such lengths, but he certainly sided with the current Demon King, risking his very life." She concluded that that was how humans gradually came to possess the sea, a space originally outside the Demon King's influence and not bound by his laws. The female demon's expression turned cold, her voice icy. "Yet, you humans betrayed that decision." The bandaged man flinched, stammering in response. "Betrayal? What do you mean?" She showed blatant contempt. "If you knew and still asked, I would have chopped off your head a dozen times by now, but looking at your clueless face, I know you don't understand a thing." She questioned him directly, leaving the bandaged man speechless. How clean do you think the sea was 666 years ago compared to now? You clearly know the severity of the situation, yet you casually ignore it. The female demon's gaze was as sharp as a razor. See? Any human who isn't a fool knows that. She growled, pointing out the harsh truth about a beach overflowing with trash. You humans have been too ungrateful to the cradle known as the sea. She continued her lecture. Of course, it's not just the sea that's treated this way, but the sea is different from other places. Do you know why? The bandaged man tried to rack his brain. I think those who live in the sea are friendly with humans, because their pride and respect for the sea are equally immense, he continued, his voice full of conjecture. They could never have imagined that humans would dare to defile the sea. The female demon nodded in confirmation, lightly tapping her finger on the wineglass. That's right. That's why one faction believes the Dragon King's decision was too hasty, but others within the Dragon Palace think differently. General Bakyo and the dissatisfied vassals appeared. She explained. Except for the absolutely loyal ones, most influential vassals are dissatisfied with the Dragon King for having to endure this 666-year-old law. The Dragon King sat regally on his throne, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. The reason no rebellion had erupted was due to the overwhelming power disparity. The female demon smirked. That's why they dared to discuss rebellion, even summoning calamities from outside disasters known as dark demons. She suddenly frowned, her gaze becoming scrutinizing. The bandaged man broke out in a cold sweat, awkwardly asking when stared at, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" The female demon pointed at the wine glass, her voice icy. "The glass in front of you, not a single drop has been consumed." The bandaged man broke into a profuse sweat under the female demon's intense purple demonic energy, hastily denying, "No, it's not like that." A colossal demonic illusion, with eyes blazing purple, appeared behind the female demon. The bandaged man mumbled in defense, "I'm still underage, and my alcohol tolerance is very low." She clicked her tongue, clearly disdainful of such a pathetic excuse. "You dare bring up your age?" The bandaged man turned pale with fear, only able to listen in silence. Her eyes sharpened, purple demonic energy flared fiercely, and she growled, "When an elder offers wine, you drink it without question. This is an unwritten rule across all of East Asia." Siwu was speechless, unable to find any reason to refuse. But inside, he was screaming. Memories flooded back. Siwu recalled the rare times he drank with his mother, the number of times countable on one hand. Then there was the time his friend Yushin got him completely drunk, an unpleasant experience as his friend scoffed. What a lightweight. He realized he was only suited for lighter drinks like beer or wine. But soju was a definite no. Back in reality, Siwu looked at the seemingly potent wine glass, the scent of alcohol already stinging his nose. The bandaged man glanced at it, and though the aroma seemed sweet, his intuition told him this was no ordinary drink. The female demon raised her glass, her entire body shrouded in shadow with blazing purple eyes, gesturing, bottoms up. With trembling hands, the bandaged man reluctantly raised his glass in return, bottoms up. He closed his eyes tightly and chugged the entire glass of wine in one gulp. In that moment, he clenched his fists, feeling a terrifying surge of energy explode within his body. What was happening inside Siwu's body wasn't simply due to the wine the woman had just offered. It was also because of the 7 demonic cores he had swallowed before coming here in disguise. The digestion process of demonic cores for demons was inherently slow, and the 7 mystic-grade cores were still intact within his stomach. And now, the added ferment was immortal wine, an extremely potent catalyst, ready to ignite everything. The narration explained the wine the bandaged man had just gulped was immortal wine brewed from peaches on Flower Fruit Mountain, a high-grade spiritual elixir. Clang! The table shook violently, glasses and cups clattering onto the floor. Though it was only a second-grade immortal wine, the sacred liquid had begun to overflow. The female demon sat there, calmly observing, knowing full well that this wine was the catalyst, the best digestive aid for Siu. Beneath the water, the shadow of the bandaged man began to sink. He sank straight to the bottom, bubbling, looking as if he was about to perish. Several puddles of water spread across the floor, signaling that a good show was about to begin. His entire body motionless underwater, the bandaged man looked like a soulless corpse. Whoosh! Intense purple demonic energy erupted from within him, tearing apart the white bandages wrapped around his body. The strips of bandages floated aimlessly, his disguise officially shattered. The female demon gripped the edge of the table tightly, her gaze becoming extremely serious. Splash! A column of dark water shot up. She crossed her arms and smirked. "Just as I suspected. You swallowed things you couldn't digest." Choi Si-woo emerged, purple demonic energy surging intensely. She continued to taunt. When we first met, compared to the demonic energy I sensed, you looked utterly pathetic. Her eyes sharpened, and she questioned him directly. I didn't expect such a quick reaction. You took your opponent's demonic cores, didn't you? Siwoo's face flushed red, bewilderedly denying it. Huh? No, I don't think so. The female demon began to analyze. So he ate something without knowing? Or did the palace physicians give him some precious medicine? Or perhaps someone had lent a hand. The images of the Dragon King and the sleeping Princess Miri flashed through her mind. The Dragon King's hand was bleeding. A price had been paid for this goodwill. The female demon concluded, her face slightly flushed. No matter what, this guy is truly blessed by fate. Siwoo raised his glass, his face beaming, feeling power surging through him. I think this drink has an incredible effect. This time I feel invigorated in a completely different way. Choi Siwoo pondered, realizing this medicine wasn't a temporary buff like coffee or energy drinks, but the real deal, providing complete restoration as if after a deep, restful sleep. Feeling the surging purple demonic energy within his body, he felt overflowing with confidence, profusely thanking her as he could now fight to the death and still have strength. The female demon took a sip of wine, nonchalantly remarking, "You're overthinking it. This is merely a drink fitting the occasion. If it were true immortal wine, a mere thank you wouldn't suffice." She warned him directly that even though this was something other small fry wouldn't even dream of having, he should still prepare himself for tomorrow's disaster, as the outcome was unlikely to change. With flushed cheeks, she glanced away. And, she admitted, consider this compensation for what happened a week ago when we first met. Siwoo recalled being utterly thrashed by her. Siwoo scratched his head with an awkward laugh, admitting he had also overstepped by interfering in something that was already decided. The female demon seemed satisfied that he recovered quickly, giving them both more time, while Siwoo was surprised to realize his hair had become shorter. He was about to complain that he probably wouldn't be able to sleep when she cut him off decisively. Nonsense. The female demon looked directly into Siwoo's eyes, ordering in an undeniable tone, "You will stay with me until sunrise." Night fell, the cold moonlight illuminating the sea surface. Then dawn broke, signaling the start of a new day. Siwoo stepped out of the room, covering his face with both hands, looking haggard, as if he had just endured a life-or-death battle. He mumbled that the recent battle was even tougher than he imagined, but at least it was better than sitting idly, waiting to die. His mind was exhausted, but his body felt invigorated. With a creak, Siwoo opened the room door, calling out his best friend's name. "Yushin?" He stepped inside, excitedly intending to show off his new haircut. "You're awake? Look at this. I probably won't need a haircut for a long time." Siwoo froze, sweat pouring down upon seeing the scene before him. Yushin was shirtless, with firm muscles, but his black hair was now extremely long. He looked at Siwoo and asked back, "What happened to your hair? It looks like you're about to enlist in the military." Siwoo completely froze, his mind trying to process the millions of possibilities that had just occurred overnight. After a moment of his brain processing data, Choi Siwoo finally realized something. Siwoo yelled, believing the person in front of him was an imposter. "What did you do to my friend? Stop that cheap disguise act right now." While Yushin merely looked annoyed, Yushin retorted sarcastically, "It's me, you idiot. Need proof?" Then rattled off Siwoo's personal information. From his fake name and date of birth to his favorite food, Yushin continued his intense roast, naming Siwoo's middle school crush, and exposing his gaming habit of being a master-level player but always picking off meta-champions to steal kills. With a confident smirk, Yushin boasted, "Want to hear more? I could tell embarrassing stories about you all day." Siwoo was speechless, sweat pouring down, stammering a retort. But Yushin gave him no chance, adding a final blow. "You have no right to talk about other people's gaming skills. You only reached gold rank once. And if you only blame the champions, how can you climb the ranks?" Suddenly, Yushin changed his tone, patting his chest confidently. "But I'm still glad it's you. Your new hair looks cool, and it's not just my appearance that's changed. I'll show you my new skills later." Siwoo looked annoyed, mumbling that Yushin should tie his hair back because he looked like someone else who was just as good at provoking others. Both turned to the door as someone arrived. Yushin calmly greeted, "Good morning." A short, bald man bowed, announcing that the feast was about to begin, and he had come to escort them to the main hall, where the finals would take place. Yushin placed a hand on Siwoo's shoulder, his eyes sharp, and decisively replied, "No need. We wish to proceed." The scene shifted to the Yanghui family's residence, an ancient and magnificent edifice. The subordinates were gathered in front of the residence's courtyard, preparing for an important event. Hongrian, the manager of the Yanghoi family, announced to the crowd. As everyone knows, today's goods are not only rare but also very numerous. She emphasized the importance of the shipment, especially since it includes elixirs for the god's feast. Storage must be extremely careful. The subordinates, including Dong Yu and another female demon, unanimously bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, madam." A strange voice echoed from behind, with a condescending tone. "Hey, there's no need to be so tense." Hongrian startled and turned around, the voice continuing arrogantly. "What if the ingredients are a little spoiled? If we died from eating spoiled food, we wouldn't be gods." Unsimha, a masked figure, suddenly appeared and mysteriously waved at Hongrian. Hongrian respectfully bowed while Unsimha explained that she had just been selling a rare item and thus was absent. She revealed she had stayed up all night to hear about the famous half-goblin, but couldn't meet him. However, Unsimha smirked meaningfully, saying she had found another special toy and had a very enjoyable night. Unsimha expounded on a gamer's philosophy, stating that building up a rookie character was the most fun, because with just a little push, they visibly grew stronger. Hongrian changed the subject, asking about the whereabouts of Patriarch Moryang, with whom she had a lunch appointment. Hearing that Moryang was busy entertaining an uninvited VIP guest, Hongrian looked annoyed, deeming the old man truly disrespectful. Unsimha knew exactly who the guest was, someone who always showed up unannounced just to freeload or extort Moryang. Hongrian's face was cold as ice, declaring that as manager, she had a responsibility to clean up the trash. The scene shifted to a luxurious reception room, exuding an aura of tranquility. Inside, the wooden sliding doors were closed, concealing the mysterious meeting. A firm hand grasped the door frame, preparing to throw it open. Bang! Unsimha kicked the door open and burst in, grumbling, "Good heavens, what is this trashy smell?" Patriarch Moryang startled and looked up. Unsimha immediately questioned his presence. She stepped inside, continuing to mock Moryang for bringing such filth into the house, which almost made her faint from the stench. Without further ado, Unsimha rushed straight to throw open the windows to let the air circulate. She took a deep breath, praising the fresh air outside, a complete contrast to the inside. Just as she turned back, intending to continue her taunts, Unsimha suddenly froze, seemingly having recognized the other guest. Yusium, an arrogant young master, sitting opposite Moryang, spoke up sarcastically. "Oh, isn't that old man Choi? Why didn't you announce your arrival so I could prepare scented candles?" Patriarch Moryang questioned Yusium, sarcastically remarking that he never liked half-demons, considering them those who defy the laws of nature. Yusium sneered, retorting against Moryang's hypocrisy for still accepting offerings from them, then ordered Unsimha, "Sit down." Unsimha plopped down by the window, flatly declaring that she did not want to share a table with someone like Yusium. Yusium got straight to business, announcing the urgent situation. The Exorcist Bureau had been almost completely wiped out. Unsimha asked directly, "So you intend to defy the heavenly decree and hunt demons yourself?" Yusium glanced at her, denying, "Of course not, but as divine beings, we must take action." He warned that if things continued this way, Korea would turn into a living hell in less than half a year, and they had to fill the Exorcist Bureau's power vacuum. Unsimha asked how he planned to do it, and Yusium played his hand. "We will re-establish the Hwarang system." Unsimha was stunned. Yusium explained that the deities of Korea, including the two of them, would directly recruit talented disciples. These children, inheriting the will and magic of the deities, would become Korea's new protective force. Moryang finally understood. Yusium was here to demand the Yanghoi household provide elixirs and spiritual artifacts to train this new generation of Hwarang. Yusium offered the bait. In return, half-demons would no longer be scorned, and even talented ones would be accepted as disciples, which made Unsimha burst into scornful laughter. Unsimha stood up abruptly, laying her cards on the table, mimicking Yusium's noble words with full sarcasm. She approached him, scoffing that if Yusium were truly allergic to his own lies, he would have died a dozen times over. Unsimha exposed his true motives. Yusium was merely taking advantage of the Exorcist Bureau's collapse to fulfill his dream of becoming king, a dream he held since he was immortal. She doubted. If it were simply about educating the children, that would be fine. But would someone like Yusium truly leave them in peace? Unsimha answered herself. Certainly not, because to him, they are merely pawns on a chessboard of power. Yusium moved a chess piece, while Unsimha continued to expose him, stating this was how he manipulated the human world without dirtying his hands. Yusium took a sip of tea, responding to the accusation with an ice-cold answer. "I see no problem with that." Unsimha froze as Usium declared that the Almighty had approved his plan, for humanity needed a proper ruler. Usium casually stated that this should have happened centuries ago, and humanity had enjoyed 666 years of undeserved freedom merely due to the whim of some demon. He shot Unsimha a sidelong glance, scoffing that she was born in the Joseon era, hence her hostile ideology, and reminded her to know her place as a deity. Usium clenched his fist, declaring firmly that if Unsimha disagreed, she could just watch. In 6 months, Korea would become the greatest paradise in the world. Noted, Unsimha replied curtly, placing her mask on the floor and bluntly challenging him. Since business is concluded, how about we step outside for a solo match? Usium sprang to his feet, his face contorted with killing intent, growling that his patience had run out, and the old woman, Unsimha, needed to be beaten into sense. The scene shifted to a clear blue underwater world, where schools of colorful fish swam amidst shimmering light. A magnificent palace emerged from the seabed, which was none other than the banquet hall of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Inside, the main hall was extremely lavish and vast, with a throne placed high up, ready for a grand event. A figure in traditional attire gracefully walked across the splendid carpet. A woman cleared her throat, preparing to command the attention of the entire grand hall. The white-haired girl with braided buns introduced herself as Sodan, declaring she would be the MC and commentator to enliven the atmosphere for the tournament. From the viewing platform, the Dragon King and Princess Miri were watching, while Sodan humbly claimed to be merely the princess's servant. General Baekgyo looked disdainful, clearly holding the MC's martial arts skills in low regard. Sodan ignored him, flashing a wicked smile and declaring she would get straight to the point, commencing the first match of the finals. She fanned her fan vigorously, creating a blast of scorching wind, signaling that the match was about to erupt. Sodan chuckled gleefully, announcing that the first bracket was a rare combination, even in a tournament filled with the strongest contenders. She loudly introduced the pair, Korea's young noble exorcist, and the first heir of the Goblin clan in centuries. Suddenly, Choi Si-woo and Yushin Kim were teleported directly onto the stage, making Si-woo realize with a dazed expression. So, they gave us breakfast and then isolated us just to throw us straight into the match without a word of warning. From the viewing platform, Princess Miri cheerfully waved at Choi Si-woo. Si-woo broke into a sweat, forced a smile in return, and thought to himself, I can't believe we're exchanging greetings after that life-or-death battle. He glanced at the Dragon King sitting next to Miri, and a chill ran down his spine. That's definitely the Dragon King. Back then, I lost my mind and went all out. Now that I think about it, I'm really messed up. The Dragon King turned, coldly remarking about Si-woo. His hair is shorter now. Miri seemed amused by Si-woo's change. The Dragon King simply hummed softly and said no more, his gaze still full of oppressive power. Below the stage, MC Soden waved her hand, beginning to introduce Si-woo and Yushin's opponents. And facing this duo is a clan with a reputation no less formidable than the mighty goblins. Si-woo and Yushin stood side by side, their faces tense. Si-woo sighed. This isn't going as well as I thought. Yushin agreed. Exactly. Yushin looked frustrated. I thought they'd at least let us see the other opponents before the finals, so we'd know how to plan. Si-woo concluded. Well, then we'll just have to rely on luck, Sodan loudly proclaimed, introducing 2 warriors from the north, siblings Moryuk and Gajin from the Bulgasari clan. A blindfolded pair, a muscular man and a cloaked woman, appeared with an imposing aura. Immediately, both Si-woo and Yushin realized one thing: they're not dark demons. Murik, the muscular man, slowly drew his sword and remarked, and they are very strong. The sharp blade glinted under the arena lights. Crunch! Murik opened his mouth wide and took a bite out of his own sword. Chomp! He chewed the metal piece with relish, as if eating a biscuit. Si-woo and Yushin were startled, their eyes wide and mouths agape at this unbelievable display of power. Gajin, his younger sister, sighed in exasperation. Seriously, do you really need to bring snacks in here? Muryuk casually replied while chewing. I can't help it. The food here isn't to my taste, so I have to eat many meals to feel full. The red-haired man, Muryuk, mumbled, claiming that steel from used weapons tasted the best. He rambled that unused steel wasn't as good, leaving Yushin frozen, completely bewildered by what was happening. Yushin could only observe in silence, completely unable to process his opponent's actions. Muryuk licked his lips, asking his younger sister Gajin if he could take on the taller one, and she just helplessly sighed in agreement. The arena floor opened up, revealing an incredibly vast space, with 4 fighters standing at its 4 corners, preparing for a death match. The female MC Sodan announced the rules. The finals will be a 2v2 melee battle. with all 4 participants entering the arena simultaneously. She further explained that the match only ends when both members of a team are eliminated, or if one raises a white flag, the entire team loses. Soden further warned that stepping outside the boundary line would also count as a loss, making Siwoo wonder, an arena? The female MC raised a pink magic orb, preparing to commence the match. She threw the orb into the center of the arena, shouting, "The first match of the finals begins." The full view of the arena appeared, a vast and fantastical space as if located at the bottom of the sea. Boom! The 4 corners of the arena were marked by pillars of light, officially establishing the boundaries. Siwoo and Yushin realized they were standing in a real arena, 3 times larger than the preliminary round's fighting ground. Yushin began to analyze, warning Siwoo that those two were not small fry. Both were at the spirit entity level. Yushin specifically emphasized that the younger sister, Gajin, was the truly dangerous one. Gajin unleashed a surging purple demonic energy, and Yushin admitted that if it were yesterday, both of them combined wouldn't stand a chance. But Yushin was different now. He confidently declared that his skill had reached a new level, and he could take on both of them alone. Suddenly, a red and black demonic energy, many times more terrifying, erupted from Siwoo, freezing Yushin in place. Yushin turned and yelled at Siwoo, reminding his friend that this was a team match, not his solo stage. Ignoring his friend's boasting, Choi Siwoo coolly declared, "I'm going first." Red and black demonic energy began to leak from his temples. True to his word, he unleashed a colossal pillar of dark energy, transforming his arm into a grotesque weapon. With eyes flashing deadly purple, Siwoo exerted his full power, ready for a spectacular opening move. He clenched his fist, condensing the pitch-black demonic energy into a solid mass. Whoosh! A stream of pitch-black energy tore through the air, hurtling straight towards the Bulgasari siblings with terrifying speed. Boom! The entire arena floor shook from a horrific explosion, its destructive force tearing apart a corner of the battleground. The attack created a massive trail of destruction on the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. From above, the female MC Sodan showed delight, hovering on an observation barrier. Wow, what a bold opening strike. She immediately recognized it as the legendary Goblins Club, living up to its rumored destructive power. Princess Miri's eyes shone with admiration, but the Dragon King coldly uttered a single word. No. The old man began to explain to his daughter. That kid used the basic form of the club, not because he was concerned about demonic energy. The terrifying aspect of this weapon isn't its constantly changing form, but something far more unfair. The Dragon King explained. Volume and specific gravity. With a meager amount of demonic energy, it can still generate a physical mass that overwhelms any opponent of the same caliber. This is why even the weak goblins of old were stronger than ordinary monsters. Simply training with the basic form of the club was enough to contend with spirit entity-level yokai. The old man concluded, "This kid also knows how to use both the goblin mask and the true form of the club, so unless he runs out of stamina, he can spam skills freely." But the Dragon King coolly delivered a final remark. Of course, with just that much, it's still child's play, while Siwoo was still channeling energy within the barrier. Thud. Thump. Siwoo's attack struck an invisible wall, creating ripples like water. Boom. Crash. It turned out the entire arena was enveloped by a colossal water barrier, and his attack only created explosions on its surface. Kaboom! A final explosion erupted fiercely, but the barrier remained unharmed, indicating that this arena was no ordinary place. Choi Siwoo said little, his eyes sharp as he launched a preemptive strike with a purple energy spear. He spun, swinging an incredibly fast energy sword, determined to finish it quickly. The spear grazed past, and Muruk remarked sarcastically, "Good reflexes." He continued to boast. "Those small fry in the preliminary rounds would certainly have been eliminated by your attack. But that's just preliminary round level," Muruk said, dashing towards Siwoo as he finished speaking. Siwoo immediately took a defensive stance, and strands of red and black demonic energy began to pour from his body. Whoosh! Muruk swung his spear with terrifying speed, but Siwoo managed to lean back and narrowly dodge it. The muscular red-haired man landed softly, maintaining his attacking posture. Muruk pondered, realizing this kid was no pushover. He immediately retracted his weapon and dodged the incoming strike. He analyzed Siwoo's move. "I deliberately adjusted the force of my first strike to make him think he could block or counterattack. And if he had done that, Muruk thought, my second strike would surely have pierced him." "How interesting," Muruk muttered, resting his spear on the ground before continuing. "What a pity. If you had used a sword, I would surely have tasted a delicious meal." Siwoo froze at his opponent's cryptic remark, as a red demon horn began to form on his forehead. Giving Siwoo no time to recover, Muruk charged again, unleashing a colossal purple energy spear sweep. Siwoo swiftly dodged the powerful, wide-area attack. Instantly, Siwoo's weapon transformed into a gigantic club, swinging a devastating blow towards Muruk. Thud! Muruk merely raised his leg, incredibly blocking the massive club. Siwoo's eyes flashed with terrifying purple light, and blood spurted from his mouth as he realized the power disparity. Thwack! Without hesitation, Muruk delivered a direct punch to Siwoo's face, a clean finishing blow. Thinking Siwoo had fallen, Muruk didn't expect the protagonist to still have the strength to launch a counterpunch. Slash! Blood splattered as Muruk's spear pierced straight through Siwoo's shoulder, a fatal blow. Mura coldly withdrew his weapon, his eyes devoid of emotion. Boom! He unleashed another horizontal sweep, and purple energy exploded, sending Siwoo flying like a toy. Gajin, Muruk's teammate, broke out in a cold sweat as she realized something was wrong. Muruk also froze, unable to believe his eyes when he saw his opponent still standing firm. Siwoo, his entire body blazing with surging purple demonic energy, charged straight towards Gajin like a newly awakened monster. Wham! Smack! Siwoo furiously landed a punch combo on Gajin, reversing the tide of battle in an instant. Muruk muttered to himself, admitting that Siwoo's attacks were not flashy, but he couldn't comprehend his incredible resilience. He recalled unleashing his full power in the second strike to finish him off, clearly feeling the punch land. So why could he still move as if nothing had happened? Muruk was utterly bewildered, seeing Siwoo still full of energy. The female commentator shouted excitedly, "Siu and Gajin. The solo match is incredibly fierce." She smirked with delight, remarking that the match was indeed of championship caliber, but pointed out that Yushin had vanished without a trace. The female commentator continued her analysis, pointing out that Muruk was keeping his distance and seemed to be waiting for something instead of intervening. A powerful elder in the stands calmly declared, "The outcome of this battle has actually already been decided." The old man continued to explain that both the Goblin faction and the Bulgasari clan were pursuing the same strategy. As the tournament bracket appeared, he analyzed that the single elimination format on the same day required the fighters to conserve their strength. He emphasized that even if one defeats a formidable opponent but runs out of strength, they would only become prey for the next challenger. Finally, the old man concluded that what was needed to win was not just strength, but how to preserve it. The elder continued his analysis, likening the match to a hunt. The decisive blow is the most effective one to take down an opponent, and there must be a strategy to execute it. He stressed, "One must find the enemy's weakness before they find yours, then deliver the finishing blow into that opening to secure victory." The old man pointed out that Siu's flashy techniques were merely a dazzling display to serve as a smokescreen, the main purpose being to give Yushin time to activate his stealth mode. General Baekgyo also had to nod in admission. "It's embarrassing to say, but even I was fooled by that act for a second, and didn't see when he vanished." Gajin tensed up. Purple demonic energy erupted as the old man explained. "That's why this intricate battle formation was created." Muruk took a defensive stance, his spear radiating purple energy. The reason he couldn't intervene in his sister's solo match was because he had to keep the invisible Yushin pinned down. Yushin was hiding somewhere in the arena. His goal was to seize the opportunity of Muruk's momentary lapse to strike stealthily. The Bulgasari siblings knew their opponent's game plan well. Siu was the tank drawing aggro, while Yushin was the lurking assassin. Therefore, Muruk had to focus all his senses to track Yushin, while also keeping an eye out to support his sister without revealing any openings. Their strategy was clear. Focus damage to finish off Siu as quickly as possible, then turn to ambush the lurking Yushin 2-on-1. Gajin began to wield her mace, creating enormous purple energy vortexes. The elder subtly glanced, realizing something was amiss. Gajin growled, channeling all her strength into her weapon, ready to unleash her ultimate move. She leaped into the air, bringing her energy mace straight down onto Siu's head, who stood dumbfounded. Siu only had time to look up at the colossal energy sphere about to strike him. Kaboom! A colossal pillar of purple energy exploded, completely engulfing Siu. The explosion spread, creating an enormous shockwave that enveloped the entire arena. Thud! Gajin's mace plunged into the ground after her devastating attack. Muruk panted. It seemed the previous attack had drained a considerable amount of their side's strength. Gajin trembled, unable to believe her eyes as Siu stood tall amidst the smoke, sarcastically remarking, "Your strategy isn't perfect, is it?" Siu, his face covered in blood, but his fighting spirit soaring, growled, "If that last attack had been a bit stronger, I really would have been wiped out, but you made a mistake trying to match raw power against a goblin." Without further ado, Siu charged forward and delivered a devastating punch straight to Gajin's face. Siu bent Gajin's mace while declaring, "The only thing I have is this monstrous body that grows stronger at an incredible rate. Too bad for you." Like a storm, Siu unleashed a relentless combo of punches and kicks, pummeling Gajin without missing a single strike. Murik stood from afar, his hands clenched, bitterly thinking, "What the hell is this? Gajin can't overpower him even with my support." Muruk recalled the rumors about goblins, that they were strong and had bizarre fighting styles, but he had never heard of them having such tenacious defenses, like a turtle retracting its head. He gritted his teeth, sensing the presence of the human exorcist. And that guy too, he's definitely nearby. Yushin, hidden in the shadows with a blue aura, deliberately revealed a faint trace of killing intent to sow confusion in Muruk. Muruk was restless, reassuring himself. He's just a human Taoist priest. What if he only has a few petty tricks? Do I really need to be this wary? He realized that if he rushed in to join forces with Gajin to finish off the half-goblin, all their efforts until now would be wasted. In Muryuk's mind, faith was the most important thing in battle. Faith in his own skills and plans. But when fighting an opponent with a teammate, that faith had to double, as did the necessary strength. Muruk gnashed his teeth, deciding to cast aside all hesitation. "I must help Gajin before it's too late. Who cares what that Taoist priest does?" he roared, charging forward with his spear in hand, confidently declaring, "I am of the Bulgasari clan. I can withstand any of his attacks." Suddenly, Yushin appeared directly in front of Muruk, radiating a blue aura, and sarcastically remarked, "I can't believe you actually fell for the trap." Whoosh! Yushin unleashed a sudden death slash with his blue energy sword, aimed directly at Muruk. Yushin looked directly at his opponent, his voice cold. "I know you seem to have lost your composure, but I hope you're not attacking, just because you're overconfident in your clan's monstrous resilience." Yushin raised his hand, glowing with energy, explaining, "I'm not an idiot. There's no way I'd slash a Bulgasari in a conventional manner." Yushin mocked Muruk. "I already gave you a signal, but you threw away your own chance." Yushin muttered, thinking about how his friend Su Choi would surely gloat upon learning their plan had succeeded. Muruk's dagger clattered to the arena floor, a sign of a completely defeated foe. Muruk lay sprawled, sweating profusely, drooling uncontrollably from the critical hit. Yushin glanced at the defeated foe with cold eyes, casually saying, "Just relax and stay there." The large man of the Bulgasari clan twitched on the floor, completely helpless against Yushin's attack, who clearly held nothing back. A flashback began, explaining the layered division technique, one of the divine arts Yushin learned after his battle with Sun Wukong's granddaughter a year ago. By creating a pure energy blade from his fingertip, Yushin could attack through Muruk's skin, muscle, bone, and internal organs without leaving a physical cut. Amidst a peaceful natural landscape, a voice echoed, bluntly stating, "But honestly, that skill is quite useless." In the flashback, a young Yushin was sitting with Unsimha, who asked him about the layered division technique he had just mastered. Unsimha frankly praised him. "No kidding. The fact that you self-taught a skill that no one around you knows how to use is already impressive." Yushin blushed, but still tried to act cool, boasting about his talent, but Unsimha immediately shut him down. "Too bad it's not a divine art." John Wuchi glanced at Yushin, asking a pointed question. "You felt it when you used it, didn't you?" He explained that cleanly severing a demon with a single strike was not the true style of an exorcist. Yushin was stunned, as John Wuchi hit a nerve. "You couldn't even defeat your opponent with that move, could you?" John Wuchi analyzed like an expert. "That skill is effective, but it lacks the finishing damage because your opponent was an incredibly tough demon." An image of Sun Wukong's granddaughter with a back injury appeared, as John Wuchi explained the technique's fatal flaw. Strong demons can recover, while weak ones don't even require it. John Wuchi bitterly likened it to pulling an SSS rank character in a gacha game, only to find out it's utterly worthless. A perfectly halved apple illustrated his final point. The cleaner the cut, the more advantageous it is for those with regeneration abilities. John Wuchi tossed aside the fancy theories and declared bluntly, "If you want them to feel the impact, you have to hack them to pieces. Add some poison or a curse, and that's a truly destructive combo." The young Yushin sat silently, listening to John Wuchi's teachings. As the latter admitted, his tone was a bit crude for a deity, but his essence remained the same. John Wuchi held up a fish and philosophized. "Ultimately, demon slaying is just hunting another species for survival. There's nothing glamorous about it." Yushin flinched, his mind unable to process how John Wuchi caught a fish without doing anything. "Yes, I know. Wait. How did you do that?" John Wuchi calmly puffed on his pipe. "Do what?" You said you knew how to fish, that's why I brought you here. Yushin sprang up, pointing directly at his own fishing rod. He yelled, pointing at Joan Wuqi's bamboo rod. Your fishing rod is exactly like mine, just a piece of bamboo. Yushin continued to shout while the water remained calm. We don't even have bait, hooks, or sinkers. He was utterly bewildered, looking at the fish inexplicably caught. How on earth are you fishing? Joan Wuqi merely smirked, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He tossed the fish away, asking in return, Do you think I brought you here to pretend to fish all day with a useless rod? Yushin was dumbfounded, even bringing up the legend of Jiang Ziya to justify the elaborate methods of exorcists. Smack! Joan Wuqi swung his staff directly at Yushin's face, instantly crushing his fanciful dreams. Give me a break. Joan Wuqi brandished his staff, scoffing. Meditation? Fishing for time? I thought you didn't care about such nonsense. I wouldn't say this to commoners. But you old exorcists are always deluding yourselves. Yushin covered his face, flustered as Joan Wuqi mentioned Jiang Ziya's training method and its practicality. Joan Wuqi commanded, So, think carefully about how I fished with a bamboo stick, and how you can do the same. Yushin gritted his teeth, his face flushing as he realized this was a test of his skill. Joan Wuqi assigned the month's task. Catch 5 different species of fish in this sea with that useless fishing rod. Joan Wuqi turned away, smirking as he promised a worthy reward. If you succeed, your layered division technique will officially become a divine art. Night fell, the moon still perfectly round above the mountains. Then day broke again, the sun blazing, and time continued to pass. For 4 grueling days, Yushin remained in one spot, racking his brain over the task Joan Wuqi had given him. The young sorcerer began to question himself, feeling foolish for getting stuck on a single problem. The core issue was that this bamboo rod had nothing. The line couldn't even touch the water, so how could he fish? Yushin pondered. He hadn't felt any energy or magic from his master, but it was also possible that his master's level was too high for him to perceive. His mind clicked, and Yushin suddenly realized the only answer. Not to use magic, but to control pure energy himself, to create fishing tools. Theoretically, that was correct, and Yushin began to channel blue energy to his fingertips. However, the young sorcerer broke into a sweat, knowing immediately that it wouldn't be simple. Theory was one thing, but turning it into reality was an entirely different matter. The blue energy simply swirled between his hands, unable to take any definite shape. Yushin sighed helplessly, admitting that pure energy alone was useless. He still needed magic. He had wasted 3 days just to come up with this empty theory, because energy was inherently invisible and difficult to manipulate physically. Although energy could sustain life and drive evolution, most creatures couldn't even perceive it. Even the energy swords and arrows Yushin had used were merely borrowed divine power, using his own energy as fuel. Yushin was frustrated. He didn't know what to do, especially since using exorcism magic was much more convenient and effective. He resentfully thought of Siwu, his friend who could create anything with his mind without needing skills. Truly an unfair game hack. An illusion of Siwu appeared, grinning mockingly. Still making excuses for your stubbornness? Don't complain about others' advantages. The Siwu illusion continued to prod, suggesting Yushin always thought he was right and didn't need to listen to anyone, which infuriated the young sorcerer but also renewed his determination. The red-haired master's voice dripped with sarcasm from inside the house. Wow, I can't believe it. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Looking at the mangled fried egg on the plate, he continued to tease. I can't believe you ruined the egg like this. Don't you get tired of it every day? The master sighed, clearly exasperated. Listen, I'm not asking for gourmet food, just a fried egg. You're 17, an age when people have married twice, and you can't even fry an egg for your master. He continued his lecture. Men nowadays should know how to cook. Back in the day, if your egg frying skills were like that, your wife wouldn't even consider you a husband. On the 13th day, Yushin, shirtless, strained to channel his power, a surge of pure blue energy enveloping his muscular body. Yushin squinted, sweat pouring down, focusing his entire mind on the task at hand. He had learned to control and compress ultra-high-density pure energy into a specific shape. By focusing energy into his fingertip, Yushin created an energy point sharp enough to draw his own blood, a technique mastered by ancient exorcists. Yushin rejoiced, his voice trembling as he saw the result. I did it. While his master's voice echoed coldly. Well done, the master casually remarked while eating. Tomorrow marks 2 weeks since I gave you the task. You've completed half of it, half a day early. The red-haired man cast a sidelong glance. Yes. You're not planning to fish with your finger, are you? Yushin's face went blank as his master explained the true task. Whether it's a hook or anything else, It needs to be attached to the end of the fishing rod, not your fingertip. And while you're at it, learn how to fry an egg for me." On the 22nd day, Yushin was able to create a rectangular energy block and launch it. The energy block shot forth, cleanly breaking a rather large tree branch. However, the problem was that the energy block quickly disintegrated after leaving his body, unable to maintain its shape and size. Yushin angrily waved his hand, blue energy still lingering. "Damn it," he muttered, realizing the difficulty of the exercise. "If it's just finger-sized, I can maintain it. But the problem is the shape. The real challenge is maintaining a small, sharp object like a fishhook until a fish is caught." Yushin snarled bitterly. "Half-assed. My foot." Realizing he was almost spectacularly tricked by his master, he swung his hand, creating a sharp line of energy. In the quiet forest by the river, the hellish training continued. An energy fishhook was cast into the water, stirring emerald ripples. Unsimha strolled over, seeing his disciple Yushin sitting and fishing. On the 30th day, Unsimha taunted, "When did you get here?" Yushin yawned, replying nonchalantly, "Since sunrise." The old master continued to mock, assuming Yushin had finally grasped the basics, and asked if he had caught any fish. Yushin, poker-faced, admitted the task wasn't easy, even blaming the scarcity of fish in the area. Unsimha sneered, dismissing the excuse as pathetic, and secretly thought the kid couldn't complete the task today. However, he also had to admit Yushin was the real deal, having created a fishhook from pure energy in just 30 days. Suddenly, Yushin turned around with a wiggling wicker basket, leaving Unsimha dumbfounded. The young man reached into the basket, preparing for an unbelievable reversal. Unsimha's jaw dropped, not understanding what the hell was happening. Yushin explained that the task wasn't just to catch fish, but to catch 5 different types, a detail the old master had deliberately set as a trap. He revealed that he had realized the true problem at dawn, while crafting the hook and bait. After finishing the hook, Yushin channeled blue energy into his hand, confidently boasting that creating bait was also child's play. But he quickly realized the problem. Energy bait only had shape, not scent or taste, so how could it fool the fish? Unsimha broke into a sweat, secretly thinking that even deities couldn't use energy to create the scent and texture of living creatures. While the old master was still in shock, Yushin sharply tugged his fishing rod, got one, simultaneously needling his master. The young man held up the fish he had just caught, a challenging smirk on his face. "Be honest, master, how long do you think it took me to level up?" "Don't say a month." Beneath the water, a fishtail emitting an extremely powerful blue energy thrashed, indicating this was no ordinary fish. Yushin continued to tease his master, boasting that while the old man took a month, he only needed a few hours to grasp the secret of creating energy bait. The old master Unsimha was furious, cursing Yushin as an impudent brat for daring to troll him for a whole month when he already knew how to do it. Yushin directly asked his master if he now understood how formidable his layered division technique was, his hand still firmly holding the energy bait. Returning to the present, Muruk lay flattened on the floor, trembling as Siwoo approached. Siwoo glanced, immediately recognizing his friend's move. It turned out Yushin's layered division technique wasn't meant to inflict damage, but to implant something into Muruk. It was a living energy mass, functioning exactly like a fish lure, swimming on its own after leaving Yushin's body. Yushin had embedded this energy mass into Muruk's meridian system. It transformed into a living poison, infiltrating and destroying the nervous system from within. A vicious blow that even high-level demons with monstrous regenerative abilities couldn't withstand. This technique was called the Sudden Death Curse, a deadly hex of ancient gods and devils. Yushin coldly stepped past the motionless Muruk, calling out to his friend, "Siu, my part is done." Siwoo faced Gajin, advising her that if she wasn't confident she could handle it, she should step aside and conserve her strength to watch him perform. Siwoo smirked, both taunting and comforting. "My apologies. My friend just gets a bit overzealous. It's not that you're weak, it's just that our plan was better." Gajin gnashed her teeth bitterly as Siwoo laid down his terms. "Surrender now, and we can end this without further bloodshed." But if she refused, there was no other way. Siwoo took a stance, black and red demonic energy, beginning to surge. "I'm not as subtle as my friend, so I don't know how to defeat a powerful demon like you peacefully." Gajin said nothing more, charging straight into attack, swinging her weapon enveloped in purple demonic energy towards Siwoo. Thwack! Siwoo merely raised one hand, completely blocking Gajin's full-force attack, his expression unchanged. Gajin lay convulsing on the arena floor, her shattered eye patch flung far away, covered in blood. Siwoo had finished the match, standing and watching Gajin completely collapse. Red and black demonic energy swirled around Siwoo's hand as he muttered, "I told you, I'm a bit rough." Round 1 officially concluded with an overwhelming victory for the duo, Siwoo and Yushin. The headless corpse of Gaijin twitched in a pool of blood, a brutal end for one who dared to challenge. Thud! Her entire body collapsed onto the arena floor, her weapon flying to the side, officially eliminated. Yushin froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Gaijin attacked, but I didn't see Siu move until the attack was over. He reanalyzed the situation, recalling the moment Siwoo launched his counterpunch, as fast as a film reel, fast-forwarded straight to the outcome. Yushin broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that his friend had surpassed his perception, fast enough to take down a spirit-grade demon in an instant. Red and black demonic energy still swirled around Siwoo's fist. Yushin wondered when he had learned such an overwhelming trick. The female MC, Sodan, floated down to the stage, fanning herself vigorously and praising profusely. "You two are truly incredible. I was wrong to underestimate you." She continued to flatter Yushin about his perfect stealth, which surprised the entire audience, making the young man awkwardly offer his thanks. Yushin directly asked if there was a problem. Sodan smirked, considering the idea of interviewing the winners from the next round. But then she got straight to the point. "The reason I came down here is that your victory conditions have not yet been met." Sodan glanced at the defeated opponents, explaining that while the victory was as clear as day, that was merely a human's subjective perspective. She pointed at the twitching Maruk, stating that their demon cores were not directly damaged, and with their spirit-grade demon level, they could fully recover. Sodan emphasized that, most importantly, they had not yet conceded defeat, despite having many opportunities. "Therefore, the match is not over yet," she declared, "and the right to end it belongs to you." Yushin vaguely understood the problem. The demons' victory standards were completely different from humans. For demons, losing a battle without surrendering only had two outcomes: being killed or being devoured by the victor. Yushin suddenly recalled Siwoo devouring all the demon cores in the qualifiers, and the power he just displayed was proof of a demon's predatory instinct. Yushin sweated, stammering his friend's name, but then resigned himself to the rules. There's probably no other way. Siwoo, with red and black demonic energy erupting around him, and a red demon horn growing, coldly declared, "I will end this." He reached out towards the defeated opponents, ready to thoroughly clear the battlefield. Instead of delivering a finishing blow, Choi Siwoo grabbed the collar of Muruk, who was slumped in a pool of blood. Yushin cried out in astonishment, while the female commentator Sodan merely watched in silence. Siwoo effortlessly hoisted the large Muruk onto his shoulder as if he weighed nothing. Both Yushin and Sodan gaped, not understanding what this madman was planning. Siwoo calmly explained, "Wait for them to wake up and fight again? No, I'll use a different elimination condition." He turned to ask the stunned female commentator, "Excuse me, where is the boundary of this battlefield?" Sodan pointed towards the edge of the arena, announcing that it was the area where one would lose if pushed out. Siwoo ordered Yushin, "You heard her, throw Muruk out. I'll take care of Gaijin." Yushin looked at the motionless Gaijin, hesitantly agreeing, but not forgetting to warn that Siwoo's awakened state wouldn't last forever. A moment later, the match concluded, and the arena returned to silence. Back in the waiting room, Siwoo let out a long sigh, complaining that the tension had drained more energy than the battle itself. Yushin immediately turned to question him. "Why did you do that?" Seeing his friend playing dumb, Yushin got straight to the point. "The Dragon Palace allowed you to hunt down the demons we defeated, so why didn't you devour them?" Siwoo was about to joke, "Because you'd be sad if I did." But Yushin brushed him off, refusing to listen to such nonsense. Yushin continued to press, arguing that those two were their strongest opponents yet, and Siwoo was no longer disgusted by killing and devouring. Siwoo finally told the truth, a calculating smile on his face. "Because keeping them alive will be more useful in the future." Yushin was surprised. Siwoo began to analyze that the two opponents had fought to their last breath for victory. He reasoned that if they were involved in the upcoming rebellion, they wouldn't have risked their lives in such a meaningless fight, proving they knew nothing. Siwoo continued, "They might not be on our side, but if something happens, they might lend a hand. Since they are Korean demons, I'm sure they won't help the dark demons." Finally, he concluded, "Besides, I realized after eating a few demon crystals yesterday that the effects aren't immediate." Siwoo explained that absorbing demonic energy takes time, and the massive energy from those recent opponents wasn't something he could immediately digest. Sitting opposite Yushin, Siwoo took a sip of tea and said that, instead of greedily putting pressure on his body, he wanted to find a more advantageous way to utilize them. Yushin nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, that sounds reasonable. If it were me, I'd do the same." But deep down, he still felt uneasy. The way he spoke so naturally about letting others live to exploit them was truly frightening. Lost in thought, Yushin was suddenly startled by a knock at the door. Click! The room door slowly creaked open. Both Siwoo and Yushin turned around, surprised by the uninvited guest. A green-haired female demon walked in, introducing herself. I am Bian, one of the Royal Guard commanders. I came here because I was so excited after watching your match. Bian smiled reassuringly, holding up a tray of wine. I mean no harm. I just want to offer you two a drink and chat. If I'm disturbing you, I'll leave immediately. Yushin was still hesitating. No, we don't mind, but... When Siwoo interjected, come in, Siwoo grinned widely, waving the commander in. It's boring here anyway. What could be better than having someone from the Dragon Palace visit? This left Yushin stunned. Bian happily sat down with the two, while Siwoo continued his cordial act. Don't be so formal. You came with good intentions. There's no need to be tense. Yushin looked at the wine pitcher, thinking to himself, does this smell like wine? It's fragrant even before being poured. Then he sighed exasperately. Right, I forgot. This is just Sia's way. Bian smiled proudly, introducing, oh, you noticed. This is our family's ancestral sea wine. I brought it as a welcoming gift. Siwoo gave a wry smile, waving his hand to decline Bian's offer. Sorry, my alcohol tolerance is very low. Besides, Eve had enough to drink lately. Then he pointed directly at Yushin, betraying his friend, without a moment's hesitation. But my friend is different, has a true heavy drinker. He doesn't know what it means to get drunk. Yushin, unexpectedly singled out, had a blank face, stammering a greeting to Bian, who was smiling and offering wine. It's a pleasure to meet you, the feeling is mutual. Holding the bowl of wine, Yushin questioned himself. What in the world are we doing? Disaster could strike at any moment, yet we're sitting here drinking carelessly. Just as he was about to bring it to his lips, Yushin suddenly froze, his gaze sharp as he noticed something unusual in the bowl of wine. Meanwhile, Siwoo had poured himself a glass, praising profusely. Wow, truly delicious, which made Bian smile with satisfaction. The room was silent, sunlight streaming onto the wooden floor, signaling a seemingly peaceful conversation. Bian expressed her astonishment. Unbelievable. I know humans develop quickly, but are you two really only 17? Choi Siwoo chuckled, feigning humility, then asked Bian in return about her age and high position. Yushin held his wine cup, thinking to himself, 100 years old, huh? We've been chatting for ages and no one's taken a sip. Something's off. He continued to deduce, realizing that a considerable amount of time had passed, and the third match should have started already, before taking a sip of wine. Siwoo maintained his innocent act, marveling at Bian's commander position, praising her profusely. Bian forced a smile, explaining that her position wasn't solely due to her strength but also to a generational shift. Siwoo looked curious, and Bian began to explain that her predecessor was appointed when the current Dragon King ascended the throne. The current Dragon King, a figure with an imperial aura, green hair, and golden antlers, was revealed to have initiated extensive reforms centuries ago. He had changed all the Dragon Palace's policies, refusing tributes from humans, and only trusting those with similar ideals. Yushin listened intently, concluding that the Dragon King was a unique individual, still possessing peak power, but the old vassals couldn't keep up. Siwoo nodded, feigning understanding, believing that the pressure on young people like Bian, replacing the old guard, must be immense. Bian's smile turned sinister, and she snarled. Indeed, we have a responsibility to restore the Dragon Palace because those foolish old fools destroyed it. Both Siwoo and Yushin were stunned by Bian's sudden shift in demeanor. Bian asserted that this was the will of many talented individuals within the Dragon Palace, stating that they must eliminate countless rotten layers during this turbulent period. Siwoo began to sense trouble when Bian said that all grievances would end tonight. Bian declared bluntly, I regret to inform you, but today's tournament will be erased from history. She flashed a savage smile, concluding, because the current Dragon King and everything he has done will vanish without a trace. Thud. Siwoo reacted incredibly fast, knocking the wine cup to the floor, but it was already too late. Yushin coughed up blood, his body trembling from the poison, while Siwoo frantically screamed his friend's name. Bian glanced down with cold, contemptuous eyes. She casually looked at the spilled wine bottle on the floor. What a waste. Siwoo supported the blood-coughing Yushin, while Bian sneered that her family's precious wine was not fit for mere mortals to drink. Bian smirked, admitting that although Yushin wasn't worth it, seeing him writhe in agony was worth the price. She feigned surprise at Siwoo's composure, but he calmly retorted, guessing she surely had an antidote and intended to use it to bargain. Siwoo stated directly that if she didn't have that trump card, she wouldn't dare linger while he was still unharmed, but he was also confident he could defeat her. Bion turned away, announcing that the current Dragon King would abdicate today and the tournament would be cancelled, promising compensation for the other contestants. She snarled, asserting that humans were an exception. Those who dared set foot in the Dragon Palace would pay the price. Bion continued her psychological warfare, saying that fortunately, someone had recognized Siwoo's potential. A powerful silhouette appeared as Bion revealed that this individual highly valued Siwoo's skills and wanted him to serve the Dragon Palace under the new king. Siwoo roared upon hearing Bion's condition. If you swear loyalty to the soon-to-be-crowned king, I will create an antidote for that human. Bion sneered, admitting the poison wasn't as potent as she thought, but a human body was too weak compared to even a low-level demon. She concluded with a cruel remark, stating that she hadn't prepared an antidote beforehand, forcing Siwoo to obey immediately. Yushin gritted his teeth, trying to whisper amidst extreme pain. For his best friend's life, Siwoo gritted his teeth and knelt, accepting all conditions. "I'll do anything, please save Yushin." Bion feigned satisfaction, promising to create an antidote as soon as Siwoo cooperated, and secretly thought she hadn't expected to persuade him so easily. She stepped closer, her tone full of disappointment, criticizing Siwoo for abandoning his self-respect and pride just for a human. Siwoo stood up as ordered, hesitantly asking, "At least tell me who I'll be swearing loyalty to?" Bion coldly retorted that he had no right to ask questions, but still revealed the mastermind. The imprisoned crown prince would overthrow the Dragon King to seize the throne. She warned Siwoo to be careful with his words, as she would lead him to General Zhon, the head of the great generals. Choi Siwoo silently followed Commander Bion along the elaborately decorated corridor, heading deeper into the tiger's den. Meanwhile, Yushin lay sprawled on the floor, covered in blood, trembling and groaning miserably from the poison. A close-up showed Yushin's convulsing face, coughing up blood, acting so profoundly as if he were on the verge of death. Suddenly, Yushin's eyes shone brightly again. His entire painful act was merely the heavenly secret art, deception. Yushin secretly sneered in his mind. Is she naive or foolish to fall for such a cheap trick so easily? He thought of his best friend, Siwoo, admitting that the act of playing an innocent weakling, which he had used since middle school, was still quite effective. Yushin secretly praised Siwoo's talent. It was thanks to his ability to make others drop their guard that he had successfully infiltrated and extracted crucial information. Now that he had grasped the mastermind's identity, Yushin sat up abruptly, confidently sweeping his hair back. Well then, how should we start the feast? The scene shifted, and female MC Sodan floated above the arena, announcing that the final match of the first round had arrived. Sodan chuckled with delight, admitting that despite coming from a martial arts family, she had never witnessed such a high-level tournament. The screen announced the victory of the duo Guiwu and Solmi in the second match. Guiwu sighed, grumbling at Solmi for being too reckless in battle, suggesting she could have been severely injured. Solmi explained that the situation at the time forced her to act that way so Guiwu could conserve his strength. She hinted that if she pushed herself to the limit, there was a chance she might awaken a new part of her power. A large pool of blood splattered across the arena floor, signaling that a brutal battle had just concluded. Yuzuru Kira coldly watched the fallen Yoshihiro Kira, sneering that she was eager to see their father's expression upon witnessing such a pathetic heir. Yoshihiro Kira knelt, blood gushing from his shoulder, while Yuzuru continued her lecture about his habit of rushing into combat without bothering to scout his opponents. The blonde man staggered to his feet, admitting that her words were entirely accurate. But then, Yoshihiro Kira turned back with a wide grin, his face smeared with blood, declaring coolly, "But, at least it was fun." He laughed maniacally, blood still profusely flowing from his nearly severed arm, clearly a true battle maniac. Yoshihiro Kira grinned widely. Blood splattered across his face, gleefully declared, "Coming here was truly a great idea. Every battle, even the one with Siu, was absolutely thrilling." Yuzuru Kira could only cover her face, speechless. Yuzuru sighed, thinking to herself that she knew her brother's personality all too well. Normally, he would act so rational and calm, but whenever a crucial battle began, he would transform into an uncontrollable, brainless brute, fighting purely on instinct. She muttered that perhaps that wild streak was what helped him become the family's heir, then glanced over to ask about his condition. Yoshihiro walked along, teasing, "Your mood must have improved, right? Your face was clearly annoyed when we arrived." Yuzuru brushed him off. "Nonsense. It's probably just because I found Raiju again and met Siu." Yuzuru, annoyed, retorted, "Do you think I'm such a useless summoner that my power depends on my mood?" I already told you, Korea doesn't suit me. She explained that for summoners, location is paramount. If one isn't compatible with the natural energy of the area, it's like a saltwater fish swimming in fresh water. Yoshihiro still looked bewildered. Is it that difficult? I see a lot of energy here too. Yuzuru replied. The problem isn't about quantity, but compatibility. Just like how some people can't eat shrimp. Never mind that. Worry about your pathetic state first. Yuzuru glanced at his nearly severed arm. Just looking at it makes me feel pain. Yoshihiro simply replied curtly, Yeah, I guess. The female MC Soden stirred the atmosphere, introducing the first final match. First up is Xiao Hui, the granddaughter of the great sage equal to heaven, who displayed overwhelming power in the qualifiers. And in the other corner, Korea's dear sisters, Yu Jung and Yuok. They overcame their weak bloodline and defeated formidable opponents to reach the finals. Xiao Hui stood alone in the vast arena, looked at her opponents, and uttered a cold word. Pity. In the crowd, Qian, the dark demon with a scar on his mouth, licked his lips ravenously. If only I had met her somewhere else. I've never seen such delicious prey. He drooled profusely, his face contorted in a frown. Why? Why do I keep encountering such delicious demons in situations where I'm not allowed to devour them? The blonde-haired leader with red horns sneered. I understand, Qian. I sympathize with you. He turned away, his eyes sharp and cold. But we all owe Bihyung a debt from the moment we were born. So I think repaying that debt is only natural, the leader said with a sinister smile, until we can't bear it anymore. He finished his sentence with a meaningful smile. On the stage, Xiao Hui gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp. There's no doubt, unless my energy sensor is broken, those two are indeed dark demons. She focused on Qian. The monster on the right is probably the one I need to eliminate. Glutton. Its terrifying dark energy is similar to other gluttony demons throughout generations. Xiao Hui's eyes sharpened, and she realized the problem. But Yve never felt the kind of energy emanating from the other one. She envisioned a horned dark entity, its aura completely different from Glutton's. I don't know what kind of demonic magic it uses, but 1 second of carelessness, and I'll be dead. Despite this, Xiao Hui erupted with purple demonic energy, her eyes blazing. This is getting interesting. 2 dark demons? A perfect test to see if I'm worthy of being a supreme ruler. The blonde-haired leader glanced at Qian, both enveloped in dark purple demonic energy, ready for battle. The match began. Xiao Hui stomped her foot, taking a stance, while the blonde-haired leader simply raised one hand, signaling to stop. With a whoosh, Xiao Hui charged forward at terrifying speed, ready to deliver a finishing blow. We forfeit, the blonde-haired leader said casually, a relaxed smile on his lips. Xiao Hui stopped immediately, completely stunned by her opponent's sudden declaration. The blonde-haired leader raised both hands, grinning widely. Is this how it's done? Anyway, we surrender. The female MC Sodan also froze, her face changing color at this unexpected turn of events. The leader still kept his smile, while Qian stood behind him, his face as dark as a pot. Sodan stammered. What in the world are you doing? Sodan angrily questioned. You fought your way all the way to the finals, and now you're forfeiting before the match even begins? Why? The leader merely gave a wry smile. We belong to a rather weak bloodline and know our limits, the leader explained casually. You could say, we entered the tournament for experience, not to win. Qian ground his teeth, sweat pouring down, clearly furious at his boss's decision. We had intended to give our best, but there was no other choice when our first opponent was someone like her, the leader said, glancing at Xiao Hui, who was radiating surging demonic energy. So, we forfeit, the leader reiterated, while Qian was still fuming over missing out on a good meal. It's a bit disappointing, but our goal of reaching the finals has been achieved. Xiao Hui remained silent, utterly speechless at her opponent's comedic act. She had pondered extensively about why the dark demons appeared here, and the only conclusion was that they aimed to assassinate the Dragon King. History records kings ascending to the throne through betrayal and conspiracy, but the Dragon Palace was an exception. As Xiao Hui had told Siwu, the current Dragon King's power was on an entirely different level, a supreme force that no army could overthrow. Xiao Hui calculated. The winner would be personally led into the treasure vault by the Dragon King, a golden opportunity for assassination. Even if the Dragon King let his guard down, his skill level was still top tier, but the dark demons might have some trump card to bridge the power gap. Yet, these dark demons threw away that opportunity, leaving Xiao Hui utterly unable to comprehend what they were plotting. Xiao Hui's hands trembled. She was itching for a fight, wanting to rush in and battle to the death immediately. Just as Xiao Hui was about to act regardless of the consequences, The Dark Demon leader spoke up, feigning apology to the audience for ruining the match. The leader turned to the female MC, saying he knew everyone was expecting a fierce battle, not a dull surrender. As compensation, I will tell everyone an interesting story, the Dark Demon leader proposed, leaving the female MC dumbfounded. The Dark Demon leader curled his lips into a meaningful smile, preparing to drop a media bombshell. He created a magic orb to amplify his voice, then exposed a secret on the spot. Our renowned Dragon King actually has 2 empresses. The entire arena fell silent. The Dragon King, Princess Miri, General Baekyo, the female MC, and even Xiao Hui were utterly shocked when he revealed that one of them was the mother of the imprisoned crown prince. The female MC frantically rushed forward, shouting for him to stop immediately. Qian suddenly appeared behind her, his eyes as cold as daggers, ready to silence her. Shh. Qian gestured for silence. Saliva dripped from his stitched mouth, looking utterly gruesome. Qian grabbed the female MC's chin, growling at her not to interrupt, while the leader continued to tell the story of the Dragon Palace's first empress. The Dark Demon leader recounted that everyone thought the Dragon King and Empress would live happily ever after, but life isn't a dream. Because the king betrayed his own spouse, he stated bluntly, making General Baekyo grind his teeth in anger. General Baekyo roared in fury. "Where are the royal guards? Arrest that woman immediately." The old general spun around, but then froze when he realized not a single soldier moved. The Dark Demon leader continued calmly, saying that the Empress merely offered advice as a loyal subject, without interfering in internal affairs. The Dark Demon's incredibly swift and dangerous reversal caused Xiao Hui's brain to short-circuit. She froze completely, unable to think or act. The elegant female yokai realized the situation was out of control, not because she was weak, but because a final boss-level player had joined the game. Xian, the black demon with the stitched mouth, flinched as he sensed a terrifying surge of power approaching. The Black Demon leader continued his exposé, claiming the Dragon King thought the queen had overstepped her bounds, and that was why an outsider like Xiao Hui had no need, nor the right, to interfere in the Dragon Palace's internal affairs. The elegant female yokai stepped forward, her voice full of sarcasm. Ruling as kings for centuries, infamy becomes familiar. All those in power are the same. The clamor from the small fry below is merely like ants crawling in food, she remarked coldly. Whether it's powerful magic, abundant demonic energy, or supreme skills, all are trash before certain special individuals. No, it should be said, before a force of nature, where the concept of winning or losing doesn't exist. Just like an ant on the ground can never look up and comprehend the existence of humans. And in the world of yokai, those who stand at the apex of that food chain are called by a single word: God. The Dragon King, radiating deep purple demonic energy, spoke. But a bug crawling on you and biting is a different matter. By reflex, your hand will automatically swat it dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon King raised his hand. A simple gesture yet filled with deadly killing intent. Whoosh! A surge of blue energy swept past, and a female servant was choked by an invisible hand, her face pale with terror. Thud! Qian's headless corpse was thrown straight onto the floor before the Black Demon leader. The Black Demon leader broke out in a cold sweat, his smug smile vanishing from his lips. The Dragon King commanded coldly, "Explain." The Black Demon leader took a step back, trembling at the Dragon King's question. "Who are you, and why did you sneak in through the back entrance on my daughter's birthday?" The Dragon King narrowed his eyes, his killing intent erupting and freezing the entire space. "I won't give you much time," the Dragon King declared, "but I will spare your lives if you answer. You maggots don't know your place and dare to bite recklessly." "That is not their fault," he said. "It is the fault of the one who let them live." The blonde Black Demon leader showed admiration. "You are exactly as rumored." "No, even more so." In a flashback, Bi-hyung explained the plan. Rebelling will surely fail, because the Dragon King is an existence far beyond petty demons. No one can touch him in the East Sea. The blonde man wondered how a bunch of small fry could fight such a powerful being. Bi-hyung glanced at him and replied concisely, "Attack his weakness." Bi-hyung smirked. "You'll stir up a sensitive topic, and make him come to you." The blonde man's face paled, fearing he would be eliminated in an instant. Bi-hyung reassured him. "Don't worry. The Dragon King could kill you instantly if he wanted, but he won't." He spoke with arrogant metaphors, claiming the Dragon King wouldn't bother with an ant, and that was their chance to act. The blonde man was astonished when Bi-hyung revealed a special weapon. Bi-hyung sneered. "Call it a god-slaying weapon if you like, but in reality, it's just a poisoned needle. I can't use it, but with your skills, you can." The flashback ended. The Dragon King on his throne suddenly flinched, as a feeling of unease washed over him. Back in the present, the blonde leader began to play a dark flute, his eyes glowing with deadly purple light. No one, except the Dragon King, knew the true meaning of the item and the melody being played. A gigantic purple energy sphere enveloped the blonde man and a female servant, while eerie whispers echoed throughout the grand hall. Princess Miri stood frozen, completely unable to comprehend this bizarre spectacle. General Baekyo could only frown and watch, unable to believe what was unfolding. The dark-skinned guards stood rooted to the spot, their minds unable to process the situation quickly enough. The female commentator Sodan collapsed, sprawling on the floor, her face pale with terror and seemingly choked by an invisible force. Even the sharpest female yokai had to gape in astonishment, realizing this game had surpassed everyone's understanding. The blonde man continued to play the flute, vibrant red energy veins spreading across its body. Thud! The Dragon King suddenly slumped forward, his body reacting violently to the invisible attack. The invincible king began to tremble. For the first time in history, he revealed weakness. The Dragon King, the absolute ruler, trembled, his golden eyes, for the first time, clearly showing horror. The blonde man still clutched the dark flute, the source of the mysterious attack. Scene change. A voice began to turn back, a page of history forgotten for over 1,000 years, a story that both humans and demons had almost forgotten. The ash-haired yokai smirked. The previous Dragon King had no legitimate heir. The flashback showed the current Dragon King and a shadow, two successors, but the former king hesitated to choose either. Suddenly, the former king fell ill and was bedridden, his mind delirious, plunging the Dragon Palace into a state without a king. The blonde man, now sitting in a bar, speculated. A stale plot, two guys fighting for the throne, right? That's the weapon, isn't it? Completely wrong. The ash-haired man dismissed the theory. The current Dragon King, then the youngest prince, originally couldn't care less about the throne. He decided to leave the sea shortly after, leaving all disputes behind. The young prince walked on the beach, actively erasing his own existence so his elder brother could legitimately ascend the throne. He had a perfect excuse to leave the Dragon Palace without raising any suspicion, and so he lived far from the sea for a very long time, believing his departure would resolve everything. But here's the plot twist. Everything did not go according to his plan. So, the elder brother must have been a good-for-nothing, destroying the Dragon Palace, right? The blonde man took a sip, continuing his wild guesses. If it were that simple, it would be good, the ash-haired man sneered. The truth is far more complicated. On the contrary, the elder brother was an outstanding king, a fact that shocked the current Dragon King when he recalled it. But that excellence was only true for the Dragon Palace. For the outside world, it was a nightmare. The blonde man looked bewildered. What the hell does drought have to do with the palace? The ash-haired man explained the old rules. The Dragon King controlled the weather, in exchange for tributes from coastal residents, a fair relationship. But the elder brother played differently. No tribute? I'll wipe out the entire land, turning it into a desert. A true tyrant. The gray-haired man continued. Plants and animals slowly died, followed by humans. But even the land-dwelling yokai couldn't escape starvation, whether they protected or preyed on humans. When the food chain collapsed, all perished, turning the conflict into a struggle for survival between land and sea. Even though there were formidable demon kings on land, and divine beings were also eyeing the situation, not a single one dared to make a move. The reason was simple. Even though he hadn't officially ascended the throne, the elder brother already wielded the power of a Dragon King, and challenging him meant certain defeat. The young Dragon King had to rush back to dissuade his elder brother, because at this rate, a great war between land and sea was inevitable. But he was stunned into silence when he realized a harsh truth. His wretched elder brother was doing it on purpose. He wanted to ignite an all-out war to seize absolute power. The blonde-haired man sneered. So, what were the Dragon Palace's odds of winning? The gray-haired man replied curtly. Extremely low. The land faction avoided the fight out of fear of the consequences, not because they feared defeat. The problem was that the brainless vassals in the Dragon Palace strongly supported the elder brother's ambitions. A bunch of frogs in a well who knew nothing of the vastness of the world. The gray-haired man smirked sinisterly, holding the dark flute. But that didn't happen, because the younger brother created this weapon for the land faction. A weapon capable of suppressing and sealing the Dragon King's dominion over the sea. A true trump card. The blonde-haired man cursed. How stupid. Creating something like that is like handing someone a knife to stab yourself in the back. The gray-haired man chuckled in agreement. The younger brother only asked for one promise. It could only be used if the Dragon Palace attacked first, and it had to be sealed immediately afterward. Because this flute was specifically designed for defense and counterattack, a weapon that only activated when provoked. The gray-haired man's eyes sharpened. But clearly, he had requested it. Because the one who didn't seal it, or rather, the one who transformed it into this, was not me. Back to the present, the Dragon King, sitting on his throne, suddenly trembled violently, his entire body convulsing under the influence of the demonic flute's sound from the blonde-haired man. The Dragon King's entire body shook. Sweat poured down him like rain, and he couldn't control his own body. The gray-haired man explained. In the West, it's known by dozens of names, while the blonde-haired man continued to play the dark flute. A goat-headed monster, possessing both male and female characteristics, pushing humans into the abyss of desire, and its most infamous name is Asmodeus. Amidst the chaos, a figure shot forth, decisively breaking the stalemate. Sun Wukong's granddaughter was the only one whose mind processed the situation quickly enough, realizing the situation and acting faster than anyone else. She quickly analyzed, I don't know what that flute is, but it clearly only affects the Dragon King, and that dark demon has to concentrate on playing it. She planned a stealthy move, to quickly assassinate the flute player. I can take him down with one blow if he's not paying attention. Whoosh! An arm descended from above, grabbing Sun Wukong's granddaughter's hair, stopping her attack. Ambushed unexpectedly, she could only widen her eyes in shock at the obstruction that appeared out of nowhere. Without a moment's hesitation, she twisted her body to escape the grip, her 2 feet pushing hard against the floor to launch a counterattack. Sun Wukong's granddaughter unleashed a massive surge of purple demon energy, her wind spirit technique sweeping directly at the enemy. The attack hit its mark. The powerful gust enveloped the opponent, radiating terrifying power. The bandaged man staggered. His body began to evaporate like smoke after taking the full force of the technique. Sun Wukong's granddaughter frowned, noticing the abnormality. Just a strand of hair could withstand my attack? Is this human body just a shell? The bandaged man's body melted into a puddle of viscous liquid on the floor. From the puddle of liquid, a giant maw full of fangs emerged, screaming frantically, Hungry! I'm hungry! I'm hungry! Sun Wukong's granddaughter froze, realizing that if both were soul-level demons, then what decided the battle was not mere demon energy or raw power. The scene shifted to a luxurious room, where an elegant female yokai began to explain about power. She offered an easy-to-understand analogy by human standards. A seasoned soldier with a dagger or a child with a loaded rifle. If they met on the battlefield, who do you think would win? The young master accompanying her was dumbfounded, stammering that he wasn't familiar with firearms. But if there were no obstacles then? The female yokai took a sip of tea, cutting him off. Time, location, distance, physical condition, and mentality, the outcome can change. No one can say for sure. She concluded, but if you have a sure way to finish off an opponent once an attack lands, then that power is more important than all those other variables. The elegant female yokai lectured. No matter how powerful magic is, if you can't control it, its strength is halved, illustrated by a scene of a kid struggling with a rifle. She continued, conversely, if you're skilled enough to read your opponent's abilities, picturing a Special Forces soldier hiding behind cover, facing the kid with the gun. The Special Forces soldier heard the rifle click and then fall silent. He knew the kid was out of ammo. You can even counterattack the moment you see an opening. The soldier pressed the knife to the kid's throat, but that's only if you possess sufficient minimum power. The young master nodded, admitting the firearm example was quite easy to understand, then asked why he was receiving this lecture, and immediately received a cold splash. Because you're no different from that kid with the rifle. The young master was bewildered, wondering why she would say that when they had only met twice and had never truly fought to the death. She acknowledged, but in just a few short days, he had completely transformed compared to their first meeting. Recalling the scene where he was thoroughly beaten by a dark clone, she praised his remarkable growth, stating that no matter his demon bloodline or luck, it was all thanks to his iron will. But she also exposed a worrying truth. You must have felt your body move on its own, as if controlled by someone. In some battles, right? That's not simply surging emotions or battle frenzy, but a much more serious problem. If you've ever used a type of magic you never learned, as if possessed, that's proof that you are being consumed by your own power. She warned, especially for a yokai with a great bloodline but no preceding generation to guide them. He must be extremely careful with these symptoms. Possessing a colossal source of energy without being able to control or perceive it is the first step to being engulfed by the inner demon and becoming a dark demon. The female yokai's eyes sharpened, commanding, therefore, for now, stop increasing your power. She explained that the demon crystals he had absorbed today were beyond his capacity, and since she couldn't make him vomit them out, she would help him digest them. She briefly thought of Siola, thinking that if there had been a proper guardian by his side, they would surely have prevented his reckless actions. The female yokai concluded the lesson. You must avoid trying to crush opponents with brute force, because each time you do, you push yourself to the limit and are eroded by power. With your current skill level, you can defeat slightly stronger opponents, she said. So instead of seeking stronger weapons, learn to master what you already possess. She sighed, thinking the conversation had been a bit long-winded. But her initial purpose was only to warn him about the dark demons. The young master narrowed his eyes, muttering that he didn't know if there were any dark demons in the Dragon Palace. But if there were, he now knew how to deal with them. Choi Si-woo nodded, confirming the plan. So, if I encounter them first, I should use the method you just taught me to deal with them, right? The elegant female demon confirmed, but also admitted a harsh truth. Exactly. Even if I were to face them first, there's a chance I would lose. Elsewhere, the descendant of Sun Wukong gritted her teeth, realizing the situation was more tense than she had imagined. She looked down at the rebels below, muttering, So, it's not some immature rebellion plan after all. A dark-skinned demon with a sinister smile spoke. Indeed, the granddaughter of Sun Wukong. Your expression hasn't changed despite the circumstances, he continued. But, unfortunately, you are not on our list of those to be persuaded. The descendant of Sun Wukong replied coldly. Not surprising. Another red-clad demon official interjected. Isn't that right? Because your grandfather deserves this after what he did to the Dragon Palace 1,000 years ago. The descendant of Sun Wukong's eyes sharpened, her killing intent erupting. The red official gave an order, and the wide-mouthed dark demon monster charged forward. We'll send you back to Flowerfruit Mountain on your last breath. The red official swept past, uttering contemptuous words. That's the punishment for lowly monkeys who don't know their place. Crash! An earth-shattering collision echoed. The entire underwater dragon palace shook violently. Choi Si-woo, in another area, startled and looked back. What the hell was that? He frowned, analyzing. The sound came from very far away, but the shockwave reached all the way here. Si-woo sensed something big was happening. Something significant must have occurred. A blonde-haired female demon, currently fighting him, roared. You filthy human! How dare you let your guard down? Si-woo turned back, nonchalantly apologizing as if nothing had happened. He taunted. Oh, something caught my attention. I'm surprised you're still alive after that blow. The blonde-haired female demon stood amidst the rubble, her entire body trembling and bleeding. Si-woo took his stance, red and black demonic energy swirling around his fist. Let's continue the fight. The scene shifted back a few minutes, showing a full view of the underwater dragon palace, the source of all the trouble. Bion and the accompanying young master strode up the deserted stairs of the dragon palace, signaling trouble. The young master glanced around, noticing the unusual silence. On our way here, we haven't encountered anyone working in the palace. He recalled the previous night when the first floor was still bustling with people, as a bandaged man glided past two maids chatting. The young master turned back, wondering, could it be that they've dealt with all of them to get to us? Bion suddenly stopped, a surge of purple demonic energy flashing on her finger as she sensed something. Purple demonic energy flickered across her temple, and Bion muttered to herself, So, it's still not over? The young master nervously stepped forward to ask, Is something wrong? Bion turned away, coldly dismissing him. It's nothing. We can continue. Both continued walking, the young master curiously asking about the front general, guessing he must be an influential figure. Bion shot him a sidelong glance, her voice full of intimidation. Didn't I tell you that you have no right to ask questions? The young master quickly apologized, citing his desire to know the situation beforehand to avoid missteps. Bion began explaining the power structure. Within the Dragon Palace, there are 4 Grand General positions. She explained that the positions were named after the 4 directions: front, rear, left, and right, but then sarcastically corrected herself. No, it's 2 Grand Generals and 1 disloyal individual. The disloyal one was Right General Baekyo, an incompetent old man favored by the Dragon King and promoted simply for being a good flatterer. Bion revealed the shocking conspiracy. Because the front general and left general were loyal only to the palace and not the Dragon King, they had planned to overthrow the king and enthrone a more worthy individual. The young master innocently asked, Do you mean the princess, whose birthday is today? Bion smirked meaningfully, clearly denying that foolish idea. Of course not. Suddenly, Right General Baekyo appeared, blocking their path and questioning. The general told you to handle this quickly. Are you only doing it now? 2 female demons, one with horns and one wearing a headband, appeared, dragging a trembling old man, and explained, You misunderstand, sir. We invited him to join our great cause. But this old man tried to escape. Blood dripped from the old man's back wound, and the female demon continued. So, we had to gently beat him a bit, but he still wouldn't talk about the magic gem. Beyond's eyes were sharp and cold as she gave a curt order, not bothering to listen to any more explanations. Go. Beyond scornfully berated her two female subordinates. You couldn't even make an old, washed-up man talk? Stop flaunting your incompetence. Her entire body erupted with blazing purple demonic energy. Her eyes razor-sharp. Let me see if he truly can't speak. Don't make me say it a second time. Get out of my sight, you useless fools. The two female guards, terrified, threw the old prisoner onto the ground with a thud. Beyond looked down at the old man, condescendingly. You are also one of the disloyal ones, flattering the king for 1,000 years, and all you managed to climb to was a measly administrative director position. She grabbed the old man's collar, her voice full of sarcasm. Perhaps your useless stubbornness comes from your lowly position, making you unable to see the signs of the times. Blood gushed from the old man's mouth again, splattering onto the floor. The young master stood by, witnessing the scene, his face paling in astonishment. Beyond turned to the young master, her eyes sharp as knives. Listen carefully. She turned back to the gasping old man. I don't understand why the generals went easy on a washed-up old man like you. But consider this your chance to show your talent. Despite his bruised face, the old man still lifted his head, his voice firm. The one who gave me opportunities was His Majesty, not you rebels. My duty is not to participate in this act of rebellion. Beyond smirked. If you're trying to tempt me into cooperating, you'd rather die than comply, huh? Well, that's the answer I expected. She turned and ordered a guard with fish-like fins on his ears. You two. Beyond pointed towards the young master. Take this brat to the front general for me. Has already been chained, so he won't dare disobey. She began walking, explaining as she went. You know, my clan belongs to the king's maternal lineage. The fools whisper that it's a rumor, but it's clearly recorded in history. Beyond recounted her clan's origins, about two ancient pythons. One transformed into the first Dragon King, while the other failed and became her ancestor. She grabbed the old man's chin, forcing him to look up. I come from the bloodline of a serpent that could not become a dragon. Though we dare not dream of ruling the seas, we have developed the humble abilities of serpents. Beyond exerted her power, a surge of purple demonic energy gathering at her fingertip. Poison. We can freely control its toxicity, form, and how it works. She boasted about her clan's inherent magic, eternal venom, which could create a poison that kills instantly. A drop of purple poison fell, sizzling on the floor. But there's also a type of poison that causes pain that drives you mad, without being life-threatening. Once you're afflicted, it'll be too late for regrets. The young master abruptly cut off her monologue. Hey, are you done talking? How much longer are you going to ramble? Just do it already. Wham! The young master launched a lightning kick at Beyond's face, and purple demonic energy erupted. The force of the kick was terrifying, sending Beyond flying dozens of meters away, creating a small explosion. The old prisoner, battered and bruised, trembled as he knelt on the floor, looking up with extreme astonishment. The young master turned back and coldly declared, If you can't get up, just stay there. I'll make sure you don't get hurt. Beyond gnashed her teeth, her face darkening with rage. You low-class brat from the mainland. The young master smirked, retorting coolly, Do you want your friend to die? Why would? Never mind, I don't really care. Come to think of it, the old man and I aren't that close anyway. Beyond's blood boiled, and demonic energy flared around her. I intended to watch the show, but it seems I've run out of patience. She flashed a sinister smile. I see. Whatever your intentions, this is good. Just as you said, it's starting to get boring here. Green poison began to seep from Beyond's hands as she declared, You'll be the first guinea pig from the mainland to test my magic. Pow. Before she could do anything, Beyond took a full punch straight to the jaw from the young master. She was stunned, while the young master coldly reiterated, I told you, you talk too much. The old prisoner trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe his eyes. The narration revealed that both Director Gu and Beyond shared the same surprise. Both had thought they had Siu figured out. Director Gu had been observing Siu throughout the tournament, while Beyond had reviewed his records and directly watched him fight. But the speed Siu had just displayed completely shattered all their analyses. It was on an entirely different level. Beyond gritted her teeth, her face bruised and bleeding, realizing that this man had clearly been holding back. She analyzed that pure physical strength couldn't achieve this. He must have used body-enhancing magic, and he had used that very power to take down two guards, then circled behind her in an instant. Beyond couldn't understand why she couldn't sense the flow of energy when he activated his magic. But she quickly regained her composure, and purple demonic energy flared up again. But it's fine. Now that I know his speed, I can react. Beyond channeled her power, her hands flaring with deadly green poisonous demonic energy. She unleashed a sweeping attack. A torrent of sickly green poison tore through the arena floor and surged straight forward. Siu, the bodyguard, stood firm before the incoming wave of poison, his hands already in a defensive stance. Quick as lightning, he channeled power into his legs and leaped, narrowly dodging the attack. Without wasting a second, Siu lunged at the kneeling prisoner, grabbing him firmly. A fish-eared official standing nearby trembled, completely unable to follow the events unfolding. The sickly green poison grazed the official's face, freezing him in terror. Siu carried the prisoner, continuing to leap over the poison sweeping everywhere. The bodyguard glided across an illusory water surface, his speed undiminished. Behind him, Beyond's attack missed its target, shattering the stone wall. Siu leaned close to the prisoner's ear, whispering, "Sorry about this." The prisoner, his face bruised and not understanding what was happening, could only manage to ask, "Huh?" as Siu continued. "But I promise, I'll try to make it as painless as possible for you." Without explanation, Siu used the prisoner as a living projectile, throwing him straight at Beyond. At the same time, dark red and black demonic energy surged from Siu's arm, his true power beginning to unleash. He threw a void punch, releasing a massive, eerie energy wave to counter Beyond's attack. Siu shivered slightly as dark demonic energy began to seep from his temples, a sign of overexertion. Beyond's green poison surged forward, but Siu managed to slip past it by a hair's breadth. He landed safely, dark demonic energy still swirling around his fist, facing Beyond in the distance. Siu knelt on one knee, gasping for breath after the high-speed maneuver and burst of power. His eyes gleamed with tension, sweat streamed down his face. The real battle had only just begun. Siu thought to himself, even the hardest club he created melted like ice cream. Defense was completely meaningless. He realized his limbs could still withstand it, but a direct hit to the head or torso would render his recovery skill useless. Siu admitted that Beyond's poison mastery was on an entirely different level. There was a reason she was confident she could take on both him and Yushin. Beyond swung her hand, and a green poison whip whistled through the air, lashing straight towards Siu. Siu glided like a ghost, effortlessly dodging the poison whip tearing through the arena floor. Beyond sneered, continuing to swing the poison whip at dizzying speed, her eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Siu calmly dodged the attacks, confidently thinking, "This speed and range are nothing special. I can close the distance." He accelerated, slipping past the poison whip, and thought to himself, "Just need to get close enough." But just as Siu was about to strike, he suddenly froze, a sense of unease washing over him as he realized his opponent's trick. Beyond's explanation of her eternal venom appeared. Her magic followed rules. The more effects added, the more energy it consumed. She couldn't create a poison that was simultaneously invisible, colorless, and tasteless, yet could kill someone in an instant. Beyond smirked cunningly, because if the poison couldn't be detected, it could only cause mild paralysis, so it had to be used with another type. She channeled 2 streams of poisonous demonic energy, green and purple, triumphantly thinking, "The fish has taken the bait." Beyond told herself that hitting a master with a poison whip was difficult. It was only meant to slow him down and obstruct his approach. Her true plan was revealed. "That's why I created a poison mist from the very beginning, using the whip as a distraction." She released a red poison mist, extremely weak in toxicity, but top tier in concealment and spread. While Siu was busy dodging and trying to close the distance, his entire body had already inhaled plenty of that invisible poison. Suddenly, Siu froze mid-run, his body stiff as stone. The trap had sprung. Beyond took a stance, blue energy gathering in her hands, and growled. The paralysis only lasts a few seconds, but once the poison takes hold, even the Dragon King won't be able to move. Siu struggled to resist, dark demonic energy sparking from his body, but Beyond lunged forward, confidently declaring, "It's over." Whoosh! A tearing wind sound echoed as Beyond's attack rushed forward, gouging the arena floor. She unleashed a force strike imbued with venomous energy, confident that even Siu's genuine talent would meet its end here. Director Park Eun-gu's face turned pale, drenched in sweat, as he muttered to himself that Siu was merely one genius among countless others in the goblin race. But Beyond suddenly froze, her expression shifting, as she realized that in one particular skill, no goblin in history could compare to this man. The scene shifted to a hot spring, its surface rippling gently, beginning a crucial flashback. In the flashback, Xiaohui explained her innate magic, weight manipulation, a demon art that increases body mass. Siu sat opposite her, listening intently, as Xiaohui recounted how she had a breakthrough idea while training alone. She stood up from the water, declaring that after experimenting, she had discovered a new ability. Xiu's eyes widened in surprise, and he guessed correctly. Could it be that you reduced your mass? Xiaohui confirmed, explaining that innate magic was something etched deep into their bloodline since birth. The timing of awakening and the potential for development depend on each individual, but once mastered, it becomes as instinctive as breathing. Xiu nodded in acknowledgement, recalling the first time he used demon arts. He had completely lost control. The image of Xiu transforming into a rampaging demon flashed in his mind, and he explained that the second time, he could control it as he wished, but lacked the power to fully unleash it. Xiaohui affirmed that was precisely the issue. Initially, they only grasped the essence and basic control, while the application and output power depended on the inheritor. Xiu continued to listen as Xiaohui emphasized that for applied techniques, being taught was more important than fumbling around on one's own, and the older the clan, the vaster its treasury of secret arts. Xiaohui gently lifted a stream of liquid from her cup with demon energy, saying, "But that doesn't mean every technique is passed down." She listed the reasons. Some techniques were too difficult, even for geniuses. Some were hidden due to internal strife. And for the last reason, she glanced at Xiu meaningfully. Xiu remained silent, his mind racing at an astonishing speed. He gave a firm answer. It's about self-enlightenment. Like how learning would be slower if you always had the answer sheet next to you. Xiaohui took a sip of wine, with an appreciative expression, admitting that when she first learned that technique, she had to immediately run and find her grandfather a subtle compliment to Xiu's formidable self-realization ability. Xiaohui recalled her childhood, when she showed off a self-made skill that looked like child's play, thinking her grandfather would dismiss it as nonsense. She remembered that moment, when her grandfather spoke. Contrary to her expectations, a silhouette, Sun Wukong, praised her profusely. "Well done. I'm proud of you. To think a little one like you has grasped the basics of transformation art." He even compared her to be more formidable than his incompetent descendants, those who couldn't learn it even after 1,000 years, and explained that this skill only needed to be combined with another type of magic. According to her grandfather, no one in the clan had ever tried this basic trick because their mountain pressure skill was already too powerful, so no one saw the need to upgrade it, Xiu realized. While Xiaohui revealed that transformation art was actually an applied technique with terrifying potential, one of Sun Wukong's own trump cards when facing formidable enemies. She called them unique skills, techniques created entirely from each individual's own experience and ideas, not found in books. Xiaohui glanced at Xiu, stating that the unique skill he had just awakened might have once been a common applied technique of his race in the past. She affirmed that the effort to find this unique skill not only helped Xiu grow stronger, but also helped him control the demonic instincts threatening to consume him from within. Xiaohui raised her cup, saying that although he would always be short on time, that was a good thing, because resilience shines brightest when pushed to the brink. Back in reality, Xiu recalled yesterday's battle, when Princess Mira's overwhelming power far surpassed his recovery speed and demon energy. To conserve demon energy and recovery time in that life-or-death situation, he had to resort to a desperate measure. Xiu reanalyzed. He had used the Goblin's Club to replace his bones and muscles, not only allowing him to move faster and stronger. He realized the limit of materializing the Goblin's Club lay only in his own imagination. But when he was berserk, he couldn't precisely replicate every anatomical detail of muscles and joints, no matter how strong he was. It felt as if fragments of the Goblin's Club were twisting, forcing his body to move. He collapsed after the battle precisely due to the damage from overusing this skill. Xiu knew well that in his current physical state, he couldn't last long if he fully repeated that trick. But an idea flashed in his mind. But what if I only apply it to a limited body part for an extremely brief moment, then? Kapow! Immediately, a loud sound echoed from the arena, signaling that the tide was about to turn. Bzzz! Xiu exerted his strength. Red and black energy sparks from the Goblin's Club flared around his arm, ready for an all-out strike. Thud! Xiu stood there, his hand still smoking with energy, while Gajin's headless corpse collapsed in a pool of blood. Xiu gasped for breath, realizing the technique had succeeded perfectly, even stronger than he imagined, and confident that he could win. Bzzz! Red dark energy spread like a network of roots, a primal power that had just been unleashed. Xiu's eyes twitched slightly. He admitted the previous strike was even more effective than expected. Compared to the battle with Miri, the reaction speed of this new technique was on an entirely different level, incomparable. Analysis showed he had upgraded his game, not just using the Goblin's Club for movement, but directly implanting spring-like energy structures into his body to force it to operate. The result was a terrifying one-shot. With just the power of a small club, Siu unleashed 10 times his speed, sending Gajin's head flying in an instant. But the price was extremely steep. The recoil from the technique caused Siu's bones and internal organs to crack and shatter from within. Crack! Essentially, this technique was self-mutilation, forcing energy mechanical parts into his own flesh and bones. If not for being a goblin with monstrous regenerative abilities, an ordinary person's body would have been pulverized the moment the strike was unleashed. Siu gritted his teeth, enduring, feeling his arm was completely numb, still able to move it but unable to exert any strength. He told himself, on the outside, I might look fine, but inside, my body is like a smashed watermelon. Siu calculated it would take at least 6 to 7 seconds to recover, but this pain and immobility were entirely worth it to one-shot the opponent. But that was because Gajin had lost her composure and charged in foolishly, an attack he could see through from a mile away. Siu realized the fatal risk. If the opponent dodged or blocked it, he would be left with a deadly opening for several seconds, a price too high to pay. While the two female yokai observed from afar, Siu concluded that he had to adjust the power of this move, or only use it as a finishing blow. Suddenly, Bion in the distance trembled, her face pale, unable to believe what had just happened. Whoosh! A giant hole appeared on the arena wall, showing that the aftershocks from Siu's attack spread even further. Bion gritted her teeth, trying to exert her strength, but the purple demon energy in her hand flickered weakly. Purple toxic energy gathered in Bion's palm. It seemed she was planning something. Shh! The energy suddenly died out, leaving her face stunned. Bion trembled and stepped back, stammering. She asked why, and Siu coldly replied, "Isn't it perfectly clear?" Siu stood tall amidst the ruins, holding Gajin's demonic core in his hand, a smirk on his lips. "Your demonic core is right here in my hand." He let out a sigh of relief, blood still streaming down his face, secretly thinking he almost went down. But now he had grasped the secret of the self-destruction technique. Siu analyzed that if he could adjust the power output, he could continue fighting immediately afterward, with only slight numbness. He realized that he had also found a way to move more flexibly to deal with variables like poisons. Siu raised the demonic core, tauntingly saying, "You look awfully confident, but what about without this?" Bion froze, her entire body trembling, sweat pouring down her like rain upon hearing Siu's reminder that the tables had turned. Siu laid down his conditions, his voice full of intimidation. "I have many things to ask, but for now, I only need direct answers to 2 questions. Bion broke out in a cold sweat, her face turning pale upon hearing Siu's undeniable demands. The plan to overthrow the Dragon King, and the way home. Siu presented his final offer. "Answer satisfactorily, and I will return the demonic core and merely throw you into some quiet corner. Of course, after I teach you a lesson, so you won't pull any more tricks." Bion gnashed her teeth, silenced by the completely overturned situation. Amidst the desolate scene of the Dragon Palace, she reluctantly agreed. Very well. Just as Bion was about to speak about the Dragon King's succession, she suddenly vomited, her glasses shattering. Fwhip! Siu startled and turned around, sensing something ominous. Bion's body grotesquely swelled. Horrifying fleshy tumors protruded all over her face and body amidst grotesque screams. Kaboom! A colossal purple energy explosion erupted from Bion's position, shaking the entire arena. Siu glided like the wind, deftly dodging the deadly purple poison energy explosion. A shout echoed, calling Siu's name, making him startle and whip his head around. The old official Paryun Gu, his face bruised and battered, frantically yelled from inside the palace. "Get inside now! The poison is spreading." The destructive power of the explosion left a gaping hole in the wall, and purple poison mist began to spread everywhere. Once inside, Siu let out a sigh of relief, secretly thinking it was lucky someone warned him. Otherwise, he would have inhaled a full dose of this poison. The old official denied Sia's speculation, asserting that Bion's death was not voluntary. He explained that this was a preset poison, which activated automatically when a traitor showed signs of revealing secrets, turning them into living bombs to silence them. Siu was stunned, admitting he had been fooled because the energy emitted from the explosion was exactly like Bion's. The old official delivered a fatal plot twist. Because her own father was the one who created this poison. Siu gnashed his teeth in indignation, while the old official offered to answer his questions in Bion's stead. Paryun Gu announced the urgent situation. "His Majesty is in danger. The proof is that I can no longer use the palace sound communication." He reminded Siu about the ability to communicate and teleport by touching one's temple, a skill he had once witnessed. It turned out this was the Dragon King's ability, lent to officials to form a communication network throughout the Dragon Palace. Siu suddenly realized, understanding the problem, the network's collapse meant the Dragon King's power had been neutralized. The old official re-explained Beyond's earlier action of touching her temple. That woman was checking if the Dragon King was still alright. Siu wondered how the Ku faction could neutralize a monster like the Dragon King, but the old official believed they hadn't acted directly yet. Paryun Gu revealed the Dragon Palace's succession mechanism. The throne and power were passed down through a demonic orb, and the legitimate heir was Princess Miri. The succession chart appeared. If the Dragon King was assassinated, Miri would automatically ascend the throne. If both perished, the demonic orb would lock itself. Siu immediately understood the problem. So it's a kind of will? They can't kill His Majesty before rewriting it. Siu was dumbfounded, with a patch of red-black demonic energy clinging to his hair as he realized the Ku faction's insidious plot. With a swollen face, the old official Paryun Gu prostrated himself. This useless old man shamelessly begs you all to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. He implored Siu to find General Baekyo, the only one he trusted to stand with the Dragon King in this meticulously planned rebellion. Siu bluntly interrupted, his eyes sharp. Excuse me, but I'm in a hurry. The old official frantically looked up, but Siu concluded, I don't know how long I'll be stuck here, I can't waste time. Siu unexpectedly knelt on one knee, looking directly at the old man and stating his condition. But if you let Yushin leave with what we need, I will help you with all my might. Old Paryun Gu was stunned, finally understanding. So you came here to find a magic treasure that can seal malevolent spirits. Siu explained concisely. Yushin urgently needs to return to the mainland for an exorcism. A demon stronger than even me has been cursed, and we need a weapon powerful enough to seal it. The battered old official recalled. A long time ago, the Dragon Palace received a treasured sword from the mainland as tribute. The image of a pitch-black sword, radiating a sparkling blue aura amidst the cosmos, appeared, and he added, His Majesty was extremely pleased, and still frequently uses it to this day. He pointed the way. You will find it, if you go directly to His Majesty's residence. Siu stood up immediately, without a moment's hesitation. All right, let's go, he said, while still keeping his promise. I hope we find General Baekyo along the way. While moving, Siu secretly worried about his lost teammates and especially Siola's condition. He knew his best friend Yushin's personality well. Even though he had warned him, someone like him would definitely not sit still. Looking towards the distant city wall, Siu could only hope Yushin hadn't gone too far and hadn't caused any major trouble. Meanwhile, Yushin stood in the middle of the palace corridor, casually inquiring about the guards. Those guys in yellow are as weak as flies. He glanced at the 3 red-clad guards who had just appeared. So how strong are you guys in red? I suppose there are ranks, right? A red-clad guard, his face shrouded in shadow and purple demonic energy flaring, growled. Human, you're going to die anyway. Yushin simply replied curtly, Oh, all right. Yushin drew his sword, his eyes sharp and full of disdain. Sorry for the nonsense. Your words said it all. Just a slightly stronger small fry. Yushin smirked, looking unimpressed. Humph. Not that I expected much. A green-haired yokai woman wearing glasses recalled. It was the first time I saw someone wearing red, and they looked utterly ridiculous. Yushin continued to taunt the distant guards. If you were truly strong, you wouldn't be huddled together like that. Yushin's wooden sword began to glow, gathering energy. Yushin pointed his sword forward. A blue aura flared, challenging. Will the 3 of you come at me all at once, or one by one? The shadow-faced female guard sneered, admitting Yushin had correctly guessed she was just putting on a show. The octopus guard and the shadow-faced woman blocked the path. Yushin spoke with disdain. I don't think you stand a chance unless you attack simultaneously. The blue-haired guard, seemingly the captain, growled. Insolent brat. Then realized they had let a human slip through. The octopus guard firmly asserted that an intruder who made it this far could not be allowed to live. The blue-haired captain admitted they had been too complacent in letting a human infiltrate. The blue-haired captain channeled purple demonic energy into his hand, signaling his comrades, I'll provide cover. Yushin's eyes sharpened, ready for battle. The octopus guard tensed his body, unleashing an extremely ferocious surge of purple demonic energy. Yushin looked at his opponent's appearance, then made a sarcastic remark. Octopuses don't have wings, do they? The octopus guard lunged forward, throwing a devastating punch, but Yushin lightly blocked it with the flat of his wooden sword. The octopus guard's punch was completely halted, unable to move. Yushin was pushed back slightly by the impact, but remained as firm as a rock. The octopus guard was stunned, unable to believe his full power attack was neutralized so easily. Suddenly, the octopus guard used his other hand to grab Yushin's shirt. Blood splattered everywhere. A fatal blow had just been delivered. The octopus guard knelt on one knee, blood streaming down, but still spoke in a condescending tone. Not bad. You have enough skill to get this far. However, it turned out Yushin was the one more severely injured. His left arm was gone, blood gushing like a fountain. The octopus guard stood up, adopting a lecturing tone. There probably won't be a next time. So in your next life, remember to bring humility and caution with you. Both the octopus guard and the blue-haired captain were stunned by an unexpected turn of events. It turned out Yushin had intentionally allowed his arm to be grabbed, a deadly trap set in an instant. The octopus guard suddenly realized why Yushin's sword sheath was carved, but it was too late. Yushin, despite losing an arm, still growled with utter contempt. Humility. What a joke. He glared directly into his opponent's face. Who the hell are you to lecture me, you bastard? Suddenly, two streams of purple energy tore through the air, shooting straight towards Yushin. In the nick of time, Yushin leaped into the air to dodge the attack, a lightning-fast maneuver. But the attack was not aimed at the octopus guard, but plunged directly into Yushin's chest and shoulder. Yushin looked at the energy spears embedded in his body, then smirked. See? The blue-haired captain, his entire body flaring with purple demonic energy, coldly declared, "You never know what variables might arise." Countless other energy spears from all directions simultaneously pierced Yushin's body, blood splattering everywhere. Yushin coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his body impaled like a porcupine. The octopus guard confirmed the attack had definitely hit its mark. He clenched his fist, admitting Yushin was not an easy opponent, and lunged forward to deliver the finishing blow. An explosion of purple energy and fresh blood erupted violently right where Yushin stood. The blue-haired captain observed from a distance, seemingly having determined the outcome. On the battlefield, only the wooden sword lay isolated amidst a large pool of blood. Yushin's decoy knelt, slumped in the pool of blood, muttering, "It's over. It's all over." He couldn't believe his defeat, his voice trembling. "No way. I trained so hard, taught by a god, no less." Meanwhile, the octopus guard and the blue-haired captain merely scorned Yushin, believing him to be nothing but a fool. Yushin's decoy let out one last pathetic scream before vanishing. Surprise! You fools! The real Yushin was still unharmed, standing in the middle of the arena and grumbling in annoyance. It turned out, this was the heavenly secret art, deception, a skill that creates a statue capable of mimicking all the movements and techniques of the original. The move Yushin just used was genuine, a heavenly art-level technique, completely superior to the guards. In a flashback, Unsimha, Yushin's master, explained that this was a unique skill capable of deceiving even heaven and earth. Young Yushin was fed up hearing his master boast about this skill and only wanted to know how to use it. Yushin's plan was laid out. Throw out the fake to lure the three gate guards. While they were busy beating up the decoy, he would quietly sneak over the city wall. The plan was a complete success. The real Yushin stood atop the city wall, looking down at the Dragon Palace. Yushin's left eye flared with blue energy, beginning to analyze the situation. He calmly assessed the situation. Oh, down in the arena, the decoy had completely disintegrated, the visual connection severed. Yushin calculated mentally. These red-clad guards were on a completely different level from the yellow-clad ones. From their techniques to their movements, he scanned the octopus guard. This guy specializes in transformation and regeneration. His human form is just a disguise. His weakness will be unusual, but not too difficult to exploit. Yushin shifted his focus to the short blue-haired captain. This one is the troublesome one. I wonder if his art is speed enhancement or growing extra limbs. The short guy's energy spears aren't strong, but when combined with the octopus guy's physical strength, it's a rather dangerous combo. While Yushin was engrossed in analysis, the shadow-faced guard appeared right behind him. She merely clicked her tongue. I'm only slightly disappointed you didn't realize who was behind them. You don't need to worry about me. Yushin's eyes flashed with a blue light, locking onto the newly appeared target. The female guard's official hat fell to the floor, fully revealing her identity. The dark-skinned yokai woman raised both hands, firmly stating, "I am not the type born for combat, nor do I intend to fight." Yushin growled, his hands already in a defensive stance. "I know. You'd better speak carefully, unless you can reattach a severed head." He frowned, realizing he could no longer sense the aura of the other two guards. Only this woman remained. The yokai woman calmly admitted, "I had already figured out your plan, but I didn't inform the other two." Yushin narrowed his eyes warily, questioning, "Why?" She smirked. "For the same reason you deceived us. If the outcome is already decided, it's better to shed less blood." An illusion of a bloodied Yushin appeared, as she explained, "If we had stood in your way, you would have struggled a bit, then slaughtered us all anyway. Just a waste of time." The yokai woman continued to raise her hands in surrender, bluntly declaring, "If the mission cannot be completed, then preserving one's life is the top priority." Yushin temporarily accepted her reasoning, but remained highly suspicious. "Let's say you have a point. Did you come here alone to lecture me?" She quickly denied it, then gestured. "If you look at my other hand." Yushin glanced over, showing surprise. In the yokai woman's hand was a red card, and she explained, "Using this, you can return to the surface outside the Dragon Palace immediately." She held out the card, stating her condition. "This is an escape card, usable once, and can carry up to 5 people. It will help you and your companions retreat safely." Yushin fell silent, considering this unexpected offer. The yokai woman, seeing his apparent agreement, then said, "All right." Quick as lightning, Yushin snatched the card from her hand. The yokai woman flinched, stammering in panic. You've gone too far. I only meant well." Yushin sneered, immediately cutting off her act. "Cut the nonsense. Do you think I'm crazy enough to take something from a demon with my bare hands?" The dark-faced yokai woman began to act dramatically, tears welling in her eyes. "It'll heal on its own anyway. It's not like it was actually cut." She pouted, feigning annoyance. "Humans truly are not cute at all," Yushin growled, bluntly exposing her. "What brave girl. You're just a cunning yokai trying to buy time." He pointed his sword at her, firmly asserting, "Furthermore, you were never serious from the start. Your act is too obvious." Yushin's sharp gaze exposed her scheme. "If you truly wanted to prove you were harmless, you wouldn't have approached me. This is all just bait, isn't it?" Yushin's eyes flashed with a blue light. He had read her completely. "You must have analyzed my speed, reactions, and everything else to see if I'm as strong as you thought." Caught red-handed, the dark-faced yokai woman stopped acting. She smirked. "I was originally a demon raised on the surface." She began to recount, an image of a giant water demon appearing. "My father was once a great yokai of the Dragon Palace, but since my birth, we have lived on land with my mother, among humans." The yokai woman writhed, her voice full of perversion. "I particularly like humans who seem appetizing, those who make me put in the effort to hunt." Yushin completely ignored her nonsensical story. He redirected his sword. "I don't care what you like. Where is that place? Why did it need 3 guards?" She calmly revealed a shocking piece of news. "That's the arena where you will fight the final match. By now, the Dragon King has probably been captured." Yushin froze, cold sweat breaking out. Unable to believe his ears, the rebellion ended so quickly? The yokai woman placed a finger on her lips, looking mysterious. "And perhaps that's also where the succession ceremony will take place," she continued to explain. An underwater arena scene appearing. "I heard the final match location was chosen near where the Crown Prince is imprisoned." An image of the green-haired Crown Prince chained in a dungeon appeared, and she said, "After the Crown Prince seizes the throne, the only thing left is to find the princess, who is somewhere in the palace." Yushin realized the gravity of the situation, his voice tense. "If the Dragon King has been neutralized and the transfer of power is almost complete, shouldn't we escape as soon as possible?" He thought of the one about to ascend the throne, a shadowy figure exuding terrifying pressure on the throne. A rebellious army and a successfully rebellious army are 2 different things. Even if he was a fallen prince, once he becomes king, he's not someone I or Siwoo can handle. The yokai woman handed the card to Yushin, instructing, "Oh, wait. If you use this card to return, stay as far away from the coast as possible." Yushin narrowed his eyes suspiciously, planning to cause a storm to celebrate the coronation. A map appeared, showing the close proximity between Busan, South Korea, and Fukuoka, Japan, implying an impending large-scale disaster. The dark-faced yokai woman calmly outlined a crazy plan. "We will sink those 2 areas into the sea," she continued, her voice chilling. "While shadows of giant water dragons hovered over the city, all resources and lives will be used as offerings that the Dragon Palace has lacked for hundreds of years." After hearing this, Yushin's face turned pale, realizing time was running out as the guard said, "Probably tomorrow." "No. If the princess is found, it could even be today." Sweat poured down. Yushin muttered a concluding remark on the situation. "We're really screwed." The scene shifted to the seabed, where the Dragon Palace was located, appearing peaceful but actually being the eye of the storm. Inside the palace, blood flowed like a river, and the bodies of loyal guards lay scattered. Before a giant gate, more bodies of guards were carelessly discarded, while the rebel soldiers stood guard, as if nothing had happened. The majestic gate led into a deeper area of the palace. Inside was a long, dark staircase leading down into an abyss. General Tanju, the blue-skinned yokai, entered the gloomy grand hall alone, where the one the rebels awaited was imprisoned. He approached a sturdy prison door, reinforced with thick iron bars. Tanju placed his hand on the door, preparing to free his new master. Crack! The metal lock shattered under his power. The heavy prison door slowly opened, and Tanju stepped into the darkness. He advanced inside, where the deposed crown prince was chained. A clang echoed. The leg shackles shattered, falling onto the cold stone floor. Tanju knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. "Your humble servant, General Tanju, greets the crown prince, No, the new king of the Dragon Palace." He continued to report, his voice full of reverence. "Please forgive your subordinate's incompetence, for only now have I been able to free you." The green-haired crown prince sat there, his muscles bulging, his voice deep and steady. "I understand. So it wasn't my father, but your decision that released me." The crown prince immediately got to the point. "How many are involved in this?" And Tanju replied that almost all the generals and ministers had sided with him. General Tanju reported clearly. "Furthermore, all 8 palace commanders and over 90% of the royal guards are now loyal to your highness." He continued. "There are still a few stubborn ones like General Wu, loyal to the former Dragon King, but most have been suppressed and will kneel sooner or later." The newly freed crown prince touched the bruise on his hand, muttering, "Come to think of it, today is my sister's birthday. That must be why my father let his guard down." He looked up, his eyes sharp. "So even until now, my father hasn't changed his mind. It's a pity. I truly didn't want to resort to such a low tactic to seize the throne." Tanju bowed. "Although the timing is a bit early, this throne was always destined for your highness." But a strange voice suddenly interrupted. "Excuse me?" A blonde-haired female yokai in a vest stepped out of the shadows, casually saying, "Sorry to interrupt your serious conversation, but could you please accept the delivery quickly?" Tanju spun around, completely surprised by the uninvited guest's appearance. The strange female yokai stood beside the tightly bound Dragon King, explaining, "I intended to drop him off at the gate and leave, but everyone seemed frozen in fear. You rebels don't dare treat your king poorly, do you?" The Dragon King hung his head, his body covered in injuries, breathing heavily as he was tortured by the sound of the dark flute. The blonde-haired female yokai smiled with delight. "Watching a charming person suffer isn't entirely unpleasant, but I still feel a little guilty." Tanju growled, clearly annoyed. "I explicitly ordered no one to enter unless summoned by me. Did the guards outside let you in?" She shrugged, replying nonchalantly, I vaguely recall such an order. But when I sincerely asked, they let me pass." Tanju was speechless, unable to believe it. The crown prince spoke, breaking the silence. "Tanju, that's enough," the crown prince ordered. "What's done is done. Avoid unnecessary arguments in front of my father. If you have a spare sword, give me one." Tanju immediately obeyed, offering a sword with both hands to his new sovereign. The crown prince took the sword, his eyes cold. "It's been a long time since I've seen my father after all. I should at least fulfill my minimal duty." He held the sharp blade to his neck, testing its keenness. Crack! With just one hand, he crushed the exquisitely carved sword hilt. He turned to Tanju, tossing back the blade. "Good sword. My apologies for damaging the hilt." The muscular man casually used the cord from the broken sword hilt to tie back his long hair, preparing for the upcoming spectacle. After neatly tying his hair, the deposed crown prince cast a sharp gaze, embodying one about to seize power. The silver-haired yokai spoke, his tone full of sarcasm. "Anything you want to say?" "I was hoping for a more stimulating scene, a bit disappointed." The crown prince replied nonchalantly. "I don't understand what you're saying, but you seem to be in a hurry. Why don't you finish quickly?" The crown prince's gaze fixed on the dark flute. He knew it was the only weapon capable of harming the Dragon King. He asserted, "This isn't yours, but its owner surely knows one thing." The crown prince erupted with vibrant purple demonic energy, growling, "That if you hold this, don't expect to leave here alive. So, it won't be your fault if you return empty-handed." The silver-haired yokai showed no fear. On the contrary, he seemed extremely excited, whispering, "What a pity." Without hesitation, the crown prince snatched the dark flute, his eyes as cold as ice. Upon contact, blood vessels immediately bulged across the crown prince's body, showing the fierce resistance of the divine artifact. Tanju cried out in panic, his voice trembling, "Your Highness!" But the crown prince ignored him. The crown prince gritted his teeth, enduring, secretly acknowledging his father's skill in creating such a terrifying item from the dragon's own power. He admitted that the only reason he could hold it was because his own power and potential were far inferior to the Dragon King's. The heavily injured Dragon King sat there, listening to his son humble himself, and admit he would never reach his level. The Dragon King opened his eyes scornfully, spouting nonsense again. Are we? Being locked up alone must be quite boring, wouldn't you say? The Crown Prince calmly replied, lonely, but not bored. I've had ample time to reflect on myself, and on what I must do. With that, he channeled all his demonic energy, crushing the dark flute in a terrifying explosion of power. The silver-haired yokai merely smiled smugly beside a stunned Tanju, muttering, just as I thought. From the fragments of the flute, a glowing jade-green dragon scale appeared. The Crown Prince immediately recognized it as his father's scale. The Crown Prince clenched his fist, his eyes filled with rage, as he realized his father had entrusted a treasure that determined the throne to humans. Tanju explained in horror. That was the reverse scale, the only scale every dragon is born with. An unrivaled elixir, General Tanju explained. The reverse scale can only be torn off once in a lifetime, a permanent loss, and is solely used to choose a successor. He scorned the Dragon King for discarding it to protect mere mortals, believing the old man deserved to be deposed. The Crown Prince took the dragon scale, and without hesitation, pressed it directly against his neck. The scale immediately merged with his skin, as if certifying the new king. The Crown Prince muttered, fortunately, it was there. Otherwise, he would have committed the unfilial act of forcing his father to tear off the scale himself. He turned to question the dying Dragon King. Father, there's only one matter left. Where is the dragon orb? The Dragon King sneered, mocking his son for wanting everything handed to him. You want to usurp the throne and still demand everything be served on a silver platter? Let's see. When I was young, my father taught me that. The Crown Prince interrupted, grandly declaring that now he possessed both the scale and his father's teachings, he would ascend the throne and was ready to spill the blood of anyone who stood in his way, be they loyal retainers or kin. But he also offered a choice. If father helps me, their blood won't need to be shed. A king's duty is to minimize casualties. The silver-haired yokai behind him merely watched the father-son drama in silence, his face full of interest. The Dragon King trembled, but his eyes were still full of disdain. See? I told you. You're just an empty vessel making a lot of noise. The old man growled, cursing his son directly, who was putting on airs but actually had no idea what he was talking about. With all his remaining authority, the Dragon King roared. I am the Dragon King. I have no intention of compromising with a rebel who doesn't know his place. The Crown Prince let go, leaving his father to collapse onto the floor while the silver-haired one and the blue-skinned official watched. The silver-haired yokai realized something was wrong, muttering, the melody's influence has weakened compared to before. He suspected another factor was worsening the Dragon King's condition, not just the flute. The blue-skinned official reassured the Crown Prince. Your Majesty need not worry. Now that you possess the reverse scale, the dragon orb is no longer important. The right of succession is entirely yours. The Crown Prince replied absently. Perhaps. Then he turned his back, his eyes full of calculation. The blue-skinned official asked in surprise, what do you mean? He didn't understand why the Crown Prince seemed unhappy. The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes, realizing a crucial detail. This scale seems to have been removed not long ago. Probably yesterday. Or the day before yesterday. At the latest. The Crown Prince muttered, realizing the old fox, the Dragon King, had torn off another reverse scale himself and given it to someone else. General Tanju broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing. Princess Miri, could this martial arts tournament merely be a pretext to hand over the succession to the princess? The Crown Prince smirked confidently, asserting that he could sense the location of the one holding that scale through resonance. He declared the target was very close, right here in the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, a young master was carrying Director Paryun-gu, whose face was bruised and battered, rushing like the wind. His footsteps were so fast they sparked on the floor. Director Paryun-gu looked like he was about to faint, while the young master's face was grim, focused on running for his life. They burst into a wide courtyard and were met with a hellish sight. Guard corpses lay scattered in pools of blood. The young master asked if these were guards, but Director Paryun-gu stammered a denial, saying that the royal guards were always stationed in critical areas. In a flashback, the Dragon King had once confidently declared himself the strongest, and thus ordered the reduction of unnecessary troops. Director Paryun-gu explained, those in yellow were rebels, while those in blue were palace guards. A civil war had erupted. The young master flinched, realizing the situation was worse than he had imagined. Boom! A nearby door exploded from within. Director Paryun-gu stopped the young master, telling him not to enter and promising to bring the young lady out once everything was settled. A woman wearing a white bird mask emerged from the dust and smoke, radiating an imposing aura. But immediately, she was sent flying by a powerful attack from General Baekyo. The impact cracked the floor, creating a deep crater. The woman in the white bird mask stood up, smiled, and praised her opponent, admitting she had underestimated him, having only considered him a ceremonial sword favored by the Dragon King. General Baekyo gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, clearly exerting his full power. It turned out the woman in the bird mask was Galing, the former general of the Dragon Palace, and she expressed regret that a talented warrior like Baekyo had chosen the wrong side. General Baekyo growled, finding Galing's words ridiculous, saying that if he weren't burdened with such a heavy responsibility, he could have died without regret. Galing sneered, retorting that a vassal dying at the hands of rebels would certainly have regrets. With that, General Baekyo roared and charged to attack. Galing easily dodged the attack, taunting, "But that's only if the one you serve is worthy of being called a king." She unleashed a treacherous palm strike aimed directly at General Baekyo. Baekyo was hit, his eyes darted towards Princess Miri, who lay motionless behind him. Princess Miri's neck was marked with deep purple veins, a sign of being attacked or poisoned. Blood splattered across the room. Galing mocked the useless loyalty of people like Baekyo, deeming them pathetic. Baekyo gritted his teeth and admitted that if he hadn't used his body to block the attack, the princess would have been dead. The former general showed no mercy, claiming that action only bought him a few seconds before his death. General Baekyo coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His injuries were too severe. Galing triumphantly replied, "Yes." But Baekyo unexpectedly spoke up, his voice full of hidden meaning. Suddenly, Choi Si-woo charged forward with terrifying speed, red and black demonic energy erupting, his mouth pleading, "Please." He unleashed a punch directly at Galing, the shockwave blowing away everything around them. The punch landed squarely in the former general's abdomen, creating an extremely powerful impact. Choi Si-woo's hand was covered in his opponent's blood after the devastating blow. Galing was sent flying like a ball, smashing through the wall behind her in astonishment. Choi Si-woo stood there, red and black demonic energy still surging, his eyes cold. He smirked, his voice full of killing intent. "Who would have thought? Our esteemed guest has arrived." Choi Si-woo smirked, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he offered a sarcastic greeting. "Pleasure to meet you." Galing, her hand flaring with purple demonic energy, growled back, "I've been looking forward to meeting you." Suddenly, General Baekyo charged from behind, seizing Galing tightly. To her astonishment, purple demonic energy erupted around the old general, his eyes showing a fierce determination as he completely restrained the enemy. Galing's body cracked under the pressure, purple demonic energy leaking out like a shattered piece of porcelain. Choi Si-woo rushed in, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast blows on the restrained Galing. He coldly declared, "It's useless, don't even think of resisting." General Baekyo roared, ordering Si-woo, throw her as far as you can." Si-woo grabbed Galing, red and black demonic energy erupting around his fist, preparing for a devastating throw. The former general was thrown away like trash, piercing through the ceiling and vanishing into the water above. Choi Si-woo stood there, blood dripping onto his head from above, his awakened state with the demonic horn still present. A large pool of blood stained the floor, the only trace left of Galing. Choi Si-woo turned around, his red demonic horn gradually fading as he looked towards his ally. General Baekyo, covered in injuries, shakily stood up and asked Si-woo anxiously, Are you all right?" The old general affirmed that his injuries were not fatal, but realized Si-woo was completely different from their previous encounter. Choi Si-woo looked confused, asking back, "We? When? I don't remember." General Baekyo explained that yesterday, Si-woo had lost his mind, even daring to challenge the Dragon King himself. Si-woo suddenly understood, muttering, "Ah, so that's when we must have met." He then identified his opponent. "So you are General Baekyo, right? White skin, fangs, red cloak." He revealed that an old woman had described General Baekyo and said that if he found him, the old general would stay by his side until the end. Si-woo glanced outside, wondering why the old woman hadn't arrived yet, then turned back to ask about someone named Gong Jun lying there. Choi Si-woo looked at Princess Miri, lying motionless, realizing she seemed to have been poisoned. General Baekyo broke out in a cold sweat, confessing that even he didn't know the full details. He began to explain. Two disguised yokai who made it to the finals played a trick. A horned blonde one blew a dark flute. The Dragon King, with his superior power, was completely immune to that magic, and unharmed. Baekyo continued, saying their technique was ineffective against everyone, save for one sole exception. The sole victim of that attack was Princess Miri. He recounted how he tried to bring the princess to safety but couldn't escape in time, ultimately getting trapped here. Baekyo's eyes turned sharp. He looked directly at Siwoo and growled, "Now listen carefully." Siwoo flinched, sensing something ominous was about to happen. Thud. A hideous bony weapon suddenly pierced Baekyo's chest from behind, blood splattering everywhere. The grotesque weapon plunged deep into the old general's body, shattering his internal organs. Siwoo froze, his eyes wide with horror as he watched his ally get impaled right before him. Slash. The brutal attacker pulled out the weapon, leaving a gaping hole in Baekyo's chest. The old general collapsed to the floor like a puppet with severed strings. Siwoo gasped, realizing he had narrowly escaped death. Dodging was the answer. If I hadn't dodged, I would have been wiped out. He looked at the old general convulsing on the ground, muttering, "He doesn't look good at all." Siwoo analyzed the situation. It would take many yokai to take down a vengeful spirit of this caliber. He concluded coldly, "He's already a living corpse. Even if he survives, he'll never be the same again." A woman wearing a white bird mask appeared, holding the blood-stained bony weapon, and introduced herself. "I am Galing, one of the 3 generals of this palace, and the one who caused you trouble." She casually said, "I'm quite sure I sent a child named Bion to serve you politely." "Oh, about that. I just killed him." Siwoo taunted Galing, bluntly criticizing her judgment of people as terrible, or simply that she wasn't a good boss, because her subordinate had both a bad attitude and poor skills. Galing admitted it was regrettable, as the subordinate's lineage and status were originally not a bad choice, but ultimately thanked Siwoo for taking out the trash. She praised Siwoo for possessing the aura of a century-old cultivator at such a young age, but Siwoo dismissed it, saying that if it took 100 years to achieve that, the problem lay with her, not him. Galing remarked that Siwoo wasn't good at provoking others, as a discerning opponent wouldn't even pay attention to such childish taunts. She smirked, lecturing that to truly provoke someone, one must be concise and strike directly at their weakness. Galing delivered a fatal psychological blow, growling, "The father of that half-demon Choi Siwoo isn't dead yet." Siwoo froze, his pupils contracting, sweat pouring down him like rain upon hearing the shocking news. Not giving her opponent time to recover, Galing unleashed a piercing purple energy beam that tore through the air. Siwoo gritted his teeth, quickly twisting his body to narrowly dodge the attack, the energy beam dangerously grazing him. At the same time, Princess Miri was still lying unconscious on the bed, her condition worsening. Siwoo tensed his arm, using his own demonized arm to block Galing's bony weapon. He roared, using pure physical strength to break her weapon, blood splattering. As he blocked the attack, a red demon horn began to sprout from Siwoo's temple, signaling a shift in the battle. Galing gave him no time to breathe, lunging with an upward hook kick aimed directly at Siwoo's chin. The kick landed, sending Siwoo flying into the air and crashing straight into the ceiling, creating a large explosion. Siwoo flipped in midair, his face covered in blood but his mind still clear, immediately recognizing his opponent's strategy. An upward attack. This woman knows how to counter yokai. He looked down, his eyes blazing with hatred, ready for an all-out fight. Galing's bony weapon regenerated from its fragments, ready for the next round of combat. Siwoo landed, summoning all his strength, and swung his gigantic bony club upwards. He roared, unleashing a devastating horizontal sweep, releasing a massive surge of red-black energy towards Galing. Galing used her bony weapon to block Siwoo's club, but the red-black energy tentacles still wrapped tightly around her. A massive red-black energy explosion erupted at the point of impact, blasting Siwoo backward. The entire area shook violently after the earth-shattering impact. Siwoo staggered to his feet, covered in blood and unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is this? He recalled the punch that pierced General Baekyo, whose internal organs had been utterly destroyed at the time. Siwoo had put his full power into that last club swing, with an all-or-nothing mindset. He definitely felt the impact force transmit to his fingertips, but it wasn't a sensation of dealing damage. Galing stood firm amidst the red smoke, without a single scratch, sneering. "Oh? You want to know if I can still move?" She continued casually, pointing at the deep crater on the floor. "If I wanted to fight, I would have laughed at your foolishness and smashed your head in already." Galing revealed that she didn't consider Siwoo an enemy and offered a proposition. "I will give you the answer to one of the 2 questions you are thinking." She presented the first option. First, why you cannot harm me. Then she delivered a fatal psychological blow, aiming directly at Siwoo's weakness. Or the second question you're trying not to think about. Is your father truly alive? Galing continued to taunt. How shameful. A yokai of your caliber doesn't even know who his father is. Siwoo gritted his teeth, dismissing it. That's clearly nonsense. What would a yokai from the Dragon Palace know about my father? Galing sneered, retorting, You grew up with human wrestling, didn't you? Even when you were human, you must have had your suspicions. She continued to press. The blood of a combat yokai flows in your veins. You must have thought about it every time you felt it merge with human blood and grant you strength. Galing got straight to the point, as an image of Siwoo's muscular father appeared. Your father, who possesses an even denser yokai bloodline than you, could he possibly be a normal human? She explained about the interbreeding between humans and yokai. Subsequent generations would gradually weaken and become almost human. Galing recalled the past, when Siwoo's master found him, at which point he was merely human from a yokai's perspective. She concluded, But he adopted you and pushed you to the brink of death before countless yokai. Galing continued her psychological manipulation, claiming that if Siwoo hadn't awakened, his master would have deemed him a useless human and eliminated him, thus shaking his master's position. Siwoo was speechless, deeply shocked by Galing's argument, wondering if his master truly believed in his genuine yokai bloodline. Galing asserted that Siwoo's master shared her thoughts. The descendant of Bacon, the last and greatest goblin, could not be an ordinary individual. The flashback returned to the scene where the old judge had once asked a similar question, wondering why the bloodline of a yokai named Bacon from 666 years ago had only now appeared. Galing delved deeper into his doubts, asking why his master, Bi Hyung, would conceal such an important truth if his bloodline was truly noble. She slowly approached, her voice full of sarcasm, suggesting that the answer was actually very simple. Galing put forth a fatal hypothesis. Perhaps Siwoo's father was still alive, and his master feared that their meeting would expose all the lies. She reiterated the blatant lie that Bi Hyung himself had told. Choi Siwoo was the only surviving yokai. Galing continued her psychological attack, advising Siwoo to seek the truth from those who had deceived him from the start, instead of blindly trusting. Galing offered a deal. She would reveal all secrets and help Siwoo join the Dragon Palace if he agreed to cooperate. She smirked behind her mask, leaving an implied statement hanging about Siwoo's future. But Galing had miscalculated. She was a yokai, and could never understand the complex thoughts of a human boy named Choi Siwoo. She should have focused on a child's worries about his lost father, instead of trying to sow doubt about the yokai world. Because of this, Galing's psychological manipulation backfired, turning Siwoo's hesitation into ironclad resolve and giving him time to focus his power. Galing realized all her efforts had been in vain, confident that no ordinary yokai cursed technique could harm her body. Siwoo cast aside all distracting thoughts, his eyes focused intensely, his red demon horn glowing brightly, signaling an impending attack. Red and black demonic energy surged, converging into his fist, compressed into a destructive source of power. Burst! Siwoo unleashed his full power, creating a terrifying shockwave that swept away everything. A bony, spiky weapon, created from demonic energy, shot forth with tearing speed. Siwoo's eyes flashed with a purple light. His entire will poured into this decisive attack. Choi Siwoo roared, red and black demonic energy erupting from his fist, directly charging into Galing's bone weapon. Crack! Galing's weapon shattered into pieces before the overwhelming power. Galing was stunned, unable to believe the truth before her eyes. With just one blow, Siwoo, his entire body radiating purple demonic energy, declared loudly that he would forge his own path, needing no one to guide him. Flashback scene transition. One day prior, 3 hours before Siwoo and Yushin Kim entered the Dragon Palace. At a luxurious seaside hotel, Siwoo was naive, because breakfast was a buffet, not room service like in movies. Yushin Kim, in the role of young master, was getting his clothes ready and planning to visit a convenience store because he didn't trust the food at the Dragon Palace. Siwoo awkwardly asked Yushin Kim if there were any other clothes because the servant attire looked a bit shabby. Yushin Kim snapped at him to just wear it, saying it wasn't a fashion show, so why be picky? But when Siwoo put on the outfit, Yushin Kim himself exclaimed in an astonished voice, "Why do you look like a beggar?" It turned out, Yushin Kim had called an assistant to prepare the clothes, and she confirmed that was indeed the outfit she had packed. The assistant explained over the phone that her clothes were women's attire, and the two young masters were too tall and muscular, so there was nothing she could do. The girl sincerely apologized for having to hastily sew an outfit from leftover fabric, saying it didn't look very appealing. After hearing that, Yushin Kim could only scratch his head, stammering his thanks awkwardly. The assistant sighed, warning that no matter what she said, the young master would ultimately do as he pleased. Back in reality, Siwoo tried to defend the outfit, arguing that as long as it was different from Yushin Kim's and looked somewhat like a hanbok, it was fine. Siwoo suddenly said, "Change," and the outfit on him immediately transformed into a much cooler one. Yushin Kim gaped in astonishment, and Siwoo explained that this was a yokai treasure he had acquired. Siwoo recounted the first time he wore it. He had thought it was broken and unusable after a battle. But when he wore it again later, it had repaired itself and returned to its original state, surprising even himself. Yushin Kim was speechless looking at Choi Siwoo, then commented, "The fact that it continuously regenerates itself is impressive enough." Yushin Kim sighed, waving his hand dismissively. "Whatever, it's fine." Choi Siwoo turned his face away, his voice full of remorse. "Although it wasn't intentional, it's understandable why she dislikes me. Because of me, you have to take on a dangerous mission," he continued, his voice lowering as the image of a dark demon with glowing purple eyes appeared. Even someone as strong as Siola was wary. "I'm truly sorry for putting you in danger." Yushin Kim scratched his head, scoffing confidently. "Gratitude and remorse are good, but let me tell you, this mission is tough, not dangerous at all. At least for me." Choi Siwoo was bewildered, wondering, "Huh? But I heard it was dangerous because there's no physical form?" Yushin Kim explained clearly. "Yes, but that's only dangerous for yokai. Ghosts and demons are vastly different from yokai." Yushin Kim began his lecture on ghosts and demons, illustrated with an image of a hanged female vengeful spirit. When a being with strong lingering attachments dies, its soul remains, and that is what we call a ghost, he continued, an image of a purple energy orb appearing. If they are not laid to rest and accumulate enough power, they will gain a physical form and become yokai or vengeful spirits. In other words, they become weaker. Yushin Kim pointed directly at Choi Siwoo. "You're a half-demon, you should know this. You have a body, so even if you can use curse techniques, you can still be wiped out by martial arts, other curse techniques, or even sufficiently powerful modern technology." Yushin Kim crossed his arms, adopting a superior air. "But ghosts and demons are different. They are merely wandering souls. You cannot use physical force to kill them. In theory, even a nuclear missile would be useless." Choi Siwoo muttered, finally understanding. "That's why specialized attacks are needed. That's the domain of exorcists, not yokai." Yushin Kim nodded but continued. "Even so, most ghosts and demons aren't much of a threat to yokai or exorcists. A simple exorcism is not difficult at all." Yushin Kim explained further, channeling a stream of blue energy in his palm. "Just emitting a bit of spiritual energy is enough to drive away wandering ghosts. Using an exorcism spell is for higher-level ones." He revealed a paradox of the universe, illustrated with an image of a shadow demon. The stronger a ghost, the easier it is to deal with. That's because they will naturally gain a physical form, like a game balance patch. Exorcising a soul is actually a violation of that natural law. Yushin Kim emphasized. An image of a frenzied exorcist with glowing eyes and enveloped in blue flames appeared. To force a ghost with deep-seated resentment to not gain a physical form, one needs to be a true, genuine exorcist. And even knowing how, laying them to rest is extremely difficult. He opened a high-tech refrigerator, making a dusty comparison. The most effective way is to seal them, trapping their souls in an object or a specific place. Like radioactive waste, people prefer to contain it rather than destroy it, right? Yushin Kim recalled. An image of Siola with a determined expression appeared. That yokai named Siola, she knows what she's getting herself into. She must have knowledge of exorcism magic to dare handle it herself. Yushin Kim took out a can of soda and continued. However, for some reason, many yokai use exorcism spells to destroy ghosts. An exorcist's magic itself is like a secret weapon designed to exploit that weakness. Yushin Kim tossed the can into the air, concluding, "Not many exorcists or yokai survive after confronting such magic. Fortunately, there's a yokai who knows what she's doing. If she had acted half-heartedly, a second disaster would have already occurred," Yushin explained, illustrating with an image of a sophisticated woman. "The fact that girl knew she needed an exorcist and sealing tools proves she's no amateur." Siwoo was startled, recalling, I don't remember clearly, but I heard she's the ghost you mentioned." "That's probably why you're so knowledgeable." Yushin took a sip of water, calmly advising. "For now, things are stable, but avoid that yokai as much as possible. Even if you have to confront her later. You two aren't compatible." Siwoo still didn't understand. "Why? She's a vengeful spirit who gained a body, as you said. How is that different from a regular yokai?" Yushin chugged the can of water, concluding, "You're right. That yokai, unless it has reached the soul level." A dark legend was recounted about the ghost whale, a colossal skeleton soaring above the deep purple sea, spreading calamity across the eastern waters. A villager with a distorted face and festering sores recounted in horror. No matter how many spears we threw, it couldn't be killed. Afterward, the entire village and the families of those who saw it all died from disease. Yushin revealed the monster's true identity. The ghost whale isn't a species. It's a yokai, the soul of a whale killed by humans. There's only one, named Galing. Galing, the 1000-year-old yokai, was confirmed to have once been an ancient spirit before becoming a yokai. Recalling the battle, Siwoo realized Galing's demeanor had changed after he shattered her weapon, and a surge of red-black demonic energy began to seep from his forehead. Galing's bone weapon shattered on the floor, and Siwoo muttered, "Just as I thought." Siwoo's eyes gleamed with determination. She's a vengeful spirit. Just as Yushin said, this is a special case. Siwoo channeled all his purple demonic energy, and the Goblin's Club transformed into a blood-soaked blade. He roared in his mind, "As long as this sword works, I'll win." Galing, with blood streaming down her forehead, also recognized the overwhelming power of the opponent's weapon. That Goblin's Club is even more malleable than any curse. Blood gushed from the eye sockets of her mask, and Galing couldn't believe it. "I never thought even the characteristics of a severed soul could be recreated." Siwoo swung his sword, and a deadly purple streak of light flashed, aiming directly at Galing. Clang! The attack struck the ground, creating a powerful shockwave. Galing was pushed back by the impact force, completely surprised by Siwoo's new power. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Siwoo charged forward, his right arm transforming into a blazing red demonic claw, ready to tear through anything. Wham! Siwoo unleashed a devastating hook, landing squarely on Galing's face, ending the combat sequence. Siwoo panted, blood smeared on his face, but his eyes were full of confidence. "I dodged it." Yushin crushed the can of water, beginning his lecture. When a vengeful spirit reaches the soul level, it transcends the limits of a spiritual body. He explained with an illustration. If you don't strike directly at the soul, then all physical attacks on the spiritual body are just tickles. Yushin compared. Regular spirits are weak and need to be sealed, while soul-level vengeful spirits can be fought directly. But with yokai, a punch is enough, so vengeful spirits are much easier to deal with. Siwoo was dumbfounded, while Yushin calmly stated, "If we encounter these guys in the Dragon Palace, just fall back and let me handle it." Yushin had an idea. "How about I teach you some Taoist magic? You can't use it now, but it's good to have for later." Siwoo dismissed the idea, thinking he should ask Siola later, as Yushin asserted that the nine-tailed fox was definitely knowledgeable about curses for dealing with vengeful spirits. The narration confirmed one thing. Siwoo was currently completely clueless about exorcism. Recalling the battle, Siwoo, in his awakened state, swung the blood-soaked Goblin's Club, and Galing was bound tightly by that power. It was the only way he could perform an exorcism ritual. Siwoo's skills were listed: wrestling, rooting, and club, but the last one was something he still couldn't fully control. It was because of Xiao Hui's advice that Siwoo was always wary of abusing curses. For Siwoo, combat was simply about unleashing absolute overwhelming power, just as he had shattered Galing's mask. And the original form of the Goblin's Club was pure emotion, the instinct to crush his enemies. Back on the arena floor, Siwoo, with his red demonic horn and bloodblade, confronted Galing directly. Galing took the hit, blood seeping from beneath her mask. Siwoo's goal was singular: to cleave his opponent apart. The blade was forged from a singular purpose, focusing all killing intent into its edge. The boy believed in a power that could make even the two stubborn men he could never reach, including Bi-hyung, bleed. And that belief was rewarded. Siwoo swung his sword, and red-black demonic energy erupted around him. Countless dark spikes from Siwoo's attack pierced directly into Galing, an unavoidable, all-encompassing strike. Siwoo took a stance, realizing the previous blow had only grazed her. "Shallow. The next strike will surely finish you." Galing, with blood streaming down her face, muttered a philosophy. "Steps forward are forged from the blood of those left behind." Siwoo, with his blazing red demonic horn, felt something pressing down on him. Suddenly, Galing closed in from behind, seizing Siwoo tightly within a shroud of deep purple demonic energy, whispering, "And what weighs upon you is the karma deeply etched into your soul." Galing's face grotesquely distorted with a swollen eye, her long tongue flicking out horrifyingly. "Got you." Siwoo wasted no words, spinning around to unleash a direct punch into Galing's distorted face, and red-black demonic energy erupted. The terrifying punch sent Galing flying, her arm nearly pulverized as she tried to block the blow. Galing collapsed onto the floor, her entire body convulsing, seemingly having taken a severe beating. She lifted her head, vomiting a puddle of green liquid, while Siwoo watched cautiously. The toxic liquid shot towards Siwoo like a torrent, but the boy quickly dodged it. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Siwoo charged forward with his blood blade, ready to deliver the finishing blow. With a decisive slash, Gaeling's body shattered into pieces like pottery. Siwoo paused, realizing something was amiss. It's not an illusion. I can feel a faint presence, though very weak. He recalled the attack with the green liquid, analyzing. That last attack clearly had substance and energy. Siwoo muttered, having seen through her true nature. It's the lingering resentment of the child clinging to her. It seems you weren't the one who took its life. Gaeling's voice echoed from thin air. If it were a grudge of murder, she wouldn't fall from a mere blade, no matter how sharp. This might actually be interesting. Fresh blood dripped, gathering into a grotesque circle. Gaeling reappeared, holding the blood circle, declaring, I possess countless resentments to manifest, not just her own. The role of this body is that of a shaman who soothes wandering souls of the sea. She began the summoning ritual, her voice echoing through the space. Oh, screaming souls of the sea, summon the white whale. An impossibly colossal whale skeleton emerged from the ground, its jaws wide enough to swallow an entire building. The scene abruptly shifted, and Siwoo watched in horror as Beyond lay slumped on the floor, her chest pierced by a gaping hole, completely lifeless. Choi Siwoo mustered all his strength, swinging a powerful dark sword strike. A blazing red energy explosion engulfed the target, its destructive power enough to level an entire area. Gaeling was stunned. Fresh blood began to seep from beneath her white mask. Her body was torn apart by a surge of dark energy, blood splattering everywhere. She clutched the fatal wound on her chest, muttering something in an ancient language. But no, Choi Siwoo's attack was blocked by something. It turned out Gaeling had summoned a swarm of giant fish-shaped vengeful spirits as a meat shield, and they had taken the full force of the blow in her stead. The swarm of vengeful spirits vanished after completing their task, leaving Gaeling standing there without a scratch. She sneered coldly. That won't hurt me. Gaeling continued, her voice full of challenge. But it can bind you. Then unleashed dark energy chains. Choi Siwoo was caught, blood chains wrapped tightly around his body. He was tossed around in the air like a puppet, completely helpless against Gaeling's power. The two faced each other, Gaeling looking at Choi Siwoo with the eyes of a superior. The aftershocks of the battle made the nearby building shake violently, its roof tiles shattering. Choi Siwoo landed on the ground, tightening his grip on his blade, preparing for another attack. He stared directly at his opponent, his eyes sharp and cold, sweat beginning to bead from the tension. Beyond's pool of blood remained, a silent reminder of the true culprit. Gaeling channeled her demonic energy. A surge of dark purple energy violently erupted around her, ready for round 2. Choi Siwoo told himself, I still have enough spiritual power and physical strength. Even if it's not perfect, I can still unleash my full power a few more times. He glanced to the side, muttering, but Choi Siwoo looked at his cracked blood blade, wondering, why can't I restore it? And Gaeling coldly replied from afar, because you're still green. Gaeling stood amidst Beyond's pool of blood, her purple demonic energy erupting, and continued to lecture. The essence of obsession is the frantic pursuit of something. A thought without emotion is merely a dying ember. She mocked the silent boy. If you pour your emotions into that sword, even if you strike 100 times, it won't chip. Gaeling pointed out Siwoo's fatal flaw. But you've completely eliminated your emotions, and the result is a pile of scrap. You're scared, aren't you? She looked directly at Siwoo and declared chillingly, you're not ready for that realm yet. You can push yourself, but once you go mad, you won't be able to stop. Choi Siwoo gritted his teeth, realizing Gaeling had also praised his restraint, but in his mind, he thought differently. I don't believe she's as composed as she appears. He began to analyze. What I need to watch out for is probably blood. Just like how Siola draws power from her nails, or how Xiaohui uses her hair to channel power, Siwoo deduced. The opponent's blood could very well be a conduit to activate their unique magic. Clutching his shattered blade, he calculated his final moves. I probably only have 1 or 2 more strikes left. He recalled his previous strike to Gaeling's abdomen, which was completely useless. Blood flowed freely, but she was unharmed. She didn't even bother to defend. Siwoo squinted, his mind working at full speed. That means her energy core isn't in her lower abdomen, or perhaps it doesn't exist. He realized the true target. If so, the most important place to aim for would be. Suddenly, a streak of blood splattered into the air with incredible speed. Choi Siwoo hadn't even registered what was happening, only seeing a shadow flash past and blood splattering across the arena floor. He looked down in horror. The pool of blood at his feet was not his own. while Galing had already closed in. Galing appeared right in front of him, her blazing red eyes beneath the mask gleaming with deadly intent. Slash. A deep, brutal slash tore through Choi Si-woo's chest. He was sent flying backward, blood gushing out, completely unable to react to the lightning-fast attack. Galing stood there, coldly observing her handiwork, as Si-woo's blood splattered onto the wall. Choi Si-woo staggered upon landing, trying to brace himself with his blade on the ground to get back up after taking such a heavy blow. From the pool of blood on the floor, a pale, grotesque cocoon emerged, pulsating eerily. Choi Si-woo immediately realized this wasn't an attack but a trap, a cocoon, but he had no time to hesitate. The blood cocoon continued to swell, ready for something even more horrifying to be born. With no other choice, Choi Si-woo decided to go all out, channeling all his blazing red demonic energy and charging straight forward. His blood blade swung up, aiming directly at the cocoon with a full power slash. Slash. A powerful slash tore through the air, striking the fragile shell. The moment the blade touched its target, Choi Si-woo froze, realizing two deadly truths. First, the crimson pool of blood at his feet was not meant to attack him, and second, it was used to complete the opponent's transformation the moment he attacked, and the cocoon shattered. Galing appeared in her new form, a white bone armor with a bird skull mask, purple demonic energy swirling around her hands, ready for battle. Choi Si-woo channeled his strength and slashed down, but Galing was already there, stopping the blazing purple blade with one bare hand. She easily blocked Si-woo's full power attack, her strength clearly on a different level. Galing explained the basic lesson. The overwhelming power of a goblin comes from the ground, so I used my blood to seal it. She gripped Si-woo's sword tightly with her bare hand, her eyes full of mockery. But surely, you're not just that. Wham! Galing delivered a powerful elbow strike to Choi Si-woo's face. The impact pushed both of them back, but Si-woo clearly suffered more damage. Despite his bloodied face, Choi Si-woo gritted his teeth and growled, "Whether I am a goblin or not, I am still a great general protecting this place." Galing looked down with disdain as Si-woo declared it would be ridiculous if he couldn't defeat her with pure strength. Si-woo wiped the blood from his face, his eyes still burning with fighting spirit even though he was cornered. Thud! Galing said no more, delivering a devastating kick to Si-woo's chest, sending him flying like a broken toy. Galing looked at the pool of blood on the floor, admitting that Choi Si-woo's endurance was truly extraordinary. She squeezed the fragment, remarking that Si-woo's title of War Demon was not an empty name, as he had endured until now despite being restrained. Galing grabbed the kneeling Si-woo, sneering, "But now you are just an old soul, unable to even defeat the vengeful spirit of a whale." She continued to insult him, claiming that Si-woo's dream of becoming the Demon King was merely an arrogant and futile illusion. Galing looked down condescendingly, explaining that being strong alone and ruling over others were two vastly different matters. She asserted that Si-woo knew full well he lacked the qualities of a king, and his attempt to pursue a non-existent ideal was truly pathetic. Galing guessed that Si-woo participated in the tournament not for some noble purpose, but merely for a personal reason. An image of Siola gravely ill in bed appeared, as Galing surmised. Perhaps it's for the human accompanying you or someone you wish to save. She believed Si-woo was just an ordinary, kind-hearted individual, so serving someone capable of realizing grand ideals would be better. Galing grabbed Si-woo's chin, offering, "What do you need? Power, influence, treasure? I can give you everything." She introduced her master, the deposed prince, one born with the qualities of a hegemon, unbound by trivial emotions. Galing held her weapon to Si-woo's neck, tempting him with the prospect of becoming a governor ruling over a vast land. She concluded that this path would help Si-woo achieve his desires much faster than becoming the Demon King. But in that moment, what made Galing freeze was not the killing intent emanating from Choi Si-woo. There was no emotion or hostility, only one singular thing present in his eyes. The image of a praying mantis stalking its prey appeared, symbolizing absolute focus on its target. Si-woo's gaze was now cold and sharp, containing only the calculation process to achieve his objective. As a mammal with intelligence and emotions, Galing felt an instinctive revulsion rise within her. The predator did not miss the moment its prey became careless. Galing was startled to realize the change. Galing instinctively took a step back, sensing a deadly threat from the one who seemed to have fallen. Seizing the exact moment of vulnerability, Choi Si-woo firmly grabbed Galing's weapon-wielding wrist. Exploding with demonic energy, he used all his strength to push her away, accepting to let go of the weapon. Galing stepped back a few paces, completely unable to comprehend Si-woo's actions. "I anticipated your resistance, but you threw away your only chance to win?" she muttered, her hand still clutching her opponent's blood-stained weapon. She warned bluntly, if you're planning to escape, forget it. The success rate is 0. Choi Si-woo's face was suddenly covered by a layer of pitch-black energy mask, radiating a chilling, killing intent. This was Si-woo's self-devised skill, inserting the Goblin's Club into his body to boost speed, accepting the price of shattered internal organs due to the recoil. System analysis. Si-woo had calibrated the 0 point of the Suation strike through his 2 previous opponents, Danok and a green-haired demoness. The maximum output his body could withstand before disintegrating was approximately 10 times. A direct hit could scar a spirit-level demon, but the unavoidable price was a few seconds of stun. At 4 to 5 times, he could gain the initiative, but the destructive power was too weak without continuous attacks. 2 to 3 times was the threshold Si-woo could maintain continuously without issues. But without a stable ground foundation, the current output was the maximum limit for his continuous movements. Suddenly, Si-woo lunged like a phantom, delivering a direct punch to Galing's face. Skill activated. Suation Strike X4. He erupted in a flurry of continuous blows. Galing easily parried the attacks, admitting she was impressed but still disdainful. This speed and strength aren't enough to scare me. Without exorcism abilities, you're just trash. She smirked, thinking he wouldn't last long with this futile effort. No different from a dying candle. But Si-woo's eyes suddenly blazed with an entirely different energy, full of determination. At the same time, in an ancient chamber within the Dragon Palace, the atmosphere grew heavy. A demon official let out a mournful sigh, seemingly observing an undesirable development. In an ancient room, Choi Si-woo was submerged in water, striking a stance and declaring firmly, "All right, I'm coming." A beautiful demoness with her hair tied in a high bun sat calmly by candlelight, observing him with an expression full of interest. Si-woo gathered his strength, and purple demonic energy began to pour from his hand, activating the acquired demonic magic. He unleashed the divine wind strike. A surge of purple energy shot across the room, extinguishing the demoness's candle. The demoness seemed quite impressed. Not bad. To control power at this level in just half a day, you certainly have potential. But immediately after, she poured cold water on him as Si-woo looked down at his arm, its flesh mangled and bloody. But to truly wield it effectively, you'll need another 10 years of training. Si-woo panicked, stammering if he had done anything wrong. But the demoness coldly replied, "No, you did nothing wrong." She explained that the mangled arm was the consequence of performing the divine wind strike, a type of acquired demonic magic that wasn't bloodline-based but had to be learned. The price of this magic was extremely high. The practitioner had to sacrifice a part of their body, and an image of Siola appeared as an example of a master who had reached the pinnacle. The demoness explained that those at the master level could cast magic with sacrifices so small they were negligible. But for low-level demons, lacking skill or talent, each use of the technique came at the cost of their flesh and blood. Returning to reality, Si-woo, in his awakened state, his face covered by a dark energy mask, revealed that the previous 4x attack was merely a feint to deceive his opponent. He used his own mangled, bare arm to block Galing's bone weapon in a deafening clash. The truth was revealed. The sacrifice for this technique was the entire body part used for the attack, and Si-woo's arm was being crushed. Despite enduring extreme pain, Si-woo still strained to push back Galing's attack. He told himself, an arm that could no longer move anyway was nothing to hesitate about, using for an all-out gamble, even if this strike could only barely be called an attack. Si-woo's goal was clear, to trade an arm for a bit of exorcism power, creating a unique opportunity to turn the tide. Si-woo's blood-soaked hand gripped Galing's weapon tightly, refusing to let go. Capitalizing on the moment Galing was restrained, Si-woo poured all his strength, pulling his opponent into range and preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack. Blood stained the water, signaling the end of a life-or-death battle. Splat! Fresh blood splattered onto the wooden floor, the sound of a fatal stab echoing. General Galing stared in shock at the wound on her chest, her weapon stained with blood. Galing's crimson eyes beneath her bird head mask flashed with a final, deadly light. The light in her eyes faded, as if she had accepted her fate. Amidst a sea of blood, Choi Si-woo, the victor, slowly crawled up, his entire body battered. He gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with determination despite his numerous injuries, a streak of red energy still lingering in his hair. Both opponents collapsed. Galing lay in a massive pool of blood while Si-woo was exhausted nearby. "I won," Si-woo mumbled in a daze, admitting he had overdone it this time. He was completely exhausted, his senses numb after forcing himself to unleash his ultimate technique 10 times consecutively. Lying there, waiting to die, Si-woo's eyes suddenly widened in horror as he sensed something was wrong. Thought to be defeated, Galing slowly sat up, her body enveloped by a jagged layer of shadow. Siwoo could only watch in despair, his body having completely given up. Galing stood tall, her red eyes beneath the mask glowing brightly once more, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Damn it, I can't move. Siwoo panicked, realizing he was a fish on a chopping block. Galing unleashed a destructive blow, explosive energy tearing through everything in its path. Beneath her mask, Galing's killing intent was bone-chilling, leaving her prey no glimmer of hope. Whoosh! The ground where Siwoo lay was pulverized into a deep crater. Phew, that was close. A familiar voice rang out, as a shadowy figure stood blocking Galing. Yushin appeared just in time, carrying his bewildered best friend, and didn't forget to tease. Careful there, weren't you? I almost witnessed a scene that would haunt me for life. Yushin, still carrying Siwoo, commented, disparaging the vengeful spirit, Galing as a bitter ghost, unwilling to pass on even after losing her body. Galing, now merely a pitch-black shadow radiating dark purple demonic energy, was mocked by Yushin for living so long yet acting without any dignity. Galing's colossal shadow enveloped both of them, the heavy pressure threatening to crush everything. Yushin suddenly felt a chill, realizing something was amiss when facing this vengeful spirit. Galing roared from the shadows, cursing the lowly creatures who had defiled heaven and earth with their blood. Yushin broke into a sweat, finally realizing the true identity of this entity. Abake Kujira, the legendary ghost whale vengeful spirit of the Dragon Palace. The vengeful spirit Galing declared she would not cease her wailing until all enemies were purged. Siwoo, pale-faced in his friend's arms, was in deep shock, realizing what a formidable boss he had just soloed. Siwoo cried out in alarm as he saw strange lumps beginning to appear on Yushin's face and neck. Yushin casually brushed it off, saying it was just a minor curse, then activated his blue lightning magic to purify himself. The crackling blue lightning struck the vengeful spirit Galing directly, making it writhe in pain. Yushin stood alone, facing the colossal ghostly shadow, clearly displaying the aura of a top-tier exorcist. Yushin smirked confidently, declaring that cleaning up these lingering vengeful spirits was the Exorcist Guild's specialty. The scene shifted to another location, revealing an ancient fortress atop an endless city wall. Soyeonji, Yushin's cousin, was meditating, blue lightning surging from the gourd-shaped spiritual artifact in her hand. The entire fortress area was encased within a colossal energy sphere. Soyeonji's eyes were sharp, her entire mind focused as she prepared to unleash the finishing blow. The vengeful spirit, Galing, was pulled back by an invisible force, unable to resist. Soyeonji channeled energy into the gourd, growling the ultimate incantation, Thunder Purification. Yushin carried Siwoo and fled as the blue energy sphere exploded behind them, completely purifying the vengeful spirit Galing. A colossal lightning orb, the 7-bolt spear, was summoned, ready to sweep away everything in sight. Yoshihiro Kira, carrying Choi Siwoo, smirked and praised. That's truly amazing, Yuzuru. You look completely different from last time, don't you? Then explained that an exorcist's power greatly depended on the environment. The blonde-haired man continued to analyze, suggesting that the main reason for such an overwhelming technique was that the opponent was merely the remnant of a vengeful spirit that Siwoo had already defeated. To an experienced exorcist, Galing's shadow was now nothing more than an annoying wandering spirit. Yuzuru Kira, eyes flashing, poured all her energy into the golden spiritual artifact in her hand, preparing to finish it. Yoshihiro sneered, exposing his sister for not needing such a powerful move, saying she just wanted to show off, which left Siwoo bewildered. The lightning sphere compressed tightly, ready to explode. Boom! Blue energy swept through, Galing's dark remnants completely evaporated, and the ground cracked open. Siwoo, though battered, still managed a grateful smile and asked, "Did the rebels try to persuade you two as well?" Yoshihiro recalled that attempt at persuasion, initially thinking the first round had ended early. It turned out not to be the case. A swarm of Dragon Palace guards had arrived like flies, and immediately began to prattle. The red-clad guards ordered, "Surrender and live. We will sever that boy's limbs to announce the new Dragon King's ascension." Siwoo listened to the story, as Yoshihiro recounted that he had pretended to listen to what tricks they intended to pull. The guard continued to bark. "The woman will be the first offering to the new Dragon King. She will serve his majesty." Upon hearing that, Yoshihiro's face darkened, and killing intent began to rise. Yuzuru merely let out a soft ha, clearly treating the small fry's threats as a joke. Yoshihiro scratched his head, concluding casually, "Whether demon or human, verbal communication rarely works." The result of the persuasion was one guard being eliminated, dissolving into black smoke. Yoshihiro recounted nonchalantly, "In short, I got angry and cleaned them all up." Siwoo was utterly shocked. But the blonde-haired man snapped back. Or did you want me to play around with a spirit-level demon and cause a disaster? Yuzuru stepped forward, a floating teddy bear spirit beside her, and said, Anyway, I'm glad you're safe. I hope this time I've repaid a bit of the debt from before. Choi Si-woo staggered, teasing Yoshihiro. Look at that model-like walk, huh? He then profusely thanked him for saving his life, and asked about Yushin's whereabouts. Yoshihiro confirmed seeing Yushin, but currently had no idea where Siwoo's friend had disappeared to, making Siwoo even more worried. Yuzuru cut in, her voice icy. Worrying about your friend is right, but we need to prioritize other matters. The sorceress analyzed the situation. As long as we're trapped in this dragon palace, we are all prisoners. It's best to combine our strength. Yuzuru laid out the plan. First, we need information. The scale, objectives, and outcome of this rebellion were completely blind to everything. She concluded, understand the general situation, find an escape route, and only then will we consider finding your friend. Choi Si-woo nodded in agreement, then asked in return, So, do you two have any special information? But then answered himself immediately. Si-woo rattled off a string of intelligence. 2 guards are colluding with outside forces, a general is rebelling, and the prince is plotting to capture the princess to seize the throne. The outside forces are the shadow demons. Yuzuru and Yoshihiro froze, stunned by Si-woo's information-gathering ability, while he only worried if that general was all right. The scene shifted to a desolate arena, tattered flags, and the ground stained with fresh blood. Amidst the bloody battlefield, a lone figure sat engulfed by rubble and corpses, exuding a chilling aura. A pair of high heels approached a dying subordinate, who mumbled, How strange. Eileen, the horned blonde demoness, walked with authority, remarking, The Qian I know is always joyful when eating, so is there something it doesn't like? Qian, bruised and battered, replied, On the contrary, I'm holding back a lot. By the way, do you know Bi-hyung placed a spell on both of us? Eileen casually admitted, I had a rough guess. It's not a spell that suppresses power or anything like that. She clearly explained the invisible restraint. In other words, until I hand over the wave-calming flute to the prince, neither of us can harm the rebels. Eileen smirked, her eyes sharp. As expected from Bi-hyung, it's a reasonable decision. Her smile revealed sharp fangs, showing the dangerous nature being restrained. Eileen recalled the deposed prince, a being with terrifyingly perfect charisma, physical, and spiritual strength. She admitted to hesitating countless times when handing over the flute, but knew that defying Bi-hyung's curse at that moment would be suicide. A drop of saliva trickled down, showing extreme craving. Eileen smirked, admitting the deposed prince was so overwhelmingly powerful that she temporarily forgot the curse binding her, feeling as if a pristine white wall was about to be defiled. In a flashback, Eileen tried unleashing a lustful killing intent towards the deposed prince, but he didn't even flinch, completely unaffected. She grudgingly admitted that if it weren't for the constant presence of bodyguards making the success rate almost zero, she would have risked her life to fight him to the death. Qian seemed to understand Eileen's obsession, while she was still lost in thought about the prince. Qian bit his lip until it bled, growling that he absolutely couldn't understand. He angrily recalled the delicious prey he was about to catch, slipping away, as a colossal shadow monster appeared to block his path. Qian realized the reason was him. The curse within Eileen had self-activated to prevent her from going berserk and getting caught up in the battle. Eileen confirmed the escaped prey was that woman, Xiao Hui, teasing Qian. No wonder you look so grumpy. The best morsel got away, didn't it? She shifted to a dangerous tone, declaring the mission complete and the payment received. But Bi-hyung hadn't forbidden them from doing anything on their way back. Eileen held up 2 cards, enticing Qian to go find some more fun before returning. Qian didn't need to be asked twice. His dark phantom immediately surged, ready for a new hunt. Eileen smirked, satisfied to see Qian was on board with her. The scene shifted to a deep, dark body of water, with faint light illuminating the rocky seabed. A flat, neatly constructed road appeared amidst the desolate underwater landscape. A brown-haired demoness was carrying an injured gray-haired girl, panting and noticing the strangeness of the place. She wondered why, despite being surrounded by rocky mountains, there was such a well-preserved road, guessing it might be a sacred site of the Dragon Palace. The gray-haired girl, carried in her arms, spoke with effort despite her injuries. She chillingly declared that this might be the entrance to one of the undersea prisons, where the most dangerous criminals were held. The brown-haired demoness was stunned by this information, while the gray-haired girl asked worriedly. The brown-haired girl quickly apologized, blaming herself for her comrade's injury, but still stubbornly claimed she was just a little exhausted. The injured gray-haired girl gritted her teeth and replied to her comrade. Sorry, but you'll have to walk on your own from now on. Can you move quickly? Of course. Xiao Hui glanced around vigilantly, sweat pouring down, and ordered, Keep an eye on our surroundings. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers appeared, blocking their path, led by the deposed prince with an overwhelming aura. The blue-skinned subordinate bowed and reported, Your Highness, I ordered the guards to deal with the contestants, but it seems they've escaped here. One of them doesn't seem to be a land creature. He continued to identify them. The woman on the right is General Baekgyo's daughter, and on the left is Son Hyohei, descendant of the treacherous Monkey King. The blue-skinned subordinate requested orders. If your highness permits, I will send 2 of the 8 commanders to make that girl kneel. The deposed prince coldly declared, Do as you wish. But the prince also knew his opponent's capabilities. However, I suspect 2 commanders alone won't be enough to defeat those 2. Xiao Hui turned to the newcomer, advising, Hey, we can retreat. You seem to be trying to show off when you've already done enough. A young sorcerer dressed as a scholar suddenly appeared, self-deprecatingly. I suppose I'm no different, rushing in here myself. Clearly, Choi Si-woo's meddlesome nature has rubbed off on me. He turned away, refusing to reveal his true identity. Kim Yu. No. I am merely a wandering scholar. Let's just leave it at that. Yushin threw a cold remark back at Xiao Hui. Don't worry about repaying me. Just try to survive so my intervention isn't in vain. A straight, endlessly long stone path appeared amidst the silent space at the bottom of the sea. Without another word, Yushin gripped his wooden sword tightly and shot forward like an arrow. He assessed the situation. This path is disgustingly long, but in a situation like this, it has an advantage. Yushin analyzed the political game in a flash. The Crown Prince of the Dragon Palace is aiming for a coup. However, using only violence won't be enough to succeed. He connected it to his clan's rules. My clan has rules ensuring official succession during turmoil. The Dragon Palace cannot be without something similar. Yushin deduced the royal family's security mechanisms. To disable the magical safety mechanisms, there must be an unwritten rule that needs to be followed. He aimed directly at the ultimate goal of the coup. The issue isn't just the Dragon King's corpse, but also ancestral treasures or secret locations. They need something that symbolizes succession. Yushin concluded the crucial point. In other words, until the Crown Prince completes his treasure hunt, the Dragon King cannot be replaced. Realizing time was running out and the race had begun, Yushin gritted his teeth. Damn it! Yushin suddenly stopped short, his bare heel scraping hard against the ground as he sensed someone was following him. He spun around, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping into the darkness. Hey! A dark-skinned, white-haired guard woman appeared, questioning Yushin how long he intended to follow her. But he turned the tables, asking the exact same question back. The guard woman snapped irritably. After I gave you the only escape card? Why don't you go find your comrades and get out of here? She sarcastically called Yushin's stealthy actions pathetic, but he coldly cut her off. What are you babbling about? This area is restricted, Yushin declared bluntly. I accepted the route and information you provided, but I never promised anything. His hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, he stated firmly. I have no reason to care about your situation. Yushin uttered an arrogant challenge, a smirk playing on his lips. If you have any grievances, feel free to attack me any time. The guardwoman was speechless. The guardwoman confessed helplessly. Are you an idiot? The reason I'm doing this is because I know I can never defeat you. She read Yushin, pointing and saying that he couldn't do anything by himself either, and that she had already guessed his plan. The guardwoman hit the nail on the head. You intend to find the Dragon King and free him from whatever is binding him, don't you? Yushin froze. Yushin understood clearly that in this Dragon Palace, the Dragon King was an absolute existence, an undisputed ruler. The fact that an overlord like the Dragon King was neutralized in less than an hour showed that this power struggle was on an insane level, orchestrated by an extremely powerful force. There must be a special kind of magic, such as an enchantment or a curse, controlling the Dragon King's power, and the main source was the Dark Flute. The guardwoman concluded, but if that magic is broken, the Dragon King's power will be restored, and this situation will end. That's the plan, isn't it? She warned that the plan sounded good, but even a small mistake would mean Yushin's demise. Not to mention the ability to break the spell was still an unknown. Yushin waved her off, not bothering to listen further. Enough. Anyway, I've gotten what I needed. As long as you don't interfere, I won't deal with you. He turned his back, delivering a final warning. But if you're just going to meddle, you'd better turn back now. Yushin explained the clear boundary. Losing track of someone who sneaks away and escaping with them are two entirely different matters. If someone discovers us together, you're the one who's finished." The guard woman was stunned, realizing Yushin was completely different from her initial impression. Both had a moment of new understanding about the other. Crash. Two figures landed on the stone path, dust flying everywhere. Yushin Kim landed, glanced around and muttered, "How strange." Xiao Hui carried an injured female yokai, noticing the carefully constructed path amidst the desolate rocky mountains, and guessed that a dragon palace sanctuary was nearby. Meeting face to face, Yushin Kim cursed, "Damn it." Elsewhere, the dark-faced guard woman sat alone, thinking bitterly. Finally met an interesting human, and he's just throwing himself into certain death. She thought if that exorcist succeeded in turning the tables, it would truly be legendary, but then immediately dismissed the thought. The guard woman stated firmly, "No way. Even without the prince, that general is no ordinary yokai." She sighed deeply, lamenting her fate. Sigh. When will I ever find a kindred spirit? Back in the present, Xiao Hui was stunned when she recognized the newcomer. "You? Why are you here?" Yushin Kim retorted bluntly, not bothering to explain. "This doesn't concern you, and it's a long story to tell." The exorcist's blunt words made Xiao Hui freeze, her eyes wide with surprise. Yushin Kim continued to relay a message from a bandaged man. "That guy is too proud to say directly that he wants to see you. But after this tournament, he wants to meet you privately." Xiao Hui remained silent, seemingly digesting this unexpected information. Yushin Kim smirked, taunting, "You truly are hopelessly foolish," the exorcist admitted. "Hearing that from you is a bit much, but it's so true I can't argue. Go ahead and laugh if you want." Xiao Hui, her face slightly flushed, replied decisively, "No, I have no such intention." Yushin Kim acted like an elder brother. "All right, I'll go ahead, you stay behind and recover your strength." Yushin Kim looked directly at the approaching enemy army, asserting, "Those idiots don't seem to be planning to rush in all at once. I can handle the two on the sides." The exorcist narrowed his eyes, identifying the real problem. But the problem is the monster in the middle afterward. Yushin Kim sensed an extremely unpleasant aura from the general standing behind the prince. And the one behind him gives off a very bad feeling, as if he completely counters us. Yushin continued to tease, pointing directly at Xiao Hui's weakness. "Not to mention your stamina, you haven't even unleashed your full power yet, have you?" The exorcist smirked, asserting that he had fought her briefly and thus knew exactly what her problem was. Two unnamed enemy guards began to act suspiciously, slowly advancing. Suddenly, one guard pulled out a sharp hairpin, blood splattering from the other's fingertip. Yushin broke out in a cold sweat, his mind racing at the inexplicable actions of the petty guards. Without further ado, Yushin drew the pair of Eastern Sea Azure Spirit Swords from his wrist, ready for battle. The exorcist unleashed the Azure Bird Strike, a giant blue energy slash sweeping across the entire battlefield. The overwhelming sword energy swept away everything in its path, giving the opponents no chance to dodge. The deposed prince and General Tanju, standing from afar, were also stunned by the power of the attack. One guard's hat fell to the ground, proving the attack had hit its target. Yushin explained that he had felt something was off, and having encountered similar situations before, he realized the problem. The two guards revealed their faces, turning out to be a pair of blonde twins, who then exposed, "You are a half-demon, but you lean more towards the demonic side. How strange." A blue-haired female yokai put on her glasses and lectured, "Just because you have a little human blood in your veins, do you think you'll be treated equally with a demon?" Yushin ignored her, his sharp gaze focused on the twins. "Furthermore, what you just used," one of the twins rushed to attack, but Yushin easily blocked her slash. The blonde female yokai roared furiously, "Shut up, you useless worm." Yushin maintained a calm expression, seemingly having the entire situation under control. The blonde female yokai swung her pair of ancient rune daggers, rushing to attack Yushin once more. However, a surge of purple energy suddenly flashed from her eyes, her body stiffening in midair. The scene plunged into the deep abyss. A cold remark echoed, "How pathetic." One of the blonde twins mocked Yushin, claiming that today's exorcists had forgotten all shame, discarding their spiritual artifacts as if they were their own lives. Yushin sneered in response, "I value it, but not more than my own life," then scoffed that hearing them speak of pride was truly laughable. Yushin exposed the twins, revealing them to be the grandchildren of the profound Moonlight Clan head and the ones who had massacred their own father and grandfather. He began to recount the history of Mount Geryong, a sacred land where countless warrior exorcists had gathered since the Three Kingdoms period. Among them, the most prominent was the profound Moonlight Clan, a renowned lineage of warrior exorcists dedicated to pursuing the ultimate martial path. The clan's sword techniques were so formidable that they were rumored to be able to cleave clouds and split mountains with a single strike. Yushin continued the story, going back 300 years, to when the clan head's son became entangled with a demon and fathered 2 half-demon children. The clan head tried to suppress their demonic nature, teaching them human etiquette. But the outcome was a tragedy. The entire clan was annihilated, with bodies strewn everywhere throughout the mansion. Yushin continued his cold narration, accompanied by an image of a corpse slumped in a pool of blood. He concluded that the half-demon twins had slaughtered their father, grandfather, and the entire clan before vanishing. Exposed, one of the twins flew into a rage, cursing Yushin as a filthy rat for daring to speak such nonsense. The other twin appeared calmer, stopping her companion and stating that Yushin wasn't worth getting angry over. She continued to belittle Yushin, dismissing his words as merely the desperate struggles of a weaker opponent. She declared bluntly, "Since we've determined your skill level is too low, well, continue our hunt as usual." She was confident that her next strike would surely crush Yushin's throat. But the real problem lay elsewhere. Her concern was Xiaohui, Yushin's disadvantaged teammate, who was left alone in the distance. The twins decided to be cautious, slowly encircling and capturing both of them to avoid falling into a trap. In the distance, Xiaohui subtly furrowed her brow, seemingly enduring an injury or sensing something. Her gaze sharpened, signaling an unpredictable variable about to occur. Yushin shook his head in exasperation, clearly thinking these opponents were too green and naive. Just as the hunter twins lunged to corner their prey, one of them unexpectedly stumbled. Yushin narrowly dodged the strike, causing her attack to merely gouge the ground behind him. One of the twins gasped in astonishment. "He read our movements and acted first?" She realized Yushin had deliberately broken their encirclement to create a one-on-one solo confrontation. Nevertheless, she confidently believed it was a mistake, as they had already grasped Yushin's speed and movement patterns, considering him merely a somewhat capable human. Yushin said little, charging directly at one of them, determined to fight to the death. From the stands, an elegant female demon and General Tanju observed that for skilled individuals, they could almost predict the next moment. They analyzed that even if their skill levels were equal, or even a step or two higher, a human body could never contend with demonic martial arts. One twin held up Yushin's broken weapons, scoffing that having lost his main armaments, he could only resort to long-range magic. She believed Yushin's reckless charge was nothing short of suicide, as he could only use his fists now. Yushin closed in incredibly fast, his hand already enveloped by a surge of blue energy. The twin hadn't even fully grasped what was happening, only managing to utter a sound of bewilderment. Thwack! Yushin unleashed an incredibly powerful straight punch, the blue energy exploding upon impact. The immense force of the punch sent her flying like a tattered doll. The twin coughed up blood, while Yushin's eyes gleamed with a deadly blue light. The other twin froze, while Xiaohui in the distance merely offered a knowing smile. General Tanju couldn't hide his astonishment either. What in the world was that? Reanalyzing the situation, Yushin shouldn't have been able to accelerate and change distance at that moment, especially while conserving his strength. Yushin's hand still radiated blue energy, proving that the previous punch was no fluke. The remaining twin tried to block Yushin's relentless attacks with her pair of wooden daggers. Yushin continued to close in, delivering a devastating kick to her body. Despite taking the hit, she boasted loudly, "His strength and speed are only human level. I can withstand hundreds, thousands of such blows." She gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into her daggers, deciding to go all out. Muttering an incantation, she summoned lightning power, blue electrical currents gathering around her weapons. She unleashed a sudden strike, slashing incredibly fast forward, but Yushin had vanished. The attack sliced through empty air, and the twin froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Suddenly, from behind, Yushin appeared and delivered a lightning palm strike to her back, sending her sprawling face first. Yushin landed lightly, while the second twin lay sprawled. The first still slumped in the distance. The first twin, who had been defeated, trembled as she watched her sister being beaten, her mouth agape and unable to form words. The other twin snarled furiously, claiming Yushin had used dark magic, which was why he discarded his sword. Yushin merely smirked, scoffing, "Sounds like Im playing dirty. You just got served because you were overconfident, thinking you'd seen through my hand." He stood tall, issuing a sharp challenge. "It's one-on-one now. Do you think you can handle it, or should you call your superiors for backup?" The twin growled, "Nonsense," then took a defensive stance with her daggers, refusing to concede defeat. She closed her eyes, trying to analyze the situation. "I have an idea of the dark magic he's using." She realized that her and her sister's attacks hadn't missed because he dodged them, but because the slashes had gone astray from the very beginning. She deduced. His trick is short-range teleportation, deceiving the eye to create illusory speed. That was why she and her sister couldn't time their attacks, and the fact that his punches were harmless until the decisive blow proved he was merely probing. Yushin noticed his opponent had begun channeling purple demonic energy into her weapons, and his eyes turned cold. The twin unleashed her ultimate technique, creating a storm of purple energy slashes that enveloped the entire area, determined to give Yushin no chance to teleport. Yushin glided like a ghost, deftly dodging the opponent's rain of purple sword energy. The other twin poured all her strength, her eyes determined to fight to the bitter end. An area of effect technique was unleashed, ravaging the entire area with energy, leaving no escape. A close call. The blade grazed Yushin's ear by a hair's breadth, but he kept his cool. He flattened himself against the ground as a massive energy slash swept right over his head, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. She unleashed her ultimate technique, a fierce explosion of purple demon energy erupting, determined to flatten everything. Her face turned into a pitch-black void, with only a streak of purple light, a sign of a special skill. Outplayed, Yushin had already leaped into the air, flying over the water's surface and completely nullifying the ground attack. The blonde woman looked up, realizing her prey had escaped the perfect trap, purple demon energy still blazing around her. Not giving up, she continued to unleash a barrage of sword energy skyward, relentlessly pursuing Yushin. The cliff where Yushin had just stood was utterly ravaged, its destructive power immense. After the skill barrage, the battlefield was desolate, with only shattered cliffs remaining. She panted heavily, seemingly exhausted after unleashing her ultimate move. Realizing the bitter truth, she muttered, "From the very beginning, you were just toying with us, weren't you? Game over." Yushin suddenly appeared behind her, exposing her weakness. "If you could move that far, you wouldn't have needed to throw your swords in the first place." Yushin smirked with an arrogant demeanor. "You misunderstood, but never mind. This isn't a comic book where I have to explain my skills to the enemy." Completely devastated, she could only utter one sentence: "Kill me." Yushin taunted her directly. "Huh? You've clearly lost, and you're still making demands? Do you think just saying kill me means I have to solemnly obey?" Losing all her arrogance, she clasped her hands and pleaded. "Then, I beg you, please, kill me." Yushin saw through his opponent's heart. "I understand. You two must have been top tier until now, losing a match to an opponent you thought you could easily defeat." Yushin saw through the twins' true feelings. "Your eyes show that you hate me more than any other enemy. Born into low status, one failure means the end of everything. Isn't that terrifying?" She fell silent, unable to refute Yushin's razor-sharp analysis. The flashback began. A hand holding a whip, a cold voice echoed. "Your impure blood cannot be changed. From now on, there will be no second chances." The two young twin sisters were kneeling in punishment, trembling in fear before a powerful silhouette who growled, "The reason we raised you abominations is because you carry the blood of this clan." The old man in the mask, their grandfather, threatened, "If you dare to reveal your demon energy again, I will erase your names from the family registry." One of the two children, bruised and battered, mumbled in response to her grandfather's warning, "Yes, grandfather," the twin recalled, admitting that living as a human was almost impossible. As half-demons, neither fully human nor fully monster, they had the chance to choose one of two paths. Unlike other half-demons with mixed energies, the sisters were a rare case, able to use both types of power. But using both and completely suppressing one side were two entirely different matters. The younger sister burst into tears, unable to suppress the surging demon energy. "I can't do it, big sister. I don't want to be here anymore." She continued to sob, her voice full of despair. I miss Mom." The older sister remained silent, only able to watch her sister suffer in the dark room. The older sister hugged her sister, trying to comfort her. "Just a little more effort, little sister. Grandfather scolds us because he worries about us." She continued to deceive herself. "If we keep trying, grandfather will surely recognize us as heirs." The twin recounted. "Being chosen as the successor wasn't important. We just needed a family to accept us. That's why they trained frantically, personally shackling their demonic instincts. They toiled day and night, so no one could deny that they were human." A few years passed, and a clan member panted heavily after being defeated during a training session. The older sister, now grown and full of confidence, stood there with twin swords in hand, her skills far surpassing everyone else in the clan. Although no one dared to openly scorn them anymore, the cold stares from their family members never changed. The twin recounted, her voice full of bitterness. "We never doubted that this was our home. Night fell upon the Hyunwol clan's mansion, a place that seemed like a home. A clan member reported to the old patriarch. The children have made remarkable progress. It said even you couldn't defeat them. The man frantically denied it. That's not it. I was just being careless. But the old patriarch cut him off. No need for excuses. The old patriarch coldly declared, even though they carry half-demon blood, they defeated you not just with physical strength. The man broke into a sweat, his voice trembling. Father, are you seriously considering letting those two become successors? The old patriarch scoffed directly at him. What? Are you afraid your son will lose his position? You yourself know his talent is far inferior to those two. The man stammered in protest. But father, they are, and the old patriarch curtly replied, yes, I know. The old patriarch reassured his incompetent son. Don't worry. No matter how talented they are, I have no intention of letting those half-breeds inherit the lineage. He casually revealed. Originally, I intended to kill them, but out of curiosity, I raised them. Who knew they would be so useful? The old man continued his cruel plan. Just drain them of their strength. I don't know how long these half-breeds will live, but for now, they can serve as hunting dogs for the clan. The twin, who was eavesdropping outside at that moment, couldn't believe her ears when she heard those words. The old patriarch sneered. Of course they won't accept. Have you ever seen a beast willingly wear a muzzle? He finalized his plan. Soon I will tell them that I intend to entrust the clan to them, then use the succession ritual to put the muzzle on them. A dark curse was revealed, the old patriarch even more venomous. They are not allowed to have children, so we must also find a way to deal with that. The twin, who was reading a book, suddenly flinched, sensing her sister's presence. The older sister called her younger sister's name, but what stood at the door was only a pitch-black shadow shedding tears in illusion of despair. The room door opened, but all that remained was a deadly silence. The twin realized the harsh truth. What I thought I had finally obtained turned out to be merely an illusion that was never within reach. The flames of revenge erupted, incinerating the entire clan. And the twins also erased the human part of themselves along with the place they once called home. Yushin glanced, calmly replying, I see. The blonde twin froze as Yushin's sword pressed against her neck, and he coldly declared, if that's the case, I accept your request. Smack. Yushin didn't bother using his sword, instead swinging his hand to cover her mouth, making her only able to let out a surprised gasp. Yushin smirked meaningfully. Then, the exorcist lifted one of the twins' heads, blood still dripping, and provoked, thanks to you prideful fools who wouldn't charge in at the same time. I easily dealt with both of you. Who's the next idiot? Yushin continued to taunt the remaining group while another twin lay slumped on the ground. Surely no one will break formation and rush in all at once, right? But I wouldn't mind either. The blonde twin lay sprawled on the ground, her entire body paralyzed, her mind reeling in panic. She realized in shock that mortal's attack didn't even touch my body. Is this a pressure point technique using chi? So this is what defeated my brother. She looked up at the head Yushin was holding, her mind in turmoil. But if so, whose head am I looking at? Lying prostrate, she bitterly admitted that Yushin's skill was not teleportation. While he commanded, listen carefully, Yushin explained casually, your nerves will reconnect soon enough. If you wish to end your own life, feel free. I won't stop you. But if you still cling to life in any way, he directed his enemy, then go to Ilmoxa Temple on Gwanak Mountain in Seoul. Say that Kim Yushin sent you, and the abbot will give you shelter without asking any questions. Yushin offered her a chance to restart her life. Whether you want to start anew as a human or a yokai, I don't care. If you need work, just ask that abbot about my whereabouts. He sealed his recruitment offer right on the battlefield. I've just left home and started my own career. I'm in need of a few more hands. In another corner, the deposed prince and the blue-skinned official approached, their faces filled with tension. Yushin sneered, looking towards a massive purple demon energy erupting in the distance. That is, if you survive what's coming next. But you're a spirit-level yokai, so you'll probably make it through. The exorcist glanced at the blue-skinned official, his voice full of sarcasm. Do you think I'm messing with you, you fool? Yushin explained his strategy, while images of the battle with the twins were replayed. The reason I abandoned my weapon and prolonged this fight is very simple. The person behind me is just like me, a bit lacking in some aspects. The gray-haired yokai woman screamed in anger, just as Yushin had said. When something is in the way, they can't unleash their full power. As soon as the obstacle was cleared, the gray-haired yokai woman unleashed a devastating kick, releasing her full purple demon energy with the words, maximum power. Amidst the desolate Rocky Mountains, an earth-shattering explosion was about to occur. Boom! The purple demon energy exploded, blowing away rocks and earth over an enormous area. The shockwave spread, flattening everything, proving that a full-power attack had just been unleashed. Yushin smirked with satisfaction, while the blue-skinned official standing next to him turned deathly pale. The prince's followers could only scream in horror at this display of power. An entire vast area was ravaged, leaving only a gaping crater. At the epicenter, the gray-haired yokai woman stood firm, while the body of one of the blonde twins lay slumped on the ground. Yushin channeled blue energy into his hand, coldly saying, "Then." The exorcist looked down at the surviving blonde woman lying flattened, his voice full of sarcasm. "You're a high-level yokai, so being buried alive probably won't kill you, right?" Yushin sneered, turning away as if his opponent was mere trash. "If fate allows, we'll meet again." With that said, he punched the ground hard, causing a second tremor to bury the aftermath. Yushin thought to himself, this tremor was no different from a falling meteor, and he couldn't believe he had just survived facing such a monster. Amidst the chaotic scene, Yushin realized this was the perfect opportunity to completely conceal himself. A stealth technique passed down by John Wuchi was explained. It doesn't just conceal one's appearance. This skill completely suppresses the energy flow of all living beings, sealing it outside the body. Unsim Ha, in the form of a red-haired man, explained to young Yushin that, for those who sense energy, this technique is a perfect deception. Unsim asserted that even when moving and making noise, the opponent still wouldn't notice. Young Yushin expressed doubt, believing that the opponent's instincts would react to sound. Unsim blindfolded Yushin, explaining that in a life-or-death battle, the enemy's senses are pushed to their maximum. Unsim grinned sinisterly, saying that the opponent couldn't ignore any sound. Then he asked, "Is that so?" In the flashback, the red-haired man asked Yushin, "So, with your eyes closed and hearing maximized, do you perceive my footsteps?" Young Yushin broke into a sweat, his face pale, stammering an admission. "Not at all. I don't sense anything. I don't hear anything." The red-haired man sneered, making a chilling statement. "Impossible. Your ears definitely heard it, but your brain and subconscious automatically filtered out that sound." He explained that the energy sensing skill was extremely difficult to learn at first, but young Yushin, radiating a blue aura, must have experienced the thrill of the entire world opening up before his eyes. But that convenience leads to over-reliance on energy sensing, the red-haired man warned, emphasizing that the human sense relied on most is sight. He gave an example. A normal person walking down the street suddenly hears breathing, footsteps, or groans from an invisible space in front of them. If their eyes are still functioning normally and see an empty space, the brain will automatically filter out that sound, never thinking that something is standing right in front of them. The red-haired man concluded, "Those who cultivate energy sensing trust it more than their own eyes, and this is a weakness that cannot be overcome by conscious effort." That's why Yushin heard the footsteps but didn't react, because the energy sense he trusted had judged that there was nothing there. The red-haired man laughed triumphantly, asserting that this technique was even more effective against those who lived longer and were stronger, then declared, "This is precisely." Returning to reality, Yushin channeled power into his hands, launching himself forward like an arrow. He glided past the cliffs, moving at terrifying speed through the chaotic space. A vast area, devastated after the battle, appeared beneath Yushin's feet. Yushin landed on the ground, flashed a self-satisfied smile, and let out a challenging ha. He stood amidst the battlefield, marveling at the magnificent sight, and exclaimed that it was so impressive it sent shivers down his spine. Yushin glanced to the side, his voice full of hidden meaning. "Don't you think so? Or perhaps, from the perspective of someone trying to survive, it looks a bit different?" The Grand Prince of the Dragon Palace suddenly appeared, his muscles bulging, his sharp gaze fixed on Yushin. The Grand Prince questioned, his voice full of authority. "Why? You could have perfectly concealed yourself and escaped from here. Why did you reveal yourself midway?" Yushin smirked, casually replying that he didn't have any particular reason. It's just that the situation changed, so the plan changed with it. He explained that the initial goal was to secretly take the unconscious Dragon King away, but since they had been discovered, the stealth game would now only turn into an endless chase. Yushin smirked, declaring bluntly, "I just had an idea. How about I just beat you to a pulp and get it over with?" He explained that the blue-skinned general was the truly formidable opponent, while he was confident he could counter the first prince. Yushin secretly thought it was just a diversion, as by now his allies must have already engaged. At the same time, elsewhere, Xiaohui and General Tanju clashed, purple demonic energy erupting. This one-on-one solo battle was precisely part of Yushin's plan. Yushin had calculated everything. It was impossible to sneak the Dragon King away. To shake off their pursuers and break the Dragon King's curse, a battle was inevitable, and Yushin had chosen the most logical scenario. Yushin looked directly at the first prince, admitting to himself that as long as this monster stood, their chances of victory were almost zero. However, he analyzed the matchup and believed Xiaohui had a higher chance of winning against General Tanju. Yushin revealed there were still 2 other allies within the Dragon Palace, and if Xiaohui could meet them to rescue the Dragon King, that would already be a tactical victory, but he could only hope they were smart enough to understand his intentions. The first prince interrupted, his eyes sharp. I understand your intentions. To achieve your goal, you are even ready to die by my hand. The prince seemed curious, not understanding why Yushin possessed such ironclad resolve. Is this truly worth risking your life for? Yushin snapped, saying his life was precious, but the other side's plan was too insane, submerging 2 cities just as an inauguration gift. He asserted that, as an exorcist, a human, he could not stand idly by, prompting the first prince to retort, or is it because I am a demon? Yushin froze, not understanding the prince's question. The first prince repeated, emphasizing, I'm asking if you cannot stand idly by because I am a demon, or because I belong to this sea tribe. Yushin quickly denied it, stating that being a demon or not meant nothing when millions of lives were threatened, but the prince then made a cryptic remark that Yushin didn't seem like someone who would strike down his own kind. The first prince's words stunned Yushin, a huge question mark appearing in his mind. Yushin broke into a sweat, his voice trembling as he asked what the hell that scoundrel was trying to say. The prince began to recount, recalling the old days when he was old enough. His father, the Dragon King, had given him an order. The Dragon King, seated on his majestic throne, told his son to leave the Dragon Palace and go to the land to experience it for himself, considering it a treasure for his future successor. The prince reminisced about obeying the command, beginning his journey even though he was still naive then, not fully understanding his father's intentions. Upon hearing this, Yushin immediately scoffed, guessing that the prince must have learned a lesson about the filth and depravity of humanity, a ridiculously obvious truth. The prince smirked and denied. No, quite the opposite. He asserted that humans and demons, those on land or under the sea, were no different. He recounted that after a lifetime wandering the surface, that world was no different from the bottom of the sea, and an image of him as a traveler appeared. He had witnessed humans loving each other, even sacrificing for others in warmth. Yet, these very same people were also ready to wield cold, cruel blades against their own kind, even those they were once close to. The further he traveled, the more he realized that the difference between demons and humans did not lie in their nature. Environment, culture, lifespan, power, these factors only created differences between races and individuals, but they were not the core. The prince declared that very few understood the true nature. Even demons themselves drew boundaries between land and sea to differentiate from each other. He scoffed that even his own subordinates acted solely based on hatred and a false sense of superiority towards the land dwellers, and he considered eradicating this misunderstanding to be a king's duty. Yushin froze as the prince spoke of a future where all races realized they were no different. But then he changed his demeanor, extended his hand, and asserted, to achieve that, what is needed is not understanding, but the rule of one with absolute power. The price would be millions of lives. He would use ultimate fear and loss to subjugate 10 million lives in the 2 eastern nations. The prince erupted with blazing purple demonic energy, growling at Yushin that this was not a barbaric massacre, and Yushin had no reason to risk his life to stop him. He brought up history to justify himself, pointing out that on the peninsula where Yushin grew up, countless nations had been established, and countless lives had fallen for those changes. Even in times of peace, the decisions of a few individuals holding power and wealth always affected those below them. The only difference was that they didn't personally carry out the killing, he said, as images of collapsing economic charts and piles of money appeared. He concluded that just one wrong decision by the elites could lead to untold destruction for millions, no different from his own plan. The prince smirked, scoffing that humans never held the powerful accountable, because that was their natural order. Yushin broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this man also wanted to rule according to that twisted natural order. Exploding with purple demonic energy, the prince declared he would bring a more efficient and just regime than any in history, ensuring that as long as he ruled, not a single life would be wasted. Hearing this, Yushin could no longer tolerate it. He shot forward like an arrow. The prince merely glanced at him calmly, his attitude utterly dismissive. Yushin finally understood. He didn't fully grasp the prince's twisted logic, but one thing was clear as day. The reason the Dragon King had to imprison his eldest son was not due to any external factors. Regardless of race, this man was a monster who should never be allowed to wield the Dragon King's power. The presence of this monster meant Yushin had to stop him at all costs. The prince raised his hand towards Yushin, who was charging forward with eyes blazing with blue energy. A massive, dense stream of purple demonic energy was fired at terrifying speed. The energy beam destroyed the ground, leaving a long, scorched trail, but Yushin managed to dodge it. The prince clicked his tongue. What a pity. He likened Yushin to a fish about to take the bait, a delicious morsel. He expressed disappointment, saying he had hoped Yushin would become his first human vassal. But Yushin, the fish, not only didn't take the bait but intended to bite back at the fisherman himself. Yushin charged from another angle, his hand gathering a sphere of blue energy, determined to fight the prince to the finish. A giant fish unexpectedly surfaced, foolishly swallowing the hook. A beam of purple energy pierced straight through Yushin's shoulder, stopping him mid-air. The prince showed a flicker of surprise, while Yushin, despite his injury, still gathered a swirling vortex of blue energy, growling. "Vassal, my ass." Yushin staggered to his feet, declaring in a strained voice that ever since he left home, he had resolved never to be anyone's hound again. The exorcist slid across the ground, struggling to stand firm against the invisible pressure. The prince sneered, recognizing his opponent as a former member and high-ranking officer of the Sacred Water Bureau. Yushin gripped his sword hilt tightly, declaring loudly in response. Kim Yushin, leader of the newly established Azure Spirit Gate. With eyes blazing with azure energy, Yushin roared, "I stand here to slay you on behalf of my master, you deranged bastard." The prince easily dodged Yushin's extremely powerful azure energy slash. Yushin gave his opponent no time to breathe, continuing to charge forward with the blazing sword in his hand. Yushin's sword was already stained with blood, but he maintained a resolute expression, unwavering. The prince, now wearing a black mask, casually held a blood-stained dagger, yet his chest was completely unblemished. Yushin was stunned, unable to believe his attack was useless, and that he wouldn't get a second chance. The prince's eyes narrowed with disdain, looking at Yushin as if he were a mere minnow. The prince swung his hand, and a deadly purple demonic energy blast shot straight towards Yushin. A terrifying explosion of purple energy erupted, blowing away everything around the prince. The prince began to explain a battle within the spiritual domain, where two of the highest-ranking yokai had clashed. He explained that when the powers of those two clashed, an extremely small, fleeting opening was created. Yushin, his eyes still burning, realized that opening was his path to survival in life-or-death battles. The prince unleashed an all-out attack, a tsunami of purple demonic energy sweeping forward. The ground beneath Yushin's feet cracked and shattered under the destructive power of the attack. Yushin broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth as he realized that even if his severing strike hit its target, there was no guarantee it would be 100% effective. In a flashback, Unsimha explained that the technique wasn't always effective, and someone at Yushin's level should understand why. In the flashback, Unsimha bluntly criticized Yushin. "If I hadn't told you, you would have blindly used that severing strike and gotten smacked around without landing a single hit." The old master continued his analysis, stating that it was common for a young punk to learn an ultimate technique and then delude himself into thinking it was invincible. Unsimha threw Yushin a difficult question. "Think, what kind of opponent would make your technique a joke?" leaving his disciple speechless. Yushin racked his brain, muttering about facing a ghost, but then decided it still wasn't enough. "Don't overcomplicate it, you fool," Unsimha snapped. "The answer is as clear as day." Yushin suddenly enlightened. Yushin stammered a guess. "Could it be a giant?" Unsimha confirmed, explaining that some yokai have vastly different true forms and transformed forms. He explained the basic logic. To take down an elephant, you need more poison than for a mouse. A giant yokai silhouette appeared, illustrating the terrifying power disparity when size changes. Unsimha added, "If they're just big, you can still aim for their vital points. But if you encounter those with grotesque body structures like jellyfish or octopuses, all you can do is pray." "But every creature has a weakness," the old master concluded. "That's why a true warrior must master many skills, not be a one-trick pony." Unsimha struck at Yushin's core weakness. "You're just like those yokai who only rely on their innate talent. Your divine technique is powerful, but it's not omnipotent." He admitted that with enough arduous training, Yushin could overcome his weaknesses, but it required talent, time, and effort. And sometimes, Unsimha narrowed his eyes. The problem isn't the weakness, but that some yokai are abnormal in a different way. He explained that the difference lay in their core, not in their race or abilities. Unsimha asserted that training was a human characteristic, while yokai automatically grew stronger just by breathing. For yokai, born at the finish line, having to strive and struggle seemed like the desperation of the weak. Lucky for humanity, Unsimha scoffed. If every talented yokai trained diligently, then people like you wouldn't have a place to fight. But then he warned sternly. However, occasionally, there are truly exceptional individuals. The scene shifted to a lavish, ancient-style dining table, preparing for another story. In a deeper flashback, Unsimha was sharing drinks with a mysterious white-haired yokai, explaining that there were those who weren't human, but were truly dedicated to cultivation. The white-haired yokai calmly raised his cup, while Unsimha's words echoed. When these individuals possess both talent and bloodline, they become extraordinary beings. Yushin curiously asked Unsimha, "Have you ever fought many yokai of that kind?" Unsimha nonchalantly replied that he had fought a few, while others had more complex relationships, then advised Yushin to be careful with this type. The old man warned that these yokai could break limits, even nullifying Yushin's instant kill strike. The flashback shifted. A bleeding scratch appeared on the green-haired prince's chest. The prince admitted he was impressed by Yushin's skill, a technique that pierced the body to inflict nerve damage, mastered by a mere human boy. He continued, "If he hadn't observed and analyzed Yushin's technique beforehand, things would have been different." Exploding with dark, purple demonic energy, the prince frankly admitted, "If it weren't for the boost from my royal bloodline, I would have knelt before you, so be proud." The young Yushin retorted in a strained voice. He didn't need pity for a technical victory, unless the prince ended his own life as a reward. He muttered, analyzing that the prince's demonic energy had an extremely high density, similar to a dragon's inherent skill. His energy had filled every crevice, no matter how small, in his body, forming a perfect armor. That's why Yushin's sword and energy couldn't pierce through, only leaving a scratch like an ordinary slash. Yushin curled his lips into a bitter smile, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. He admitted in his mind, "Everyone here cheats, and even knowing the reason, with my current strength, there's no way to break through." What he lacked wasn't information, but something overwhelmingly powerful enough to bridge this dominant power gap. The prince extended a final invitation, offering Yushin the position of general in the new nation. A lucrative proposal. Yushin remained silent, sweat trickling down his neck, yet a defiant smile played on his lips. He gripped his sword tightly, preparing for a relentless battle. A resounding crack echoed as Yushin channeled power into his legs, shattering the ground, revealing his resolve to fight to the death. Seeing Yushin refuse, the prince scornfully said, "What a pity," then charged forward, completely overwhelming the young boy sprawled on the ground. The prince effortlessly blocked Yushin's attack with a raised hand, his eyes filled with contempt. Blocked. Yushin remained unfazed, immediately changing direction and shooting away like an arrow. The prince retaliated by unleashing a massive surge of purple demonic energy, sweeping away everything in its path. Yushin fell sprawling to the ground, completely helpless against the prince's overwhelming power. Not giving up, Yushin unleashed his ultimate technique, creating a series of clones that dove down from above to attack the prince. One clone approached, but the prince merely created a blue energy circle, blocking its sword. The prince grabbed the clone's wrist, a red energy surge flashing as he realized the true nature of the technique. A gentle swing of the prince's hand sent Yushin's clone flying tens of meters away. Lying on his back on the ground, the prince smirked and analyzed. "Clones made of energy, huh? I've encountered such deceptions countless times," he muttered, exposing the technique's weakness. Energy duplicates always have openings. Just focus on their breath and movement, and their true nature will be revealed. The prince admitted Yushin's skill was quite high, to the point he almost thought he was hit by mind-altering illusion magic. Suddenly, the prince was struck by an extremely powerful surge of purple demonic energy, his body recoiling in astonishment. Yushin's clones once again charged simultaneously, attacking from all directions. The prince sneered, explaining the true nature of the technique. Creating clones is merely the surface. The core of this technique is to conjure extremely precise illusions. It turned out Yushin not only created duplicates, but could also paint the air to conceal his true self, though the range and number were limited. The real Yushin charged through an energy explosion, aiming directly at the prince. The prince had seen through everything. He created a blue energy blade in his hand, ready to face the challenge. The real Yushin was exposed. The prince turned and immediately unleashed a purple demonic energy palm strike at him. Despite being attacked, Yushin enveloped his entire body in blue lightning, putting all his strength into the final thrust. Yushin channeled all his lightning power, determined to deliver an all-out strike against the prince. The prince simply stood silently, watching, with no intention of dodging whatsoever. "So, that's it," the prince muttered, realizing this was a desperate attack as Yushin charged. Crash! Yushin's lightning sword slammed into the prince's body, creating an immense energy shockwave. Blood dripped to the ground. but it was Yushin's blood. He was utterly exhausted. The prince stood tall and unmoving, pointing at Yushin, looking completely unharmed. A small tear appeared on the back of the prince's robe, proving Yushin's attack had pierced through but only managed to scratch his skin. The scene suddenly shifted. Both stood at the bottom of the sea, within a private space of the Dragon Palace. Yushin smirked, wondering what his opponent was thinking. Severely wounded in the chest, Yushin admitted his opponent had seen through his plan from the very beginning and found himself ridiculous. The prince, in turn, showed admiration. "No. You were excellent. Even I wasn't certain until the very last moment." He explained that Yushin's blatant release of 5 clones was the most suspicious point. He deduced that among the targets, there was one who appeared so weak and vulnerable that they weren't worth eliminating, and that was the true bait. Yushin, bleeding from his mouth, bitterly admitted, "So, you've read me completely." The prince looked weary. "You. Stop. How many more times must this continue?" Yushin, though on the verge of collapse, still taunted. Even a madman knows to show some respect when addressed as king. Let's end this cleanly. In a crimson space, Yushin's silhouette bowed, accepting defeat before the prince's silhouette, standing like a king. The prince looked directly at Yushin, solemnly declaring, "Though countless humans will serve me in the future, here and now, I swear with certainty, Kim Yushin." He concluded with absolute respect for his fallen opponent, "A hero like you will never appear again." Collapsed, Yushin's mind remained active, recalling, "Since childhood, the protagonists in the stories I read were always quite similar. They never lost their cool demeanor or the smile on their faces, their hands always ready to draw their swords. Whether facing a tough challenge or an entire army, they only needed to utter a sarcastic remark to provoke their arrogant opponents." Yushin told himself, "Of course, they are merely characters in a story, and so, their courage and determination were always duly rewarded. A scenario that was simply too perfect. But real life is nothing like that. A protagonist in real life is just a reckless fool, nothing more, nothing less." Young Yushin sat in the forest reading a book, thinking to himself that even though he knew this, he was still drawn to those stories, probably like everyone else. Heroes might not exist, but the opposite certainly does. From villainous specters to bullies even within one's own clan. Villains and unsightly matters still exist in abundance, even when no protagonist steps forward to clean them up. Young Yushin hugged the book, his eyes shining brightly. "That's why I admire the protagonists in stories." But a few years later, when he was older and sitting in class, that excitement and admiration soon turned into self-consciousness and self-loathing. Yushin bitterly realized, even with the same ideals and strength as a protagonist, I hated myself for standing in the position of a villain. Then Yushin looked up, his gaze changing. "Then I met you." Memories flooded back, showing a chubby Choi Si-woo confronting 2 other thugs, and Yushin thought to himself, "You weren't ordinary either." Yushin recalled, "You only lent a hand and treated others well within your limits, in a measured way." School-era Si-woo grabbed a thug by the collar, saying, "Be kind to others," but in reality, it was just to satisfy his own small, heroic ego. Yushin continued his train of thought, recalling the scene of them walking home together. "But then I realized that whether you had power or not, your actions and attitude towards this world would never change." Returning to reality, Yushin looked at Si-woo, finishing his unspoken thoughts. "That's right. That's why even then, I wasn't very surprised." Si-woo smiled confidently, declaring firmly, "I will become the king of yokai," and in Yushin's mind, that was an obvious truth. Yushin thought to himself, recalling the scene of Si-woo and Solmi walking together. "As a friend, I was worried, but the reason I couldn't stop you then was," he smirked, his eyes filled with complex emotions, "because I was incredibly jealous of you, of the way you shone so brightly." Yushin's thoughts drifted to his final moments, beneath the deep waters of the Dragon Palace. Lying collapsed on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Yushin wondered, "Could I also become like you?" The first prince stood there, looking down at Yushin's motionless body at the bottom of the artificial sea. He remarked coldly, "His expression is strange, not like that of someone who has just been killed." Then he glanced at his subordinate, his eyes sharp. "But Tanju, why do you look so angry?" General Tanju knelt on one knee, gritting his teeth as he reported, "I dare not raise my head before your highness. Those land monsters are too cowardly. They dared to turn their backs and flee in the middle of battle," he continued, his eyes resentful. "Judging by the direction they ran, they are surely aiming for the deposed king in the dungeon." Tanju requested orders. "If your highness permits, I will immediately," but the first prince cut him off. "Enough," he explained casually. The only ones who can free him from the divine flute are humans with extraordinary skills. The first prince glanced at Yushin's limp hand, thinking to himself, didn't I just sever his windpipe? He quickly pieced everything together, his eyes flashing with understanding. Perhaps he made his decision with death in mind. This must also be part of his plan. A diagram appeared in the first prince's mind. Yushin eliminated himself from the game, leaving Xiao Hui alone to face the deposed king. He concluded, from the very beginning, he must have prepared for this. Meanwhile, Xiao Hui bit her lip, tears streaming down, but still charged forward with all her might. She was running at full speed, executing the final move that Yushin had laid out with his very life. The first prince watched the direction the girl had disappeared, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. He mumbled, oh, and just in case, I should also say this. If you follow the path they have chosen, you might meet someone important. Recalling Yushin's words, Xiao Hui remembered his final instruction. If anything happens to me, someone will be needed to look after him in my stead. The first prince confidently declared, it might happen to others, but there's no way anything will happen to me. He affirmed firmly, blood trickling from his lips. No matter what happens, I will definitely survive. General Tanju knelt, his voice panicked. But Your Highness, we cannot let the deposed king fall into the hands of an outsider yokai, especially one who is a descendant of that cursed flower fruit mountain lineage. The general continued, arguing that allowing the descendant of the one who once brought shame upon the dragon palace to escape was unacceptable. The first prince coldly cut him off. Whose shame is that, Tanju? That was 1,000 years ago. The dragon palace of that era and Sun Wukong are long gone. He looked at his subordinate with sharp eyes. Using that excuse to chase prey you let slip due to your incompetence sounds like nothing but a justification for your ineptitude. Struck at his core, General Tanju bowed his head deeply, his voice trembling. I am not worthy to look upon Your Highness. The first prince stood up, declaring that historical debt would certainly be repaid, but only after the conquest of the mainland began. He laid out an overwhelming plan. After conquering the peninsula and the islands, he would conquer the central plains and force even Flower Fruit Mountain to kneel. The first prince looked directly at his subordinate, his eyes full of authority. You're obsessed with that brat, as if this is your only chance for revenge. General Tanju hastily denied it, stammering that he had no doubt about His Highness's conquest plan. The first prince sneered, reading his subordinates' minds. Of course you would doubt it, because the only reason you crowned me king was simply to vent your resentment towards the mainland. The general bowed his head, sweat pouring down as his petty motives were exposed, not for some grand conquest. The first prince declared, but even if it is just an immature motive, my task is to guide that spark towards a nobler purpose. He stood up, an overwhelming imperial aura radiating from him. I will show you, Tanju, an empire that encompasses the entire world, and your responsibility from now on. General Tanju clenched his fists, realizing that the hatred for the mainland was indeed the core ideology of rebels like himself. That hatred had simmered for a long time, but only in recent decades did it erupt into a motive for rebellion, consuming half of the Dragon Palace. Their goal was clear, to punish their enemies, and at the same time assert that the sea belonged solely to them, and that they, as people of the water, deserved reverence. They wanted the whole world to know it. They wanted to return to the days when they were feared and received tribute, like in their golden age. But at this very moment, General Tanju suddenly realized a chilling truth. Perhaps they had chosen an overwhelmingly powerful and dangerous means to achieve their goal. Deep beneath the sea, faint light shone down upon the silent rock formations. Yushin lay motionless at the bottom, his wooden sword flung aside, looking no different from a corpse, a gaping hole in his chest, blood still seeping out, evidence of a finishing blow that couldn't have been more brutal. A mysterious dark-skinned woman appeared, speaking coldly. I warned you already, didn't I? She continued to mock Yushin. I told you that confronting the first prince would lead to an unavoidable outcome, and in the end, you'd bear all the blame. The dark-skinned woman looked at the dying Yushin with contempt. Serves you right, she murmured softly. Really? Suddenly, she grew annoyed and cursed. Seriously, how can someone be as stubborn as whale sinew? But then her gaze changed, harboring a more complex emotion. In a flashback, Yushin, despite his ravaged body, struggled to rise, his eyes showing no sign of surrender. The image of Yushin collapsing before a powerful shadow reappeared, a complete defeat. The dark-skinned woman gently touched Yushin's face, admitting, the moment you were struck down, you truly looked magnificent. She showed her bitterness openly, growling, that's why I'm so furious with regret. I should have been the one to defeat you. But then she helplessly accepted. But what can be done? A flower that has shed all its petals cannot be revived. She hung her head, showing extreme disappointment. Suddenly, she looked up sharply as if an idea had struck her. Ah, I've thought of a good way. She admitted her plan was far from safe, but still asserted, but it's worth a try. Her gaze at Yushin was filled with determination. The dark-skinned woman leaned down and whispered to the unconscious Yushin, "Just a little longer. I will help you bloom once more." The scene shifted. Yoshihiro Kira was muttering. Then, Yoshihiro Kira began the healing process for General Baekgyo, warning him bluntly, "It will hurt, as I'm injecting energy directly into your body." Baekgyo gritted his teeth, enduring, sweat pouring down as he heard of the classic fighting poison with poison method. Yoshihiro Kira concluded, stating that leaving Baekgyo in his current state was even more dangerous, then declared, "Let's begin." He unleashed a surge of pure blue energy, preparing to perform the purification ritual. The scene shifted. Another muscular black-haired man stood in the room, his face bewildered, not understanding what was happening. In another room, Yuzuru Kira was guarding Princess Miri, who remained unconscious on the bed. Yoshihiro Kira's eyes flashed, and he unhesitatingly placed his hand directly into the gaping hole in Baekgyo's chest. The blue energy erupted, forcing its way directly into the general's body. Instantly, Baekgyo convulsed violently, his body reacting to the strange energy. He spat out a mouthful of pitch-black blood, thick with the stench of malevolent energy. A puddle of toxic blood spread across the floor, evidence of the terrible curse he had endured. Yoshihiro Kira looked at the puddle of blood, noting that the amount of poison was more than expected, but still reassured Baekgyo that he would recover soon. He turned to inquire about Yuzuru Kira's situation, confirming that the demonic energy had vanished. Yuzuru Kira confirmed, but analyzed further. This isn't a curse, but a special seal, specifically targeting the Dragon Clan. Baekgyo struggled to his feet, his voice trembling as he pleaded with Yoshihiro Kira to save the princess, ready to offer all his wealth. Yuzuru Kira coldly delivered a chilling statement, extinguishing all hope. "It has already been broken." She explained the mechanism of this damned seal. It draws the target's own energy to sustain itself, originating from the dark flute. The logic was simple. Once the target's energy was completely depleted, and they were utterly helpless, the seal would automatically vanish. But the problem was, Princess Miri's energy should have been completely drained, yet the seal remained intact. Yuzuru Kira shot a sidelong glance at her brother, her voice full of sarcasm. "What does that mean? Did you misjudge because you're incompetent?" Yoshihiro Kira glanced at Choi Si-woo, realizing the protagonist was still conspicuously present, then returned to the main issue. "There's something inside the princess." Yuzuru Kira explained. "It's rooted in dragon power, but not hers. There's another energy source resisting the seal." General Baekgyo's face went pale as he revealed, "That must be the dragon orb, the legendary Yoiju, which His Majesty the Dragon King himself implanted into the princess." Director Park Yun-gu appeared, bruised and battered, carrying a chest, which further shocked Baekgyo. "Impossible. Why would His Majesty do such a thing?" Baekgyo roared, unable to believe it. "Even if the princess were to succeed the throne, implanting the dragon orb into her is too much." Park Yun-gu explained the Dragon King's plan. To find a mortal son-in-law, bestow upon him a dragon's inverse scale, a weakness, and combine it with the princess's dragon orb for both to rule the dragon palace. Choi Si-woo froze, his mind racing. It turned out this martial arts tournament was actually a disguised bride-choosing event to find a successor. In a flashback, the Dragon King sat on his throne at the bottom of the sea, questioning Park Yun-gu, who stood reporting. The Dragon King smirked. "You seem shocked. It's good you're not deaf. Is this truly so surprising? Who did you think I would pass the throne to?" The Dragon King continued his political lecture. "Finding a capable royal consort to assist an inexperienced successor is perfectly logical." Park Yun-gu nervously objected, his voice trembling. "But Your Majesty, entrusting that role to someone from the land will surely incite rebellion." The Dragon King sneered, pointing at two individuals who often preached false loyalty. "Those two empty vessels will surely salivate and rush at me upon hearing this news." He exposed the nobles. Those who support the Dragon Palace will also be displeased by a new power from the land interfering, as they all thought their own children would be chosen. The Dragon King asserted his absolute power. "But so what? Who dares defy me, the master of this Dragon Palace?" Park Yun-gu only dared to meekly mention public opinion. The Dragon King tapped his hand on the throne. "Precisely. It is because of that public opinion that I am speaking with you now," he admitted. "My original plan was for Miri to choose her own partner once she matured. If Miri had another 100 years to level up, then no matter how many rebels there were, they would be nothing, and she would sweep them all away. The Dragon King sighed. But recently, I've only heard nonsense like not needing to pay tribute to humans, or the sea not needing to follow the laws of those land monsters. He prophesied a grim future. In just a few years, or even a few months, that ideology will spread throughout the East Sea, transforming into the roar of the entire populace. The Dragon King concluded the political game. By then, neither I nor Miri would be able to resolve it, unless I become a tyrant and suppress everyone instead of just quelling a few rebels as I do now. The Dragon King's philosophy: suppressing a people with fists ultimately yields no victor, only useless bloodshed. He looked at the purple energy orb and declared, "Therefore, I am accelerating things." The Dragon King asked Paryungu about Miri's birthday, concluding that he would seriously begin searching for a consort from that moment on. He stated frankly, "It would be great if the winner were a decent fellow, but life isn't a dream, so besides the tournament, I will also find a suitable person for Miri myself." The Dragon King ordered Paryungu to spread word everywhere about holding a martial arts tournament to choose a consort, leaving the official utterly stunned. The old king explained that this was not just about choosing a consort, but a bait to uproot the rebellious weeds, and he would not deny any rumors. But a fatal secret must be kept, even from General Baekgyo. The prince consort will share half of Miri's ruling authority. The Dragon King's eyes were sharp. He calculated that the lure of power alone would be enough for everything to begin accumulating. He laid out the plan. When discontent boils over into rebellion, I myself will declare that the Dragon Palace will be co-ruled by Miri and her husband. Paryungu trembled, stammering to ask for His Majesty's meaning again, but the Dragon King casually replied that they would rebel anyway. He smirked, admitting he was merely accelerating the outcome. If they were truly pure, they would try to persuade me instead of rebelling. With a burst of purple demonic energy, the Dragon King affirmed, "But if they choose to revolt, I will gladly bathe in their blood to clear the throne for Miri." The scene shifted to another building in the Dragon Palace, where other factions were gathering. General Baekgyo's hands trembled uncontrollably, unable to contain his anger and confusion. The battle-scarred general questioned, not understanding why the Dragon King would go so far, not only befriending humans, but also intending to share half his power with them. Yoshihiro Kira overheard the conversation, wondering why the Dragon King was making such a grand move, though he admitted a king friendly to humans was a good thing. But the Onmyoji believed that splitting the throne was excessive and extremely dangerous, as he himself knew not all humans were trustworthy. Paryungu, with his bruised face, could only remain silent, admitting this was an extremely risky move in every aspect. The Dragon King knew full well what the world would think. A Dragon King so infatuated with humans that he'd lost his mind. The old king asked Paryungu directly, his voice full of sarcasm. "You also think this old man has become senile, don't you?" Which made the official hastily deny it. The bald official Paryungu still couldn't stomach it, questioning the Dragon King why he had to make such a dangerous move, handing half the kingdom to someone from the land. The Dragon King narrowed his eyes, retorting sharply, "Protect them? Even you, who has had no small contact with humans, think so?" Paryungu quickly asked again if the Dragon King's intention wasn't to protect humans, to which the old king casually admitted it was only part of the reason. The Dragon King growled, asserting his position. "I am the king of the Dragon Palace, and no matter how much I like humans, I would never place them above my own subjects." Paryungu could only fall silent after hearing that, sweat pouring down, clearly unable to believe his ears. Seeing his subordinate's skeptical expression, the Dragon King taunted him, making the bald official jump and stammer an explanation. The old king sighed, admitting that since he had never clearly stated his thoughts, misunderstandings were inevitable, but the recent rumors were utterly absurd. In a flashback scene by the sea, the Dragon King recounted rumors that he had been enchanted by humans, even having illegitimate children on land. The old king sarcastically remarked that these baseless stories were so numerous that people even argued over which was true, and even his trusted subordinates had their own versions. The Dragon King sat on his throne, flatly declaring that he had never had any deep connection with the land, though he admitted to having many valuable experiences there. He recalled the majestic landscapes of the land, from the deep blue sky to the magnificent mountain ranges, admitting he still occasionally dreamed of them. The old king added that there were a few humans he got along with quite well, but that was only a very small part of the overall picture. The Dragon King dropped a bombshell. Ultimately, humans are dangerous creatures. The reason I allied with the Demon King 666 years ago wasn't entirely because of them. The old king explained that it was an ideal move to prevent both factions, humans and demons, from plunging into a mutually destructive war. Paryungu was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the Dragon King's logic, while the old king asserted that the belief humans developed thanks to the Demon King's laws was a farce. The Dragon King revealed his hand, pointing out an obvious truth. Humans have always thrived since ancient times, even while living alongside demons who saw them as prey. The old king questioned sharply, asking if demons truly went easy on humans for tens of thousands of years, thinking they'd just leave a few to reproduce. The old king firmly stated, "That's not it." The food chain structure remained the same, but the balance of power gradually shifted towards humans. The Dragon King concluded with an image of a modern tank, reminding Paryungu of the terrifying rise of human power over the past century. The Dragon King declared chillingly, "That so-called safe peace? I think the complete opposite." Then showed Paryungu a scene of B-52 flying fortresses carpet bombing, leaving the official speechless. The old king continued his analysis. Without the Demon King's laws, humans would have developed in a far more extreme direction, because their nature is to rebound stronger the more they are suppressed. The Dragon King warned, "In just half a year, do you think humans will sit idly by and die? Initially, they'll be shocked, but then they'll identify the enemy and pour all their strength into a fight to the death." The old king asserted that humans today were vastly different from 600 years ago, both in strength and mindset, and no one knew how the battle would end. But it certainly wouldn't be what the demons desired. The old king concluded that this battle would have no victor, only two sides annihilated, and the consequences would not be limited to the land. Paryungu was speechless when the Dragon King said that no matter how vast the sea, it could not escape the aftershocks of that destruction. The Dragon King summarized based on his experience, "Humans are indeed impressive. By nature, they possess more good than evil. However," the old king emphasized, "they are not a race easily tamed or treated as prey. If provoked, they will turn into deadly thorns." The Dragon King revealed, "That is why I sent my eldest son to the land, because he will lead the future, and he needs to understand what kind of beings humans are." The old king admitted that, while he sometimes didn't understand his son, he never doubted his intelligence and believed he would grasp his father's intentions. But instead, the Dragon King expressed disappointment. He returned with a ridiculous misunderstanding. The old king sneered at his son's naive idea. "Ruling both demons and humans without discrimination? That boy is beyond delusional, more melodramatic than a cheap novel." The old king compared forcing demons and humans to unite as absurd as trying to mix oil and water, asserting, "If you can do that, you must be a god, not a king." The old king believed that what was needed was respect and coexistence within limits. But even then, misunderstandings, discontent, and conflicts were unavoidable. Paryungu recounted the Dragon King's words. "To reconcile these things, I want to marry Miri to a human, someone who can understand the land and learn to comprehend the sea." Paryungu revealed a shocking truth. In reality, His Majesty had foreseen today's rebellion. But the old official lamented, "Who would have thought that the land demons possessed a technique powerful enough to suppress even the Dragon King's strength?" Yoshihiro Kira, who had been eavesdropping, also broke into a cold sweat. "I thought the Dragon King was benevolent towards humans, but who knew he was terrifyingly pragmatic?" The Onmyoji realized that the Dragon King was even more far-sighted than most humans, and the goal his family had hoped for was impossible from the start. Yuzuru Kira concluded the matter. "Wait. So, the princess holding the Dragon Pearl means that without her, the coup would be for naught, right?" General Bekio, blood staining his mouth, confirmed. "Exactly. Unfortunately, the rebel scum don't seem to have realized that yet." The general looked towards Galing in a flashback, explaining, "If they knew the princess possessed the dragon orb, then no matter how skilled General Joan is, he wouldn't dare pursue me alone." Bekio clutched his chest and bowed before the group. "I owe you all a tremendous favor. Involving esteemed guests in this matter is an unspeakable disgrace for a Dragon Palace general." Yoshihiro Kira stared as Baegyo, drawing his last breaths, pleaded, "Even so, I shamelessly ask for one more thing. Please escort the princess and the chief advisor out of the palace." The Dragon Palace was surrounded by a colossal blue pillar of light, and Baegyo delivered the bad news. "All exits have been neutralized by the rebels." But the general still had a trump card. "However, as a high-ranking officer, I possess an emergency pass. One is currently in my nearby office." Yoshihiro Kira turned to Yuzuru, responding, "All right. We're also grateful for your guidance on an escape route. After all, stopping a coup benefits our side." Yoshihiro narrowed his eyes, immediately discerning the old general's plan. "So, asking for help was just a pretext. You intend to stay behind alone to buy time and draw the enemy's attention, don't you?" Bekio silently accepted, his face shrouded in shadow, showing his resolve to fight to the death. while Yoshihiro secretly thought this plan was too difficult. Choi Si-woo, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke from the shadows, his voice nonchalant. "You plan to buy time for us to escape? I understand your resolve, General, but..." Si-woo sat by the chest, looking directly at the dying general. "In this condition, I doubt you could even handle a minion weaker than the enemy we just faced. You wouldn't be able to buy much time either." Stung by the truth, Bakio roared, his pride wounded. "Who do you take me for? No matter how pathetic I may seem, I am still General Bakio of the Dragon Palace." Si-woo merely responded with an indifferent hum, completely unfazed by the general's shouting. Thud. Si-woo decisively slammed the chest lid shut. Boom. A terrifying burst of energy exploded right where Si-woo had been sitting, making the old official Paryun-gu, standing nearby, jump in fright. In a fraction of a second, Si-woo had closed in behind Bakio, placing a hand on the old general, who stiffened in shock. A powerful surge of energy from Si-woo's hand flowed directly into Bakio's back, causing the general's entire body to tremble violently. Yuzuru Kira gasped in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. "So fast. Much faster than before. His speed has doubled." A gaping hole appeared in General Bakio's chest. Blood gushed out, yet the wound was steaming, showing just how resilient the old man was. Si-woo casually dusted off his hands, admitting, "I intended to knock you out cold, but you're surprisingly tough, even with severe injuries. Perhaps I should punch harder?" Yoshihiro Kira watched Si-woo's retreating back, muttering, "Si-woo, you're wilder than I thought." Usually, a slight threat is enough for an opponent to realize their disadvantage, isn't it? Si-woo scoffed, replying nonchalantly, "That works too. But the old general already knows how broken he is. This is a matter of pride. It's faster to just say it to his face than to argue." Yoshihiro was startled when he heard Si-woo's command. "Anyway, take Yuzuru and the others out of here." He had a bad feeling. "Wait, Si-woo. Don't tell me you're going to." Si-woo confidently declared, "The old general is past his prime, but if someone needs to stay behind to buy time for the injured, it has to be me. Moreover, I have a reason to stay." He explained his plan. "I need to find my friends trapped in the Dragon Palace and share the escape plan. They probably still have their passes. Going with them shouldn't be too dangerous." Si-woo turned to the Kira siblings, getting straight to the point. "By the way, I have a favor to ask and a question. Can you two exercise an extremely dangerous spirit?" He revealed his original purpose. "Actually, Yushin and I came here for that very reason. Fortunately, we have what's needed for the exorcism, but today is the deadline." Si-woo issued an ultimatum, gesturing towards a distant school building. "If Yushin doesn't return with me by the end of today, we must deal with Siola immediately." Yoshihiro pondered, hand on his chin, analyzing. Based on what I've heard, this seems beyond my sisters and my capabilities. I want to help, but," he continued, his gaze sharpening, "the problem lies more with my sister. Even if she has a personal interest in Si-woo, this is a different matter." Yoshihiro calculated the benefits, glancing at the unconscious Princess Miri. "But if things go smoothly, we could put the Dragon Palace in our debt, and even protect the princess. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity for our clan." Yuzuru Kira suddenly spoke up, her cheeks flushed. If it's just to that extent, it wouldn't be too difficult." She continued, feigning professionalism. "Exorcism is my profession, and returning a little earlier than planned is fine." Si-woo beamed with joy, while Yoshihiro was speechless. Si-woo sighed in relief, grinning widely. "Really? Thank you. A 1,000-pound burden has been lifted." The young man was still overjoyed, completely unaware. "I feel so light. I was worried about what to do if this conversation didn't succeed." Suddenly, both Yoshihiro and Yuzuru's eyes widened in horror, sensing something. Crash! The entire building shook violently, signaling a new threat had just appeared outside, interrupting their discussion. The blue-skinned warrior was stunned, sweat pouring down as he heard Si-woo's declaration. Si-woo's eyes glowed with purple demonic energy. He growled, "Thanks to this, I can fight without a single worry." Without wasting a second, Si-woo charged forward, delivering a direct punch to his opponent's face. The blue-skinned man was pushed back, while Si-woo had already leaped into the air, preparing to deliver another blow. A full-force downward strike descended from above, creating a destructive streak of light that tore through the arena floor. Si-woo landed lightly, taking a firm stance amidst the surging red and black demonic energy. He realized the paralyzing aftereffects from the previous strike had shortened. His body was adapting at a dizzying pace. The entire building shook violently. A colossal hole in the ceiling showed the terrifying aftershocks of the battle. Inside the room, Yoshihiro Kira stared at Yuzuru, jaw agape in astonishment. It turned out that before rushing out, Siwoo had turned his back and earnestly asked the Kira siblings for a favor. The old director, Paryun Gu, with a swollen and bruised face, was also present, silently witnessing. Back in the arena, the aftershocks from the impact still reverberated, shaking the entire space. Siwoo took an offensive stance. A small red demon horn began to sprout, signaling he was getting serious. He faced the blue-skinned warrior, who had stood firm after the devastating attack. Siwoo muttered, calculating, "Even if the exponential attack didn't do much, it's enough." It definitely hit its mark. He compared it to the previous battle, remembering Galing, and realized this time the problem was completely different. This guy is simply incredibly tough. Siwoo clenched his fist, red demonic energy flaring, his eyes filled with determination. "I can keep punching until he shatters." The blue-skinned warrior smirked. Purple demonic energy flared around him, ready for a battle of endurance. The unfinished battle with Xiaohui and Galing was recalled, indicating that the current situation was a similarly tough match. Siwoo and the blue-skinned warrior were both physical combat-type demons, a pure strength solo match. The blue-skinned man looked at the broken mask on the floor, asking sarcastically, "So, even Galing was defeated by you guys?" He sneered contemptuously, directly calling Galing a pathetic wretch, asserting that from the imitators to the self-proclaimed commanders, they were all trash. Siwoo, who was judged to be weaker in skill, took a defensive stance, red and black demonic energy surging around his fists. Suddenly, Siwoo's eyes widened in astonishment at a new presence. A pair of light footsteps landed on the arena floor, signaling a third party's entry. Siwoo looked up. A figure stood amidst a colossal surge of purple demonic energy, exuding an oppressive aura that was more than mere presence. A strange black-haired man appeared, carrying the unconscious green-haired prince in his arms. Yoshihiro, standing beside Miri, gaped in astonishment. The pressure from the newcomer sent shivers down the spines of both seasoned warriors. Yoshihiro broke out in a cold sweat, acknowledging that Siwoo was already a formidable opponent, but this individual was on an entirely different level. The prince's face was covered in black veins, a sign of a powerful curse or potent toxin. In a brief flashback, the prince appeared healthy, full of authority and vitality. The Dragon Palace came into view, magnificent, yet fraught with hidden turmoil. The prince of the past smirked confidently, a stark contrast to his current pathetic state. Siwoo turned to face the blue-skinned man, probing, "Are you Yushin's ally?" The blue-skinned man ignored him, bluntly remarking that Siwoo's physical strength was impressive, but his inner aura was completely mismatched. He pointed out a fatal flaw. Siwoo was too easily distracted when facing a superior opponent, leaving Siwoo stunned. With that, the blue-skinned man unleashed a colossal punch, hurtling straight towards Siwoo with terrifying speed. Boom! Siwoo raised his arms to block, and an earth-shattering energy explosion erupted at the point of impact. Choi Siwoo tensed, crossing his arms, gritting his teeth as he endured the immense pressure from his opponent's punch. The blue-skinned man's punch descended like a mountain, forcing Choi Siwoo deep into the arena floor. Blasted backward, Choi Siwoo spun and landed, red-black demonic energy beginning to surge around him. He let out a furious roar, while his opponent merely opened his mouth in a savage grin. Both were pushed back by the impact, but the blue-skinned man clearly held the upper hand. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, the blue-skinned man immediately charged like a whirlwind, preparing to unleash his next attack. He sneered contemptuously, declaring bluntly, "I will crush you." Choi Siwoo stomped his foot, activating Goblin Wrestling, and a surge of fiery red energy erupted from the ground. A blazing red shockwave surged forward, a full-power counterattack meant to turn the tide. Stomping his foot once more, Choi Siwoo poured all his strength into his upcoming punch. General Tanju was momentarily surprised by the counterattack, while Choi Siwoo was now enveloped in a raging torrent of red-black demonic energy. Choi Siwoo threw a punch straight at his face, but Tanju calmly opened his mouth wide, as if inviting it. His fangs were revealed, along with the name of an overwhelming technique, Bite Falsification Transformation. This was General Tanju's unique skill, activated simply by opening and closing his mouth. When his mouth opened, the relative size of the target within would be adjusted, making Choi Siwoo's devastating punch appear like a toy. This spatial distortion existed only for an instant, and affected only the target, not the surrounding environment. But its power was absolute, a genuine game-breaking skill. It could transform a normal attack into something of overwhelming scale, or conversely, completely nullify an opponent's strike. Tanju closed his mouth, and a surge of dark energy burst from Choi Siwoo's mouth as his punch was nullified and countered. General Tanju used his game-breaking technique, turning Choi Siwoo into a tiny bug stuck to his chest, completely nullifying his earth-shattering punch. The explanation appeared. Even if the size changed, the force of impact remained the same, similar to shrinking a spearhead to increase its penetration power. However, narrowing the point of impact was a huge advantage for yokai with regenerative abilities, turning fatal damage into mere superficial scratches. Depending on the opponent, this skill could render their abilities useless, a true trump card. Choi Si-woo didn't give up. He tensed his arms, gathering a dense surge of red-black demonic energy, ready for a full power strike. His eyes flashed with deadly purple light, determined to go all in against the blue-skinned monster before him. Si-woo unleashed a large-scale attack, countless dark tentacles lunging straight towards General Tanju, who stood still, enduring the assault. Both surges of power collided, creating a terrifying energy explosion. General Tanju effortlessly raised his hand, blocking all of Si-woo's attacks as if they were mere balloons. Si-woo's dark attack vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. General Tanju stood firm, completely unharmed, utterly dominant in skill. All of Si-woo's techniques had completely evaporated, leaving the general with a challenging expression. Si-woo was stunned, realizing the attack hadn't just vanished naturally. Something was wrong. He suddenly understood. It was just a trick from the very beginning. His body swayed as he realized he had been deceived. General Tanju smirked, acting as if to say, "I showed you 3 bites before, yet you still didn't realize." Si-woo, after piecing together the events, finally grasped the true nature of his opponent's ability and prepared to unleash a decisive strike. The target was locked. The energy core in the lower abdomen, the vital point of yokai. For most yokai, it was their second heart, their primary source of power, a blazing purple energy core. Crash! Si-woo's attack, now condensed into a single piercing drill, tore through General Tanju's abdomen, a fatal thrust into his power core. Si-woo froze, realizing his arm had been impaled by the general's own weapon. The general's pale green hand gripped Si-woo's blood-soaked arm tightly, refusing to let go. It turned out Si-woo's fatal thrust had missed its critical target by a mere fraction as the general twisted to evade. The two combatants grappled, Si-woo trying to push the weapon deeper, while the general used his own hand to block it. The general trembled, blood gushing from the wound as he struggled to hold onto Si-woo's arm. The general gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down him as he endured the bone-piercing pain. Suddenly, Si-woo glanced into the distance. A familiar figure had just appeared on the city wall. The general roared in fury, purple demonic energy erupting. "You insolent land dweller, how dare you ignore me in front of Tanju?" Si-woo still paid no mind, completely shocked by his comrade's appearance. As the general raged, a wave of chilling cold energy suddenly spread throughout the arena. Both were stunned to see the general's arm rapidly beginning to freeze. Guiwu appeared, coldly raising his hand, and chilling energy poured from him, covering the general's entire arm. Guiwu gestured, his gaze sharp as if to say, "Leave it to me." No unnecessary words needed. In a flash, the general's leg was completely frozen, stuck fast to the arena floor. It turned out to be a ploy. Si-woo had deliberately ignored him to draw the general's attention, creating an opportunity for Guiwu to act. Seizing the golden opportunity, Si-woo channeled his full dark demonic energy, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. A surge of pitch-black energy tentacles shot straight towards the frozen general, leaving no escape. Guiwu merely observed calmly, remarking, "Now, I'm no longer surprised." Knowing he was doomed, the general had no choice but to concede defeat, using Si-woo's impaled arm as a final shield. General Tanju roared, purple demonic energy erupting. "You insects are better than I thought. Now, for my pride, I must kill you all." Guiwu, enveloped in chilling energy, retorted coldly, "Insects, you say? The one without roots here is you. You country bumpkin." Whoosh! Si-woo's dark attack was easily brushed aside by the general. Guiwu merely glanced, his gaze sharp as a razor. The general gnashed his teeth, veins bulging across his face. The scene shifted. Si-woo, wearing his demon mask, shot forward like a bullet, red-black demonic energy clinging to his body. His opponent, the first prince, merely stood still with an arrogant expression. The first prince gently raised his hand, and a small but imposing energy vortex formed directly before him. Si-woo unleashed a devastating punch straight into the center of the vortex. The first prince didn't even blink, his gaze filled with disdain. Boom! Si-woo's fist collided with the prince's force field. A terrifying energy explosion erupted, shaking the entire arena. In their first clash, neither had unleashed their full power, but one side had already felt a despair-inducing disparity in skill. Si-woo, the one who had just felt that despair, began to sweat profusely. The first prince calmly remarked that it was a reasonable judgment, as if watching a play. Siwu gritted his teeth, bracing himself for an uneven fight. Meanwhile, the first prince felt a slight disappointment that his opponent was too weak. From atop a building, the prince gathered a purple energy orb, ready to end the boring match. Cornered, Choi Siwu gritted his teeth and unleashed a full-power attack, red-black demonic energy exploding. The first prince simply raised his hand to block, and a massive surge of purple demonic energy directly clashed with the attack. The two clashing energy surges created a terrifying explosion, and immense pressure spread outwards. The shockwave was so powerful it blew off the roof of a nearby building, shattering tiles and bricks. Choi Siwu panted, sweating profusely, clearly having poured almost all his strength into that last blow. As the smoke and dust cleared, it revealed a devastated landscape after the earth-shattering collision. Siwu staggered to his feet, his body enveloped by residual demonic energy, his eyes still filled with determination. The prince coldly remarked, "This time your power must be double the first blow. You truly are strong. Even compared to my father, you'd be among the top 5 strongest I've ever met." But then he added a fatal blow, pointing to a small wound on his chest. "However, mentally, you are utterly disappointing. Knowing the power disparity, choosing a stalling tactic is acceptable. But," the prince continued to taunt, "I sense no will or determination to overcome that disparity. Perhaps I inadvertently expected too much from you, simply because Kim Yushin is so exceptional." Hearing his best friend's name, Siwu froze, his pupils contracting in shock. The prince smirked, continuing his lecture. "Of course, whether human or demon, maintaining one's dignity until death is a rare feat." Siwu was still bewildered, only managing to utter, "What?" The scene abruptly shifted to another place, deep beneath the sea, where a colossal stone gate opened slightly in the darkness, and the floor was stained with blood. Inside was a gloomy cave, where a shadowy figure slowly walked in the flickering firelight. Xiao Hui, with a tense and sweating face, stood before a prison cell door. Slam! Her hand forcefully pushed open the heavy iron door, revealing the profound darkness within. Xiao Hui stared into the darkness of the cell, her expression a mix of astonishment and wariness. The first prince's face appeared, veins bulging across it, and he growled, "Why are you here?" Xiao Hui taunted the first prince, questioning why someone as powerful as him didn't escape sooner. The first prince, battered and helpless, flatly told her not to try to save him, as he was merely an empty shell now. The old king admitted he had miscalculated, bitterly realizing that 1,000 years of reign had only left him with an aged body. He accurately guessed Xiao Hui was here for that thing, and offered his condolences for the chaos in the palace. Xiao Hui growled, lecturing the old king that before being a king, he should be a responsible father to his people. After hearing the lecture, the first prince smiled nostalgically, making the atmosphere awkward. The old king mumbled that it was like hearing his elder brother lecture him, then admitted his own children were useless, but his brother's descendants were truly exceptional. Nevertheless, he still appeared helpless, asserting that now he could only trust and wait. The first prince's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he mumbled, "Fortunately," as if calculating something. Xiao Hui clenched her fist, clearly having lost patience with the old king's attitude. She snapped, demanding the old king stop his pathetic self-pitying remarks immediately. Xiao Hui revealed in anger that an innocent human had to sacrifice their life to bring the situation to this point. She demanded that the old king, even if he couldn't do anything, should stop showing such a pathetic face. The first prince merely grunted, acknowledging that her criticism was valid. The old king saw through her heart, stating directly that the person she was truly angry at wasn't him, but herself. He continued to analyze, saying that just by looking at Xiao Hui's condition, it was clear who she had encountered and what she had been through. The first prince delivered the final blow, asking directly, "So, was that sacrificed friend for my sake?" Xiao Hui froze, her eyes wide with astonishment at the old king's cunning question. The scene shifted to the present, with Xiao Hui standing before the first prince's prison bars, preparing for a direct confrontation. A dark-skinned stranger suddenly appeared, muttering, I thought I was the first guest." The Dragon King, despite being covered in injuries, still taunted the newcomer. "Surprised to see I haven't perished yet?" The dark-skinned man broke into a cold sweat, hastily bowing before the Dragon King, still carrying an unconscious man, stammering, I wouldn't dare, Your Majesty." The Dragon King narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, assessing the situation. Xiao Hui stood still, realizing that a third party had interfered with her plans. The unconscious man in the stranger's arms looked as if he had completely stopped breathing. The Dragon King got straight to the point, without any beating around the bush. "Speak plainly." The old king read Xiao Hui like an open book. "That friend, though dead, can still be saved. It seems his body hasn't gone completely cold yet. Xiaohui froze, shocked that this old man saw through her true intentions, and he even taunted. "Isn't that what you were about to say?" The dark-skinned man gave a bitter laugh, admitting, "As your majesty predicted, if I had known this, I wouldn't have foolishly rebelled." He looked down at the corpse in his arms, his voice full of regret. "Just for fun. And now only regret remains. If only I had chosen loyalty back then," he muttered, perhaps the last words of the deceased. "Who knows? Someone like me might have had a chance to defeat your majesty while you were vulnerable." The Dragon King turned to Xiaohui, his voice full of authority. "Hey girl, still don't understand? Let me make it clear to avoid confusion." The old king began to lecture about the real deal. The Dragon Clan possesses something called a reverse scale. It not only contains terrifying power but is also an ultimate elixir for others. He explained that a dragon usually has only one, but the Dragon King possesses two. The first prince had already consumed one, but since the Dragon King was still alive, it meant one still remained. The dark-skinned man, now radiating dense purple demonic energy, concluded, "With the remaining one, we can save both the person you want and the person I want." He explained the resurrection mechanism. Since his soul hasn't crossed the river of oblivion, by feeding the body the reverse scale, the soul will return and he will revive. The dark-skinned man looked down at the corpse on the floor, telling Xiaohui, "I saw everything. He should have survived to this point, but he chose to sacrifice himself to save you." He turned to taunt Xiaohui, his face full of sarcasm. "Well, familial love truly is a terrifying thing." The Dragon King, despite being covered in injuries, still spoke with a superior tone. "No matter how profound your schemes, you overlooked the feelings of your pawn. Just like your father in this regard." The dark-skinned man continued to lecture Xiaohui. "If you ever intend to exploit righteous individuals again, remember one thing." He looked at the corpse, concluding, "Deceive them. Lead them, but never give them a choice, because even if it means death, they will never betray their beliefs." The old king's gaze sharpened, and he commanded curtly, "Look." The old king looked at the frozen Xiaohui, delivering a fatal judgment. "The choice you made has completely ruined that girl." The dark-skinned man suddenly gasped, his entire body jolting from an invisible surge of power. The dark-skinned man's face changed color, sweat pouring off him like rain, clearly shocked by something that had just happened. He looked around the empty room, muttering in panic. He clutched his chest, gasping as he realized the reverse scale had been perfectly implanted into the corpse. It truly went in smoothly. The Dragon King bent down to examine the corpse, analyzing like an expert. A fatal blow to the chest and a final strike to the forehead finished him. It must be the opponent's way of showing respect. The old king looked up and asked, and just as Siwu was about to answer, "I am C," he was mercilessly cut off. "Not you." The Dragon King looked directly at Xiaohui, who was still confused, then said, "That's right, Xiaohui. There's no need to agonize like that. If there's any variable here, it's quality." The old king held up a piece of purple dragon scale, confidently declaring, "Although I possess 3 reverse scales, to my knowledge, no one has ever removed 2 in just 2 days." The scene shifted. A reporter named Oh Sung-min was broadcasting live from the site of a massive forest fire in Gangwon province. A helicopter flew near the dense black smoke column, and the news reported that the fire had mysteriously extinguished itself before firefighters could intervene. The smoke column still billowed thickly in broad daylight, and local residents whispered that this was no ordinary forest fire. Reporter O concluded that authorities were investigating the cause, and experts had also joined to clarify this strange incident. In a luxurious apartment, the TV was showing a news report about the forest fire in Chungcheong province, where reporter Oh Sung-min was working. A gray-haired man sat watching, smirking mysteriously. He held the remote, his tone somewhat sarcastic. "You're quite kind, Tao." Bi Hyung, the leader, continued to taunt that if left alone, the entire forest would have been annihilated, but in reality, there was no need to put out the fire at all. Tao, the red-haired brute, argued back while wiping himself. "If I hadn't done that, the entire forest would have turned to ash. There were so many birds and small animals. It would have been a waste to let them die." Bi Hyung seemed amused, remarking that Tao was increasingly showing unexpected qualities, not like those self-centered dark demons, but more like a regular yokai. Tao snapped, denying it. "No, it's just that the opponent was weaker than expected." He asserted confidently that if the fight had been a bit more entertaining, he wouldn't have cared about the fire spreading or the day breaking. Bi Hyung remained calm, pressing. "Really? After all, the opponent was the vermilion bird of this era, a true divine beast." Tao admitted he was strong. The red-haired man threw the towel onto the table, stating decisively, "That's all." Tao mused, admitting that it was strange that the opponent's flames didn't make him feel like he was about to die. He reminisced, his eyes distant. "The only time I truly thought I was about to perish was when I faced him." Memories flooded back. Tao recalled Siwoo's first attack. Its power and speed were only decent, but what sent shivers down his spine was a bone-chilling sensation. Even though he clearly had the upper hand, Tao still felt like he was the one being hunted throughout the battle. And then, he remembered the origin of that fear. Siwoo's half-goblin form, a shadowy specter with a deadly smile and surging purple demonic energy. Back in reality, Tao placed a hand on his chest, where a scar from that fated battle still remained. That finishing blow was truly overwhelming. In a flashback, Siwoo had pierced through Tao's chest, a sensation as if that sword strike had washed away the suffocating burden in his chest. Tao pointed at the scar, his voice haunting. This wound has been throbbing since morning, and in his mind, the image of Siwoo wielding an energy sword appeared. Tao asked directly into the shadows, where Bihyong's red eyes were faintly visible. "Do you think he'll get another chance to go all out against Siwoo?" Bihyong smirked, his voice full of sarcasm, stating that there was a chance, but the fight wouldn't be what Tao expected because the skill gap between them was now too vast. He admitted that Tao had grown incredibly strong, but also warned that the excitement of before might never return due to the immense power difference. However, Bihyong then changed his tune, saying that Siwoo had the potential to break through his own limits in a very unique way. Tao wondered if goblins had the ability to break through limits like his own kind, but Bihyong immediately dismissed it. Bihyong explained as he walked, saying that the limit he was referring to wasn't about race, but Siwoo's own personal limits. The core issue, according to Bihyong, was Siwoo's killing intent when facing enemies. Tao was dumbfounded, not understanding anything when Bihyong declared that in both their encounters, Siwoo had lacked killing intent. Tao recalled Siwoo's face, full of killing intent at the time, and retorted, but Bihyong merely sneered, saying that anyone else would have felt the same because Siwoo had given his all. Bihyong asserted that the killing intent wasn't genuine. It didn't come from the depths of his soul, but was merely an immersive performance. He explained human cunning. They can deceive themselves, believing artificial emotions to be real if they immerse themselves deeply enough. Tao still didn't get it, wondering why Siwoo would have to act as if he wanted to kill him in a life-or-death battle. Bihyong sneered, stating that the idea that violence is evil was humanity's biggest lie and hypocrisy, and Siwoo was a victim of it. He concluded as he poured orange juice that no matter how justified the reason, Siwoo couldn't bare his fangs at others unless he was pushed into a corner. Nevertheless, the fact that Siwoo still defeated Tao and even unleashed his true form proved his innate talent, but that sharpness still had its limits. Bihyong concluded, if Siwoo could unleash true killing intent from his heart, even Tao would struggle to block his blade. Scene change. Siwoo's mother had just arrived home, calling out into the silence. "Mom? Why aren't you answering?" As she stepped into the kitchen, she froze in shock upon seeing Bihyong casually standing there, holding a cup, her voice trembling. Who are you?" Terror was evident on Siwoo's mother's face as she repeated the question in a panic. "Who are you?" Siwoo's mother was aghast, her voice trembling as she asked the stranger in her house, "Why are you?" Bihyong ignored her, continuing his psychology lecture to Tao, stating that Siwoo's moral facade, though thick, was merely a thin sheet of paper. He explained, "Killing intent is the most natural instinct. Once awakened, it will grow uncontrollably." Bihyong sarcastically remarked that with the path of combat Siwoo had chosen, he would face countless moments that could awaken the demon within, such as the sight of a girl lying dead in a pool of blood. Standing before the bar, Bihyong casually told Tao that he hoped the next time they met, Siwoo would be in that awakened state. Tao laughed gleefully, his eyes glowing with purple demonic energy, and growled, "Yes, I hope so too." In a flashback, a demon-masked warrior was stunned when the enemy knew Yushin's name, and he roared, Who are you?" The green-haired demon with golden horns replied condescendingly, saying that he had encountered Kim Yushin and witnessed the admirable human will. The green-haired one continued to provoke, saying that it was understandable for the masked warrior to be shocked by the death of someone of Yushin's caliber. He declared that he was here to honor that friendship and was ready to accept the challenge of revenge, but I hope it won't be bland and meaningless. The green-haired one uttered a final provocation. The masked warrior gritted his teeth, clenching his fist so tightly that dark demonic energy surged out. Humph. He drew his katana, overflowing with killing intent. "I don't think you need to worry about that." The green-haired demon smirked, utterly confident. "There will be no disappointment." Whoosh! The masked warrior unleashed a red energy slash with terrifying speed. The green-haired one barely managed to lean back and dodge the attack, the slash grazing him. The demon's cloak was torn in a long rip, proving the power of the recent attack. Drip, drip. A few drops of fresh blood fell onto the arena floor. The green-haired demon looked at his bleeding hand, murmuring softly with satisfaction. Good. The masked warrior rested his sword on the ground, blood dripping, and declared succinctly, "Looks like you passed the test this time." For the green-haired prince, this was an extremely strange moment. He didn't feel any overwhelming demonic energy or killing intent from his opponent. All he saw was a thin blade that looked utterly ordinary. But why? The moment that blade swung towards him, a gigantic, blazing red energy slash swept through the air. Did he feel an urge to dodge at all costs? A fear he had never known. He vehemently denied. No, it was a fear he had only experienced once in his life. A flashback surged. To the day he returned to the palace after his journey, he confidently presented his new insights to his royal father, his face still bruised at the time. But instead of praise, what he received was the wrath and a near-fatal beating from the king father, a powerful shadow radiating surging purple demonic energy. He realized he bowed not out of duty, but simply because he was crushed by terrifying pressure. His youthful face was covered in blood, his eyes forced downwards in terror. Back in the arena, the prince was still facing the masked warrior. In just a moment of hesitation, as forgotten memories surged back, a new slash appeared on his chest. Seizing the golden opportunity, the masked warrior lunged forward like lightning. A blazing red vertical slash aimed directly at the stunned prince. The masked warrior swung his sword from above, unleashing a finishing blow without hesitation. The green-haired prince took a full blazing red energy slash to the chest, his face contorting. The masked warrior strained with effort, his katana flaring with crimson-black demonic energy, ready for a follow-up attack. A frenzied sword strike tore through space, engulfing the prince in a storm of energy. The prince muttered, realizing the unpredictable changes in speed of each slash, a tactic to prevent his movements from being predicted. Meanwhile, the masked warrior was utterly confident, believing that merely touching with the blade was enough to inflict damage, regardless of the power behind it. The prince smirked arrogantly. Very well, he declared, I permit it, then used his bare hand to stop the incoming katana blade. The masked warrior froze, his eyes wide, unable to believe his opponent's recklessness. Blood dripped from the blade, but the prince's hand remained tightly clenched, without faltering. The green-haired prince looked down at the sword he had stopped, his expression completely calm. He began to channel demonic energy, a surge of purple energy erupting from the hand gripping the blade. The prince admitted, "It's not that I was careless." He told himself that he had simply underestimated his opponent's resolve and willingness to rush into death, as an explosion of purple energy erupted. The prince's gaze turned sharp and cold, as purple demonic energy enveloped him. He looked directly at his opponent, now completely serious. "I told you," the masked warrior growled, his entire body enveloped by a layer of blood-red dark energy. The warrior's dark hand grabbed the prince's arm, causing it to begin corroding. Engulfed in new power, the masked warrior hissed, "You don't need to worry." The green-haired prince retaliated by unleashing a massive surge of purple energy, a full-power counterattack. The black-haired man stood exuding coolness, facing the blue-skinned warrior who was erupting with blazing purple demonic energy. The blue-skinned warrior roared, seemingly unfazed by the sword plunged deep into his abdomen. Crack! He crushed the sword with his bare hands, while the black-haired man silently observed, not a hint of wavering. The black-haired man stood amidst the ruined grand hall, his regal aura dominating the entire space. The blue-skinned warrior wasted no words, charging straight with a clenched fist, determined to deliver a finishing blow. The black-haired man merely smirked, his face cold as if his opponent was nothing but a small fry. A punch descended from above. The blue-skinned warrior's power was enough to flatten an entire building. Boom! Two streams of blue and purple energy collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The blue-skinned warrior gnashed his teeth, his body beginning to be corroded by the azure cold energy, truly hoisted by his own petard. The black-haired man remained calm, his mind analyzing each of his opponent's techniques at lightning speed. He realized this was authority-tier magic, allowing absolute control over cold energy. The black-haired man's defensive ability was overwhelmingly powerful. It reflected damage, making the attacker pay the price. But he also realized his opponent's magic had limits. Techniques couldn't be continuously spammed. The black-haired man analyzed. Instead of erecting a defensive barrier, he chose to dodge, clearly indicating an issue. He intentionally rushed into close range despite being able to attack from afar, surely due to mana depletion or some other restriction. The black-haired man concluded. The upcoming attack was likely his final all-out move. Just as predicted, the blue-skinned warrior's arm froze and shattered upon impact. The black-haired man had seen through the fatal weakness in General Tanju's unique magic, bite falsification transformation. The more this magic amplified its scale, the more energy it consumed, and the longer its cooldown time. And once it exceeded its critical threshold, the effectiveness gained would not be worth the energy expended, making it too risky a gamble. General Tanju decided to fight to the death, all for the pride of a superior being. He recalled that everything began to deviate from his calculations when he met his new master, the first prince. He once believed he had grasped the true nature of the latent power of land-dwelling creatures. Along with the green-haired demoness, Tanju was once confident that conquering the Korean peninsula and Japan would be child's play. But that was a fatal mistake. 2 of his 8 elite warriors were wiped out by a human in the blink of an eye. Even demons he considered small fry, like Xiao Hui or Tao, were skilled enough to fight on equal footing with a Dragon Palace general. The belief that the sea was invincible turned out to be merely the thought of a frog in a well. This desperate denial provoked Guiwu, making him decide to crush Tanju right here. General Tanju roared, pouring all his strength into one final all-out attack. Just as he thought, Guiwu smirked, having read his opponent. Guiwu taunted. Pride and stubbornness are synonymous, you know? He showed extreme interest, waving his hand to create a stream of purple demonic energy. A target that can grow stronger on its own? Too perfect. General Tanju was stunned. The name Xiao Hui suddenly flashed in his mind. Guiwu's current appearance perfectly matched the monster he once knew, who had hidden its true power until the very last moment. Cornered, General Tanju charged with terrifying speed, determined to deliver a life-or-death blow. Guiwu confidently declared, "No matter how I shoot, I'll always get a perfect 10. Guiwu launched a tiny energy bullet, and Tanju intended to block it with his bare fist. Guiwu concentrated all his demonic energy into his fingertip, preparing to end the match. Tanju's punch was about to collide with the energy bullet, a moment that would decide victory or defeat. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion engulfed General Tanju, flattening a corner of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace was shrouded in smoke and dust after the explosion, with specks of azure energy floating like embers. From the darkness, a demon-masked warrior appeared, his entire body erupting with thick, crimson-black killing intent. His katana blade flashed with a cold gleam, ready to tear apart everything. Slash. A swift, clean cut plunged straight into the green-haired prince's chest, fresh blood splattering. The prince froze. He realized the trajectory of this slash was identical to the wound he had just sustained earlier. He recalled the moment Yushin unleashed his exquisitely refined divine ultimate technique. That blow could have torn his body apart, but it was blocked by his steel-hard draconic pressure, only managing to graze his skin. Nevertheless, the prince still coughed up blood, proving that Yushin's attack was not to be trifled with. But the masked warrior's attack was entirely different. It possessed a destructive power of a completely different caliber. The prince muttered, realizing this was neither a technique, magic, nor demonic art. This strike lacked sophistication. It was simply primal killing intent, backed by raw power. The green-haired prince tensed his body, deciding to retaliate on equal terms. 2 terrifying powers clashed. 1, blazing crimson killing intent. The other, the deep purple demonic energy of the royal family. The prince compressed demonic energy into his palm, preparing to unleash the Dragon Clan's unique ultimate technique. He roared, releasing 2 dragon-headed energy streams, asserting that this was martial arts, not some petty demonic art. This was the inherited combat technique of the East Sea Dragon Clan, using draconic pressure to crush opponents. The masked warrior stood still, taking the full force of the attack without bothering to dodge. A sky-shattering explosion erupted, the wavebreaker technique completely engulfing the warrior. This technique was explained as a simpler, less effective version of the ultimate technique, called bell strike. It mimicked the shockwave created when striking a bell, amplifying power and spreading it outwards to destroy the target. The principle of the internal crushing strike was explained. It transmits shockwaves into the enemy's body, crushing everything from within. The green-haired prince unleashed a strike, and dense purple demonic energy surged straight towards the masked warrior. Boom! The attack exploded violently, engulfing the target in a destructive energy sphere. The prince smirked, concluding that the opponent's body hadn't been pulverized thanks to its tough outer shell. He confidently declared, but his internal organs must have been turned to paste. The prince's eyes gleamed with triumph, believing the battle was over. Suddenly, the masked warrior charged forward with terrifying speed, grabbing the prince's face. A part of the mask shattered, revealing a hand tightly gripping the prince's head, and a mocking voice rang out, "What's wrong?" The prince was stunned, blood trickling from his lips, as his opponent challenged him. "Why hesitate? Keep going. I know you haven't unleashed your full power yet." The prince completely failed to understand what was happening, while the warrior whispered, "Ah, finally." The warrior tightened his grip, scoffing, "That irritating look on your face has changed. It looks much better now. Now it's my turn." The prince's confidence wasn't arrogance. He truly felt his opponent had reached his limit. He clearly sensed that the warrior no longer had the strength to continue the battle. An explanation appeared. Yokai can regenerate powerfully, as long as their demon core remains intact. However, losing vital internal organs still leaves severe after-effects until they fully recover. The only exception is species whose outer bodies are merely hollow shells. The warrior's hand, covered in dark energy, tightly gripped the prince's arm. The prince broke out in a cold sweat. He knew his opponent was a half-human, still belonging to the animal kingdom, and couldn't be a hollow shell type. He frantically wondered, then why? Why can it still speak and move with a crushed brain? The prince froze, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying killing intent emanating from the warrior before him. The masked warrior used his bare hand to stop the prince's purple energy sphere. The hand covered in dark energy tightened its grip, and the energy sphere began to crack under terrifying pressure. The dark energy erupted, completely crushing and absorbing the prince's technique. The green-haired prince's eyes widened in horror, as a surge of crimson killing intent narrowly grazed his face. Thud! The warrior landed, his entire body enveloped in a deadly surge of red and black energy. The warrior coldly declared, "I know everything already. Thanks to your sister, I knew it all beforehand." The prince was dumbfounded, his fatal weakness exposed. "Your magic needs to be compressed before it can attack, right?" The warrior explained the mechanism like a spring, compressing high-density demonic energy into a single point and then releasing it. All techniques must follow this process. In other words, the warrior continued, as long as I prevent that trick from happening, I can neutralize you. The dark hand tightly gripped the prince's wrist, and he smirked, and it seems I guessed correctly, because I've been rambling this whole time, and you haven't been able to do anything. The warrior held a weapon to the prince's neck, admitting he was quite strong. So this is how you defeated Yushin. But I'm also quite good, he continued, his eyes sparking with fire. At breaking strong guys like you, he roared, channeling terrifying power as he grabbed the prince. Goblin wrestling. A devastating slam drove the prince straight into the ground. The ultimate technique, mountain flip, flattened the entire arena in an earth-shattering explosion. The scene shifted to a peaceful underwater world, with fish swimming freely. Guiwu appeared with several injuries, with blue ice crystals still clinging to his face, muttering, "Ah, that really hurts." He stood up, dusted himself off, and grumbled, "How troublesome. I knew getting involved with the Dragon Palace would lead to trouble." Guiwu glanced at his opponent with a weary look. "It seems both of us are tired now, aren't we?" His opponent was a blue-skinned giant, his body seemingly carved from crystal, standing tall. Guiwu scoffed, "What a string of bad luck you've gotten yourself into." The blue-skinned giant growled, furious at being underestimated. "With this level of power, are you deliberately holding back to humiliate me?" Guiwu smirked mockingly. "I didn't mean that. Twisting your opponent's words like that just shows how insecure you are," he explained. "It's not that I'm holding back. It's just that my output is a bit limited," Guiwu admitted. "At first, I thought it was some trivial injury, but the truth is, this Dragon Palace is essentially my away game." He began a lecture on yin-yang and the 5 elements, explaining the laws of mutual generation and mutual overcoming, and the conflict between similar elements. Guiwu emphasized that regardless of the attribute, the nature of the world is inherently neutral. He likened using magic to pressing a TV remote, merely sending a signal to guide nature, not completely controlling it. Guiwu posed a fatal question. So what happens if 2 guys send signals in the same place? He revealed he had sensed a strange interference. "I thought there wouldn't be any problem unless the Dragon King himself was right in front of me." Boom! A massive purple energy explosion suddenly destroyed a corner of the Dragon Palace in the distance. The blue-skinned warrior was stunned, while Guiwu merely uttered casually, "Wow." A series of other explosions continued to tear through the Dragon Palace, indicating a large-scale attack was underway. Guiwu had appeared behind the blue-skinned warrior at some point, warning, "Truly amazing. If you move carelessly now, your bones will be crushed to paste." He coldly stepped past his neutralized opponent. Anyway, back to the main point. The blue-skinned warrior recalled the uncomfortable feeling from earlier, realizing Guiwu was right. "I felt like a yokai of the same element was standing right beside me. messing with my game. Guiwu recalled the moment he was almost swallowed by a shadow monster, bitterly saying, "Because of that, I missed out on some good opportunities. So frustrated I couldn't sleep." He smirked triumphantly. But after thinking it over, I've uncovered the truth. A rather shocking conclusion. Guiwu delivered a final statement that left the blue-skinned warrior frozen. Some outsiders helped you prepare for this, didn't they? You've been stabbed in the back by them, he explained concisely. Suddenly, a curse, and a high-grade one, meticulously prepared at that. Guiwu crossed his arms, analyzing. The range? Probably this entire dragon palace. It's a regional spell, not a personal one, and I'm just the unlucky guy who wandered into it. He concluded with a cunning expression. It's like a barrier, and they've placed pillars everywhere. That means there's an insider in this palace. Guiwu continued his analysis, revealing the curse's function. It uses overlapping signals to neutralize water element magic. The blue-skinned warrior began to panic, stammering questions about the curse, but Guiwu coldly replied, "You know perfectly well what I'm talking about. Stop evading the truth." Guiwu exposed his opponent's naivety. You know this curse isn't targeting you, right? Being on land doesn't mean you use earth element magic, and you didn't even realize a curse existed. Guiwu immediately ruled out the Dragon King. Not the Dragon King. His power far surpasses this pathetic curse, which is why it went undetected. The princess isn't the target either. Most likely not. The Azure Dragon's essence is wood, and they only gain water attributes after ascending to the Dragon King's throne. Guiwu concluded the true target, someone with water attributes, or about to acquire them, but still very green and immature compared to the Dragon King. The blue-skinned warrior froze, as Guiwu exposed the entire conspiracy. The moment the prince you intend to enthrone ascends, the curse will fully activate, and the consequences will be catastrophic. The warrior fell silent, and Guiwu asserted, I don't know the exact purpose, but it's clear they don't intend for him to ascend peacefully. Guiwu continued to taunt. Do you really think the mainlanders would support a rigid regime in the Dragon Palace? You've been deceived by a seemingly plausible excuse. Guiwu laid out the truth, delivering a devastating blow. It's time to face reality. The rebellion you're planning is actually a conspiracy to bring down the entire Dragon Palace. Guiwu showed no interest in his opponent's remorse. I'm not telling you to wail or regret, but for the future of this palace, it's time you revealed those who helped you from the outside. Guiwu's gaze sharpened, delivering an ultimatum to the collapsing warrior. Suddenly, a wisp of purple smoke from someone's pipe appeared in the space. Guiwu sensed the strange presence and spun around. In the distance, a shadowy demon with a pair of horns stood amidst a stream of deep purple demonic energy. A blonde-haired demon with small red horns appeared, puffing on a pipe and greeting Guiwu sarcastically. Long time no see, eh? Though long time means just yesterday. Guiwu immediately recognized him. Oh, it's you, the one who stood with his arms crossed, watching the show behind that giant-mouthed demon? The blonde leader smirked, remarking, Something's changed about you. Yesterday, you exuded such calmness and dignity. He laughed gleefully, revealing sharp fangs. But this style isn't bad either. He unleashed a massive surge of purple demonic energy in the shape of a monstrous beast, declaring, To be honest, my mouth is watering. I'm quite hungry, though perhaps not as much as Chien, but I'll fully enjoy this feast. Guiwu smirked defiantly, taunting the blonde. Too bad for you. It's hard to find peace dying on an empty stomach. He mused to himself that while his demonic power was still full, the problem lay in its output. After using the heavenly bow and arrow technique, Guiwu's meridians were damaged, significantly reducing his power output. The blonde leader was confident that even if Guiwu was weakened, he was still skilled enough to handle this prey. But Guiwu was worried about another invisible presence, an even more dangerous monster, lurking somewhere. He only hoped it was his overthinking, as the scene shifted to an ancient palace. Suddenly, a strange hand appeared, grabbing someone's arm. An entity entirely wrapped in black bandages with glowing red patterns materialized, gripping its victim tightly. This mysterious entity had no face, just a deathly mass of bandages. Its victim was the prince, kneeling on the cracked ground, his body covered in injuries. The prince, despite his severe injuries, looked up at his enemy, his face devoid of fear. He smirked, a smile of a warmonger who had just found a worthy opponent. The mysterious entity's bandaged foot was bleeding, indicating that the previous battle was not easy either. The prince thought to himself, if it were another time, he would have gladly welcomed this challenge. Facing a monster far beyond his skill level was an opportunity for growth, a test to make him stronger. But why today, right before the most important event of his life? He muttered. First Yushin, and now this one. This must be a fated trial to see if I am worthy of the throne. The prince tensed, unleashing an overwhelming surge of purple demonic energy, deciding to go all in. I will use my full power to defeat you, he roared, his fighting spirit boiling. With this will, I shall prove myself to the entire celestial realm. Whoosh! The mysterious entity lunged with incredible speed, delivering a lightning-fast strike that left the prince no time to react, sending blood splattering. The blue-skinned warrior channeled blue demonic energy, confronting a mysterious blonde-haired individual radiating purple magical smoke. The blonde smirked, analyzing. A magic battle, especially one without direct confrontation, is like a game of chess. He held a white chess piece, hinting at a special rule in this battle of wits. The blonde sneered by the chessboard. The problem is, you can't know your opponent's abilities, positions, or even the number of their pieces. He waved his hand, and the eerie purple smoke flared up, asserting that only through clash would their true strengths be revealed. The blue-skinned warrior maintained a cold expression, gathering his strength to counter the opponent's tricks. A hexagonal blue energy shield was erected, blocking the spreading purple smoke. The blue-skinned warrior analyzed. The thing I'm facing, despite its great destructive power, is the kind that requires direct contact. He frowned, concluding that it was a type of poison or mind magic, spreading slowly through smoke and taking effect upon inhalation or contact. A small, crown-like object fell, dissolving into the purple smoke, signaling an unpredictable variable. The blue-skinned warrior was stunned as his body began to deform, his tough blue skin melting as if corroded. The blonde sneered. You're weaker than I thought. Compared to the reputation of the Dragon Palace's great general, this is truly disappointing. Even ordinary humans are stronger than this. The blue-skinned warrior growled, his eyes filled with rage. You use this magic to capture and devour those ordinary humans? The blonde suddenly looked flustered, quickly waving his hand. Let me clarify to avoid misunderstanding. I don't enjoy seeing others suffer. He explained in a twisted way that his magical smoke caused no harm, but only brought joy and happiness to others. It's simply my way of feeding, he said. In return, I take away other forms of joy and happiness. The blue-skinned warrior's purple eyes widened, seemingly realizing the true nature of this disgusting magic. The blonde continued his sick monologue, stating that he savored the taste of joy from love, friendship, and even hatred. He smiled eerily. Once that joy is completely devoured by me, they will only be able to feel joy from a single source. The blue-skinned warrior was completely subdued, his body trembling as he begged in addiction. Please, just a little more of that thing from before. The blonde-haired man smirked, looking at the struggling blue-skinned warrior, and casually asked, a plea? He feigned thought with an arrogant air. That's not difficult. But are you sure you'll be all right? The blue-skinned warrior gritted his teeth, the pride of a Dragon Palace Grand General being trampled as he humbled himself to beg a petty demon. Guiwu observed from afar, realizing the situation had gone too far. Damn it, why bother with these ridiculous rules anymore? The blue-skinned warrior howled in his addiction, ready to betray both the Dragon Palace and the Crown Prince, just to taste that pleasure again. The blonde-haired man sneered, pointing at the warrior like a pet. See, they all end up like this. He explained his twisted power mechanism. The larger the void left by the joy I devour, the stronger the craving to fill it with something else. The blonde-haired man analyzed that this warrior already had an empty soul to begin with, making him an all-too-easy prey. He smirked cunningly. Since he's already given permission anyway, he'll savor it thoroughly, even if it's just a little. With that said, a stream of purple magical smoke erupted from the blonde-haired man's pipe, shooting straight towards the kneeling blue-skinned warrior. The thick purple smoke enveloped the warrior, forming a bizarre energy sphere. All the purple demon energy coalesced into a viscous liquid puddle in front of the warrior. The blue-skinned warrior opened his mouth wide, frantically swallowing that magical liquid like a starving man. Guiwu stood behind a hexagonal defensive barrier, his eyes sharp and cold, ready to join the fray. He shot forward, shattering the barrier, deciding to fight the blonde-haired man to the death. Guiwu told himself that close combat was not his forte, and his magical power was also limited. Furthermore, just touching that guy's smoke was enough to suffer a fatal blow. The blonde-haired man stood waiting, completely confident in the trap he had set. Guiwu decided to go all in. Blocking that attack and delivering a decisive blow meant abandoning long-range attacks. The blonde-haired man held his pipe in his mouth, smirking triumphantly, waiting for his prey to rush to its doom. Guiwu channeled his power. Blue cold energy erupted, activating his innate magic, Frozen Domain. He launched an icy attack that swept across the battlefield, unleashing the Dark Ice Moon manifestation technique. Guiwu narrowed his eyes, with a chilling killing intent, preparing for a battle to the death. He muttered with a resigned expression. Honestly, this is going to be a tough one for me. The scene shifted to an apartment complex at night, the atmosphere eerily silent. Suddenly, it started pouring rain, and heavy raindrops began to fall on the street. A couple strolling by hastily covered their heads, surprised because the weather forecast hadn't mentioned rain. A hand opened a black umbrella, shielding the couple from the sudden downpour. A gray-haired female demon with glowing red eyes smirked, asking a loaded question. What did you get in return? The blonde-haired demon replied with a hint of suspicion in his voice. We helped you out of gratitude, but you also gained something from this, didn't you? He continued to question, noticing the other party was exerting more effort than usual. This is extremely risky for you, isn't it? Bi-hyung took a sip of wine, casually replying. Wouldn't it be strange if I said nothing? Of course, I received something, but mainly to avoid suspicion. The blonde-haired man was surprised. Huh? Are you originally from the sea, Bi-hyung? He quickly denied it. Bi-hyung turned his back and explained. It's just that. I don't like the Dragon King's current rule, but that doesn't mean the rebels are any better. He asserted that both factions were cut from the same cloth, only wanting to contend for the throne, differing only in their paint color. An image of the dethroned prince in chains appeared. Bi-hyung smirked with delight. If things stay like this, it'll be dead boring, especially when there's a chance to stir up the Dragon Palace. The blonde-haired man was still bewildered, but Bi-hyung concluded his philosophy. Destruction is always more stimulating than any half-hearted reform. Bi-hyung showed amusement, while the blonde-haired man admitted that although he didn't fully understand, he completely agreed that destruction was much more fun. The blonde-haired man smirked, explaining it was a recent change for him. I realized that, just like enjoying the devoured pleasure, watching what happens afterward is equally interesting. He clenched his fist, recounting the past. Even weak humans, if their source of joy was strong enough, could resist my magic. When I was weaker, there were even some I couldn't devour. The blonde-haired leader continued his twisted philosophy. But the stronger they are, once devoured, the more spectacular their reactions. He explained how he turned prey into devotees. In exchange for a moment of pleasure, they worship me like a god, willingly discarding all values they once cherished. He concluded that even if only an empty shell remains, their former existence was already distinct, just like humans enjoy collecting empty boxes. The ash-gray-haired demon sat in the bar, asking sarcastically, Heh, so you're collecting too, Eileen? Eileen smirked, her eyes glowing with purple demon energy. Grazing would be a more accurate term. It's a lot of effort, but worth it. Eileen admitted this was part of her reason for participating. Because it's Bi-hyung's request, Qian and I won't get our fill, but I'm really looking forward to it. The gray-haired man sipped his wine, dreamily contemplating devouring the underwater kingdom, a delicacy entirely different from the land. He suddenly said, I've prepared a gift for you, Eileen. Eileen narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him warily. What is it? Another grand scheme to capture the Dragon King? The gray-haired man denied, and reiterated. No. But I did say I received a small return gift, didn't I? He revealed he had pilfered a treasure from the Dragon Palace's vault, the Great Heaven Pipe, then held out an ancient pipe. He explained this pipe once belonged to a demon as powerful as a god, capable of exhaling clouds that mirrored its master's power and will, even teleporting thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Eileen asked directly, without any hesitation. Is that divine demon the Dragon King? The gray-haired man shook his head. No. It was one of the strongest land demons. For personal reasons, he entrusted this treasure to me. He smiled meaningfully, offering the pipe to her. I think it will suit Eileen's magic very well. Eileen took the pipe, purple demon energy immediately surged out, and she smirked. Ah, this feeling? Not bad at all. The gray-haired man's eyes widened, shocked to realize the item automatically drew and used Eileen's power, without her needing to control it. Eileen glanced at him, commanding coldly, Don't look at me like that. She took a puff from the pipe, exhaling thick purple smoke, and declared bluntly, Anyway, I was planning to devour this entire hotel tonight. The purple magical smoke from Eileen's pipe began to spread throughout the bar, devouring everything. Beneath the gray-haired man's feet, a wine glass shattered from the pressure of demonic energy. The bartender coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back as the poisonous smoke enveloped him. All the patrons in the bar collapsed onto their tables, immediately losing consciousness. Eileen stood amidst the battlefield, a satisfied smirk on her face. Excellent. This truly has its own unique flavor. The gray-haired man sweated profusely, his voice trembling as he called her name. But hey, Eileen. He weakly tried to lecture her. Smoking indoors is impolite, but Eileen only replied with a cold question. Is that so? The scene shifted. The gray-haired man stood alone under the pouring rain outside the building. He held out his hand to catch the raindrops, muttering about the dragon's reign of resentment and believing it to be a good omen. He smiled sinisterly, wondering if Eileen and Qian were performing their tasks well. In a flashback, he warned Eileen not to provoke the Dragon Palace, knowing full well that the easiest way to incite someone is to forbid them from doing something. Elsewhere, a dark demon with a colossal maw pounced on the Dragon Palace's first prince, blood splattering everywhere. The attacker revealed itself to be an entity wrapped in black and red bandages, resembling a dark mummy. The first prince, despite his injuries, maintained a cold expression, using his hand to block the monster's bite. He easily caught the attack, compressing a purple orb of demonic energy in his palm. Boom! The first prince unleashed a powerful energy palm strike, blowing the monster away. The attacker's upper body was completely obliterated, leaving only its smoking lower half. The first prince glanced at the blood splattered on the floor, his sharp gaze unwavering. Without allowing his opponent to recover, he lunged forward, slashing across the monster's bandaged body once more. A purple orb of demonic energy was compressed, energy crackling around it. The first prince glared at his enemy, coldly listening to its congratulations. The bandaged entity swung its weapon, mocking, "At least you'll have something to explain when you descend to the underworld." The purple energy orb glowed brightly, ready to be unleashed. Boom! A terrifying explosion sent the first prince flying, blood and debris scattering everywhere. The bandaged entity stood there, its pale eyes gleaming behind the cloth. The first prince lay slumped amidst the rubble, smoke rising from his body. His blood-soaked hand reached out, grasping a broken rock. The bandaged entity raised its weapon, preparing to finish off its prey. It paused, as if sensing something was amiss. The first prince slowly got back up, his hand still clutching the rock, his voice faltering. "It's that thing. Shut up and die," the bandaged entity roared, delivering a devastating overhead strike. It frantically repeated a single word as it continuously smashed the first prince's position. Die. Amidst the desolate scene, it still roared like a bloodthirsty beast. Die, die, die. Elsewhere, a headless corpse of a young man lay sprawled on the tiled floor. A strange, inky black liquid began to ooze from the severed neck. Back in the battle, the bandaged entity's weapon had shattered upon impact. It stared in shock at its broken weapon, muttering, "There's no way he's still intact." It reassured itself that even if the opponent's roots helped absorb the shock, it was insignificant. But the image of roots deeply embedded in the earth revealed a terrifyingly resilient power. Recalling the battle, after taking 2 Azure Dragon demonic art strikes from the first prince, Siwoo's body was utterly mangled. The first prince's third strike slammed directly into Siwoo's head, a palm strike of deep purple demonic energy. Just as the prince had calculated, Siwoo's brain officially ceased functioning, clinically dead. Currently, the headless corpse of the first prince lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood. The explanation echoed. The reason Siwoo's body could still move was due to the Goblin's Club, a weapon carrying the sole will of vengeance to kill the first prince. Now that its target was obliterated, this puppet with severed strings also lost all function, collapsing. Siwoo's black and red bandaged corpse twitched strangely, as if still alive. Suddenly, an inky black liquid began to stream down the arena wall, and countless pale eyes opened within that darkness. That hideous dark entity slithered forward, completely devouring Siwoo's motionless body. Siwoo's corpse jolted, his entire body convulsing violently, as if possessed by another force. An explosion of dark energy erupted from the corpse's location, blowing away everything nearby. Amidst the smoke and dust, Solmi descended, gently catching Siwoo's unconscious body. She let out a forced sigh of relief, then worriedly called out, "Siwoo? Are you all right?" Solmi spread her raven wings wide, carrying Siwoo as she soared up from the ruined arena. As she flew, she thought to herself, "Even now, I can't feel any strength in his body." She reassured herself that luckily, his energy wasn't chaotic, and with a goblin's recovery abilities, he should be fine. But a chilling sense of unease still crept into Solmi's mind. Suddenly, she was utterly horrified to see pale eyes beginning to open from within the inky black bandages on Siwoo's body. Solmi froze. Facing the dark entity rising in her arms, she whispered in panic, "That thing is." Solmi was stunned, realizing that the parasitic entity on Siwoo was the very monster that had torn Guiwoo's arm. In a flashback, the colossal dark maw devoured Guiwoo, a terrifying memory. Without a moment's hesitation, Solmi scooped up Siwoo, flapping her wings and flying straight towards the base. She landed on a rooftop, determined to deal with this abomination immediately. Upon landing, the pitch-black liquid mass immediately detached from Siwoo's body, spilling onto the floor with countless wide-open eyes. Solmi unceremoniously dropped Siwoo's unconscious body, while the dark mass slithered away. Suddenly, an immense wave of chilling energy swept through as Guiwu appeared, unleashing an ice attack towards a stranger. Guiwu growled, asking the blonde-haired yokai, "Where did you steal that artifact from? It doesn't look like something a small fry, like you could possess." The blonde man sneered, retorting sarcastically, "Stolen? This genuine article was given to me, thank you for asking." He, a red-horned yokai, exhaled a puff of smoke from the pipe in his hand, smirking, "And I must admit, it truly is an unimaginably powerful gift." Guiwu narrowed his eyes, analyzing, and realized that the purple smoke earlier was an enhanced ability combined with the artifact. He grudgingly admitted to himself that his dark ice moon technique had been completely blocked by that toy. Guiwu muttered, guessing that this artifact surely had many other unpredictable uses. He couldn't comprehend how an item as versatile and powerful as this pipe had fallen into the hands of an unknown individual. But what shocked Guiwu even more was that the yokai, after continuously spamming high-level skills, still had full mana, as if no battle had occurred. Guiwu unexpectedly asked his opponent directly, "Hey, how old are you?" The blonde man looked surprised by the sudden question. Guiwu continued coldly, his gaze fixed on his opponent. "I don't expect you to answer. I'm just curious." The horned yokai suddenly blushed, feigning a morbid shyness. Such an important question makes one quite shy. But honesty is always best, isn't it?" The blonde leader casually revealed, "I was born during the first snowfall last year." He smugly showed off his dark demon subordinates, including Qian and Tao, then declared, "Actually, among this bunch, I'm considered an elder." He went on to explain that when Bihyung found him, there were only one or two other dark demons, but he didn't care about them. Guiwu was utterly shocked, his mind struggling to process. Less than a year, and his mana reserves alone have already reached high intermediate rank? The blonde yokai reverted to his perverse tone. "Oh, don't tell me you don't like younger ones?" Guiwu replied coldly. "That's also part of the reason." Guiwu explained his life philosophy, stating that he utterly detested having burdens placed on his shoulders, clearly distinguishing between doing what's possible and facing ruin if not. The leader innocently asked, "That's hard to understand. If it's so suffocating, why not just throw it away?" While Guiwu asserted that he loathed what was called responsibility. Guiwu sneered contemptuously. "Ha, truly a one-year-old brat." He explained sharply, "The essence of responsibility is something you cannot discard." The blonde yokai froze, hearing adult logic for the first time, but instead of understanding, he blushed with excitement. Wow, this feeling is so stimulating. Admitting that Guiwu's recent attitude truly piqued his interest, he morbidly licked his lips, saying he wanted to see Guiwu collapse from within. Guiwu pointed a finger at his opponent, retorting fiercely, "I've heard that many times, but without exception, all of them ended up devouring their own illusions." The verbal sparring ended, the tide of battle having shifted after a few tens of seconds of confrontation. Guiwu decided to go all out, completely dispelling the energy defense around him. One side had abandoned all defensive measures, determined to pour all its strength into attack, and the blonde yokai merely smirked. Guiwu tensed, dark purple demonic energy erupting, ready for a no-holds-barred fight to the death. Just then, a colossal dark demon with a gaping maw unexpectedly emerged from the shadows right behind Guiwu. Guiwu was seized from behind by the monster, completely caught off guard by the pre-laid trap. Pinned by the dark demon, Guiwu grudgingly realized his opponent had almost no mana, relying entirely on brute strength to break the ice. The blonde leader spoke arrogantly from a distance. "Impressive, isn't it?" He explained his brainwashing mechanism. "I don't inject power, nor do I manipulate minds." The blonde leader smirked, revealing his morbid secret. "Just tell them if they want pleasure, they must be obedient, and they'll willingly sacrifice their lives for me. The problem is, they actually die." He feigned sympathy. "My apologies. If it were Tao, he'd probably eagerly accept this solo challenge. But I'm different," he sneered. "I have no interest in battles that are primarily for fun." Guiwu's eyes were sharp, unwavering. The battle of wits had officially begun. The blonde leader blew a wisp of eerie purple smoke towards Guiwu, casually saying, "Enjoy your meal." He began lecturing on battle philosophy. The decisive factor in a battle of wits isn't what you gain, but what you sacrifice. He used a chessboard to illustrate his opponent's foolishness. If you lose even the minimum conditions for victory, then all strategies are garbage. And in this game, he concluded, what Guiwu had lost was himself. Guiwu was completely devoured by the dark demonic energy. Before the blonde leader could even revel in his triumph, he was speechless. A terrifying pressure erupted from Guiwu, signaling that a true monster had awakened. Scene change. A deserted street was drenched in a torrential downpour. A closed sign hung on the door of a cafe. Inside, the cafe was quiet, with only soft music playing. On the table was a glass of water and a slice of cake, next to an open laptop. A pair of hands held a phone, its screen displaying an image of a glowing treasure chest from a game. Guiwu sat alone in the cafe, leisurely browsing on his phone, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Creak. The cafe door suddenly opened, breaking the silence. Guiwu smiled meaningfully, informing the uninvited guest, "Apologies, the cafe is closing early today." The cafe owner turned around, his eyes sharp and devoid of emotion. The blonde-haired yokai with small horns stepped in, beginning his phony lecture on the joys of the week. He continued to ramble, claiming that simple pleasures were merely the last resort for the incompetent, those who couldn't achieve anything else. The blonde man looked at Guiwu with utter contempt, questioning his life without goals, without desires, without enemies to defeat. He concluded with a sarcastic remark, disdainfully noting that Guiwu only knew how to sit idly in a small cafe. Guiwu interrupted, his voice eerily calm. "Ah, you've forgotten something important." Looking out the window, Guiwu smirked. "It's raining." That was more important than anything else. The blonde leader froze completely, his brain unable to process the outlandish reply. He awkwardly tried to save face, muttering about whether it was suitable or not. Clearly having been led by the nose, Guiwu stated concisely, taunting him directly. "I told you, you're just wasting your time." The blonde man bitterly admitted he had been tricked, thinking he'd found something formidable, only to find it was an unknown variable. Guiwu revealed his true nature, declaring bluntly that he wouldn't bother with others. But this one was different, because he possessed real power. In the blink of an eye, the cafe space became empty. The enemy had completely vanished. The windows were cracked. The laptop screen flickered with static, signs of a swift cleanup having just taken place. Guiwu monologued coldly as the blonde man's shadow was absorbed. "I have devoured you without a trace, and your shell I will preserve carefully." Guiwu calmly raised a glass of water to drink, his face shrouded in shadow after he had finished his meal. It turned out, the magic-infused poisonous smoke from the blonde man's pipe had been completely absorbed into Guiwu's body. That smoke had infiltrated Guiwu's mind, but instead of draining his joy, it was entirely devoured by Guiwu himself. Only a predator like Eileen could sense this aura, but she was extremely confused. She wondered why Guiwu didn't appear distorted like those whose joy had been drained. Instead, his blue crystal turtle persona screamed, while his dark serpent persona exuded a terrifying pressure. Eileen curled her lips in disdain, ordering Guiwu's turtle persona, "Crush him." The turtle persona roared, swung its arm and seized Guiwu's own masked serpent persona. An internal psychic battle began. Not bothering to watch the show, Eileen launched a purple demonic energy attack that tore through space, aimed directly at the turtle persona. Boom! The turtle persona shattered into crystal fragments. Eileen sneered smugly, thinking she had finished the cleanup. Amidst the shower of crystals, Guiwu's serpent persona still stood firm, completely unharmed, proving a completely different level of power. It turned out, this young man was a true divine beast, a genuine article, not some small fry. Divine beasts are the noblest lineage of demonic beasts, known in the East as the Four Divine Beasts, representing the four ultimate clans. Their power doesn't just come from their bloodline, they also need to meet special conditions to unlock their full potential. For example, the Dragon Clan must possess a dragon orb to become an Azure Dragon. The other three clans also have their own trials to be recognized as top tier. A large egg began to crack, signaling a tumultuous birth. For the Black Tortoise Clan, the condition is the serpent subjugation ritual, because at birth, they are merely weak turtle yokai. During cultivation, a second persona called the Serpent will form, and only when the turtle persona completely suppresses the serpent will they truly transform into a formidable divine beast. Scene change. A young Guiwu was calmly reading a book in a beautiful but deathly valley. He looked up, sensing a powerful presence approaching. Judge Menetai Harabium appeared, speaking in a deep, resonant voice, mocking a young yokai for daring to relax in the Valley of Lost Souls. The young Guiwu, identifying himself as Goyu of the Black Tortoise Clan, calmly bowed to Judge Yumeng. The judge directly asked the reason for Goyu's presence, and dropped a bombshell. "I just met your grandfather." The judge bluntly dropped the bombshell on the young Guiwu. "Your grandfather has chosen you as the representative for the next grand festival." The old man narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing. "You seem utterly shocked. Or perhaps you don't like being nominated?" Guiwu hastily explained, feigning humility. It's just that. I'm surprised by this undeserved expectation, the judge muttered. Undeserved, you say? Then began his verbal assessment. He praised profusely. Not yet 20, and you've already reached the Grand Yin realm, awakening the serpent. Choosing this deathly valley as your reading spot already proves your caliber, a true genius. But then he changed his tune faster than flipping a pancake. However, there are rumors that your nature is too weak, too gentle. A dark serpent appeared in his mind's eye, and the judge added, They say that for the past century, you've been led by the serpent instead of subjugating it. Guiwu lowered his head upon hearing the bitter judgment. With your caliber, you should have surpassed the previous generation long ago. But your grandfather is disappointed that your potential is being wasted. He admitted bitterly. That's right. I am deeply ashamed. Guiwu continued to humble himself, claiming he was merely lucky and would soon be surpassed. The judge nodded. Besides your grandfather, the entire clan thinks so. Suddenly, the judge revealed his hand, his eyes sharp, purple demonic energy erupting from his hand, preparing to unleash a technique. The young Guiwu was startled. The space around him was swallowed by a massive purple cosmic energy. Without a hint of hesitation, he clenched his fists, purple and blue demonic energy erupting fiercely. Whoosh! Guiwu unleashed a massive ice wall, completely blocking the judge's surprise attack. The old man appeared impressed. Dark moon ice figure, huh? Truly something to behold. He even predicted that in another 100 years, Guiwu could surpass his own grandfather. Guiwu stood firm amidst the demonic energy. The judge looked directly at him, his voice full of hidden meaning. So, you are the serpent from the rumors. Guiwu shot a sharp glare, cursing inwardly. This crazy old man. He challenged him directly. Isn't it the judge's duty to maintain order and mediate disputes? He growled, confronting him from a distance. Yet you unleashed a killing blow on a young yokai without warning. What law permits that? The judge sneered, looking defiant. Killing blow, you say? It depends on the opponent, but not for you, right? Even so, there's still something strange. The judge muttered, believing that the turtle persona was the one controlling the body, stronger and more capable. The old man narrowed his eyes, wondering, so why did it react to the attack by summoning the serpent? The old man offered a final hypothesis. Or perhaps the one I'm facing right now is Guiwu's true self, the turtle. Guiwu merely curled his lips meaningfully, not bothering to answer. The judge frowned, pressing him. Why? The old man admitted. After witnessing your magic, I realized your potential isn't some childish spark, but the real deal. He analyzed that if the calm persona was the serpent, then someone like Guiwu couldn't possibly fail to suppress it, then questioned why he would bind his own development. The judge appeared puzzled by Guiwu's answer. Guiwu revealed his hand, his eyes cold. It's not that I can't, but that I don't want to. He asserted that the turtle and serpent were, in fact, two equal personas. He explained about the subjugation ritual. That ritual would suppress the weaker persona, making it impossible for the serpent to ever regain control. Guiwu continued, stating that the suppressed personality would only be a silent echo, aware of the world but powerless, and he couldn't do that to it. He growled, declaring that other personality was his oldest friend, his brother. The judge finally understood, realizing Guiwu had been impersonating the serpent to hide his true identity, because if he revealed himself, everyone would know he wasn't the ferocious serpent. Guiwu confirmed with a sarcastic tone, exactly. I've hidden it all this time until some crazy old man ruined everything. Blue demonic energy erupted around Guiwu, and he sneered, full of killing intent. You attacked me first. Whether you're the judge or not, this is the perfect reason for me to kill you. The judge growled. Are you trying to silence me by killing me? Guiwu smirked. Do I have any other choice? Suddenly, the judge changed his demeanor, waving his hand. All right. I promise to keep your secret. He made a tempting offer. How about coming to the human world for a while and working under me? Guiwu froze, the erupting demonic energy also halting at the unbelievable offer. While the judge promised he would be left in peace until the festival, he was utterly speechless, stammering in extreme astonishment. What? Night falls on a snow-covered street, with lights spilling out from a cafe about to open. A coming soon sign is hung up, decorated with images of a turtle and a snake, symbolizing Guiwu's two personalities. Inside the cafe, furniture is still scattered in cardboard boxes, and the space is strangely quiet. Guiwu, with neatly tied hair, coldly steps into his new establishment. He walks further in, looking around the space still in its preparatory phase. Guiwu stops at the counter, his pensive gaze sweeping around the cafe. The old judge's voice echoes from thin air. If you can't sleep, just go read a book or do something. The old man continues to grumble. Why are you loitering here so early? Guiwu merely smirks, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple in the glass, as the old man declares, "Anyway, starting tomorrow, you'll be sick of coming here." The judge begins to reminisce. "It's just that I truly can't believe this day has come." The old man asks pointedly, "What's so hard to believe? Weren't you the first one to suggest opening this cafe?" He remarks, "Looking back over the past year, that was probably the most energetic I've seen you in 100 years." Standing in front of a real estate office, Guiwu recalls the judge's words that this was not a miracle, but a result of his own making. The old man emphasizes, "And all of this could only be achieved thanks to a life built upon the debts people owe you." Guiwu looks at his reflection in the glass, his purple eyes flashing with determination. The judge admits, "If it were me, I could have done more. But I still chose to give you this opportunity. Just having the time to strive for something is more than enough." Thwack! The memory of the old man's devastating punch suddenly resurfaces, interrupting his thoughts. Guiwu smiles faintly, one cheek still clearly bearing the marks of the recent test. He touches his cheek, muttering irritably, as the old man's voice echoes again. "Damn it. Here's the problem. Everything is fine, except that violence also has its limits." Guiwu walks away annoyed, grumbling. "Every time I'm about to forget, he brings it up without fail." Through the glass, Guiwu's second personality sneers. "At this point, it's not about pride anymore, it must be your memory. Are you a goldfish or something?" Guiwu sits down, admitting to himself that without that other personality, he wouldn't have even dreamed of this luxurious life. He questions the kind of thinking. "If it were me, I would have done better," considering it baseless, empty talk. The other personality retorts, "The only thing I have over you is that I came first, and a little magic is all it takes. You, even making it to the human world was already a big problem." It continues to lecture, "So stand tall and be confident. Screw what others say. You're much better than me. All of this was built by you." With a sinister smile, it concludes, "Don't make that I'm useless face anymore. Most importantly, if you burn out, we're screwed, because you have to slave away making coffee for me to enjoy." Guiwu is left speechless by his own irrefutable logic. The other personality continues to encourage, "Don't overthink it. Just do what you always do. We just need to live the life we want, at least until the festival begins." It stands up, asserting firmly, "Currently, we have no reason to beg anyone." The scene shifts to a flashback, where a chubby Choi Si-woo is panting while jogging, wondering which idiot would inherit the will of the Demon King. Back in the present, Guiwu and his reflection in the mirror high-five, and it says, "As always, I'm counting on you." Both say in unison, "Let's do our best, brother, as we always do." Guiwu stares blankly at his hand, which just high-fived the glass, seemingly still unaccustomed to this cooperation. In a forest, a masked Choi Si-woo confronts a giant blue-skinned monster roaring amidst a surge of blue demonic energy. A blonde-haired man with a pipe in his mouth observes from a distance. He is the one controlling the monster. The blue-skinned monster roars in pain, its eyes bleeding. Without further ado, Si-woo summons his giant goblin club, swinging a devastating blow straight at the monster's face. Crash! The impact is so powerful that the monster's face deforms, sinking deep into the ground. The entire body of the giant monster is flattened, lying motionless in a crater created by the very blow. The blonde man merely watches, while Si-woo stands tall on the battlefield, demonstrating his overwhelming power. The blonde leader smirks with a condescending air. "Ha!" A massive surge of blue and purple energy explodes, tearing through space. From within the column of energy, Guiwu steps out, demonic energy swirling around him, his eyes sharp as blades. The blonde man shows surprise but quickly understands. So that's it. 2 souls in one body. Guiwu's snake personality, now fully in control, speaks up, challenging. "So you were the one who fought Chien back then. Feel this energy. You're the real deal, aren't you?" He coldly denies. "No, Hes not a fake. If there's an imposter here, it's..." In his mind, the snake personality encourages the self-conscious Guiwu. "That's why you mustn't lose confidence, Inma. In front of others, hold your head high." He asserts firmly, "No matter what anyone says, you are me, and together we are the Black Tortoise." The blonde leader freezes, completely bewildered by his opponent's self-talk. Guiwu, or rather, the snake personality, boldly declares, "Let me correct myself. My name is Guiyu." He growls, demonic energy erupting more fiercely. "I am the rightful heir of the Spirit Turtle clan on the Korean peninsula, the true successor of the Black Tortoise in this generation." The blonde man smirks, admitting, I don't know what's happening, but this oppressive aura is truly genuine, terrifyingly powerful. He takes a drag from his pipe, exhaling an eerie purple smoke. If it weren't for this kid, I might have turned tail and left with regret. Guiyu stands still, his gaze unwavering before his opponent's display. From the smoke, a giant smoke demon is summoned, and the blonde man boasts, "Cool, right?" This kid seems to be recalling its former master's form. The leader confidently explains, "It is my power that sustains it, but according to Bi Hyung, it's a super powerful monster." Guiyu smirks, showing disdain. "The great sage equal to heaven, huh? Indeed, a monster of a different caliber. But even if the great sage himself were here, right now, I have no intention of losing to anyone." The blonde leader breaks out in a cold sweat, clearly overwhelmed by Guiyu's aura. He orders the smoke demon to attack. The smoke demon raises its hand, a blue energy sphere beginning to form in its palm, ready for destruction. Without further ado, Guiyu unleashed his Arctic wind strike, creating a colossal icy vortex that swept through everything. With cold eyes, Guiyu directed the energy storm straight at his target. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away the entire arena. The terrifying destructive power sent all debris flying, leaving nothing standing. The entire room where Choi Si-woo stood was leveled, its walls shattered to dust. The result was a pool of blood. Choi Si-woo collapsed, his body utterly destroyed. Guiyu muttered, admitting that his opponent's situation could only be summed up in 2 words. Pathetic. A flashback revealed that the green-haired prince's direct attacks had already been powerful enough to crush Choi Si-woo's body many times over. Only his iron will and the power from the Goblins Club allowed him to get back up and continue fighting. But now, with that crutch stripped away, his body shattered like a cracked glass. Standing before the ruins and Choi Si-woo's body, Solmi was stunned, unable to believe her eyes. She was in utter panic, stammering, unsure of what to do in this dire situation. Suddenly, a surge of green life energy erupted from Choi Si-woo's seemingly dead body, startling Solmi. In an ethereal space, a pair of eyes snapped open. Choi Si-woo's consciousness reverted to his old chubby form, and he asked blankly, "Where am I?" A strange voice echoed, and a green-haired young man appeared, asking sarcastically, "Huh? Is this your original form?" The Dragon King looked at the chubby version of Choi Si-woo and bluntly stated, "Honestly, it's not bad. I think Miri would prefer this version." Choi Si-woo hesitantly asked the stranger's identity, and the Dragon King casually confirmed his status, even complimenting himself on looking younger than their last encounter. Without beating around the bush, the Dragon King got straight to the point. "Inside your body, there is a reverse scale that I implanted." Choi Si-woo froze, utterly shocked by the Dragon King's earth-shattering revelation within the radiant golden inner world. The chubby version of Choi Si-woo broke into a sweat, trying to figure out where this bizarre place was. He muttered, confirming, "So this isn't the real world, is it?" The Dragon King seemed surprised. "Oh? You adapt faster than I thought. Is this not your first time entering an inner world?" Choi Si-woo hesitantly admitted, recalling another experience that felt far more real than this. Memories flooded back. The time Siola pulled him into an illusory space and the bloody battle with the Dragon Palace's first prince. The Dragon King seemed to understand, surmising that whoever pulled Si-woo in last time must have been a powerful sorcerer, then declared, "Anyway, I'm not really familiar with these tricks." The Yokai King complained that the current space was too desolate, unsuitable for conversation. With a snap of his fingers, the Dragon King changed the scene, conjuring a fancy gaming chair and a small table. Choi Si-woo stared wide-eyed at the unbelievable sight. An iced coffee had also just materialized. The Dragon King plopped down onto the chair, visibly delighted. "Oh, this is even better than I thought. I wish my throne was half as comfortable as this." He smiled meaningfully, praising humans as true geniuses in their pursuit of comfort, a few steps ahead of yokai. Seeing Choi Si-woo still standing rooted to the spot, the Dragon King wondered, "Why aren't you sitting?" The Dragon King explained, "I pulled out the most comfortable chair and the best drink from your memories. Is there a problem?" Choi Si-woo could only remain silent, not daring to utter a word. The Dragon King picked up the coffee, took a sip, and grimaced. "This just tastes like bitter water," the Dragon King grumbled, clearly not to his liking. Choi Si-woo lowered his head, his entire face shrouded in shadow, and the atmosphere grew heavy. The Dragon King got down to business, his voice icy. "Regarding you killing my son, it's fine." He explained clearly that it was a fair duel between yokai, with clear reasons and circumstances, even adding that if it were him, he would also kill anyone who harmed his best friend. The Dragon King continued, As the king of the Dragon Palace, I must thank you for eliminating the leader of a rebellion, even if it makes me a bad father. Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, still reeling from the Dragon King's declaration. The Dragon King said nonchalantly, "That's how I see it. Later, when you meet my true self, don't make a face like a criminal," leaving Si-woo bewildered. The Dragon King sneered, recounting, "Do you remember last night? After your bloody battle with Miri, your mind wasn't clear, so you charged at me." A flashback showed Si-woo in his demonized state, horns grown, charging to punch the Dragon King directly, but he blocked it with ease. The Dragon King, his face bandaged, recounted, "You looked pathetic then. Even though you're a goblin, if left alone, you might not have recovered. Since both my daughter and I bear responsibility, I peeled off one of my scales for you to consume," the Dragon King explained. "What you're seeing now is just a fragment of consciousness contained within that scale." Si-woo's jaw dropped, and he asked again what exactly that scale was. The Dragon King waved his hand dismissively. "I probably only grow 2 or 3 in my lifetime. Just consider it me sharing a portion of my lifespan with you," he continued, saying that this precious item was usually reserved only for heirs or great benefactors, but this time it was merely on a whim. Si-woo was stunned, his face paling at the king's sudden generosity. The Dragon King affirmed that Si-woo's body would recover because the item was a legendary elixir, then began to address the main issue. "Now then," the Dragon King narrowed his eyes, "I want you to repay me for that scale." Si-woo immediately agreed, stating that since the Dragon King had saved his life, he would do his utmost. The Dragon King clasped his hands, smiled meaningfully, and bluntly stated, "I want you to finish off my son." Si-woo froze, his mind unable to process, only able to stammer out a question. He tremblingly probed, "Or do you have another son?" The Dragon King merely asked what on earth he was thinking. The Dragon King admitted it might be confusing. "That boy is indeed dead. If he had truly died by your hand, there would be no problem." The scene shifted outside an underwater palace, a corner of its roof utterly destroyed. "But unfortunately, that's not the truth," the Dragon King said. And a dark silhouette of the first prince, with dragon antlers and glowing eyes, appeared, radiating malevolent energy. With that, the Dragon King's projection dissolved into streams of green energy. The message had been delivered. Solmi is keeping watch over Si-woo's remnants, which are now flaring up with a strange green flame. She looked bewildered, sensing an unfamiliar energy emanating from the flame. Solmi realized it looked like fire but had no heat, only an extremely dense energy source that was definitely not demonic energy. Thankfully, Si-woo's demonic energy is recovering. But what in the world is this other energy, she wondered. Curious, Solmi risked reaching out her hand to examine the mysterious energy flow. A mistake! The green flame suddenly reacted violently, making her jump back from the burn. By reflex, Solmi swung her hand to extinguish the flame clinging to her. The green energy current continued to surge with overwhelming power. Her hand was scorched. The heat, though fleeting, was enough to awaken primal fear. Solmi clutched her burning hand, sensing that the situation was becoming extremely dangerous. Clearly, Si-woo was in the process of recovery, but his body remained completely motionless. She broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a deadly threat approaching. Boom! The palace wall was breached by something from outside, leaving a gaping hole. Solmi knew her abilities were still lacking, not yet mature enough to solo against spirit entity-level monsters. To reach the realm of divine spiritual mystical beasts, one needed a noble bloodline like Guiwu's, supreme skills like Siola, or a reckless, all-out fighting spirit like Si-woo's. Solmi stood up, knowing full well she wasn't someone who could create miracles, just a small fry among sharks. Her eyes widened in utter horror as she saw a mass of black liquid with countless pale white eyes emerging from below. Terrified to her core, Solmi collapsed, devoid of any courage to face the grotesque entity. Unable to stay, she transformed into a black crow and flew straight out of the palace through the hole in the wall. Her wings flapped not out of bravery, but from the pain and extreme fear compelling her to flee. In Solmi's memory, Choi Si-woo stood shirtless, helplessly exclaiming, "If only I had enough strength to help, even just a little." Solmi recalled kneeling beside the injured Siola, blaming herself that if she hadn't made excuses for her weakness, Siola wouldn't have ended up in such a state. Tears welled in Solmi's eyes as she made a firm resolution. "I won't let that happen again." The Black Crow Girl fell freely within her inner world, vowing not to stand by and watch Guiwu or Si-woo get hurt again, even if it cost her life. Another version of Solmi, with white hair and golden horns, stood waiting, flashing a challenging smile. The real Solmi and her white-haired alter ego faced each other, one determined, the other arrogant. The white-haired alter ego bared her sharp fangs, ready for an uncompromising battle. Solmi said little, her eyes glowing purple, unleashing all her demonic energy, summoning her innate magic. Hundreds of purple energy feathers shot out like a hail of bullets, aimed directly at the enemy. The white-haired alter ego stood her ground, taking the full brunt of the feather storm hurtling towards her at terrifying speed. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the entire area, sending up thick plumes of dust and smoke. Solmi flew into the air, observing the aftermath of her devastating attack. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing a white energy current sweeping through everything. The white-haired alter ego burst out of the smoke, without a single scratch, muttering, "Identity truly is a strange thing." Her golden eyes gleamed with cruelty, believing that what one person yearned for was the very shackles another sought to escape. Her face contorted into a grotesque smile, as dark purple demonic energy erupted fiercely. She transformed into a colossal three-legged crow made of dark energy, revealing the bloodline Solmi had always hidden. The scene shifts to a quiet gazebo under the ethereal purple moonlight. Inside a room, makeup, cosmetics, and snacks were scattered everywhere. Siola held a smartphone, pouting as she wondered, "So this is the divine artifact humans use?" Siola held the phone, scoffing that this human divine artifact was better made than expected, but then wondered why they crammed so much magic into a tiny piece of glass when human eyes were so poor. The gray-braided girl awkwardly explained that because it was small, it was easy to carry, leaving Siola bewildered. Siola continued to complain, finding it absurd that humans could create troublesome things like transmitting voices remotely, storing light, sound, and even calculations, yet couldn't manage basic storage magic. The braided girl explained that human magic and technology developed in two different directions, then advised Siola to get used to it, because in the human world, without a phone, you're practically useless. She emphasized, "There's no way to live without it." Suddenly, the phone in Siolhua's hand cracked, and the white-haired yokai girl looked stunned. "What is this? Don't. Tell me this tiny bit of power." Siolhua's red eyes gleamed as she realized that even a tiny, accidental leak of demonic energy was enough to destroy the item. The braided girl's face darkened. She growled in utter shock. "My iPhone 25X Pro. It's the first time in my life I splurged on the latest model." Outside the gazebo, the braided girl tried to calm herself. "It's fine. I'm okay." She picked up the broken phone, seriously warning Siola that human objects were extremely fragile, especially to a powerful yokai like her. Siola idly listened to the reminder that if she wanted to live in the human world, she had to always be careful, replying reluctantly, "Yeah, I know." Siola changed the subject, saying that based on the old prophet's attitude, it seemed she wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. The braided girl asked directly, "Oh, did you fail the half-demon exam again this time?" Siola retorted irritably, "Talking like that makes me sound incompetent, you know? They didn't even give me a chance to take the exam. So what could I do?" The white-haired yokai girl continued to grumble, finding it ridiculous that she was forbidden from the human world just for being underage, and that the standards were completely inconsistent. The braided girl smiled, suggesting Siola just run errands for the old prophet, then hinted at asking the eldest son of the Heite clan for help, as he was older and had a good reputation. Siola brushed it off, wondering about that guy from the Black Tortoise clan. "He's about our age, causes more trouble than me. Yet has been living in the human world for a whole year without any problems." The braided girl hesitated. Well, she delivered a devastating final blow. "At least Guiwu Appa never breaks my phone," leaving Siola speechless and completely petrified. Siola clasped her hands, showing genuine remorse. "I am truly sorry. When I finally get to the human world, I will definitely buy you a new one." Siola narrowed her eyes, her gaze as sharp as a razor. She growled, asking a sweating Solmi, "Are those guys not causing any trouble? Don't tell me they're still bothering you, right?" Solmi forced a smile and vehemently denied it. "No, I'm fine." But Siola immediately called her out. "Last time you said you were fine, but you were far from it." Siola crossed her arms and declared firmly to Solmi, "If that happens again, you have to tell me. I will turn this entire world upside down. I'm serious." Solmi explained that she was now the judge's messenger, so forcing her would be akin to directly challenging that powerful old man, which was why she had been given this position. Siola only remained silent after hearing it, her expression still full of doubt, while Solmi mused that Siola's worry was only natural. Solmi smiled meaningfully, then laid her cards on the table. "I only said that, but my father is a yokai who can easily challenge even the judge's authority." She continued to reveal her three-legged crow lineage, one of the most ancient yokai bloodlines on the Korean peninsula. Even the legendary 4 divine beasts could not compare to her family's long history. However, the 3-legged crow lineage had an iron rule. At any given time, only 2 individuals can exist, the father and the child. The inheritor of this bloodline is hailed as the Golden Crow King, the ruler of the yokai sky across the entire peninsula. Solmi confirmed with a somber expression, "Yes, the current Golden Crow King is my father," as the overwhelming silhouette of a ruler appeared. But she quickly denied the relationship. "Calling him father doesn't mean there's any affection between us. To be honest, I've never even clearly seen his face." It turned out, her mother was not a wife or concubine, but merely a common palace maid who caught the king's eye for a single night. And because of that transgression, a low-ranking magpie yokai with no family background who dared to carry the blood of the Golden Crow King, her mother was expelled from the palace. Solmi recalled her mother's dying words, that one day her father would be happy to meet her, but she never believed it. The young Solmi in the past stood beside the giant silhouette of her father, bitterly thinking that he didn't know of her existence, not because someone hid it, but because he simply didn't care. Solmi asserted that if he had any compassion, even for a one-night stand, he would never have allowed her mother to be driven away like that. She had never thought of becoming part of that bloodline, or being recognized as an heir, at least not until she discovered she had inherited the characteristics of the 3-legged crow, and her feathers began to emit a golden light. Within her consciousness, Solmi's dark self roared wildly, charging straight to attack. But Solmi was different now. She spread her black wings wide, her legs transformed into sharp talons, ready for battle. Both clashed in a high-speed aerial battle, one side pure instinct, the other an awakened will. Solmi unleashed a technique, creating a golden cross of energy, an attack imbued with the power of light. From the outside, Siola could only stare in astonishment at the terrifying power erupting from the young girl. Solmi explained that her wings of wind magic was inherited from her magpie yokai mother. This skill works by storing wind energy in her feathers while flying. When needed, she releases all stored energy in a single strike. A single shot can generate destructive power far exceeding the demon energy expended, making it a highly effective, concentrated attack. However, the fatal weakness is that if she runs out of stored energy, she's helpless, only able to use what she has accumulated beforehand. For a normal magpie yokai, that limit is natural, a limitation for those with lesser power. But the truth was, Solmi had consciously suppressed the power from her father, because her feathers could store something even more terrifying than wind. She roared, unleashing her inherent magic, golden crow wings, her entire body erupting in a dazzling stream of solar energy. If the 4 divine beasts represent the 4 cardinal directions, then the 3-legged crow is the symbol of the sun. Simply put, the 3-legged crow is a yokai that controls the power of the sun, an inexhaustible and overwhelming source of energy. Just a single ray of solar energy fired by Solmi possessed enough power to rival or even surpass the magic of any other yokai. The attack swept through, blowing off the head of the dark self in an instant. The internal battle concluded. Solmi was panting, sweat pouring down, but she had won. Her eyes no longer held hesitation. Only unwavering determination remained. The headless corpse of the dark self twitched one last time before vanishing, the suppressed power having finally completely submitted to its true owner. Thinking it was over, the headless corpse of the dark self suddenly opened its fanged mouth wide and roared. Solmi was stunned, realizing this entity still refused to vanish. From the corpse's neck, a new, grotesque head emerged from the shadows, letting out a mad shriek. Without hesitation, Solmi mustered her remaining strength, gathering a dazzling sphere of solar energy right before her chest. The dark self was no pushover either. It compressed purple demon energy into a destructive orb to retaliate. Solmi soared upwards, firing an ultimate golden light blast, determined to end the battle. The demon was not intimidated either. It unleashed a stream of dark demon energy directly at Solmi's attack. The 2 opposing energy streams collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire inner consciousness space. Pushed back by the recoil, Solmi had to use her wings to shield herself, gritting her teeth in endurance. The dark self laughed maniacally, continuing to pour in more demon energy, determined to crush her. Solmi froze, realizing golden crow wings was a divine beast-level magic, a power far beyond her current grasp. Guiwu and Solmi in the analysis space clearly showed the disparity. Her current power was merely a fraction compared to the level of this technique. The toll for using a technique beyond her current capabilities was gradually accumulating and ravaging her body from within. Solmi disregarded it. She spread her golden wings wide, radiating the purest and most overwhelming solar energy. The golden light burst forth, easily engulfing and completely piercing through the opponent's dark attack. The dark self roared in despair as it was completely overwhelmed by the power of the sun. Solmi gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into the final strike. Just a little more. Sweat poured down her like rain. She screamed in her mind, "I can still do more." Her eyes were tightly shut. Her body was nearing its limit, but her will remained unshaken. A final loud reverberation echoed. The entire space fell silent, with only the empty floor remaining. The price of overexerting her skill arrived. Solmi collapsed, her body suffering a severe backlash with purple veins bulging. A gray-haired female yokai, with golden horns appeared, looking at Solmi with a haughty yet somewhat impressed expression. The shadow of the gray-haired female yokai enveloped Solmi, her voice resonating with authority. "You may rest now. Well done, Solmi." In a flashback moment, Choi Si-woo embraced the injured Siola, his eyes burning with a fierce vow. "That guy, I swear I'll deal with him. No matter what, I will finish him." The scene shifted to an iced coffee, signaling an impending conversation in another location. The Dragon King sat opposite, sweating profusely as he witnessed something, muttering, "This is beyond my imagination." Choi Si-woo sat opposite, his face equally dumbfounded, wondering, how can there be something so bizarre? No, rather, hideous. It turned out that what had stunned them both was merely a bowl of chocolate mint ice cream. The Dragon King was invited to try the strange human delicacy, holding the spoon with a look of doubt. As soon as he put a spoonful into his mouth, the Dragon King froze, his expression as if he had tasted poison. The Dragon King was deeply shocked, wondering if he had misunderstood humanity, given their fondness for this mismatched duet of sweetness and refreshment. Si-woo hesitantly brought up the main topic again. While the Dragon King was still savoring the ice cream, the Dragon King regained his composure, explaining that among all earthly dishes, this one had made him the most curious. The Dragon King released green demonic energy, revealing this to be a private space where time flowed slowly, allowing them to converse even with Si-woo's body utterly shattered. The Dragon King's expression turned serious, his gaze sharp. "Now, we were talking about my son, weren't we?" Referring back to Solmi, the Dragon King explained that she had probably guessed the one who devoured his son was a shadow demon beast. The gray-haired female yokai reappeared, and the Dragon King revealed its true identity. "That one is a glutton beast, a devouring monster." Si-woo listened as the Dragon King recounted that in his youth, he had been fortunate enough to participate in suppressing a previous generation's glutton beast. The Dragon King asserted that the glutton beast of that era was merely a small fry, incomparable to the monster Si-woo had witnessed. A horrifying image appeared. The ancient glutton beast was a gigantic mass of sludge filled with agonizing faces, having devoured over 10,000 yokai and officials, so powerful that an entire nation stood no chance. Si-woo pressed him, trying to find the monster's weakness. "You said fortunate. Does that mean it had a weakness? Or did you find a way to defeat it?" The Dragon King calmly denied it, and while eating ice cream, he declared mysteriously, "No, it wasn't a coincidence, but destiny." The king made a startling statement. Ultimately, it self-destructed, leaving Si-woo dumbfounded. A muscular yokai flexing purple demonic energy illustrated a basic rule. Devouring others to grow stronger is common, but simply eating doesn't automatically copy-paste all of its power. The Dragon King explained bluntly. For example, if you eat an entire cow or tuna, you don't turn into a cow or a fish, do you? Si-woo nodded, seemingly understanding, but the Dragon King immediately dampened his understanding. But glutton beasts are a world apart. A grotesque mouth appeared, and the Dragon King revealed the true nature of glutton beasts. It absorbs everything it eats, without losing a single drop. Its digestive system defies all natural laws. Si-woo was bewildered again, wondering, that sounds incredibly formidable. So how does it lead to self-destruction? A flash of lightning struck Si-woo's mind. He seemed to have realized something. The Dragon King smirked, confirming Si-woo's conjecture. Precisely. The Dragon King explained further, his gaze sharp. Glutton beasts don't just devour spiritual energy and flesh. They also consume the victim's memories. A metaphorical image of a person assembled from puzzle pieces appeared, and the Dragon King emphasized, it absorbs both the experiences and feelings imprinted in the flesh. In other words, it devours the entire ego of a being. A dark dragon appeared in the narration, and the Dragon King said, according to ancient records, whenever they devour a powerful being, they absorb not only its strength but also its memories, until they become uncontrollably powerful. Dark silhouettes, representing chaotic personalities, screamed, and the Dragon King revealed the fatal weakness. But at some point, the fragmented personalities within will clash, overwhelming it, and ultimately leading to self-destruction from within. Siwoo rested his chin in thought, pointing out a practical problem. I understand, but that weakness is almost useless now, isn't it? The Dragon King calmly scooped a spoonful of ice cream, agreeing. That's right. For it to collapse on its own, it would have to devour a colossal number of humans, or yokai. The Dragon King glanced, assessing the situation. Compared to its predecessors, the current glutton beast is still just a youngster. It will take time for it to reach the threshold of collapse. The gray-haired yokai's face appeared with a sinister smile, and the Dragon King analyzed. The fact that it still maintains a complete human form indicates that it hasn't absorbed anyone truly formidable yet. The Dragon King's expression became extremely serious. And for the current glutton beast, the soul and ego of my son are too powerful for it to digest right now. Siwoo gritted his teeth, and the Dragon King warned. Do you understand now? The one you might have to face isn't just the glutton beast. Siwoo embraced the dying Solmi, the Dragon King's warning still echoing in his mind about an enemy that might carry the soul of the first prince. A gray-haired yokai with golden horns and an arrogant smile appeared, looking like a true boss. Siwoo stood shielding Solmi, facing the new enemy right in the middle of the Dragon Palace. The protagonist's face hardened, realizing this opponent was no small fry, but extremely dangerous. She erupted with a terrifying surge of dark purple demonic energy, the pressure so immense that Siwoo had to admit he just wanted to flee immediately. Siwoo glanced at Solmi, clearly worried about his comrade. Solmi was still unconscious, her face marked with black veins from the power's backlash. The new boss smirked contemptuously, with an air of superiority. Don't worry, just take her to the rear. Siwoo was stunned by the offer, clearly not expecting the opponent to be so confident as to give him time to prepare. She continued to taunt, not wanting Siwoo to be distracted by worrying about his comrade, and thus diminish the quality of the fight. Siwoo remained silent, his eyes flashing with determination. The scene shifted to a quiet corner of the Dragon Palace beneath the clear blue water. Siwoo had safely laid Solmi on a luxurious bed. Solmi was still in a daze, temporarily out of the fight. The protagonist returned to the arena, looking up towards the palace, ready for the solo battle. Siwoo stood opposite the boss, asking directly, "Is this distance far enough for you?" She still maintained her arrogant demeanor, intending to give him more time, but Siwoo brushed it aside. No. Siwoo took his stance, declaring firmly that no matter where he took Solmi, if he couldn't defeat the opponent, it would be meaningless. The boss showed amusement, confirming its plan was to devour everyone, including Siwoo, and hoped the meal would be delicious. Siwoo was dumbfounded, wondering why it would want to devour the very place it had rebelled to seize. The boss smirked. Oh, so you're aware of our existence? I suppose even the yokai, on the surface, have heard of the previous gluttons. Siwoo retorted sharply, asserting his ideals. That's right, this is the place I am destined to rule, and that resolve has never wavered, he admitted. But I realized my previous methods were too selfish. The boss listened as Siwoo continued his philosophy. A true king must be one who inspires, making people follow willingly. Siwoo clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. And I believe now we can achieve that. The boss burst into maniacal laughter, revealing her true nature. By devouring everything, I will merge them into one within my mind, starting with the Dragon Palace, then all of humanity and yokai. An image of Earth covered in a disgusting slime appeared as she declared. That way, the entire world will truly become one inside my belly. Siwoo was at a loss for words, realizing this opponent could no longer be reasoned with. Only combat remained. The boss flashed a sinister smile, clearly delighted by her insane plan. Losing patience, Siwoo channeled surging purple demonic energy around his fist, preparing to strike. He unleashed a wind punch, firing a massive purple energy blast towards the boss. The energy blast tore through the air, hurtling straight towards its target with terrifying destructive power. It turned out this was a high-grade yokai treasure that the judge had given Siwoo through an intermediary. This item allowed the user to release demonic energy, transforming close-quarters attacks into extremely powerful long-range strikes. In another scene, the Dragon King analyzed the match. This is certainly not a favorable match. You are a goblin, specializing in close combat, but approaching a glutton is nothing short of suicide. The Dragon King explained the enemy's nature. Its mouth is not just a physical attack, it's like a natural phenomenon, something unavoidable. An illustration showed a yokai being crushed by the shadowy monster's maw, and the Dragon King said, it can freely change the shape and size of its entire body to form that mouth. The Dragon King concluded with a serious expression. It might sound irresponsible, but this is the first rule. Siwoo, seemingly already aware of this rule, focused all his power into his fist, ready for the next shot. He let out a roar, and fired an even more powerful purple energy blast than before, strictly adhering to the long-range combat strategy. Choi Si-woo's purple demonic energy blast struck the glutton demoness directly, creating a fierce energy explosion. The glutton demoness simply raised her hand, effortlessly blocking Si-woo's long-range attack as if it were nothing. She smirked mockingly, her voice full of condescension. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Your approach is correct, but your power is utterly pathetic. With a sinister smile, she continued to taunt. With this level of skill, perhaps you should. Meanwhile, Choi Si-woo maintained his defensive stance, his entire body steaming after unleashing the move. The glutton demoness realized that was just an act, a ridiculously flashy stance that, at first glance, didn't emit any energy at all. Si-woo tensed his body, channeling all his strength into his arm, preparing for a completely different attack. Before the glutton demoness could understand what was happening, she lost her usual composure, sensing a terrifying surge of power forming. A massive purple energy palm strike, many times more powerful than before, was unleashed from Si-woo's hand, sweeping away everything in its path. The explanation echoed. The function of the mountain-shattering armor is simply for long-range attacks, but in terms of energy consumption efficiency, it falls far short of Si-woo's other magic. But the problem was, inside Si-woo's body now resided a dragon scale, one of the most potent elixirs to ever exist. Si-woo roared, absorbing and unleashing an even more terrifying surge of black-purple energy, swirling like a storm. The glutton demoness realized the truth. Now that he has absorbed and digested it, the magical power flowing through Si-woo's body now far surpassed the level of a mere goblin. That power belonged to the dragon race, the energy and capacity reserved only for the ruling clan of the seas, the dragon clan of the Dragon King and Miri. Si-woo only needed one test shot to get a feel for it, and now, all that remained was a single, full-power strike. The glutton demoness began to sense something ominous, her smug smile fading. Boom! A massive purple energy explosion erupted at Si-woo's position, blowing away the entire palace courtyard. The compressed energy sphere then burst with terrifying destructive power, leveling a vast area. The aftershocks of the attack spread, leaving trails of dark black-purple energy everywhere, revealing destructive power on an entirely new level. The aftershocks from Si-woo's attack spread, causing an entire colossal cliff to tremble violently. The shockwaves even reached the seabed, making the surface of the water churn. Back at the Dragon Palace, the sturdy fortress walls began to crack and crumble. Massive blocks of stone shattered, flying everywhere like toys before the terrifying destructive power. At the epicenter, Si-woo landed on the shattered ground, smoke billowing around him. He panted heavily, his body still tensed after unleashing an overwhelming attack. The entire vast courtyard was now just a deep crater, a testament to the power that had just been unleashed. This surge of power far surpassed the maximum firepower he had ever been able to unleash before. Si-woo's demonic energy core, which should have been depleted, was now overflowing with energy to the point of bursting. However, the price to pay was that the entire burden now fell upon his physical body, making his muscles rigid. He realized this burden was greater than anticipated, feeling as if he had just unleashed 10 full-power attacks consecutively. Si-woo was drenched in sweat, his eyes sharpened, preparing for the real battle. As the smoke gradually cleared, it revealed the figure of the glutton demoness still standing tall amidst the ruins. She was completely unharmed, calmly stepping out of the smoke, her face filled with interest. Si-woo turned around, facing the formidable boss directly. The glutton demoness grinned sinisterly, revealing her sharp fangs. She looked at Si-woo with the eyes of a superior, as if she had just watched an interesting warm-up. Cracking her knuckles slowly, she gestured. Now it's time to play for real. Si-woo said nothing more, channeling an even fiercer surge of purple demonic energy, ready for a fight to the death. Meanwhile, the Dragon King, seated on his throne, declared, "It seems my son has taken another reverse scale from my true body, but I will not allow him to possess something he has not fully absorbed." The Dragon King explained from afar to Si-woo, "If my son had fully absorbed the reverse scale, you would have no chance of winning. But the problem is, now both he and the scale are inside the glutton demon's belly." The Dragon King stated firmly, "The glutton demon can digest and assimilate everything. By now, it has surely absorbed the power of the reverse scale." Images of the Dragon King's son and the female glutton demon overlapped, implying, "Simply put, anything my son could do, the glutton demon can now do." The Dragon King sighed, showing sympathy. "Thinking about it, it's truly a tough match. You have to defeat such a formidable opponent in close combat. It's quite hopeless." The Dragon King crossed his arms, appearing magnanimous. "Well, if you feel outmatched, just run. I won't blame you. He smirked. You don't need to risk your life just because I asked. Consider this merely a request, only if you can. Siwoo remained silent, his jaw slightly tensed, clearly having no intention of giving up. The Dragon King knew full well. Even if I hadn't asked, you would fight it to the death anyway. Just looking at its face, I know it cannot be allowed to escape into the world. The Dragon King reassured him. Stay calm. Even if you can't defeat it, there's still a final line of defense. You don't need to risk your life. The Dragon King muttered to himself, but Siwoo still heard it and started to feel something was amiss. Siwoo broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes flashing with suspicion upon hearing those whispered words. He was startled, bracing his hands on the table, realizing he might just be a mere pawn in the Dragon King's plan. The Dragon King maintained a calm expression, as if what he had just said was nothing significant. Siwoo returned to the battlefield, his resolve burning fiercely. No matter what, I must finish it off before it surpasses me. The female glutton demon smirked, suddenly realizing something interesting. Ah, come to think of it, I'm the one who needs to take the initiative to approach him. Siwoo analyzed the situation, admitting that the previous earth-shattering punch wouldn't work a second time, as it was too exhausting and inefficient. And more importantly, the opponent could counter it. He realized that if he kept relying on brute force, his body would overload before he could land a meaningful blow. Despite possessing immense demonic energy, Siwoo's body and techniques were not yet skilled enough to unleash it effectively. The female glutton demon smirked with keen interest, as if she had read his opponent's thoughts. To surpass that limit, the boy had come up with an idea. Siwoo began to compress all the purple demonic energy into a single point on his fist, creating a destructive energy orb, ready for an all-out attack. The female glutton demon smirked, realizing the boy was learning the very techniques of her faction. This idea came from the opponent's own techniques. It turned out, the idea came from the demonic light penetration move, a destructive energy stream previously unleashed. This move mimicked the dragon orb technique of the Dragon Clan, where Miri compressed demonic energy into a single point to prepare for a superpowered attack. Although he couldn't possess genuine demonic energy like the Dragon Clan, Siwoo could still create a club with similar properties, compressing energy to its limit. This was the second ultimate technique Siwoo created himself, a destructive attack fired like a cannonball. The tightly compressed energy stream shot forth, tearing through the air and the ground where it passed. The female glutton demon broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that Siwoo's move was absolutely precise. For the first time, she realized she could not directly block this attack. The ground beneath her feet began to crack from the pressure. Her eyes gleamed with extreme caution, not a trace of contempt remaining. White smoke rose from the ground, signaling an impending, terrifying explosion. The female glutton demon gritted her teeth, a panicked expression on her face as she felt the approaching energy surge. Siwoo, hovering in midair, radiated a blue aura like a descending deity, preparing for the final punch. His fist erupted with purple demonic energy, aimed directly at the female glutton demon, who was looking up at the sky with a final trace of arrogance. He descended like a meteor, leaving a massive trail of black and purple energy. The female glutton demon experienced fear for the first time in her life, fleeing desperately to evade the attack. But the destructive energy stream clung relentlessly to her heels, giving her no moment to breathe. She glanced back, her horror evident as she saw death was mere centimeters away. All the tightly compressed power within the energy orb finally collided with the ground. With his glowing red demon horn and fierce purple eyes, Siwoo poured all his strength into the fated punch. The female glutton demon was completely engulfed by the massive purple energy stream. The female glutton demon frantically created a purple energy orb to block the attack at the last second, her face clearly showing astonishment. Siwoo landed. The aftershocks from the punch ravaged the surrounding area. Giving his opponent no respite, he continued to compress an even denser black and red demonic energy orb into his fist. The female glutton demon was wounded, her body melting in patches, but she still smirked mockingly. She immediately realized, this boy is using a goblin technique based on the dragon orb principle. But she also understood perfectly well that a mere copy-paste, such a weak imitation, would have no chance of winning. Siwoo's goal was not to imitate, but to create an upgraded version, something even the Dragon Clan had never conceived of. The female glutton demon broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, "Aha!" She stared intently at the trajectory of the energy stream, unable to believe her eyes. The basic principle was still compressing and releasing energy like the dragon orb, but Siwoo's version was on a different level, stuffing secondary and tertiary compression cores inside the energy projectile. By detonating them in waves, the attack created an unpredictable trajectory and an extremely wide area of effect. Boom! An entire wide area was devastated after the explosion, But the female glutton demon still stood firm. She confidently judged. Those flashy moves are just feints. It's impossible to control them precisely without seeing the target. She believed his true objective was an explosion with twice the destructive power of the previous one. She gleefully created 2 energy orbs, growling, "Let's see how strong it will be. This game is truly fun." Siwoo suddenly appeared right behind her, his face cold as ice. "Not for me." The female glutton demon froze stiff, her arrogant expression completely vanished. Siwoo pressed the glowing red energy orb against her opponent's nape, his eyes devoid of mercy. Boom! The final punch was unleashed at point-blank range, blowing away everything in sight. Choi Siwoo, in his awakened state, with eyes blazing purple, unleashed a finishing blow with his full power. A massive red and purple energy explosion engulfed the entire area, its destructive power enough to flatten everything. The gluttonous demoness was torn to shreds, her body disintegrating into shadowy fragments at the heart of the explosion. As the smoke cleared, Choi Siwoo stood firm, while the dark remnants of his enemy were coalescing. A dark hand twitched on the blood-soaked ground, a sign that the monster was not yet completely defeated. A diagram appeared, explaining that the only way to destroy a yokai was to simultaneously destroy its 3 weak points: the brain, heart, and the demon energy core in the abdomen. Choi Siwoo frowned, realizing something was wrong as he felt his opponent's demon energy hadn't diminished even slightly. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes showing clear astonishment and bewilderment at the enemy's absurd regeneration ability. From the black, messy mass, the body of the gluttonous demoness rapidly began to regenerate itself. Giving her no chance, Choi Siwoo immediately charged forward, unleashing a stream of purple energy directly into the forming shadowy mass. Her head regrew, but this time it was a grotesque, spiky, dark, and hideous mass. Choi Siwoo's energy blast shot forth, aimed directly at the gluttonous demoness's newly regenerated monstrous head. The attack hit its target, but instead of exploding, it was strangely absorbed. Choi Siwoo was stunned, unable to believe his eyes as his full power attack had just vanished. The gluttonous demoness revealed her true form. Her head transformed into a colossal mouth filled with white bones and a long, pink tongue. He realized his attack had been devoured, while the monster scornfully remarked, "How bland." She showed off her true form, a dark entity with a ribcage-like chest gaping open, and admitted she was lucky not to have fully consumed the explosion. Her head continued to transform, regenerating her original golden horn and ash-gray hair. She looked down, her eyes filled with smugness and condescension, after easily neutralizing Choi Siwoo's attack. The gluttonous demoness smirked, her voice full of sarcasm. "And thanks to that, I now know I can do this trick too." The gluttonous demoness licked her lips, her voice teasing, "You're quite tasty, you know. I'll probably miss you a little after I devour you." Choi Siwoo said nothing more, charging forward and unleashing a barrage of sharp, black-purple energy tentacles, keen as daggers. The gluttonous demoness sneered, her hand beginning to deform into a pitch-black mass. Her hand transformed into a colossal, monstrous mouth, gaping open with a long, disgusting tongue. Choi Siwoo's entire tentacle attack was completely devoured by that mouth without missing a single one. Snap! The energy tentacles vanished cleanly within that hideous mouth. After effortlessly consuming the ultimate technique, the gluttonous demoness merely uttered a casual "oh" filled with delight. She glanced at Choi Siwoo, her eyes as if she had just found an extremely interesting new toy. Choi Siwoo kept his distance, his mind beginning to race to figure out how to deal with this tough opponent. He still maintained his awakened state, red and black demon energy swirling around his hands, ready for a brutal fight. The gluttonous demoness still stood there with a smug expression, completely disregarding her opponent. Realizing this opponent couldn't be one-shot, Choi Siwoo stomped the ground, exploding with speed as he charged straight forward. He glided like a ghost, black-purple demon energy erupting around him, aiming directly at the opponent's blind spot. The gluttonous demoness was caught off guard by his speed, only managed to turn her head in astonishment. Choi Siwoo muttered, having spotted a weakness. "I see. That mouth can't just appear anywhere." He continued to analyze that the range and shape of that mouth had certain limitations. It turned out she could only create one mouth at a time, which was why his multi-directional attack could still inflict damage. The gluttonous demoness charged forward in retaliation, her eyes gleaming with a deadly glint. As she moved, a small purple gem unexpectedly fell out from her heel. The gem exploded as soon as it hit the ground, creating a blinding column of white smoke to obscure vision. Amidst the thick smoke, Choi Siwoo gathered his strength, red and black demon energy erupting from his arm, ready to unleash a finishing blow. He charged straight towards the gluttonous demoness, dark demon energy surging like a tempest. With sharp, cold eyes, Choi Si-woo poured all his strength into a destructive attack, aimed directly at his opponent. Her monstrous mouth was mercilessly crushed by Choi Si-woo's attack. The full view showed that Choi Si-woo's strike had completely shattered the gluttonous demoness' defensive technique. The gluttonous demoness sneered contemptuously, gathering a purple demon energy orb in her hand, clearly unharmed. Without a word, Choi Si-woo also compressed red and black demon energy into a dense energy orb in retaliation. Two streams of energy, one red and one purple, clashed in an instant, preparing for an earth-shattering explosion. Boom! A blinding explosion engulfed both of them, its terrifying destructive power blowing away everything nearby. Shockwaves spread throughout the arena, proving this clash of power was no ordinary feat. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a desolate scene after the energy collision. Choi Si-woo stood firm, confident that he had blown away his opponent's upper body, muttering, "It's gone, right? I clearly saw it take a direct hit." He suddenly realized something unusual, and cold sweat broke out. If so, then the lower body. From the ground, a pool of pitch-black liquid began to emerge. It was the regenerating remnants of the gluttonous demoness. Choi Si-woo hastily jumped back as that messy mass transformed and lunged towards him. A colossal mouth, even larger than before, gaped open from the black pool, poised to devour its prey. Fiercely pursued, Choi Si-woo had to run for his life to escape the sharp fangs. He used all his speed to run straight up a city wall, narrowly dodging the bite. Looking down from above, Choi Si-woo couldn't help but be astonished by this monster's tenacious vitality. The ground suddenly fell silent. She had vanished, leaving only a faint blue glow, signaling a new trap. Choi Si-woo flinched as the ground beneath his feet suddenly froze, emitting a blue, chilling aura. He immediately recognized this type of energy. It definitely belonged to Gui-woo. Suddenly, surges of purple energy tore through the air, shooting straight towards Choi Si-woo. Though caught off guard, he still managed to brace himself to block the attack, as purple demonic energy fiercely clashed against his back. Choi Si-woo gritted his teeth and endured, sweat pouring out. Clearly, this attack was no trivial matter. He immediately placed his hands on the icy surface, preparing to activate his goblin wrestling skill to draw power from the ground. The gluttonous demoness appeared, gleefully declaring, this will certainly be useful. Thank you very much." Choi Si-woo glared at her, realizing he had fallen into a trap orchestrated using his comrade's abilities. The demoness smirked and explained, "I can't control the trajectory as precisely as you can, but I've learned how to compress the range, allowing me to continuously spam multiple projectiles in different directions." Choi Si-woo gathered his strength, his right arm blazing with red and black demonic energy, ready for a direct confrontation. The ice beneath his feet cracked, and the cold energy surged more violently, clearly intended to restrict movement. Without wasting a second, the gluttonous demoness unleashed a volley of purple energy orbs forward. Choi Si-woo was thrown back by the barrage, his body sliding backward on the slippery ice. He gritted his teeth, a grunt escaping him, as his body endured the continuous damage. Submerged in the energy, Choi Si-woo assessed, "Without the mountain-shattering armor, I'm sure to lose. I must retrieve it at all costs." The gluttonous demoness continued to compress energy. This time, 4 purple orbs hovered around her. Choi Si-woo stared intently at his opponent, highly vigilant of the impending attack. She sneered, unleashing dozens of energy orbs that flew erratically across the arena. "Let me tell you, even I don't know the trajectory of these things." Cornered, Choi Si-woo could only brace himself and endure the assault, his arms already bleeding, while his opponent wore a triumphant smile. Amidst the rain of purple energy projectiles, Choi Si-woo had to run desperately to dodge the attacks. The gluttonous demoness laughed maniacally, charging forward like a deadly whirlwind. Choi Si-woo stood unsteadily, his body steaming profusely, both his arms almost completely incapacitated after taking the full combo. She summoned a gigantic demonic maw from thin air, charging straight to devour her prey. With no way out, Choi Si-woo put all his strength into punching the ground, activating goblin wrestling in a desperate bid for survival. He was dumbfounded, sweat pouring off him, not understanding what the hell just happened. The gluttonous demoness stood from a distance, her voice full of sarcasm. "You're a disappointment, you bastard." She continued to taunt him, twisting the knife in his wound. "Your friend just died, and instead of awakening, you're struggling against a monster like this?" Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed, "O wandering soul between heaven and earth, return to me. This body, once revived, shall be an invincible force." Yushin appeared in traditional attire, declaring himself the protagonist and announcing, "It's time for the wretched villain to disappear." Annoyed by the interruption, the gluttonous demoness furiously roared and charged to attack the obstruction. Choi Si-woo still stood frozen, his body continuing to disintegrate, completely clueless. His eyes widened, completely shocked by the appearance of his best friend. The demonic maw was still flying towards him, but now the gluttonous demoness was riding it like a surfboard of death. Her face contorted, opening into a maw full of sharp fangs, looking even more hideous than her own pet. Choi Si-woo stood rooted to the spot, his body cracking, completely helpless against the incoming finishing blow. At that critical moment, a red demonic horn suddenly sprouted from Choi Si-woo's forehead. Blue energy enveloped his body. Choi Si-woo smirked confidently, his voice transformed. Duve. An earth-shattering explosion occurred. The arena was devastated, and the ground cracked open into a gigantic crater. Choi Si-woo, or something within him, looked up, calling his friend's name. You. Choi Si-woo, now with a demonic horn, his face flushed, called out his friend's incredibly sudden appearance. Yushin, you. Yushin smirked mockingly, acting superior. Don't look at me with those eyes, he taunted, saying he looked like someone who had come back from the dead. And on second thought, it wasn't wrong. With that, Yushin raised his spiritual artifact, radiating intense killing intent, ready for action. The gluttonous demoness, sitting atop the crippled monster maw, recognized the familiar energy and sarcastically remarked that some fool had been devoured. Yushin continued to mock, saying that someone who acted superior ended up as monster food right after escaping prison. Standing behind Si-woo, Yushin declared it was time to clean up this mess, while Si-woo bitterly admitted they had no other choice. Choi Si-woo confirmed he had heard the Dragon King's orders, if they could stop her. Yushin nodded, saying he had also heard, mentioning the matter of the princess. The exorcist suddenly fell silent, his expression thoughtful for a moment. Yushin affirmed once more. That's right. The gluttonous demoness sneered, warning that the moment she touched the ground, everyone would be wiped out. She glanced at Choi Si-woo, admitting his incredible resilience, because a human could never survive those injuries. The scene shifted to a dark, cold prison, where a heavy iron gate was opening. The first prince lay sprawled on the stone floor, completely helpless and defeated. He muttered in disbelief that his father still had enough strength to tear off the third reverse scale. The gluttonous demoness analyzed that the Dragon King must have sacrificed his remaining lifespan for that move. Truly a sentimental fool for humans. She shivered with delight, drool dripping onto her black attire. Her face contorted with extreme pleasure, screaming that devouring 3 dragon scales and a premium side dish in one day was the most wonderful experience. Back in the arena, Yushin and Choi Si-woo stood in a defensive stance, Yushin's sword now radiating a distinctly sharper energy, ready for the final battle. Choi Si-woo, now with demon horns, analyzed the entity before him. It could freely transform its body into a mouth and even use the magic of the Dragon Palace and the Black Tortoise clan. Yushin continued with a cold expression. The devouring skill of the gluttons is well known in this world. Assume it can use at least 5, no, probably 10 different types of magic. The glutton demoness smirked sinisterly, let out a growl, then shot forward like an arrow. Choi Si-woo immediately took a defensive stance, his bulging muscles ready for battle. Whoosh! She struck with terrifying speed, leaving a blur in the air. Eyes met. Yushin and Choi Si-woo understood each other instantly, without a single word. Despite the situation, without discussion, the two youths charged forward simultaneously, coordinating like a well-oiled machine. The glutton demoness paused, seemingly surprised by their synergy. 2 figures, one in blue attire, one bare-chested, moved at dizzying speed, forming a pincer attack. Her eyes widened. She hadn't expected these 2 insignificant youths to dare attack proactively. Choi Si-woo flexed his muscles, red and black demonic energy swirling around him, charging straight forward like a wild beast. The glutton demoness was still bewildered by Choi Si-woo's speed. Meanwhile, Yushin had taken his position, wooden sword in hand, beginning to channel his power. Yushin muttered an incantation. The wooden sword in his hand flared with brilliant blue light. A series of blue lightning bolts converged. The wooden sword transformed into a true lightning blade, exuding terrifying pressure. Whoosh! A colossal lightning bolt tore through the air, streaking directly towards the boss. The blue lightning illuminated the entire arena, its overwhelming power enough to obliterate everything. The glutton demoness smirked, acknowledging the attack's power. Incredible output. It must be from consuming its father's reverse scales. But she merely raised a hand, her hand transforming into a grotesque mouth filled with sharp teeth, sneering. But that's all it is. Delicious. The dark maw opened wide, effortlessly devouring Yushin's entire lightning bolt. The glutton demoness sneered, a purple energy orb in her hand, muttering, a predictable trick. Is Yushin intentionally drawing attention to retrieve the armor? Suddenly, she noticed only a scorched footprint on the ground. The target had vanished. She scanned her eyes around, seeing no trace of her opponent, and began to realize something was amiss. Clearly, he moved towards the armor. The fact that I don't see him means, immediately, she spun around, her face changing as she realized she had been tricked. From above, Choi Si-woo tensed his body, red and black demonic energy violently erupting, plunging down like a meteor. At the same time, Yushin from another corner shouted, "Now!" signaling the start of their pincer attack. Yushin swung his sword, unleashing a colossal dark energy slash, perfectly synchronized with Si-woo. The glutton demoness raised her hand, easily blocking Si-woo's direct attack. Si-woo charged forward with terrifying speed, red and black demonic energy surging behind him. The glutton demoness stood still, confidently assessing, "He knows close combat with me is suicide. So, does he have another trump card?" Si-woo was merely a decoy. He swept past her while Yushin was the spearhead attacking from behind. The glutton demoness remained calm, extending her hand as if she had anticipated everything. Si-woo launched a pincer attack from front and back, with a surprising feint added. But the monster showed no surprise, because it had experienced a similar scenario before. Memories flooded back. When it possessed the first prince, it had faced Yushin's divine art. Layered division. She analyzed the situation. Considering Yushin and Si-woo had no time to discuss beforehand, it's obvious who the real threat is. She focused on the purple energy orb in her hand, the very thing Yushin was targeting. She concluded firmly, it's the one attacking from behind, from a safer distance. A colossal dark maw appeared right behind Si-woo, preparing to devour him. The glutton demoness gave a faint smile, launching a psychological attack. No matter how effective psychological warfare is, no fool would charge headfirst into an opponent they shouldn't approach. The glutton demoness smirked, believing she had seen through the cheap trick of these small fries. She sneered, muttering, "Just as I thought." The colossal dark maw lunged forward, devouring the air where Si-woo had just been. Meanwhile, Yushin's clone in the back began to channel power, a blue aura flaring up. But the real Si-woo had dodged, his entire body enveloped in red and black demonic energy, ready for an all-out confrontation. Her judgment was accurate. From the moment Si-woo charged in, his chances of survival had dropped below 50%. It was a reckless gamble, where Si-woo staked his very life on a split-second decision. He had made that choice in the brief moment after leaping into the air. Si-woo braced himself, accepting the risk in exchange for a slim chance. It was the moment he saw Yushin's clone appear without any prior discussion. And when that gamble succeeded, the reward he received was a jackpot ticket. The glutton demoness had to admit. Impressive, as Si-woo successfully closed the distance, earning the right to punch an opponent he normally wouldn't stand a chance against. Si-woo wasted no words, delivering a punch straight to the monster's face, red and black demonic energy exploding. He unleashed a flurry of blows, putting all his might into each punch. A 15-hit combo was unleashed directly upon the glutton demoness. The force from the continuous punches slammed into the target, creating an energy explosion. The glutton demoness's shadow on the ground distorted into a grotesque mouth, indicating that the damage was being absorbed. Si-woo roared, determined to inflict as much damage as possible before that mouth disappeared. Suddenly he froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. Si-woo's arm was frozen solid mid-air, while the glutton demoness remained unharmed, effortlessly neutralizing the entire combo. The glutton demon's shadow stretched out grotesquely, reaching forward like a dark spear. She extended her long, slimy tongue, wrapping it tightly around Si-woo's neck while her entire body transformed into an even more grotesque shape. With a morbid smile, blood oozing from her eyes and mouth, the glutton demon tightened her tongue around her prey's neck. Icy energy emanated from the tongue, beginning to freeze Si-woo's neck, completely immobilizing him. Suddenly, the glutton demon spun around, sensing Yushin's presence as he charged from behind. Yushin said nothing, swinging his sword to unleash sharp blue energy currents, a fatal attack aimed directly at the monster. Seizing the opportunity, Si-woo mustered his strength to shatter the ice, delivering a thunderous punch directly into the glutton demon's flank. Yushin landed, taking a firm stance, his sharp gaze never leaving his target for a second. The glutton demon's body split open, transforming into a colossal mouth filled with jagged, sharp teeth. The exorcist didn't hesitate, charging straight into that monstrous maw, ready for a bloody battle. Yushin glided past, leaving a trail of blue light as his sword cut deep into the monster's interior. The exorcist landed and thought to himself, just as I predicted, yet still astonishing. Yushin analyzed the situation, realizing that despite striking many vital points like the brain, heart, and lower dantian, the monster remained unharmed. A series of red cross marks appeared on the glutton demon's body in Yushin's mind, confirming all attacks were ineffective. Yushin realized the worst-case scenario. Unless there's a spirit core in a vital point I haven't struck yet. Or even worse, it doesn't exist at all. A purple energy orb appeared with the words, "Nothing there." This meant they had to engage in a battle of attrition, fighting until the monster's spirit was completely exhausted. Yushin growled, shouting his comrade's name. Choi Si-woo. Si-woo stood firm, his hands enveloped in blue energy, listening to the instruction. I'll provide support. You just focus on dealing damage. The glutton demon glanced over, sneering sarcastically. Oh, how heartbreaking. Are you two sharing secrets without me? Let me join in. Yushin smirked, growling. Cut the nonsense. The glutton demon threw her head back, laughing haughtily, and retorted, Know your place. Without further ado, Yushin unleashed his power, summoning an army of blue energy clones to surround her. Dozens of copies, each wielding a sword, were ready to tear the enemy apart. Yushin confidently declared to the monster, Just you wait and see. He snapped his fingers, signaling the attack. Instantly, the entire clone army charged forward in unison, the ground trembling with each step. The glutton demon narrowed her eyes, realizing this trick wasn't just about increasing numbers for show. In her mind, the balance of power became clear. The real threat wasn't the exorcist, but the brute Choi Si-woo. Nevertheless, she still glanced towards Si-woo, unable to shake off her concern for that meat sack. At the same time, Choi Si-woo tensed his body, blue energy enveloping his hands, ready for a devastating punch. Yushin's clone army swarmed in, and the monster merely smirked. It's truly hard to choose. She raised her hand, summoning a barrage of hovering purple energy orbs, her voice full of challenge. Well then, I'll deal with the one right at my mouth first. The purple orbs shot out like rain, tearing through the air and hurtling straight into the blue army. The glutton demon narrowed her eyes, admitting her judgment was correct. The explanation appeared. Thanks to the reverse scale as an endless energy source, Si-woo and Yushin's combined power had skyrocketed exponentially. The difference between the two lay in innate talent and refinement. One was a martial artist striving to break human limits through arduous training, and the other was a demon born with wild instincts and power. Yet the one who could unleash those abilities on par with a demon was Si-woo himself. Yushin smirked. I told you, as his clones charged. This time it's completely different. When granted overwhelming power, there's no question who can utilize it most flexibly. Yushin's clone army charged in unison, tightly encircling the glutton demon from all directions. The monster merely smirked, bracing herself for the impact as blue lightning currents prepared to strike, her one-hit kill technique already primed. Yushin's clones, their faces stern, simultaneously swung their swords, lightning converging. A terrifying lightning explosion engulfed the glutton demon, its destructive power spreading everywhere. The explanation appeared. These clones weren't mere paper. They still functioned perfectly despite taking physical damage. Furthermore, each clone could unleash the one-hit kill technique with power identical to the original. Each strike carried the full power of the Thunder God's divine art, something Yushin usually had to use a single-use artifact to cast. Normally, spamming skills like this would instantly deplete any martial artist's energy, leaving them completely drained. But the current Yushin, with an infinite mana pool, could disregard efficiency and unleash skills freely. As the dust settled, the glutton demon still stood firm at the epicenter, almost completely unharmed after the lightning barrage. She smirked, a low growl escaping her lips, deciding not to play cat and mouse anymore. There's truly no other way. Though it will draw attention, I must retaliate. Saliva dripped from her mouth, her sharp fangs revealing a craving for a true battle. Yushin broke out in a cold sweat, sensing the surging, deadly killing intent from his opponent. The glutton demon vomited out a grotesque sword, its blade jagged like a spine, dripping with digestive fluids. She swung her new sword, charging straight at one of Yushin's clones with terrifying speed. Clang! The two swords clashed, and the glutton demon easily blocked Yushin's attack. Yushin gritted his teeth, realizing his opponent's power had ascended to a new level. The monster cackled gleefully, saliva still drooling. Come to think of it, this is our first true sword clash, isn't it? Her sword began to glow, while her other hand also gathered a surge of dark energy, preparing to counterattack. A Yushin clone swung its wooden sword, charging to attack the glutton demon. The monster skillfully wielded her bone sword, easily parrying the attack before counterattacking relentlessly, forcing Yushin to roll and dodge. Yushin broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this woman's swordplay was no joke, but the skill of a true master. Has she devoured any swordsman? The glutton demoness sneered, admitting that this skill was indeed stolen, but with her current body, her power was on a completely different level. She gave a savage grin, her gaze locked onto a stunned Yushin. She took a stance, dark purple demonic energy erupting, signaling that the upcoming move would be truly devastating, making Yushin distinctly feel the scent of death. A chill ran down Yushin's spine as he felt directly for the first time just how overwhelmingly powerful and absurd the monster before him was. In that life-or-death moment, Yushin didn't think about his entire life, but only recalled a brief, recent memory. The flashback began. A bare-chested Yushin was bewilderedly asking Unsimha about the graduation gift he had given him. Unsimha explained that Yushin's 4-yin sword wasn't bad, but as John Wuchi's grand disciple, relying solely on a wooden sword and dagger was too pathetic. Yushin was confused, asking if it was all right to receive such a treasure. Unsimha warned him bluntly, stating that this was a reckless choice because the gap between a divine artifact and an ordinary item was like heaven and earth. With Yushin's skill level at that time, he would be devoured by it. Yushin sweat and swallowed hard at the powerful warning, but Unsimha asserted that precisely that pressure would forge a true trump card, and encouraged Yushin to just use it. Unsimha handed Yushin a black folding fan and said, "This one isn't too difficult to use." Yushin stood in the middle of a pond, holding the opened fan, now revealing the treasure's name, White Spirit Fan. The scene shifted to a room, approximately 10 minutes before the Dragon Palace martial arts tournament final. Choi Si-woo stood in the middle of the room, red and black demonic energy surging around him like snakes. The young master confidently thought about his new technique, Renewal Strike, named after Yushin, feeling that it was definitely a usable skill in actual combat. Choi Si-woo clenched his fist, brushing aside complex thoughts, believing that this was not something that could be mastered by simply stalling. A sudden voice rang out, making Choi Si-woo startle and turn around. Yushin stood at the door, calling in, reminding him that it was time to go. An elderly attendant also spoke up, suggesting they should arrive early to assess the situation, and also shouldn't keep the madam waiting. Yushin agreed, firmly holding the black folding fan. Choi Si-woo found it unusual and asked Yushin about the old fan, and was told that it was a noble demonic treasure gifted by his master. The young master innocently compared it to the toy-like items he had once given, such as a wooden knife or a gourd flask. Yushin stated coldly, "No," he asserted. "This item is on a completely different level." Yushin emphasized that this was a noble demonic treasure, an item even immortals cherished. Yushin explained that any demonic treasure, if used correctly, contained enough power to destroy an entire nation. Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that if he could use this, not only the tournament, but even the Iodukshini wouldn't be a problem. The young master remained skeptical, because it looked too ordinary, and wondered if such a forbidden item was allowed in the tournament. Yushin smirked meaningfully. "As long as you use it well." Yushin affirmed that it was allowed, because in battles between martial artists and demons, no one scrutinized personal equipment. Yushin retorted by asking why such an unwritten rule existed, making Choi Si-woo rack his brain. Choi Si-woo gave a very gamer-like answer. "Because equipment is part of skill? If you're jealous, go farm your own gear?" Yushin was surprised but confirmed that naive answer was completely accurate. Yushin explained that since ancient times, the number of spiritual artifacts and treasures a martial artist possessed was a measure of their rank. Yushin concluded that spiritual artifacts don't create power themselves, but they allow the user to channel energy to unleash abilities on par with spells without arduous training. Choi Si-woo was dumbfounded as Yushin explained. However, in terms of energy consumption, their efficiency is extremely poor compared to a well-practiced skill. Yushin continued to lecture. In other words, divine artifacts are not power that you simply possess, but rather like paying a price to gain abilities more suited to your rank. Yushin concluded, "An overpowered item that breaks those rules is what's called a demonic treasure." Yushin used a game analogy. But to use such an item, you need to be qualified, like a game balance patch. Those who are too weak to touch it, or even just possess it, will be punished. An image of an ancient shaman appeared as Yushin asserted. This applies to all divine artifacts. Possessing one is already proof of one's ability. Using one's own power is not considered cheating. Choi Si-woo wondered, "But you're holding it, and not being punished. Does that mean you're also qualified to some extent?" Yushin smirked in denial. "No, it's probably just because my master, the fan's previous owner, personally handed it to me." Yushin recounted, "It's like I vouched for this guy because I know him. After receiving the fan, I spent about 3 weeks just trying to use it." The flashback showed a young Yushin being thrown back by the fan itself, creating a small explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying. Smoke and dust filled the forest after Yushin was battered by the treasure's power. The young Yushin lay sprawled on the ground, his clothes tattered, his face smudged, gasping for breath after his failed attempt. Yushin admitted bitterly. Forget using it. I couldn't even open the fan once. Yushin recalled his third attempt, the price for which was being bedridden for 10 days, barely clinging to life. Yushin concluded, I think Master gave it to me as motivation and a goal, so I would never stop trying until the day I could use the white spirit fan. Choi Si-woo suddenly asked, Hey, you've been with your master for a year, right? Yushin was slightly startled, then replied, Yeah, time in their world passes faster than here. Choi Si-woo began to deduce, This is just my thought, but if he lived with you for a year and understood you well, I don't think he gave it to you just as a distant goal. Yushin was bewildered, not understanding his friend's meaning. Choi Si-woo pointed directly at Yushin, exposing him. To be honest, even though we're close friends, your personality is really weird. It's like you have a reverse psychology syndrome. The more people forbid you, the more eager you are to do it, even in games. Choi Si-woo continued his psychological analysis. With your nature, if someone gave you a dangerous item with full permission to use it, you'd definitely tinker with it constantly until it broke, right? Yushin's sweat hit a nerve as his friend reminded him of the third time he was bedridden for 10 days. Choi Si-woo concluded, teasing, You almost died the first 2 times, but you were already thinking about the 4th and 5th. Yushin could only remain silent. Choi Si-woo became serious again. I haven't met your master, but for such a great person to accept you as a disciple, he must surely understand both your talent and your stubborn nature. He asserted, he believes you'll be able to use it soon. That's why he gave it to you. Yushin forced a smile, humbly, yet self-deprecatingly. You overestimate me. My talent is nothing compared to the sage's. Choi Si-woo smirked, coldly denying immediately, No way. He looked directly into his friend's eyes with a confident smile. Because you are Kim Yushin. Of course, you're the best. Yushin froze, completely surprised by his best friend's firm declaration. The young exorcist couldn't hide his smile, clearly having received a massive morale boost. Choi Si-woo curiously asked about the fan's function, while Yushin hesitated. Yushin recalled that drawing out the white spirit fan was almost an unconditional reflex, not because of Si-woo's question. In the flashback, Yushin's master, wearing a red demon mask, swung his sword, unleashing a massive purple demonic energy slash. The sword strike swept horizontally with terrifying speed, carrying enough power to flatten everything. At that very moment, Yushin used the white spirit fan to perfectly block the attack. The purple slash was completely deflected, its power nullified upon impact with the fan. The masked old master showed surprise, blurting out, Huh? Without a second's hesitation, the old master immediately unleashed a blue sword energy attack in retaliation. Yushin was no pushover, swinging his wooden sword to neatly parry his master's lightning-fast attack. Yushin charged forward, his wooden sword and white spirit fan ready to strike, radiating intense killing intent. The horned demoness swung her sword in response. 2 streams of blue and purple energy clashed, sparking. Yushin narrowly dodged the attack, as the demoness smirked provocatively. The young exorcist swung his wooden sword down from above, aiming directly at his opponent. The demoness easily parried the blow, blocking Yushin's blue sword energy. She muttered her eyes gleaming with interest. The demoness analyzed. That kid earlier was definitely the real deal, but this clone is no pushover either. There's no way I can match it in a 1v1. She started to feel something was off, as Yushin unexpectedly appeared from another angle. Her mind was filled with questions. That attack and position were impossible to dodge. Even if he did dodge, how could he have time to create a clone to attack me? Another Yushin clone charged from above, with sharp blue sword energy. The demoness muttered, completely unable to comprehend her opponent's strategy. No matter how I think about it, I can't figure it out. And if I ask, he won't answer. Yushin closed in, his eyes sharp and cold, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. The demoness's katana blocked the wooden sword, revealing strange ancient runes carved into its blade. Yushin realized his opponent's skill level had completely changed. Is this also a clone? Your level has changed, the demoness admitted. Even when shielded by a thick layer of aura, you maintain your form. In terms of resilience, perhaps the clone is even tougher than the original. Unable to find the true body, she decided to go all out. Then I'll sweep you all away at once. Her eyes flashed with deadly purple light, and demonic energy began to erupt violently. A massive purple energy orb was compressed to its limit, ready to explode. The entire arena cracked under the terrifying pressure, as a devastating area of effect attack was unleashed to ensure no one could survive. The gray-haired demoness smirked, confident that even with a god-tier stealth technique, he couldn't escape her wide-range sweep. She analyzed that, precisely because Yushin's technique concealed his aura, he would be even more vulnerable to this kind of sweeping attack. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, a Yushin clone unexpectedly burst out, swinging its wooden sword to directly attack the demoness. The demoness was stunned, while Yushin, his eyes glowing with blue energy, coldly asked, "Isn't this like cheating?" Scene change. Yushin complained to Siwoo that despite having an overpowered skill, he couldn't use it, calling it a complete scam. Siwoo taunted, "Your character build is great, but your skills are pathetic," making Yushin furious, who growled, "Do you want to die?" The explanation of the white spirit fan appeared. Simply by opening and fanning it, the user will be transported to a space outside the physical world. By folding the fan back, the user can return to the real world, a perfect dodging mechanism. Back to the battle, Yushin's genius instinct activated the high-grade demonic treasure on his very first try. Unleashing divine art, white spirit fan's killing blow. Yushin swung his fan, releasing a massive blue energy stream, sweeping away everything in its path. The full view showed the blue energy stream from Yushin's fan completely overwhelmed and tore through the gray-haired demoness's attack. The flashback shifted to a clear blue sky, signaling a harsh training session. A massive white ceramic jar shook violently. Choi Si-woo, shirtless, strained to balance the water jar on his head, his muscles taut and sweat pouring down him. Si-woo trembled, his face contorted from exhaustion, stammering, "It's just water inside, right?" Old Man Choi lazily puffed on his pipe, lounging on the porch. Old Man Choi casually announced, "That jar holds 60 jun, 36 kilograms, of water, kid. If you're already exhausted after one day, how will you last a week?" He further explained that with a simple technique, the weight could increase tenfold, from 3.6 kilograms to 36 kilograms, and that was his punishment. Siwoo, while trying to maintain his balance, cried out in helplessness, "Straighten your back, or you'll get injured now." "Wait, why am I being punished?" Old Man Choi puffed on his pipe, with a bored expression, taunting Siwoo. "This kid always asks such silly questions." Old Man Choi scolded Siwoo for his half-hearted attitude, giving up after less than a month, threatening to beat him until he came to his senses. Siwoo, drenched in sweat, stammered denials, making Old Man Choi only see the kid as troublesome. Siwoo argued vehemently that his questions weren't important, showing disdain for theory. Old Man Choi immediately exposed him. "You can say that only because you have natural talent, you brat." Siwoo looked bewildered, not understanding anything. Old Man Choi lectured, acknowledging that practice was good, but without a brain, one would just be a brute, and eventually get stuck. He emphasized that if one couldn't apply knowledge to reality, they would forever remain stagnant. But Siwoo was different. Old Man Choi asserted that Siwoo possessed enough talent to absorb knowledge. His problem was, his mind couldn't keep up with his body. Not that he was an empty vessel making the most noise. He continued to taunt, directly scolding Siwoo. "You're the eldest son of an exorcist family, yet your head is full of bean dregs." Siwoo was visibly annoyed, as Old Man Choi read him perfectly. "You're talented, so you just study enough to get by and then stop, lazy to the bone." Old Man Choi pointed out 3 scriptures that ordinary people couldn't master in a lifetime, scolding Siwoo that having talent yet stagnating at this level was a crime. He tossed Siwoo a new book, The Secret Art of the Blue Crane, and commanded, "This is your destiny, take it and read it, don't dawdle." The book emitted a blue aura. Old Man Choi ordered Siwoo to memorize half of it by the end of the day, not needing to understand, just to cram it into his head. Siwoo was still struggling to balance the pot on his head, his face pouting, as he asked Old Man Choi what he was doing. Siwoo blinked, still not understanding what was happening. Old Man Choi nonchalantly replied, "Did I say you could put the pot down? Consider it a combined exercise. Balance the pot while you study." With that, Old Man Choi stretched and went to sleep, setting a time to check his studies at dinner, leaving Siwoo to struggle with his hellish assignment. Old Man Choi added a fatal blow. "I'll quiz you, and if you answer incorrectly, you'll keep studying," making Siwoo turn pale as he realized this was a serious challenge. Old Man Choi delivered a deadly warning. "If you're lazy, it'll increase the weight tenfold," making Siwoo turn completely pale. The scene shifted to a lore explanation. This world is composed of 2 overlapping layers. The material realm is where we can perceive with our 5 senses, while the spirit realm is where spirits exist. These 2 worlds coexist in the same space, but are separate. The living cannot perceive the dead, and vice versa. But the barrier is not absolute. The dead can possess the living, and the living can learn exorcism arts to fight back. Siwoo lay in a bed that resembled a coffin, reading a book about using chi to cross the barrier between the 2 worlds. He looked bored, thinking this was common knowledge, that powerful figures who reached a certain level could traverse between the two realms as easily as going to the market. But the book revealed a shocking secret. Even among those powerful individuals, many were unaware of the existence of a third layer. Siwoo was startled. This information was clearly new, beyond his understanding. Above the material realm and the spirit realm lay a third layer, a mystery unknown to both realms. Siwoo sat up abruptly, focusing as the book explained that the barrier of the third layer, the void, was not easily breached. Even the most renowned masters of the past could not fully unravel the mysteries of the void, clearly distinguishing three realms: material, spirit, and void. Only the highest-level mages, using the right kind of high-grade spiritual artifacts, had a chance to cross the barrier into the world of the void. The scene shifted. Yushin was engaged in a fierce battle with a horned swordswoman. Blue energy currents clashing violently. Yushin charged forward with a sharp gaze, his fan and wooden sword ready to unleash a move. The horned swordswoman smirked, but in her mind, she was analyzing two perplexing aspects of the battle. First, she recalled Yushin's previous attack being blocked by a dense energy field, so she had erected a similar defensive layer. But this time, Yushin's sword smoothly pierced through her, and her defensive energy membrane wasn't even scratched. The second perplexing thing was that the attack caused absolutely no damage, making Yushin look like he was harmlessly flailing around. The horned swordswoman, Qian, unconsciously raised her hand to block, her eyes revealing clear astonishment. An illusion showed her body completely pierced by Yushin's attack. A blue energy current swept through her, but she didn't have a single scratch. Qian staggered back a few steps, still not understanding what the hell was happening. She stood firm, a defiant expression on her face as the blue energy currents still lingered on her body. Yushin charged like a whirlwind, his sword and fan unleashing ethereal, high-speed slashes. The narration confirmed. Yushin's attack caused no physical wounds, completely ineffective on Qian's physical body. So how then was an indescribable pain tormenting Qian? She clutched her chest, grimacing in extreme agony. Yushin stood there, his gaze sharp, in complete control of the situation, appearing like a superior being. Wrathful energy flared, and the dark phantom within Qian surged forth with glowing purple eyes and a savage grin. Yushin smirked mockingly. "You think it's that easy?" While the narration revealed Qian hadn't used any dirty tricks, only a skill that emitted deadly cold energy. "Enough!" Qian roared, unleashing her ultimate technique, Scythe Resonance, a colossal blue energy pillar firing straight towards Yushin. The narration explained, protection from external threats was merely a superficial description of the White Spirit Fan's capabilities. To be precise, the White Spirit Fan was a divine artifact capable of traveling between three worlds. With just a flick of the fan, an opponent's body would be instantly pushed into the spirit realm. Flicking it back and forth would open a gateway to the vast void, and when the fan was closed, the target would be pulled back to the material world. This was how Yushin neatly dodged Qian's sword energy attack. A move on a completely different level. The narration explained. Yushin dodged the attack because he had been pushed into a region of the void where all forms of energy and magic were useless. But Yushin didn't attack within the void, he merely used it as a springboard. The puzzle was solved. By shifting himself into the spirit realm, Yushin could strike directly at Qian's soul, attacking without touching. This was true mastery. This attack, which Yushin later sarcastically named Scythe Resonance, tore apart the nascent soul of a monster less than a year old, causing Qian to vomit blood from extremely severe spiritual damage. Yushin also panted, sweating profusely. Using such a high-level technique was clearly not easy at all. Hit where it hurt, Qian went completely mad, letting out a savage roar, her face distorted by rage. Standing in the icy spirit realm, Yushin realized that as long as she remained connected to energy, the opponent would still be affected by curses, though not as strongly as in the material world. The White Spirit Fan lay on the ground, a genuine divine artifact. Yushin knelt down, exhausted, admitting, "It truly is a divine artifact, though I don't know what kind." Qian gave a chilling sneer, taunting that in this entire palace, few could traverse between the three realms as easily as Yushin. "You fool!" the gray-haired demoness snarled. "Your nonchalant attitude until the very end will be your demise." Qian's eyes flashed with deadly intent, resolved to end the battle. Yushin knew he was in a tough spot. No matter what he did, he couldn't keep up with Qian right now. Qian also realized there was only one option left to end this. Yushin recalled the plan: to buy time at all costs until the person who could resolve the situation appeared, and the image of a brown-haired demoness and a long-haired man flashed through his mind. The brown-haired demoness in the flashback delivered a powerful kick, radiating intense purple demonic energy. The plan was to hold out, Back in reality, just as Qian prepared to deliver the finishing blow to Yushin, a colossal shadow figure loomed directly behind her. Reinforcements had arrived. The long-haired man appeared, his entire body erupting with dark demonic energy, clutching a colossal weapon. The powerhouse had landed. The female swordswoman looked deranged, blood still clinging to her lips. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. Yushin smirked confidently. It seemed his plan had succeeded. Choi Si-woo, with his rippling six-pack and a demonic mask, swung his massive dark weapon. Yushin sneered, sweat pouring down his face but still maintaining a teasing expression. Anyway, he looked at Choi Si-woo and taunted. "Trying to hog all the spotlight, my friend?" The female swordswoman froze, clearly not expecting the appearance of such an overwhelming individual. She muttered, admitting that Yushin's reckless charge had been intentional, truly an impressive sight. She stared directly at Choi Si-woo, her voice full of challenge. "So this is the form you believe can capture me?" The female swordswoman turned away, her eyes flashing with calculation towards her new opponent. Yushin's expression turned serious, perhaps having reached his limit. Suddenly, a massive jaw full of sharp teeth lunged from the shadows, clamping directly onto Yushin. The grotesque maw closed, swallowing Yushin to the opponent's astonishment. The female swordswoman mocked Yushin. Your escape skills are far more impressive than your swordsmanship." "Very well." She stared at the shadowy maw, knowing that Yushin inside was out of breath. In that state, even standing firm would be difficult. Choi Si-woo looked at the maw, his weapon, and coolly remarked, "Anyway, I hope you find it delicious." The female swordswoman gritted her teeth, admitting that the soul attack had wounded her, and now she was extremely hungry. Choi Si-woo took a stance, ready to face the enraged monster before him. The female swordswoman looked completely insane, drooling profusely, her eyes wild like a predator. Whoosh! A blur shot away with terrifying speed, leaving only splashing water droplets behind. Choi Si-woo lifted his head, tracking the movement of the female swordswoman who had vanished in a flash. The battle of speed began. Tormented by hunger, the female swordswoman frantically swung her sword in attack, her face looking like a true demon. She unleashed a sword strike that erupted with red and black demonic energy, determined to tear apart the prey before her. With a wild grin and profuse drooling, she had completely lost control, with only her predatory instincts remaining. Clang! Her sword plunged into the ground, narrowly missing its target. Choi Si-woo took a stance. The goblin's club in his hand transformed into a spiky shield, ready to engage in battle. The female swordswoman lunged again, with terrifying speed, determined to devour Si-woo alive. Whoosh! She swept past, leaving a blur, aiming for Si-woo's blind spot. But Si-woo blocked the attack with his weapon, the demonic maw clamping tightly onto her sword blade. The female swordswoman froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Huh?" Si-woo didn't give his opponent time to recover, flexing his bulging arm muscles as red and black demonic energy erupted. Thwack! A devastating punch landed squarely on the female swordswoman's face, making her stagger. The narration explained, "The swallowing ability of a gluttonous beast is almost absolute. Their maw can swallow anything, including targets stronger than themselves or things that cannot be destroyed. But this time, that natural law was broken. The female swordswoman took the full force of the punch, her face deforming from the tremendous impact. It turned out that, just tens of seconds earlier, Si-woo had to grit his teeth and restrain himself from acting. Recalling the scene of Yushin struggling against the female swordswoman, his wooden sword easily blocked by the opponent. Yushin was knocked back, looking completely outmatched by the enemy's power. Si-woo had observed from afar, seeing his friend cornered, potentially perishing at any moment. He had countless opportunities to rush in and finish her, but he didn't. Knowing Yushin's reckless actions had a purpose, Choi Si-woo knelt, panting, realizing that his current strength was still insufficient to finish off the opponent. Thanks to the reverse scale bestowed by the Dragon King, he had been buffed with power far beyond normal limits, but having the goods in hand and not knowing how to use them, he only knew to unleash all his strength instinctively, creating a massive explosion of purple demonic energy. The demon-piercing light technique was fired, but ultimately, it was not enough to land a fatal blow on the monster before him. Si-woo calculated that even if he and Yushin fought to the death, the outcome would only be both of them collapsing from exhaustion. He realized that even a top-tier exorcist like Yushin had no trump card for this tough match. In a flashback, Yushin stated directly, "If it's pure destruction, that's a demon's job. As for a fight to the death, leave it to you." Understanding that his friend was trying to buy him time, Si-woo gritted his teeth with determination. "I have to do it." Si-woo knew no magic or spells. His only assets were his memories and combat experience. He rummaged through his subconscious, searching for answers with his pure warrior instincts. Memories of the battle, while wearing his mask against the golden-horned female swordswoman, flooded back like a slow-motion film. He placed his hand on the ground, channeling his power, as streams of red and black demonic energy began to activate the destructive engine within him. Siwoo's eyes gleamed with cold, murderous intent. He was ready for an all-out gamble. His source of power was forged from hatred, rage, disgust, and pure malice directed at humans. For him, violence was not just a means, it was the end, the thing he loved above all else. The young boy's shadow repeatedly underwent this process, sinking deeper into his destructive instincts. He deceived himself, transforming himself into a monster that only knew how to fight. In his mind, he replayed that battle, an unforgiving confrontation with the female swordswoman. He unleashed the rebirth strike, an attack enhanced by his entire being. A punch buffed with 10 times its power struck the female swordswoman directly, the impact force enough to distort space itself. The gray-haired demoness was pierced straight through by Siwoo's dark blade, her face contorted in pain. Siwoo narrowly dodged the counterattack, both of them hovering in the air after their high-speed exchange of techniques. Struck by another devastating blow, the gray-haired demoness could only scream in helplessness. Siwoo's leg was suddenly enveloped by a surge of icy blue energy, a sign of a new skill about to be unleashed. Siwoo gripped his dark weapon tightly, pouring all his strength into the next strike. The impact force was too immense. The gray-haired demoness was blown away like a leaf, without any resistance. Siwoo landed with immense flair, his right leg still glowing with blue energy, stomping hard on the arena floor and creating a ripple of shockwaves. The new skill was revealed, Renewal Strike. His power amplified 15-fold. The blue energy from Siwoo's leg erupted more fiercely than ever. Facing the amplified attack, the gray-haired demoness could only freeze, watching the destructive power surge towards her. It turned out, this monster was using a magic that wasn't its own, a power it had stolen from its prey in the past. To retaliate, it summoned its strongest trump card, Spirit Turtle Armor, an ultimate defense. Guiwu's image appeared within the blue armor, his face distorted in pain, revealing that he was the former owner of this defensive power. The gray-haired demoness tensed, enveloping her entire body in a solid green energy shield, as sturdy as a turtle's shell. Siwoo, with surging red and black demonic energy, remained unfazed, ready to shatter his opponent's defense. Crash! The dark blade clashed fiercely with the spirit turtle armor, creating a terrifying energy explosion. The demon-piercing blade, forged from pure killing intent, could rival the power of the gluttonous monster. But no, it was even more. The gray-haired demoness's eyes widened in horror as she saw her absolute defense begin to crack under Siwoo's power. An ironic truth was revealed. If not for the gluttonous monster's copying ability, then the demon-piercing blade would never have existed to counter it. With a determined gaze, Siwoo poured all his strength into the renewal strike, preparing to end the match. With sharp eyes, the gray-haired demoness threw a punch, while Choi Siwoo was ready to retaliate with an even fiercer blow. Siwoo said nothing more, unleashing a terrifying 20-hit combo of punches, slamming straight into his opponent's defense. He caught the demoness's dark blade with his bare hand, surging red and black demonic energy crushing her weapon. Siwoo swung the blade in a fluid motion, the dark power from the demoness's own weapon, now turned against its former owner. With a powerful spinning attack, he unleashed all his accumulated energy, his eyes behind the mask glowing with deadly purple light. The gray-haired demoness was sent flying like a puppet, unable to resist the overwhelming absolute power. Siwoo roared, continuing to accelerate his combo to 30 hits, his purple eyes behind the mask gleaming with furious killing intent. Cornered, the demoness could only raise her hands in vain to block against the storm of attacks. Siwoo stood firm, his red and black demonic energy still erupting, showing that he had not yet used his full strength. The dark blade, now imbued with destructive energy, became the finishing tool in the goblin's hand. The demoness landed, but the ground around her suddenly shattered into sharp shards of shadow. Siwoo was slightly surprised, realizing this was not an aftershock, but a new trap. The shards of shadow quickly converged, forming a massive black hole right beneath his feet. The hole expanded at a dizzying speed, devouring the entire space, turning the arena into a death zone. From the shadows, a colossal mouth with jagged, rock-like teeth emerged, ready to crush everything. Without a moment's hesitation, Siwoo stomped his foot down, activating his goblin wrestling skill. He leveraged the ground's force, rocketing into the air like a missile, neatly evading the deadly trap. The grotesque teeth of the dark mouth closed in vain, only biting at empty air. Mid-air, a new, long, curved demon horn suddenly sprouted from Siwoo's mask, signaling a new level of power. He unleashed a sky-shattering kick, striking directly into the dark trap, shattering it into pieces. Choi Si-woo landed with immense flair after his sky-shattering kick, the ground beneath his feet cracking open into a crater. From the pool of shadows beneath the arena floor, the gray-haired demoness's body began to regenerate. She stood up, her entire body covered in glowing red, unhealing slashes, her face completely bewildered. The monster realized that what confused it was not its opponent's change in appearance, but rather a strange sensation, an unfamiliar energy destroying its body from within. For the first time in her life, her formidable regeneration ability, which had never failed, had been nullified. The fatal wounds remained, blood gushing incessantly, making her realize she was no longer immortal. Upon identifying the cause, she stared at Choi Si-woo, who now bore a longer, more terrifying horn. For the first time in its life, the monster felt primal fear. She took a step back, her body trembling violently under the deadly pressure emanating from her opponent. No creature could remain calm when facing fear for the first time, especially when it was the fear of death, present right before her eyes, personified by the Grim Reaper. Moreover, the arrogant ego of Oryang, who occupied half of the monster, had always disdained death. Along with fear came extreme humiliation and an uncontrollable rage that was erupting. Losing all reason, she transformed into a colossal shadow, surging forward. A massive dark mouth with jagged teeth opened wide, ready to devour everything. Choi Si-woo remained unfazed, charging straight into the mouth of death like a war god. The monster roared, preparing to crush the one who dared to challenge it. Mid-air, Choi Si-woo clenched his fist, summoning his goblin mace. He directly faced the sharp teeth that were poised to tear him to shreds. In mid-air, Choi Si-woo swung his goblin mace with a powerful slash. The monster's dark maw lunged forward, ready to devour its target. Clenching his weapon, Choi Si-woo remained unflinching, his sharp gaze confronting death. But the most dangerous thing was the second maw, a deadly trap about to open from the ground. Choi Si-woo was sent flying by an invisible force, losing his balance in mid-air. Without a moment's hesitation, he put all his strength into slamming his mace straight into the ground to break the trap. At that very moment, a longer, sharper horn sprouted directly from his demon mask. The earth-shattering blow caused the ground to crack into large fragments. The gray-haired female demon was stunned, hastily unleashing a purple demonic energy orb to counterattack. Choi Si-woo took the full force of the energy attack, his body pushed back. Her attack also rebounded, her body cracking open as if she had attacked herself. Both were sent flying far back by the extremely powerful shockwave. Choi Si-woo was slammed straight into the city wall with an irresistible force. Crash! The wall shattered into pieces under the impact of the collision. He scrambled to his feet from the rubble, thick dust billowing around him. Choi Si-woo raised his head, his gaze still full of defiance, showing no signs of faltering. From within the dust cloud, a grotesque, gigantic shadow began to form before his eyes. The gluttonous monster revealed its true form, a hideous dark entity with a gaping maw. It let out a roar and charged straight towards Choi Si-woo with terrifying speed. The monster's razor-sharp teeth were poised to crush its prey. The gluttonous monster stood upright, its entire body a mass of pitch black with red veins, its head transformed into a hideous set of teeth. Choi Si-woo was no pushover. Red and black demonic energy erupted around him, and the horn on his mask suddenly grew longer. The monster lunged with terrifying speed, unleashing a claw attack that tore through the air, aimed straight at Choi Si-woo's chest. It opened its mouth wide, full of sharp teeth, sticking out a long, slimy tongue, preparing to swallow its prey. Choi Si-woo braced himself, a layer of steel-hard blue ice armor covering his shoulders and arms, ready to counterattack. Smash! The monster's punch shattered Choi Si-woo's ice armor like glass. Knocked back, the ice armor on Choi Si-woo's legs also cracked, and he lost his footing. Giving him no time to breathe, the monster charged forward again, swinging its razor-sharp claws to attack. Two streams of power collided, and Choi Si-woo stomped his feet to stand firm, directly confronting the monster's pounce. Seizing the opportunity, Choi Si-woo grabbed the monster's arm tightly, and the ice armor on his arm began to freeze solid. The monster used its absolute strength, grabbed Choi Si-woo's leg, and slammed him into the air. It lifted Choi Si-woo high, preparing to use its sharp teeth to crush his leg. Crack! The ice armor on his leg shattered completely under the gluttonous monster's bite. In mid-air, Choi Si-woo spun around and delivered a devastating kick, aimed straight at the monster's face. The extremely powerful kick sent the monster flying backward, creating a long gouge in the ground. Choi Si-woo landed, red and black demonic energy tentacles sprouting from his back, looking like a malevolent deity. Having taken a painful blow, The gluttonous monster collapsed, bracing itself with its hands to regain balance. Dark demonic energy erupted even more fiercely, and Choi Si-woo's eyes behind the mask glowed with a deadly purple light. He charged forward like a bullet. The ground beneath his feet cracked due to the immense pressure. An earth-shattering collision occurred, and the monster was sent flying, creating an explosion of blinding rock dust. Choi Si-woo panted heavily, his mask cracked, and only one thought remained in his mind. The outcome was decided. He had pushed his strength beyond its limits, his body constantly destroyed and regenerated thanks to the endless supply of demonic energy. But the price to pay was that his body was utterly ravaged, no longer able to function normally. He stumbled and collapsed, his body unable to endure anymore. Fresh blood splattered on the arena floor, marking the end of a bloody battle. The gluttonous monster seized the opportunity, grabbed Choi Si-woo's head with one hand, preparing to finish him off. Its body began to mutate. Dark liquid oozed out, enveloping Choi Si-woo. Its entire body transformed into a hideous mass of shadow, absorbing Choi Si-woo within it. The gluttonous monster revealed its true form. Its head transformed into a gigantic maw full of sharp teeth, drooling profusely. It stared at the helpless Choi Si-woo, whispering with satisfaction. Finally, its grotesque mouth opened to its widest extent, preparing to swallow its prey. Choi Si-woo's body was dragged into the darkness, without any resistance. The gluttonous monster muttered again, savoring its victory. Yes, finally. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking the monster's maw with a gigantic black blade, a voice full of sarcasm saying, "Well then, enjoy your meal." Yushin, in traditional attire, smirked, looking utterly badass. The black blade exuded an overwhelming killing intent, completely halting the monster's attack. Yushin flexed both arms, pouring all his strength into the blade. He gripped the hilt tightly, preparing for a finishing strike. Yushin's eyes flared with the blue light of lightning, and his aura surged. Swish! The black blade slashed down, and the ground cracked open under the terrifying power. Yushin gasped, leaning heavily on the giant black blade plunged into the ground after unleashing a destructive blow. The power of the slash caused the surrounding ground to crack into gaping black fissures. He muttered, utterly exhausted, "This is really bad. Hey, Choi Si-woo, are you all right?" Before him, Si-woo lay face down, motionless amidst the rubble. Yushin reassured himself, though breathless. "He's probably just unconscious. His energy is still much stronger than mine." Suddenly, Yushin staggered, his body protesting from overusing his ability. He looked down at his hand, feeling a bone-piercing pain. His palm was split open, blood oozing out, the consequence of wielding that formidable weapon. Yushin frowned, realizing that merely touching it for 10 seconds had caused a backlash more terrifying than any curse. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, understanding that this was an obvious price to pay. A weapon capable of tearing monsters apart, something an exorcist like him could never handle with just a simple slash. But what Yushin worried about wasn't the minor injuries on his body. He stared at the black blade plunged into the ground, a grotesque weapon. Among all the spiritual artifacts he had ever seen, none could compare to this item, and Yushin realized that its creator, Choi Si-woo, could not have survived intact after forging such a cursed weapon. Yushin's eyes narrowed in horror as he sensed a surge of dark energy erupting from ahead. Si-woo had risen, his eyes behind the mask emitting a deadly purple glow, red and black demonic energy swirling around him. Without a second's hesitation, Yushin spun and unleashed a lightning-fast high kick aimed directly at Si-woo's head to subdue him. Si-woo stood still as a statue, easily taking the devastating kick without flinching, smoke rising from his bare, muscular body. Without further ado, Yushin Kim channeled lightning energy into his hands, preparing to unleash a finishing blow to take down his out-of-control friend. A series of lightning slashes from Yushin's rapid assault tore through the air, shredding Choi Si-woo's back. Yushin landed after the lightning-fast attack, while Si-woo staggered, seemingly about to collapse. Quick as lightning, Si-woo was right in front of him, his hand radiating pitch-black demonic energy, lunging straight for the stunned Yushin's face. Wham! Si-woo delivered a devastating punch that pierced Yushin's abdomen, the impact force blowing everything away. Yushin's body dissolved into blue smoke, leaving only his shirt with a huge hole, clearly a substitution technique. Yushin landed safely in the distance, confirming that the punch had only hit his afterimage. Si-woo turned, his glowing purple eyes behind the mask showing he was completely immersed in a battle frenzy. Yushin clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering, "I knew it. Things were going too smoothly." The exorcist analyzed Si-woo's absurd recovery speed, concluding that no matter how formidable his regeneration, a human couldn't get up so quickly after a rapid assault. Yushin realized the truth. Si-woo wasn't recovering on his own. He was being controlled like a puppet by the Goblins Club within his body. Yushin smirked, sarcastically noting the familiar scenario. Is this one of those plot twists where the protagonist loses control after using forbidden power? Siwoo remained silently menacing, and Yushin continued his monologue. In a normal story, you'd beat me half to death, then wake up right before I bite the dust. True to his word, Yushin drew his twin swords, taking a stance ready for a real battle. The exorcist scoffed, declaring bluntly, "Of course I have no intention of playing along with that cheesy script." Siwoo stood still while Yushin challenged him. "After 4 years of friendship, it's about time we had a proper fight, isn't it? A few broken bones will only make us stronger, right?" Yushin held his sword and fan, his aura blazing. "I'll take this chance to give you a good beating and settle all the petty annoyances you've caused me until now." Siwoo let out a roar, charging forward with pitch-black demonic energy swirling around him. Yushin didn't flinch, summoning 2 blue energy clones to stand on either side, ready to meet the attack. Choi Siwoo channeled power into his legs, red and black demonic energy beginning to swirl around him. Whoosh! The half-goblin shot forward like a bullet, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the terrifying propulsion. Yushin and his 2 clones stood in formation, ready to intercept the direct assault. Siwoo swung his sword, sweeping across all 3 targets with invisible speed. Yushin's 2 clones instantly evaporated, while his main body narrowly dodged the blow. Siwoo stood towering, his demon mask exuding a chilling, killing intent, utterly overwhelming. Siwoo's pressure was now like that of a colossal monster, with Yushin merely a tiny speck before it. Yushin frowned in analysis, realizing the white spirit fan was almost useless in this situation, only capable of teleporting him to the spirit realm once or twice at most. The exorcist muttered, trying to communicate, but Siwoo showed no reaction, proving his friend had completely lost control. Yushin's intuition told him this berserk state originated from the grotesque sword and mask, which exuded a malice far beyond mere hatred. Yushin pinpointed his objective. "I must break that mask before it's too late. That's the key to bringing Choi Siwoo back to normal." But the problem was how. The exorcist looked at Siwoo, who was in a fighting stance, and admitted he saw no path to victory. Yushin calculated that even if he managed to get close, Siwoo's attack speed would tear him apart before he could even touch the mask. Suddenly, Siwoo snapped his head around, his gaze locking onto Yushin's position, startling the exorcist. What? Purple demonic energy erupted around Siwoo. He had sensed Yushin even though the latter had completely concealed his presence. Yushin broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe it. "Are you kidding me? Did he detect me by sound or smell?" "Screw the plan," Yushin snapped, gripping his fan tightly. "I don't care anymore." Yushin provoked him directly. "Come on, let's see, you fat pig." The exorcist growled, unleashing all his frustration. "How much longer do I have to clean up your messes? Every request, every ridiculous stunt. I've done it all for you." Yushin assessed that if this fight dragged on, he would surely lose, his body torn to shreds. The exorcist bitterly admitted that just a few more moves would be enough to finish him, and using clones to buy time would also be suicide. Clutching his sword, Yushin decided to go all in. "There's only one chance I have to finish him in a single blow." As soon as he finished speaking, Siwoo charged forward like a beast, red and black demonic energy surging forth, and the ground cracked beneath his feet. Without hesitation, Yushin also dashed straight forward, ready to fight to the death. Siwoo swung his black sword with a powerful slash, aiming to cleave the exorcist in 2. Beneath the demon mask, Siwoo's eyes gleamed with madness, devoid of any reason. Yushin spun around, the twin swords in his hands flaring with blue flames, preparing for a deadly move. Siwoo hovered in the air, his muscles bulging, ready to unleash a destructive blow. Yushin's gaze was sharp, intensely focused on every movement of his berserk best friend. Seizing the opportunity, Yushin executed a perfectly timed surprise attack, closing in right behind Siwoo. But immediately, dark energy tentacles erupted, revealing the complexity of the situation. The rebirth technique created an unbridgeable power gap, completely nullifying Yushin's sneak attack. Yushin's eyes widened in surprise, his hand still clutching the paper fan. The exorcist smiled confidently, activating his divine artifact. "White spirit fan. Spirit realm. I'm counting on you." Within the spirit realm, both of their physical attacks were useless, but if Siwoo's sword touched him, Yushin's soul would be shattered. Yushin smirked provocatively. "Choi Siwoo, you loser." The exorcist swung his fan, creating a massive blue energy vortex aimed directly at Siwoo to attack his soul. The attack hit its mark. Siwoo was thrown backward. His demon mask began to crack as Yushin glided past. Yushin glanced back with a smug expression, his hand still firmly holding the divine artifact fan. Crash! Choi Si-woo was sent flying, his demon mask shattered into pieces, crashing headfirst into the cracked arena. The exorcist turned around, a section of his back robe torn, proving that the previous impact was not light at all. Fragments of the mask lay scattered on the floor. Choi Si-woo gasped for breath, finally regaining consciousness. The protagonist knelt, trembling as he realized he had lost control, the dark, demonic energy dissipating. The exorcist approached, his voice full of challenge. "Did you hear me? If you're not awake yet, I'll hit you a few more times." Choi Si-woo looked up, his voice trembling as he questioned. "Why did you risk your life like that? You could have died." Yushin looked like he was about to cry, he admitted. "You didn't make things any easier either, but I couldn't abandon you." The exorcist explained that when berserk, Si-woo's judgment was completely skewed, to the point where he didn't even know where he was. Yushin revealed a secret. The scales on our bodies made it impossible for either of us to stop, even when completely drained of energy. He continued to explain, if not stopped in time, both of their bodies would rot to the point of no longer being able to regenerate. "But the biggest reason is because I can," Yushin declared confidently. "I beat you without harming a single hair on your head." Si-woo listened in silence, while Yushin concluded with a taunt. "Understand? You can't beat me." The protagonist hesitated, about to retort to his friend's words, but Choi Si-woo suddenly accused, "I saw everything. You were scared until the very last moment." Struck where it hurt, Yushin flinched and vehemently denied it, snapping, "Shut up. You've lost your mind. Your memories are all jumbled up." The exorcist hastily grabbed Si-woo's hand to shut his friend up. Choi Si-woo looked down at the hand holding his, then smiled and admitted, "You're right. If I kept going, it really would have been a disaster." The protagonist's face suddenly changed color as he realized a horrifying truth. "This might have been our last battle." Yushin warned him directly. "If this happens again, there's no guarantee anyone can pull you back. Better late than never, understand?" The exorcist concluded, "Forget those cursed techniques. You'll get stronger anyway. Don't stray from the path of humanity." Choi Si-woo was dumbfounded by the sudden advice, but Yushin firmly asserted that this wasn't a sudden outburst. Yushin ran a hand through his hair, admitting, "Actually, this has been my wish since before coming to the Dragon Palace. As a friend, I'd rather see you as human than a demon." The exorcist looked directly at his friend, his eyes resolute. "But now, no matter how I feel, I know I have to stop you." Choi Si-woo was still confused, but Yushin extended his hand directly in front of him. "Look here." A pitch-black, decaying hole with dark veins spreading right in the palm of the exorcist's hand. Choi Si-woo was utterly shocked. Stammering to ask what it was, Yushin calmly replied, "Yeah, it appeared when I grabbed your sword." Yushin winced in pain but tried to act fine. "I'm fine, but honestly, it hurts like hell. The real question is, what kind of technique is this?" Yushin began his lecture on cursed techniques, illustrating with an image of a burning, nailed straw doll. The deeper the resentment, the stronger the curse. In other words, most instantaneous outburst curses are usually trash. Choi Si-woo's dark sword dissolved into black smoke, and Yushin pointed out the contradiction. "If that's the case, then what you just created is completely illogical. The sword itself was an outburst curse, but it was damn strong," Yushin analyzed, looking at the dissipating smoke. The exorcist hypothesized, comparing the creation of weapons from emotions to Choi Si-woo's transformation of his goblin's club. "But the problem is, how the hell could you summon such a powerful emotion instantly?" Yushin looked directly at the core issue, his arm still bearing traces of dark energy. Choi Si-woo silently pondered his friend's words, about a kind of resentment that takes a lifetime to accumulate. Yushin revealed the harsh truth, an image of Si-woo in his demonic form appearing. "When you wore that mask, it wasn't you, but some mysterious entity that took control, carrying abnormal emotions. Before, I thought it was your choice, but not anymore," Yushin said sternly. "As a friend, I demand you stop, immediately." The exorcist lowered his voice, trying to persuade him. "I understand you want to get stronger, but perhaps the consequences are far worse than not having that power." Choi Si-woo broke out in a cold sweat, speechless at his best friend's critical warning. Yushin suddenly swung his sword directly at Choi Si-woo, making him flinch. The demon mask on Si-woo's waist shattered into many pieces, emitting dark purple demonic energy. A fragment suddenly flashed with a blazing red character, signaling an ominous sign. The exorcist Yushin took a stance, his face tense as he sensed the deadly energy. Choi Si-woo was stunned, stammering to ask what that terrifying power was. From the fragments, a giant purple energy skull roared, releasing all the sealed resentment. Si-woo was about to rush in and intervene, shouting, "Stop!" but dark energy threads had already wrapped tightly around his arm. "Don't touch it," Yushin yelled, asserting that if his judgment was correct, this thing wouldn't harm them. Siwu asked bewilderedly who its target was if it wasn't them, and only received the answer, "I don't know." Yushin explained that Siwu's sword held no resentment, and this thing, though not completely dead, couldn't recover, and thus would be harmless. The exorcist put forth a chilling hypothesis. This power had existed from the beginning, and when the host was neutralized, it would activate a self-destruct mechanism targeting someone else. Siwu frantically asked if it could be stopped, but Yushin asserted that it was impossible, because this curse was created to target a specific individual. Yushin looked towards an apartment complex under the rain, firmly stating that, though the curse creator's purpose was unclear, his malicious intent was as plain as day. The scene shifts. A mysterious man in a stylish suit is striding down a deserted street in the rain. Back at the arena, Yushin sighed in relief, declaring that everything was fine and they could leave. Meanwhile, the giant vengeful skull flew towards an ancient palace, preparing to sow disaster. Inside a luxurious office, flags and phoenix emblems indicated this was an extremely important place. A noblewoman with a bleeding right eye reported, "Apologies for my tardiness. I had an uninvited guest." The woman faced South Korean President Jang Sung-yu, who looked directly at her and asked, "So, is this our first meeting? Do you know who I am?" President Jang Sung-yu sweated profusely, confirming that the former president had indeed met someone like the guest before him. The president's aide anxiously pointed at the mysterious woman's bleeding eye, but she merely responded with an indifferent, while two masked guards stood towering behind her. The woman dismissed it, coldly stating that the eye injury was merely a trifle, the result of a minor, insignificant skirmish. Without beating around the bush, she got straight to the point, delivering a chilling pronouncement. Hell will descend upon the human world in 6 months. The president bitterly admitted that all their preparations to deal with the catastrophe had long since fallen apart. The woman recounted the unforeseen tragedy. The exorcist community that had protected this land for 600 years was wiped out in a single day by a vanishing gate, an image of Yushin standing amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses appearing. The president pressed, "So, do you have a plan yet?" His tone revealing his utterly disadvantaged position. He presented the government's plan to gather all remaining exorcists on the Korean peninsula to form a defensive line. The woman curled her lips into a sneer, bluntly criticizing the plan as foolish and calling those exorcists mere small fry, utterly inadequate. The president regretfully admitted that those exorcists were not born to bear the nation's heavy responsibility. She continued to disparage, saying she had searched everywhere and only found decaying bloodlines of exorcists, all mere rejects. The woman's sharp gaze pierced her opponent, warning that the consequence of empowering the incompetent would be a devastating catastrophe. The aide's face paled upon hearing the prophecy of a future where the cries and blood of the people would stain the entire peninsula red. The president desperately asked if there was any other way, reiterating that he heard spiritual entities like her could not interfere with the human world. The woman confirmed that was true, but only applied to spiritual entities like herself, revealing a loophole in the rules of the game. She made a shocking offer. "I will grant you children who, though human, are stronger than any exorcist on earth." The images of 4 powerful silhouettes appeared, introduced as children of heaven, born among spiritual entities, possessing perfect abilities and personalities to lead the world. The president's aide was speechless, sweat pouring down his face at the prospect of replacing the entire exorcist system with these unknown yet overwhelmingly powerful individuals. The president clasped his hands, his eyes sharpening, getting straight to the core issue. "I appreciate your words, but what do you want in return?" The mysterious woman smirked, naming her price to the president. "You are also worthy of leading this nation. I don't ask for much, just 2 requests." She declared the first condition. "First, grant my children the status and power they deserve, and you should also treat the exorcist community more kindly." The president remained silent, deep in thought, while the woman firmly asserted that her favored children were the real deal, capable enough to carry the team. She smiled, presenting her second demand. "And I wish to see protective totem poles erected across this peninsula." The president looked bewildered, asking again about the totem poles, and was explained that those prodigies alone wouldn't be enough to protect the entire nation. Slumping into her chair with the demeanor of a crime boss, the woman declared bluntly, "You humans have forgotten the gods. I will resurrect the ancient order." The scene suddenly shifts. An underwater space appeared, hazy and cold. A magnificent palace submerged in emerald water, signaling a battle had just concluded in another dimension. The ruined underwater landscape showed the extent of the recent battle's devastation. The one-horned goblin, Bi-hyung let out a laugh despite his mouth bleeding. Looking rather bitter, he slumped down, mocking himself. How shameful. I thought little Qian would be the one getting beaten. Who knew she was so good at devouring? Gui Wu appeared, his face impassive, standing over the defeated foe. Bi-hyung admitted, I never thought I'd be the one to fall before her. Bi-hyung looked up at Gui Wu, pipe in hand, muttering that even he was disappointed in himself. Gui Wu had overwhelmed his opponent and locked down all dangerous techniques, but still hesitated to deliver the finishing blow. The first reason, for the first time merging the powers of turtle and snake to awaken the black tortoise, Gui Wu had been drained of more energy than anticipated. The second, and also fatal, reason, pure survival instinct was screaming in his head. The intuition of a seasoned veteran told Gui Wu that the prey before him was not as simple as she appeared. Even though the enemy looked like she was about to perish, Gui Wu sensed she still hid an extremely venomous trump card, not to be underestimated. The two powerhouses glared at each other, sparks flying. Gui Wu gathered his strength, preparing to unleash a decisive blow to end the match. Gui Wu, his face impassive, stared directly at Bi-hyung, while the blonde-haired goblin could only sweat profusely. A quick flashback to the past shows Yuxin in a hanbok instructing a shirtless, muscular Choi Si-woo. A dark energy mass hovered in the air, emitting deadly purple demonic energy with glowing red characters. The purple demonic energy exploded, engulfing the entire area, signaling the imminent appearance of something utterly repulsive. From within the demonic energy, a grotesque skull emerged, screaming madly. Gui Wu, despite knowing nothing about the curse, could still feel the dense, undeniable killing intent. Bi-hyung sneered at Gui Wu's dead prey. Guess what? Your big mouth was your undoing, Qian. In the end, you're still the one who dies first. He pulled out a wooden tag, with a fake, regretful sneer. What a shame. I wanted to have a little more fun with you. Gui Wu's eyes widened, cold sweat pouring down as he sensed his opponent's new toy. Bi-hyung activated the wooden card, unleashing an extremely powerful surge of purple demonic energy. The card shot towards the nearby lake, leaving a purple streak of light in the air. Gui Wu immediately realized he had hidden this trump card, a high-grade yokai artifact that could be instantly activated. A giant column of white smoke rose from the ground, obscuring their vision. As the smoke enveloped the arena, Gui Wu muttered, No matter what, I have to get out of here. Scene change. A blonde-haired yokai was carrying Miri and director Par Yun, fleeing, as he shouted joyfully, Finally, freedom. Yuzuru Kira, who was with him, showed clear annoyance. For a while, I'll stay far away from water. Yuzuru Kira suddenly stopped, sensing something unusual, which made the blonde-haired man turn back and ask, Huh? She muttered doubtfully. This energy. Could the Dragon King truly have appeared in the East Sea? While two mysterious shadowy figures observed from afar, two masked subordinates were discussing. A Dragon King candidate who swallowed the dragon orb sounds worth bringing back to our master. Yuzuru Kira and the blonde-haired yokai exchanged tense glances, both realizing the situation was not good. The blonde-haired man spoke, giving a firm order. You go wake Siola first. I'll handle things here. Yuzuru Kira, holding the unconscious Princess Miri, looked doubtful. Can you handle it alone? The entire group was safely on the back of the giant spirit beast, Raiju, and the blonde-haired man confidently replied, Of course, but if you're that worried, then, he smirked provocatively. Then hurry up and call Siola here. Yuzuru Kira nodded decisively, her eyes filled with determination as she held Miri tightly. The blonde-haired man landed with a thud, single-handedly blocking the two masked guards who were menacingly approaching. The two guards wasted no words, one ordering his comrade, You, pursue her. With a whoosh, one guard dashed away at tearing speed, determined not to let their prey escape. The blonde-haired man sneered, seemingly having anticipated their move. Where do you think you're going? Meanwhile, the spirit beast Raiju had transformed into a blue streak of light, carrying the entire group through the forest at blazing speed. The giant spirit beast soared past skyscrapers, entering the city area. Their destination was a modern office building, seemingly unremarkable. Raiju landed on the rooftop, where a young man in a suit named Dong Yu was already waiting. Dong Yu pushed up his glasses, his tone calm as if everything was according to plan. I have been waiting for you. Yuzuru Kira immediately recognized the familiar face. You are the one I met before. Dong Yu got straight to the point. I have a ton of questions about Siwu and the Dragon Palace, but now is not the time. Dong Yu explained the urgent situation, stating that Siohua's magic was too overwhelming, so she had been moved to the Yanghai Shrine, then handed Yuzuru a piece of paper with an address. Yuzuru Kira took the paper and replied decisively. Understood. Raiju landed on the rooftop with a powerful impact, while Dongyu simply watched in silence. Dongyu felt something was amiss and decided to stay and guard instead of following. I don't think I should leave this place. Their destination was an old iron door with a sign reading, Yokai Hall, looking no more than an abandoned warehouse. Yuzuru Kira, with a stone-cold expression, confirmed the address on the paper, while the spirit beast Raiju stood close behind her. The iron door automatically creaked open as Yuzuru Kira approached, beckoning in an eerie manner. Without hesitation, Yuzuru Kira and the spirit beast Raiju stepped directly into the darkness within. As soon as they passed through the door, the space immediately shifted, transforming into an ancient Japanese shrine. Yuzuru Kira immediately recognized this as the Yanghai Shrine, a place where formidable yokai were imprisoned. Inside the shrine, Siola lay motionless, her entire body enveloped by a blue flame of energy. Yuzuru Kira glimpsed the bald man Paryungu also there, his face bruised, being carried by Raiju. Paryungu weakly confirmed, trying to appear fine despite being thoroughly beaten before passing out. The team advanced deeper, Yuzuru Kira leading, Raiju following, carrying both Princess Miri and the bald man. Yuzuru Kira approached Siola, confirming the nine-tailed fox's sealed state. Her gaze shifted to a wooden box emitting a brilliant golden light. Yuzuru Kira opened the box, then turned back to warn everyone decisively. Don't stray far from Raiju. She drew a sword that radiated a terrifying blue energy, declaring, "This blade is quite dangerous." Energy erupted as Yuzuru Kira unleashed the sword's power with the Jade Lightning Slash technique. She immediately recognized it as the Golden Glaive, the renowned artifact of the Dragon King. Channeling energy into the sword, Yuzuru Kira felt its true power, a weapon capable of separating the material realm and the spirit realm. Yuzuru Kira explained the plan. To exorcise the fire demon possessing the nine-tailed fox, they first had to separate the host's soul and body. Guiwu watched intently, realizing the dark fire demon had rooted itself too deeply within Siola. Yuzuru Kira asserted that a soul this powerful, deeply embedded in the body, could not be removed by ordinary means. She took a deep breath, blue energy beginning to stream from the corners of her eyes, preparing for a grand move. That is why, Yuzuru Kira growled, we must completely tear apart the spirit realm and the material realm. She swung her sword, unleashing the overwhelming spirit realm severing slash technique, a blue light slash that ripped through space. The slash swept past the nine-tailed fox, separating the fire demon's soul from her body into a distinct space. But this was a double-edged sword. The technique also simultaneously separated Siola's own soul from her body. The nine-tailed fox's soul hovered above her empty body, while the fire demon was pushed far away. Immediately, both souls lunged towards the empty body, a race for life and death to seize control. Now is the time. Yuzuru Kira braced herself, seizing the moment the fire demon was exposed to seal it. All the blue energy converged into her sword as she prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Yuzuru Kira drew a talisman, shouting, "Sealing art, light," and threw it straight at the fire demon. The light from the talisman flared up, engulfing and completely purifying the dark fire demon. Her task complete, Yuzuru Kira let out a ragged breath, her hand still gripping the sword hilt tightly. She muttered, "It's done, it succeeded," her voice filled with exhaustion. Immediately after, she collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion, without an ounce of strength left. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Yuzuru Kira's eye, the price for wielding such terrifying power. The sword, stuck into the floor, now emitted a dark demonic aura, signaling the birth of a terrifying demonic artifact. Amidst the bustling city streets, a group of high-ranking yokai gathered around a guardian pole, not looking friendly at all. The ash-haired goblin, Bi Heiyang, smirked upon receiving the news. Qian died in the Dragon Palace? His blonde-haired accomplice, Qizhou, merely shrugged smugly, showing little concern. Bi Heiyang muttered calculations, admitting Siwu's growth rate far exceeded expectations and worrying for Qizhou after losing a pawn. The red-haired Tao scowled, complaining that he was already tired of blocking those useless immortals from meddling in the peninsula. Bi Heiyang and Qizhou stood facing each other, the air thick with conspiracy. Tao flared his vibrant purple demonic energy, his smile turning savage. "Sorry, Siwu, but it seems I'll have to accelerate the plan a bit." Scene change. Yuzuru Kira was speeding away on the back of her spirit beast, Raiju, admitting that the demon just now was stronger than expected, and she had exhausted her energy. Yuzuru was extremely worried. If Yoshihiro also fell, it would be over, as Siola's soul needed to be stabilized before she could awaken him. Whoosh! A pitch-black spatial gate suddenly opened right in front of them, forcing Raiju to halt, and Yuzuru screamed in panic. Yoshihiro Kira was sprawled on the ground, covered in blood, and unconscious. Yuzuru turned back, pale-faced, calling her comrade's name in despair, but the blonde-haired young man no longer responded. Suddenly, Yuzuru froze when she saw Choi Si-woo, Yushin, and Gui-woo had just landed right in front of her. The scene shifted to inside the magnificent dragon palace at the bottom of the sea. Gui-woo stood alone in the great hall, a cold expression on his face as someone called his name. Back in reality, Choi Si-woo was carrying the unconscious Gui-woo in his arms and asked Yushin about Solmi's condition, being told that she was merely exhausted. Yushin held out an extremely intricate golden dragon amulet. The Dragon King asked me to. The exorcist explained the new mission. He had to bring this amulet to Yanghai Palace to retrieve a treasure that would help Miri awaken earlier than expected. The group stood in the middle of the Dragon Palace, Yushin urging, "Let's hurry to the surface, the Dragon Palace is about to close." Suddenly, Yushin froze with a surprised expression, making Choi Si-woo ask, "What's wrong?" Wham! The blonde Onmyoji took a devastating hook punch to the jaw, blood gushing from his mouth and nose before he could even gasp. The two wooden masked fighters looked at each other and commented, "This guy is incredibly tough, taking hits this long and still not down." Yoshihiro Kira staggered to his feet, covered in blood, but his eyes were still full of defiance. No time for these childish games. Choi Si-woo suddenly appeared, raising a hand to stop Yoshihiro, his voice full of warning. "Yoshihiro, don't use your spiritual energy now, don't act rashly." Yushin squinted, analyzing the situation. "Fighters? I've never seen this group before. Why are they attacking a Japanese onmyoji?" Whoosh! A teleportation circle opened, and Choi Si-woo charged straight into the battlefield like a deity. The two masked fighters immediately took their stances, ready to confront the intruder. Yushin said nothing, channeling his power, and blue demonic energy erupted with his divine art, Killing Blow, a deadly surge of energy shooting straight forward. The two masked fighters froze stiff, unable to react in time to Yushin's attack that was too fast and too dangerous. Yushin stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield, an enemy lying defeated at his feet, as he confidently declared, "You small fry think you can defeat Korea's #1 fighter, me?" Choi Si-woo wondered. But why would a group of fighters suddenly attack Yuzuru's group? They clearly knew he was an onmyoji, even though he was with a yokai. Yuzuru Kira, helping to support Yoshihiro, explained in a panic, "I don't know the details, but it seems they're targeting Miri. They said they would capture her for their master because she is useful." Seeing Yuzuru struggling, Choi Si-woo immediately offered, "Let me help." With Si-woo helping to support Yoshihiro, the onmyoji girl suddenly blushed in embarrassment, only able to mumble her thanks. Yushin dusted his hands as if the job was done. "Anyway, I've sealed the evil spirits properly. Both the Fox Spirit and the Dragon King's heir are resting at Yanghai Palace." Hearing the familiar name, Yushin spun around, grinning widely. "Yanghai Palace? What a coincidence. We're also on our way there at the Dragon King's request." Suddenly, both Yushin and Choi Si-woo froze, their eyes sharpening as they sensed a new aura. A woman with two teal braids appeared with two masked guards, her voice full of authority. "So this is why the barrier on the East Coast hasn't been erected yet." Yushin maintained his dominant stance, one foot on the head of the defeated fighter, looking up at the newcomers. The teal-braided female leader glanced at the fighter lying on the ground at Yushin's feet, clicking her tongue in disdain. The pink-haired masked fighter swung his sword to attack, but Yushin dodged gracefully, then drew out his toy wooden sword, muttering the thunder-flying dagger technique. Swish! Yushin used his tiny wooden sword to block the enemy's sword strike. To his astonishment, the masked fighter couldn't believe his eyes. "It blocked my sword with that toy?" Yushin smirked, his eyes sharp. "Idiot. It's too early to be surprised." Unexpectedly, a surge of pink energy appeared, and Yushin realized something was wrong. The other masked fighter played a flute, summoning a whirlwind of pink magical petals that enveloped him. The two fighters simultaneously charged to attack, one slashing with a sword, the other using flute magic. Boom! The whirlwind of petals exploded violently right where Yushin was. Choi Si-woo watched the battle from the sidelines, pale-faced, shouting in worry, "Yushin!" As the smoke cleared, Yushin staggered to his feet, dusted himself off, and reassured them, "I'm fine, all right?" The teal-braided female leader and her two guards appeared amidst the pink smoke, observing the situation. Yushin looked directly at the leader, probing, "Are you an immortal?" and received a reply full of disdain. "Of course. Do you think I'm also some kind of small fry like you?" She pointed at the two masked fighters, declaring that they were the new Hwarangdo, those who would rule humanity on behalf of the divine beasts. The female leader continued her speech, disparaging mortals and praising her disciples who were directly taught by the immortals themselves. She pointed her fan at Yushin, commanding, "When facing a high immortal you must show respect." Yushin let out a challenging scoff. "Ha, stop joking around." He continued to taunt. "Sounds like a coffee shop owner complaining when a chain store opens right next door. Where's the small business protection?" The female leader growled, blue demonic energy flaring. "Shut up. If you try to use power you can't control with that meager talent, you will pay the price." Suddenly she froze, her voice faltering. "Wait a moment." Yuzuru Kira, helping the injured Yoshihiro, questioned directly, "If you truly are immortals, shouldn't you be siding with humanity? We are also trying to protect humans. There's no reason for hostility. Why did you suddenly attack Yoshihiro?" The teal-braided leader displayed an air of superiority before the masked warrior, who was bowing in obedience. She sneered, revealing that someone was carrying the unconscious Dragon King candidate and holding the Dragon Jade in their hand. Yushin appeared with a cold expression and directly questioned, "Are you targeting the Jade? I thought immortals weren't allowed to interfere with mortal affairs?" She fanned herself with an arrogant attitude, retorting, "So what? The Dragon Jade is a dangerous toy that could sink the entire Dragon Palace in an instant." She declared she wouldn't let such a sharp weapon fall into a child's hands. As an image of the powerful green jade appeared amidst surging waves, Yushin growled, blue energy radiating from his hand. "The more I hear, the more ridiculous it sounds." Carrying the unconscious Si-Woo on his back, Yushin declared firmly, "I don't care about the internal struggles of the Dragon Palace, but in the name of the Black Tortoise, I won't forgive any outsider who dares to covet the Azure Dragon's authority." The leader scoffed, "This brat is insolent before even inheriting the throne. You mortals are merely puppets in the hands of the gods." She smirked provocatively, as blue demonic energy gathered on her red fan. "See for yourself." An illusion appeared, showing a blue spirit appearing between Yushin and two Onmyoji, leaving everyone stunned. The leader blamed them. "It's because you interfered with the children sent to erect the barrier that this chaos was caused, making the spirits of the peninsula flee." An energy map of the Korean peninsula appeared, with a dark wound spreading like a plague. Suddenly, she paused, her eyes showing surprise. "Huh? That direction is..." The leader looked at Yushin meaningfully, her fan covering half her mouth. "Yes, you realize it now, don't you?" Yushin's face darkened, realizing Si-Woo's location. "That's the territory of the Heite clan." Yushin frantically yelled, "Wait, Choi Si-Woo!" as red and black energy tentacles began to burst from his friend's body. A terrifying demonic energy explosion erupted from Si-Woo, blowing away everything around him. Amidst the chaotic scene, the tree branches in the forest shook violently. Si-Woo's dark energy currents moved at terrifying speed, rushing straight towards an unknown direction. At his home, Si-Woo's father was pierced through the chest by energy tentacles, while looking at an old photo of him and his wife, collapsing dead on the sofa. The shattered photo frame on the floor reflected the sinister smile of a red-haired demon. The photo of the once happy couple was now stained by tragedy. Amidst the sea of red and black demonic energy, Si-Woo screamed subconsciously, "Mom," while his father's lifeless body lay cold on the floor. Yushin poured all his speed, soaring over rooftops to chase after his friend's dark energy current. His face pale, Yushin muttered in fear, "Auntie, surely nothing happened to Auntie, right?" In a flashback, Yushin recalled Si-Woo being consumed by demonic power, and realized, the more he uses demonic power, the more something gnaws at him from within. Another memory surfaced, of Si-Woo in an uncontrollable half-demon state, almost attacking Yushin himself. Yushin questioned himself in despair as he rushed forward. If Si-Woo goes berserk again, will I be strong enough to stop him? Finally arriving, Si-Woo's apartment balcony appeared before his eyes, with an eerie light spilling out. Without a moment's hesitation, Yushin crashed straight through the glass door, shards flying everywhere as he burst inside. As he landed, Yushin froze, witnessing a horrifying sight. Si-Woo's father's body sprawled on the floor. In the middle of the room, a dark figure stood tall. It was the red-haired demon, Tao, waiting with the eyes of a hunter. Tao laughed gleefully upon seeing Si-Woo engulfed in darkness, and greeted him. "Ah, I've been waiting." Si-Woo roared like a wild beast and charged forward, unleashing a dark attack. But Tao casually raised his hand to block the blow, activating his innate magic. Iron Spirit. Si-Woo's attack passed through Tao, piercing his father's body once more, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The red-haired man was unharmed, his smile growing more savage. He leaned close to Si-Woo, who was growling in rage, and asked provocatively, "Why?" Tao smirked, revealing his sharp fangs, looking like a true demon. He began to explain to his prey in a twisted manner. "Because if I kill this woman, you'll become even stronger," the demon declared, intentionally adding fuel to the fire to push Siwu to the brink of madness. Boom! A terrifying dark energy explosion blew off the roof of an apartment building, shaking the entire neighborhood. On the street below, people screamed in panic, fleeing headlong from the epicenter of the disaster. A PC cafe sign was blown off the building by the force, sent flying straight into the air. Yushin and Solmi, riding Raiju, were speeding away when debris flew past their faces, both stunned by the sight. The giant sign continued to fly like a bullet, rushing straight forward amidst the chaos. Solmi and Yushin were thrown off Raiju by the aftershock, and Yushin quickly raised his hand to create a purple energy shield to protect them both. The two landed safely, standing before the road leading to the ruined building where demonic energy was erupting. Whoosh! Yushin didn't hesitate for a second, rushing straight into the ruined building like an arrow. He landed in the middle of the devastated room, the ceiling ripped open with a gaping hole. Yushin yelled in despair, calling his friend's name. Choi Si-woo! Choi Si-woo! His eyes darted around, unable to believe the sight before him, an extreme sense of unease rising within him. Yushin froze, his face pale as he realized the source of this horrifying demonic energy. From the floor, streams of dark, viscous liquid began to well up like demon's blood. Siwoo's body was melting, engulfed by that dark energy, his mouth unconsciously muttering, "Mom, Mom." Yushin stepped forward, freezing before the horrifying sight of his best friend being consumed by darkness. He immediately realized the problem. Thanks to the Dragon King's reverse scale, Siwoo's spiritual power is overflowing, but his body, which had shattered and regenerated countless times, was as fragile as glass. Yet, at this very moment, his body melting like liquid had nothing to do with his physical state. The sole cause was stress, a psychological shock even more terrifying than the news of Yushin's death. Witnessing his mother's neck being broken firsthand had activated the darkest demon within Siwoo. Choi Siwoo's spirit completely shattered, breaking into countless pieces within a crimson space. The power of the Goblins Club, originally the embodiment of its master's will, began to lose control. The very moment Siwoo's mind collapsed, that power exploded, blowing Tao away. Like glue binding fragments together, this power once kept Siwoo's shattered body intact. Now, as his body crumbled, it instinctively sought to preserve other things, engulfing everything around it in a pitch-black liquid. Siwoo was no longer himself. He had transformed into the club itself, a slimy, monstrous mass named the Possessing Demon Club. A group of uninvited guests just arrived at the devastated scene. The demon in the suit casually commented, "Flattened the entire building to ashes. This is definitely going to be in the news." The young demon girl carried on. The muscular man's shoulder unleashed her innate magic, Scourge of 10,000 Flies, releasing a swarm of dark flies. The swarm of energy flies shot forth like a black arrow, piercing directly into the target. A terrifying explosion occurred, blowing away a section of reinforced concrete wall. Debris scattered everywhere, leaving behind a gigantic hole. Amidst the smoke and dust, Tao stood up, his muscular body still standing firm despite having taken a fatal blow. The young demon girl wondered, "Is he dead yet?" While the demon in the suit merely mumbled, the young girl grinned, turning to the muscular man. "If he's dead, I'll eat him. Levibe, it's dinner time." From the shadows, a chilling voice echoed, directed at the laughing demons. "Are you laughing?" All three demons startled and turned around, astonished by Yushin's appearance. The young girl pointed. "Oh, what's that?" Yushin stared at the hideous monster that was once his friend, Siwoo screaming in extreme agony. The demon in the suit sneered. "Haha, are you really trying to create a corpse golem?" While Yushin glared at him with fiery eyes. Whoosh! Blue energy erupted around Yushin, and behind him, an entire army of exorcist swordsmen appeared simultaneously, ready for battle. The demon in the suit sneered, clearly amused by the impending spectacle. "Levibe, charge!" the red-eyed demon girl yelled, riding on the back of the helmeted muscular man, charging straight into the fray. Suddenly, a ho-ho-masked fighter rushed out to block their path, causing the muscular man to halt in astonishment. Yushin growled, his eyes burning with blue fire, the wooden sword in his hand ready to unleash divine art. Absolute annihilation. Yushin's army of exorcists simultaneously descended like a storm, targeting the red-haired demon standing alone amidst the rubble. The red-haired demon landed with a cool impact, sending tremors through the surroundings, ignoring the entire army surrounding him. Yushin closed in, his sharp gaze unwavering, preparing for a fight to the death. The red-haired demon laughed gleefully. "That's more like it." He activated innate magic, Ironstone King. He felt Yushin's killing intent, even more terrifying than before, his smile growing even more maniacal. Meanwhile, Siwoo's body melted into a disgusting black liquid mass. The dark liquid mass swirled and expanded at a terrifying speed. It transformed into a gigantic four-legged monster, its entire body made of dense darkness. More horrifyingly, the monster wore a red demon mask identical to Yushin's. Yushin clenched his fists, witnessing his best friend transform into something hideous. The red-haired demon paid no mind. He charged to attack the Siwoo monster. A thunderous punch was thrown, its speed so great that only a blur was visible. Boom! The Siwoo monster was sent flying backward. The red-haired demon's power was clearly genuine. The red-haired demon looked down at his recently defeated prey, his face filled with self-satisfaction. He burst into maniacal laughter, but a dark hand unexpectedly reached up from the ground. The demonic hand firmly grabbed the red-haired demon's leg, dragging him straight down to the ground in astonishment. The red-haired demon was dragged roughly, slamming into the rubble like a ragged doll. From the shadows, a four-legged monster made of dark liquid emerged, its face the familiar red demon mask. Yushin lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes wide with horror, his voice trembling as he called out his transformed best friend's name. Choi Choi Siwoo? Elsewhere, the young demon girl with red markings yelled at the helmeted muscular man. What? That's Levi's food, but I already ate it. The demon in the suit merely sneered at the childish drama, while the young girl transformed, a red mask appearing as she declared, "Then for dinner, I'll." The dark hand of the Siwoo monster sprouted countless sharp thorns, tightening its grip on the red-haired demon. The red-haired demon realized he was being absorbed, exclaiming in horror that this was the masterless Goblins Club, now parasitizing another. The demon in the suit stood in the shadows, smiling sinisterly, completely satisfied. "You've exceeded my expectations." Suddenly, a hand gestured, and a blinding white explosion swept through the entire room at another location. A gigantic energy slash descended, splitting an entire forest in half. On the treetop, a mysterious woman with teal braids appeared, followed by two masked subordinates. Guardian wooden pillars were erected around the building, and a voice announced that the barrier was complete. The teal-braided female leader disdainfully covered her mouth with a red fan, muttering, "Humph, arrogant insects." Looking down at the city, enveloped by a blue aura, she sneered, "Do you think we would let a trashy goblin become king?" Memories flooded back. Siwoo recalled the day his mother took him to school as a child, his mother gently saying, "Siwoo, Little Siwoo looked up at his mother, listening to her advice, hoping he would become a kind and happy child. The mother carried her son on her back, continuing to whisper about treating friends well and loving what he does. Little Siwoo smiled brightly, obediently responding to his mother's words. But then, his mother's hand suddenly tightened around his, her eyes becoming terrifying, startling. "Siwoo, Mom?" The mother's face melted into a gruesome black void, her voice echoing hauntingly, "Even if one day you have to hate someone." In the nightmare, the ghostly mother with a red mask grinned before little Siwoo, her voice echoing, "Promise me, my child, you won't ruin your life by hurting others." Choi Siwoo woke up with a start, eyes wide open, cold sweat pouring down as the horrifying memory still haunted him. He shot up in bed, gasping for breath, trying to calm himself after the recent nightmare. Suddenly, there was a sound from outside the door. Siwoo startled and turned around, his face still showing panic. His mother opened the door and walked in with a gentle smile, calling him to wake up for school as if nothing had happened. Siwoo froze, stuttering, unable to speak, seeing his mother appear right before his eyes. He confusedly asked his mother why she wasn't going to work today, while he himself was already in uniform, ready for school. His mother simply smiled silently, urging her son to eat breakfast quickly. Before Siwoo left, his mother waved goodbye. "Have a good day at school, my son." Siwoo turned and walked away, but an indescribable sense of unease arose within him. His eyes gleamed with suspicion. Something was not right with this ordinary morning. The scene shifted to the apartment complex under a clear blue sky. A new day had begun. Siwoo arrived home, his hand grasping the doorknob, preparing to enter his apartment. The next morning, he was at school. A spacious school in the heart of the city. A pretty female student suddenly exclaimed upon seeing him, "Wow, Siwoo, did you lose weight?" Siwoo scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh, replying clumsily, Just a little, haha." Immediately, a group of classmates gathered around, putting their arms around him intimately, exclaiming in admiration, "Hey, you look really handsome now. What's your secret?" The whole group laughed and joked happily. The classroom atmosphere was incredibly lively. Amidst the crowd, Siwoo glanced towards his best friend Yushin, who was sitting thoughtfully in a corner. A friend invited the group. Hey, want to go to the PC Bang today? I heard there's a new update. Choi Si-woo seemed distracted, not paying attention to his classmate's words. His friend turned back and asked directly, Choi Si-woo, what's wrong with you today? Si-woo flinched, sweating profusely, and forced a grotesque, awkward smile. His friend lightly punched Si-woo's shoulder, teasing. Did you run out of energy from dieting so hard? You really lost weight fast. Suddenly, his friend grabbed Si-woo's wrist, his eyes turning unusually sharp and cold. Si-woo froze, realizing something was wrong, and firmly refused. Hey, listen, I can't go to the PC Bang. His friend smirked meaningfully. Really? Then what about tomorrow? Si-woo still replied coldly. Not tomorrow either. The surrounding space suddenly distorted. His friend stood amidst swirling red and black demonic energy, his voice echoing, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that too. Si-woo was stunned, realizing he was being dragged into some grotesque prank. The entity in his friend's form narrowed its eyes and sneered, asking a question that pierced straight to his core. Why? Si-woo's face contorted with hatred. The only thought in his mind roared. I must find him. Rage erupted. Si-woo, in his masked demon form, screamed in his mind. I must find the bastard who killed my mother. In a dark space, Si-woo's demon form stood alone, red and black demonic energy seething around him. Whoosh! Fireballs suddenly appeared, illuminating a bizarre arena surrounding Si-woo. A muscular red-haired man emerged from the flames, laughing arrogantly and provocatively. What are you looking for? He approached, sneering. Everything here is created from you and me. What else could you possibly be searching for? Si-woo's demon form said nothing, charging straight into attack, but the red-haired man easily blocked the blow. The red-haired man pushed Si-woo away, shouting excitedly. Fight! Fight without end! He declared the start of a new game, and immediately 2 Ha-ho masked fighters appeared, ready to join the battle. Boom! A giant wooden statue exploded into smithereens, kicking off the so-called street parade. A gray-haired man in a suit smiled perversely, feeling the murderous aura emanating, and exclaimed, Oh, this murderous aura gives me goosebumps. In another room, a girl with 6 red eyes was holding a winged cat. Whoosh! The winged cat suddenly flew away, leaving its 6-eyed owner frantically calling after it. Kitty! The cat landed directly in the gray-haired man's arms. He hugged it and commented, See? Youth truly is the best. He buried his nose in the cat, sniffing it with pleasure. It smells really good, doesn't it? A blond man with small horns standing nearby sneered, explaining, For Chizhou, the scent of corruption is like catnip. The red-horned leader Bi-hyung walked along the ruined path, muttering, Haha, tigers are also just cats, I suppose. The winged cat named Do-ol replied to Bi-hyung contentedly. More than expected, sir. Amidst the desolate scene, Si-woo's demon form stood tall, his mind focused on a single goal. I must find him. I must find him. The scene shifted to a funeral home. Wreaths of condolences clearly displayed the words, May the deceased rest in peace. On the altar were portraits of a male student and a woman, seemingly a mother and son who died in a car accident. A long-haired young man stood before the portraits, tears streaming down his face. Solmi was also sobbing uncontrollably, being comforted by a friend, while Yusium supported the distraught long-haired young man. The long-haired friend gently patted, crying Solmi's shoulder, trying to reassure her. Yusium led his friend away. He stated firmly, This is what I must do. Both entered a private room and closed the door. In that room, Guiwu sat cross-legged, his eyes sharp, declaring a chilling truth. Choi Si-woo is not dead yet. A girl with braided white hair sat with her back turned, refuting with a cold voice, He is dead. Guiwu glared, reaffirming in a low, firm voice. I said he's not dead yet. Yusium helped his friend sit down with the group, and Guiwu concluded cruelly. But even if he's alive, he's already turned into a monster. Unable to bear it any longer, Yushin erupted, charging straight at Guiwu with a blue energy sword in hand. Yushin roared in fury, his face streaked with bulging veins. And whose fault is that? Meanwhile, the white-haired girl embraced a sobbing Solmi, comforting her. Yushin continued to yell at Guiwu. If you yokai hadn't dragged Choi Si-woo into this, he would have had a normal life. Memories flooded back. Yushin recalled a gentle Si-woo who, even when provoked by school bullies, never fought back. He was always the first to stand up for the weak, just like a comic book hero, shielding his friends from bullies. Yushin recalled his vow when facing the shadow yokai. He's my best friend. I already warned you. If anything happens to Choi Si-woo, I'll kill you all, Yushin growled, overflowing with killing intent. Before Bi-hyung or anyone else can lay a hand on him, I'll slaughter every single one of you. Yushin's entire body erupted with blue energy flames. Just as his rage reached its peak, a voice rang out, and a hand rested on Yushin's shoulder. "Stop it, kid." Yushin turned around, stunned to recognize the newcomer, stammering, "Master?" A woman accompanying the master spoke up. "Please forgive our intrusion during this time of mourning," she declared loudly. "The victorious fighting Buddha wishes to meet everyone." The red-haired master glanced at Yushin, ordering, "You come along too." Yushin immediately protested, his blue energy flaring up again. "Why should I go with these damned yokai and some fighting Buddha?" Slam! The room door slammed shut. The master, Onsak, without another word, used a sash of blue energy to gag and bind the struggling Yushin. Yushin could only mumble helplessly, master." Onsiak leaned close to Yushin's ear, his voice lowered, full of hidden meaning. "Shouldn't we bring your friend back?" Onsiak carried the gagged Yushin like a sack, while the group of yokai silently followed behind in the ancient-style corridor. Solmi continued to sob, her eyes filled with tears due to the immense shock. In his mind, Yushin screamed in resentment, blaming the yokai for dragging Choi Si-woo out of his normal life. Comforted by the white-haired girl, Solmi still couldn't hold back her tears and burst into sobs. The white-haired girl also gritted her teeth, her face darkened with anger and helplessness. The group continued deeper inside, heading towards a slightly ajar door. Miri, the Dragon Palace princess, appeared at the door with a somewhat tired expression, but still exuding a regal aura. Guiwu was visibly surprised to see her recovered, while Yushin was still tightly bound. Miri explained that she hadn't fully recovered, but thanks to them, she had successfully absorbed the dragon jade, and purple demonic energy flared in her hand. The Dragon Clan girl declared she would repay this debt. Guiwu merely listened in silence. The entire group, including the gagged Yushin, focused on Miri when she mentioned Choi Si-woo's name. Miri invited everyone inside, and the group stepped through the threshold without hesitation. Thud. Onsuk, without ceremony, threw the bound Yushin onto the floor like a bundled rice cake. The white-haired girl glanced with a cold expression, clearly not pleased. Inside, a muscular old man with an overwhelming aura was sitting amidst a cloud of steam. Beside him a woman in ancient attire. And the one presiding here was no ordinary individual. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, the real deal, the genuine article. The group was arranged to sit opposite the powerful trio, the great sage equal to heaven, Miri, and the mysterious woman. The great sage equal to heaven smirked, declaring bluntly, "Recently, 3 of the 4 divine beasts, the vermilion bird, azure dragon, and white tiger, have all been given a beating by that arrogant goblin brat." Yushin, Guiwu, Solmi, and the white-haired girl all widened their eyes, unable to believe their ears. Miri lowered her gaze, bitterly adding that that bastard also stole the treasure she had entrusted to the Dragon Palace. And his next target is definitely the Black Tortoise clan. Guiwu's face was tense as he questioned directly, "Why is Bi-hyung targeting the 4 divine beasts?" The great sage equal to heaven began to tell a story, admitting he had never met that goblin, so this was merely speculation. The old man recalled the distant past. 666 years ago, during the Demon King festival, the great sage equal to heaven explained that the 4 divine beasts had used heavenly-grade divination and received a prophecy about that goblin. Guiwu, the white-haired girl, and Solmi were all stunned, while Yushin was tightly bound, his eyes wide with shock. Yushin struggled frantically, breaking through the energy gag to scream. Yushin yelled loudly, unable to believe his ears. A prophecy about a goblin? Miri and the woman sitting next to the great sage, equal to heaven, looked at Yushin, then the muscular old man corrected. Not exactly. The great sage equal to heaven delivered a conclusive statement. In fact, it was a prophecy about all of us. The flashback began 666 years ago, at the Demon King festival, where all kinds of demons and monsters gathered. Amidst the dark yokai crowd, a figure suddenly appeared, exuding a completely different aura. That stranger was a legendary divine beast, the Qilin. The yokai were stunned, not understanding why a divine beast would descend to the mortal realm, right in the middle of their grand assembly. The yokai began to murmur, believing this was a contest to choose the Demon King, and a divine beast, interfering was breaking the rules of the immortal realm. A yokai roared, ordering the Qilin to leave immediately. The Qilin paid no heed, for its very nature was to intervene in the mortal realm. It walked leisurely, completely ignoring the presence of thousands of yokai lurking around. Before it was a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with the names of the 4 divine beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The Qilin gathered its power, and a mystical purple energy enveloped it. Without a moment's hesitation, It used its energy to carve the name Qilin directly onto the sacred stone tablet. Sun Wukong explained. The Qilin is a divine beast that heralds the birth of a true king. It is a living prophecy itself. Meanwhile, the image of an ancient goblin shrouded in dark purple demonic energy appeared. He continued. For such an entity to desire kingship for itself was absurd. Furthermore, it was possessed by the most terrifying demonic power among the yokai of that era. That truth alone was enough to shake the entire festival, where the yokai had already been gauging each other's strength. The high-ranking yokai murmured, unable to believe that a legendary 1,000-year-old Qilin had appeared, possessing such overwhelming demonic power. He explained the rules of the game. The yokai king must be strong enough to hold the throne until the true successor appears. A demon king sat on the throne, surrounded by subordinates, and the stone tablet had accepted the Qilin's name, meaning its energy was still abundant, not weakened in the slightest. The name Qilin was carved even above the 4 divine beasts. He affirmed, this is guaranteed by the gods observing the festival from the heavenly realm. The immortal realm appeared, majestic and magnificent. For a yokai to be born surpassing even spirits is rare, but for a Qilin to become a god upon its birth is truly one of a kind. Sun Wukong smirked. With both gods and ancient texts confirming it, we have no choice but to believe it. Guiwu interjected, his eyes sharp. There are also others born in that manner, the 4 great calamities. The images of 3 formidable yokai appeared, including the red-haired man, the scarred-mouthed man, and the one-horned goblin, all exuding overflowing killing intent. Sun Wukong continued. The 4 great calamities and the Qilin are only born when the time is right, and that standard depends entirely on their own will. Unlike the minor yokai who only vented their anger at the judges, the powerful ones shared a common thought and began to secretly scheme. The ringleaders realized that gaining the Qilin's support might be the key to fulfilling the prophecy. Sun Wukong, in a younger form, held an energy orb and said that not all yokai chose to participate in the struggle, even if they possessed terrifying power. Many, despite having abundant demonic power, chose to support others who shared their goals, like Guiwu and the gray-braided girl standing beside him. Unfortunately for the yokai, who proclaimed themselves true overlords, a muscular yokai with deer antlers stood in the great hall, looking powerful. Among us, it seems no king was recognized by it. The antlered yokai clearly looked resentful. He gritted his teeth and recounted. The Qilin merely repeated that it was an entity whose mission was to stall for time until the true king appeared. Once it was clear that the Qilin could not be persuaded, each yokai began to seek their own answers. The game had completely changed. Sun Wukong began to recount an ancient tale, when the yokai could only watch in bewilderment. At that time, only the 4 directional gods, the true leaders, were capable enough to find clues. They went all out, reconstructing the ancient 28-mansion system to divine the future. The result was catastrophic. The entire divination board shattered into 100 pieces, signaling a cosmic omen of disaster. This was the sign of heaven's collapse, Earth's rupture, a catastrophe of collapsing heavens and cracking Earth, signaling the imminent end of the world. Sun Wukong explained to the tightly bound Yushin, but it could also be the destruction of the old order and the dawn of a new era. Faced with the baffling prophecy, the 4 directional gods decided to use the dragon jade to seek a clearer prophecy. The azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird, all 4 deities combined their forces to unravel the mystery. And this was the truth of heaven's collapse, Earth's rupture. If a goblin ascended the throne, it would be the final demon king. Upon hearing this, the yokai were left speechless, their faces turning pale before the oracle. The prophecy was even more dire, and that very goblin would perish on that exact day. Back to 666 years ago, at the Demon King Festival, the goblin race had decimated each other in a civil war, leaving only a single survivor. Nevertheless, that last goblin was still the most renowned on this peninsula. That meant only that formidable goblin was capable enough to fight the Qilin one-on-one. The festival's final match took place, a death match between the Qilin and the last goblin. The outcome was as expected. The weakened goblin was no match, defeated by the Qilin, who then claimed the Demon King's throne. Guiwu, despite already knowing, couldn't help but ask in surprise. So, the current Demon King is? The female yokai sitting next to Sun Wukong coldly confirmed. That's right, it's the Qilin. Guiwu broke into a sweat. He knew the Demon King was the Qilin, but this was the first time he had heard the prophecy of the 4 directional gods. Sun Wukong explained that after the Qilin ascended the throne, the prophecy was distorted into a tale of separation between the demon realm and the human realm. then gradually forgotten because everyone thought the goblin race was extinct. Sun Wukong concluded, regardless of the goblin descendants, the truth is that a goblin prince over 1,000 years old is still alive and well to this day. The elder continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. Who knows how deep the hatred of a 1500-year-old goblin runs? The scene shifted to a flashback. An elegantly dressed man, Bi Hyung, was striding through a dark night forest. He was dragging a blood-soaked masked figure by the collar, like a discarded item. Bi Hyung stopped, sensing a dark entity nearby, muttering, "Must find it. Must find it." He looked at the dying masked figure and muttered, "Why doesn't Siwoo realize these are living entities?" Bi Hyung explained that anything marked by the sealing hammer becomes a target of hatred, and until now, Siwoo had only been fighting inanimate wooden posts. The problem is, this kid Siwoo can't muster enough killing intent to strike down actual people. Bi Hyung showed contempt. Witnessing his entire family massacred right before his eyes and still no killing intent? Truly ridiculous. He hypothesized, could it be that he still thinks he's human? Bi Hyung sighed dramatically, saying dejectedly, "Well, should I call this the characteristic puberty of half-demons?" He straightened up, exuding a superior aura, and declared, "Siwoo, who carries the blood of a yokai, will never be able to become human." The goblin continued his psychological manipulation. Humans will never accept something different from themselves. A green frog suddenly hopped out near Bi Hyung's feet and croaked. Bi Hyung smiled sinisterly, extended his hand forward, and beckoned. "Let's go outside." The scene abruptly shifted to the distant past. The year 525 AD. A long-haired rider was entering an ancient village. The villagers whispered and discussed the arrival of these important figures, guessing that they were undergoing arduous spiritual training. One of the escorts confidently said, "Surely no yokai have appeared, right? But even if they did, these lords here would deal with them in a flash." The leading rider suddenly shouted loudly, "Hey, you brats! I told you not to loiter and beg here." On the ground, a ragged, dirty-faced beggar boy lay curled up, holding a broken bowl. The leading knight raised his hand, and the entire retinue behind him immediately halted their horses. A coin clinked as it fell to the ground, while in a dark corner, beggar children meticulously picked up each one. A beggar boy with sullen eyes, carrying a small bucket, stood blocking the exit. His friend, startled, pulled him back, shouting, "Hey, are you trying to crawl under the horse? Be careful, it might kick you to death." The knight on horseback glanced down at the boy, his face devoid of emotion. His friend still tried to drag him away, his voice full of worry. "No matter how tough you are, if a horse hits you, you're done for." Seeing his friend was too stubborn, the other boy gave up, then bolted away at full speed. The knight yanked the reins, and the war horse neighed, rearing up fiercely. The horse leaped over the boy's head, giving the retinue behind a fright. The crowd of villagers and even the guards gaped at the recent sight. The knight calmly reined in his horse, his gaze still fixed on the defiant boy. He glanced at the boy with a meaningful smirk, seemingly having found a rare talent. The beggar boy showed no fear, simply stood up silently, his eyes still sharp as blades. He turned his back, his gaze still piercing the knight as an unspoken challenge. With that, the boy turned and walked away, no longer paying any mind to the nobles. A retainer spoke up, "Peng Wolju, that child." Peng Wolju cut him off, giving a concise order, "Bring him here." The retainer was bewildered, not understanding why the leader cared about a beggar. But Peng Wolju only paid attention to the boy's eyes. The leader muttered, deeply impressed, facing a beast several times its size, and it showed no fear. He continued his monologue. Even when the horse startled and leaped over, it didn't bother to dodge, but glared straight at me. Peng Wolju laughed heartily, declaring he had never seen a boy with such fierce eyes in his life, and decided he must train him. The Black Wolf captain expressed concern, grumbling that the beggar boy was merely a commoner, while Hwarung disciples must be of noble lineage. Peng Wolju waved him off. "Enough. Among the Hwarung currently training, is there anyone with as much spirit as him?" The leader turned his horse and rode away, throwing back a taunt. "If you're so bothered, then show me your noble dignity." The Black Wolf captain could only bow his head in obedience. "Yes, Peng Wolju." The captain clenched his fists, clearly resentful but not daring to defy the order. At the training ground, amidst a group of Hwarung trainees in blue uniforms, Bi Hyung stood out in his reddish-brown attire, officially embarking on the path of a warrior. Bi Hyung stood still, his eyes sharp, while the Black Wolf captain observed from a distance with an unfavorable expression. The other Hwarung began to whisper, wondering why a commoner was allowed to join the Red Tiger Squad, while the Black Wolf captain merely smirked. The trainees bowed to the Black Wolf captain, and he explained that Bi Hyung joined the Red Tiger Squad by Peng Wolju's order. It turned out that during a yokai ambush, Bi Hyung himself had dealt with the monster. Thus, Peng Wolju specially promoted him directly to a full Hwarang warrior. Hearing of that feat, the Black Wolf captain's face grew even more displeased, clearly unconvinced. The captain turned his back and walked away, not bothering to say another word. In the room, Peng Wolju called his subordinate's name, Black Wolf Captain. The Black Wolf Captain appeared, and Peng Wolju reconfirmed that he had promoted the commoner boy. The captain still tried to argue, asking if Peng Wolju truly intended to throw a child into a real battlefield. Peng Wolju sneered, dismissing that argument. What about age? Many Hwarang, after years of training, still wouldn't dare face a low-level yokai. The leader looked directly at his subordinate, preparing to conclude the matter. Peng Wolju declared firmly, "But Bi Hyung can take on a yokai all by himself." The Black Wolf captain frowned, repeating the name he disliked. Bi Hyung? Peng Wolju gave a faint smile, explaining, "He was an unnamed orphan, so I gave him one." The captain growled, questioning, "Surely you don't intend to elevate a commoner to be the next Peng Wolju, do you?" He continued to report. Rumors spread quickly. The villagers say he's an orphan who killed his mother and ran away. A piece of trash unworthy of standing among the Hwarang. Peng Wolju burst out laughing, calling his true name. "Haha, Black Wolf Captain. No, Huan Mun, listen carefully." The leader scoffed. Those civil officials who only know how to boast at parties are always obsessed with dignity, never understanding what true martial power is. The flashback showed Bi Hyung smashing the head of a dog yokai with a single rock. Peng Wolju declared bluntly, while Bi Hyung, now a bit older, stood behind the door. "I don't need any saints in my Hwarang squad." He stared intently at Bi Hyung as he stepped out, his eyes full of interest. "That ruthless nature is exactly what I'm looking for." Peng Wolju smiled, approaching Bi Hyung, who stood in the middle of the training ground. Bi Hyung, now a teenager, was training alone in the secluded forest. A strange man with long black hair appeared, and Bi Hyung addressed him. "Greetings, Mr. Kim." The black-haired man held out a scroll, chuckling. "Read this for me." Bi Hyung looked annoyed. "Lift your bangs and read it yourself with your own eyes." The man casually replied, "I'm blind, that's why I have to cover my eyes with my hair." Bi Hyung retorted instantly, his eyes sharp. "But if you're blind, how can you see and talk to me?" The black-haired man grinned, slyly saying, "Because the truth is, it's not my eyes, but my ears that are deaf." Bi Hyung was utterly speechless at the logic of this trolling master. The man continued to provoke, while Bi Hyung's veins began to bulge. "This is the first time I've had such a fluent conversation with a deaf person," making the boy want to draw his sword and strike him. Provoked to his limit, Bi Hyung swung his wooden sword straight at the trolling master. But the sword was blocked by a surge of dark demonic energy, leaving Bi Hyung stunned. The young boy's eyes widened, sweat pouring down, unable to believe what had just transpired. Master Kim retreated as light as a feather, scoffing. "Quite hot-tempered, aren't we, young Master Kim?" Losing his balance, Bi Hyung fell sprawling onto the ground. As he got up, clutching his head, he muttered something in annoyance. Bi Hyung grabbed what he thought was his sword, but it turned out to be a bright green snake. Master Kim laughed triumphantly, holding up the snake as a trophy. Tricked again, young Master Kim, while Bi Hyung screamed in fear. He continued to hold out the scroll, his face unfazed, as if he had just played a most amusing game. Bi Hyung roared in frustration. "What kind of monster are you?" Anyway, the trolling master set a condition. "If you loudly shout the verses I wrote for all the other Kims to hear, I will tell you." On the scroll was an enigmatic poem about a sword resembling an earthworm and a hollow ghost. He added a provocative remark. "Remember to read the last line very loudly." "Ha ha ha," which made Bi Hyung's blood boil. Bi Hyung gnashed his teeth, veins bulging on his face, his fury reaching its peak. "What kind of childish trickery is this?" he roared, then charged straight at the master. A world-shattering blow from Bi Hyung created a deep crater right where the other man had just stood, but the master had vanished, now standing leisurely with his arms crossed elsewhere, looking amused. Bi Hyung hid behind a large rock, seemingly having calmed down, and began to strategize, peeking out with a sinister smile. Red demonic energy began to pour from his body, as Bi Hyung realized. "So that's it. You're not just an ordinary Master Kim after all." The master watched Bi Hyung channeling energy into a log, muttering, "This is..." Red and black demonic energy surged from Bi Hyung's hands as he realized the painful truth. A half-goblin? Having just awakened, Bi Hyung ran out of power, staggering and collapsing. As his master criticized, "Your demonic energy is completely empty." He explained that in the human world, demonic energy cannot accumulate, so there was nothing to be done. Suddenly, The master himself clutched his chest, gritting his teeth and snapping, "Shut up," as if another voice was in his head. Bi-hyung writhed on the ground, a sudden hunger overwhelming him and making him bewildered. Me? A demon? His face was gaunt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet Bi-hyung still couldn't accept his true nature. The master just stood there, smirking meaningfully. A giant, multi-eyed wolf demon loomed up behind Bi-hyung, and the master calmly stated, "It smelled a dying goblin and came here." Bi-hyung turned around, his face drained of all color. The monster lunged forward in a blur, lightning fast. Bi-hyung tried to flee, but it was too late. He was struck by a claw that tore through the air. Spitting blood, Bi-hyung realized the immense difference in their power levels. The young man was sent flying like a tattered rag doll. The master stood beside the wolf, looking at Bi-hyung flattened on the ground. "There's no need to search anymore, anyway. I just wanted to tease Mr. Kim and enjoy myself before returning." He slowly put on a gray demon mask, declaring, "As an envoy of the judge, I must fulfill my duty." Suddenly, he turned sharply to the wolf, saying coldly, "I am merely following orders to bring back this rampaging Iodukshini. Don't blame me." With a single blow, the massive wolf demon was torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. The master held the monster's purple energy core in his hand, sneering, "But this much should be enough as a relief gift for the poor, wouldn't you agree?" He approached Bi-hyung, who was sprawled on the ground, completely stunned by the unbelievable turn of events. The mischievous master grabbed the chin of Bi-hyung, who was flattened on the ground, asking a pointed question. "Are you hungry now?" Bi-hyung, with blood still on his mouth, glared at him with hateful yet helpless eyes. The master grinned widely, holding out the glowing purple energy core in his blood-stained hand. "Eat this, and you'll feel better." Bi-hyung silently stared at the energy orb, sweat pouring down, his mind in turmoil. Without another word, Bi-hyung snatched the energy core and absorbed it directly into his chest. A surge of black and red demonic energy immediately flared up. The master patted Bi-hyung's head, in a teasing yet mysterious tone. "Happy birthday, Goblin." Bi-hyung was dumbfounded, the two words goblin striking him like lightning. While the master had already retreated, his smile unchanged. The scene blurred, and Bi-hyung woke up with a start from the nightmare, screaming loudly in an ancient room. Peng Wolju sat calmly, announcing that Bi-hyung was found by the Red Tiger Squad unconscious by the roadside, his sword discarded. The leader questioned, "Even after all this, you still want to separate from the clan to train on your own? Don't act so high and mighty anymore." Bi-hyung touched his face, the memory of his crushing defeat still lingering. But there was no sign of discouragement in his eyes. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. "No, it's the other way around." Bi-hyung stood up, facing Peng Wolju, his aura unwavering. He knelt down, boldly requesting, "Peng Wolju, please allow me to continue training on my own. I will never repeat this mistake again." Peng Wolju sighed, explaining about the upcoming test. Those with martial arts talent will be transferred to the Yellow Plum Squad to cultivate into immortals. As for the rest in the Red Tiger and Black Bear squads, they will have to face demons like ordinary people, a one-way ticket to the underworld. Peng Wolju held Bi-hyung's shoulders, his eyes serious. "I don't want to lose any more talented individuals to those immortals. You must grow stronger not just to become an immortal, but also to lead the Hwarang." Bi-hyung asserted, "I will not fall into the hands of those immortals." Peng Wolju simply replied, "Very well." The leader looked out the window, speaking philosophically. The more one tries to predict fate, the more complicated it becomes. At a murky crossroads, you must decide your own path. A month later, Bi-hyung walked in the courtyard, his mind already calculating the battle formation for the next expedition. His demeanor completely changed. Bi-hyung, covered in blood, entered the room and declared curtly, "I have returned." Peng Wolju looked up, grumbling, "Alone again?" But Bi-hyung coldly replied that he was not injured. Peng Wolju helplessly clutched his head, muttering about his unchanging stubbornness. The leader asked if Bi-hyung still remembered his instructions, and he lowered his blood-stained face, confirming firmly. Bi-hyung stood tall, with a newly acquired purple demonic energy core hidden behind his back, facing the scrutinizing gaze of the Black Wolf captain. Night fell, a crescent moon hanging in the star-filled sky. Under the moonlight, Bi-hyung ventured deep into the forest alone, silently radiating killing intent. He pulled out the purple demonic energy core, preparing to devour it to absorb its power. Violent, purple demonic energy flared up, enveloping Bi-hyung the moment he absorbed the energy core. Bi-hyung recalled that ever since the day he met that goblin, whenever he swallowed a demonic energy core, his injured body would recover, and his power would surge. However, he realized there was a problem, his eyes turning cold as he looked at his palm. Suddenly, a man in ancient attire was utterly terrified, trembling and collapsing to the ground. A giant serpent demon slithered out from the bushes, its head poised to devour the unfortunate man. Bi-hyung stood there, silently observing his new prey and the terrified, insignificant man. Without a word, Bi-hyung unleashed red and black demonic energy from his hands, transforming them into dark tentacles that shot forward. The razor-sharp energy tentacles tore through the serpent, and the man in its path in the blink of an eye. The man only managed to let out a horrified scream as his body was ripped apart by the merciless attack. Bi-hyung stood coldly amidst the bloody battlefield, looking at the serpent's dismembered corpse. While the man screamed his last, Bi-hyung had already picked up a new demonic energy core from the serpent. He, without hesitation, immediately put the demonic energy core into his mouth, continuing his path to becoming stronger by devouring others. Bi-hyung thought to himself, "The sensation of devouring humans is exactly like this." While the Wind Moon Lord returned to his room after a long day, the Black Wolf captain anxiously asked the state preceptor, "Please perform a divination quickly. Does that commoner have a chance to become a warrior?" He continued to grumble about the possibility of that person becoming the Wind Moon Lord, his voice filled with worry. The masked state preceptor calmly replied, "Black Wolf captain, there's no need to rush," but the captain insisted that the Wind Moon Lord was restless because of that commoner. The captain yelled, claiming that Hwarang was only for nobles and that the commoner must be expelled to preserve their dignity. The state preceptor calmly heated a bone over a candle, reassuring him, "Black Wolf captain, don't worry." The bone sizzled over the candle flame, and the state preceptor smiled mysteriously beneath his mask. He declared chillingly, "That commoner was born with the fate of a parasite. We don't need to intervene. His own greed will consume him." On the day of the Great Warrior examination, those with aptitude would meet immortals when crossing the mysterious bridge. Conversely, the untalented weaklings, no matter how hard they tried, would be kicked back to the starting line by the bridge. A Hwarang examiner called out next, while Bi-hyung silently advanced towards the bridge under the state preceptor's watchful eye. Bi-hyung took his first steps onto the challenging bridge, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, his face paling, startling another trainee walking behind him. The Hwarang examiner raised his hand to stop him, ordering decisively, "Stop." The examiner narrowed his eyes, questioning Bi-hyung directly. "Is there a yokai?" All the trainees around, including the one behind Bi-hyung, gaped in astonishment. The examiner pressed his face close to Bi-hyung, growling, "Your demonic energy is leaking out strongly." Under the examiner's oppressive aura, Bi-hyung was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to lift his head. The examiner roared, laying out the truth. "How dare a goblin infiltrate my Hwarang ranks?" The Black Wolf captain and all the remaining trainees turned pale, deeply shocked by the truth that had just been revealed. Cornered, Bi-hyung shouted in vehement denial. "No," he stammered in panic, trying to invoke a powerful name. "That's not it. I am the Wind Moon Lord." The Wind Moon Lord hovered in the air, radiating an overwhelming blue aura, and judged coldly, "A half-demon? If you had just lived quietly, no one would have known. It seems you've devoured quite a few things, even humans." Memories of Bi-hyung's deceptions and trickery resurfaced as he faced the Wind Moon Lord's fiery gaze. Bi-hyung stubbornly called out the leader's name in desperation, "Wind Moon Lord." The Wind Moon Lord glared, visibly feeling betrayed. "You deceived me." Without explanation, the death sentence was immediately issued. "Kill it." The entire forest was engulfed in flames. Arrows pierced his body all over, and Bi-hyung burst into tears of pain as the crowd screamed for his life. "Kill the yokai." Flashback scene. A goblin child was playing with a dog demon, while Bacon sat nearby. Bacon, Siwoo's ancestor, sat panting, seemingly exhausted after a battle. Judge Minota grabbed Bacon's arm, questioning, "You're not the type to struggle with those small fry. Why did it take so long this time?" The old man spoke while pinching Bacon's cheek in annoyance, stretching it like chewing gum. Manatai growled, scolding Bacon for neglecting his duties to fool around with a goblin's antics. The judge clicked his tongue, showing helplessness. "It's because of emissaries like you that the yokai are running wild." Manate revealed there was a report of a yokai in the human realm that cannibalized its own kind, and ordered Bacon, "Bring that one back here." The old man pointed directly at Bacon, threatening, "If you loiter with humans again, I'll throw you straight into the first Mangtai basket," making Bacon turn pale with fear. Bacon sweated profusely, wondering why the number of Aodukshini yokai kept increasing, then startled with fear. Could it be my fault? In a forest, a giant red monster used its purple tongue to snare a man. Constricted tightly by the tongue, the man cried and begged for his life in vain. From afar, Bacon witnessed the horrifying scene. The monster was preparing to devour the victim. Bi-hyung, in his hwarang attire, narrowed his eyes with a cold expression, radiating intense killing intent. The man, strangled by the monster's tongue, called out to the newcomer in a trembling voice, "Sir Hwarang." With a decisive slash, Bi-hyung sliced the monster in half amidst its piteous screams. The monster's tongue was severed cleanly, and the man luckily escaped death while Bi-hyung stood there without a trace of emotion. The monster's blood splattered onto Bi-hyung's attire, proof of a clean and efficient kill. Bi-hyung approached the monster's corpse, coldly extracting the purple energy core, while the man, still terrified, sat slumped on the ground. Bacon suddenly appeared from the forest, frantically pulling at his hair. "Damn it, that goblin kid really did it," Bacon muttered, realizing he had forgotten to instruct that demonic energy should only be absorbed through a contracted duel. Called a goblin, Bi-hyung angrily growled back, his face veined with blood vessels. Bacon continued to blame himself, confusedly wondering, "Is it all my fault?" Bacon clutched his head helplessly, unsure how to handle this mess with Bi-hyung standing there, covered in blood. Both stood silent for a moment, Bacon racking his brain. What should we do now? Bacon placed a hand on Bi-hyung's shoulder, advising that running away would only make things worse, and it was best to stay put. Bi-hyung shook Bacon's hand off, shouting, "Let go, you damn goblin. It's all your fault." Bacon grabbed Bi-hyung by the collar, lecturing him. "Hey, Kim family half-breed kid, if you want to live hidden among humans, you have to listen to your elders." Bi-hyung flew into a rage, shoved Bacon's hand away, and screamed in despair. "Who wants to live hidden anymore? It's over. Everything is over." Bacon was stunned when Bi-hyung, with eyes filled with killing intent, declared chillingly, "I will kill them all." Bacon bowed his head, bitterly admitting, "I myself have sown the seeds of this disaster." Without further ado, Bacon grabbed Bi-hyung's head, warning him directly, "Keep that attitude, and you'll be executed." Bacon hoisted Bi-hyung onto his shoulder, and leapt away like the wind, deciding, "We'll talk when we get there." Bacon carried Bi-hyung to a magnificent demon palace under a mystical purple sky. Without bothering to announce himself, Bacon knocked decisively on the door. Inside the grand hall, Bacon greeted a powerful figure seated on a throne. "Your Majesty, it's been a long time," and received a cold question. Bacon, the Demon King, with white horns and silver hair, revealed himself, his sharp eyes questioning the identity of the one Bacon brought. Without any deference, Bacon unceremoniously dumped Bi-hyung onto the floor like a sack. The Demon King looked down, immediately recognizing the nature of the one thrown before him. A human? No, a half-demon? Bacon smirked, confirming he had captured this one under the judge's envoy's orders, and warned that if he were ignored, he would be demoted to an Eodukshini demon. After his request, Bacon was directly questioned by the king. "You, who abandoned your right to succession and wandered the human realm, what are you doing here?" Bacon scratched his head, awkwardly explaining that the boy's failure wasn't entirely his fault. The Demon King rested his chin on his hand, showing interest in Bacon's clumsy act. "So, what happened?" the king asked. While Bi-hyung still writhed on the floor, the king muttered about a demonic power orb he had once bestowed, surprised it had now become an oversized, rolling snowball. He concluded that without that orb, Bi-hyung would have died from energy depletion, then turned and asked directly, "So, what do you want to do now?" Bi-hyung, his face darkened, growled a single answer, "I want to kill." With bloodshot eyes, Bi-hyung roared his desire. "I want to kill all of them and become stronger." The Demon King smirked with delight. "Very good," which even surprised Bacon standing behind him. "This kid has quite the fighting spirit," the king commented as Bi-hyung was now tightly bound. He glanced at Bacon, delivering a fatal taunt. "Isn't that what you lack?" Bacon accepted the outcome and was about to withdraw, but the king called him back. The Demon King stared intently at Bacon, asking a loaded question. "Do you like humans that much?" The Horned King directly asked Bacon. "Haven't I always said?" Bacon walked away, casually replying, "I neither hate nor like them, but for entertainment, humans are far more interesting than demons." The scene shifts to a flashback. A young maid was diligently sweeping the courtyard, while a huge bear lingered nearby. Bacon suddenly held out a piece of paper, ordering, "Hey you, read these words aloud for me." The maid was startled, but obediently agreed. Bacon grinned widely, making up a story. "I'm deaf, so I can't hear small sounds clearly. Read it really loudly, okay?" Although finding it a bit strange, the maid reluctantly agreed. She began to strain her neck, shouting the poem aloud, which drew the attention of an elderly headmaid enjoying tea. The girl's shouting made the head maid frown in annoyance, and the other maids also turned to look. The maid's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, but she continued to loudly proclaim the contents of the paper. Another maid ran over, grabbing her hair and scolding, "Hey, youngest one, what are you shouting about? Who's teasing the fairy now?" The young girl frantically explained that a blind man had asked her to read it, but when she turned around, he had vanished. From within the bushes, Bacon laughed gleefully like a madman. The head maid shot a sharp glare, muttering, "She's fallen into that demon's trap." Bacon ran off, laughing heartily. "Oh dear, caught in the act." The head maid watched him with a furious gaze, declaring, "You will be punished for daring to tease our youngest." Bacon turned back, baring his teeth in a grin, and curtly replied, "Refuse." The head maid snarled contemptuously, "You, a mere child who hasn't lived 100 years, dare to mock the sacred texts?" The giant bear stood up, asserting its presence behind her, and she continued, "The immortal I serve can transform demons into humans, and if you dare doubt it, I will turn this bear into a human for you to see." Bacon crossed his arms, pouting as he retorted, "I can also turn demons into humans, but that's just a cheap imitation and an illusion." The head maid sneered, declaring that her transformation was not a disguise, but a complete change of species. Bacon pouted, arguing back, "I'm not even a half-demon. How could such a thing be possible?" Two maids stood eavesdropping, one worried while the other watched the drama with crossed arms. The head maid proposed a wager. "Let's consider it a bet. You demons love to gamble, don't you? Of course, you'll have to stay here until the bet concludes." Bacon grinned with delight, readily accepting the wager. "All right then, for now." Immediately after, Bacon found himself straining his neck to sweep the courtyard, realizing he had just been tricked. He yelled bitterly, "Old woman, that bet was a lie. You just wanted to exploit me, didn't you?" While she calmly retorted, "No work, no food. Didn't you know?" While sweeping the courtyard, Bacon casually asked, "When I clean, what does that maid usually do?" and received the answer that she was preparing meals. Bacon swept the courtyard furiously, kicking up clouds of dust, clearly taking out his anger on the broom. At mealtime, Bacon was stunned to see that dinner consisted solely of a pile of weeds and raw garlic. "What the hell is this? I swept and cleaned so hard, and all I get to eat is grass." The head maid stood with crossed arms, calmly stating, "We all eat this as our main dish. Did you come here expecting to find meat?" Bacon gnashed his teeth, helplessly staring at the plate of vegetables and herbs before him. Under the moonlight, Bacon looked up at the sky, a dark idea sparking in his mind. He had caught a rabbit and was preparing to put it into a pot of boiling water to improve his meal. He stroked the rabbit with a meaningful gesture, deciding it was time to act. Bacon directly put the rabbit into the stew pot along with a pile of garlic, determined to cook himself a proper meal. The head maid suddenly appeared, a ghostly blue flame flaring in her hand, questioning, "What is this? This old woman will clean it up for you, won't she?" Without further ado, she grabbed Bacon and shoved a handful of magical herbs directly into his mouth. "You must eat this for the magic to work. Swallow it quickly, boy." Crash! Bacon was kicked straight out, tearing through the paper door. He lay sprawled in the courtyard, dazed, while the head maid stood on the doorstep, scolding furiously. "Where do you think you're going, you promise-breaking demon?" Bacon panted, cursing bitterly because that old geezer had ruined his fun, forcing him to return before he could even get started. A hand suddenly placed on his shoulder startled Bacon, making him spin around. He was scared to death when he realized it was the judge, his mouth gaping open to reveal sharp demonic fangs. Judge Manatee burst into delighted laughter, pointing directly at Bacon. "Ha ha, you've been tricked," which infuriated the goblin. Still shaken, Bacon asked for news about the elder. A purple-haired subordinate replied that he was busy dealing with the goblin clan's civil war. Bacon froze when he heard about the civil war, his expression turning grim. The subordinate explained that the Dragon King's new adopted son had clashed with the pro-human goblins, sparking the entire war. In a bloody scene, the yokai Eodukshini was casually putting purple energy orbs into his mouth, surrounded by countless corpses. Eodukshini stood amidst the pile of corpses. His entire body erupted with terrifying purple demonic energy, demonstrating absolute overwhelming power. Elsewhere, a female official in red reported that that bastard had escaped into the demon realm. Judge Manatee growled, asking, "Where on earth did that kid Bacon go, and what the hell did he do?" The female official replied that he seemed to have won the favor of the Demon King, and was hiding under his protection. The judge slammed the table, roaring in anger that the Demon King now even dared to hide Eodukshini, and his Hwarang Corps had suffered heavy losses because of this. The female official clutched the report tightly, her eyes filled with murderous intent. "We cannot stand idly by. Hand him over to us to deal with." The judge glared, his voice full of authority. "We only cooperate to reconcile the yokai." Crack! The old man crushed the teacup in his hand, enunciating each word. "But do you really think I will obey your orders too?" After his display of power, the judge ordered the female official to wait, declaring that he needed to investigate the situation himself. The female official, now wearing a mask, followed an entity in a white cloak, who wore a grotesque wooden mask. The masked entity asked what the plan was, and the female official replied curtly, "Just follow the plan. Go and provoke them." The flashback returned to the scene of Eodukshini as a child staring at the corpse of a monster, and a voice commanded, "Eat it." Eodukshini asked blankly in return, "Didn't you say I could only absorb demonic power orbs through combat?" The Demon King smirked. "Then fighting them now is fine, isn't it?" The Demon King's voice echoed coldly about having to stay in the palace for 100 years, while Eodukshini knelt beside Bacon's corpse. Gasping in a pool of blood, Bacon trembled, asking, "Will I live that long?" The Demon King sneered, cursing him directly. "What a foolish thing to say. You are a yokai," the Demon King affirmed. "The lifespan of a half-demon, half-human cannot even compare to weak humans." Eodukshini fell silent, looking up, his mind blank. Snap. Eodukshini crushed the purple demonic power orbs freshly extracted from the corpses. Amidst a floor full of yokai corpses, Eodukshini sat there absorbing power, under the watchful eyes of the Demon King. The Demon King sat on his throne, observing coldly from above. Scene change. Bi-hyung was thrown out before the palace, his eyes shrouded in darkness, but murderous intent blazed fiercely. "I want to kill." The Demon King rested his chin on his hand, his eyes full of amusement at the sight. Bacon and a masked yokai entered the grand hall, witnessing the chaotic scene before the throne. The Demon King glanced, his voice full of authority. "What is it?" The masked yokai questioned. "Your Majesty, do you truly intend to abandon humanity like this?" He led an entire delegation of yokai, arguing that the Goblin clan was originally friendly with humans, and so was the previous king. Crack! The Demon King crushed the armrest of the throne, veins bulging. He roared, his face filled with murderous intent. "Are you talking about the old king who chose humans over me, right before my eyes?" The masked yokai did not back down, warning, "If you don't hand him over, this time the Goblin clan will surely turn their backs on humanity." The Demon King closed his eyes, giving a chillingly satisfied smile. "That is exactly what I want." The Demon King stood high above, his eyes icy cold as he declared to the delegation, "Before that happens, I will kill all of you." The scene shifted to an ancient village under eerie purple moonlight, marking the beginning of a flashback. Bacon clutched his head in agony, his mind in turmoil with the question, "War. Why did everything turn out like this?" In his memory, a bloody scene of slaughter reappeared, as yokai rushed to massacre each other. Bacon drowned in regret, blaming himself. "I shouldn't have brought that kid into the demon world. I should have warned him from the start." He sprang up, letting out a piercing scream, escaping the terrifying nightmare. But reality was even more brutal. An identical massacre was unfolding right before his eyes, and screams echoed through the sky. A horned yokai cried out in despair, "Hey, this is a neutral zone." Bacon, his face filled with murderous intent, grabbed another by the collar and roared, "Shut up, there's no neutrality when it comes to killing." He commanded cruelly amidst the desperate cries for help from his kin. "Don't let a single one survive." Amidst the chaotic scene, Bacon grabbed Bi-hyung, who was covered in blood and utterly terrified. He yelled at the kid, "Bi-hyung, the goblins here are neither pro-human nor anti-human." A voice echoed from behind. An ash-haired yokai stepped out of the shadows, questioning Bacon. "Do you only feel satisfied after eradicating everything that doesn't belong to your side?" The ash-haired man smirked sinisterly. "So you've been hiding here all this time." Bacon turned, recognizing his sworn enemy, and growled, "Am I your target?" The ash-haired man held out several purple energy gems, his tone full of sarcasm. "I regret not killing you the first time we met." He continued to taunt Bacon with questions that probed his nature. "Do you want to kill humans, or do you want to kill yokai?" The ash-haired man spread his hand, displaying the energy orbs, his voice full of provocation. "Do you know who you are?" A massive surge of purple demonic energy erupted from Bacon, and he collapsed in pain. Bacon roared as his body couldn't withstand the pressure, an alarming state. Demonic energy overload. The gray-haired man launched a punch of vivid purple demonic energy straight at Bacon's face, determined to finish off his opponent. Boom! A massive purple energy explosion erupted, blowing away a corner of the forest. Bacon staggered forward, covered in blood, his body dissolving into fragments of shadow, as he gritted his teeth and cursed. Half of Bacon's body had been swallowed by shadow, and he clutched his shoulder in extreme agony. He closed his eyes, enduring the pain, sweat pouring down him like rain, his body unable to withstand the chaotic surge of power. Bacon coughed up a mouthful of blood, a fatal question echoing in his mind. Who are you? A colossal beast's foot landed on the ground, signaling the arrival of an important figure, making the situation extremely chaotic. That sharp-clawed foot stepped into the pool of blood, and a voice echoed, commenting on the fiercely surging chaotic energy. A colossal winged tiger appeared. It sensed the primordial energy from the dawn of creation and looked at the dying Bacon. The winged tiger hovered in the air, looking down at the collapsed Bacon and asking, "What do you want to do?" Bacon whispered in despair. He had only one wish. "I want to live, but everywhere I go, someone wants to kill me." The tiger's colossal wings obscured the entire sky, enveloping Bacon, who was slowly being consumed by shadow. The winged tiger made a deadly offer. "Then try to change your fate." It bared its fangs, its voice full of temptation. "Just unleash the chaos within you into this world." The narration revealed that Bi Hyung had once died in this very place, and was reborn through a miracle of chaotic energy. The colossal tiger's wings closed, concealing the scene within. It turned out the winged tiger was Bi Hyung. He stood there with wings on his back, his eyes full of arrogance. The narration continued. Bacon, who had entered the battlefield, had prolonged the Goblin clan's civil war for 150 years. Going back 1,332 years, the Demon King re-election competition took place. Bacon, currently imprisoned, was forced to absorb too many energy orbs, his recovery rate skyrocketing and transforming him into an Iodukshini. Under the moonlight, Bacon stood opposite an old female shaman, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The female shaman explained that their prey was now backed by a colossal source of chaotic energy. To seal him, someone had to enter with him as bait, to prevent that source of chaos from expanding further. She warned about the time-distorting cave. Inside, it was merely a moment, but outside, time flowed completely differently. Even knowing the price, the female shaman asked one last time, "Will you still do it?" Bacon said nothing. His sharp gaze was the answer. The scene shifted to a room where the gray-haired man stood amidst a horde of shadow demons, facing Bacon. Without a word, Bacon charged in, delivering a lightning kick to the gray-haired man's face. The gray-haired man was caught, and Bacon mercilessly slammed him onto the floor with a grappling move. The goblin wrestling skill was activated, and Bacon swept away the surrounding minions with a single spin. The gray-haired man was crushed, only managing to shout Bacon's name in astonishment. The gray-haired man suddenly pulled out a cluster of golden bells, their jingling echoing eerily. Both were now in the time-distorting space, Bacon and the gray-haired man locked in combat, ready for a fight to the death. The gray-haired man smirked. "When it comes to goblins, you can't leave out a few bets, right?" Bacon retorted with a growl, both declaring, "Let's see whose roots are stronger." Time flew by like lightning. 1 minute inside equaled 100 years outside, and the gray-haired man asked, "Why are you aiming for the Demon King's throne?" Bacon, with a cold expression, declared bluntly, "Because right now, I am the strongest." The gray-haired man sneered, calling him Your Majesty with sarcasm. He continued to taunt, "You've always been old before your time. Why are you so worried now?" The gray-haired man grabbed Bacon's collar, his voice full of mockery. "Now, that only a few goblins remain." The gray-haired man gritted his teeth, enduring the blow, as Bacon grabbed his collar. Whoosh! The gray-haired man was slammed to the ground, lying sprawled, while Bacon stood there, his overwhelming aura soaring to the heavens. Bacon let out a sigh of relief. The battle seemed to be decided. The gray-haired man slowly got up, his face pale with disbelief. "Damn it! How are you still standing?" He roared in bitterness, recounting how he had devoured countless demons and humans, transforming into an Iodukshini, yet still couldn't defeat Bacon. Bacon walked forward coldly, casually replying, "Well, perhaps it's because." Thud! Bacon delivered a blow that pierced straight through the gray-haired man's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Bacon growled, his hand still embedded in his opponent's chest. "I want to kill you even more." The punch had torn through the gray-haired man's body, leaving him covered in blood. Bacon maintained his stone-cold expression, without a hint of emotion. The gray-haired man's blood-soaked hand trembled, and he uttered, "You are a monster." The gray-haired man collapsed to his knees, his eyes filled with regret. "I missed too many chances to kill you." He looked up, his eyes still holding a flicker of hatred and unwillingness. Bacon pointed at the fatal wound, exposing his opponent's weakness. Even after becoming like this, you still lack resolve. Your killing intent is still too immature. Bacon asked the gray-haired man if he knew what cave this was. He revealed this was the place where the mythical bear first gained humanity. The gray-haired man stared at his wound, uttering sarcastically, "Byung is a monster without a demon core, yet he's immortal." He sneered, smirking and taunting Bacon. "Do you think this cave can return your humanity?" Bacon remained silent, not bothering to respond to the defeated foe's provocation. Bacon turned his back and walked away, declaring bluntly, "It's not even worth betting on," then leaving a message. "Next time you return, I will definitely kill you. If you become the Demon King, perhaps you'll find a way." The timeline was warped. The moment Byung and Bacon stepped into that cursed cave, 666 years had passed in the outside world. Bacon emerged, gazing at the desolate ruins under a deep purple sky, a world completely transformed. He fell to his knees, crumbling amidst the ruins. The shock was so immense that even a warrior like him couldn't stand firm. While he was imprisoned by time, the goblin race plunged into a civil war and annihilated each other. The demon realm's sky was tinged with sorrow, signaling the downfall of a mighty race. The yokai madly slaughtered their own kind, a bloody purge. And Bacon, the one who emerged from the cave, was the last remaining goblin. Elsewhere, a small creature was scurrying through the bushes. An orange-winged cat ran into a dark cave, tracking someone's scent. It gently approached a figure lying motionless on the ground. The cat rubbed its head against the prone figure, whispering a name. "Chizo." Chizo slowly opened his eyes, surprised, and asked the winged cat, "How did you get in here? Why have you shrunk so much?" The cat briefly explained, "Bacon is dead. I snuck in when the seal weakened." It continued, "Your body shrunk because this cave suppressed the chaos within you." The cat bared its sharp fangs and growled. "After I transformed you into an Iodukshini, the seal recognized how weak you were. It opened its grotesque mouth and threatened. Now, shall I just devour you?" Chijo merely curled his lip, his voice full of challenge. "Will you be able to swallow it?" He sneered, taunting him directly. "You are the palace's energy, that which devours righteousness and worships evil. Eating me might just give you a stomachache, you know?" The cat monster froze, its fanged mouth snapping shut, seemingly surprised by Chijo's stubbornness. Chijo muttered to himself, realizing, "I wondered, while trapped, why my killing intent wasn't enough." Chijo, with the demon cat on his chest, realized, "It turns out I've always just been led by the greed of others." The flashback rewound to a scene of him slaughtering without hesitation, admitting, "When serving the Wind Moon Lord, I killed yokai according to his greed. When adopted by the Goblin King, I killed goblins according to his greed." In the past, Bacon stood there, purple demon energy exploding, questioning him directly. "Are you a yokai or a human?" That question left the young Chijo speechless, as he realized a harsh truth. From the beginning, both he and those around him were just scum with weak desires. Returning to the present, Chijo stood up straight, declaring his new goal. "I want to possess an ultimate killing intent that no one can withstand." The demon cat on his chest spoke, its voice full of ambition. "Just being an Iodukshini isn't satisfying enough for me." Chijo looked at the demon cat, making a crazy request. "Will you transform me into one of the four fiends?" He accepted the price to pay, his voice firm. "Even if the chaos within devours me, and I'm no longer myself, that is what I want." Boom! A massive surge of red and black energy exploded, signaling a terrifying transformation. Scene shift. A faint figure emerged from the white smoke, and a new encounter began. The demon cat, Dool, now winged, bared its fangs, and grinned sinisterly, revealing its plan. "For the four fiends to revive, we must first deal with the four directional gods. Their 28 mansions divination is damn troublesome." A slender hand touched the red demon mask, and a decisive voice rang out. "Very well." Chijo stood there, wearing the red demon mask, his entire body ablaze with blazing purple demon energy, as the demon cat Dool hovered beside him, ready for the grand game. Elsewhere, Guiwu sat opposite someone and spoke. "I have a proposal." Guiwu's cold expression was clear. He was preparing for a major play. Miri, the Dragon Palace princess, listened as Guiwu presented his bold plan. "I want to re-establish the 28 mansions in our generation." A massive blue astrological formation appeared, as Miri reiterated the rules. "I heard the prophecy of the four directional gods can only be performed once per generation." Guiwu confidently declared his role. "I, the heir to the dragon jade, am the Azure Dragon." Miri looked straight at Guiwu, revealing, And you too, the successor of the black tortoise, Guiwu. She continued to introduce the final member, a white-haired youth with sharp eyes, the sole surviving white tiger, Huanhui. Miri revealed that the last piece of the four divine beasts was the vermilion bird, and now, it had likely reincarnated into the body of some successor. Guiwu, with an expressionless face, asked directly, "What does reincarnation mean?" The image of a massive fire phoenix, the vermilion bird, appeared brilliantly, explained as an immortal entity that passes down memories and knowledge to its descendants. The unusual thing is that this clan doesn't choose its successor. Instead, the ancestors themselves will select a descendant to awaken the power. The vermilion bird's furious memories and knowledge were recently passed down to a newly awakened descendant. A powerful old man ordered, "Then bring the white tiger back to the demon realm, and find the vermilion bird. That one will teach you how to perform the 28 mansions." Guiwu frowned when he was warned to be wary of Bihyung ambushing the black tortoise. The white tiger and his guardian sat in silence, while a voice rang out. "The more fate is predicted, the more fixed it becomes." Miri was startled and urgently suggested, "Let's delve deeper into the meaning of the prophecy from 666 years ago." Guiwu stood up decisively, tossing back a concise remark. "Then I'll be going first." Guiwu left the meeting alone, leaving the others kneeling in the room. Guiwu and the white tiger pondered the prophecy, especially the phrases Demon King and Last Goblin. The white tiger's guardian, however, worried about Choi Si-woo's fate. Guiwu reassured them all. Prophecies can be interpreted in many ways. The white tiger also agreed, noting that historically, auspicious prophecies often brought disaster, and vice versa. The white tiger's guardian seemed to have calmed down, ready to face whatever the next prophecy brings. Guiwu gritted his teeth, his entire body erupting with a fierce blue energy, and declared firmly, "I will not let Choi Si-woo suffer misfortune." The white tiger merely silently observed, his sharp eyes, his thoughts unclear at Guiwu's resolve. A vision appeared, showing a muscular goblin and a white-haired woman confronting a dark force. Realizing this was beyond human handling, the gigantic white wolf monster with blazing pink eyes was clutching the unconscious white-haired woman in its hand. The giant white wolf stared, its voice dripping with sarcasm. "Pitiful, always trailing after the old judge, aren't you?" The white-haired woman was gripped tightly by the wolf, growling as purple demonic energy flared around it. "Do you intend to escape to the human realm to flee from us?" Despite the danger, she formed a hand seal, a vivid red blood trail drawing a magic circle to perform the Grand Huan resurrection ritual. Taking the full force of an attack, the wolf coughed up blood, but still managed to taunt. "Why don't you go tell the clan leader yourself?" It continued its psychological attack, making the white-haired woman freeze. "In truth, you don't have enough confidence to become king, do you?" The scene shifts to the present, as the white tiger muses about a certain representative. A runaway kid is a representative? He clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with determination. "No." The white tiger stood tall, his voice firm. "I will not run away." His shadow stretched long, a vow echoing in his mind. This time, too. In the meeting room, Guiwu impatiently got straight to the point. "So, how do we bring Choi Si-woo back here?" The black-haired female official began her report. "While searching for Bihyung's whereabouts, I received news from an immortal. An image appeared, Si-woo's silhouette, smashing a wooden guardian post, and she explained that he was destroying the ceiling pillars across the peninsula." Guiwu was startled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Guardian posts. Could it be? The female official affirmed with a stern expression. "That's right." A young man in Hwarang attire suddenly appeared, reporting, "That is the barrier of the heavenly generals and earthly generals, established by the divine children themselves." Guiwu was stunned upon recognizing the stranger, while the Hwarang bluntly declared that the locations of the ceiling pillars were under their jurisdiction. The Hwarang crossed his arms, imperiously stating his condition. "If you wish to know the locations of the guardian posts, join our faction." Both Guiwu and the white tiger were dumbfounded by this brazen offer. The white tiger snarled, baring his fangs. "So I have to become your subordinate just to extract information? Ridiculous." A gray-braided girl spoke up anxiously, seemingly wanting to de-escalate the situation. "But, besides Yushin, what about us?" The Hwarang messenger declared bluntly. "Of course, we have no intention of letting a demon join the Hwarang." The white tiger was enraged, baring his fangs and growling. "Then I'll pry it out of your mouth myself." A muscular, silver-haired old man intervened, raising a hand to block the white tiger's killing intent. "Hold on. If you two fight here, you'll forget the main objective." The Hwarang messenger explained the situation. It seems Bi Hyung kidnapped that old man's disciple to force him to reveal the locations of the guardian posts. The black-haired woman Wol Young summarized the request. And so, in exchange for the information, he wants a Hwarang disciple to assist the injured Hwarang. Guiwu openly scoffed. Ha, really? Someone of my caliber has to be an assistant? The Hwarang messenger erupted with a blue aura, growling. If it weren't for the Hwarang, you wouldn't even have a chance. The white tiger was not to be outdone, his purple demonic energy flaring intensely. So you're just an immortal with a big mouth. Guiwu sighed, stepping in to mediate. All right, that's enough. Guiwu confirmed the mission with an arrogant attitude. So, basically, you want me to protect those weak Hwarang, and while I'm at it, rescue the kidnapped kid, right? The Hwarang messenger glared at Guiwu, sparks flying. You insolent brat. Just consider this an interview. Guiwu smirked confidently, pointing at himself. After all, you still don't know my full capabilities, do you? Guiwu crossed his arms, acting superior. This time I'll do it for free, no interview fee. But don't even dream of me becoming your subordinate. The Hwarang messenger let out a cold snort, then conceded. There are still 3 more guardian posts. The white tiger was still resentful, his face filled with killing intent. The Hwarang messenger turned his back, revealing crucial information. I don't know where the demon you're looking for is trapped, but I know where Hwyam is being held. Currently, the disciples are stalling for time there. Guiwu realized the urgency of the matter. Good, there's not much time left. Everyone must depart immediately. Just as Guiwu turned to leave, a hand stopped him. A beautiful female official in traditional attire appeared, calling out to Guiwu, "Catch this." The female official grabbed Guiwu's hand, explaining, "Humans can't use spatial teleportation, right? Instead, let me take you." Without further ado, the female official scooped Guiwu up like a princess, making him yelp. What the hell? Put me down. She turned back and told the old leader decisively, "Grandfather, I'll be back after I go." As soon as she finished speaking, she activated instant teleportation, vanishing in a pillar of purple light, leaving a scorched hole on the floor and the old man's helpless shout. The old leader and his 2 subordinates froze, speechless at this public kidnapping and incredible speed. At Guanak Mountain, Yushin was teleported and landed professionally. At the same time, the female official also landed on Jiri Mountain, her demeanor utterly composed. At another location, Taebek Mountain, the gray-braided girl and the white-haired girl were also dropped off. Yushin brushed off his clothes, muttering irritably. Damn it. He stood up straight, clearly annoyed. Demons. Immortals. Everyone likes to look down on me. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent surged, and Yushin immediately became vigilant, his eyes sharp. A burly man carrying a 6-eyed female demon appeared amidst a mist of demonic energy, looking far from friendly. Yushin glanced at the enemy, silently assessing the situation. He sighed, realizing he had run into tough opponents. Another one. Looks like you're the boss here. Yushin drew his sword, ready for battle. Fine. Before Choi Si-woo intervenes, I should settle this unfinished grudge. The 6-eyed female demon smirked defiantly. Revenge? Come at me if you dare. A wave of dark energy emanated from her, enveloping a group of masked subordinates, turning them into combat puppets. Yushin frowned, recognizing the opponent's trick. Levi's signature ability turns enemies into allies, and allies into enemies. He clicked his tongue, a look of utter disdain on his face. I've been thinking about this for a while. Your dirty tricks are truly despicable. The 6-eyed female demon merely watched her hand casually disintegrate into black dust. Well, what can you do? She smiled eerily, clenching her dark hand. We were born this way. The 6-eyed woman taunts Yushin, warning that if he doesn't recognize Levi among the subordinates, he'll get jealous. The helmeted subordinates simultaneously collapsed, screaming miserably under Yushin's overwhelming pressure. Without further ado, Yushin charged straight into the enemy horde, swinging fists imbued with blue energy. Yushin grimaced, unleashing a divine art, killing move, his wooden sword flashing with deadly blue light. A horizontal sword slash sent a subordinate flying in an instant. The sudden attack was blocked by an invisible force, throwing Yushin far back in astonishment. The 6-eyed woman laughed gleefully, uttering a sarcastic compliment. Not bad. The subordinate swarmed forward again like a disturbed beehive. Yushin gritted his teeth, preparing for the next assault. Illusions of Yushin himself and his allies suddenly appeared, surrounding him, and causing powerful disruption. Amidst the chaos, Levi, a muscular man wielding a hammer, suddenly appeared, and with absolute power, blocked Yushin's sword. The wooden sword smoked after the collision, indicating the opponent's formidable strength. Yushin clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing he had been outplayed and fallen into a trap. Seizing the opportunity, Levibe closed in from behind, delivering a devastating punch to Yushin's stomach. Yushin coughed up blood, taking a crippling blow without time to defend. From a distance, the six-eyed woman threw a grotesque chunk of flesh towards Yushin, commanding, "Take this." Levibe swung a massive slash, and Yushin could only stare as the scythe of death hurtled towards him. Yushin clutched his chest, his face pale, as he realized a bloody chunk of flesh had just been implanted into his body, his mouth still oozing blood. The six-eyed woman perched on a tree, laughing maniacally and explaining, "See? You didn't recognize him. And now Levibe is furious. That will make you hate yourself the most." The disgusting chunk of flesh embedded deep in Yushin's chest, radiating dark energy. Yushin froze, horrified as he watched the foreign object corrode his body from within. Cornered, Yushin gritted his teeth, activating the Nine Heavens origin art to go all out. The wooden sword erupted with blazing blue lightning, and Yushin growled, unleashing the Thunder God's manifestation. An extremely powerful bolt of lightning shot straight into the chest of the muscular, helmeted man, seemingly finishing him off. But no, the attack passed through the enemy and embedded itself directly into Yushin's chest, blood splattering in his astonishment. The muscular man was unharmed, reaching out to grab the severely wounded Yushin by the neck. He easily lifted Yushin into the air with just one hand, completely overwhelming him in strength. Yushin was choked, gasping for breath, unable to resist, his eyes revealing clear agony. He screamed miserably as his own lightning ravaged his body from within. From above, the six-eyed demoness laughed gleefully. "Haha, what a fool, keep stabbing yourself." The muscular man looked at the dying Yushin, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. The six-eyed woman continued to taunt from afar with a sinister smile. "You can't run," she asserted the situation. "And you can't attack either." Completely locked down, Yushin desperately looked around. A horde of helmeted subordinates had surrounded him from all sides, blocking all escape routes. Night fell upon the forest, and the cold moonlight shone down. Elsewhere, the horned, blonde-haired demon was strolling when he encountered a girl in traditional teal attire. He smirked meaningfully, clearly harboring impure intentions. He exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the girl, "Ah, what luck!" The blonde-haired demon's face flushed as he said smugly, "What a pretty girl I've found." The girl turned around, her face darkening with anger, growling, "How dare you!" The girl in teal erupted with dark purple demonic energy, her face shrouded in shadow, growling, "How dare you lay your filthy mouth upon the sacred artifact of the grand heavenly feast." The blonde-haired demon smirked, realizing the true nature. "Ah, so you are the true owner of this treasure?" He continued to taunt with an extremely mocking expression, boastfully showing off his spoils. "Wow, this item is truly amazing. Thanks, I've used it very effectively." Slam. The girl stomped her heel on the ground, speaking in an icy tone, interrupting his antics. Silence. The blonde man remained unfazed, licking his lips perversely. "Oh, don't be so tense. I really regretted not getting a proper fight back at the Dragon Palace." Without another word, the girl drew her weapon, a massive staff, radiating immense killing intent. The lecherous man continued his clownish act, making a heart shape with his hands and ambiguously promised, "Don't worry, we'll have plenty of time to play together." He brought the pipe to his mouth, his eyes sharpening, preparing for action. Then, the girl was no pushover either, her entire body blazing with vibrant purple demonic energy, ready to confront. Let's see what the Monkey King's granddaughter is capable of. The scene shifts to Mount Taebaek under the moonlight, where a voice echoed, calling Siolwa's name. Before a giant wooden statue, Solmi was trying to persuade Siolwa. "You should stay in the demon world." Salma's eyes welled up with tears, her voice filled with guilt. "It was I who brought Siwu and Siwu's mother to the human world." Siolwa coldly cut her off. "No. I was the one who dragged Choi Siwu into this. I fed him a demonic power orb and taught him how to live as a demon," she declared decisively, taking full responsibility. "Therefore, I will bring Choi Siwu back myself." Suddenly, a dark, cracked entity resembling a clone of Siwu appeared, letting out a savage roar. Siolwa froze at the monster's sudden appearance, while Solmi behind her turned pale with fear. Siolwa narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp, quickly assessing the situation. She got straight to the point, questioning the entity. "Where is Bihyung?" The monster did not reply, only repeating frantically, "Kill Tao will kill." Siolhua smirked dangerously, drawing a drop of blood, preparing to unleash her blood art. "Kill what?" she retorted, simultaneously releasing a massive surge of purple demonic energy, summoning the great demon emperor to suppress the demons. A muscular war god with a majestic beard and hair emerged from the demonic energy, exuding overwhelming pressure. Solmi stood behind, startled. Siola, elder sister. But Siola coldly declared, "Try to endure it. Choicey Wu." She firmly stated, "I will use the technique I saved for the Demon King Festival right on you." Elsewhere, the blonde-haired horned demon and the black-haired girl named Xiao Hui were facing each other on a dirt road. The blonde-haired man took a drag from his pipe, exhaling a sinister purple magical smoke. Xiao Hui narrowed her eyes, immediately questioning, "What kind of monstrous poison did you mix into the smoke of the heavenly swallow divine artifact?" He merely sneered provocatively. "Well, isn't it interesting? Just one spark from me," he said vaguely, then blew a massive stream of poisonous smoke towards his opponent. The swirling purple smoke surged forward, engulfing Xiao Hui in an instant. But when the smoke dissipated, Xiao Hui still stood firm, completely unharmed. She was enveloped in her own layer of purple demonic energy, completely immune to the previous attack. The blonde-haired man was caught off guard, while Xiao Hui coldly covered her eyes, declaring, "It's useless." She began to explain her abilities, as a denser stream of purple demonic energy emanated from her body. "Innate magic, Mount Tai's crushing peak," she declared. "It not only amplifies weight and density, but also durability." The blonde-haired man muttered in annoyance, clearly vexed that his move had been completely countered. He smirked. "Tisk. Truly a cheat item. Then how about this?" With that, he summoned a massive, muscular demon from the smoke, which roared ferociously. "Summon smoke spirit. Piercing smoke formation," Xiao Hui muttered. "It seems this is a solo match between granddaughter and grandfather." She tightened her grip on her staff, confidently asserting, "Of course, grandfather will be stronger, right?" Without further ado, Xiao Hui channeled her purple demonic energy, preparing to unleash a completely new technique. She unleashed Mount Tai's crushing peak, a colossal energy smash that struck the smoke demon directly. The terrifying pressure caused the ground to crack, pushing Xiao Hui back a step, her heels tearing up the earth. She clicked her tongue, realizing the previous move wasn't powerful enough to finish off that tough opponent. Xiao Hui changed tactics, transforming her hair into razor-sharp wind blades, preparing for a wind element attack. She unleashed demonic art, Wind Spirit Divine Strike, a colossal purple energy vortex that swept everything towards the demon. The smoke demon was torn to shreds, vanishing within the fierce vortex. But just a few seconds later, it regenerated its form, letting out a defiant roar. The blonde-haired man sneered from afar, boasting that this creature was immortal, capable of infinite regeneration as long as his demonic power remained. He smugly declared that he possessed an ocean of demonic power, standing behind a grotesque shadow figure emanating dark purple energy. Xiao Hui froze, realizing she was facing a dirty fighter who couldn't be killed by conventional means. Suddenly, an old man with deer antlers appeared, casually grabbing Xiao Hui's staff and asking, "You came here for this, didn't you?" The old man continued to taunt, saying that the divine artifact of the Great Swallow Heavenly Court was taken by those gods of fortune. How disgraceful. Xiao Hui, now wearing a black blindfold, could only remain silent, unable to retort. A flashback appeared, showing the antlered old man fiercely arguing with a white-haired sage about Xiao Hui's past contact with the lineage of Sun Wukong. Back in the present, Xiao Hui landed on the ground, her aura completely transformed, exuding a more mysterious and dangerous air. Another image appeared, showing Xiao Hui wielding her staff, single-handedly sweeping away an entire army of shadow monsters. Sun Wukong explained that the Ruyi Jingu Bang and the divine artifact of the Great Swallow Heavenly Court were his peak-era weapons. He also confessed that he didn't understand why he had entrusted them to the Dragon Palace, a secret even he, the owner, couldn't comprehend. It turned out that the treasure at the bottom of the sea was a space where time was frozen, completely isolated from the outside world. The Qilin Demon King speculated, unsure if Sun Wukong intended to seal them away or simply preserve these formidable toys. But one thing was certain, he affirmed. His treasures are still frozen in that era. Xiao Hui muttered, realizing the crux of the matter. Frozen, in that era. The arrogant blonde-haired leader imperiously ordered his two smoke demons. "Go, I want to capture that elder sister as quickly as possible." Without hesitation, Xiao Hui channeled her power, unleashing a torrent of deep purple demonic energy with the Divine Wind Samadhi technique. Her face was obscured by shadow as she began to chant solemnly. Om Mani Padme Hum. She formed a hand seal, her eyes glowing brightly, as ancient golden characters began to appear around her, signaling a formidable skill about to be unleashed. Countless golden arms appeared behind Xiao Hui like a bodhisattva, as she prayed for power to descend into her mind. The golden divine energy fiercely clashed with the dark purple demonic energy of the smoke demons. The blonde-haired leader's face paled, stammering, "What? If that frozen divine artifact manifests, then grandfather will surely be affected too." A radiant golden circlet began to form from the divine energy, preparing to lock onto its target. Xiaohui roared, her bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent, unleashing her trump card. Tightening circlet spell. The golden circlet immediately appeared and tightened around the smoke demon's head, making it shriek in pain, while the summoner froze. The blonde-haired leader was so shocked that he dropped the pipe he was holding in his mouth. Clatter! The pipe fell to the ground, shattering his smugness. Xiaohui calmly picked up the pipe, her sharp gaze showing that the tide of battle had completely turned. Xiaohui put the retrieved pipe in her mouth, her sharp eyes declaring, "Finally, I've got it back." The high heels of an unfamiliar woman stepped onto the dissipating pool of purple demonic energy, her voice filled with surprise. "Oh, you've surprised me." The blonde-haired leader smirked, unfazed. "A descendant of Sun Wukong can use the tightening circlet spell. What happened?" Xiaohui took a drag from the pipe, exhaled smoke, and immediately revealed her lineage to the other leader. "My grandfather is the Monkey King." She continued to ascend into the air, her staff glowing. "And my grandmother is a Buddhist nun." The blonde leader merely nodded, feigning understanding, but his smile remained sinister. He began inhaling the purple smoke back into his mouth, his tone full of challenge. "Is it really all right to play such a shameless, indirect kissing game?" Xiaohui immediately swung her staff and charged forward, growling a warning. "Stop playing tricks. Your smoke is useless against me." The blonde man grinned, his face flushed in a perverse way. "All right, then let me show you a real technique." Xiaohui's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise, as she realized something was amiss. Suddenly, the blonde man was close behind her, grabbing her shoulder with a wicked smile. He leaned close to Xiaohui's ear, whispering suggestively, "Are you going to covet the offerings even before the demon of greed?" He continued to blow purple smoke onto her, warning, "If you think the gold, silver, and jewels that demon offers you are real, then you're in big trouble." The blonde leader revealed his true objective under the eerie purple moonlight. "So, you intend to raid the Vermilion Bird clan?" Meanwhile, another formidable squad appeared, led by Guiwu, along with Miri, the white tiger, and his guardian. Miri asked worriedly, "Is this really okay?" Guiwu replied curtly, "It's fine. It's an emergency." The young white tiger glanced at Guiwu, sensing something unusual in his aura. Guiwu merely smiled mysteriously, replying indifferently, "I'm the same as always." The group stood before a colossal gate carved with the Vermilion Bird symbol, the atmosphere growing tense. Guiwu said little, raising his hand as purple demonic energy began to gather, preparing to break open the gate. The white tiger's guardian held the young boy, wary because the Vermilion Bird mansion was suspiciously empty. No guards, no security. The scent of danger is strong. Guiwu said little, decisively pushing open the massive doors under the eerie purple moonlight. Inside, a scene of slaughter met their eyes. The guards were gone. Lying scattered across the floor, Miri panicked, stammering if this was a trap set by Bi Hyung. Guiwu coldly denied it immediately, his sharp gaze indicating this was someone else's doing. He stepped forward and grabbed a red-haired girl who was feigning weakness amidst the crowd. Miri and the others were astonished to see the clumsy act exposed. The red-haired girl, grabbed by the scruff of her neck, shrieked, "What are you doing? Barging into someone else's house." The girl claimed she was in a hypersensitive state to justify her actions. The whole group watched the comedic scene unfold. Miri sprawled on the ground, while Guiwu stood with his arms crossed like a boss. The young white tiger pointed, immediately recognizing the girl's identity. "Is this kid the Vermilion Bird?" The guardian teased the young white tiger. "Congratulations, young master, you have a little sister now, don't you?" The Vermilion Bird bristled, yelling, "Hey, you brats! Who are you calling a kid?" Miri politely greeted them, her hand still holding the enraged Vermilion Bird girl. She introduced herself as Miri, the Azure Dragon successor, and confirmed the red-haired girl's newly awakened Vermilion Bird identity. Miri pointed at Guiwu and the young white tiger, introducing the remaining two successors of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger. The Vermilion Bird looked arrogant, asking sarcastically, "So what? Don't tell me you're planning to gather the 4 divine beasts for some ridiculous rituals?" Miri calmly replied, "Yes, that's exactly what we want," leaving the Vermilion Bird girl stunned and speechless. Hit with a cold dose of reality, the Vermilion Bird girl could only scream in helplessness. "What? Are you all crazy?" The Vermilion Bird girl yelled, questioning why she had fallen into such an absurd situation. She pointed at Guiwu's group, scoffing. Hey, it's not just me. You guys also look like you've been beaten to a pulp by those demons. Miri burst out laughing, playfully retorting, exactly. The more those demons hate the 28 mansions, the more we have to push forward, making Guiwu nod in agreement. The vermilion bird girl turned and pointed directly at Guiwu. Hey, Black Tortoise, she warned in a raised voice. Your clan hasn't been attacked yet. So retreat now while you still can before it's too late. Jin Yum, the vermilion bird's successor, declared she would enter secluded training until her body matured, but then she froze as she realized a fatal problem. A black-haired woman wearing glasses with a mature appearance suddenly appeared, and Jin Yum immediately called out, Hyun ah. Jin Yum rushed to embrace the woman named Hyun. Ah, burying her face in her chest, Jin Yum tearfully recounted how some madman had appeared and how she had to fight alone, even burning down a mountain to protect the clan. Hyun, ah, inquired, a hint of cunning on her face. Is that child dead yet? Then explained that, fortunately, it only lost its spirit orb. A red-haired man appeared with 2 children, revealing a shocking secret. Feigning death is a secret art of the Vermilion Bird clan. Hyun, ah, coldly announced that losing one's spirit orb meant the end of a demon's life. Jinyum collapsed, sobbing and blaming herself. Because of me, Siola. The red-haired man quickly comforted her. No, Lady Jinyum, you saved my life. Why blame yourself? The entire Vermilion Bird clan thanked her in unison, affirming that thanks to Jinyum, they were all safe. Jinyum sniffled, asserting, That's right. That's why I won't do anything dangerous anymore. She pointed at the children in the clan, her voice full of emotion. Look at our children. They look so pitiful. Jinyum clenched her fists, her voice trembling but resolute. I won't let Juhua go through such a terrible thing. Guiwu, Miri, and Huanhui could only watch from afar, speechless at the Vermilion Bird clan's melodramatic scene. The red-haired man looked at his lady Jinyum with a worried expression. Suddenly, Hyun Ah appeared with a knowing smile, stating bluntly, That's precisely the problem, Jinyum. Hyun Ah whispered into the bewildered Vermilion Bird's ear, warning that soon, her Black Tortoise clan would also be attacked. She continued to outline her plan. If we anticipate that event and capture the demon, we won't have to hide anymore. Guiwu, Miri, and Huanhui, who were eavesdropping from afar, all gaped at this sudden turn of events. Huanhui lost his composure, pointing directly at Guiwu and yelling, Guiwu, that person is. Guiwu could only break out in a cold sweat, his face pale. Guiwu mumbled, admitting amidst everyone's shock. My mother. Jinyum froze, stammering Hyun-Ah's name while being held tightly. Hyun-Ah turned to look directly at Guiwu, her voice authoritative. Guiwu, you have been running away all this time, unwilling to bear the burden of the Black Tortoise. Her eyes sharp as knives, she declared firmly. So this time, I will do it. Guiwu was speechless, drenched in sweat at his own mother's declaration of war. Hyun-Ah turned her back, asserting that she would become this generation's Black Tortoise, leaving Guiwu and Jinyum stunned. The scene shifts. A surge of dark purple demonic energy erupted under the moonlight. A girl in blue attire was trembling, facing a stranger who had just emerged from the shadows. The blonde-haired yokai with a crooked demon horn licked his lips perversely. He remarked with amusement, That's a beautiful expression. While the girl was so scared she couldn't stand steady, the blonde man approached, lifted the girl's chin, and asked condescendingly, Let's see, what does the lady want? Purple demonic energy flared violently as he began to state his conditions. First, recognition from your grandfather. And second, oh, you have a loved one already? The blonde yokai squeezed the black-haired girl's chin, mocking her unrequited loves. You must be suffering greatly, aren't you? He leaned in close, his purple eyes glowing with malevolence, and enticed. Let me end that love for you. So now, are we even? The scene shifts. The Demon King's festival, held once every 666 years, appeared a deathmatch arena for the strongest, but with an age limit. Because of that peculiar rule, yokai, born near the end of the festival cycle, were considered past their prime, their status within the clan extremely precarious. To get a ticket to participate, they had to grit their teeth and wait another 666 years, a period longer than half a yokai's lifespan, causing the opportunity to usually fall to the next generation. The descendants of those who missed out fell into 2 categories. 1. Those who were content with their lot to avoid being seen as obstacles, and 2. Those who bore their parents' ambitions on their shoulders. The black-haired girl recalled that as a child, she had awakened the unique ability of featherlight transformation to reduce her weight, becoming the only child recognized by her grandfather. Her parents' gaze that day was no longer one of love, but a cold, calculating expectation. From the moment those hands were placed on her shoulders, the burden of becoming king crushed her childhood. She always had to push herself to win, to climb to the peak of power where her grandfather once reigned. The burden of her childhood seemed unbearable, depicted through the image of the little girl carrying water up endless stairs. But then that burden faded gradually, as victory followed victory, turning her into a fighting machine. Her eyes became sharp and cold, devoid of emotion. With only a single objective remaining, she continued down her predetermined path, no longer knowing whose will she was fighting for. But then, in a moment of defeat that seemed impossible at the hands of the masked exorcist, something erupted within her. Her competitive instinct surged, and she gritted her teeth, swearing that next time they met, she would utterly crush him, without a trace of carelessness. That flame of battle was her true nature, something that had always smoldered within her. The flashback returns to the scene of the little girl being brutally trained by her grandfather, the great sage, Heaven's equal. I was raised with that nature from the very beginning. She hated him, but at the same time, she respected him and longed to surpass that formidable barrier. The flashback returns to when Xiao Hui was a child. Her grandfather, the great sage, Heaven's equal, affectionately patting her head. The little girl grinned widely, a memory of pure affection. Returning to the present, the adult Xiao Hui's eyes glowed with purple demonic energy. Her smile corrupted into something dangerous, a mix of love and hate. Suddenly, she unleashed a devastating punch to the blonde yokai's face. The blonde yokai took the full force of the punch, flew backward, and spat out blood, not having time to understand what was happening. With an insane smile, Xiao Hui closed in, purple demonic energy swirling around her. She grabbed his collar, preparing for a proper torture session. An extremely powerful elbow strike slammed directly into the blonde yokai's chest, the shockwave spreading. The blonde yokai was sent flying to the ground, lay sprawled, and groaned in pain. Xiao Hui approached, her shadow enveloping the defeated opponent, the narration explaining that she had become a slave to her desire for recognition. The scene shifts to a humorous image, showing Xiao Hui's obsession as she clung to the blonde yokai, even while driving. Her uncontrolled desires increasingly erupted, with no end in sight. The blonde yokai, despite being battered, still smirked mockingly and muttered, "Lies." He looked directly at her, challenging, "You're lying, aren't you?" In this game, the one who loves more is the winner. The ground beneath their feet cracked open from the pressure. The blonde yokai collapsed, his body limp in Xiao Hui's arms. Xiao Hui hugged him tightly, her face showing a painful satisfaction. The blonde yokai's arm disintegrated into black dust as she threw it away, and she growled, "No matter how much I hit you, it's never enough." She looked directly into his eyes, demanding morbidly, "Give me more." In the middle of the forest, Xiao Hui hugged the blonde yokai tightly, while purple demonic energy surged, his limbs having vanished, lying scattered on the ground. Without a trace of pity, she threw the blonde yokai's lifeless corpse to the ground, shattering it. Night fell, cold moonlight shone upon the mountain range, and a chilling silence enveloped everything. Elsewhere, Yushin was drenched in sweat, muttering irritably, "Why now?" Suddenly, a muscular masked man charged forward, unleashing a devastating slash directly at Yushin. A female yokai with 6 red eyes on her forehead watched from a distance, her face paling in astonishment. Yushin clutched the bleeding wound on his chest, gritting his teeth to endure the bone-piercing pain. The masked man didn't give Yushin time to breathe, grabbing his neck and lifting him up, squeezing tightly. Just then, a pair of blonde twins appeared, looking at the struggling Yushin and speaking coldly. "You're too late." One of the girls smirked, her tone sarcastic. "Sorry, I'm still not very used to using phones." Despite being heavily wounded, Yushin looked up, his gaze sharp as a blinding flash of light erupted. The scene changes, and Yushin stands upright, his expression calm as if nothing had happened, pulling out his phone to check it. The screen displays a message from Soyeonji. "I'm at Gwanak Mountain. Those kids are still training, right? Tell them to bring what I left with the master here soon." Yushin puts away his phone, standing alone amidst the trees under the moonlight, ready for the next act. The blonde girl from earlier holds out a sword, saying, "This is what you requested." Yushin takes the weapon, thanking her, but his eyes are full of doubt. "But," he glances to the side, his voice full of caution, "why is this kid here?" From the shadows, a dark-skinned individual with white hair and a glowing blue object in their mouth appears, smirking. "Finally, you." The dark-skinned yokai blushes, his voice filled with excitement. "Noticed me, Yushin-sama."